At the edge of the seventh universe lies a magnificent azure planet known as Earth. On this celestial body, the laws of nature appear to be altered, rendering the environment bizarre and extraordinary. Among the most peculiar regions is the area to the south of the western capital, separated from the Yunzabi highlands by a stretch of water. This place is characterized by a diverse array of landscapes, including forests, oceans, sandy terrains, and hills, all converging to form a natural barrier. It bears an enchanting name, Yahoo, the land of the unknowable. In the year 734 of the Aegis era, a meteor streaked across the sky above the Yunzabi highlands and plummeted into the forested expanse of Yahoo. Boom! The terrifying shockwave obliterated numerous trees and incited a frenzy among countless creatures. As time passed, the dust settled and the smoke dissipated. A multitude of animals, driven by curiosity, slowly approached the site. Roar! A deafening roar sent the animals into a state of panic, scattering in all directions. The source of the roar, however, emerged leisurely from the depths of the chaos. Observing the nearby crater, the dominant creature of the area, the blue tyrant, exhibited a glimmer of human-like curiosity in its eyes. In stark contrast to its cautious demeanor, a diminutive blue tyrant darted towards the crater, heedless of the furious roars of its mother behind it. The roar seemed to provoke its rebellious spirit, prompting it to run even faster. However, the speed proved too much for the small blue tyrant to handle. It stumbled and tumbled into the crater with a clatter. Rather than feeling fear, it was filled with exhilaration as it hurriedly stood up, locking eyes with a peculiar being. Before it could utter a sound, the creature across from it erupted into a thunderous cry, startling the small blue tyrant, which scrambled back up in a frenzy. Upon hearing the commotion, the larger blue tyrant disregarded the danger and swiftly approached. Upon closer inspection, it disdainfully swiped the small blue tyrant aside with its tail. Just a hairless monkey, and yet it was so frightened. Seeing the larger blue tyrant, the hairless monkey became even more vocal, not out of fear, but rather in an attempt to respond with its own cacophony. If an expert in infant language were present, they would discern that this infant was anything but ordinary, possessing a remarkably intricate linguistic structure. The infant was named Lie Chunga, having traversed from another world, Earth. However, though he was once an adult, he inexplicably found himself reborn as an infant. More accurately, he should have perished, having accidentally killed an opponent and subsequently been apprehended by the police, leading to his execution. Roar! The blue tyrant's roar silenced Lie Chunga, who sat in stunned silence, gazing up at the monstrous creature with a jaw larger than his own. What manner of being is this? It resembles the dinosaurs of the past, but is entirely blue, adorned with black patterns. With a mouthful of fangs and towering at 3 to 4 meters, it exuded an imposing presence. Witnessing the monster's bewilderment, the small blue tyrant felt a surge of pride and imitated its mother's roar. Yeah. Lie Chunga stared in astonishment at this scene. That it became clear. This is a dinosaur. Although he could not identify the species, the formidable array of teeth was unmistakably menacing. To take action, gazing at his feeble fist, think. He had heard that such carnivorous dinosaurs possessed brains no larger than a walnut. A scholar encountering a soldier. Surely a disastrous fate awaited. Waiting for death? It appears to be his only option, yet it is not in his character. Lie Chunga, trembling, stood up, raised his proud head, and let out a roar. The great blue Tyrannosaurus seemed bewildered, glancing between him and the frightened little blue Tyrannosaurus, tilting its head in contemplation. In the year 749 of the AG era, on the morning of September 9th, 15-year-old Lie Chunga stretched lazily as he stepped out of the cave, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the storage room, and his expression darkened. Inside, the preserved meat and fruit had been reduced to mere remnants. The traps he had set were thoroughly destroyed. Observing the leftover footprints, the perpetrator was all too evident. Little Blue. His roar startled the birds and beasts in the distance, evidently the very location of Little Blue. The roar also served to release some of his pent-up anger, for this was the third time this year, 15 years ago, he had inadvertently arrived in this world and encountered Little Blue's family. For reasons unknown, Mama Blue had brought him back to her nest. Initially, he thought he was to be treated as a source of food, only to later realize he was genuinely adopted. He harbored serious doubts that his initial roar had been misinterpreted by Mama Blue as, "Humans shall never be enslaved, unless provided with food and shelter." His growth had been fraught with hardship. He acknowledged that luck played a significant role in his survival. In any case, he had managed to endure. With a sigh, he began to reorganize the storage room. His dwelling was situated on a terrace at the center of a mountain peak, featuring two entrances. One led to the storage room, which also served as a bait chamber, while the other was his true bedroom. After consuming some remnants to satiate his empty stomach, he embarked on his daily journey of training. As the sole heir to the ancient martial arts of Huaxia, he had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit of martial prowess. In this life, he would rather remain apart from human society than abandon the practice of ancient martial arts. As he would say, "Heaven has sent me to this sacred ground for martial training. I, Lie Chunga, shall not squander this divine grace." In his previous life, he had trained since childhood for a decade, yet had never mastered the craft before descending the mountain. Little did he know that a single day in the mountains equated to a millennium beyond the world. Progress was nothing short of astonishing. The world had transformed into a much-cherished era of peace, rendering martial arts obsolete. With only martial skills to his name, he felt abandoned by the tides of time. How could he accept this? Thus, he began to seek out masters to challenge. However, he overlooked that martial arts were lethal techniques, and encounters with skilled practitioners could easily lead to life or death situations. As expected, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret, with no path of return, and he died without ever achieving a breakthrough. This remained his greatest sorrow. Now, however, he perceived a glimmer of hope. Not merely hope, but his master had once spoken of the 9 ranks of martial arts. Above the 9th rank lie the realms of diamond, freedom, and divine wandering. Now he hoped to witness them all. Tiger leaping, deer bounding, bear embracing, ape climbing, bird soaring. The 5 forms fist is a technique in ancient martial arts embodying the principle of nurturing. It evolves from mimicking the movements of the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird, harmonizing with corresponding breathing methods to achieve the essence of nurturing. Martial practice must begin from a young age, yes. Nurturing, rather than merely exercising to in the early years of life. The bones have not yet fully matured, forcing oneself to engage in strenuous exercise may lead to physical defects, such as stunted growth or thickened legs, and in severe cases, even deformities. It is only when an individual reaches the age of 18, when the body is nearly fully developed, that the practice of martial arts becomes most advantageous. During this period, a martial artist's abilities can soar dramatically, peaking until the age of 25. After reaching 25, the rate of improvement in one's skills noticeably declines, and by the age of 65, one may even witness a regression in their capabilities. Hence, the world of martial arts is predominantly a domain for the youthful, rather than a gathering for the elderly. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, new talents emerge in every generation, and some exceptional individuals can defy this pattern. Take, for instance, the current prodigy, Lie Chunga. Although merely 15 years of age, his physique has already been honed to its peak, rendering the wait until 18 unnecessary. With a flurry of movement, he completed a series of martial techniques, each strike resonating with a crisp sound as his muscles began to ripple and dance, inflicting both pain and joy upon him. Earlier than anticipated and far superior to what I had envisioned. No, it is vastly better. Enduring the discomfort, he leaped down the mountain, making his way to a waterfall nestled at the side of the cliff, a landing spot he had meticulously prepared in advance. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position, his skin flushing crimson as the rhythmic thumping of his heart echoed even above the roar of the waterfall. His blood surged vigorously through his veins, and as the cascading water enveloped him, it splashed into wisps of white vapor, resembling ethereal dragons entwined around his body. Gradually, the sensation became overwhelming for Lie Chunga. With a roar, he plunged into the pool below. Chapter 2. Cleansing the marrow. A roar erupted, startling countless birds and beasts into a frantic flight. The pain. It was excruciating. My master had never mentioned that the process of cleansing the marrow would be so agonizing. Crucially, one must remain conscious. Only through roaring could I alleviate a fraction of the torment. In an inadvertent surge of energy, it seemed to find an outlet, spilling forth with a series of explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. Water erupted chaotically, and instantly, I felt a significant relief as the cleansing appeared to have passed. However, an insatiable hunger soon followed, a ravenous craving that threatened to cloud my senses. Fortuitously, the previous explosion had claimed the lives of several unfortunate fish. Without hesitation, I seized them and consumed them raw, swiftly replenishing my strength. This sacred place for cultivation was no exaggeration. It was a haven teeming with all manner of wild beasts, allowing my five forms fist to achieve a harmonious balance of form and spirit. Here, the abundance of wild creatures ensured I faced no shortage of sustenance, and the environment even offered nourishment to enhance my physical potential. Wild medicinal herbs thrived abundantly, with century-old ginseng, goji berries, and countless unnamed fruits visible along my path. It could truly be described as a paradise on earth. Of course, the sole concern lay in the surrounding ferocious beasts. On land, there were terrifying entities like the Blue Mother, and in the waters lurked monstrous deep-sea creatures. Yet, what I found most bothersome, and against which I felt utterly powerless, were the small red dinosaurs. They were numerous and swift, often trailing behind their prey, and the moment the prey let down its guard, they would lash out with their slender tails, exposing their sharp mouths and claws to strike at vulnerable spots, which was utterly vexing. With my energy replenished, I finally regained some composure, realizing that my earlier actions had been instinctual. Instinct is a curious phenomenon. It allows for rapid physical responses without the intervention of thought. Yet it can sometimes lead to unnecessary complications. Clearly, it was time to prepare for the hunt. I slowly emerged onto the shore, revealing a somewhat frail physique. Indeed, frail. The body of a true warrior is often stripped of pretense, seemingly ordinary, yet possessing immense strength. In contrast, those with bulging muscles may compromise their physical balance, ultimately leading to hidden injuries. Returning to my dwelling, I donned a fur coat and armed myself with a stone spear, setting off toward my hunting ground. By examining the footprints of prey, their droppings, and various small paths, I could discern the movements of the wild beasts, a skill imparted to me by the Blue Mother. Soon, I spotted dozens of creatures grazing. They were diminutive, adorned with small horns upon their foreheads, reminiscent of fawns from a past life. I referred to them as little horned deer. Licking my lips, I suppressed the desires bubbling within. These little horned deer not only bore antlers, but also possessed agile legs that I coveted. Just as I prepared to strike, the little horned deer became alert, instinctively pausing their feeding, raising their heads to survey their surroundings. This was dire, naturally timid, even in the absence of danger. The movement of one would incite the others to flee. Once they bolted, capturing them would prove exceedingly difficult. I must act. Lie Chunga no longer concealed his intentions, unleashing a formidable velocity as he charged towards the nearest fawn, brandishing his stone spear, poised to strike. His speed was remarkable. However, a swift azure figure outpaced him, clamping its jaws around the fawn and whisking it away. Cursed be it. Lie Chunga halted, his expression darkening. Glancing at the pilfered prey, he observed that the thief, instead of fleeing in fear, had paused to indulge right before him. The thief was none other than Xiaolon, the offspring of Blue Mother, whom Lie Chunga had taken to calling Xiaolon. Since being ousted from their territory 2 years prior, they had been following him. The advantage was that the local large predators had significantly diminished. The downside was that this creature constantly competed for his food and even pilfered his reserves. Gripping the spear tightly, he released it in resignation. Fine. For the sake of Blue Mother, I shall endure. Lie Chunga feigned indifference, shouldering his spear and turning to depart. Hearing the sounds behind him, he knew Xiaolon was still in pursuit. Hunting seemed futile for the time being. He could only proceed to the traps he had set, hoping for a stroke of luck. The so-called luck involved placing simple snares along the pathways of small animals. These creatures, often quite foolish, would struggle relentlessly once ensnared, ultimately leading to their own demise. Unbeknownst to them, retreating would ensure their safety. Today, as fortune appeared favorable, he had caught a rabbit and a wild hen with 4 legs, skillfully eviscerating, plucking, and ultimately placing them into his specially crafted pot. He added some ginseng and berries for flavor. A delightful feast awaited. Just as he prepared to indulge, he spotted a familiar silhouette. How dare you come back? Not far away, Xiaolon lay sprawled on a hillside, their gazes locking in an intense confrontation. Lie Chunga felt a surge of anger, further exacerbated when this creature turned and defecated right towards him. Xiaolon. In response to his roar, Xiaolon stood firm, growling back, as if to challenge him. Come at me if you dare. Lie Chunga fixed his gaze on Xiaolon, channeling his frustration into his appetite. Devouring the food in his pot voraciously, even drinking the scalding broth directly from the pot. Once satiated, a surge of strength coursed through him. It was time for retribution. As he flexed his shins, the sound of cracking echoed, and his muscles swelled, filled with energy. Sensing Lie Chunga's fighting spirit, Xiaolon charged forward with a roar. Come on. This time, Lie Chunga chose not to evade but to leap forward as well, and the two collided, tumbling down the hillside. The roar was deafening. Yet Lie Chunga laughed, regaining his footing instantly upon crashing against a tree, seizing Xiaolon in a bear hug. With a mighty heave, he flung Xiaolon aside. The massive creature soared through the air, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. Xiaolon, in agony, rose to its feet, incredulous. They had fought before, often evenly matched, with Lie Chunga relying on tools. What had occurred today? Nevertheless, it showed no fear, baring its teeth with a hint of bloodlust. This indicated it was taking the matter seriously. Lie Chunga, too, was significantly impacted by the counterforce, and at this moment, he was stretching his limbs. Murmuring to himself, my strength has at least doubled. I am somewhat unaccustomed to it. My skin has also become considerably tougher. My master was right. The difference between entering a realm and not is like the chasm between heaven and earth. Once more, the beast and the man clashed fiercely, albeit with some restraint. However, as the skirmish intensified, Lie Chunga instinctively unleashed his deadly move, Tiger Cannon. Xiaolon, dazed from the blow, bore the taste of blood at the corner of his mouth. The sight of blood awakened the primal instincts of the beast. It opened its jaws and sank its teeth into the bewildered Lie Chunga. Chapter 3. The inner demon time seemed to freeze. Xiaolon, too, was momentarily stunned. The blood seeping through its teeth ignited its taste buds, causing it to tremble incessantly. It struggled against the overwhelming urge to bite down harder. Ultimately, reason triumphed over instinct, and it released its grip, licking the mixture of blood and saliva with a complex gaze before retreating slowly, ultimately vanishing into the dense forest. It was not only Xiaolon who was enduring. Lie Chunga felt the same struggle. Instinct. Once again, instinct. In a mere skirmish of this magnitude, he found himself unable to suppress his primal urges. The Tiger Cannon, a lethal strike, a fusion of the burst fist and the cannon fist, could unleash several times the destructive power. Thankfully, he had struck the hardest of skulls. Had it been the heart, even Xiaolon might have succumbed. Clenching his fists tightly, he realized that he was faltering in the face of his instincts. Feeling inferior to even Xiaolon. Perhaps it was not merely instinct, but rather an inner demon? Recalling the legendary entity, Lie Chunga felt a wave of unease wash over him. The reckless vigor he had felt upon breaking through vanished without a trace. Having just entered a new realm, could it be so swift? His master once said, in this world, there is no demon. It is the presence of humanity that births demons. The demon resides within the heart, hence it is known as the inner demon. Once a person succumbs to their inner demon, it ensnares their spirit like a web, clouding their vision and reasoning, leading them into the depths of confusion. For a martial artist, succumbing to such a demon is even more terrifying, as it not only alters one's psyche, but can also transform the body, resulting in a true monstrosity, becoming a demon in flesh and spirit. Taking a deep breath, he chuckled at himself, yet found he could not dismiss the matter lightly, prompting him to ponder deeply. As he reflected on the past, he made his way towards the cave's lair. Regularly hunting, injuries were commonplace. Thus, he had long been prepared with healing herbs. Holding the herbs in hand, his gaze fell upon the flickering embers of the fire, which seemed to shimmer with memories of his past. It was only when the remaining charcoal crackled did he return to the present. He lifted his gaze to the blazing sun, murmuring, my inner demons are but two, the desire for battle and the fear of harming my friends. In 2 lifetimes, his existence had been rather simple, with few matters to trouble his heart. The concept of the inner demon, when combined with the knowledge he had acquired, led Lie Chunga to believe that such demons were merely manifestations of instinct. The reason humanity can ascend to the pinnacle of creation is their ability to suppress instincts through conscious awareness. Consciousness can govern the body, as most of the body's cells lie dormant, allowing for such control. Warriors, through specialized training, can awaken these dormant cells, thereby enhancing their strength, allowing them to surpass ordinary individuals in both reaction speed and power. It is well known that both warriors and ordinary people can, at certain moments, unleash extraordinary strength. Many have heard tales of a mother lifting a car with one hand to rescue her child in peril, or a father who, despite having a pierced heart, stayed by his child's side for 7 consecutive days and nights. Countless such stories abound. This phenomenon arises from the fact that every cell in the human body possesses a form of self-awareness. While their will may be feeble, their sheer number exceeds 50 trillion, constituting an immense power. However, the effects of such strength are reciprocal. Sudden outbursts often result in repercussions for the body. Similarly, for warriors, inner demons are born from this dynamic. The brain serves as the vessel for human will, with only 7 to 8% of its activity being conscious. This is referred to as the ego or surface consciousness. The remainder consists of dormant instincts, often termed the subconscious or unconscious. By awakening the subconscious, warriors can gradually attain powers beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, commonly referred to as super abilities. These may include heightened senses, sixth sense perception, explosive strength, and even telekinesis or X-ray vision. Accompanying these abilities are the desires we often overlook, such as jealousy, greed, gluttony, and the urge to kill. If one cannot control these desires, they risk becoming a monster. The existence of such malevolence is akin to a tale once told by a mentor, urging the practice of discipline. In hindsight, it appears that the tale was not merely fiction. Had the desire for combat not been restrained, a victory could have resulted in grievous injury or even death for Shaolin. The ultimate outcomes would either be regret, leading to a vow of nonviolence, or the forsaking of emotion, transforming into a machine of slaughter. Although uncertain of Shaolin's thoughts, Lie Chunga has come to regard him as a brother and Blue Mother as a maternal figure. Moreover, they are not ordinary beasts. With a smile, he identified the crux of the issue, making it considerably easier to resolve. What lay ahead was not merely the strengthening of the body, but more importantly, the fortification of will. Instinctively, he pressed a medicinal cake onto his wound, wincing at the pain. Observing the marks left on his chest and the scratches on his body, he could not help but admire the ferocity of Shaolin's sharp teeth and claws. One wonders if there exists anything more formidable than Shaolin in this world. The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. It is simply a matter of yet to encounter such a presence. Lie Chunga gazed into the vast expanse of the sky, inhaling the clear, refreshing air, discarding his worries. He pondered whether this injury would impede his progress. He has already achieved the rank of a 9th-grade warrior, and it is now time to commence the process of body refinement, beginning with the bones. The bones are the pillars of the human body and the most powerful weapon. Only by first strengthening the bones can one enable the limbs and internal organs to harness boundless power. Bone forging, apart from the teachings found in ancient martial traditions, is most effectively accomplished through weight training, ideally practiced beneath a waterfall. The cascading waters serve as the finest instrument for bone strengthening, while the rushing river facilitates mastery over one's physique. Moreover, the fish within the water become excellent tools for honing one's eyesight. Thus, it is no surprise that Lie Chunga chose to reside in this locale. The ancient martial arts passed down through generations, particularly the body tempering techniques, are essentially a combination of the 100 Beast Fist and a recipe for a nourishing tonic. As a practitioner of the 9th tier, he finds himself in dire need of substantial nourishment. The process of cleansing the marrow has already depleted much of his cellular energy, which cannot be generated from thin air. Hence, dietary replenishment is imperative. Not long after a meal, following a mere skirmish, his stomach begins to grumble once more. Without the meddling of Shaolin, a hapless little horned deer falls into his grasp. With deftness, he disassembles, roasts, and generously sprinkles the hard-earned salt and spices. After feasting, he sets about concocting the nourishing tonic. In his previous life, he had only managed to assemble a low-quality version of this potion. However, here, he can effortlessly prepare a full pot. The ingredients for the tonic are not fixed. They primarily require rare herbs, along with a careful balance of their yin and yang properties. The 100 Beasts Fist follows a similar principle, lacking a rigid form. It is shaped by mimicking the behaviors of various animals. Although it is called the 100 Beasts, he has thus far only gathered 12 distinct forms, each effectively training the body's strength and agility. When combined with a special breathing technique, it further regulates the body's vital energy, enhancing bone density. However, given his injuries, he is unable to immerse himself in water, resorting instead to rudimentary exercises such as squatting under the weight of stones or performing frog jumps. In the year 737 of the Agi calendar, during the month of July, the reclusive warrior son Wukong gazes at the celestial phenomena and observes a meteor descending nearby. Upon investigation, he does not find the meteor but stumbles upon an infant in a nearby bamboo grove. This infant is remarkably mischievous and possesses innate strength, prompting son Wukong to joyfully adopt him and name him son Wukong. The little one, son Wukong, is exceedingly playful and unruly, often sneaking away. In a twist of fate, He falls from a cliff, injures his head, and loses his memory, becoming much more docile. Unbeknownst to him, this signifies the disappearance of Kakarot and the emergence of son Wukong. The following year, the amnesiac son Wukong inadvertently achieves the goals Kakarot had longed to fulfill. On that fateful night, the moon shines exceptionally full. Awakened in the middle of the night by the urge to relieve himself, son Wukong merely glances at the round moon, leading him to lose his rationality. Indeed, he transforms into a great ape, rampaging and attacking everything around him. His beloved caretaker, son Wukong, witnesses this scene but, fearing to act decisively, tragically meets his end underfoot. From that moment on, son Wukong embarks on a solitary existence. In the year 749 of the AG calendar, in February, a 16-year-old Bulma discovers a peculiar orb in her family's storage. At that time, she pays it little mind. However, in August of the same year, during an unexpected adventure, she encounters an identical orb. The genius Bulma, intrigued, begins to research its origins. Ultimately, she uncovers from ancient texts that this orb is known as a Dragon Ball. While they appear similar, they contain varying numbers of stars within. Certainly, what thrilled her the most was the existence of 7 Dragon Balls. Once gathered, they could summon the eternal dragon to fulfill the collector's singular wish. As she had just reached adulthood, her heart fluttered with youthful naivety, prompting her to utilize her summer break to collect the Dragon Balls and wish for a dashing boyfriend. Thus, in the year 749 of the Age of the Dragon, in September, Bulma embarked on her adventure, encountering her fateful meeting with son Wukong at her first stop. Unfortunately, son Wukong, being a scion, only underwent childhood and maturity stages, leaving no room for a transitional phase. It was clear that the two were destined not to become a pair. The gears of fate had commenced their relentless rotation, with son Wukong already on his journey, while our protagonist, Lie Chunga, found himself at an impasse with his little blue companion. I admit my fault, I apologize. Lie Chunga clasped his hands in contrition, yet little blue stubbornly turned its head away, its gaze inadvertently drifting towards the food set aside. This time, it was genuinely angry. The creature before him had, since childhood, usurped half of its maternal affection. Even though the other lacked sharp fangs and claws and was rather unappealing, it had never minded. However, this selfish boy, capable of crafting such delectable dishes, persistently indulged in solitary feasting. It was worth noting that the prey it had caught had never been scant for him, even if he occasionally overindulged. Now, merely engaging in play, he still acted so ruthlessly, there would be no forgiveness. Little Blue bit into a nearby leaf, glancing at its diminutive claws with a tinge of regret. Ugh, so distasteful. This habit of eating leaves was indeed instilled by Lie Chunga. In his childhood mischief, he often ended up injured, and the latter had advised him to consume these leaves, claiming they would hasten his recovery. As it moved its jaw, the pain only intensified its ire. Observing this scene, Lie Chunga chastised himself. That punch had landed on Little Blue's mouth. Even a slight movement was painful. He had even offered it food, and this was no external injury. It would likely take more than a month to heal completely. Little Blue, why don't you bite me once more? The words nearly prompted an eye roll from Little Blue, which turned to leave but abruptly spun around, snatching the roasted deer from the side and grinning as it devoured it. Little Blue, have you forgiven me? Lie Chunga inquired with a hint of joy. Yet Little Blue thwarted his approach with its tail, turning away without a backward glance. Was this forgiveness or not? He scratched his head, perplexed even after years of cohabitation, unable to decipher the thoughts of this mother-son duo. Little Blue, wait for me, he called out, and upon hearing his voice, Little Blue sprinted away, gritting his teeth. Lie Chunga climbed a tree, weaving through the jungle like Tarzan. It ran, he pursued. The forest transformed into their racing ground, startling the surrounding beasts into a frenzied scatter. Eventually, a chilling gust swept through, prompting both the young man and the creature to halt in unison. Do not proceed. Beyond this point lies the ice marsh, Lie Chunga quickly cautioned. Little Blue shivered, its greatest fear being the cold, instinctively retreating as if something dreadful lurked ahead. For animals, the cold is akin to an incantation, rendering their bodies increasingly stiff as they helplessly witness their demise. Even the Little Blue one cannot suppress the fear that lurks within. In truth, the temperature here has yet to plummet below zero. For him, clad in a sweater, it could even be described as a pleasant respite from the heat. Of course, it would be even better if the chilly wind did not carry the stench of decay. Lie Chunga shrugged, standing atop a tree, turning to gaze into the distance, his eyes glimmering with an inexplicable emotion. From this vantage point, to the northwest lies the sea, with gusts of cold wind sweeping through. To the northeast is the desert, scorched under the blazing sun, while to the south sprawls an endless expanse of forest. He had ventured to the edge of this forest, where a vast freshwater river lay, effortlessly severing any hope of departure. What a peculiar world this is. One wonders whether it is merely this place that is strange, or if the entire planet is peculiar. The forest, perpetually reminiscent of spring, sees its leaves seldom fall. It is abundant in resources, sustaining countless creatures, yet pests are a rare sight. Perhaps this is not a sanctuary, but rather a paradise. He shook his head, dispelling such fanciful notions. Little Blue, wait for me. By the time Lie Chunga caught up with the Little Blue one, night had already fallen. Little Blue, bloodied and triumphant, tossed aside an unfamiliar beast, nodding in affirmation. Lie Chunga opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, letting out a resigned sigh. What was inevitable had come to pass. Little Blue had indeed developed a taste for cooked meat. With a resigned wave, he dragged the carcass of the beast to the riverbank. The riverbank, however, was not without its dangers. As an experienced hand, Lie Chunga was well aware and skillfully utilized the beast's entrails, binding them with branches and placing them by the water's edge. The scent of the food soon permeated the water, quickly attracting the fish, who came to investigate, only to sense danger and flee. Before long, a massive fish, its mouth filled with fangs, leapt from the water, aiming to swallow the entrails whole. Drink. The dragon swishes its tail. With a decisive kick, Lie Chunga sent the giant fish flopping onto the shore. The creature thrashed about, gnashing its teeth, its formidable fangs prompting even Little Blue to retreat. The fish, realizing it had been deceived, attempted to leap back into the water. But Lie Chunga was not about to let it escape. With precise timing, he landed a kick on its head. All right, we can have a feast tonight. Generally, in waters inhabited by such large fish, one would not encounter others nearby. Nonetheless, Lie Chunga remained cautious, continuing to probe the waters for any signs of danger. Once assured of safety, he cleaned the entrails and allowed Little Blue to have a taste, before commencing with the main course of grilling. It is rather curious that, to this day, Lie Chunga has yet to encounter any inedible foods, such as poisonous fruits, toxic mushrooms, or even rare venomous snakes. With such an abundance of resources, one can only imagine the happiness of the inhabitants of this world. As he gazed into the mesmerizing flames, Lie Chunga found himself once more lost in thought. Chapter 5. The sudden night. What a round moon. The moon seemed so close that he could discern its pockmarked surface, as if something were moving upon it. Moving? Are there creatures on the moon? Unlikely. Even if there were, they would be invisible to the naked eye. Sated and satisfied, he reclined comfortably upon a stone, gazing at the full moon above, his thoughts meandering, as they often do of late. Xiaolan was startled by the recent chill. After satisfying his hunger, he squinted by the fire, unsure if he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky, prompting both man and beast to become alert. Upon closer inspection, ominous thunderclouds loomed in the distance, rapidly approaching. How unfortunate! What are we waiting for? With thunder and rain, we need to gather our clothes and find shelter. In that moment, Lie Chunga witnessed the true essence of dark clouds threatening to engulf the city. Within half a minute, the world darkened further. The stars and moon were obscured, and only the flickering lightning illuminated the path ahead. Fortunately, he was not far from his lair and swiftly made his way back. Peering out from the entrance, both man and beast wore peculiar expressions. What is going on? Is it merely thunder without rain? Shouldn't there be howling winds and torrential downpours at this time? As they waited, instead of the anticipated downpour, several streaks of light shot across the sky. Before they could react, the terrifying thunderclouds vanished without a trace. The moonlight remained as radiant as ever, and the stars continued to twinkle, making the earlier thunderclouds seem like a mere illusion. What is happening? Lie Chunga realized that this was evidently not a thundercloud, but rather a peculiar weather phenomenon unique to this world. Having witnessed many bizarre occurrences, he had grown accustomed to the strange. What are you staring at? Go back to your own nest. This cave is too small to accommodate you. Xiaolan turned away, glanced at the sky to confirm the absence of thunderclouds, and unleashed a barrage of roars, accompanied by a spray of saliva and an unpleasant odor directed at Lie Chunga. Xiaolan, the instigator of the chaos, tilted his head and emitted a strange cry, flicking his tail as he leapt off the platform, disappearing into the night. You won't get hurt. Lie Chunga muttered with irritation, wiping the saliva off himself, feeling nauseated, and hurried to his private bathhouse for a wash. His lair was neither large nor small, with a hole at the right end of the ceiling. Moonlight streamed through the opening, illuminating the bathhouse and casting a glow throughout the cave. Ah, what a waste! He probably was the only one in the entire forest living so lavishly. Gazing at the multitude of stars through the moonlight, his thoughts began to drift once again. He recalled the earlier thunderclouds, which had a terrifying extent, reminiscent of the legendary heavenly tribulation. Could it be that someone was undergoing a trial? And it appeared they had failed. He pondered. This world remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps there were indeed cultivators here? But then again, in the realm of cultivation, there should be no airplanes, unless it is not prohibited. About a year ago, he had seen an airplane fly by, quite distant, resembling the vintage aircraft from the Second World War. At that time, it had struck Lie Chunga quite hard. The existence of airplanes implied that firearms must also be present. No matter how powerful one's cultivation, everything is equal beneath the might of firearms. This also indicated that he might face a fate similar to his past life. I must stop thinking about this. He patted his head, urging himself to cease the spiraling thoughts. Humans can be peculiar, despite knowing that ultimately, they would succumb to loneliness and seek out others. Yet he continually restrained such thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have denied Xiaolon the chance to enjoy cooked food. That night, Lie Chunga experienced a rare bout of insomnia. A fortnight later, before dawn, Lie Chunga found himself immersed in the torrent beneath the waterfall, expending his abundant physical energy. Only when fatigue finally set in did he consume some fruit to satiate his hunger. The day's tasks were formidable. Not only did he need to exercise, but he also aimed to stock his larder for unforeseen circumstances. Upon arriving at his hunting grounds, he sought traces of prey while simultaneously searching for a peculiar small tree. Lie Chunga required its bark to craft ropes, an essential component in trap construction. Unfortunately, both prey and tree bark were dwindling in the vicinity, and despite his conscious efforts to recycle, their numbers continued to diminish. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Was it an illusion? Lie Chunga scanned his surroundings and strained to listen, confirming it was no mere figment of his imagination. The sound was unfamiliar yet oddly reminiscent. Abruptly, every hair on his body stood on end. Without hesitation, Lie Chunga executed a perilous bridge maneuver, narrowly evading the ambush of an unknown creature. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a tiger with ivory tusks, reminiscent of the saber-toothed tiger known from his previous life, albeit smaller in stature. Its diminutive size did not imply weakness. On the contrary, this ivory tiger was formidable, moving soundlessly like a feline, even able to climb trees. Its greatest strength lay in ambush, often pouncing from above to deliver a lethal strike with its tusks. A beast of such caliber should possess a territory and rarely stray from it. After its initial failed attack, the ivory tiger refrained from further aggression, instead scrutinizing Lie Chunga. He, too, held his ground, locking his gaze onto the creature. When encountering a predator, one must never entertain thoughts of escape. Instead, maintain unwavering eye contact, projecting an aura of intimidation. Typically, as long as the beast is neither hungry nor angered, it would refrain from further action. Particularly among felines, they are astute. Unfamiliar species rarely strike without provocation. Moreover, fleeing was not an option. A noble demise was preferable. His thoughts began to wander. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Damn. Startled, he abandoned the notion of hunting the creature and retreated, evading entanglement. After all, those lethal claws, the weight of several hundred kilograms, and that large maw adorned with tusks were not to be trifled with. A chilling roar echoed from the distance, prompting Lie Chunga to halt, his heart racing as he widened his eyes, peering into the distance. Sensing the prey's retreat and the display of fear, the ivory tiger seized the opportunity. Intent on avenging its earlier failure, it lunged at Lie Chunga, only to be met with his bloodshot, fierce gaze. Had it been deceived? With no path for retreat, the ivory tiger charged forward, baring its immense jaws. However, this time, its formidable fangs became a hindrance. As they collided, Lie Chunga deftly evaded the tiger's massive mouth, stepping forward to seize the ivory tiger in a tight embrace. No matter how it struggled, Lie Chunga refused to relent. He embraced it fiercely, tightening his grip. Indifferent to the injuries inflicted upon himself, the ivory tiger struggled, a hint of regret flickering in its eyes. Its head fought against the weight of its own robust teeth, which proved to be quite a hindrance. Within moments, it spewed forth blood and foam, its head drooping lifelessly onto its shoulder, unmistakably deceased. Drink. Lie Chunga, filled with concern, hurled the beast away, where it collided with a tree. As he gazed upon the fallen creature, he felt no joy. Instead, his face contorted with fury as he turned and roared, Lan Ma. Indeed, through the distant cries, he discerned that it was the voice of Lan Ma. There was no time to linger over the ivory tiger. He had no choice but to resolve this swiftly and with utmost urgency. Chapter 6. Bullets in a State of Desperation. The memory of his master's departure lingered vividly in his mind. Now, with Lan Ma in peril, how could he not feel a sense of urgency? Lie Chunga moved with remarkable speed, surpassing even his own limits, oblivious to the fact. His gaze was solely fixated on the helicopter hovering above. Below it dangled an iron cage, within which was none other than Lan Ma. Perhaps sensing Lie Chunga's call, she lifted her feeble head and emitted a weak roar before collapsing once more. No. A heart-wrenching roar was met with the crack of a precise bullet. Bang. It struck true at the center of his brow. Already injured, Lie Chunga felt a thunderous explosion in his head. And then darkness engulfed him as he plummeted from the tree, rolling several times and crushing countless flowers and grasses beneath him. As he fell, two figures emerged slowly from the shadows. Had Lie Chunga been conscious, he would have gasped in astonishment. These two beings were inexplicably strange, almost not human at all. They bore a resemblance to animals, yet stood upright, clad in garments, walking as humans do. One possessed the head of a tiger, while the other bore the visage of a cunning wolf. Their hairstyles were peculiar, adorned with multiple earrings that lent them an air of unruly bravado. The Tiger Man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "What do you think? My marksmanship is quite impressive, isn't it?" The Wolf Man replied dismissively, "Indeed, it's commendable, but you faltered at a critical moment. Isn't that an ivory tiger? It seems more akin to a wild man. I never expected to find wild men here." The Tiger Man slapped his forehead in dismay, lamenting, "Ah? Have I made a mistake? Cursed wild man, why make noise for no reason?" Annoyed, the Tiger Man kicked at the dirt, only to catch the Wolf Man's smirk, which further irked him. Defiantly, he continued, "What of the wild man? Regardless, you ought to be grateful to me. Had that wild man ensnared us, we would have been in deep trouble. What are you doing?" The Wolf Man covered his mouth, but the Tiger Man's large jaw was impossible to contain. He cast a disdainful glance at the Tiger Man, shaking his head as he gripped his hunting rifle tightly, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The Tiger Man, understanding the unspoken cue, began to survey the area with keen eyes. Roar! A blue figure charged forth with a ferocious cry. "Lan Ma!" Lie Chunga jolted upright, accompanied by a searing pain and a wave of dizziness. Clutching his head, he noticed an abundance of healing leaves covering his body, along with a sticky substance that he disdainfully brushed away, discovering that his wounds had scabbed over, indicating that he had been unconscious for a considerable time. What on earth has transpired? Suddenly, Lie Chunga was struck by a chilling realization. Had he been hit by a bullet? Had he met his demise? Instinctively, he touched his forehead, where he sensed a foreign object and felt a sharp pain as he pressed down on it, staring blankly. Was this a bullet? Gazing at the extracted bullet, a blend of terror, pain, and confusion swirled within him. The wound on his forehead oozed blood, and the sensation of agony confirmed the grim reality. Had he become so formidable as to be impervious to bullets? The bullet was clearly embedded in his forehead, yet he remained alive, merely stunned by the powerful impact. At that moment, a rustling sound drew his attention, and Xiaolan approached, clutching a leaf in its mouth. Upon noticing Lie Chunga's awakening, it hastily discarded the leaf, emitting a peculiar whimper as it rushed over to nuzzle against him. This was the first time Xiaolan had exhibited such affection, and it tugged at Lie Chunga's heart. Then, he noticed the gunshot wound on Xiaolan's body. As he tended to it, he comforted, "Xiaolan, fear not. I shall ensure they pay for this. We will rescue Mother Lan." Initially filled with concern, he now speculated that Mother Lan had likely been drugged and was unconscious. The adversaries must have intended to capture her alive, but what their intentions were afterward, Lie Chunga dared not contemplate. After treating the wound, he realized their injuries were not severe, and he clenched his fists, declaring, "Xiaolan, I shall go and rescue Mother Lan at once. Lead me to the place where I was attacked." Time was of the essence, as saving a life was akin to extinguishing a fire. Xiaolan nodded eagerly, its thoughts aligning with his. It quickly pointed with its small paw towards the distance and dashed ahead, awaiting his arrival. However, upon reaching the location, it was evident that they were already too late. The body had been taken away. It was only logical, as capturing Mother Lan undoubtedly required more than one person. Poachers? No, that seemed implausible. A day had passed, and he pondered whether they could still pursue. No, they certainly could. Lie Chunga's gaze hardened with resolve. "Xiaolan, I am counting on you." Xiaolan nodded, sniffing the air before darting towards the southeast, with Lie Chunga closely in tow. Human traces. The path ahead bore clear signs of logging and habitation, and he even spotted a discarded cigarette. Cursing under his breath, he extinguished the smoldering, but with his foot. If the trees here were not so resilient and evergreen, a fire would have surely erupted by now. This further affirmed for Lie Chunga that the backdrop of this world resembled a barbaric era reminiscent of his past life, where a tribe wielding advanced technology had ruthlessly unlocked the map of the world. It appeared they had not departed long ago. Xiaolon, let us move. Gradually, they could hear the distant clatter of machinery, and the tracks on the ground made it clear what kind of machine lay ahead. These scoundrels, what on earth were they up to? Operating a tank in the forest. They were recklessly felling trees and constructing bridges, brutally penetrating the depths of the woods. Such an endeavor was both time-consuming and laborious. It was baffling to comprehend their motives. Nevertheless, it was evident that these individuals were not merely a simple poaching organization. Xiaolon, onward. The duo raced along the path with great speed, soon catching sight of an armored vehicle. In addition to the driver, there were several others outside, who were currently engaged in some form of celebration. Behind them trailed a lengthy cargo container, filled with a multitude of animals, most of which lay motionless inside, leaving their fate uncertain. As Lie Chunga passed by, he cast a glance and discerned that they were predominantly fierce beasts from the forest. The sight of a person and a beast galloping swiftly soon caught their attention. Rather than exhibiting fear, they appeared quite exhilarated. Some individuals raised their firearms and fired, while others pounded on machinery, seemingly attempting to bring it to a halt. There were even some who continued to indulge in their libations. Lie Chunga hastily concealed himself behind Xiaolon, whose thick skin rendered her impervious to the bullets that could not harm her. Xiaolon, be cautious of that armored vehicle, he warned. There were 3 individuals in the vehicle. 2 appeared normal, yet one was an orc with a fox's head, which instilled a sense of trepidation in Lie Chunga. Be careful. He wielded his spear, deflecting a tranquilizer dart aimed at him, his expression icy as he glared at the sole female among the trio, specifically at the tranquilizer gun she held. Roar. Although Xiaolon was oblivious to the unfolding situation, the impact of the bullets against her was undeniably painful. Chapter 7. The World of Dragon Balls. As the duo of man and beast drew closer, the 3 individuals began to panic. The fox-headed being, armed with a tranquilizer gun, cursed under his breath. The intel was flawed. That is indeed a blue raptor, along with a formidable wild man. What are Alinda and the others doing? In response to his lament, it was not the communication device that answered, but rather a spear that struck with formidable force, pinning him to a nearby tree. The 2 companions beside him trembled in fear, and before they could react, Xiaolon swiftly dispatched them, leaving their lifeless bodies discarded. Pathetic. Realizing that the fox-headed creature lacked any supernatural or beastly power was a mixture of relief and disappointment. No, such tenacity for life. Astonishingly, none of the 3 had succumbed, particularly the fox-headed being, who, despite being impaled, managed to endure the pain and extract the stone spear. After crashing to the ground, he still had the strength to bellow, Yura, if you do not intervene soon, we will all face execution at the hands of Colonel Huang. His voice was robust, betraying no hint of his injury. Yura? Observing the 2 severely wounded individuals, it was clear that the fox-headed being was unconcerned, evidently not one of their own. Thus, there remained only one possibility. Indeed, the armored vehicle finally came to a halt, and an opening revealed a large head. Bear. Lie Chunga swiftly leaped aside, blocking Xiaolon. The bear man seemed aware of the external circumstances, casting a disdainful glance at the fox-headed creature and declaring, incompetent. Were it not for your sister, I would have no interest in your survival. As Yura spoke, he emerged from the armored vehicle, showcasing a robust physique nearing 2 meters in height and weighing over 200 pounds. What a massive brown bear, Lie Chunga thought maliciously. It was not that he harbored ill will, but rather that the bear's appearance was exceedingly peculiar. Unlike the other 3, who donned nonconformist attire, he seemed to embody an entirely different aesthetic. Imagine, if you will, a towering brown bear, over 2 meters in height, adorned with a crimson scarf, resembling a schoolboy dressed in a whimsical fashion. This peculiar creature, neither a mere child nor a bear, approached them with a leisurely gait and uttered, "You were the ones who killed Huoka and Adi, weren't you?" Without waiting for a response, its gaze shifted between Lie Chunga and Xiaolon, ultimately resting on Lie Chunga, as it continued, "As a gesture of respect for the strong, allow me to introduce myself. I am Erla, a 2nd lieutenant of the Red Silk Brigade." The small wildling, with a mocking demeanor, began to flex its hand bones, producing a series of cracking sounds. Red Silk Brigade? 2nd Lieutenant? The sight of the crimson scarf and the bow on its chest felt oddly familiar. "I am Lie Chunga," he stated. Noting that this creature did not seem inclined to use firearms, but rather to engage in hand-to-hand combat, a perfect opportunity to gauge its capabilities. Erla smirked wickedly as it loomed closer to Lie Chunga, looking down with disdain, and remarked, "What a curious name." Before the words could fully escape its lips, its furry fist descended like a heavy pot. Die? Yet, to Erla's astonishment, the frail-looking youth caught the blow with a single hand. Lie Chunga, wearing a bemused smile, replied, "Is this truly your strength? If this is all you can muster, I must confess, I am rather disappointed." This creature, despite its bear-like appearance, possessed a power that paled in comparison to that of a caged beast, let alone the claws it wielded. Infuriated by the underestimation, Erla bellowed, "You shall perish." With one hand immobilized, it swung the other with ferocity, striking Lie Chunga on the head, causing him to stagger, but merely that. Has agility improved? Lie Chunga mused, feeling the sting on his face. Since the enhancement of his bone structure, he had indeed gained considerable strength, yet his flesh still lagged behind, a lingering burden. "Xiaolon," he called out, attempting to soothe the snarling creature. Then, addressing the now frightened bear man, he offered, "I grant you a chance for survival. Tell me, what purpose do you have in gathering fallen beasts?" The notion of survival struck Erla with a flicker of fear, its expression wavering between shame and rage. As it howled, "You dare underestimate me? Die?" With that, it lunged at the unsuspecting Lie Chunga, only to be effortlessly dodged. Fool, Lie Chunga thought. Realizing this bear man had never learned any martial arts, its movements were so predictable that he could foresee them 2 seconds in advance. With a swift advance, he executed a powerful elbow strike, pushing Erla back. Following that, he closed the distance, delivering a forceful blow to the creature's chin, and then spun around to deliver a kick that sent Erla hurtling away. In a flurry of 3 strikes, the bear man crashed into a truck, its head buzzing, blood mixed with internal fragments spilling forth in a desperate torrent. It appeared that the vital points of these beastly humanoids were no different from those of humans. More importantly, after delivering the fatal blow, Lie Chunga found himself untroubled by the anticipated psychological turmoil. Was this a result of his cultivation, or merely because his opponent was of animal origin? "Where do you intend to go?" The foxman, who had been attempting to flee, found himself frozen in place until Lie Chunga approached him, rendering him immobile with fear. Meanwhile, Lie Chunga regarded the foxman, who bore a gaping wound in his chest, with a countenance filled with curiosity. "Do refrain from any furtive movements. The firearm you clutch in your arms cannot extinguish my life." The foxman trembled, collapsing to the ground, his complexion ashen. Though his wounds were not life-threatening, the excessive loss of blood could indeed be fatal. "I offer you a chance. Pray, elucidate your true intentions." The foxman gazed at the wild man before him, whose physique was nothing short of perfect, and struggled to comprehend the source of his formidable strength. He could only stammer in fear. "A wild man is indeed a wild man. You cannot fathom the terror of the Legion. It is the command of Lord Huang, tasked with the research of the ultimate weapon." "Research? Ultimate weapon?" The foxman observed as the wild man released his grip from his throat, allowing him a moment of respite. He discerned that this wild man was markedly different from those adorned with feathers. With a desperate plea, he suggested, "Given your strength, why not join us? If you offer it up, riches and glory shall be yours." The foxman indicated towards Xiaolon, whose hand fell lifelessly. He died with his eyes wide open, utterly bewildered by the wild man's sudden ferocity. The sound of gunfire erupted as Lie Chunga felt a surge of adrenaline, instinctively performing a forward roll to evade danger. An explosion ensued from the spot he had just vacated. The cannon turned once more, but it was too late, as Xiaolan's furious roar overturned the armored vehicle. It was evident that others were still inside the armored car. Lie Chunga experienced a searing pain in his back, reflecting on the audacity of these individuals, true desperados. The Red Silk Brigade. I shall remember this. Suddenly, Lie Chunga was struck by a revelation. The red silk, the red scarf beasts. Darkness falls, 7 Dragon Balls. If that is the case, then all the peculiarities of this world can be elucidated. He swallowed hard, recalling the world of the Dragon Balls, which he had once yearned for. Yet, to find himself transported into this realm was an entirely different matter. After all, no matter how strong he became, he remained an ordinary human. The world of Dragon Balls was one governed by lineage, often leading to planetary destruction and cosmic chaos. The mere thought was despairing. Despair? No. The fighting spirit within Lie Chunga surged fervently. If all else fails, could he not simply wish for the bloodline of an ordinary scion? Why was this world so perpetually spring-like? Why were the weapon damage values so feeble? Was it not all due to the Dragon Balls? As long as one remained beneath the power level of the gods, any wish could be fulfilled. Not to become a scion, I am but an earthling, a dual-layered being. How could I aspire to the bloodline of extraterrestrials? I shall crush all cosmic beings as a descendant of the Earth's Huaxia. A desire, named ambition, ignited within him. Chapter 8. The terrifying red silk brigade boom. Another explosion jolted Lie Chunga back to reality. He beheld Xiaolan, staggered and covered in soot, emerging from the billowing darkness. It was highly probable that the explosion had triggered the ammunition within the armored vehicle. However, the power of the blast seemed rather diminished. Even missiles appeared to have been weakened. Observing the wreckage of the armored vehicle and the 3 lives claimed by the explosion, Lie Chunga pondered deeply. He recalled that in the narrative of Dragon Ball, after Son Goku participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, he embarked on a quest to find his grandfather's legacy, namely the 4-star Dragon Ball. During this pursuit, he encountered conflict with the Red Ribbon Army, which even enlisted the services of the world's top assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Ultimately, Son Goku triumphed and dismantled the Red Ribbon headquarters. Now, witnessing the brutality of the Red Ribbon Army, could Son Goku truly vanquish them all? This was merely a comic tale, yet they found themselves in the realm of reality. Interestingly, he recalled the storyline primarily due to the Red Ribbon Army's commander, who tirelessly sought the Dragon Balls solely for the purpose of height enhancement, inciting his subordinate to rebel on the spot. Indeed, it seemed that only Son Goku, the scion who lived for battle, could overcome them. Otherwise, even Master Roshi would have to tread cautiously. However, this was merely conjecture, and he could not definitively ascertain that this world mirrored that of Dragon Ball. Moreover, if Son Goku could achieve it, so could he. After swiftly tending to his injuries, he opened the cage that held the beasts. Turning around, he spotted the frustrated Xiaolan still venting atop an armored vehicle. Enough with the antics. We must depart. Blue Mom had been captured for research. She would not perish immediately, but would likely endure some suffering, although no lives were spared. Following the trail should lead them to the enemy's stronghold or other hunting teams. However, no such trace remained, and even the trail had vanished. It seemed the remaining team was specifically waiting for their arrival. How on earth had that armored vehicle been transported here? Oh, he had almost forgotten about the existence of space capsules in this world. As for the beasts, the sound of a transport aircraft provided him with an answer. Following the aircraft, he soon arrived at the enemy's headquarters, only to witness an unimaginable scene. The world of comics was indeed terrifying. In his previous life, he doubted anyone would believe him, for what lay before him was an aircraft carrier, a land-based aircraft carrier. Although it was smaller than a genuine aircraft carrier, it was still awe-inspiring. The technological prowess of the Red Ribbon Army was as formidable as it was frightening. Xiaolan, you should return. Your stature, being that of an adult blue dragon, measuring 7 to 8 meters tall, nearly 3 meters in height, makes you ill-suited for this situation. You would likely be obliterated by the cannons before even nearing the carrier. Furthermore, the carrier embodies not just size but technology. Should they employ thermal detection, the sheer magnitude of your heat signature would surely pose a problem. Xiaolan was far from pleased. She even shoved Lie Chunga aside with her tail, interrupting his attempts at consolation. Xiaolan, rest assured, I will bring Blue Mom back. Don't run off. Curse it. Xiaolan granted him no opportunity to speak, softly growling at him and spitting in his face as she released her frustrations. As he wiped his face, she turned and vanished into the thicket. Lie Chunga, feeling helpless, followed closely, fearing that if he did not rescue Blue Mom in time, he might lose Xiaolan as well. Oh no! Lie Chunga wanted to shout, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Xiaolan charged into the crowd, colliding with a tree before staggering a few steps and collapsing to the ground. Was Xiaolan merely pretending? Indeed, upon facing him, he blinked a few times before collapsing. Not only he, but the workers felling trees were also left dumbfounded and at a loss. Crack! The malevolent foreman, hidden behind a pile of wood, lashed his whip and bellowed, "You filthy ants! What are you staring at? Get back to work." The foreman spat contemptuously at the gathered crowd. As expected, the enslaved workers lowered their heads and resumed their toil. Some wielded axes, others transported timber, while yet others assisted. Among them were orcs and laborers, all alike dressed in tattered rags, their eyes devoid of life. Utterly unforgivable. In a world brimming with resources and advanced technology, they resorted to the primitive methods of enslavement for labor. The foreman, feeling quite pleased, stepped forward when he saw Little Blue motionless and, without hesitation, struck a hapless slave with his whip, barking, "You, go over there and check." The slave, filled with silent rage, trembled as he approached Little Blue, tentatively prodding him. and ultimately foolishly gauging his breathing. "Sir, it seems he is dead." "Dead?" The foreman pondered, peering closely with a glint of cunning in his eyes. "You and a few others, while he is still warm, quickly take him to Lord Ike." The foreman reveled in his cleverness. This beast, no matter its state, was undoubtedly a rare and ferocious creature. Regardless of whether it was alive or dead, once it reached the ship, it would be a feat accomplished. The summoned slaves, wearing grim expressions, dared not defy him as they prepared to drag Little Blue, but no matter how they exerted themselves, he did not budge. "Useless. Ollie, you go. You know what to do." The man named Ollie nodded, his expression cold and robotic. Surprisingly, while 7 or 8 slaves could not lift Little Blue, Ollie effortlessly hoisted him up and began striding towards the ship. However, the manner in which he carried him was clearly improper, causing a pained expression to flicker across Little Blue's face. Lie Chunga followed closely, fearful that Little Blue might lose control and bite off the man's head. As anticipated, the closer they approached the aircraft carrier, the more people there were. Most of them wielded submachine guns, scouring the ground for something. Seeing Ollie carry the beast seemed unremarkable. It was likely the foreman, eager to retreat from the front line, had sent numerous ferocious creatures for transport. This predicament troubled Lie Chunga greatly. He had never imagined that while he had been lamenting Little Blue's inability to enter, the latter would swiftly do so, while he himself would be barred entry. He could not approach any closer, as the thorough search conducted by the others effectively obstructed his advance. What on earth were they searching for? The Dragon Balls. The Red Ribbon Army, as the overlords of Earth, likely knew of the legend of the Dragon Balls. They simply did not fully believe it until the darkness of half a month ago confirmed their existence. Damned, they must have satellites. Only by witnessing the emergence of the dragon would they exert such effort in the search for the Dragon Balls. The presence of satellites represented much. Perhaps he was currently under surveillance. Thankfully, they did not possess Dragon Ball radar, forcing them to search meticulously along the paths the Dragon Balls scattered. In a vast forest, seeking Dragon Balls the size of a fist was indeed an endeavor befitting the Red Ribbon Army. Regarding the study of ferocious beasts, it seems I have stumbled upon a method to gain entry. Chapter 9. Breaking the mold. Li, with an impassive expression, carried Xiaolan, disregarding the mockery and derision of those around him. With measured steps, he swiftly reached his destination. Here, timber was piled high, and makeshift tents were erected, clearly indicating a temporary base. In front of the central tent, a group of men of varying heights and builds gathered, engrossed in a game of poker. Among them, the most lewd and boisterous was a burly man adorned with a red scarf. Upon seeing him, Ali seemed to have found his mark. He set Xiaolan down beside the man, remaining silent and standing patiently by. Passers-by paid little heed, and Lieutenant Ike cast a cursory glance before returning to his game. Eventually, losing interest, he turned his head, his expression shifting to one of displeasure as he remarked, "I told you not to bring anyone here." Lieutenant Ike's impatient voice was abruptly cut off, his demeanor shifting to one of caution and disbelief, evidently having sensed something peculiar about Xiaolan. "Is this one of your captures?" he inquired. Observing Xiaolan's immobility, he remained unconvinced, peering intently. His hand subtly inched toward the nearby submachine gun. Ali nodded, then shook his head. His mouth opened, but his gaze suddenly sharpened, darting to the side. Lieutenant Ike, taken aback, followed his line of sight. Noticing a shadow emerge from behind the pile of wood. Instantly alert, he brandished his weapon, demanding, "Who's there? Step out. Don't make me fire." Simultaneously, the others set aside their cards, arming themselves in vigilance. "Wait, don't shoot. It's me." From behind the woodpile emerged a rather frail young man. His skin bore a slight darkness, and his clothing hung loosely, ill-fitting. His youthful face raised doubts about his stature. Clearly, this was Lie Chunga, who had followed along. As for his oversized garments, he could thank someone who had insisted on hiding to relieve themselves, perhaps due to his youthful visage lacking any intimidating presence. Lieutenant Ike visibly relaxed, cursing, "Where did you come from, rookie? Aren't you supposed to wear the red scarf?" "The red scarf? As an adult, I would never wear such a thing," Lie Chunga replied, his face twitching before he sighed, adopting a more composed demeanor. "All right, I'll stop pretending. I am not one of the Red Scarf Brigade. I have come to surrender." Lieutenant Ike appeared momentarily bewildered, questioning the sanity of the young man. A nearby subordinate, thinking the lieutenant had misheard, cautiously interjected, "Boss, it seems he's saying he's not one of us." Ike shot him a glare, just as the young man interrupted, undeterred by the tension. "Indeed, however, I have come to ally myself with you and bring an important piece of information." Bang, bang. Bang! Before he could finish, Lieutenant Ike, growing impatient, unleashed a volley of bullets in his direction. Lie Chunga barely managed to evade, rolling away, and before he could express his indignation, he heard Ike's voice behind him. Well, now you've earned your place. Speak, what news do you bring? Lie Chunga was haunted by lingering fears. Although bullets could not claim his life, their impact was undeniably painful. How dare they deviate from the norm? He grumbled, casting a fierce glare at the towering figure before him. I am in charge here, so I command you to lay down your weapons at once. Lieutenant Yak felt a chuckle rising within him, poised to mock, yet he was taken aback as his subordinates promptly discarded their arms. Bewildered, he bellowed at them. What are you doing? Why are you throwing away your guns? Do you believe I, faced with the ominous barrel of a gun, one of his men, with a mournful expression, pointed behind him? It seemed a realization dawned upon him, his body stiffening as he slowly turned around. What met his gaze was a gaping maw, wide and menacing. Whoa! He pivoted to fire, but his limbs turned weak, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Lie Chunga clapped his hands, exasperated, and addressed a nearby subordinate. Is he always like this? The man instinctively nodded, but then, recalling something, he attempted to flee, only to be pulled back by Lie Chunga, who said, You can either die or earn yourself a merit. Which do you choose? The subordinate eagerly nodded, ingratiatingly responding, Whatever you say, I shall comply. Clearly, the imposing presence of Xiao Lan was formidable. Indeed, without tranquilizers, their weapons would be utterly inadequate. What is your name? Lie Chunga inquired. The subordinate hastily replied, I am called Xilan. Xilan, your name does not suit you, Lie Chunga remarked. The subordinate, unperturbed, quickly agreed. Yes, you are correct. Lie Chunga, growing impatient, interrupted him with a piercing gaze. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to join the Red Ribbon Army and prefer not to start from the bottom. He then offered them a grand opportunity. Bang! Lie Chunga swiftly raised his hand to block a bullet, and upon feeling it embed itself in his palm, his ire truly ignited. 8 steps to catch the cicada. His speed was astonishing as he seized the instigator by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Are you so impatient? With a swift motion, he snapped the man's neck, a scene that sent shockwaves through the nearby soldiers. Xiao Lan roared in response, but his roar inadvertently escalated the situation. The men around him trembled, drawing the attention of distant foes. Although they feared Xiao Lan, they were still far enough away. Stop! Xilan suddenly sprang to his feet, surveying the area. Everything is fine here. Disperse at once. What are you staring at? If anything happens, I will take the blame. Xilan seemed to command some authority, prompting the distant onlookers to halt. Lie Chunga, somewhat surprised, released the lifeless body, stating, I truly mean no harm. Forget it. Please contact your highest officer and inform them that I have information regarding the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, clearly astonished. After enduring hardship in search of the Dragon Balls, the sudden appearance of someone claiming to possess knowledge about them was bewildering. Upon hearing this, Xilan's eyes gleamed with hope, realizing he had made the right bet, and he eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, Let me do it. Allow me to. Do not move. As he spoke, he dashed toward a nearby landline, dialing a number. The crowd, bewildered, remained frozen in place, while only Xiao Lan vigilantly scanned the surroundings, emitting a low growl that intimidated those present. Lie Chunga surveyed the individuals around him, noting that this could indeed be considered the stronghold of the opposing faction. Observing the attire of the people, it appeared only marginally superior to that of the slaves. Their equipment consisted solely of firearms and goggles. Furthermore, the telephone used by Xilan was a hand-cranked model. The technological disparity of the Red Silk Brigade was perplexing, despite possessing satellite detection, land boats, and astonishing advances in robotics that could astonish the universe. These individuals exhibited no signs of technological prowess. What manner of organization was this? While the Red Silk Brigade could be excused, the existence of kings and national entities in this world was difficult to fathom. It was as if a realm that belonged in an anime had inexplicably materialized into reality, resulting in unforeseen transformations. This was not something that could be altered by mere wishful thinking, such as in the Dragon Ball saga. After all, this was merely the beginning. Later developments could include godlike entities, time-traveling machines, and destruction incarnate. A subtle growl from Xiao Lan jolted him back to reality, and this time, Lie Chunga furrowed his brow, recognizing his own disquiet. His thoughts seemed to spiral further out of control. The inner demon. His mentor had spoken of such a creature, stemming from the most primal desires of the body, elegantly named the heart monkey. When the heart monkey stirs, it signals the need to descend the mountain and face tribulations. Esteemed Lord, please board the ship for further discussion. Shilon respectfully bowed, his expression a mix of fear, excitement, and exhilaration, causing his entire being to tremble. Lie Chunga sighed in relief. It appeared he could no longer rely on assumptions. When confronted with reality, one must be aware of potential variables, lest one fall into the trap of theoretical discussions. Very well. Lead the way, he gestured, beckoning Xiaolon to follow. Shilon immediately approached with sycophantic eagerness, saying, "Of course. My lord. This way, please." A roar from behind drew their attention. Xiaolon, visibly impatient, glared at Lie Chunga, as if questioning whether she could indeed sink her teeth into him. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the previously motionless Ollie had now firmly grasped Xiaolan's tail. Recognizing an opportunity for display, Shilon bellowed, "What are you doing? Let go at once. You have disturbed the Lord's pet. You won't be able to bear the consequences." Ollie remained steadfast, replying in a calm tone, "It cannot leave. I have yet to fulfill my master's task." Chapter 10. No choice. The inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world, regardless of their intelligence, are remarkably straightforward and earnest. However, this individual was excessively forthright. Pressing his forehead to stave off the approaching frenzy of Shilon, Lie Chunga turned to the impassive Ollie. His robust physique and resolute gaze assured Lie Chunga that this man was not jesting. He possessed the strength to carry Xiaolon over several hundred meters of rugged terrain, demonstrating his formidable power. Although his intellect appeared somewhat lacking, he was undoubtedly an excellent choice for a bodyguard. If only he would don sunglasses to conceal that perceptive gaze, it would be even better. Shilon was equally perplexed by Lie Chunga's intentions and hastily stepped forward to advise, "My lord, this individual is nothing but a fool. Do not take offense." Lie Chunga waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had his own plans. With a sigh, Shilon could only exchange glances with Ollie. But the latter ignored him completely. "What if I were to consider you my master?" he mused. It seemed Ollie's true master was that previous overseer, and it was indeed a pity to be associated with such a person. However, the more he observed, the more Ollie resembled a certain Hollywood star who donned sunglasses and shunned the limelight. Ollie shook his head, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Xiaolan, as if fearing her escape, his grip tightening slightly. Xiaolan, filled with indignation, bellowed at Lie Chunga, seemingly imploring him to resolve the matter swiftly, lest she erupt in fury. Lie Chunga found himself in a quandary. After all, finding such an excellent bodyguard was no easy feat perhaps, once he became familiar with the Red Silk Brigade. He could arrange for a replacement. This would also resolve his marital issues. An artificial human, number 18, seemed quite promising. The more he contemplated, the more appealing the idea became. Once the Red Silk Brigade was vanquished, he must surely recruit them, as his cultivation demanded substantial resources, thus serving multiple purposes. Noticing the increasing brightness in Lie Chunga's eyes, Shilon mistakenly thought he was angry and hurriedly scurried to Ollie's side, exclaiming, "Ollie, dear brother, may I call you brother? This esteemed lord is far superior. Sticking with him will ensure you never go hungry." Once again splattered with saliva, Lie Chunga chose not to scold Xiaolan this time, but instead mused to himself, "What a formidable spirit, nearly lost in the fray." "Cease your howling," he commanded, gripping Ollie's wrist at a pressure point. With a forceful twist, Ollie relinquished his hold. Xiaolan, flicking her tail, grinned triumphantly at Ollie. Yet, Ollie remained unperturbed. Despite the numbness in his hand, his master's task was far from complete. He sought to pursue, but was halted by Lie Chunga. In a swift motion, he attempted to push back, but Ollie paused for a brief moment, glancing at Lie Chunga before attempting to shove him again. What tremendous strength! In terms of raw power, this man had already surpassed the previous bear-like figure. Alas, Lie Chunga's foundational skills in martial arts were robust, and he had long established his stance, channeling Ollie's force into the ground. The onlookers were taken aback. They were aware of Ollie's strength, yet they never anticipated that Lie Chunga, with his seemingly frail physique, could withstand it. The prowess of martial artists was indeed well-deserved, and they could not help but feel relieved that they had refrained from intervening earlier. Caught in a stalemate, Shilon muttered, perhaps intentionally, "Alas, this fool likely will not relent without Lord Yak's consent." Lie Chunga nodded in agreement, recognizing that this individual was truly dense, unable even to navigate a turn while walking. With a deft motion, he applied pressure to a specific point on Ollie's neck, causing him to soften immediately. It was a pity that brute strength alone would not suffice. "Shilon, is it? From now on, we shall be colleagues. Lend me a hand." Lie Chunga gestured toward Ollie. Shilon finally grasped the situation and promptly summoned an unfortunate soldier to relay instructions. Observing Shilon's commendable execution, Lie Chunga felt a surge of satisfaction. Very well. Let us be off. Comforting Xiaolon, who let out a roar before following closely behind Lie Chunga. Upon witnessing this, Shilon hurriedly called out, "My lord, wait for me." The trio, 2 individuals and 1 beast, strolled with great confidence towards the ship. Unbeknownst to Lie Chunga, a single action of his would irrevocably alter Ali's fate. Originally, after Colonel Huang's futile search, Ali would have been sold to the Bai faction, transformed into a robot endowed with immense intelligence, and renamed Arnold. The delicate butterfly had already begun to exert its influence. Meanwhile, a forgotten Lieutenant Ike remained in a state of unconsciousness. Gazing upon the towering ship, Lie Chunga felt the insignificance of his own existence. Raising his eyes, he caught sight of a figure several meters above, peering down at them through binoculars. Shilon regarded his lord with a perplexed expression, sensing an oddity in his demeanor compared to other martial artists, yet unable to pinpoint the difference. "My lord, shall we proceed inside?" The entrance to the ship was neither through stairs nor an elevator. Rather, it was a door located beneath the vessel. There were no guards present. Only a pitch-black interior, from which a faint light could be discerned. Lie Chunga halted, hearing what seemed to be numerous breaths emanating from the darkness, suggesting the presence of many concealed individuals. An ambush? No, the breaths were too faint. "My lord." Shilon noticed the footsteps behind him had ceased and stopped as well, maliciously speculating whether his lord felt fear. Every time they traversed this path, he felt an eerie chill, as though many eyes were upon him. He instinctively recoiled, sensing an additional layer of coldness today. "Let us proceed," came the voice of his lord, providing some relief to Shilon, who promptly took the lead. Before long, they arrived at a well-lit plaza, bustling with a crowd gathered around a central arena, cheering exuberantly. What a towering figure of a white tiger. Indeed, the white tiger stood a magnificent 3 meters tall, its chest bared to reveal 8 chiseled abdominal muscles, a robust tail swaying with authority, exuding a powerful presence without needing to display anger. 7 or 8 minions attempted to push the white tiger, yet it remained steadfast, even as its body trembled slightly, causing the onlookers to part in awe, eliciting a frenzy of cheers from the crowd. Bored, Lie Chunga prepared to depart when he noticed the spotlight, which should have been on the white tiger, shifting to him instead, projecting an image onto a screen before him. The screen displayed a figure of a tiger man alongside a lizard man. The former sported a red scarf, donned a leather jacket, and wore antiquated goggles upon a relatively diminutive frame, presenting a comical and absurd appearance. The latter was clad in a white lab coat, with reptilian eyes that darted menacingly, emanating an aura of malevolence. "Greetings, Colonel." Shilon immediately saluted, making it clear to Lie Chunga that these 2 individuals held significant status. "You are Colonel Huang, the highest authority here?" Colonel Huang did not respond directly, instead posing a question. "Are you the one who claims to possess knowledge of the Dragon Balls and wishes to join us? Do you not understand the nature of our organization? The Red Silk Brigade, currently the most formidable dark faction in the world, with at least 90% of the criminal activities in the 5 major cities linked to them. Powerful and malevolent, they are synonymous with dread. Even kings dare not confront them head-on. Can it be that such a formidable force has attracted martial artists to their ranks?" Chapter 11. Do not underestimate the people of the world. The lizard scientist casually glanced at the documents beside him and nodded at Colonel Huang. The blue Tyrannosaurus had long been pinpointed as their primary target for capture, a task established over a year ago. However, the unexpected discovery of human activity had delayed their progress. Moreover, the so-called spotlight was not a spotlight at all, but rather a scanning device. The system indicated that this individual possessed physical attributes several times superior to the average person, rendering him excellent experimental material. Indeed, their primary interest lay not in the elusive Dragon Balls, but in Lie Chunga himself. After all, they placed greater faith in the science at their disposal than in the ethereal Dragon Balls. As a biologist, the lizard man found nothing more alluring than a formidable organism. While the 2 exchanged glances, Lie Chunga unconsciously smiled, stating with remarkable composure, "I am unaware of the organization's specifics. But I do know one thing. Within at least this year, you will not find the Dragon Balls." Colonel Huang, skeptical, inquired, "Oh, how do you know this?" Lie Chunga replied, "The source of my knowledge is inconsequential. What matters is whether this information can facilitate my entry into the Red Ribbon Army." This time, Colonel Huang fell into contemplation, for the search for the Dragon Balls was a directive from headquarters. He exchanged glances with the lizard man, who, after a silent agreement, spoke. Young man, you are astute. As am I. Let us be forthright. I am aware of your intentions. The screen shifted, revealing an iron cage that housed a faintly blue figure, none other than Blue Mama. Roar. Lie Chunga aimed to maintain his composure, but the furious roar of Xiao Lan betrayed him. Unfortunately, what lay before them was merely a projection. No amount of jumping or biting from Xiao Lan could affect it. A smirk of pride crossed the lizard man's face, oblivious to the peril he courted. He arrogantly declared, "You have no choice. I present you with an ultimatum. First, divulge the secret of the Dragon Balls. Second, defeat him, and then we can discuss your induction." Defeat him? The trio, 2 beings and 1 creature, simultaneously turned to face the source of the challenge. It was then revealed that the White Tiger had arrived with a band of followers. The White Tiger, eager to assert his dominance, was met with the lizard scientist's playful tone. "Let us see how you fare against our feline companion. I hope you do not disappoint me." Feline. Everyone followed the gaze, and astonishment spread, not just among Shilan and others. But even the White Tiger's subordinates were taken aback. The White Tiger, caught in the spotlight of scrutiny, displayed a flicker of embarrassment. "Doctor, I have subordinates. Could you refrain from calling me by my nickname?" Noticing the doctor's indifferent gaze, the White Tiger suddenly recalled a certain fear, promptly declaring, "Yes. I assure you I will complete the task." Once he exited the video frame, he immediately resumed his haughty demeanor, surveying his surroundings. "What are you all staring at? Shouldn't you be preparing?" Only then did his subordinates snap to attention, responding in unison, "Yes, Commander." The White Tiger man, visibly satisfied, cast a contemptuous glance at Lie Chunga and declared, "Let us proceed. I hope you can accompany me for a few exchanges." Observing the arrogant departure of the White Tiger man, Shilan fell into contemplation, while Xiaolan let out a low growl, and both turned their gazes towards Lie Chunga in unison. After calming the restless Xiaolan, Lie Chunga's expression darkened slightly. It was astonishing that these individuals had discerned his intentions. He could not ascertain whether it was due to their technological prowess or something else entirely. In any case, he had to concede that he had underestimated the members of the Red Silk Brigade. Evil is indeed evil, and pure malevolence is even more terrifying. Very well. I hope you will honor our agreement. First, regarding the Dragon Balls, there are 7 in total, and once gathered, they can grant a wish. After a wish is made, the Dragon Balls enter a cooling period and can only return to normal after a year. Presently, the Dragon Balls are nothing more than mere stones. And this place is not lacking in stones. Colonel Huang and the lizard scientist were taken aback. This individual truly possessed knowledge about the Dragon Balls. Lie Chunga continued to divulge. Additionally, as a friendly reminder, let me inform you that the 7 Dragon Balls originally comprised only one, which was not called a Dragon Ball, but rather a wish sphere, enshrined in a temple. Unfortunately, some individuals are inherently greedy. The deities, in their wrath, divided the wish sphere into 7, proclaiming that only those with great wisdom, fortitude, and fortune could gather them. Since then, the opportunities to make wishes have become exceedingly rare. Deities? Wish sphere? Colonel Huang dismissed this information, perceiving it as mere storytelling or folklore. However, the scientist beside him appeared to ponder deeply. Perhaps ordinary people might be oblivious. But as a scientist, he recognized many conclusions that defied common sense. In their scientific community, this was no secret. Could it be that the Dragon Balls truly exist? If so, what purpose does technology serve? The emergence of the Dragon Balls had drastically diminished their research funding, and the scientists within the brigade had unanimously aligned against the existence of the Dragon Balls. Even that figure from the White faction had relocated to the frigid northern regions. It was bewildering how they could endure such weather. Science is everything. The 7 Dragon Balls are merely a ruse. He glanced once more at the other side, where Colonel Huang was instructing his subordinates to review the data. Once they confirmed Lie Chunga's assertions, he would report directly. This could prove to be a significant accomplishment. The projection screen abruptly shut down, leaving uncertain whether these individuals believed his claims. It appeared he had overestimated his persuasive skills. Long live the White Tiger Chief. The fervent cries drew the attention of the 2 individuals and 1 beast. In a brief span, the White Tiger man's subordinates had rearranged the arena. The White Tiger man flexed his muscles, reveling in the cheers of his followers. Let us hope he is not just a paper tiger. Lie Chunga did not oppose this probing. Rather, he found it quite favorable. In such an organization, only by demonstrating formidable strength could one gain recognition and secure robust support. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Lie Chunga leaped onto the arena, and upon seeing the frail figure before him, the white tiger man revealed a cruel smile, deciding to toy with him amidst the cheers of his underlings. However, before he could revel in his delight, a sudden sharp pain pierced through his head, echoing a singular command in his mind: kill him. Kill him. The white tiger glanced around, finally locking his gaze onto Lie Chunga, his eyes igniting with a menacing red glow. Kill him. Shilon, witnessing the fervor of the white tiger's subordinates, gritted his teeth as if resolved to make a decisive statement. My lord, the white boss is one of the 4 warriors. Yet before he could finish, a chill ran down his spine as he beheld the once handsome and masculine white tiger, now transformed into a grotesque figure radiating a murderous aura, akin to a ferocious cat. Oh, white boss. The excitement of the underlings behind him escalated as they surged forward, fists raised in a frenzy alongside the white tiger. What is happening? The atmosphere has shifted entirely. Lie Chunga chose not to confront head-on. Instead, he executed a roll to evade a heavy strike. With the agility of a rabbit, he delivered a kick to the white tiger's body. To his astonishment, the opponent seemed unscathed, prompting Lie Chunga to exert himself once more, gliding several meters to create distance. Boom. The arena floor was dented by the force of the impact. Such formidable strength and high defense. That kick felt akin to striking an iron plate. This person was not weaker than him. No, in terms of strength and defense, he likely reached the 8th rank. Or perhaps even the 7th. Chapter 12. Unleashing potential. Could it be an external style of martial arts? Martial arts are divided into internal and external categories, distinguished by whether one strengthens the bones first or the flesh. The former focuses on a solid foundation, excelling in later stages, while the latter emphasizes rapid advancement. Strong in the initial phase. Of course, both paths ultimately converge toward the same destination. The white tiger let out a beastly roar, inciting a low growl from the nearby Xiaolan. Lie Chunga stepped back cautiously, probing the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Ultimately, he concluded that this brute had never practiced martial arts, relying solely on sheer physical prowess. What a shameful display of raw power. Faced with the white tiger's barrage of lunges, bites, and punches, Lie Chunga exhibited a disdainful expression. With the agility of a hawk, he evaded the opponent's fierce onslaught, slipping into a blind spot where the white tiger appeared disoriented, lacking a target. Such rigidity in movement. Despite possessing divine strength, it was squandered. One must learn to move the body while keeping the shoulders steady. Otherwise, every kick becomes predictable, just like a monkey performing tricks. Lie Chunga dodged the attacks, his movements reminiscent of a monkey as he swiftly struck at the opponent's pressure points, aiming to disrupt his control over power. However, after delivering his blows, something felt amiss. The opponent's speed remained unaffected by the strikes to his pressure points. In a moment of carelessness, Lie Chunga found himself unable to evade in time, raising his hands to guard his left temple. The overwhelming force sent him spinning through the air in a complete 360-degree rotation, followed immediately by a powerful kick from the white tiger. Lie Chunga skidded several meters, tumbling multiple times before finally coming to a halt. What a blunder! Glancing at the edge of the arena behind him and then at his swollen hands and painfully aching abdomen, Lie Chunga found it hard to believe. Ducking to evade the opponent's assault, upon closer inspection, I realized something was amiss with the white tiger humanoid. He appeared to be devoid of reason, disregarding the pain coursing through his body. Yet, something was still amiss. It is well known that strikes to acupoints inflict not only physical pain, but also disrupt certain bodily functions. After several evasions, I confirmed that the acupoint strikes had no effect on him. I refused to believe it. This time, he did not shy away. Instead, he leaped into the air and collided with a mighty blow. His knee struck the opponent fiercely, yet the white tiger seemed impervious to pain, seizing hold of Lie Chunga without hesitation. The latter, undeterred, executed the golden snake binding technique, wrapping his arms and legs around the opponent's neck. He knew that any exertion from the white tiger would be half as effective against his own neck. Let us see whose neck was sturdier or whose bones were tougher. However, the white tiger showed no mercy, violently tugging at his body. Such a robust neck. Lie Chunga could scarcely believe he was losing, as the white tiger hurled him to the ground with great force. Roar! Xiaolan attempted to assist, but Lie Chunga's gaze stayed her hand, enduring excruciating pain. He seized the opportunity as the white tiger aimed to throw him again, locking onto the opponent's arm. Crack! The white tiger released his grip, allowing Lie Chunga to break free. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he lamented his misfortune. This creature was truly monstrous. Nevertheless, given that it possessed a humanoid form, it should be vulnerable to joint techniques. No, Lie Chunga stared in astonishment as the white tiger seemed oblivious to his grasp, gazing blankly at the swaying arm in the wind. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. What was important was that the white tiger's head was slightly askew, giving it an odd appearance. The surrounding subordinates also noticed the peculiarity, rendered bewildered. Suddenly, a thought struck Lie Chunga, and with gritted teeth and a seething fury, he exclaimed, "Damn! These bastards deserve to die." What was initially intended for breaking through to the 6th rank was now. Breathe. Potential unleashed. Boom. Boom. A machine-like rumble emanated from Lie Chunga, growing increasingly rapid, as the once swollen wounds on his body visibly receded. Gradually, onlookers discerned that the thunderous sound originated from Lie Chunga's heart. His heart raced, producing blood that coursed through every vein. Such ferocious activity not only inflicted immense pain upon him, but also rendered his body crimson, even emitting wisps of white smoke. Indeed, he was forcibly ascending to the 8th rank. The 8th rank enhances one's vital energy and blood. If the 9th rank is about bone refinement, fortifying the bones, then the 8th rank strengthens vital energy, nourishing the organs. Breathe. The mist from Lie Chunga's mouth and nose thickened, resembling a large dragon and 2 smaller ones emerging from his breath. This method of forcible ascension could only be employed if one harbored a substantial reservoir of potential within. Otherwise, it would lead to certain demise. Lie Chunga's body, nurtured over the past decade with countless medicinal and nutritional supplements, was now ready to unleash its accumulated power, successfully reinforcing his vital organs in one breath. The surging vitality invigorates the 5 internal organs, which in turn enhances the overall physical constitution and fortifies the tendons and bones, gradually forming a self-sustaining cycle. This cycle is known as the Zhou-Tian cycle, or the Lesser Zhou-Tian cycle. Upon reaching the 7th rank, coupled with the strengthening of the flesh, one can unlock a more significant cycle, referred to as the Greater Zhou-Tian cycle. In a mere span of 2 teacups, the internal energy circulates through the 12 Zhou-Tians, not only achieving a minor completion in bone fortification, but also reinforcing the 5 internal organs and even the flesh itself. However, this enhancement has exceeded expectations, inadvertently propelling him towards a breakthrough to the 7th rank, causing his body to instinctively commence the Greater Zhou-Tian cycle. As this cycle unfolds, a peculiar force erupts within him. This force had manifested during his breakthrough to the 9th rank, reminiscent of the internal energy described by his master. Yet this energy is something one typically comprehends only upon reaching the 6th rank. Moreover, the sensation of this internal energy diverges entirely from his master's descriptions. The force continues to swell, spiraling out of control, and begins to radiate around his body. The surrounding mist is dispersed, creating a tempest centered around him. Damn it! I'm going to explode. Meanwhile, the white tiger, having experienced a circuit malfunction within, finally regains its innate prowess. Its gaze clears, accompanied by an onslaught of excruciating pain and an unparalleled storm. Boom! It is as if a bomb detonates on Lie Chunga, causing everyone to crouch down. After a considerable pause, they cautiously raise their heads, staring blankly at the smoke-filled arena. Lord White Tiger. Someone notices that their Lord White Tiger is embedded in the adjacent arena and rushes to rescue it. However, many are more concerned about the situation in this arena. As the smoke dissipates, the crowd discovers that a deep pit has formed at the center of the arena, where a disheveled Lie Chunga stands. Am I not dead? A soft, low purr from Little Blue brings him back to reality. This time, Lie Chunga pays no heed to Little Blue, instead staring intently at his hands. Soon reaching a moment of enlightenment, he raises his right hand, and with a mere thought, a faint white energy begins to coalesce. Bang! Pain! Lie Chunga shakes his hand, his eyes shining with brilliance. If his conjecture is correct, what he has just grasped should be the unique energy system found within the Dragon Balls, Chi. Indeed, in this world, anyone with even a modicum of strength can utilize this system with ease. It stands to reason that he, too, would be capable. Chapter 13. The 4 Guardians of the Beast's Gulyalu. The familiar sound of hunger resonates within Lie Chunga. Fortunately, this time, he does not succumb to irrationality. With the added element of Chi consumption, Lie Chunga feels both sorrow and joy. The gratifying aspect is the immense destructive power of Chi, particularly its impact on the terrain. However, due to the influence of the Dragon Balls, the harm inflicted on the human body is relatively minimal. Of course, this also incurs additional physical expenditure. Already struggling to satisfy his hunger, he must now increase his food intake. No wonder the oddities of the Dragon Ball world are all gluttons. He recalls that during the first martial arts tournament that Sun Wukong participated in, The prize money received by Master Rashi was insufficient even for a meal. The pain is excruciating. No wonder, even though bullets cannot harm the turtle sage, he still chooses to evade them. I am unscathed. Xiaolon, let us turn this place upside down. I had initially considered joining or assimilating the Red Ribbon Army, but it seems unnecessary now. As a youth of the 21st century, I cannot condone the existence of such biological experiments. Hearing about it is one thing, but witnessing it firsthand, seeing living beings transformed into grotesque abominations, is utterly unbearable. After all, the emergence of androids number 17 and 18 signifies countless sacrifices. The White Tiger Man before me is one such victim. Though he is not dead, the half-biological, half-mechanical essence within him is starkly revealed. Run quickly! Westland's voice pierces through the chaos, yet Lie Chunga remains undaunted, only to discover that the White Tiger Man's subordinates glare menacingly at him. Kill him, roars Dr. Lizard from the laboratory, even going so far as to flip a switch in a fit of rage. He glances at the nearby surveillance footage, then back at Lie Chunga, his eyes brimming with hatred. Westland attempts to intervene, but receives a transmission from Colonel Huang. Stand down. Do not kill him. In the next moment, the voice shifts to that of the lizard scientist. Kill him. No one can save him, I assure you. The crowd is momentarily at a loss. Logically, Colonel Huang is their highest authority, but typically it is Dr. Lizard who oversees them directly. In this power struggle, to whom should they yield? Amidst their hesitation, Lie Chunga and Xiaolon have already infiltrated the ranks of the henchmen, each delivering a punch to a lackey. Occasionally, Lie Chunga takes a moment to indulge in some nearby cake. Ugh, none of them are even worth fighting. After a bite of cake, he finds it remarkably sweet, perhaps due to the long absence of human food. Grabbing the barely conscious White Tiger Man, he menacingly inquires, "Where is your laboratory?" Before receiving a response, a beeping sound fills the air. The White Tiger Man seems to understand something, disregarding his own pain, and with his last ounce of strength, clutches Lie Chunga's clothing. His face a mask of terror as he pleads, "Save me, I beg you." Lie Chunga, expecting vital information, leans in closer only to realize the man is merely pleading for his life, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberates. Flesh and machinery intertwining in a grotesque dance. How unfortunate. It is well known that the explosion's power is merely injurious, yet they have concocted such absurd devices. Lie Chunga disdainfully brushes off the debris clinging to him. His clothing, overwhelmed, is now completely ruined. Reluctantly, he snatches an outfit from a fortunate bystander to wear. Meanwhile, Xiaolon continues to savor her cake, puzzled by Lie Chunga's actions. Just then, the door nearby creaks open, revealing 3 silhouettes, accompanied by a raspy voice. Who dares to disturb us in the Huang department? I am Beast Kiki. The figure in the center spreads his arms wide, performing the white crane spreads its wings. I am Beast Kangi. The figure on the left roars toward the sky, his claws bared. I am Beast Namo. The figure on the right clasps his hands together. And all 3 declare in unison, Beasts of the 4 Guardians, assemble. Kneel and beg for your demise. Lie Chunga was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Unexpectedly, one of his subordinates, who had been stripped of his clothing, spotted the 3 individuals and scrambled over, exclaiming, "My lord, you must take charge. This scoundrel not only killed Lord Baihu, but also stripped me." The 3 guardians followed the subordinate's lead and soon laid eyes on Lie Chunga, who was hastily donning his garments. He waved his hands in protest, declaring, "I did not say anything inappropriate." Meanwhile, the figure known as Xiaolon nodded vigorously, roaring as if to challenge, "Indeed, it is us. Come and strike me." Lie Chunga, infuriated and embarrassed, conjured an energy sphere in his palm and hurled it forth. The circular figure on the right quickly turned to shield the others, proclaiming, "Allow me to defend. No one can breach my defenses." With a thunderous crash, dust erupted. Yet there was no harm. Indeed, the gathered energy was far too diffuse, its destructive capability inferior even to the weakest grenade, merely producing a noise. As the dust began to settle, a fiery red figure surged forward with astonishing speed, even swifter than Xiaolon in the jungle. "Allow me to attack. My speed is unparalleled." At that moment, Lie Chunga finally discerned the figure rushing towards him. It was the individual who had been standing in the center, towering nearly 2 meters. This being sported red wings resembling those of a mythical arrow. So swift, he narrowly evaded a claw strike, but it was too late, leaving 3 deep gashes upon his body. Before he could retaliate, another voice rang out, "Allow me to attack. My fangs are invincible." It was the figure on the right, resembling a humanoid dinosaur with a crocodilian maw. With a mighty leap, it opened its wide jaws, revealing sharp teeth. Unfortunately, its leaping ability fell short, requiring 3 jumps to reach the stage, allowing Lie Chunga to easily evade, leaving it to chew on splinters of wood. Song Yi spat out the debris and took a step back, joining forces with the arriving Namu, who bore a turtle shell on his back, as they struck a pose. They conferred in voices loud enough for Lie Chunga to hear clearly. It appears Amanda is indeed dead, sighed Kiki, casting a cold glance over the battlefield. Alas, without Amanda. There are flaws in our technique, Song Yi retorted, somewhat exasperated. Fear not. Once we slay him, we can further enhance our abilities, Nama declared, his small, bean-sized eyes glinting with murderous intent. Observing this comical scene, Lie Chunga found little amusement, unwittingly questioning, you all seem unconcerned with death. Haha, indeed. What does a beast know of emotions? Song Yi coughed. I was not referring to you, Xiaolon, he added, soothing the agitated figure. As the opposition finalized their strategy, Lie Chunga completed dressing. Suddenly, Kiki launched himself upwards using Nama's shoulder, while Song Yi roared towards him. Namu then collapsed to the ground, spinning his body as he charged forward. The trio simultaneously bellowed, to perish beneath our combined technique is your honor. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, the impatient Xiaolon leapt into the air, sinking his teeth into the airborne Kiki. Lie Chunga, meanwhile, bent low, a spectral tiger appearing behind him, skillfully dodging Song Ye's bite and sending the spinning Namu flying. Xiaolon shook his massive head, discarding Kiki's lifeless form, his mouth stained with sharp teeth and blood, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. Lie Chunga rose to his feet, tightening his clothing, and coldly remarked, "What are you pretending to be, a beast, before us?" He truly could not comprehend why the swift avian humanoids opted to attack the slower individuals on the ground. Indeed, these modified beings lacked intelligence. With a growl, Xiaolon seemed to express disdain, preparing to strike, only to be intercepted by Lie Chunga. With a playful smile, he said, "Did you not claim that your teeth are indestructible and your prowess unparalleled? If you can bite him and breach his defenses, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I shall release him." Chapter 14. The Legion's invitation a morbid curiosity? No, he merely required sustenance. At this stage, replenishing energy meant consuming food. Fortunately, those underlings had brought a considerable amount of provisions to celebrate their victory. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to hunger before finishing the fight. Song Yi held his head, feeling somewhat dazed, yet he could hear Lie Chunga's voice clearly. For reasons unknown, after their brief skirmish, he felt an instinctive fear towards Lie Chunga that resonated from his very bloodline. Their formidable physiques were a result of the infusion of beast genes, which had significantly bolstered their strength, rendering them disdainful of even the typical martial artists. However, such immense enhancement came with evident side effects. The mortality rate was alarming, and the bodies of the modified individuals would undergo mutations, acquiring beastly traits. It now appeared that another side effect had emerged, the instincts of a beast, which could be both a blessing and a curse. Just as Song Yi trembled, a greenish hand reached out toward him. "Song Yi, I was careless just now and did not evade. This time, we must join forces," Nenwu said, his face marred by a clear handprint. His gaze toward Lie Chunga filled with animosity. Yet, he seemed unaffected by the primal instincts, even questioning, "What is wrong with you? Why are you trembling?" Lie Chunga observed this scene with keen curiosity, though he did not dwell on it. His current focus was on competing with Xiaolon for food. The wheels rolled forth. A familiar yet unfamiliar skill accompanied by a peculiar sound compelled Lie Chunga to turn his gaze. He saw Nenwu standing there, battered and bruised, defiantly shouting, "My defense is unrivaled. I told you that you cannot bite through it, yet you persist. You think you are so formidable." Before he could finish his complaints, Nenwu's head exploded. The instigator, exhaling the smoke from the gun's barrel, wore a serious expression. "Colonel," called out Shilon, hidden in a corner, revealing the highest authority present. "Colonel Huang, could firearms truly take a life?" It was well known that in the early stages of Dragon Ball, the narrative was largely comedic, with few fatalities, particularly under gunfire. Injuries were common, yet fatalities were nearly unheard of. Upon reflection, it became clear that the specially designed revolver was comparable to a sniper rifle from a previous life. Even if its power were diminished by 90%, it still possessed formidable lethality. Moreover, there might be advanced technology at play. After all, the emergence of biomechanical modifications made the appearance of unique weaponry entirely reasonable. Dr. Lizard, defying orders, has already been dismissed and is under investigation. His fierce subordinates lost control, engaging in mutual slaughter, and have now been completely eradicated. Colonel Huang spoke eloquently. Behind him surged a multitude of soldiers, perfectly synchronized and well-trained, representing the greatest force aboard this terrestrial vessel. I am delighted you have joined our ranks. From this day forth, you shall serve as our esteemed martial arts consultant, he declared as he approached Lie Chunga, a sinister grin forming on his tiger-like visage. Xiaolan, be silent. Lie Chunga interjected, halting the impending attack from Xiaolan. His gaze, filled with an inexplicable expression, swept over the fully armed adversaries surrounding him, ultimately yielding a faint smile. It is my honor. It seemed he could never maintain the innocent heart of Sun Wukong. Perhaps it was his concern for the safety of Lan Ma and Xiaolan. Or perhaps it was fear, or perhaps Dr. Lizard had been thoroughly dealt with. In any case, he acquiesced. Colonel Huang grinned broadly, revealing his sharp teeth. But the next moment, his smile froze. A video projection materialized between the two, revealing Dr. Lizard, whose peculiar eyes spun as he grinned malevolently. Behind him, a beast man adorned with wings, a shell-like back, formidable teeth, and furry skin was dispatching the minions. Additionally, several ordinary individuals clad in research attire queued to board an aircraft. I shall return. Await my arrival. Dr. Lizard uttered the villain's classic line before turning to depart, and the projection ceased. At that moment, a soldier arrived breathlessly, reporting that Dr. Lizard had escaped, aided by the White Division of the Legion. The White Division, second only to the Black Division within the Legion, specialized in scientific experimentation. However, due to the emergence of Dragon Balls and their inability to deliver significant results, they had been relegated to the frigid northern territories. In contrast, their Yellow Division, while the largest in number, held the lowest status. Moreover, following the recent annihilation of the legendary Martial Heaven Immortals forces, the Yellow Division found itself overburdened and further diminished in rank. We shall see if you can return, Colonel Huang waved dismissively, activating the weapon systems aboard the terrestrial vessel. Various cannons opened, aimed at the airborne Dr. Lizard. Yet, Dr. Lizard appeared unperturbed, wearing a cryptic smile. As anticipated, the soldiers operating the turrets abruptly halted, twitching bizarrely until they grotesquely transformed into monsters, launching frenzied attacks on those nearby. Damn it, how dare he? Colonel Huang's expression darkened, never having imagined Dr. Lizard to be so depraved. Did he not fear that Huang would report him to headquarters? Observing the chaos, Lie Chunga remarked, as the saying goes, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since I have joined the Legion, allow me to lend my assistance." Colonel Huang, taken aback by Lie Chunga's response, hesitated before nodding in agreement. Rest assured, the White Division is no paradise either. The cold there is something that 99% of the world's populace has never experienced. Do you not see how even Sun Wukong, with his formidable physique, nearly froze to death upon inadvertently reaching the far north? Moreover, the essence of Dr. Lizard is that of a reptilian being. The turmoil was swiftly quelled. After all, even Dr. Lizard dared not annihilate the Yellow Division. For if he were to survive, he would surely be pursued relentlessly. Colonel Huang seemed to hold Lie Chunga in high regard, effortlessly releasing Lan Ma and even allowing him to cultivate his own subordinates. Xilan also rose in prominence, becoming a key figure within the Yellow Division. During a drinking session, Lie Chunga finally discerned the initial cause of the unrest. In the footage before his eyes, a diminutive figure materialized. Bald with a bandage affixed to his head, sporting a lengthy beard and sunglasses, his demeanor somewhat lewd. Surrounding him were several indistinct small figures, who were of little consequence. What mattered was that he was confronted by an entire fleet from the Red Division. Subsequently, this bald man swelled in size, transforming into a muscular villain, unleashing an immense energy that obliterated the entire fleet with a single blow. Further investigation revealed that this individual was none other than the turtle sage, Master Roshi, who had lived for several centuries. It was likely for this reason that the Red Ribbon Army took notice of them and uncovered the secret of the Dragon Balls. Naturally, such matters did not concern Lie Chunga. What preoccupied him was the discrepancy in his memories, as he distinctly recalled that it was only after the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament that Sun Wukong had any contact with the army. Now, the course of history seemed altered, or was it merely a flaw in his recollection? Chapter 15. The World Martial Arts Tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament marked a pivotal transition in the Dragon Ball manga from comedic elements to fervent battles, serving as an essential component in the protagonist's growth. It was held at the fringes of the southern islands of Earth, not far from Nandu, one of the 5 great metropolises of the world. Nandu, despite being the least prominent of the 5, was, in reality, a haven for martial artists. The martial arts were thriving here, prompting enthusiasts to gather and organize the World Martial Arts Tournament. Strictly speaking, this tournament was merely a celebration for martial artists. Not widely recognized, with a meager prize of 500,000 zeni, hardly enough for Sun Wukong to enjoy a meal. On May 7, 750 AD, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled. This biennial event was more fervent than ever, with even the Temple of Martial Arts struggling to manage the influx of participants, necessitating external assistance. In contrast to the bustling activities within the temple, those outside were relishing a delightful holiday, some basking in the sun on the beach, others engaged in fishing, and many indulging in flirtation. Suddenly, the Red Ribbon Army made their appearance. Fearful whispers spread across the beach as more and more individuals recognized the approaching fleet, prompting a mass exodus, leaving behind only a helpless Lie Chunga. What was once a crowded beach quickly transformed into a heap of debris, a testament to the Red Ribbon Army's intimidation. I said no need to escort me. Couldn't you keep a low profile? He muttered to himself. Never mind. You all head back, and remember, do not let Xiaolon find out. Lie Chunga instructed his subordinates to set sail, then proceeded alone towards the martial arts temple. He had initially hesitated to come, fearing that his presence might alter the narrative and disrupt the trajectory of the future. However, the discovery of a videotape compelled him to attend. Undoubtedly, his primary motivation was the desire to engage in battle. Firstly, he sought to ascertain his own strength and determine the direction of his future cultivation. Secondly, he was uncertain whether his lack of progress over the past year was a consequence of having previously acted against his own will. Thus, he felt an urgent need to reignite his passion for combat and enhance his abilities. As he observed the chaotic crowd, he found it unnecessary to explain himself and instead followed the promotional slogans of the martial arts tournament. The blaring of police sirens echoed in the distance, revealing a significant gathering of law enforcement, yet these individuals were destined to exert effort in vain. As he maneuvered through the encirclement, the number of people gradually increased. Witnessing the unfamiliar customs and the captivating figures of women, previously unseen in his former life, stirred an unprecedented excitement within him. This was, as his master had said, the cultivation of the heart amidst the mundane world. After submitting his recommendation letter at the registration desk, he began to stake out the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and his companions. It was hard to believe that they could be strangers in reality, disregarding their iconic hairstyles. The mere combination of these individuals was striking. In this realm, there existed three categories of people: beastmen, ordinary humans, and peculiar beings. The beastmen and ordinary humans were deemed normal, while figures like Sun Wukong, Tian Xinhan, and Krillin were classified as oddities. As the competition was about to commence, a voice echoed from the martial arts temple, urging the remaining participants to enter quickly. The monk, wielding a megaphone, called out in a lackluster manner, reminiscent of a friend who often slacked off at work. Reluctantly stepping into the temple, he found hundreds of martial artists already gathered. Among them were muscular men, youthful boxers, and towering figures clad in karate uniforms. While these individuals appeared to be weaklings compared to Sun Wukong, each had received a recommendation letter from the martial arts temple, signifying their formidable combat prowess capable of overcoming 5 opponents. Among them, Master Roshi was the most renowned, and it was evident that his invitation for Sun Wukong and Krillin to participate in the martial arts tournament stemmed from some personal motives. After all, Master Roshi was not a true immortal. He had his own needs, including sustenance, and even a personal yacht and submarine. These were not acquired through theft. The reason Lie Chunga had not encountered Sun Wukong and the others was precisely this. At that moment, they had already bypassed the usual protocols and were changing clothes inside. Meanwhile, those unable to take shortcuts were left to listen to the monks delineating the rules of the tournament. Not only that, but after the explanation, the temple's host arrived fashionably late, resembling a school administrator who could transform simple speech into an intricate discourse. Fortunately, the audience was not composed of students. They were all busy warming up and paying little heed to the host's words. Lie Chunga listened intently from start to finish, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. In summary, this year, a total of 137 participants had registered for the competition, shattering records, prompting the martial arts tournament to be held every 3 years henceforth. Thus, the martial arts tournament officially commenced, and the title of the world's strongest became truly justified. The crowd streamed in, making their way into the inner sanctum. The rules of the competition are quite straightforward, consisting of knockout rounds and quarterfinals. The knockout phase is rather brutal, with 8 platforms randomly assigned numbers. 2 participants compete in pairs, and if neither eliminates the other within a minute, both will be disqualified. Of course, the stipulation is that killing one's opponent or using weapons is forbidden. Falling off the platform or losing the ability to act results in defeat. Contestant number 6. Please step forward. Number 6? That was quick. Unfortunately, the elusive figure of Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found. With at least 200 spectators in attendance and the platforms obstructing visibility, locating 2 children under 1.30 m amidst the crowd proved to be quite a challenge. The competition begins. Please eliminate your opponent within 1 minute. The referee monotonously announced, and only then did Lie Chunga turn his gaze toward his adversary. Ah, Kirin. The individual before him was a plump little monk, no taller than 1.50 m, sporting a bald head. Was this not Kirin, the legendary future strongest human? No. That couldn't be right. He should have been a disciple by now, clad in a red, form-fitting turtle school uniform. Kirin, do you recognize him? I thought he was some kind of master. His opponent seemed relieved, and only then did Lie Chunga realize that this person was not Kirin. Indeed, he had forgotten that Kirin lacked a nose. How could a person without a nose breathe? How could he have wooed the most beautiful android from Dragon Ball? It suddenly dawned on him. Kirin had originally been a practitioner from a certain temple, bullied by others, and had set out to find Master Roshi, ultimately succeeding alongside Sun Wukong. The individual before him must be one of Kirin's former companions. Watch out. A warning shouted from the crowd made Lie Chunga's hair stand on end, and he instinctively crouched down. He evaded the attack, but his opponent was not so fortunate. Struck by a hidden weapon and crashing against the wall. Upon closer inspection, it was not an instrument of stealth, but rather a person, dressed identically to his opponent. My apologies, are you all right? Upon closer examination, Lie Chunga nearly exclaimed, Sun Wukong. Chapter 16. The entrance after searching tirelessly among the crowd. He suddenly turned to find that figure amidst the dim lights. With his hedgehog-like hair, which was not exaggerated, and a somewhat rounded face adorned with an innocent smile, he donned a custom red martial arts uniform, the turtle emblem on his chest unmistakably identifying him as Sun Wukong. Accompanying him was another adorable little figure, Kirin, clad similarly. The bald-headed lad appeared somewhat comical. He trotted over to Lie Chunga, glancing back and forth before finally settling his gaze on him. With utmost politeness, he bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't realize my strength was so great and caused you trouble. Please forgive me. Lie Chunga did not respond, instead fixating curiously on Kirin's nose. Upon confirming that he indeed had won, he felt a twinge of disappointment. A glance at Sun Wukong's backside only deepened his disillusionment. Noticing Lie Chunga's reaction, Kirin felt a chill run down his spine, pulling the bewildered Sun Wukong to depart. We will meet again in the quarterfinals. Lie Chunga wished to maintain an air of profundity, but overheard Kirin speaking ill of him, and he could not help but think how shameless Kirin was. Alas, it was not yet the time for introductions. Behold the myriad of supporting characters in Dragon Ball. Only those who engage in battle alongside Son Goku until the very end are able to attain his invaluable friendship. Do not underestimate this bond. Even a marginal character like Kaiatsu ultimately acquires formidable combat prowess. As the 2 small figures recede into the distance, a whirlwind of thoughts envelopes the young man. His voice, though low and aged, carries an undeniable weight. It seems you are acquainted with these 2 youngsters. Unbeknownst to him, an elderly figure has emerged behind Lie Chunga. Clad in traditional Tang attire, with his hands clasped behind his back, he exudes a sense of gravitas. This man is none other than Master Roshi, who secretly participated in the martial arts tournament under the guise of Chung Long, complete with a wig and sunglasses. Remarkably, this simple disguise renders him almost unrecognizable. In this moment, Master Roshi embodies the image of a hermit, a transcendent master. Chung Long furrows his brow, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Who are you? How do you know my true identity? Lie Chunga is perplexed by Master Roshi's aggressive demeanor and unwavering stare, only to suddenly realize superpowers. Telepathy. In the world of Dragon Ball, lineage dictates that the strong inherently wield energy, and even those with extraordinary gifts can harness superhuman abilities. Master Roshi's life has been long and filled with adventures. His strength arguably unmatched on Earth, and his superpowers are naturally formidable. Chung Long's brow tightens. If not for the multitude of onlookers, he might have already taken action. Lie Chunga, however, breathes a sigh of relief, recognizing that superpowers are not omnipotent. Before the truly powerful, they are but child's play, as long as he remains vigilant. Master Roshi's abilities will prove ineffective. Contestant number 5 on arena number 3. The distant voice of the referee cuts through the tension between the two, prompting Chunglong to abruptly switch to a comical demeanor. I'm here. Right here. Lie Chunga finds himself momentarily bewildered by this sudden shift, unaware that this is precisely Master Roshi's tactic. Others may mock my eccentricity, but I find humor in their inability to see through it. Perhaps this encapsulates the realm of the enlightened. Though Master Roshi may be lecherous and comical, he has imparted martial arts wisdom to Goku, reformed Tenshinhan, and sacrificed himself to seal the great demon Piccolo. Each of these deeds affirms his rightful title of teacher. Ugh, what a stench. The elimination rounds progress swiftly. With 8 arenas in operation, and within moments, it is once again Lie Chunga's turn. However, this time, he does not see his opponent before he is greeted by a most unpleasant aroma. The referee? The referee has been rendered unconscious by the overpowering odor. Let the match begin. Lie Chunga, unwilling to waste words, recalls the peculiar individual before him the moment he lays eyes on him. The opponent stands nearly 2 meters tall, weighing around 200 kilograms. Such a formidable figure appears shockingly unkempt, swarmed by flies as if he has just emerged from a refuse heap. The odor he emits is aggressively offensive. Indeed, only Lie Chunga and this individual remain by the arena's edge. Kid, just give up. If you don't want to end up like me, ha ha ha. Lie Chunga's lips twitch in distaste. He chooses not to engage further. Seizing the moment as a new referee clad in protective gear arrives, he channels a surge of energy, striking the gong with a resounding clang. The villain, somewhat bewildered, stood his ground as Lie Chunga charged towards him, and with arms outstretched, declared, "Come forth, let us become one." The stench that wafted from his armpits was almost palpable, causing Lie Chunga to abruptly halt. He lamented that at times, heightened senses could be a burden. With a single finger, he unleashed a transparent energy that morphed into a tangible force, striking the villain and sending him stumbling several paces backward, ultimately toppling him from the arena. Lie Chunga nodded. This technique was a culmination of concentrated energy, derived from the martial arts heritage of using chi, and it possessed remarkable power, akin to that of firearms. However, when employed against a person, its effectiveness diminished. This was his sole long-range attack, initially intended as a trump card, but the unsavory nature of his opponent compelled him to utilize it prematurely. Witnessed the medical personnel arriving, clad in protective gear, as they carried him away. What connection do you have with that old bird? A sinister voice echoed, sending a chill down Lie Chunga's spine. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Chunglong. Old bird? You must be referring to the crane hermit, he mused, acknowledging the resemblance of his finger technique to the crane school's signature move. No, I am not. Lie Chunga responded earnestly, but the turtle hermit, indifferent to his denial, stroked his chin and remarked, "The old bird has fallen," associating with the nefarious Red Ribbon Army. The murmurs that followed faded into obscurity, leaving Lie Chunga bereft of tears, realizing that the turtle hermit had discerned his true identity and approached him for a probe. It was no wonder the chaos at the seaside was so pronounced while the martial arts temple remained untouched. It appeared that the Red Ribbon Army's Red Division had ties to the crane hermit, and the turtle hermit's complex relationship with him, coupled with the Red Ribbon Army, spelled a dire predicament. Where do you intend to go? The ominous voice prompted, causing Lie Chunga to hesitate in his escape. Rest assured, as long as you do not disrupt the tournament, I shall not harm you. Although you hail from the Red Ribbon Army, you bear no malevolent aura. Departing from them may be your wisest course, Chunglong said, turning away to reveal his enigmatic silhouette. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cosmos, the Scion team under the auspices of the Buddha Forsan Real Estate Company faced a dilemma. The 3 of them appeared disheveled, as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Vegeta, the team leader, seized the grilled meat from Nappa's hands and took a hearty bite. Ugh, I detest insects, he exclaimed, glaring at the insect-like alien seated beneath him. Nearby, Raditz, engaged in the grim task of disposing of corpses, mistook Vegeta's words as an affront directed at him and quickly apologized. My Lord Vegeta, please bear with me. I shall attend to it momentarily. Nappa rolled his eyes dismissively and retorted, lower-class warriors are simply lower class. Raditz felt despondent, quietly lamenting, I must handle the bodies while also searching for sustenance. Nappa, growing irate, bellowed, what are you saying? Vegeta cast a disinterested glance at Nappa, prompting the latter to finally take a seat. Raditz, Vegeta called, I am here. Yes, I recall you have a brother as well. Indeed, Lord Vegeta. However, he is merely a low-ranking warrior, with a battle power of only 3 at birth. Upon hearing this, Nappa could not help but express a hint of disdain, while Raditz felt a sense of inferiority for having such a brother. Vegeta pondered for a moment and remarked, "Too weak. It is best to wait for him to grow up. By the way, where has he been sent?" Raditz quickly examined the instrument in his hand and, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Lord Vegeta, it seems he has been dispatched to a remote planet called Earth." Chapter 17. 8 Oddities. The elimination rounds arrived swiftly and concluded even more rapidly, as if an unseen hand were adjusting the cogs of fate, preventing the strongest 8 from clashing and allowing them to advance, thus becoming the top 8 contenders in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Their matches, indeed, the focus of the tournament, would be held outside, allowing the participants to bask in the cheers of the audience, and would also be broadcast live throughout the southern city, offering both fame and fortune. In previous years, the martial arts tournament had merely been one of the island's activities, attracting relatively few attendees. However, this year, due to Lie Chunga's influence, those who would ordinarily frolic on the beach gathered on the island, heightening public interest in the tournament. The old abbot of the martial arts temple, witnessing this spectacle from afar, was so delighted that he nearly lost his teeth in the process. The participation of Master Roshi's disciple already elevated the event, and now it was even more splendid. One could only imagine the glorious future that awaited the martial arts tournament. As noon approached, it seemed the tournament organizers had no intention of providing food, hastily preparing for the finals. Clack, clack, clack. A figure with slicked back hair, sunglasses, and a tailored suit, an archetype of a Western gentleman, made a grand entrance as the referee of the tournament. No one knew his name. He was an unknown supporting character. Yet he consistently appeared in the martial arts competitions, even officiating the match between Son Goku and the second-generation Piccolo, akin to a beloved uncle in the world of Naruto. As he arrived, he paused, visibly taken aback by the warm-up routines of the competitors, then feigned composure and declared, "Clap, clap. Since everyone is here, let us introduce ourselves. I will announce the rules of the competition shortly." Surveying the surroundings, Lie Chunga could not suppress a chuckle. The top 8? More like 8 oddities. Without a doubt, Son Goku and Kuririn were noteworthy. Chunglong maintained a serious demeanor, but among the top 8 was a beauty named Lan Fong. Chunglong's dignified image crumbled, revealing a rather lecherous old man. The rest included Yamcha, not a virtuous individual, but rather a brigand; Keenan, a rare anthropomorphic creature resembling a hefty pterodactyl; and the last, a frail figure resembling an Indian ascetic who sat cross-legged, incessantly murmuring to himself. Moreover, the original ruffian present made for a true gathering of misfits. With Lie Chunga's arrival, he became the sole normal participant, though, in truth, he was even stranger, being a time traveler, a wild man, and a member of the Red Ribbon Army. As for the beauty, Lan Fong, who in their right mind would consider seduction a viable strategy in a martial arts tournament. The introduction process was rather simplistic. Everyone merely stated their names without any significant elaboration. Indeed, it is perplexing how the referee perceives the situation, allowing the contenders, who will soon become adversaries, to introduce themselves to one another. Now that the introductions have concluded, I shall announce the rules of the competition. Although some participants are not newcomers, it is imperative that we adhere to the necessary protocols. The regulations of the contest are straightforward. I urge you to commit them to memory. 1. Prior to the commencement of the match, staff members will sound the drum, serving as the signal to begin. 2. During the competition, the use of weapons or external forces is strictly prohibited. 3. Attacking the opponent's eyes or vital points is forbidden. 4. Falling outside the designated area, conceding defeat, or being knocked down constitutes failure. Being knocked down refers to an inability to rise within 10 seconds. 5. Disappearing from sight or being propelled away is also deemed a failure. 6. It is strictly prohibited to kill an opponent. Doing so will result in disqualification. 7. Injured competitors will be transported on a stretcher to a nearby hospital for treatment. 8. Any attacks directed at the audience will lead to disqualification. These are the rules of the tournament. If there are no questions, we shall proceed to the drawing of lots. At this juncture, the drawing is conducted by the host, who, at this moment, is not particularly enthusiastic about his responsibilities. Now, I shall announce the order of the matches. In the first bout, we have the competitor from the Withered Forest, Lie Chunga. The 2 participants are to prepare for their entrance shortly. Following that, in the second match, we have Chunglong against Yamcha. In the third, the competitor Nam Mu faces Lan Fong. And finally, Sun Wukong will compete against Jinan. Are there any further inquiries? If not, I shall prepare for my departure. As the host coolly prepared to exit, he felt a tug at his pant leg, which, to his astonishment, did not yield to the pull. Looking down at the small figure, the host felt a sense of bewilderment and was compelled to crouch down. Smiling as he addressed the child, "You must be the competitor's son, Wukong. Do you have any questions?" With a naive expression, Wukong earnestly replied, "Uncle, what about lunch? I'm hungry." The crowd, momentarily taken aback, collectively turned to witness the source of the child's lament, and upon realizing the cause, they all fell silent in disbelief. The host, nearly in tears, could not fathom how a child had made it to the quarterfinals. It seemed the martial arts tournament was diminishing in quality year by year. Reluctantly, the host responded, "You may eat after the competition concludes." As he stood to leave, he was once again met with Wukong's innocent voice, "I'm hungry." The host found himself in a moment of inner turmoil. Beside him, the competitor from the withered forest, Lie Chunga, stepped forward, having just rubbed his own belly. "As luck would have it, I too am feeling peckish. Moreover, I need to address the audience for a while. It would be prudent to prepare. For one must be well fed to possess the strength to fight." Observing Wukong nodding fervently, Lie Chunga realized he had garnered some goodwill. A rumbling sound emanated not from Wukong, but from the otherwise reserved Indian ascetic, Namu. As the gaze of the assembly shifted towards him, they noticed a flush of red emerge from his otherwise somber visage. He had entered the martial arts tournament with the hope of securing the championship to procure a water source for his village. Having been frugal throughout his journey, he had endured hunger, only to find his defenses breached at this critical juncture by son Wukong. How had he not thought to request food from the martial arts event? The host chuckled, albeit inappropriately, and, sensing the inappropriateness of his laughter, feigned a cough before saying, "Contestant Lie Chunga speaks with great reason. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the waiting room, where we shall provide an ample supply of food shortly." All the attendees moved to the waiting area, except for Colin, who remained seated on the side, undeterred by the commotion. Their clan consumed specially crafted food, which would coalesce into a unique gel within their mouths. This was their secret weapon. Soon, the round-bodied Lin lay sprawled on the ground after gorging himself, while the other competitor, Mu, hesitated after consuming a small portion, fearful that overeating might affect his performance. Lan Fong maintained her aloof demeanor, leaving Chung Long in a state of eager admiration. Meanwhile, Yamu Cha, caught between envy and sarcasm, munched on snacks, eliciting laughter from onlookers. The most peculiar scene unfolded with son Wukong and Lie Chunga. The former devoured his food ravenously, whilst the latter exhibited refinement, both consuming at an astonishing pace. Their stomachs seemed like bottomless pits, leaving the martial arts monk, who had been tirelessly serving them, utterly flabbergasted. Even the host, upon receiving news of the spectacle, felt despondent, aware that the previous host was likely in a fit of rage, and his prize money was all but lost. Chapter 18. Lin. "Well, that suffices. I feel adequately satisfied," Lie Chunga remarked, patting his belly. Reflecting on the matter, he mused whether it was the influence of the Dragon Balls that made the food in this world exceptionally delectable. In this regard, he and Wukong held the most authority. "This contestant, it is your turn to take the stage," announced the martial arts monk, wiping the sweat from his brow, astounded by the veracity of the participants. The prize money for the martial arts competition barely sufficed for these few eaters, resulting in a significant loss. Particularly, the child beside him had visibly plumped up, while this one continued to elegantly savor his pig's trotters. With such an appetite, why not indulge in a buffet instead of burdening the martial arts temple? Lie Chunga, gentlemanly, wiped the corner of his mouth and slowly rose to approach the arena, garnering admiration from son Wukong, who had never encountered anyone capable of consuming food with such grace and volume. "Ah, I didn't expect to be the first to compete," he thought. "Well, I suppose this serves as a warm-up and aids digestion." Lie Chunga considered Lin beneath his capabilities, believing that only son Wukong and Chung Long could potentially defeat him at this stage. Before the others made their entrance, the referee's voice rang out. "Excellent. Let us warmly welcome the contestant entering from the left. His name is Lin, 13 years of age, indeed, just 13. Do not be surprised by his presence in the top 8, for he is a disciple of the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian." At the mention of Master Wu Tian, the arena fell silent, only to erupt into fervent applause. Most attendees were supporters of martial artists, well aware of the legends surrounding Master Wu Tian. His renown stemmed not only from his prowess, but also from the remarkable abilities of his disciples. Lin. lifting his chin, beamed with pride. At that moment, Sun Wukong, peering over the wall and revealing half of his head, cautioned, "Ku Lin, do not underestimate him. He is quite formidable." Ku Lin nodded thoughtfully, fully comprehending the implication. "In terms of eating, this is the first time I've encountered someone who can outpace me. Therefore, he must indeed be very powerful." The crisp sound resonated across the arena, causing those who heard it to falter. Among them, Ku Lin and Lie Chunga both fell victim. At this moment, Sun Wukong was truly unreliable. The referee, evidently caught off guard, hastily coughed to mask his embarrassment and introduced Lie Chunga. "Ahem. Let us welcome the contestant on the right, Lie Chunga. This competitor hails from the 100 Beast sect, with Master Wang Shui, cough. That is of little importance. What truly matters is that this contestant is 15 years old, just 1 month shy of 16, at a height of 6 feet, clad in a yellow, form-fitting bodysuit. He embodies a striking physique, exuding an inexplicable maturity. Of course, in terms of physique, comparisons are most unwelcome. Clearly, the 13-year-old Ku Lin serves as a poor example, short, bald, and with a distorted nose. Ku Lin instinctively assumed an offensive stance, his desire to battle evident in his eyes. The referee, realizing he had spoken out of turn, promptly declared, "Well then, let us dispense with idle chatter and commence the match." With the referee's words barely fading, Ku Lin transformed into a blur, launching his attack. How swift! His diminutive stature afforded him remarkable speed, catching even Lie Chunga off guard. Without any embellishment, Ku Lin unleashed a powerful flying kick, seemingly intent on finishing Lie Chunga in one blow. However, Lie Chunga was no novice. He quickly raised his arms to defend, though he successfully blocked the strike. Ku Lin's sly smile revealed he had not underestimated his opponent. After being parried, Ku Lin altered his attack mid-air, his short legs proving difficult for Lie Chunga to counter, causing him to stagger. Upon landing, Ku Lin pressed the advantage, forcing Lie Chunga, momentarily caught off guard, into a defensive stance. This brief exchange ignited cheers from the crowd. Sun Wukong cheered enthusiastically for Ku Lin, while Yamucha breathed a sigh of relief, deeming the seemingly handsome opponent merely a paper tiger. He marveled at the emergence of so many skilled fighters in such a short time. Meanwhile, Chung Long, having abandoned Lan Fong, observed Lie Chunga's every move with a furrowed brow before turning away. There, others awaited him with burdens of their own. Ku Lin exhaled deeply, coming to a halt with a look of profound confusion. He questioned, "What style of martial arts do you practice?" Lie Chunga, arms guarding his body and bowing slightly, murmured, "So this is how one can harness qi." Ku Lin, a rare genius, had found his way to Master Rashi after being suppressed at Duolin Temple. Likely capable of crossing the seas alone, his strength had reached an impressive level, instinctively utilizing qi to enhance his power, defense, and speed. In contrast, Lie Chunga's exploration of qi had thus far been limited to offensive techniques. "As a disciple of Master Rashi, do you not recognize my martial arts?" Lie Chunga retorted, leaving Ku Lin momentarily bewildered. He ultimately shook his head, declaring, "What does it matter to you what style I practice?" Initially intending to conserve energy for Sun Wukong, he now surged forward with renewed speed, leveraging his agility to bombard Lie Chunga with attacks. Yet, all of these assaults were effortlessly thwarted. At that moment, Sun Wukong seemed to have an epiphany and loudly warned, "Be cautious, Qilin." Yet, his admonition distracted Qilin, allowing Lie Chunga's fist to strike like a ghost, landing squarely on Qilin's nose. Qilin rolled several times before begrudgingly rising to his feet. "It's a turtle," he exclaimed. "You are imitating a turtle," Sun Wukong noted, conjuring images of turtles in everyone's minds, while Yamucha remained perplexed and Qilin envisioned Mr. Turtle instead. However, the difference between a sea turtle and a land turtle was stark. "Indeed, I have employed my self-created Turtle King Bakwin," Qilin declared. Within the mystical Yahoo Great Forest, the turtle is the most extraordinary creature, possessing an indomitable defense, leaving other animals wary of provoking it. When faced with danger, it withdraws into its shell, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with precision. Armed with sharp teeth and claws, it can inflict significant damage with a single blow. Even a small creature like Xiaolan would find the encounter to be a costly endeavor. The only predator capable of feasting upon them is the gray falcon, which captures turtles and lifts them into the sky, eventually dropping them to their demise, often returning for multiple attempts. Rubbing his nose, Qilin mused whether his opponent had struck intentionally. "That hurt," he exclaimed before his eyes glinted with challenge. "All you know is defense. What kind of warrior are you? Have the courage to engage in a direct confrontation." Qilin pounded his chest provocatively, and Lie Chunga, lowering his defensive stance, was about to retort when Qilin charged at him. "Come at me," Lie Chunga responded, abandoning his defensive posture and instead rushing forward. Engaging in a fierce struggle with Qilin, their fists colliding with resounding thuds. "Go, Qilin! You can do it!" Sun Wukong cheered from his perch atop the wall, his blood surging with excitement. The visceral impact of their blows would be celebrated in any realm. Yet, Lie Chunga's martial path was not so straightforward. Qilin, though diminutive in stature, could harness his chi to unleash extraordinary speed and power, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with Lie Chunga, who had recently entered the ranks of the 8th level. The cultivation of chi is about explosive power, yet such bursts come at the cost of cellular damage, often accompanied by pain and a lack of endurance. Conversely, the martial arts that Lie Chunga studied emphasized nurturing and concealing one's potential, laying a robust foundation for the future. Perhaps this explains why, despite the abundance of resources available to humanity, true strength has yet to emerge. Yes, their explosive power is formidable, but they sacrifice their future, even wagering their lifespans in the process. When one exhausts their chi to its limits, it is akin to risking their very life. No matter how powerful an individual may be, their potential remains finite. It appears that the martial arts of this world are misaligned. Those who reach the pinnacle are invariably members of inherently strong races. How enlightening! It is no wonder that across the 7th universe, the 6th universe, and throughout the entire Dragon Ball realm, power consistently resides within just a few races. While the explosion of chi is undeniably potent, their martial arts are not to be underestimated. To compensate for the limitations of martial arts, predecessors have devised techniques, elixirs, weapons, and even esoteric practices like the mysterious Chiman Duanjia. "Qilin," Lie Chunga acknowledged, "you are stronger than I had anticipated. Remember my name." Tiger form fist. In the eyes of everyone, Lie Chunga merely bent down, one hand pressed against the ground, the other raised high in a claw-like gesture. Yet, in the gaze of the desolate forest, he had transformed into a ferocious tiger, its piercing stare igniting a palpable fear. The 100 Beasts fist, once mastered to perfection, could unveil the power of intent, a threshold that separates the adept from the novice. Long ago, the modified being Kangi was vanquished by this very move, and now, Qilin found himself confronting a similar fate, trembling involuntarily. However, Qilin's willpower remained resilient. He was not broken, though he could not fathom why fear gripped his heart when he faced nothing more than a mere tiger. "Qilin, be cautious," Sun Wukong, perplexed by Qilin's actions, hastily warned him. Yet, Lie Chunga had already lunged forward, his elevated hand poised to strike with great force, only to miss entirely. Lie Chunga looked up in confusion, witnessing Qilin with closed eyes, leaping a full 10 meters high and continuing to ascend. Ingeniously, Qilin had devised a strategy. If he could not fight back or escape, he would simply close his eyes and leap. As for what came next, he would find a way. Lie Chunga, however, retracted his intent and fell into contemplation. All martial arts beneath the realm of the Diamond Stage seemed to focus on combat against humans, targeting grounded units. Even upon reaching the Diamond Stage, techniques rarely addressed aerial combat. His martial path instructed him that all power emanates from the earth. As long as one remains grounded, strength is boundless. Although Qilin was destined to descend and could not evade his assault, defeat seemed inevitable. Yet, 3 years hence, the art of aerial combat would flourish, culminating in battles fought in the skies. Without the means to fly, one would be reduced to a mere target. Furthermore, amidst the chaos of bombardment, the entire planet could be obliterated. What has befallen me? Am I gripped by fear? Perhaps, or perhaps not. I recall my master once stating that martial arts are stratified. The lower levels cultivate the body, the intermediate levels refine the spirit, and the superior levels train the mind. Much like in my past life, the martial disciplines I encountered often possess their own guiding principles. How challenging it is to cultivate the heart. The rapid increase in strength, coupled with the burdens of an unsettled mind, rendered him anxious and apprehensive. Perhaps a martial artist must embrace solitude. Only in this way can they forge ahead unimpeded. Arriving in the Dragon Ball realm, no one comprehended the magnitude of his burdens. He feared the day a being like Aral might emerge, capable of annihilating the earth with a mere gesture. If there were no attachments, then the planet's destruction would be inconsequential. Yet, as life unfolded alongside Lanma, Xiaolan, and Shilan, those vibrant and spirited students, he found himself unwilling to part with anything on earth. It must be said that sometimes, knowing too much can hinder one's progress. Perhaps it is in relinquishing all steadfastly pursuing the martial path, that one can vanquish inner demons and advance boldly. Indeed, to let go of everything. The martial way is one of solitude. A rumble echoed as the blood and energy coursing through his veins synchronized with his intent, beginning to circulate throughout his body, unleashing a peculiar roar. Above, Qilin continued his descent. What is happening to our competitor, Lie Chunga? The host had noticed the change in Lie Chunga, as an invisible wave emanated from him, instilling a sense of dread in all present. Fear arises from the primal instincts of the body. Far within the arena, Qinglong also sensed this disturbance, an ominous feeling creeping over him as he murmured, "How could there be fluctuations of demonic energy?" He hurried to the competition venue, and as his gaze sharpened, he recognized the source. Is this a demonic transformation? How could one succumb to such a fate? Just as Qinglong was about to step onto the battleground, he was halted by Yamcha, who was gritting his teeth in determination. The match is not yet over. You cannot enter. Goku, leaning against the wall, also took notice and stood beside Yamcha, stating earnestly, "Old man, although the aura he exudes is deeply unsettling, this is a contest belonging to Qilin. I have faith in him." At that moment, Qilin had begun his descent, clawing and flailing, fully aware of his destiny. Yet, he had not given up. As long as he persisted, Sun Wukong would never allow an outsider to disturb this battle. Qinglong quickly grasped that these two believed Lie Chunga was unleashing some form of technique. Alas, with a heavy heart, Qinglong closed his eyes. He was not surrendering, but rather employing his extraordinary abilities to sense. What are you truly contemplating, young one? Cold sweat trickled down as he finally perceived the solitude inherent in a warrior's path. The path of a warrior is indeed solitary? This statement struck Qinglong's heart directly. Having lived for centuries, he had genuinely felt the pangs of inner loneliness. It was precisely this that had caused him to maintain a lewd persona while harboring a cheerful spirit. However, the answer was not so simple. Such a promising talent, tragically misled by the elder. Young man, why ponder so deeply? Regrettably, Lie Chunga could not heed this advice, for no one comprehended his fears or his sense of helplessness. Perhaps with Sun Wukong around, the earth could be reborn, no matter how many times it faced destruction, and most people would share in this resilience. Yet, those individuals certainly did not include Lan Ma and the Red Ribbon Army. The people of this world were too innocent, so innocent that he could not refuse their friendship. He had thought he would be cold and heartless, yet he found himself incapable of such detachment. Confusion. Qinglong's voice thundered, evidently invoking some secret art. Martial arts have no limits. One must learn to savor the journey rather than recklessly charging ahead. One must balance work and rest for lasting success. Balance work and rest? Lie Chunga did not understand, but suddenly a realization struck him. It seemed he had set his aspirations too high. Grounded in reality was the true essence of his martial path. To forsake certain things for the yet-to-come future seemed rather foolish. In an instant, with the aid of Master Roshi, Lie Chunga temporarily subdued his inner demons and restored his true self. At this moment, Qilin was still in the midst of his descent. Chapter 20. The martial artist I seem to understand a bit now, Lie Chunga murmured, then smiled as he looked towards Qinglong in the rear, or rather, Master Wutian. Qinglong was not faring well, drenched in sweat. Yet, upon seeing Lie Chunga regain his clarity, a smile broke upon his face. Truly, a respected figure like Master Wutian would extend a helping hand, even to an opponent, whenever there was a glimmer of hope. Moreover, the exchange of ideas had allowed him to witness the martial philosophies imparted by the other, a spirit of selflessness that was rare and invaluable. To my astonishment, the martial arts of Master Roshi proved to be remarkably simple and profound. The path of martial arts is an endless journey. One must diligently study, work, and rest, maintaining a calm demeanor while continually advancing. In essence, it is imperative to preserve a childlike heart. Ah, the notion of a childlike heart, how both laughable and admirable it is. Thank you, Master Wutian. Lie Chunga slightly bowed in respect, yet turned away, feigning ignorance. Apologies, but I have claimed the first defeat of your disciple. As the withered forest plummeted from the heights, merely 2 or 3 meters above the ground, Lie Chunga sprang into action, executing a flying kick. In a critical moment, the withered forest inhaled sharply, expanding several-fold, resembling a balloon, thereby significantly slowing its descent and allowing Lie Chunga's strike to miss. Is this truly possible? The withered forest reveled in its triumph, though its breathlessness rendered it unable to smile. Seizing the opportunity while Lie Chunga was momentarily stunned, it expelled the air and accelerated towards the ground. Is this truly feasible? I cannot fathom the withered forest's reasoning. Employing its breath in such a manner is indeed permissible, albeit at the cost of physical distortion. I recall a technique in external martial arts known as the frog technique, which achieves a similar effect, though practitioners often end up rather rotund, with notably puffed cheeks. Ha ha ha, I have not yet lost. Once grounded, the withered forest stood with hands on hips, brimming with pride while internally drenched in cold sweat, feeling immensely insecure. Lie Chunga observed the withered forest with keen interest but harbored no intention of launching another attack, for he had already fulfilled his purpose in coming here. Moreover, the undeniable truth was that both the withered forest and Sun Wukong were evidently mere children, extinguishing his desire to engage in battle. Even if he were to fight, he understood the outcome. His combat prowess hovered around 100. In a tournament, Sun Wukong would emerge victorious, yet in a life-and-death struggle, he would prevail. As for Master Roshi, one cannot measure him by ordinary standards. What? You assert that his combat power is only 120? You truly underestimate Master Roshi. 120 merely represents his normal state. Whether through the Super Kamehameha or the myriad secret techniques of the Universal Wave Palm, his actual combat power could soar to 300 or 400. Not to mention, he possesses a technique known as the Evil Containment Wave. This technique can seal even the likes of Kaioshin. I concede, he uttered. And without regard for the reactions of those around him, he leapt away from the arena. Chunlong, seeing him depart, quickly called out, "Hold on, young man. May I have a word with you?" Yet, Lie Chunga seemed oblivious, departing without a backward glance, vanishing into the crowd with a few agile jumps. Chunlong followed closely behind, while the withered forest and Sun Wukong exchanged glances and pursued as well, leaving the host and audience in bewilderment. It is worth noting that this was being broadcast live, treating this match as a mere jest marked a first in the history of the martial arts tournament. Speed was not Lie Chunga's forte, and he was soon overtaken by Chunlong. Before Chunlong could speak, Lie Chunga preemptively declared, "If you wish to keep your true identity hidden, allow me to leave. Rest assured, I shall remain absent from your presence for an extended period." No sooner had he spoken than the frustrated voice of the withered forest echoed behind him. "Bastard. He simply ran away. What does that imply?" Although the barren forest may seem comical, he holds a profound respect for martial arts. Someone like Lie Chunga, who flees without a fight, is akin to an insult. Not to mention, he has just graduated from the Turtle Hermit, brimming with pride. Chunlong, witnessing his two disciples following suit, felt a twinge of frustration, his gaze wavering. Yet Lie Chunga smiled, albeit a disconcerting smile, and revealed his pearly whites, saying, "It's nothing. Just a sudden realization that playing house with children makes me appear rather juvenile." Juvenile? Indeed. The future Sun Wukong and the barren forest are figures worthy of respect. However, in their current state, they resemble children, more akin to clowns in a comedic manga. Once the novelty fades and deeper understanding sets in, no one can fathom that sense of loss. Unfathomable. It's like finally encountering the fairy of one's dreams, only to discover she lacks the beauty one imagined. Even bearing a face full of makeup mishaps. This time, not only was the barren forest somewhat irate, but Sun Wukong also felt anger rising. However, the barren forest interjected first, "Do you look down upon us? Do not forget, I have yet to lose." Yet to lose? You recklessly expend your energy, leaving indelible internal injuries in your body. If you continue, the outcome is uncertain. Ha ha ha, you do not understand. In 3 years, you shall comprehend. Martial arts are lethal skills. On such a stage, it is merely children playing house. If you act now, it would be a provocation against me, and I shall not hold back. However, at that time, not only shall we distinguish the victor, but we shall also determine life and death. Distinguishing victor and determining life and death. The three were taken aback, and Chunlong hurried over to mediate, saying, "This is merely a friendly sparring." Lie Chunga frowned. "Sparring? I fear the only ones here qualified for such are Chunlong and Sun Wukong. The former is unfathomable, with countless techniques, while the latter possesses a unique physique that is nearly indestructible. 3 years from now, during the pinnacle battle between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, had Sun Wukong not been the protagonist, he would have perished countless times." He raised his head and closed his eyes, beginning to circulate his energy through his body, causing a faint aura of pressure to emanate. The barren forest recalled his previous terror, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, while Sun Wukong's body bristled with energy. Instinctively leaping back, the hidden Yamucha trembled, unable to dare look in this direction. Only Chunlong furrowed his brow, contemplating. This person's talent is terrifyingly formidable. And with a warped heart for martial arts, should I strike before he matures? Ultimately, Chunglong chose to relent. You may leave. However, remember, if one day you commit an atrocious act, do not blame me for being ungracious. He glanced back at son Wukong, his confidence stemming from their potential connection. Lie Chunga remained silent, fixated on the three before turning to depart. He still had to uphold the turtle hermitess reputation, and besides, they simply did not comprehend. Or rather, would never comprehend. The people in the Dragon Ball world are remarkably naive, so innocent that they cannot fathom such depths. Satan embodies this notion, while the Kaioshin represents the opposing side. They do not comprehend, yet Lie Chunga understands the impending peril they are about to face. A Raditz with a battle power exceeding 1,000? A Vegeta boasting a battle power in the tens of thousands? A special forces unit with a battle power reaching hundreds of thousands? A Frieza with a battle power surpassing 1 billion? This is merely the preliminary test. The foes that follow are increasingly formidable. Strengthen. Strengthen. What is the value of life if one can grow stronger? As long as one can become more powerful, they can preemptively sever danger, satiate their thirst for battle, and protect those they cherish. In this moment, Lie Chunga's thoughts were profound, yet unbeknownst to him. The seeds of inner demons had begun to sprout. Chapter 21. Darkening parting ways with the main protagonists. Lie Chunga did not hastily depart the island, but instead leisurely explored its entirety. Eventually, he arrived at the beach, where he reclined on a sunbed. Surrounded by the merriment of others, his melancholy diminished somewhat. A gentle breeze caressed him as he savored the faint briny flavor of the sea air. How delightful this is! Yet, he pondered if he would ever again experience such blissful moments. Although he had delineated his future path in martial arts, the sorrow within him remained unacknowledged. Having lived 2 lives, his psychological age was not particularly advanced, which also explained why his inner demons emerged so early. As time flowed steadily, the setting sun seemed to drape the ocean in a golden silk until it vanished, leaving the radiant moon suspended high in the sky. Tonight's moon is exceptionally full. The arrival of night did not quell the desires of humanity. The beach grew increasingly crowded, with tents being erected. It must be about time. Lie Chunga removed his sunglasses and turned his head. The sky beyond the sunshade remained as luminous and round as ever. To his surprise, the nightlife here was rather vibrant. Donning his sunglasses, he strolled along the cool shoreline, occasionally glancing upward. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, causing Lie Chunga to smile instead of recoil, as he fixated intently on the moon above. Here it comes. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a white torrent, suffused with blinding light, soared into the heavens. Boom! The radiant moon instantaneously lost half of its form, erupting into a beautiful display of fireworks across the sky. How exquisite! With his keen sight, he even discerned what appeared to be creatures on the moon frantically fleeing, likely terrified by the spectacle. A feast for the powerful. With just a single Kamehameha, the moon had been obliterated. The moon? No, to be precise, it was a small satellite. It seems the previous reconnaissance was accurate. This moon resembled more of a mechanical satellite, and was not particularly vast. Indeed, the destruction of the moon did not trigger a tsunami, nor did it unleash meteorites. Even the luminosity in the sky remained unaffected. The ocean was eerily tranquil, almost as if it were not the ocean at all. Such is the world of Dragon Ball. Who truly understands? I genuinely have no idea what absurd wishes humanity first made. Strolling along the beach, he lamented. What had just transpired was merely the result of Son Goku casting a glance at the full moon, which prompted his transformation into a giant ape. In an effort to spare Goku, Chunglong transformed into a muscular titan and unleashed a Kamehameha, annihilating half of the moon. The wishes granted by the Dragon Balls. Are they truly limitless? In the present, the Dragon Balls have been divided into 7, making wishes more challenging. However, centuries ago, they were merely wish orbs. And one can only speculate how many wishes were made. In this world, love does not exist without reason. The principle of conservation is inescapable. The power of the 7 Dragon Balls is formidable, undoubtedly yielding some adverse consequences. It appears that the Dragon Ball manga hints at a conclusion regarding the backlash of wishes. Yet, this notion seems implausible. After all, could a wish orb created by a deity from a remote planet truly give rise to an entity far mightier than Majin Buu? Conversely, another theory regarding luck seems more persuasive. The Dragon Balls are not exclusive to Earth. The ones on Earth are the weakest, with their backlash merely resulting in the emergence of figures such as King Piccolo, Science, and Frieza, who are capable of planetary destruction. The version from Namek, however, led to the existence of Cell and Majin Buu, both of whom can obliterate entire universes. The cosmic dragon version would likely summon calamities of world-ending proportions. Lie Chunga's reflections grew more compelling, aligning with the knowledge he had inherited. The last remnants of doubt within him began to dissipate, and he gradually immersed himself in the world of Dragon Ball. It seems that, inadvertently, he has stumbled upon the secrets of this universe. If the root of all calamities lies with the Dragon Balls, perhaps I need not confront those terrifying entities. If only the Earth's Dragon Balls ceased granting wishes. The greatest crisis on Earth might merely be King Piccolo. As this sense of relief surged within him, a shiver coursed through his body. No. How could I entertain such thoughts? Is this the manifestation of fear? Hadn't I suppressed such demons? Unbeknownst to him, when Son Goku ventured to Namek, would he retain his innocent heart even with battle powers exceeding 100 million? Lie Chunga shook his head, dispelling the thoughts of weakness that plagued his mind. The greater the crisis, the more it challenges his martial path. Solely engaging in arduous training would not lead to the pinnacle of his abilities. He understood well the adage that one thrives in adversity and perishes in comfort. At that moment, a fleeting red glimmer caught his eye. Under the moonlight, his reflection on the sea deepened in mystery. With an incredulous smile, he murmured, "If my conjectures are correct, then there exists a concept of luck in this world. Son Goku is indeed the child of fortune. Thus, the origin of crises lies with Son Goku, and their resolution as well. What if I were to make a wish? Could I not usurp his role and transform the impossible into the possible? If Goku's companions can ascend to greatness, why not me?" Lie Chunga laughed. As the path before him unfurled entirely, all his concerns and shadows dissipated in that moment. Suddenly, the crackling sound of a walkie-talkie interrupted his thoughts. Is it news of the moon's disappearance? Reluctantly answering, he heard the anxious voice of Shilon. "Teacher? Teacher, something terrible has happened, teacher. The headquarters has sent a message, reprimanding Colonel Huang and preparing to disband his division, intending to re-establish both the red and yellow divisions. Furthermore, the headquarters has extended an invitation for you to assume a position there." A series of blows leaves Lie Chunga at a loss, his plans once again thrown into disarray. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly inquires, "These matters are inconsequential. What are the herbs I instructed you to gather?" Regrettably, it appears that the headquarters is aware of the significance of these herbs to him, even believing that his strength derives from them. Seizing the opportunity during his absence, they have hastily packed and sent them to the headquarters. Damn, wasn't their objective the Dragon Balls? The Dragon Radar has been prepared, and even a Dragon Ball has been collected. Why the sudden shift at this juncture? It seems there is a deliberate intent aimed at me. He had hoped to bide his time and develop cautiously. After all, the rare treasures required for his martial arts cultivation are countless, and having an organization assist in their collection would have been a commendable choice. Could it possibly be that individual? This thought brings to mind Dr. Lizard. It is likely his influence that has prompted such actions from the headquarters. Has his biotechnology made further advancements? The White Division, originally a bastion of formidable technological prowess, relocated to the far north due to dissatisfaction with budget cuts. The creation of artificial beings, combined with biotechnological advances, might very well explain the existence of androids 17, 18, and even Cell. Shaking his head, he dispels the conjectures swirling in his mind. Alas, their days are numbered. All schemes and machinations will, in due time, serve my purpose. Once this martial arts tournament concludes, the gathering of the 4-star Dragon Ball by Son Wukong will inevitably lead to further conflict with the Red Ribbon Army. Chapter 22. Seeking the Legion. Due to Lie Chunga's concealment and the absence of Dragon Ball testing, even with the advanced technology of the Red Ribbon Army, they can only construct a radar capable of roughly locating the Dragon Balls, resulting in a decidedly low efficiency in collection. Meanwhile, thanks to Dr. Lizard's technological breakthroughs within the White Division, he has successfully created the first powerful android with self-awareness, aptly named Android 8. Unfortunately, in an effort to win over Dr. Lizard, Lie Chunga, having been drained of his utility, has naturally been discarded. As for Colonel Huang, he remains oblivious to the missteps that led to his demotion and the disbandment of his division. The only recourse is to double his efforts in searching for the Dragon Balls in hopes of reclaiming his former glory. The disbanded members of the Yellow Division, along with the remnants of the Red Division, have formed a new Red Division and have embarked on a quest for the Dragon Balls together. Shortly after Lie Chunga's departure for headquarters, the new Red Division encounters Son Wukong, a meeting rife with past grievances. Observing Son Wukong attempting to flee, they unleash a barrage of missiles, bringing him down from the sky. While Sun Wukong's resilient physique withstands the attack, his treasured flying nimbus is tragically obliterated. The nimbus, a relic bequeathed to him by his grandfather, incites Sun Wukong's fury, leading him to dismantle the new Red Division in retaliation. The headquarters, taken aback by the news, realizes they cannot afford to provoke Master Roshi, but must they also contend with his formidable disciple? Commander Haye, gritting his teeth, dispatches capable operatives to take charge of the Yellow Division, seeking to avert a similar fate for them. Concurrently, he initiates contact with assassins, intent on eliminating Sun Wukong directly. Unbeknownst to them, without the Nimbus Cloud, Sun Wukong no longer possessed his previous ability to appear and disappear at will. Had he not recalled the space capsules gifted by Bulma, he might have perished from starvation in the desert. It must be said that Bulma's generosity was remarkable. The capsules contain not only houses and vehicles, but also aircraft and intelligent robots. Unfortunately, even the finest possessions are rendered useless in the hands of Sun Wukong. Indeed, under his erratic command, the intelligent robot piloted the aircraft to the farthest northern reaches of the world, a place characterized by the rarest of frigid climates. As soon as the robot and Sun Wukong drew near, they were frozen stiff, resulting in a catastrophic air disaster. The explosion did not claim Sun Wukong's life. Rather, it was the biting cold that rendered him immobilized upon the ground. Had it not been for a young girl who rescued him, the future champion of the universe may have met his untimely demise. It appears that the White Division is on the brink of collapse, with the Yellow Division soon to follow and their headquarters in jeopardy. Yet, before that unfolds, it is time for me to embark on a journey to explore the so-called superpowers and the world's foremost assassin. Clenching the report in my hand, I carelessly discarded it, wiped the sweat from my brow, and prepared to take a hot shower before setting off. The Dark General had imprisoned him at headquarters, but neglected to account for his students. Among them, Shilon was particularly adept at networking. He not only placed his fellow trainees across various sectors within the headquarters, but also ensnared the attention of the stunning beauty from the Purple Division, Violet. Consequently, his influence within the headquarters was not to be underestimated. This fortunate circumstance afforded him a spacious lounge, and even Little Blue enjoyed her own luxurious forest suite. Once this place is destroyed, let this young man take command of the Red Silk Brigade. In the world of Dragon Ball, power lies not only in martial prowess, but also in the unparalleled black technology of previous lives. As the new Legion grows stronger, they will earn the right to advance into the cosmos. The universe still feels like a distant dream. Lie Chunga instinctively extended his left hand, as at that moment, the energy within his body swirled around him, forming an invisible barrier. The amplification of chi and its defense felt almost instinctual, as if it were a natural response of the body. However, as he began to gather chi with his left hand, a radiant energy sphere gradually took form. The sphere grew larger and more volatile, yet it was still inadequate. He hastily employed his right hand to contain it, restricting the explosive energy within his palm. The practice of martial arts and the cultivation of chi seemed to be fundamentally at odds, unable to merge. Was he to abandon martial arts? Abandonment was not his desire. But who had ever heard of martial arts capable of shattering planets? Yet, to ascend to the 6th rank, one must concentrate all their strength to open the purple mansion within the Dantian. To enhance chi and increase combat power, one must unleash their full potential, stimulating the body's cells. The duality of restraint and release, the eternal blooming and ephemeral fireworks, represented paths of cultivation that were completely divergent. It seems that reliance on the Dragon Balls is the only option left. After changing my attire, I had barely exited the training room when a low voice resonated, allowing all listeners to feel the suppressed fury simmering within. Upon closer inspection, I saw a handsome young man with yellow hair, impeccably dressed in military attire. Though his gaze was laden with lethal intent, "I don't believe I recognize you. What? Do you wish to challenge me?" As a martial arts consultant, upon arriving at headquarters, I encountered numerous challengers, most of whom were effortlessly thwarted by Shilon. A challenge? No, I intend to end your life. The opponent's speed was formidable, nearly rivaling that of the martial arts tournament in the Withered Forest, yet Lie Chunga easily countered it. Should you strike again, I shall not show mercy. Allow me to inform you that I have already dispatched 3 others before you. You shall be the 4th. Noticing the opponent's refusal to relent, Lie Chunga refrained from further dialogue, unleashing an even greater speed as he extended a finger to touch the adversary. The opponent's fist faltered momentarily, granting Lie Chunga the opportunity to deliver a series of strikes before stepping back and withdrawing. Martial arts are, at their core, techniques of lethal combat, in traditional forms. Every move is designed to maximize harm to the enemy. The body's vital organs, sensory apparatus, and numerous acupoints are all targets for assault. Once struck, the adversary rapidly loses their fighting capability. Perhaps this is one of the most significant reasons for the decline of traditional martial arts. Wait, a voice called from behind, prompting Lie Chunga to turn. Despite the blood gushing from the opponent's mouth, he remained alive, his gaze fixed intently on Lie Chunga. I have not yet lost, he managed to utter, then shamelessly produced a specialized handgun from his pocket. A firearm? Lie Chunga scoffed, yet an instinctual chill coursed through him, and he suddenly found himself unable to move. Superpowers? Yet, even a superhuman should not endure such injuries to their vital organs for long. Damn, I cannot break free. In that moment, it felt as though it was not his will that restrained him, but rather his body had been frozen in place. He could sense his physical form, yet was rendered immobile. Bang! At the moment the gun fired, the man collapsed with a smile, blood mingled with fragments of his organs spilling from his mouth. Simultaneously, Lie Chunga regained his mobility, but it was too late. He could only twist his neck to evade the bullet. Damn, have I been hit? Chapter 23, Betrayal Indeed. Technology is formidable. Even when diminished, it remains underestimated. Had my previous life involved technological research, perhaps I could leverage it to turn the tide. Examining the specialized handgun, it became evident that it was beyond his comprehension, leading him to discard it carelessly. Technology, it seems, is not suited for me. Looking at the abrasions on his arm, he muttered, "Qi is not invincible. The enhancement of Qi is not passive but operates like a switch, capable of being toggled at will. Yet, if continuously activated." Lie Chunga perceived ominous signs of diminishing lifespan appearing above his head. The cultivation of Qi, regardless of its advancement, does not alter the essence of life. Even a being as carefree as Sun Wukong could inadvertently find himself in dire straits. What transpired? A cacophony echoed from the corridor's end, soon revealing a throng of individuals. Their attire mirrored that of the fallen, indicating they were part of the same group. "This is troublesome," Lie Chunga remarked nonchalantly as he began to retreat, allowing the newcomers to discern the fallen figure. "General," counting the number of loyal guards, he found their numbers somewhat excessive, thus abandoning the plan to eliminate them. Calmly, he retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket and spoke. "Shalon, I am in trouble and may defect to the Legion. Do not concern yourself with me. Simply proceed according to the original plan." Without waiting for a response, he crushed the walkie-talkie and swiftly turned to leave. The guards, regaining their composure, immediately opened fire while notifying others. The gunfire promptly triggered an emergency alarm at headquarters. In the top office of the headquarters building, the Supreme Commander of the Scarlet Satin Legion reclined in his chair, stroking a black cat in his lap, exuding an air of mystery and depth. "What has transpired?" he inquired, extinguishing the cigar in his mouth. A figure resembling a black butler emerged from the shadows to answer the call. "Commander, Advisor Lee has killed General Qing and defected." The voice was calm, yet trembled slightly. The black cat in the commander's grasp let out a pained yowl and scurried away. The commander leaped from his chair, his expression darkening as he approached the balcony. Through the glass, he surveyed the chaos below at headquarters, his demeanor growing even more somber. General Qing was one of his most capable subordinates, not only possessing formidable martial prowess, but also extraordinary abilities. He had been dispatched to probe Lie Chunga, only to meet his demise. "I underestimated him." The commander's voice was ominously low. Just then, the telephone on his desk rang. The butler, not daring to delay, answered the urgent contact from the division. Silence reigned, until the commander's glare prompted the butler to stammer, "Commander, the White Division has been destroyed." "What?" The commander could hardly believe it. The core technology of the Legion resided within the White Division, whose defenses rivaled that of the headquarters. The butler hastened to activate the console behind him, projecting visual footage onto the wall. The image revealed none other than Sun Wukong, who had vanquished the robotic guards, ninjas, and even the strongest beast warrior brought by Dr. Lizard, Baoying. Scene after scene unfolded, leaving the commander deeply unsettled. Particularly, the Kamehameha wave that defeated the mechanical guards evoked a terror reminiscent of his encounters with Master Roshi, causing him to collapse to the ground. First the Red Division, and now the White Division. His emotions were beyond words. Even worse, the butler received another notification, cautiously stating, "Commander, the dark web has also relayed information. They seem to fear this Sun Wukong, claiming he is the disciple of the god of martial arts. Moreover, according to the data, this martial artist is also in pursuit of Dragon Balls. He appears to possess a more advanced Dragon Ball radar, with a collection efficiency twice that of ours. Thus, they are reluctant to take on this task, asserting that only by summoning the world's foremost assassin could they succeed, rumored to be a merciless killer. The commander's countenance darkened as he calculated that Sun Wukong had already collected 3 Dragon Balls, while they had only secured 2. Of the remaining 2, one had already been located, with the Yellow Division currently in pursuit. Stroking his chin, the commander's face seemed to wear a mask of anguish. Now that the White Division had been obliterated, it appeared that their technological advancements would be unattainable. The collection of Dragon Balls has fallen behind others. Yet perhaps this is not entirely a misfortune. If one were to eliminate Sun Wukong, all the Dragon Balls would inevitably converge in his possession. There remains a glimmer of hope for enhancement. Let the disgrace be what it may. Summoning the world's foremost assassin to eliminate the disciple of the martial arts deity would not be too humiliating in the grand scheme of things. What are his conditions? The steward bowed his head and responded, the adversary demands an additional 10 billion. Furthermore, he wishes for the transaction to occur in person. The Dark Marshal gritted his teeth and declared, granted. However, I too have an additional stipulation. I require the head of the individual known as Lie Chunga as a token of our meeting. This would allow the one called Sun Wukong ample time to gather the remaining Dragon Balls and simultaneously rid us of the malignant presence of Lie Chunga. A dual victory, even if it entails the peril of being devoured by the dark, is worth the risk. The steward, perplexed, could not fathom the Dark Marshal's animosity towards Lie Chunga. It is worth noting that Lie Chunga not only provided information regarding the 7 Dragon Balls, but also enriched the Legion with numerous martial arts experts. Very well. I shall heed your command. The steward pondered little, perhaps believing that the marshal perceived the wolfish ambition of Lie Chunga and trusted in the marshal's judgment. Observing the Dark Marshal's mature and composed visage, the steward did not hesitate, though he did not see the esteemed marshal struggle repeatedly before finally ascending the chair. Subsequently, he extracted Lie Chunga's dossier, fixating on the height section with a most sinister expression. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. How could someone be so tall at the tender age of 16? Consider the esteemed commander of the Scarlet Satin Legion, possessing a formidable countenance, yet standing a mere 1 meter tall. Such humiliation is perhaps known to no one. Meanwhile, far across the cosmos, the Cosmic Emperor Frisia was convening a meeting with his subordinates when he abruptly sneezed, leaving his minions trembling in fright. As anticipated, due to a sudden defection, the enemy was unable to pinpoint his location with satellites, allowing him to depart with ease. Of course, the most critical factor was the collection of aircraft space capsules he had amassed, enabling a swift escape without lingering on the island. Activating the autopilot, he set his sights on Corin Tower. Commanding his intelligent steward, Lie Chunga began to scrutinize the world map in his hands. Oddly enough, although Earth is spherical, the map before him failed to reflect this curvature, seemingly omitting vast expanses of land. Despite the advent of satellites, the complete visage of the world remained elusive. Lie Chunga was skeptical that divine interference was not at play. Furthermore, the overall depiction on the map was peculiar, resembling a fallen dragon. Strangely enough, his arrival point on Earth was in proximity to the Dragon Eye, while Sun Wukong's humble abode rested near another Dragon Eye. Chapter 24. Corin Tower. Corin Tower is the destination of Lie Chunga's journey. Its location lies at the neck of the colossal dragon depicted on the map, not far from Yahoo. Behold, Corin Tower soars into the clouds, its summit obscured, appearing as if carved from a single piece of white jade, adorned with an abundance of unknown inscriptions. At intervals along its height, golden bands are embedded, providing handholds for climbers. It is said that atop this otherworldly structure resides a mysterious and inscrutable immortal. Anyone capable of ascending shall have a single wish fulfilled by this celestial being. Regrettably, in the past 5 centuries, only the legendary god of martial arts has ever reached the pinnacle, thereby attaining eternal life. Gazing up at the sky, his eyes drift into a reverie. Above the white clouds and beneath the azure expanse lies an enchanting vista. Indeed, Lie Chunga yearns to be atop Corinta, that ethereal floating disk temple where a divine entity resides. In the original narrative, the deity's performance appeared rather lackluster. However, his existence is of paramount importance. Are you suggesting the deity is weak? Indeed, such a claim is hard to refute, for compared to his counterpart, his combat prowess pales significantly. While he may be inadequate as a combatant, he excels as a support character, having maximized his skills. Not only can he perceive every subtle movement on Earth, but he can also summon winds and rains, traversing both heaven and earth, maintaining connections even with the king of hell. Furthermore, The temple is adorned with countless artifacts for his indulgence, including the creation of the Dragon Balls. Strictly speaking, Master Roshi may well be an extension of his martial philosophy. Master Roshi's mentor, Master Mateto, sealed away the Demon King Piccolo. I refuse to believe the celestial being played no role in that feat. Suddenly, missiles soared towards him. Distracted, Lie Chunga hastily maneuvered the aircraft to evade them. Damn! He had not anticipated the missiles possessed homing capabilities. Not only did he fail to evade, but during his escape, several shells were unleashed from behind. There was no time left. He quickly pressed the emergency escape button. Boom! The aircraft erupted into a display of fireworks. Lie Chunga did not deploy his parachute, landing safely instead. Just as he unfastened the parachute, he found himself ensnared in an ambush. Had he not escaped after all? It seems your arrangements are quite thorough. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Where is Colonel Huang? I demand to see him." Bang! A gunshot responded. Lie Chunga reacted swiftly, snatching the bullet from the air as it fell into his grasp. The bullet's speed was no match for his reflexes. Bang! 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 The gunfire merely signaled an impending storm of bullets. However, Lie Chunga shook his head, swiftly waving his hands in front of him. Such firearms pose no threat to me. Does Colonel Huang remain oblivious? Or are you merely a band of pawns? The adversaries remained silent, seizing the opportunity to launch a barrage of smoke-emitting rockets during the reload. Boom! A terrifying explosion transformed the ground beneath Lie Chunga into a crater, billowing white smoke that obscured their vision. They seemed unaware of the principle that smoke inflicts no harm, halting to observe their handiwork. Above, someone noticed the absence of Lie Chunga amidst the smoke, scanning the surroundings to catch sight of him plummeting from the sky. With a piercing eagle's cry and tyrannical aura, a fierce wind accompanied the unique screech, enveloping all who heard it in a disorienting wave, causing them to lose consciousness. Bored, Lie Chunga shook his head, gently landing and surveying his masterpiece with a shrug. He then proceeded towards Corinta, deep in contemplation. To a certain extent, anger can serve as a substitute for true energy, though the true essence and its significance remain elusive. Unbeknownst to him, living amidst the vast forests of Yahoo, a tribe of wild men had long inhabited the fringes of this woodland. For reasons unknown, they later settled near Corinta, deeming the land beneath it sacred, protected by the mightiest warrior of their clan. At this moment, the Huang faction, driven by the Dragon Balls and a long-standing vendetta, found themselves embroiled in an all-out war against the Guardians. The fact that they could muster such forces to encircle him was commendable. Moreover, who would dare approach someone familiar with Lie Chunga? The sound of gunfire echoed, and with keen hearing, he discerned that battles raged in multiple locations. Curiously, the epicenter remained relatively tranquil. A spear whistled through the air, and he deftly evaded it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Such strength! The spear, although merely a common stone weapon, was crafted with greater finesse than those he had once fashioned. Yet, no matter how refined, it remained a stone spear, capable of piercing a tree trunk. Such prowess must signify a higher caliber. Was it a warning? Perhaps due to his lack of a red scarf or insignia, this strike was merely a cautionary gesture. It seemed the Guardian clan shared an affinity with the cat sage, who, with its gluttonous nature, likely regarded them as mere servants. Thus, when son Wukong aided the Guardians and ascended to the summit of Corinta, he received a distinctly favorable treatment. It is worth noting that the turtle sage was a disciple of the martial arts titan, yet in the mouth of the cat sage, he was rendered pitiable. My apologies, but all of this belongs to me, Lie Chunga murmured to himself, edging closer to Corinta. Although no assault ensued, the sound of gliding aircraft was unmistakable. This brings to light the audacity of Colonel Huang, who, in pursuit of accolades, piloted a plane directly through the defenses to confront the Guardians. The current champion, named Bora, donned attire reminiscent of an Indian warrior, marked notably by the vibrant feathers atop his head, a symbol of heroism. Accompanying him was a diminutive figure, his son named Upa, and together they guarded this place from within their tent. Perhaps to shield Colonel Huang's beheading endeavor, the remaining members of the Guardian clan had ventured to the front lines, leaving the champion to face the onslaught alone. Indeed, Lie Chunga could hear Bora's thunderous voice from afar. Get lost. Return from whence you came. You are hardly numerous enough. If you do not flee, I shall ensure your complete annihilation. From the tone, it was clear that combat had commenced. Yet, Bora seemed unaware of Colonel Huang's intentions, attempting to intimidate the intruders through confrontation. Upon Lie Chunga's arrival, he immediately recognized Bora. Towering nearly 3 meters, his muscular form exuded an imposing presence. standing apart like a crane among chickens. Bora brandished his spear defiantly against the dozens of foes before him, his gaze icy and unflinching. "Father, be careful." A sudden voice shattered the tense atmosphere, prompting Bora to swiftly grasp the adversary's intentions. The sniper, an experienced hunter of the jungle, instantly discerned the source of murderous intent. Without hesitation, he hurled the spear in his hand, but the sniper was unable to evade in time and was tragically impaled, left hanging from a tree. "Act now." Colonel Huang. No, he should now be addressed as General Yarrow, commanded. Utilizing the skills he had surreptitiously learned from Lie Chunga, he delivered a powerful punch to the unsuspecting Bora. However, his technique was lacking, and Bora, far from being harmed, dismissed him with a push, his muscles taut, shielding his eyes as he charged into the throng of enemies. Bora was like a tiger unleashed upon a flock of sheep, dispatching foes with each strike, a veritable force of nature, a human bulldozer. Chapter 25. Darkening to the ferocity of the descending tiger instilled an overwhelming fear among the onlookers, prompting their hasty retreat. Even General Yarrow discreetly made his exit. Witnessing this spectacle, Lie Chunga found himself momentarily speechless. Bora's strength now rivaled that of son Wukong from the martial arts tournament. His bullet-resistant physique was an impregnable fortress to ordinary mortals. No pursuit. Was it kindness? Or simply a shift in focus? Lie Chunga's attention was drawn to a diminutive figure in the distance, exuberantly celebrating, a dragon ball gleaming around his neck. This child was likely the catalyst for the impending full-scale war between the Guardian clan and the Huang faction. Bora, aware of this, dared not stray far from his son. In his youth, UPA resembled a girl, and it was uncertain whether son Wukong was aware of his gender. Observing Bora and his son UPA skillfully pile the corpses and commence the cleansing of the surrounding blood, their movements flowed effortlessly, a testament to their prowess as seasoned jungle hunters. It was crucial, for the blood of the fallen could attract ferocious beasts, jeopardizing the safety of the village's children. Gazing into the fire pit, UPA saw the flames flickering like the fervent admiration in his heart, a burning desire to become a valiant hero like his father. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. His father's weapon still lodged in the sniper's body could be his ticket to earning his father's praise. With the enemy now retreated and no immediate danger, UPA resolved to take action. While his father buried the dead, he stealthily slipped away. Soon, he stumbled upon the sniper's corpse. Despite his tender age, as the son of a hero, UPA possessed strength akin to that of an adult. He easily lifted the body, extracted the spear, and buried the remains. Yet, upon gazing at the soiled spear, he felt it unworthy as a trophy for his father. Meanwhile, Yarrow, having fled to a temporary base, prepared to take flight and request reinforcements. Though reluctant, he recognized Bora's formidable nature, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. First, there was Lie Chunga, and now even a wild man stood against him. The anger simmered within him. At that moment, the plane's communicator buzzed, projecting a video in which the imposing figure of the Black Marshal appeared. He remained seated, a cat cradled in his arms, with a coolly composed African butler standing behind him. Failed. Truly worthless. Yarrow sought to explain, but the Black Marshal cut him off, stating, "No need for words. I have already sent someone. You are on your own." Yarrow gazed at the vanishing video, engulfed in despair. He understood that he could not simply depart. He must take action. He turned the aircraft around, hovering above the sacred ground. And perhaps fate had not abandoned him as he spotted UPA washing weapons by a small river. Wasn't that the little one? If it weren't for this tiny figure's hint, he might have already eliminated that individual. Wait, that fellow possesses a Dragon Ball. Once haughty Colonel Huang now found himself harboring malevolent thoughts towards a child barely a meter tall. UPA also noticed the iron bird emitting strange sounds in the sky, circling ominously, seemingly intent on causing him harm. Run. With the airborne beast fixated on him, he knew he must flee, hiding beneath trees or any available cover. However, at this moment, it was evident that UPA was already too late. "I am not afraid of you." UPA summoned his courage to confront the roaring iron bird. He thrust his spear at the aircraft, but how could his frail body pierce through metal? In an instant, Yarrow seized him and pulled him aboard the plane. It was him. UPA recognized the person inside the aircraft and began to struggle frantically. Yarrow was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the diminutive UPA would possess the strength of an adult. As they ascended to great heights, UPA, still wriggling in resistance, gazed down at the shrinking ground. After all, he was merely a child, and in a fit of fear, he clung to Yarrow's head and wept loudly. "Cursed child! Do not cover my eyes." Oh no! The screams and cries resonated with the engine's roar, colliding against the structures of Karen Tower. Don't. Witnessing the commotion of the two in his grasp, Lie Chunga felt helpless. He abruptly hurled General Yarrow away, leaving UPA still wailing. Have you finished crying? Lie Chunga attempted to speak in a calm tone, yet UPA stealthily surveyed his surroundings, confirming this was familiar territory before delivering a swift kick to Lie Chunga's thigh. Hey, that was quite a blow. Lie Chunga thought nervously. If struck, his illustrious reputation would be tarnished. UPA, in his escape, cheekily made a face at him, even jumping and patting his backside in mockery. Where are you? Are you looking for me? UPA froze, incredulously staring ahead, then glancing back at where Lie Chunga had just been, retreating in fear. UPA. A steady voice caused UPA to shudder, swiftly restoring his confidence as he dashed forward. Father. Bola nodded, his gaze ablaze as he addressed Lie Chunga. Thank you for rescuing my child. However, I must ask you to leave the sacred ground. It is perilous here. UPA was taken aback, glancing at the wreckage of the aircraft nearby, finally realizing that Lie Chunga had saved him. This demeanor was indeed a stark contrast to his meeting with Sun Wukong. It seemed that even the small had their own merits. Lie Chunga smiled slightly. I apologize. I too must insist you heed my words. The impending battle may inadvertently harm you, so please vacate this area. What a profound irony it was to ask the guardian of the sacred grounds to depart. Suppressing his fury, Bola released UPA and declared, If you wish for me to leave, you must demonstrate your strength. Before his words could fade, Lie Chunga had already appeared before him. Bora felt a jolt of fear but dismissed it, flexing his muscles as his entire physique swelled with power. Impressive. Although he had yet to grasp the essence of Qi, he had begun to harness it. Regrettably, he had misidentified his opponent and chosen the wrong approach. Lie Chunga raised a single finger and jabbed it just below Bora's navel. Instantly, Bora deflated like a punctured balloon, still reeling from the shock. With a swift snap, a strike landed on Bora's forehead, and the once formidable warrior collapsed, rolling his eyes in defeat. Father! UPA cried out in terror, weeping as he brandished a stone axe that had mysteriously materialized. Lie Chunga refrained from retaliating, for a flash of red had materialized before him, blocking his path. Standing at less than 3 meters tall, this figure exuded an overwhelming confidence. What is happening? Sun Wukong's voice carried both confusion and excitement. He suddenly turned, regarding Lie Chunga with a puzzled expression and inquired, What are you doing? Lie Chunga, who had been retrieving the Dragon Balls from Sun Wukong's backpack, wore a sinister smile, his previously handsome visage now shadowed with malevolence. The Dragon Balls. At last. They have appeared. Chapter 26. The 4-star Dragon Ball. Lie Chunga's greedy demeanor caused Sun Wukong to question his own existence. Tilting his head, he allowed Lie Chunga to extract all the Dragon Balls before making his escape. You have turned wicked. Turned wicked? UPA chimed in, gaining a newfound appreciation for the descending Sun Wukong. Clutching Sun Wukong's arm, he voiced his accusations with righteous indignation. Yes, he is the villain. He has slain my father. Sun Wukong gazed at the fallen giant in shock, memories of Master Roshi's words flooding his mind. He is a good person who has strayed from the righteous path. If encountered again, strive to guide him back. In that moment, Sun Wukong, who had once been oblivious, now perceived the true malevolence of the man before him. In response to the accusations from the two youngsters, Lie Chunga remained transfixed by the Dragon Ball in his grasp, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. The small orb seemed to possess a mystical quality, appearing both entirely transparent and yet not quite so. Its overall hue was a delicate yellow, intricately adorned with red star patterns. When held under the sun, it shimmered, rendering the stars nearly invisible. Seeing Lie Chunga's silence, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of frustration and positioned UPA behind him. Why did you take a life? Perhaps it was Sun Wukong's incessant nagging that finally drew Lie Chunga's attention. With a hint of amusement in his gaze, he replied, If I recall correctly, you possess a 4-star Dragon Ball, do you not? It would serve you no purpose. Hand it over to me. Those words ignited a true fury within Sun Wukong. He held little regard for the other Dragon Balls, and had it not been for the provocation of the Red Ribbon Army, he would have ignored them entirely. What mattered most to him was the 4-star Dragon Ball, a cherished relic from his grandfather. In the innocent eyes of Sun Wukong, the 4-star Dragon Ball represented his grandfather's very essence. Master Roshi had once proclaimed, never allow a villain to seize the Dragon Balls. Moreover, the audacity of attempting to steal from his grandfather was an affront he could not tolerate. I have resolved to send you flying. Faced with the wrath of Sun Wukong, Lie Chunga retracted the Dragon Ball, letting out a cold laugh. He then turned to the side and addressed UPA, saying, "Little one, take him away. I have no desire to desecrate the dead. And you, son Wukong, since you wish to fight, let us wager. Whoever emerges victorious shall claim the Dragon Ball." Son Wukong hesitated for a moment, while UPA, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, made a decision on his behalf. "Big brother, I'll leave this to you." UPA removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck and placed it into Son Wukong's hands. He then carefully retreated, dragging his father away. It was not that UPA was fleeing. He was not foolish. The departure of his father had momentarily unsettled him. After a brief pause, he unexpectedly realized that his father was not dead. Coupled with Lie Chunga's earlier words after saving him, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. Now, with Son Wukong's arrival and their seemingly familiar connection, his thoughts solidified. Lie Chunga had anticipated the arrival of someone in the ensuing battle. Watching UPA drag his father's lifeless body, Son Wukong made a resolute decision. Once upon a time, he had shared a similar bond with his grandfather. Suddenly, he felt a gentle breeze, unbeknownst to him. Lie Chunga had already approached, prompting him to hastily retreat. Upon steadying himself, he discovered that the 4-star Dragon Ball had been taken from his grasp by Lie Chunga. "Return my grandfather." Son Wukong extended his hand, indignant, as he saw Lie Chunga placing the 4-star Dragon Ball into his own bosom, inciting his urgency to pursue. Although Son Wukong moved with remarkable speed, Lie Chunga was no novice. Having witnessed the swiftness of the desolate forest, he recognized this vulnerability and knew he had to overcome it. As he deftly maneuvered around Son Wukong, he taunted, "Son Wukong, you are far too naive. A being like you belongs in a comic. Just moments ago, had I launched a surprise attack, you would have been utterly defeated. Combat is no trivial matter. One must always remain vigilant." Seeing Son Wukong fixated on the Dragon Ball, Lie Chunga exhaled in relief and tossed the Dragon Ball towards UPA, who was hiding not far away. "Grandfather." Son Wukong attempted to chase after it, but Lie Chunga had anticipated this move. Delivering a fierce kick that sent Son Wukong sprawling to the ground, he then menacingly declared, "If you wish to take the Dragon Ball, you must first defeat me." Son Wukong executed a backflip to regain his footing, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his aura shifted dramatically. Could blood awaken the essence of a scion? Son Wukong, though innocent, possessed an inherent leadership quality, not from sheer strength, but from a profound belief in battle. Once engaged in combat, his presence became overwhelmingly imposing. Are you taking this seriously now? Once you commit to a fight, remember, do not hold back. For you are not alone in this. Combat distinguishes not only between victor and vanquished, but also between life and death. As a former admirer of Dragon Ball, Lie Chunga found Son Wukong's reckless nature most irksome, as his approach often led to a precarious balance in battles, nearly resulting in the annihilation of Earth's warriors. How vexing. Combat is such an exhilarating endeavor. Son Wukong attempted to argue, but Lie Chunga had already launched his attack, a smirk on his face as he remarked, "Exhilarating? Only you find it so. Your unique constitution may render you indifferent, but for the vast majority, it is a different story altogether. Battle is a terrifying existence. Alas, you may not comprehend this now. You will understand in due time." Lie Chunga hesitated to speak. As the protagonist of the manga, he only felt despair at the moment of his demise in the desolate forest. Otherwise, his journey was smooth sailing. Much like the alternate universe's Trunks. If you were to tell him that battle is immensely entertaining, would you believe he would swiftly end your life with a single stroke? As the two engaged in combat, their movements interwove seamlessly. Nearby, UPA glanced at his father and confirmed that Bora was merely in a peculiar state of unconsciousness, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Stealthily, he approached the battlefield, his eyes shining with fervent light as he beheld the duel, particularly admiring the young son Goku, who was of a similar age. Yet, a tinge of melancholy washed over him, accompanied by a flicker of guilt. After all, he had faltered in his attempt to rescue his father. As the son of a hero, such hesitation was unbecoming. Was he concealing his true strength? If that were the case, then I shall not hold back. Tiger Crane double form. The essence of the fierce tiger erupted, instilling a sense of dread in Son Goku. In that fleeting moment, Lie Chunga's hands became akin to the beak of a crane, striking relentlessly at Goku's vital points. Goku's willpower far surpassed that of the desolate forest, and he adapted quickly. Yet it was somewhat too late. One half of his body went numb and was rendered immobile, while the other half was engulfed in intense pain emanating from his very insides. Son Goku truly is a prodigy, in the face of danger. He unleashed a powerful surge of energy that not only forced Lie Chunga's strikes away from his vital points, but also compelled him to retreat. Lie Chunga spread his arms wide, balancing on one leg, striking a perfect pose of the white crane in flight. In this brief exchange, it appeared that Lie Chunga had the upper hand, yet his countenance betrayed his discomfort. In terms of combat prowess, Lie Chunga's advantages lay in his acupoint strikes, fighting techniques, and the essence derived from the 100 Beasts fist. However, it has become evident that practitioners of energy cultivation, upon reaching a certain level, find their internal organs protected by this energy. Acupoints can be directly penetrated by energy, as if sheer force could overcome all obstacles. Naturally, Lie Chunga felt no envy. For with that single roar, Son Goku had undoubtedly diminished his lifespan by at least a year. Chapter 27. Has Son Goku perished? The Kamehameha. With a half-crouch, Son Goku aligned his hands, gathering immense energy. This technique was none other than the renowned Kamehameha of Master Roshi. How audacious! Yet, it is true, at this moment. The Kamehameha is indeed Son Goku's ultimate move, and few could evade it. However, even the mightiest technique must be unleashed to be effective. 8 steps to catch the cicada. Lie Chunga's figure seemed to teleport, transforming into 4 or 5 afterimages that surged towards Son Goku. Did he land a hit? Observing Son Goku's unguarded stance, Lie Chunga felt a wave of foreboding. Alas! Indeed, his whip-like kick passed through, as Son Goku's form gradually faded, morphing into 5 or 6 figures converging energy. Afterimage fist? Remarkably, he was able to execute the afterimage fist while simultaneously employing the Kamehameha. One must commend that after the martial arts tournament, Son Goku's strength had once again ascended. He had not fallen behind. There was no time left. Come forth. Lie Chunga no longer evaded his fate. Being struck by the energy blast was an inevitable outcome. He might as well embrace the experience now. With his feet firmly planted in the earth, he circulated his energy, bringing his hands together in prayer, enhancing his vitality and fortifying his defenses. His blood surged, filling his entire being with a crimson hue, emanating a faint mist. With a secret technique, he summoned the protection of 100 beasts. As a furious roar escaped his lips, the surrounding mist transformed into countless birds and beasts, swirling around him. Simultaneously, Son Wukong's Kamehameha wave arrived as anticipated. Several milky white rays struck Lie Chunga with precision and speed. The shadow of Son Wukong consolidated into one, revealing that his true form was not among those visible, but rather beside Lie Chunga. A colossal energy amassed before Lie Chunga, relentlessly pushing him outward. His legs carved a trench in the ground, a testament to the absolute skill that Son Wukong had wielded from beginning to end. The force of the energy was swifter than a missile, rendering evasion impossible. Moreover, the energy struck Lie Chunga's own aura, which in turn affected his entire being. Any moment of relaxation could lead to utter disintegration. Indeed, disintegration, manifesting as vaporization, leaving no remnants behind. Furthermore, the Kamehameha wave could sustain its output, compelling others to engage in a forced clash. For someone like Lie Chunga, who was unskilled in such confrontations, this was particularly disadvantageous. As expected, utilizing energy as internal energy was a misguided approach. To counter this technique, Lie Chunga employed a secret method, using energy as internal energy. Yet he found himself in a precarious situation, compelled to use energy defensively. Were it not for his robust physique, he might have already crumbled. At that moment, Son Wukong seemed to discern Lie Chunga's predicament. With a wave of his hands, the energy wave propelled Lie Chunga skyward. It appeared that Son Wukong had no intention of delivering a lethal blow. As he had previously stated, he merely aimed to send him flying. Little did he know, his goodwill inadvertently interrupted Lie Chunga's next plan. Just as Lie Chunga prepared to redirect the energy wave skyward, it unexpectedly turned, thrusting him into the air. Caught off guard, he was swept upwards into the sky. Fortunately, after this maneuver, Son Wukong's energy significantly waned, unable to sustain the Kamehameha wave's continuous output. Damn! The final act of the Kamehameha wave could result in an explosion. Should Lie Chunga endure it, not only would he sustain injuries, but as Son Wukong had foretold, he would be sent flying. Secret technique. The golden cicada sheds its shell. Boom. The energy wave detonated in the air, creating a cloud of smoke. What a formidable opponent. Master Roshi was indeed correct. There are always greater beings beyond. Were it not for the Kamehameha wave, he would surely be at a disadvantage. Though his speed surpassed that of Lie Chunga, any close-quarters engagement would ensnare him like a quagmire, rendering his speed ineffective. Son Wukong reflected on this, then prepared to retrieve the Dragon Balls, only to hear an unusual sound behind him. What? Trying to leave already? I have not yet been defeated. Lie Chunga's voice resonated from behind. Sun Wukong turned to see that Lie Chunga's upper garment had vanished, revealing a perfectly healthy physique. His pants were tattered, and his hair appeared singed, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Now, it is my turn to perform. Lie Chunga transformed into multiple afterimages, swiftly appearing beside Sun Wukong. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was struck and sent flying. Have you ever witnessed the Gatling? The technique, a myriad of fingers entwined. Taking advantage of Sun Wukong's suspended state in the air, Lie Chunga's muscles swelled, and he extended his index fingers, seemingly gently tapping Sun Wukong's body. Yet, in an instant, Sun Wukong felt as if he had been hit hundreds of times, hanging in midair, unable to descend. This move appeared slow, but in reality, it was Lie Chunga's speed that rendered it deceptively languid. The force surged through, piercing the fabric of Sun Wukong's clothing from behind, highlighting the extraordinary power of this technique. Empty. How could this be? Just then, Sun Wukong's tail ensnared Lie Chunga's body, evading subsequent attacks and delivering a kick to his leg, sending him flying and rolling several times. Coughing, he remarked, "You are stronger than I anticipated." Sun Wukong slowly rose, gazing at Lie Chunga without fear, instead revealing a hint of a smile. "Freak, the harder you hit, the more exhilarated I become." Remarkably, despite the barrage of penetrating attacks, he still managed to stand. A testament to the terrifying resilience of a scion's physique. Of course, Lie Chunga boasted of his own prowess, being of similar age and training duration as Sun Wukong, and feeling no pride in being superior. Were it not for the looming dread of future enhancements, he might not have even regarded him. In less than 2 years, his battle power surged from 400 to over 100 million. Such feats seemed only conceivable in comics. "Are you afraid of me?" "Why?" Sun Wukong clutched his chest. A look of confusion etched on his face. Instantly, Lie Chunga erupted, his expression darkening as if shrouded in shadow. "Who is afraid?" "I, Lie Chunga, the chosen one, am destined to fight to the pinnacle. You, Sun Wukong, are merely a pawn selected by fate. Once I seize your fortune, you shall be nothing more than a lower-tier scion." Lie Chunga transformed into a blur once more. Boom. A great crater formed where Sun Wukong had stood. But this time he was prepared, rolling and scrambling to evade the blow. Myriad fingers in, rays shot forth like bullets, relentlessly pursuing Sun Wukong. Yet, he grew more agile with each stride, his energy rapidly recovering. Damn it! Lie Chunga realized instantly that scions appear as children until they reach the age of 20, at which point their powers burgeon exponentially. This explained why, after merely a year of training, his battle power rivaled that of Ba. In his darkened state, Lie Chunga disregarded the concept of lifespan, unleashing a formidable aura, his speed reaching its zenith. Serpent strike. His right hand moved like a venomous snake, bypassing Sun Wukong's defenses to strike fiercely at his throat, heart, and dantian. Sun Wukong tumbled away, gasping feebly, teetering on the brink of life and death. Lie Chunga suddenly froze, staring blankly at his hands, realizing he had slain an undeserving foe. "Heh, I told you, martial arts are lethal techniques." A true master knows that victory or defeat often hinges on a single thought, and therein lies the distinction between life and death. Chapter 28, Tao Bai Bai. Dead? Is this how the protagonist of Dragon Ball meets his end? His successive strikes landed squarely on the vital points. As long as Sun Wukong remained human, his demise was inevitable. "I have slain another who ought to have lived. Sun Wukong cannot perish. He is the last bastion of hope. No, only with his death can I abandon all restraint and grow. The foes of the future shall be met by me. Those who stand in my way deserve to die." "Ha ha ha," cackled Lie Chunga, appearing almost deranged, conversing with himself. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the sky, his expression softening slightly, murmuring, "Damn it, you have finally arrived." Following his line of sight, a dark speck had mysteriously emerged in the heavens. The speck swiftly approached, revealing itself to be a figure. Strangely, beneath him was a stone pillar, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, evidently disassembled from somewhere unknown. This individual was none other than the world's foremost assassin. Summoned by General Haye, Tao Bai Bai. As the preeminent killer, his entrance was undoubtedly befitting of his reputation. Indeed, Tao Bai Bai was a man of strict adherence to decorum. Particularly concerning appearances, his garments and footwear were custom-tailored. In an effort to appear more impressive, he had even modified his flight technique, transforming it into a form of telekinetic levitation. What was once a graceful aerial traversal had become an arduous endeavor. Nonetheless, one could not deny that soaring through the air with long, flowing hair, complemented by his pink tang suit and an expression of cold-bloodedness, He exuded an undeniable aura of coolness. What a tall tower. Was it called the Carrot Tower? His brother had mentioned that a legendary immortal dwelled atop it. Yet the elixir of life was not to be found there. Alas, the stone pillar beneath him shattered with a thunderous crash. Tao Baibai's countenance grew even more severe. The cascading debris did not impede his descent. The pillar had merely served as a prop for his ostentation. Its destruction mattered little. However, being struck down from the sky would be a disgrace. It is you. It seems some individuals are truly eager to court death. 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, you shall experience the sensation of dying. Confirming the identity of the person before him, one of his intended targets, Tao Baibai unceremoniously issued a death sentence. 8 steps to chase the cicada. Lie Chunga regarded the figure before him, his eyes brimming with martial fervor, grinning widely as he unleashed an unrecognizable roar, transforming into an afterimage to launch an assault. Trivial skill. Tao Baibai effortlessly parried Lie Chunga's attack, forming his hand into a sword that aimed directly at Lie Chunga's chest. The latter, with a ghostly smile, retorted, "You have fallen into my trap." Snake cut, deceptive hand. Tao Baibai had not anticipated that his opponent would feign weakness. Disregarding his pretense of coolness, he contorted his body into an unusual angle to evade the strike. Tao Baibai, feeling a sense of bewilderment, thought, "Did I just evade?" Touching his face, he discovered blood. "You made me bleed." After so many years. In the face of Tao Baibai's frustration, Lie Chunga licked the blood from his hand and coldly chuckled. 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Tao Baibai recalled his earlier proclamation of death, unable to contain his wrath. Truly, to live long without dying is the mark of a rogue. Tao Baibai's prowess in close combat surpassed that of son Wukong's by a considerable margin, his speed eclipsing even that of the legendary figure. Lie Chunga soon found himself overwhelmed, sent flying by a powerful kick that sent him crashing into a tree. The searing pain jolted him back to his semblance of clarity. Reflecting on the recent skirmish, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression a mixture of confusion and realization. Martial arts. Who imparted such skills to you? In their brief encounter, Lie Chunga discovered that Tao Baibai was also well-versed in martial arts, coupled with an agility that far exceeded his own, enabling him to triumph in close-quarters combat. In Lie Chunga's mind, martial arts were merely the routines he practiced daily, designed for muscle memory to facilitate quicker counterattacks. Though the human nervous system can react swiftly, there is always a transmission time involved, while muscle memory circumvents this delay. Martial techniques, then, are an extension of martial arts, employing the body's unique capabilities for offensive maneuvers. After years of investigation, no trace of such martial arts had surfaced, suggesting that the world's martial path had yet to evolve to that level. In close combat, he had never been bested by anyone, even feeling confident against Master Rashi. Yet now, he had been bested by Tao Baibai. Martial arts? That term sounded vaguely familiar. Images of his brother, Master Crane, surfaced in Tao Baibai's mind. Master Crane had taken special care of him, teaching him many techniques that he struggled to comprehend. However, his inherent impatience for steady training, combined with his penchant for showmanship, led him to venture out prematurely, wandering the world. I do not understand your words, but your strength is commendable, worthy of my attention. With a sudden flourish, Tao Baibai pointed at Lie Chunga, unleashing a faint yellow beam that surged towards him with remarkable speed. Lie Chunga was taken aback. Despite Tao Baibai's apparent advantage, why would he initiate an attack? He was struck squarely, sent hurtling away. Ha ha ha, utterly defenseless. Tao Baibai exclaimed triumphantly, but his mirth was abruptly silenced as Lie Chunga grimaced, gradually rising while clutching his chest. The injury was grave, his torso charred and searing with pain, causing him to draw a sharp breath. He was no son Wukong, able to laugh in the face of adversity. Is this truly the Dodon Ray? It certainly bore resemblance to the power of the Kamehameha. Yet the Dodon Ray excelled in penetration while lacking in endurance and explosive force. Tao Baibai was taken aback. This strike could pierce through steel. Yet the boy before him remained alive. He glanced at his own fingers in disbelief. What formidable power! Lie Chunga licked the blood from his lips, his expression bordering on madness, while Tao Baibai, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, arrogantly raised his chin and declared, "Of course. If you wish to live, kneel and lick my shoes clean. Perhaps I shall spare your life." As he slightly lifted his foot, Lie Chunga felt a jolt of fear. This individual was known for his lethal mastery over objects. In the comics, he was depicted as a veritable arsenal, even his tongue a weapon, leaving Lie Chunga wary of a surprise attack from his shoe. Watching Lie Chunga roll away to evade the phantom threat, Tao Baibai could not help but chuckle. though his murderous intent swelled even further within him. The qualifications of the young man before him are comparable to those of his brother's most esteemed disciple. Gone. Lie Chunga rose abruptly, swiftly manifesting his presence, and in his fury, he merged the essence of the 100 beasts into each strike. Years of observation had allowed him to grasp the profound meaning of the 100 beasts, marking him as a prodigy, and now, he had achieved a remarkable integration. In that fleeting moment, his physical prowess reached a significant milestone. The techniques of the tiger's claw, the eagle's strike, the rabbit's kick, and the crane's wings flowed seamlessly into one another. Even under the constraints of the minor completion of the Zhou Tian, he emitted the resonant sounds of tigers and leopards. Tao Bai Bai was caught off guard, his speed advantage neutralized, and his own skills became a hindrance, leading to perilous circumstances. He felt it. He sensed it. Beneath the minor completion of Zhou Tian, his vital energies surged, akin to a fish returning to water. At that moment, a fiery sensation radiated from his lower abdomen. This was his dantian. The dantian, the opportunity to break through to the 6th rank. If he could establish the purple palace within the dantian, his internal energy would flourish, resulting in exponential growth of his power, rendering him invincible on Earth. Breakthrough. Just a breakthrough. Yet, the martial path is ill-suited for breakthroughs in the midst of battle, particularly such a significant elevation, necessitating utmost caution. Combat. He must eliminate this foe to have a chance at a breakthrough. In an instant, Lie Chunga's face darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury, causing Tao Bai Bai to leap away in alarm. Chapter 29. The First Descent into Madness. The essence of madness. Anyone who had endured the calamity 3 centuries prior was most familiar with this aura, and it evoked profound terror. No, it cannot be. Images of dragon-like figures flooded Tao Bai Bai's mind, drawing him involuntarily into recollections. In those memories, the figures acted without restraint, burning, killing, and plundering. None could stand against them. He and his brother could only tremble in a corner. Eventually, his brother fled, and it was from that moment that his psychological struggles began. Extreme fear morphed into a twisted admiration, leading him to mimic them. Thus, under his brother's laxity, the world's greatest assassin was born. Lie Chunga, consumed by madness, paid no heed to anything else. He unleashed an overwhelming aura and began to fight at the cost of his own vitality. The startled Tao Bai Bai found himself unprepared for the onslaught. Fists rained down like a torrential storm, and the essence of the 100 beasts was instinctively wielded by Lie Chunga. Eagle's claws, serpent strikes, tiger blasts, crane attacks. Within moments, Tao Bai Bai's vital points were struck nearly 100 times, energies penetrating his being without damaging his attire. The excruciating pain forced Tao Bai Bai to gasp, saliva spilling forth as he emitted pained whimpers. The ferocity of the assault caused Lie Chunga to overlook his own injuries. His rough movements, combined with the explosive energy, exacerbated his own wounds. Inflicting harm upon his adversary came at the cost of his own well-being, killing 1,000 while wounding himself 800. Simultaneously, the intense pain and humiliation jolted Tao Bai Bai from his memories, tearing him from his fears. No, you are not like them. You are far too weak. Indeed, in comparison, Lie Chunga was truly weak. If he was not a demon, then this wretch before him deserved to meet a most tragic end. As the world's foremost assassin, he found himself in an utterly disgraceful predicament, a situation that seemed utterly unforgivable. Rage surged through Tao Bai Bai's mind, unifying every cell in his body with a singular intent, to perish. With a sudden eruption of formidable energy, he braced against Lie Chunga's relentless onslaught. Lie Chunga roared, disregarding the blood that streamed from the corners of his mouth, determined to press forward with unyielding ferocity, ultimately delivering a kick that sent Tao Bai Bai sprawling. Yet, true to his reputation as the greatest assassin, Tao Bai Bai seized the fleeting moment of their opposing forces colliding to propel himself away, expertly maneuvering his body to stabilize himself with his hands. However, the sheer force of the impact carved a deep trench into the ground beneath him. As he lay prostrate, he glared fiercely at the young man before him, blood continuing to seep from his lips. Despite the opponent's lack of overwhelming strength, each strike inflicted deep wounds, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Gradually, he rose to his feet, tearing apart the tattered remnants of his shirt, revealing a gaunt physique. Indeed, it was astonishing to witness the body of one of the strongest individuals on Earth in such a frail condition. Lie Chunga refrained from pursuing him, his own body betraying him as he knelt on one knee, his gaze fixated on Tao Bai Bai with palpable excitement, muttering to himself, "So close, so very close. What a cursed fool. Has this person lost his mind?" Tao Bai Bai scoffed at the sight. This man was no demon, yet possessed a madness akin to one. Despite his grievous injuries, his eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. Gasping for breath, Tao Bai pondered his next move. He was no son Wukong, nor did he possess the secret arts of the turtle immortal. The repercussions of his explosive energy not only threatened to shorten his lifespan, but also inflicted irreversible internal damage. If he continued down this path, not only would a breakthrough be impossible, but even a normal death would become a luxury. Perhaps this was why, amidst the vastness of the universe, so few life forms transcended their bloodline constraints. You little brat, who is your master? Tao Bai attempted to divert Lie Chunga's attention, his hand instinctively reaching towards his waistband, not for any illicit purpose, but to retrieve his spatial capsule, which concealed his ultimate weapon. Fight! An exhilarated Lie Chunga, seeing Tao Bai remain stationary, forcibly suppressed his own injuries and launched another attack. With the swift technique of 8 steps to chase the cicada, he closed the gap in an instant, a chill sweeping over the air. Hawk turn. Lie Chunga leaped over Tao Bai, exchanging blows in a rapid flurry before momentarily separating. Kid, Tao Bai revealed a sinister smile, a large cleaver appearing in his hand unbeknownst to anyone. The blade glimmered with sharpness, its broad spine adorned with 9 iron rings. As he swung it, a sharp ringing sound echoed through the air. What a pity, you were almost fortunate this time. Next time, luck may not be on your side. Tao Bai licked the blood from the blade's edge. As an assassin, he possessed countless killing techniques, yet it was his mastery of the blade that truly defined his prowess. Whether it was the pain, Tao Bai's audacity, or the looming threat of death, Lie Chunga found himself momentarily regaining his composure, gingerly touching the scars on his face. He had witnessed shameless individuals before, but never had he encountered someone so brazenly audacious. Powerful yet fond of ambush, proud and sensitive to loss of face. He resorts to a blade for murder. Tao Bai remains indifferent, yet he notices that Lie Chunga's complexion is returning to normal, and the aura of darkness surrounding him is dissipating. A secret technique? He licked his lips, excitement evident on his face. Youngster, although I am unaware of your connection to the demon clan, if you surrender the secret technique you just employed, I might spare your life. Spare my life? A secret technique? Lie Chunga felt as if he were in a dream, nearly succumbing to the urge to collapse, his face paling instantly. Had I truly succumbed to the darkness? How could that be? Thoughts spiraled within him, a flicker of crimson light flashing in his eyes. Once terrified of succumbing to darkness, he muttered, am I, in my demonized state, also afraid of death? Perhaps succumbing to darkness is merely a means of survival, though my conscious mind resists such a notion. The power of transformation is thrice as strong. If I can master it, could this transformation also be a form of evolution? Unbeknownst to him, the transformation was silently reshaping his worldview, a fact Lie Chunga remained oblivious to. Pain. As he fully emerged from the darkness, a tide of agony surged forth, compelling even Lie Chunga to cry out. Instinctively, he covered his mouth, yet this single motion made him feel as though his body were fracturing, akin to being pricked by countless needles. This was the aftermath of explosive energy, as he circulated his chi under the dual pressure, akin to the explosive state. Yet the thrill of power was fleeting, while pain echoed like thunder. No wonder the mightier one becomes, the louder their roar. Youngster, you cannot escape now. Hand over the secret technique promptly, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. It was not that Tao Bai was patient. Rather, he was regaining strength. Biding his time. Lie Chunga's condition was evidently deteriorating, and his injuries were worsening. Fool. Tao Bai's words did not penetrate Lie Chunga's resolve. However, the current predicament caught him off guard. Had he known, he would have climbed the Corinta first to procure the celestial beans. Celestial beans? Without further hesitation, Lie Chunga turned and sprinted towards the Corinta, transforming into the embodiment of Tarzan as he rapidly ascended the tower. Observing Lie Chunga's ascent, Tao Bai wore a mischievous smile. With effortless grace, he sprinted up the Corinta. Speed was Tao Bai's forte, and soon he surpassed Lie Chunga. Though he refrained from attacking, casting a disdainful glance before racing towards the pinnacle of the tower, Lie Chunga was astounded. What surprised him further was that Tao Bai did not reach the summit but swiftly descended instead. Flee. Stripped of the desire to ascend, he turned to plunge downward. However, Tao Bai's mastery of object manipulation was formidable, and he quickly drew near Lie Chunga. The good news was that Tao Bai sheathed his large blade. The bad news was that Lie Chunga had nowhere to hide. Secret technique. Upon hearing Lie Chunga's shout, Tao Bai halted. Farewell. Enduring the pain, he leaped from the Corinta and dashed into the forest. I've been played. Tao Bai, in a fit of rage, pursued him swiftly. Chapter 30. Both sides suffer, I flee. He chases. I am trapped without wings. For a day and a night, Tao Bai-Bai's relentless pursuit showed no signs of abating. Had it not been for his upbringing in the forest, had the battles between the Red Silk Brigade and the Guardian clan not still been ongoing, and had Tao Bai-Bai not possessed an innate sense of perception, Lie Chunga would not have found himself, injured and weary, desperately fleeing. Cursed be fate. Upon returning to Kalinta, he discovered that Tao Bai-Bai had awaited his arrival with a cruel smile. Why the hesitation to run? He taunted. But escape was no longer an option. Lie Chunga's injuries had become insurmountable. Now, with one last opportunity at hand, he resolved to fight with every ounce of strength he could muster. Secret art, beast concealment. He activated the vital points throughout his body, employing the secret technique to suppress his injuries, striving to push his physical capabilities to their zenith. The battle had to be resolved within 15 seconds. No, 10. Though Tao Bai-Bai was unaware of Lie Chunga's intentions, the rising aura and resolute glint in his eyes made it evident that a desperate gambit was underway. A twinge of fear crept into Tao Bai-Bai. He instinctively reached into his trousers, his gaze toward Lie Chunga growing increasingly avaricious. The catastrophe of 3 centuries past had nearly obliterated the martial legacy on Earth. Yet remnants of these teachings endured, and the Crane Immortal School was among them. Such selfish individuals, possessing such invaluable techniques, were truly wasteful. Tao Bai-Bai licked his lips, reflecting on how these obstinate figures, even with their lineage severed, refused to share their knowledge with outsiders. His brother was one such individual, holding onto those techniques without passing them on, despite not being a true heir himself. The only technique he would deign to showcase was the void wave. Simultaneously, Lie Chunga lay prostrate on the ground, emitting a peculiar growl akin to a beast poised to spring. Secret art, 100 beasts surge. His figure blurred, splitting into 2, then 4, and almost instantaneously manifesting into 100 silhouettes. These figures gradually morphed into various ferocious beasts, a saber-toothed tiger, a blue dragon, as well as eagles, pterosaurs, and even bizarre fish. Among them were not only the fierce but also the meek, such as rabbits and turtles, alongside insects like mantises and scorpions. They encircled Tao Bai-Bai, all emitting low, resonant growls. Tao Bai-Bai's void waves surged through the phantoms, and he immediately discerned that they were mere illusions. Illusions? Afterimage fist? He scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of Lie Chunga, compelling him to proceed with caution. Gathering a substantial amount of energy into his fingertips' void wave for potential use, he declared, Azure Dragon, arise. The sound resonated as if echoing from ancient times, causing the countless beasts of the forest to submit. Even those engaged in combat within the woods halted, and the guardians collectively knelt, exclaiming, The Immortal is enraged. The 100 beast phantoms lifted their heads, exhaling a mist that coalesced in the air, forming a soaring azure dragon that charged fiercely toward Tao Bai-Bai. In a fleeting 6 seconds, Tao Bai-Bai felt as if time slowed as he raised his head and locked eyes with the dragon. Void wave. The dragon appeared to materialize only partially, manifesting merely a dragon's head, which inevitably collided with the void wave. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, sending both combatants hurtling through the air. Lie Chunga appeared to be rather unfortunate, having fallen heavily onto the Corin Tower. Tao Bai-Bai, with a bewildered expression, staggered back several steps, and the clothes he had prepared for the occasion burst open instantly, leaving him completely exposed as he slowly collapsed. Leaning against the wall, Lie Chunga offered a helpless smile, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the protagonist's fortune was not so easily seized. The meticulously crafted plan had encountered issues arising from within, a misfortune that could hardly be described merely as bad luck. Am I about to perish? Utilizing a high-level secret technique in such a severely injured state, his mind began to waver, even experiencing fleeting visions akin to a revolving lantern. In this lifetime, although his martial path had been smooth sailing, the rapid enhancement of his power led to hesitation and the emergence of inner demons. I hope Shilan can take good care of Xiao Lan and Lan Ma. I hope Sun Wukong can protect the earth well. Sun Wukong seemed to have been beaten to near death. It was uncertain whether he would survive. Whether he lived or not was beyond Lie Chunga's knowledge. But he was acutely aware that given his own injuries, even a deity would be unable to save him. His vision grew increasingly blurred, and familiar yet unfamiliar voices softly reached his ears, as if something was being forced into his mouth, which he instinctively swallowed. The pain has ceased. He sprang to his feet, only to discover that his injuries had miraculously healed. At that moment, Lie Chunga noticed UPA hiding nearby. as well as the individual feeding something to Tao Bai Bai. This person, short in stature with an especially prominent spiky hairstyle, was none other than the Sun Wukong he had previously defeated. The mystical beings. Sun Wukong had climbed the Korin Tower. Thus, the food being given to Tao Bai Bai was the mystical beings. Sun Wukong, stop. Don't feed him the mystical beings. His warning came too late. Sun Wukong's figure swiftly flew backward, landing in Lie Chunga's embrace. What is wrong with you? I just saved you. Sun Wukong exclaimed indignantly, breaking free from Lie Chunga's hold. Upon seeing Lie Chunga had also recovered, Tao Bai Bai instinctively retreated several steps, clearly intimidated by Lie Chunga's prowess. Tao Bai Bai wished to flee. Having already dealt with one formidable opponent, the emergence of another who could withstand his attacks unscathed was a cause for great concern. Sun Wukong, you climbed the Korin Tower? Lie Chunga inquired. Climbing the Korin Tower signified that Sun Wukong possessed the mystical beings. One must understand the significance of these beings to Sun Wukong, which was nearly on par with Master Roshi's teachings. The reason Sun Wukong could rapidly grow stronger was due to his scion heritage. As long as he recovered from severe injuries, his power would surge dramatically. The mystical beings, as long as one was not dead from physical injuries, could restore them instantly. Each time they were gravely injured, consuming the mystical beings allowed for a continuous cycle of recovery and power growth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta relied on this to attain the ability to transform into super scions. Indeed, was it impossible to contend for fortune? Lie Chunga clenched his fists, feeling a wave of anger and resentment. Yet, gazing at the small figure of Sun Wukong, with his innocent and endearing face, he found it difficult to remain angry. Just as Sun Wukong seemed poised to confront Tao Bai Bai, Lie Chunga held him back. The individual known as Tao Bai Bai, the foremost assassin in the world, has arrived with the singular intent to eliminate you. Sun Wukong gazed at Lie Chunga, tilting his head slightly before breaking into a sweet smile. UPA was correct, brother. You are indeed a good person. Lie Chunga's expression twitched as he struggled to comprehend Sun Wukong's peculiar thought process. At that moment, UPA stepped forward, reassuringly declaring, Brother, you need not fear. We are all aware now. Currently, Brother Wukong has consumed the celestial super divine water and has become exceedingly formidable. Brother Wukong will protect us well. Sun Wukong, shyly ruffling his spiky hair, bashfully touched his own head. Chapter 31. The Awakening of Bloodline. The scene shifts back to a day prior. UPA, dragging two lifeless bodies, struggled to conceal himself in a corner. Before long, he was met with the cacophony of battle. A mere glance at the combatants left an indelible impression in his mind. He was so taken aback that he could only stand there, mouth agape, in a state of astonishment. The two fighters on the battlefield exhibited not only raw power, but also remarkable combat techniques, lending an aesthetic quality to the ferocity of their clash. Their physiques were not particularly robust, yet each strike unleashed winds fierce enough to shatter trees far thicker than himself. UPA had to concede that these two were undeniably strong, a strength that eclipsed even that of his father. Swallowing hard, he regained his composure and began to discern the dynamics of the fight. The one responsible for his father's demise appeared to be at a disadvantage, receiving far more blows than he dealt. It wasn't until the emergence of the Dong wave that UPA was frightened into retreat, inadvertently stepping on something and tumbling to the ground. Bewildered, he grappled with the reality that, in his young mind, his father had always been the mightiest warrior. Now, it seemed he was unfit to even carry the shoes of these two titans. These two were not merely men, they were monsters. At that moment, his hand brushed against something, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a Dragon Ball, specifically, the 4-star Dragon Ball belonging to Sun Wukong. Gazing in astonishment at the semi-transparent orb in his hand, it glimmered with a peculiar radiance under the sun. Enlightenment struck UPA, and he hurriedly crawled backward. There, he found a makeshift tent surrounded by a plethora of animal hides. The bodies of Bora and Sun Wukong lay still within the humble enclosure. Father, UPA called out, and Bora responded with a noticeable rise and fall of his chest. In that instant, understanding dawned upon him. No wonder Lie Chunga had come to his aid, albeit at the cost of his father's life. It seemed to stem from a different father participating in their conflict. A bitter smile crossed UPA's lips as tears streamed down his cheeks. Although he was the offspring of a hero, he was still but 5 years old. His father, though unconscious, was still alive, and that was all that mattered. Wiping his tears, his peripheral vision caught sight of Sun Wukong, who was only slightly taller than him. If his conjecture held any truth, he approached Sun Wukong cautiously, testing for signs of life. Impossible. Touching Sun Wukong's body, he found it still warm, devoid of any indications of death. Could it be? A spark of intuition ignited within Yupa as he began to press down on Sun Wukong's chest repeatedly, even producing a bone needle to prick the fingers of Sun Wukong. It is uncertain whether it was the power of rescue, the agony he experienced, or perhaps the very essence of his bloodline at play. In any case, a unique aura erupted from him, sending shivers down Yupa's spine, as if he could sense a terrifying beast glaring at him, roaring in fury. Overcome with fear, he collapsed to the ground, retreating repeatedly. Sun Wukong appeared to be in great distress, clutching his chest, his heart pounding like thunder. With each surge of his heartbeat, the pain intensified, ultimately leading him to cry out in anguish. Strangely, this cry seemed to alleviate some of his discomfort. His breathing gradually steadied and strengthened. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, and surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. Finding no immediate threat, Sun Wukong swiftly reverted to his endearing demeanor, one hand clutching his chest and the other his throat, grimacing in pain. Ouch! It hurts so much, he rasped, feeling discomfort throughout his body. Yupa, witnessing this, felt an unexpected surge of joy and incredulity. Are you all right? It's you. Of course, I'm fine. But what about that rascal? He hit me so hard. The rascal in question was Lie Chunga, who, despite having shown restraint, had resorted to an underhanded attack. Lie Chunga is truly despicable. Yupa opened his mouth, at a loss for words. In contrast, Sun Wukong offered a generous smile. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name? His bright smile was nearly irresistible, and Yupa found himself enchanted, introducing himself. I am Yupa. The two quickly grew familiar with one another until Yupa remembered that Lie Chunga was still battling. I must go and assist him. Sun Wukong hesitated, but his innate kindness compelled him to follow Yupa to the battlefield. Upon arrival, they found the area deserted, save for the remnants of the recent skirmish, which sent a chill down Sun Wukong's spine. He realized that he was likely no match for any adversary at that moment. Super sacred water. Yes, the super sacred water. His father had mentioned that once Wukong ascended to the tower's pinnacle and completed the immortal's trial, drinking the super sacred water would enable him to vanquish his foes. Yupa was elated, nearly forgetting that this was a closely guarded secret of their protective clan, meant only for true warriors to ascend. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, though he hesitated. Unlike in the original tale, where he had barely escaped death at the hands of Tao Bai Bai and had his 4-star ball stolen, he felt the weight of humiliation and responsibility pressing him to climb the Karantai. Karantai? An immortal? Super sacred water? After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head under Yupa's eager gaze. Grandpa Turtle Sage once said, in cultivation, one must remain grounded. With a sudden contraction and expansion of his heart, pain coursed through Sun Wukong, causing him to kneel, drenched in cold sweat. As he raised his gaze once more, a spark of desire ignited in his eyes, a yearning for strength and a primal urge for battle. If Lie Chunga were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the manifestation of inner demons. Yet, the innocent Sun Wukong, with his pure heart, embraced these demons in an instant. From that moment forward, the Sun Wukong who loved cultivation faded away, making way for the battle-hungry incarnation of Sun Wukong, who would henceforth be known as the formidable Wukong. Super sacred water. Sun Wukong's gaze transformed back to its original clarity as he looked towards Karan Tower, instructing Yupa to hide before leaping into the air. Karan Tower was exceedingly tall. Yet for Sun Wukong, who could effortlessly leap 100 meters, it was relatively manageable. Moreover, being a scion, his strength would dramatically increase each time he recovered from severe injuries. As he climbed, the sky transitioned into night, yet the summit remained elusive until he was utterly exhausted. Finally spotting a platform above, Brother Wukong has consumed the super sacred water. We need not fear that monster any longer, Yupa boasted breathlessly to Lie Chunga, causing Tao Bai Bai to hesitate in his movements. It wasn't fear that gripped him, but rather a sudden anxiety sparked by his own injuries healing unexpectedly. What a miraculous item. Could the legend be true? Tao Bai Bai pondered, his mind racing with ideas as he abruptly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Look, a beautiful woman." The three onlookers were momentarily bewildered, and Tao Bai Bai's face turned awkward as he saw his ploy fail. Quickly, he retrieved 3 spatial capsules from his pocket. With a loud bang, 3 high-explosive bombs were hurled into the air. Be careful. Lie Chunga reacted instantly, kicking the bombs away, followed by Sun Wukong doing the same. This is bad, Yupa called out, witnessing Tao Bai Bai sprinting effortlessly up the Karan Tower. Chapter 32. The agreement, they're out of reach. Lie Chunga blocked Sun Wukong's path as they watched Tao Bai vanish above the tower. Sun Wukong felt no urge to pursue. It was futile, as Tao Bai's speed was unparalleled when it came to climbing the tower. Furthermore, there was truly no need to chase him. Lie Chunga understood that Tao Bai was destined to be deceived by the cat sage, ending up with nothing. But if he obtains the super sacred water? UPA expressed his concerns, yet Lie Chunga shook his head in reassurance. Do not worry. This individual is the world's foremost assassin, despicable and shameless. And he will never gain the support of that figure. That figure? Sun Wukong envisioned the cat sage in his mind, while UPA nodded in agreement. Father once said, only true warriors can earn the sage's recognition and partake of the super sacred water. Warriors? It seems not. The so-called super sacred water was merely an ordinary beverage. A ruse concocted by the cat sage. Indeed, you are quite astute. Lie Chunga covered Sun Wukong's mouth, fearful that he might shatter UPA's illusions. Super sacred water? It must refer to super divine water. The term super sacred water merely obscures the truth about the super divine water. Generally, those who can ascend Karen Tower and pursue the cat sage in high altitudes undergo rigorous training. Moreover, not everyone could scale Karen Tower. True warriors, perhaps, were indeed rare. The cat sage was inherently lazy, thus his selection process was meticulous. Ordinary individuals, even those like Bora, a low-tier warrior, would find it impossible to reach the pinnacle. Even someone like Lie Chunga might abandon his ascent after days of fruitless climbing without sight of the summit. Indeed, Karen Tower possesses the ability to extend and retract freely. After all, how could a Karen Tower devoid of special powers continue to exist in this world? No matter how high the tower, it would not appear in outer space. And this world is one with satellites. Certainly, this extraordinary ability possesses its limitations. For instance, it does not pose a challenge to Tao Bai, who swiftly ascends to the pinnacle of the tower, courtesy of the cat sage. The so-called trials are intended for individuals like Lie Chunga, who find themselves stuck at the peak of the 7th tier. The role of the cat sage is to facilitate breakthroughs into the 7th tier. Just as Tao Bai and Sun Wukong are currently regarded as 6th tier powerhouses, Lie Chunga remains merely at the 7th tier, lagging behind the two by a considerable margin. Indeed, he seems unable to keep pace. If he cannot keep up now, then when Raditz, the scion, arrives on Earth, he will be utterly devoid of hope. His fists clenched so tightly that even his nails dug into his flesh, exuding an aura of terror that instinctively caused Sun Wukong and UPA to step back a few paces. It must be said that sometimes ignorance can be a form of bliss. Knowing too much can become a personal constraint. Whether it stems from demonic influence or the worries within one's heart, it all originates from this. Suddenly, Lie Chunga's aura dissipated. Sun Wukong, soon, Tao Bai will descend. I entrust him to you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of battling a master like Tao Bai one-on-one filled him with boundless exhilaration. All right, I shall not be defeated. Lie Chunga nodded and turned to depart, waving his hand to indicate that there was no need to retain him. He leapt away, vanishing into the forest. In truth, Lie Chunga did not venture far. He simply perched cross-legged upon a tree to reflect on his circumstances. It was dire. The magical beans could heal his wounds and even elevate one's stamina to its peak. Such effects were remarkable. However, for Lie Chunga, they felt somewhat redundant. Not only did the use of energy in combat deplete his lifespan irretrievably, but the potential stored within his body had also vanished without a trace. Although by a stroke of fortune he had reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier, it had significantly increased the difficulty of breaking through to the 6th tier. To attain the 6th tier, he must comprehend inner energy, transforming the energy within his body into the inner chi described in the teachings, making it improbable to exchange lifespan for an enhancement of chi. He now stood at a crucial juncture, affording him the time to ponder his options. Had he been unaware of the narrative, he would undoubtedly choose the martial arts legacy. Yet, the growth rate of the martial arts legacy was too slow, failing to keep pace and risking him becoming the next Yamcha. Sun Wukong, that foolish boy, exerted too much pressure. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong gazed at the departing Lie Chunga, his thoughts unspoken, the surging desire for battle conjured images of his past defeats. I truly wish to engage him in combat, he murmured to himself, feeling somewhat restless as he awaited Tao Bai's return. It's him. How has he returned? UPA's voice jolted Sun Wukong back to reality. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lie Chunga. What brings you back? Sun Wukong inquired, a hint of confusion mingling with excitement in his gaze. UPA, however, answered for Lie Chunga. He must be concerned about the upcoming battle. Ah, I do not doubt that my brother Wukong cannot handle that fellow, UPA stammered, his explanation becoming increasingly disordered, while son Wukong simply wore a goofy smile, signaling that he was unperturbed. Gazing at a pair of lively figures, Lie Chunga's expression darkened. He had ventured to retrieve the Dragon Balls, only to discover that the 4-star Dragon Ball was missing, evidently taken by son Wukong. Was it theft or deception? This remained a mystery. Lie Chunga, you should participate in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Son Wukong, having conquered his desires, expressed his heartfelt wish. Whether it was to engage in battle or to rectify the regrets of the previous tournament, he hoped for Lie Chunga's participation. Very well. We shall meet at the next martial arts tournament, and I will defeat you then, Lie Chunga replied, a playful smile gracing his face. The next martial arts tournament? To engage in a fierce battle with Ten Shinan? To face the perils of the desolate forest? To challenge the mightiest warrior on this planet? Only a fool would undertake such a venture. However, your immediate task is to vanquish Tao Bai Bai. Do not underestimate him. As the world's foremost assassin, Wukong must tread carefully. Thus, you should entrust the 4-star Dragon Ball to me for safekeeping. The 4-star Dragon Ball. Son Wukong tilted his head, and without a moment's hesitation, produced the 4-star Dragon Ball. All right, I shall temporarily safeguard it for you. But why is your face so flushed? Lie Chunga's face reddened further upon taking the Dragon Ball. At a loss for words. Just then, a beam of energy struck him with precision. It was the Dodon Ray, accompanied by Tao Bai Bai's arrogant laughter. He leapt down from Korin Tower. How swift! It remained unclear how Master Roshi had managed to deceive Tao Bai Bai, who descended much earlier. Could it be that Master Roshi was aware of his nefarious deeds, prompting him to send Tao Bai Bai down sooner? Ha ha ha, utterly feeble. It appears that I, having consumed the super sacred water, am invincible. Tao Bai Bai proclaimed joyfully, though Lie Chunga's injuries were not severe. He had sensed Tao Bai Bai's ambush long before. He merely felt humiliated. Now, sprawled on the ground, he felt somewhat relieved. Big brother. UPA rushed over, but son Wukong stood firm before them, his small stature exuding an impressive aura. Do not harm them. I shall be your opponent. Tao Bai Bai regarded the diminutive son Wukong with disdain, raising 2 fingers. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige you. Fear not, it will take but 2 seconds. Chapter 33, A Different Era 2 seconds? Does one deem Tao Bai Bai overly arrogant? Not at all. It is merely that the times have changed. Tao Bai Bai's title as the world's foremost assassin is not merely a claim. It has been earned through genuine bloodshed. Tragically, he is destined to be defeated by son Wukong, and thoroughly so. Consequently, he harbors a profound hatred for son Wukong, going so far as to alter his own body, becoming a being neither human nor ghost. Contemplating this, he gazed at the spirited Tao Bai Bai in the arena, feeling a moment of pity for him. Simultaneously, he reflected on his own situation. Perhaps for now, he could revel in his power, but soon he too would be cast aside by the tides of time. Does one not understand? Consider son Wukong's first opponent, Yamcha. Was he not pitiful? In the later stages, not only did he fall behind the main group in strength, but he also lost his beautiful wife to another and faced multiple sacrifices. Big brother? Big brother? What troubles you? Are you concerned about brother Wukong? UPA, cautiously holding on to Lie Chunga, noticed the pallor of his face and promptly inquired. Lie Chunga waved his hand, for he and son Wukong had both sensed the recent attack. However, Lie Chunga had merely seized the opportunity to escape an awkward situation, intentionally allowing himself to be hit. As for the battle unfolding around them, although Tao Bai Bai possessed some martial arts skills and held the upper hand in combat, he was ultimately facing son Wukong. In his first battle after awakening his bloodline, son Wukong's innate combat talent was on full display. He swiftly adapted to his exponentially increased strength and even assimilated many of Tao Bai Bai's limited fighting techniques. At this moment, Tao Bai Bai had become son Wukong's sparring partner. It was time to depart. Yet, he was not the only one present. Big brother, where are you planning to go? Upon seeing the adorable little one, Lie Chunga's expression fluctuated between joy and sorrow. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss for all. Exiting the battlefield, Lie Chunga navigated through the dense forest and swiftly reached his destination. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Huangbu was indeed his origin. This was an underground laboratory, covertly established by Shilon, independent of the Red Ribbon Army. It housed a wealth of information on history, culture, herbal medicine, and notable scientists. Do not underestimate the science of the Dragon Ball world, especially the advanced technology found on Earth. It ranks among the best in the universe. After carelessly tossing the unconscious UPA aside and instructing others to attend to him, Lie Chunga entered his private chamber, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began to absorb the experiences from this recent battle. Scattered across the adjacent table were numerous experimental reports. One report stated, "It is impossible to determine the specific reasons why various herbal mixtures can heal ailments and enhance strength." The reason cited was the excessive variety of elements within the herbs, coupled with a significant presence of harmful substances. The conclusion read, "Not recommended. Utilizing these herbs as medicinal materials is highly unreasonable." A red cross marked this report, with a note in red ink below, "I have consumed dozens of doses, and the enhancement in strength is evident. You dare tell me this is unscientific?" This particular report, set apart from the multitude of others, clearly reflected the reader's indignation. In addition to this report, many others lay piled together, revealing a certain disorder. It was evident that the results of the reports were far from satisfactory. Not only had they failed to locate the legendary treasures of heaven and earth, but their research on individuals with superhuman abilities had also stagnated. They were unable to ascertain coordinates for the Turtle Hermit's Island, the Fortune Teller's Palace, the Forbidden Zones, or even the location of the Bull Demon King's Flame Mountain. Moreover, they could not even discern the sealing site of Majin Buu or the research data on Dr. Jero's androids, nor the designs for spaceships. After a prolonged moment, Lie Chunga opened his eyes and gazed at the reports on the table, sighing. Indeed, not being the protagonist makes the journey arduous. However, neither he nor Shilon noticed a report in the wastebasket beneath the table that had responded quite clearly. Their ambitions had grown too vast. They were even contemplating the annexation of the Red Ribbon Army. The army was not devoid of clever individuals. Their internal conflicts were severe, and adding one more would not make a substantial difference. Few genuinely devoted themselves to their cause. Time was running short. Extracting the report concerning the residence of the fortune-telling matriarch, the individual departed the base with a high-tech aircraft's spatial capsule in hand. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong triumphed over Tao Bai Bai. As in the original tale, he prepared to launch a surprise attack with explosives, only to find himself grievously injured in the ensuing blast. This time, no one was there to offer him the magical beans. He was left to crawl away from the sorrowful forest, propelled solely by the bitterness festering within his heart. But where was UPA? The victorious Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings. Yet the presence of UPA was conspicuously absent, as was Lie Chunga. His gaze fell upon a red scarf lying on the ground, adorned with a gleaming golden emblem. Just then, heavily wounded Bora, UPA's father, emerged from the forest, his expression clouded with confusion. "Are you Sun Wukong?" Bora had never encountered Sun Wukong before, but the latter's unmistakable features left little doubt. Upon receiving an affirmative nod from Sun Wukong, a hint of embarrassment crossed Bora's rugged visage. He produced a walkie-talkie from his pocket, and a voice soon crackled through. "Is this Sun Wukong? If you wish to rescue them, come to the headquarters of the Red Scarf Brigade. This is the lair of the fortune-telling matriarch." The place was teeming with people, a location that seemed improbable, yet now appeared plausible. The fortune-telling matriarch was the sister of Master Rashi, known for her timidity and insatiable greed. Consequently, within the inner circles of the Red Scarf Brigade, she was known but labeled a fraud. The residence boasted 2 grand entrances, each beset by lengthy queues. The left line consisted of individuals clad in tailored suits, exuding wealth and privilege, while the right line was filled with brawny, intimidating figures, all seeking the matriarch's counsel. Those wishing to enter from the left were required to pay 10 million, while those on the right had to defeat formidable opponents designated by the matriarch. In truth, both paths made it exceedingly difficult to gain an audience with her. The affluent on the left were often misled, and thus far, no one from the right had succeeded in passing through. Queue up, queue up. Do you have money?" A servant donning a straw hat, resembling a spectral figure, impatiently scrutinized Lie Chunga. Upon receiving a shake of the head in response, the servant pointed towards the right and commanded, "Go queue over there." A startled gasp escaped the spectre as he dropped his writing materials. Lie Chunga, revealing a toothy grin, quickly concealed himself. That peculiar being truly was a ghost. The surge of yang energy he exuded nearly obliterated the spectre. A simple test confirmed that this indeed was the residence of the fortune-telling matriarch, and it became evident that she had connections with the realm of the underworld. Lie Chunga believed he had hidden himself effectively. However, the ghost glided closer and stated, "Sir, the fortune-telling matriarch requests your presence." This incited discontent among the wealthy, who were incensed at the prospect of someone cutting in line. Unfazed, the little ghost retorted coldly, "Silence. A chilling breeze swept through, rendering the crowd silent. The ghost then coolly added, "If you find this place disagreeable, please leave at once." A mere light remark was enough to compel the heads of the affluent queue to bow in submission. Even the warriors beside her trembled, unable to gaze directly. The ethereal form, coupled with an endearing visage, exuded an aura of charm despite being a specter, devoid of fear, and even somewhat delightful. Yet, it possessed an unexpected gravitas. It seemed that the cultivation system within the Dragon Ball universe did not pertain to souls. Even beings as formidable as Bu could only acquiesce in death. Indeed, were it as depicted in the films, the lengthy history of the Dragon Ball world teems with powerful entities whose demise would surely stir chaos. Following closely behind the apparition, Lie Chunga pondered ominously. In the Dragon Ball realm, when individuals pass away, they often transform into ghostly flames or spectral forms, suggesting that the entity before him might be a notable figure riding the crest of the wave. The palace, true to its name, was not only resplendently opulent, but also boasted exquisite scenic design. Upon entering, one stepped onto a long bridge, affording views of babbling brooks and distant battles across various terraces. There were invisible beings from the narrative, unknown warriors, and even those with supernatural abilities. It could be said that anyone summoned by the fortune-telling matron was among the elite of their era. Unbeknownst to him, he soon arrived at the central palace complex, where the dwelling of the fortune-telling matron turned out to be merely a side hall of the grand main hall. "Come in." A frail voice resonated, tinged with weighty gravity. Lie Chunga could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. Did the matron perceive something amiss? It was known that even her brother had to defeat 5 of her subordinates to receive a free reading. Lie Chunga felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if he could overcome the challenge. The fortune-telling matron was undoubtedly the most enigmatic figure in the Dragon Ball realm, renowned for her abilities, especially her summoning of demons capable of awakening the deepest desires within the human heart, often leading to dire consequences for the unprepared. Beyond the demon summoner, there could very well be other exceptional talents present. The side hall was modest in size, dimly lit, with only tall candelabras flickering with a faint glow. In the shadows, one could vaguely discern the presence of a deity statue. Beneath it, the fortune-telling matron sat cross-legged upon a crystal ball, her piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. With her witch's hat, aged appearance, and the crystal ball at her side, there was no mistaking her identity, though she did not bear the perpetual expression of someone owed a debt, as depicted in the comics. "Did you know I was coming?" Lie Chunga asked, observing the matron's solemn demeanor. She nodded gravely. "Indeed, I am aware, and I even know the purpose of your visit. I can assist you, but you must agree to one thing in return. Rest assured, this matter will be entirely beneficial to you." Lie Chunga felt a flicker of skepticism. He sensed that the matron was not merely engaging in theatrics. Tentatively, he inquired, "What is it?" The matron's expression grew even more serious as she directed the crystal ball to hover beside Lie Chunga, meeting his gaze. "Your heart is filled with confusion. In 1 year's time, you may journey to the temple, where you shall find your answers. Perhaps you should not remain in confusion." With a resigned sigh, she descended from the crystal ball. Lie Chunga suppressed a laugh, fearful that she might tumble from her perch, yet he sensed that her solemnity rendered it inappropriate to jest. "O crystal ball, reveal to me the truths hidden within this person's heart." As I observed the fortune-telling elder regain her humorous essence, a wave of relief washed over me, and I subconsciously accepted the notion of visiting the temple a year later. However, I couldn't help but wonder why it had to be a year. Was it to prepare him to defeat the fearsome Demon King Piccolo? Contemplating the formidable combat prowess of Piccolo as depicted in the comics, I felt a blend of confusion and determination, murmuring to myself, if one were to falter at even the slightest challenge, it would be better to embrace death. The fortune-teller abruptly shuddered, then regained her composure, stating, "The person you seek is right here." Following her gaze towards the crystal ball, I cast a skeptical glance. In that fleeting moment, I beheld a map of the entire Earth, which pinpointed a specific convoy. It was them, the original Dragon Ball trio, the Mixed Rice King and his companions. These 3 could be likened to the rocket team of the Dragon Ball universe. The leader, known as the Mixed Rice King, was quite an eccentric, a noble among the little demon race. He embarked on a quest for the Dragon Balls with the ambition of world domination. The Mixed Rice King was astute and resolute, a rarity in the realm of technology. He possessed unwavering beliefs, ideals, and aspirations, alongside his 2 formidable aides, Ao and Ashu, making him a powerful contender in the Dragon Ball saga. Unfortunately, his adversary was none other than Son Goku, who had not only demolished his homeland, but had also drained nearly all his resources in attempts to thwart Goku, leaving him on the brink of destitution. Intriguingly, his companion Ao appeared to be the future leader of the human race and the future wife of Trunks. The final Dragon Ball rested in his possession, and his expertise in Dragon Ball research rivaled that of Bulma, enabling him to obscure the signals of the Dragon Balls, thus necessitating the assistance of the fortune teller. I pondered whether seizing his Dragon Ball would lead to him becoming that very figure. Now that your purpose has been fulfilled, perhaps it is time for you to depart? The fortune teller wore an awkward smile, her earlier enigmatic demeanor dissipating, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Clearing her throat, the fortune teller seemed to sense the dissonance and quickly adopted a serious tone. I fear that if too much time elapses, by the time you arrive, they may have already departed, and I would not wish to bear the blame. I nodded in understanding and bowed in gratitude, declaring, "Thank you. I shall comply with your request." With that, I turned to leave. Watching me depart, the fortune teller sighed in relief. At last, he is gone. Such a terrifying aura. Alas, this round of the Heavenly God contest is bound to encounter unforeseen complications. I shall not concern myself any longer. It is best to retreat to the underworld for a while. Skillfully climbing atop the crystal ball, she directed it towards the central hall. Meanwhile, the Mixed Rice King gazed out at the scenery beyond the window, clutching the box in his arms with an inexplicable sense of unease. Beside him, the dogman Ashu murmured, "My lord, there is no need for such anxiety. The box you crafted can effectively shield us from the Dragon Ball radar signals. Moreover, our continuous movement makes it improbable for them to locate us." Upon hearing this, the Mixed Rice King lifted his head with pride. However, his elation was short-lived as Ashu continued, "Yet, this single Dragon Ball is utterly useless." In a fit of rage, the Mixed Rice King struck back, bellowing, "What do you know? They could not locate the last Dragon Ball and would inevitably abandon their quest. At that moment, we could seize the remaining ones, couldn't we?" Upon hearing this, Ashu and Ao exclaimed in unison, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." Suddenly, a sound akin to something falling onto the car roof startled them. Ao hesitated, and the three exchanged cautious glances before disembarking the vehicle. Surveying their surroundings, they found no one present. Could it be a stone? Ao inquired cautiously, causing a fright to Zawafin, who was about to deny it when Ao climbed onto the roof and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, come take a look. How peculiar." Meanwhile, Zawafin stepped onto Ashu's shoulders, managing to glimpse the roof. There, he discovered a pair of tiny footprints and a smiling face. It must be that strange little child. Zawafin hurriedly jumped down and leaned into the car window, retrieving the box containing the Dragon Balls. Upon opening it, the Dragon Balls shimmered brilliantly within. But before they could revel in their discovery, the box vanished in an instant. A diminutive figure swiftly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 35. The Demise of Marshal Haye in a flash. The short Lie Chunga regained his height of 6 feet, sacrificing himself for the sake of the narrative. As he donned the guise of Sun Wukong utilizing the art of shrinking. Only in this manner would Zawafin, driven by vengeance, be compelled to open Pandora's box, forcing Sun Wukong to his limits and ultimately consuming the super divine water. Thus, the second generation of the Sun family's caretaker, Piccolo, would come into existence, paving the way for future tales. This is what I owe you. Elsewhere, consumed by fury, Sun Wukong harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of the events. Riding on his Nimbus cloud, he headed directly towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Suddenly, he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, an instinctive sense that something was amiss. Before he could ponder further, a multitude of missiles soared towards him from the sky. It turned out that the typical Nimbus cloud he rode had long been reported to the headquarters by the members of the Yellow faction. The headquarters was instantly enveloped in fear as they recalled the terrifying scenes of the Red faction's annihilation. Summoning the headquarters was tantamount to kneeling before them. Thus, rumors had already circulated within the base that offending a disciple of the immortal would lead to self-destruction. Now, Sun Wukong's survival also symbolized the failure of the world's greatest assassin. Step by step, did this not affirm the rumors? Naturally, the Red Ribbon Army was the largest gang in the world, comprising numerous elite individuals. Under the command of Marshal Haye, various branches activated combat mode. Remote divisions initiated satellite targeting, launching missiles indiscriminately. The headquarters remained on high alert. In the sky, Sun Wukong meandered effortlessly through the barrage of missiles, appearing unscathed. It seemed that with his enhanced power, the speed of the Nimbus cloud had also increased. Thus, the personnel at headquarters witnessed a figure they had only seen in video conferences, Sun Wukong. The good news was that this legendary figure was indeed a child, looking somewhat naive. The bad news was that he arrived riding a cloud amidst a backdrop of countless missiles. Boom. Sun Wukong descended from the nimbus, kicking open the doors of the headquarters with a single swift motion. His small stature stood amongst the crowd, yet radiated an imposing presence. You wicked villains. Hand over UPA and the Dragon Balls, and I might spare your lives. In response, a shot was fired, only to be effortlessly swatted away by Sun Wukong. The explosion erupted behind him, sending shards of missiles and waves of heat cascading through the air, which merely added a touch of dramatic flair to Sun Wukong's already impressive demeanor, leaving his attire unscathed. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the enemy's expressions, some bewildered, others fearful, and a few cruel, yet none exhibited any inclination to cooperate. If that was the case, he would not hold back. Regrettably, his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. The distant gunman, astonishingly disregarding his comrades, opened fire indiscriminately. Unfazed, Sun Wukong ignored the gunman and sprinted toward the central building. As Master Roshi once advised, when dealing with organized foes, the best strategy is to capture their leader, who often resides in high places. Amidst the gunfire, Sun Wukong adeptly maneuvered around barriers and employed his agility to swiftly breach the perimeter. Perhaps underestimating his adversaries, he adopted a more playful approach, slightly diminishing his speed. Bang! A precisely aimed sniper bullet struck his forehead, causing him to grimace and leap about in pain. A burly man revealed a cruel smile, seizing the opportunity to strike down with a large blade while Sun Wukong was distracted. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong vanished, reappearing on the man's shoulder. The latter, still grimacing in agony, lost consciousness before he could react. Unprincipled and stealthy, Sun Wukong glanced at the distant sniper, who recoiled in terror. With both hands gathered, he amassed his Kamehameha energy. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion served as the proverbial last straw, prompting all defensive forces to abandon their resistance. Marshal Black, observing the chaos below and the incessant calls for reinforcements, seethed with anger. Damn it, utterly useless. All he sought from the Dragon Balls was a height increase. The shrill ring of a secret phone interrupted his diatribe. If the nearby Black butler were to learn that Marshal Black's strenuous efforts to obtain the Dragon Balls were merely for personal gain, he might well rebel on the spot. At that moment, the butler's countenance was dark and brooding, caught between reluctance and obligation. The call, in essence, was akin to a rebellion. Before he could respond, the call projected an image. It was Colonel Violet. Why call if you're not going to resist Sun Wukong? Marshal Black failed to notice the butler's expression, as he could only see his teeth in the dim light. Habitually, he leaped onto his chair, feeling somewhat vexed. His position was not only the highest but also fortified by a steel plate 1 meter beneath the floor. Once the windows were shut, no one could breach his sanctuary. This was precisely the reason he had constructed this stronghold after witnessing Master Roshi's Kamehameha obliterate the Red Army. For him, although Sun Wukong's incursion had caused significant damage and distress, as long as he remained alive, everything could be restored. Noticing that Colonel Violet continued to smile, Marshal Black's already sour mood intensified into fury. Did you not hear me, Colonel Violet? Do you wish to rebel? His voice was laced with palpable anger. To his astonishment, Violet nodded in agreement. Indeed, we intend to rebel and install a new commander. The scene shifts to Shilon, languidly seated in a chair, who abruptly pulls Violet closer. Why waste words with him? Dark Marshal, do you realize that your end is nigh? If you surrender the Dragon Balls, perhaps I might spare your life. With an air of arrogance, the Dark Marshal disregarded him, perceiving Shilon merely as a lifeless entity. Casting a glance at the African steward, the latter understood the unspoken cue and dialed another number. Feudal, you cannot comprehend the greatness and mystery of my master. Timing the moment, Shilon smugly declared, 3, 2, 1. The instant his words fell, there was a resounding boom. The floor beneath them buckled as the Dark Marshal finally grasped the monstrous force he was up against, a meter-thick steel barrier. The upper levels trembled. Yet Sun Wukong remained conspicuously absent. A sigh of relief escaped the Dark Marshal's lips, though he underestimated Wukong's innate prowess. Below, Sun Wukong had long since regarded breaking through steel as his training mission. Finding that the Kamehameha could not penetrate the steel, he recalled the terrifying penetrative power of the Dodon wave. Even a warrior of his caliber would succumb to a fatal blow if struck at a vital point. With thoughts crystallizing, he clasped his hands together, channeling energy into the Kamehameha. The milky white energy column struck the ceiling, not only breaching the steel but also collapsing the entire structure. In that moment, Sun Wukong truly mastered the Kamehameha, or rather, its advanced version, the Super Kamehameha, a technique capable of fusing various elemental attributes into a devastating energy release. Dark Martial, hand over UPA, Sun Wukong declared, having ascended to the upper safe room through the breach, pointing resolutely at the African steward. Chapter 36, The 7 Dragon Balls Acquired. The once boisterous ambience fell into an immediate hush. You scoundrel, I am the Dark Martial. He emerged from beneath the table, infuriated to the point of hopping in agitation. Sun Wukong glanced around and could not help but comment, you're rather short. Indeed, as he had battled his way through, he encountered the elite of the Red Ribbon Army, all of whom were tall and possessed an extraordinary presence. Upon bursting in, he was met with a rather stout individual aptly fitting the title of Dark Martial. You infuriate me. Die? The Dark Martial, without further ado, brandished a specially crafted handgun. Be careful. Shilon's projection had just stabilized, coincidentally capturing this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, plunging the scene back into an awkward silence. Marshal, I have him captured. The African steward, having produced a space capsule, unveiled an exoskeleton machine that ensnared Sun Wukong. The Dark Martial was elated, exclaiming, now, let us see how you escape. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Standing before Sun Wukong, he realized they were nearly of equal height. Gripped by the steward, he found himself looking up at Sun Wukong, which only exacerbated his fury. Dark Martial, this can't be. Wasn't it said that Sun Wukong is invincible? Shilon was increasingly anxious. Even Colonel Violet at the side began to sense something amiss. Ha ha ha, invincible? The invincible Black Martial smile abruptly ceased as he witnessed Sun Wukong effortlessly prying apart the robot's arms. Despite the butler's futile attempts to intervene, Sun Wukong disregarded the two of them and approached the projection of Shilon, tilting his head and remarking, what a peculiar individual. He prodded the projection, discovering it possessed a tangible form. Bang! Instinctively, Sun Wukong caught a bullet, shaking his hand and exclaiming, that hurt, you monster. The three were well aware of the weapon in the Black Marshal's hands. They had encountered many ordinary bullets before. Yet, the Black Marshal's specialized handgun represented the pinnacle of technology from the Red Ribbon Army. At such close range, not only was he unharmed, but he even managed to catch the bullet. Master was right. Sun Wukong is indeed a monster. Wait, Master also mentioned that there exist beings 100-fold, 1,000-fold more terrifying than Sun Wukong. Shilon swallowed hard. You are Sun's brother, correct? My master, Lie Chunga, believes you are acquainted. He asked me to convey 2 messages. Firstly, do not worry about young UPA, we have rescued him. Secondly, my master hopes you will refrain from taking the Dragon Balls. Shilon recounted cautiously, fearful of inciting this monster, forgetting the arrogance he displayed when threatening Sun Wukong earlier. The Dragon Balls. Shilon, you traitor. The Black Marshal gritted his teeth, regretting not having dealt with Shilon sooner. However, someone was more astute. The butler had already dispatched a helicopter, whisking the Black Marshal away. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no shortage of firewood. No, without the Dragon Balls, I cannot grow taller. I have waited year after year. I truly do not wish to wait any longer. Butler, reveal our trump card. The Black Marshal noticed the butler's grim expression. The latter darkly replied, you are striving for the Dragon Balls merely to gain height. The Black Marshal, already infuriated, paid no heed to the butler's demeanor and retorted, of course. No one understands the plight of a short man. The butler surveyed the chaos around them, smoke billowing everywhere. Aside from the havoc wrought by Sun Wukong, much of the turmoil stemmed from their own ranks, a case of internal sabotage. The Red Ribbon Army was utterly devastated, all for the sake of his height. Indeed, Master, who would have thought the Black Marshal would perish at the hands of the butler? Coughing, he continued, Master, the Dragon Balls are secured. And he also asked me to remind you not to forget his agreement. Master, how does the formidable Sun Wukong compare to you? Master, there are complications in reclaiming the army. The White faction has vanished, and the Red faction has betrayed us. As for the Black faction, they are far from submissive. Lie Chunga, en route, furrowed his brow as he listened to the report relayed through the communicator. Indeed, plans changed swiftly. The absence of his presence posed challenges. At this moment, he was on a relentless journey, day and night. Conventional aircraft were cumbersome, slow, and required consideration of fuel and potential natural threats. Were it not for the existence of the spatial aero pouch, he might as well have fled on foot. A solution must be devised to replace the sky dance technique or instant teleportation. Otherwise, by the time they finished their battle, he would still be en route. Gazing at the 7 dragon balls on the ground, and confirming that only he and Shilon were present, he bellowed the incantation of the summoning ritual. "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." However, no response came forth. The 7 dragon balls remained still upon the earth, their glimmering surfaces casting a doubt upon Lie Chunga's very existence. Suddenly, a thought struck him, darkening his expression. This scenario had appeared thrice in the anime, once due to a misunderstanding of the summoning language, another on Namek where the words were mismatched, and lastly, due to incorrect pronunciation. His predicament was likely due to the latter. "Shilon, come here." This was a decision born out of necessity. He sacrificed many principles to validate his conjecture. The act of wishing could bestow the fortune of this world, thus enabling him to attain a position of combat prowess in the future. The blessing of fortune should not solely rest with the one who utters the summoning words. Lie Chunga murmured to himself, yet noticed Shilon remained silent for an extended period, his gaze towards Lie Chunga now filled with excitement. "Stop overthinking, the wish is still mine. Perhaps the next one can be yours." Shilon, feeling a mix of embarrassment and relief, had lost his lewd thoughts ever since witnessing the might of Sun Wukong. After all, even if one became a king or a billionaire, one must possess the life to enjoy it. "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." The same incantation uttered. Yet the dragon balls radiated a brilliant light, swiftly arranging themselves into a formation of 6 surrounding one. A pillar of white light ascended to the heavens, the surrounding sky darkening rapidly, accompanied by thunder and lightning, heralding the onset of something monumental. With horns like a deer, a head resembling a camel, eyes akin to a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly resembling a giant clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears akin to an ox, it was the divine dragon of Huaxia, not the western great lizard, but strikingly similar to the azure dragon among the 4 sacred beasts. A fortuitous encounter, a grand opportunity. The advancement of the 100 beasts fist manual lay in the 4 symbols fist, yet this advanced technique remained uncomprehended. Why? Because no one had ever witnessed the 4 sacred beasts. Chapter 37. Bulma's sister on May 7th, 753 AD, a day of profound significance unfolded. This day marked the commencement of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, an event teeming with excitement. Thanks to the success of the previous tournament, which had garnered attention due to its centennial celebration, alongside the astonishing feats of Master Roshi's disciple, including Goku's transformation into a giant ape that obliterated the moon. The tournament had achieved monumental influence, becoming the most impactful martial arts competition of its kind. This year, the festivities surrounding the tournament were even more extravagant. Crowds flocked in droves before the competition had even begun. What a lively scene. As he surveyed his surroundings, the bustling atmosphere felt somewhat unfamiliar yet immensely enjoyable. A long-lost ambience he had missed. Since making his wish, he had secluded himself for 2 years. Those 2 years of rigorous training felt like an eternity apart. It was not his intent to remain in seclusion for so long, but rather he found himself ensnared in the ocean of knowledge. No wonder legendary practitioners often secluded themselves for years. In the depths of cultivation, one could hardly perceive the passage of time. Indeed, some even perished in their seclusion. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening, such was the path of the devoted. The ancients do not deceive me. Reflecting upon the fateful night 2 years prior when I made my wish, a myriad of thoughts flooded my mind. The allure of the dragon's wish was so profound that it nearly led me astray, yet I ultimately remained steadfast in my original choice. The dragon's appearance ignited a fervent desire within me to cultivate my abilities. The once wavering aspirations of immortality and the miraculous transformation into a scion faded away. I yearned to complete the path of my cultivation and its legacy. The dragon's crimson eyes flashed, granting Lie Chunga his wish before dissipating into the heavens. Indeed, my cultivation's legacy was incomplete. After all, how much can one expect from a master who has yet to break through their own limitations? It must be said, obtaining a complete legacy left Lie Chunga overjoyed, finally free from confusion. After all, a complete legacy is the key to becoming an immortal. Immortality represents a state of being, a realm of existence, free and unbound, imperishable, wielding countless spells. Suddenly, a thunderous sound jolted Lie Chunga back to reality, interrupting his reverie. Looking up, he saw a figure darting past him and disappearing behind the curtain, which then parted to reveal a charming young girl gliding forth, sparkling with allure. Ayu Xing. How intriguing, a celebrity indeed. It was not that Lie Chunga was an admirer. Rather, this individual was closely linked to his secondary plan. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that as fans surrounded her, all eyes fixated on the adorable maiden, a similarly dressed figure stealthily prepared to escape from behind the curtain. What a fortuitous opportunity. With a swift movement, he made his way backstage. The girl who attempted to sneak away collided directly with him, exclaiming in pain, "Who are you? Pardon me. Are you all right?" Lie Chunga extended his hand, striving to present a friendly smile. The girl muttered under her breath, unceremoniously reaching out and pulling forcefully, only to find him as steadfast as a mountain. "Humph, who are you, as hard as iron? Be more careful next time," she retorted, turning to leave. At that moment, a triumphant voice emerged from behind. "You were the so-called space flyer just now, weren't you? A decoy. You wouldn't want others to know, would you?" Space lowly Yu Xing using a decoy. Indeed, her demeanor froze, her expression darkening. She then steeled herself, attempting to retort. "What decoy? What do you want?" It turned out Lie Chunga had silently approached her from behind, startling her into retreating several steps, defensively declaring, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll scream." Observing her feeble facade of strength, Lie Chunga felt a mischievous impulse rise within him, and, almost instinctively, he replied, "Go ahead and scream. It will be of no use." In response, she executed a swift kick, but upon witnessing him evade, she hastily threw a capsule. Lie Chunga caught it in an unusual manner, exclaiming, "You certainly possess a plethora of gadgets. You resemble your sister quite a bit. Though it's a pity you are rather flat-chested. After all, a lowly's decoy can only be a lowly. Sister?" Noticing her pause, Lie Chunga smiled and said, "All right. I won't tease you any further. Your name is Demise, right? You are Bulma's sister." Lie Chunga recognized her as a martial artist. "I apologize for this unexpected encounter. I was eager to meet you and may have overstepped." "A martial artist?" Demise finally let out a sigh of relief. In her recent communications, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards her sister's adventures, which compelled her to accept this role as a substitute. Casting a doubtful glance at the person before her, she thought that if he weren't so amiable, she would have fled long ago. The martial artist, Buma, had recently taken a martial artist boyfriend, yet she had never heard of anyone named Lie Chunga. With a glint of curiosity, she inquired from a distance, "You are here for the martial arts tournament, aren't you?" Upon closer inspection, Demise noted that Lie Chunga was not stocky but rather slender. Tentatively, she asked, "Buma is participating as well, isn't she?" Lie Chunga nodded in affirmation. "Yes, Buma and the others are here. I wonder if you will be attending the matches? Will you meet Buma?" The thought of Buma boasting in her presence sent a shiver down Demise's spine. Instinctively, she replied, "Forget it, I'm not interested in such things. My dreams lie among the stars and the seas." She chuckled, "Just kidding. Since you know I am a substitute, I have many matters to attend to once the performance concludes. Apologies, but I must take my leave. We shall converse another time." With that, she hurried away, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette. It felt too rushed. Yet, it mattered not. Having a fleeting impression was sufficient. Now, she was uncertain whether she could get in touch with that fellow. Memories of Demise flickered in her mind. Demise, Buma's elder sister, was a novelist and an adventurer who delighted in penning her escapades into books. For reasons unknown, she had harbored a fascination for the starry sky since childhood. Which was the stars and seas she spoke of? Of course, these details were trivial. The crux of the matter was her chance encounter with an alien named Jack, a being reminiscent of Ultraman, whose role was akin to that of a cosmic patrol officer. Cultivating a relationship with Demise was tantamount to acquiring a ticket to the cosmos and a pathway into the galactic patrol. It seemed Jack had come to Earth with the intent of eradicating son Wukong. Yet, whether by misfortune or design, his spacecraft was damaged upon arrival. An ordinary patrol officer was no match for an adult scion. In his quest to repair the ship, he met Demise, leading to adventures of a distinct flavor in comparison to those with her sister. Eventually, Demise appeared to become a vital member of the Galactic Patrol. Chapter 38, Fateful Encounter. Indeed, you have come. As she approached the registration point, Demise spotted Ku Lin and Buma among others waiting there. Naturally, they were not awaiting her arrival, but rather that of son Wukong. Ku Lin had a vivid impression of Lie Chunga. "This time, you won't escape, will you?" he proclaimed with a sense of pride, oblivious to the pity reflected in Lie Chunga's gaze. Ku Lin found this puzzling. However, as the number of formidable opponents dwindled, individuals like Lie Chunga became rare and valuable, prompting him to seek camaraderie. "Escape? Rest assured, I shall never flee again." The future of martial arts is secured. Xiaolan and Lanma are under Shilan's care. Now, we only await the invention of a spacecraft to transport them to other planets. Presently, even if I were to die in battle, I am free from any lingering worries. Hey, I'm speaking to you. What is with that expression? Yamucha stepped forth, showcasing his muscles in a display of bravado. Kuririn, not one to be outdone, declared, I am here to claim the championship this time. So am I. Both Yamucha and Kuririn brimmed with fighting spirit. However, there could only be one champion. They exchanged a glance, sparks igniting between them. Lie Chunga, on the other hand, shifted his gaze towards Master Rashi, who chuckled softly and communicated telepathically. Young man, it brings me joy to see you back on the right path. Lie Chunga scoffed, surveying the surroundings, but did not spot Sun Wukong, nor Bulma, or Oolong. Wukong has gone off to train alone, Kuririn assumed, thinking Lie Chunga was searching for him. Just then, Bulma approached, enjoying an ice cream, with Oolong trailing her, laden with snacks and an air of indifference. Curiously, this was the role of Yamucha, the official boyfriend. Yet when the two locked eyes, they swiftly turned away, feigning ignorance. It was true, Yamucha was somewhat fickle and quite the male chauvinist, while Bulma was resolute and loathed being controlled. It seemed they were destined to remain apart. Where's Wukong? The competition is about to commence. Bulma scanned the area, noting the encroaching dusk. Even the monks at the martial arts temple appeared ready to conclude their day. With a glance at Master Rashi, she sighed. Perhaps we should work a little longer. As in the original tale, Sun Wukong had ventured off to hone his skills. At Master Rashi's suggestion, he chose to walk rather than use the flying nimbus, embracing the journey as part of his training. Meanwhile, everyone reminisced about Sun Wukong's charming, innocent, and healing smile. With no worries clouding his mind, Lie Chunga began to actively engage with others, though the familiarity was lacking. Even Bulma remained somewhat guarded around him. Then, they spotted him. With remarkable eyesight, they soon saw a small figure racing towards them, none other than Sun Wukong himself. Clad in a tiger pelt and sporting disheveled hair, he resembled a little wild man. Upon his arrival, Master Rashi refrained from exercising any privileges and promptly registered Sun Wukong. Seizing the moment, he also registered Chung Long while the group was gathered. The monks of the martial arts temple exchanged glances with Master Rashi, reluctantly accepting this unreasonable registration. On the other side, Sun Wukong joyfully reunited with everyone, greeting them with a polite bow while they eagerly surrounded him, expressing their excitement. Particularly Kuririn, who secretly measured his height against Wukong's, feeling a sense of pride. Sun Wukong, grinning foolishly, relished the warm welcome after such a long absence. Wukong, why are you dressed like that and so dirty? Have you forgotten what I told you? The observant Bulma, unlike the other boys, chided him while attempting to clean the dirt off his clothes. Sun Wukong, however, felt a bit overwhelmed, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar girl before him, perplexed. It turned out that girls changed significantly over the years, especially in Bulma's case. 3 years prior, she was merely a girl. Now, she had blossomed into a quintessential beauty, possessing all the attributes one could desire. It was a wonder how Yamucha could bear to let her go. You! Bulma exclaimed in frustration, startling Oolong, who nearly dropped his snacks in a flurry of chaos. In that moment of anger, Sun Wukong finally recognized her. Upon careful observation of the gathered individuals, it became evident that they had all undergone certain transformations. The once barren forest had grown considerably taller, the cherubic faces had matured significantly, and Yamucha had evolved from a ruffian into a gentleman of affable demeanor. Beside them stood the previously inconspicuous blue-haired girl and Lie Chunga. Indeed, you have honored our agreement. This time, I shall not succumb to defeat. In response to Sun Wukong's provocation, Lie Chunga offered a bittersweet smile and shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, the turtle hermit, having completed the registration, interposed himself between the two, embracing Sun Wukong and earnestly expressing, "You rascal. You truly impressed us. We were genuinely concerned you might not return. But why did you not utilize the flying nimbus, ending up in such disarray?" The turtle hermit voiced the collective curiosity, to which Sun Wukong innocently replied, "Grandpa Turtle, did you not say that one cannot use the nimbus for training?" His Na'vi response left everyone speechless. Indeed, Sun Wukong remained the same as ever, utterly unchanged. "So, you swam here then?" Lie Chunga mused. To which Sun Wukong matter-of-factly responded, "Yes, I swam all the way from Yahoo." Bulma expressed her astonishment. "Yahoo? Isn't that a city on the other side of the earth? You swam halfway around the globe?" The crowd gasped in disbelief, but considering Sun Wukong's nature, they knew he would not fabricate such tales. It was simply unimaginable how much Sun Wukong had grown. Well, if it isn't the turtle hermit. I could hear someone boasting from afar. I never expected that after all these years, your boasting would be so refreshingly inventive. The acerbic voice elicited frowns from the crowd as they turned to see an old man. His hairstyle was peculiar, resembling a Mediterranean cut, obscured by a bizarre hat adorned with a crane's head. This was tolerable, but even more striking were the wings of hair styled high on either side of his head. He wore spectacles, and his sparse mustache quivered as he spoke, imparting a distinctly rodent-like countenance. Indeed, this was none other than the turtle hermit's rival and fellow disciple, the crane hermit. To his right stood a strikingly handsome young man, aged 189 years and towering at 1.8 meters, donning a hat akin to the crane hermit's while wearing a mischievous expression that marred his otherwise regal appearance. To the left was a short, expressionless boy adorned with a deathly pallor, resembling a little zombie. The three were uniformly dressed in green attire, emblazoned with a large crane emblem on their chests. Upon recognizing this trio, Lie Chunga retreated behind the others, murmuring, "The two behind the crane hermit must be Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi." But Tianjin Fan, do you not feel discomfort concealing your third eye beneath that hat? And Jiaozi, with that makeup and green attire, are you planning some mischief? The fateful encounter unfolded in Chapter 39, where it became clear that time and space possessed a restorative quality. Through their recent conversation, Lie Chunga discerned that Sun Wukong's journey had not altered due to his presence. He had visited the fortune-telling matron's palace and even encountered his grandfather, Sun Wufan. The moment Lie Chunga beheld Sun Wukong, he was rendered speechless, for Sun Wukong wore around his neck the 4-star Dragon Ball, a relic from his grandfather. This signifies the conclusion of the martial arts tournament, after which the withered forest will seek the Dragon Balls, leading to the subsequent storyline. Is fate unrelated to the Dragon Balls? No, it must be connected. However, he has only experienced a single wish upon the Dragon Balls, which pales in comparison to Son Goku. Is it not so? Let us not forget, the title of the Dragon Ball manga is Dragon Balls, not Journey to the West or Science. Is that not Master Roshi? How has he not yet met his demise? Master Roshi furrowed his brow, retorting without a glance. You remain unchanged, your tongue as foul as ever. Master Karen, hunched over with hands behind his back, wore a face clouded with discontent. Unyielding, he articulated the purpose of his visit. He chuckled. I recently heard some amusing tales, suggesting that your disciple was rather active in the last martial arts tournament. I brought my disciple along to showcase what true martial arts entail. I sincerely apologize, but the championship is destined for my disciple. You would be wise to return home post-haste, lest you embarrass yourselves here. The rivalry between Master Roshi and Master Karen ignited with their first encounter, each hurling disparaging remarks, utterly indifferent to their image before their disciples. No one believed that these two had once been brothers in arms, sharing life and death together. Their disciples sensed the brewing conflict, exchanging furious glares, particularly Yamcha, whose rapid rise in strength left him feeling disoriented, leaping about in excitement. Lie Chunga, however, took a few reluctant steps back, indicating his unfamiliarity with these individuals, only to inadvertently bump into someone, and upon focusing, he realized it was Bulma. It turned out she too felt a sense of embarrassment, arriving at the same conclusion. Faced with the youthful and striking Bulma, he was taken aback for the first time. Having previously only regarded Son Goku, youthful, radiant, and intelligent, she epitomized the ideal goddess in the hearts of countless otaku. Bulma regarded this mysterious and tall figure, struck by his rugged charm, feeling a flutter of emotions. Regrettably, Lie Chunga, inherently reserved and awkward, failed to perceive Bulma's intentions and deliberately took a few steps back. To him, Bulma was still someone else's girlfriend, best to maintain a respectful distance. Bulma, puzzled, glanced at her own alluring figure, feeling a twinge of frustration. Hey, what's your name again? Awkwardly, she had forgotten his name. Sensing Lie Chunga's confusion, she instinctively shifted the topic. Do you know my sister? What is your relationship with her? Sister? Ties. It seemed they shared an acquaintance, but preferred to keep things vague or had failed to elaborate. This was quite agreeable. He harbored a slight fondness for Bulma's sister, unconsciously smiling. The mention of her sister elicited a smile from him. Could it be that her current beauty does not rival that of her sister? Clearly, she was feeling a pang of jealousy. And just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a monk from the martial arts temple approached with a loudspeaker, weaving through the crowd. The martial arts tournament is officially commencing. All participating friends, please gather. The gates are about to close. Competitors should hasten to enter. The monk was evidently there to defuse the situation, practically shouting into their ears. After all, this was the main entrance of the tournament. And should these two formidable figures engage in battle here, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly interrupted. Master Rashi and Tian Xinhan finally noticed the crowd surrounding them and instinctively turned their heads away. Tian scoffed, declaring he would not engage in a quarrel with such a fool, suggesting that the true nature of the competition would reveal itself soon enough. Master Rashi replied with a grunt, suggesting they should go change their outfits before the event commenced. The two teams strode confidently into the venue, where the boastful Tian made a gesture across his throat, exuding arrogance. Beside him, Kaiatsu stuck out his tongue, adding a touch of absurdity to the scene. Yamcha clenched his fists, signaling a challenge, while Krillin made a silly face at Kaiatsu, leaving son Wukong bewildered by the antics. This was a martial arts tournament, where strength was not determined by stature. One couldn't help but feel a moment of sympathy for Yamcha, the unfortunate soul in this scenario. I'm going in, Lie Chunga declared, urgently entering the venue, not out of disdain for Bulma, but because he had spotted a familiar figure. Shilan. The angry call seemed to freeze Shilan in place, prompting a wry smile as he replied, Boss, I wish to participate in the martial arts tournament too. Rest assured, I have arranged for General Violet to handle matters on the Legion's side. Lie Chunga opened his mouth to respond, but felt helpless. As a hands-off leader, he had inadvertently overlooked Shilan. Well, consider yourself unlucky. This year's competition will see only the true elite reach the top 8, far superior to last time. Thank you, boss. Before he could finish, Shilan joyfully dashed into the venue. Lie Chunga, unable to vocalize his concerns, stared blankly at the arena and mused, in any case. You won T-Die, let us see you endure some hardship and truly comprehend the disparity in strength. This way, you can work for me without worry in the future. As he turned to enter the venue, he found the atmosphere akin to the previous tournament, though noticeably fewer participants graced the space, with an increase in quality. Scanning the crowd, he noted several exceptional individuals who had surpassed the ordinary, including a formidable wolf-like figure, a tall black man, and the familiar wood-based competitor from the last event. In former times, any one of them would have been a champion. Eureka! Lie Chunga rummaged through his belongings and produced an oversized lollipop, muttering to himself, This is for calling me boss. The competition was still in its preparatory phase. Some were engaged in training, others observing, while a few exchanged insights on their practices. Tien was among those who preferred observation, leaning against the wall. He had already donned a new outfit that revealed his forehead's 3 eyes and showcased his nearly perfect physique. Truly, he embodied the essence of a traditional martial artist, reminiscent of Lie Chunga's own training methods, and bore the scent of herbs. Reflecting on it now, many elements of the Dragon Ball universe closely resemble those found in traditional Chinese literature. What do you want? Seeking death? Tien coldly inquired. Though he did not recognize Lie Chunga, he understood that he stood behind Master Rashi. A friend of an enemy is inherently an enemy. Rest assured, I am not here for you. Your grievances with Master Rashi do not concern me. Lie Chunga squatted down, producing the lollipop, and asked, Kaiatsu, could you do me a favor? Before he could finish, Tien stepped protectively in front of Kaiatsu, coldly stating, if it weren't for the competition, you would already be dead. Lie Chunga retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, I harbor no ill intentions, it is merely a fair exchange. I only hope to enable Dumpling to utilize his extraordinary abilities, so that we may not find ourselves grouped together during the lottery later on. Surely, you do not wish for us to clash during the preliminary rounds. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists and coldly responded, What extraordinary abilities? I am unaware of such things. Depart at once. Observing the murderous intent emanating from Tianjin Fan, Lie Chunga shrugged and turned to leave. Indeed, Tianjin Fan wore a grim expression as he addressed Dumpling. This individual has ulterior motives. Be wary of any association with him. Upon hearing this, Dumpling, with his naive demeanor, nodded while inadvertently drooling. Chapter 40. Hostility from the Crane Immortal School, Such Vigilance. It appears I must bide my time. I only hope not to overreach. Glancing around, all the competitors maintained their own social circles, casting wary glances about, exuding an air of superiority that warned others to keep their distance. The sheer number of participants was astounding. This year's martial arts tournament boasted 182 competitors, each a notable martial artist in their respective domains. For them, the atmosphere was rife with challenge and immense pressure. However, for Lie Chunga and his small cohort, the crowd merely posed a slight inconvenience. Indeed, this year's turnout surpassed that of the past decade and the foreseeable future. The staff at the martial arts temple were in a flurry, utterly unprepared for such a turnout, far exceeding the numbers from previous events held every 5 years. What began as elation quickly morphed into trepidation. All they wished for was the smooth operation of the tournament. The usually slow-speaking host was intimidated by the crowd's gaze and hastily concluded his address to commence the preliminary rounds. The judges felt the weight of increased pressure. Fortunately, all participants arrived with letters of introduction, thus falling within the realm of good character, and no fighting had occurred. One judge took the place of the old host, wiping the sweat from his brow, and declared, "Given the large number of participants, we will unify the announcement of the competition rules to ensure that newcomers understand them. Please pay attention. The competition rules are as follows. 1. Prior to the match, staff will beat drums to rally support, signaling the commencement of the competition. 2. No weapons or external forces may be employed during the match. 3. Attacks to the opponent's eyes or vital areas are strictly prohibited. 4. Falling out of the ring, conceding, or being knocked down counts as a loss. Being knocked down means failing to rise within 10 seconds. 5. Losing sight of the opponent or being sent flying is also deemed a loss. 6. Killing an opponent during the match will result in disqualification. 7. Injured participants will be carried to the nearest hospital for treatment. 8. Attacking the audience will lead to disqualification. The judge proclaimed these rules loudly, though few truly listened. It was his duty. "Hey, you over there, the bald one. The match is about to commence. Do not step outside. Otherwise, you will be disqualified." The bald one was, of course, Tianjin Fan, who was not leaving but rather had just returned. He regarded Lie Chunga's arrival with suspicion, feeling increasingly uneasy. As the devoted disciple of the Crane Hermit, he had spent years by his master's side, yet there was scarcely a whisper of his legend in the martial world, let alone any mention of Dumpling. This individual not only possessed familiarity with both masters, but was also privy to Dumpling's extraordinary abilities, which remained a closely guarded secret. Even the other disciples of the Crane School were not necessarily aware of these hidden talents. Thus, he swiftly slipped away to seek out the Crane Hermit, exclaiming in indignation, "Despicable scoundrel! Despicable scoundrel!" The Crane Hermit, seething with anger, immediately thought of the Turtle Hermit, suspecting him of conducting a surreptitious investigation. His intent in bringing his disciple to this modest gathering was to surprise the Turtle Hermit, a form of retribution for the latter's superior prowess. Little did he know that this slothful individual had been covertly monitoring their sect, a true embodiment of a petty man. However, despite his fury, a sense of pride flickered within him. After all, the Turtle Hermit's actions were clearly motivated by fear. He promptly instructed Tianjin Fan to return to the competition, confident in his disciple's abilities. The foremost task was to locate the Turtle Hermit and deliver a scathing rebuke. Yet, fate would have it that he would not find him. The Turtle Hermit had already concocted an excuse to infiltrate the venue, presently disguised in a hidden corner. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling exchanged glances before proceeding to draw their numbers. Upon returning, Tianjin Fan was astonished to find Dumpling licking a lollipop. Faced with Tianjin Fan's furious gaze, Dumpling sheepishly offered another lollipop, his eyes darting away. "Next time, do not heed the words of strangers, understand?" Tianjin Fan could not bring himself to scold Dumpling severely. He then glanced towards the distant figures of Sun Wukong and others, taking a bite of the lollipop while muttering, "Never mind. If we disgrace ourselves in the arena, Master will be even more pleased. So sweet. I did not pilfer it, merely testing if it were poisoned. Such is life. I wonder if these competitors can make it through the preliminaries." The answer was an unequivocal yes. Among nearly 200 participants, only a handful of true masters could be found, and merely at the introductory level. In no time, with Dumpling's assistance, they each claimed a spot on a platform, securing their places in the top 8. Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Lie Chunga, Shilong, Chunglong, Yamucha, Sun Wukong, and Ku Lin. Truly, this was a formal competition. Despite the near 200 participants, the martial artists maintained their composure and left the arena in an orderly fashion, with few exceptions. For instance, a certain werewolf, upon regaining consciousness from a faint, fixated intently on someone. "Apologies for the sudden notice," the monk began. "Due to the overwhelming number of competitors, the number of injured has exceeded our capacity, and we are short-handed. Therefore, the finals have been postponed until tomorrow noon. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused." In response to the monk's apology, Lie Chunga shrugged, indicating that it was of little concern. He even understood that the delay was not merely due to time constraints or staffing issues. Did one not recall that the previous tournament had continued into the night? With Sun Wukong witnessing the moon and transforming into a gorilla, they had managed to address any subsequent repercussions. It turned out that the crane hermit, unable to locate the turtle hermit, had sought out the president of the Martial Arts Association. The latter, upon hearing this, immediately became intrigued. Crane School and Turtle School. A fierce clash, brethren turning against one another. In his eyes, it was all merely a spectacle, a means to garner wealth and publicity. How imperative it was to promote. He envisioned the martial arts tournament of the coming year as one of the grandest events in the world. Was it truly necessary? Lie Chunga gazed helplessly at the duo blocking the entrance, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. The atmosphere was decidedly awkward. At that moment, Tianjin Fan still played the role of the antagonist, having grown up alongside the Crane Master, serving as his tool. Tools are devoid of emotion, once unleashed. They not only wreak havoc, but also alter the narrative's course. It was important to note that the formidable opponent had likely already emerged. Without a hint of hesitation, Tianjin Fan exuded a murderous intent, his hands clawed and his body slightly hunched forward as he growled. It seems you remain oblivious to the identity of the person you've provoked. You shall pay dearly for your ignorance. Lie Chunga furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Tianjin Fan, murmuring, Azure Dragon explores the sea. An archetypal opening move targeting the lower body. It appeared he was unwilling to allow an escape, even intent on executing a full set of moves against Lie Chunga. Thank you for clarifying some matters for me. As a token of my gratitude, allow me to deliver a thorough beating. Chapter 41. Tianjin Fan. The imminent battle between the two was palpable, yet they instinctively shifted toward the nearby thicket. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled, revealing a comical figure, none other than the Turtle Master, having just removed his makeup. He brushed off the leaves from his attire. His head adorned with a bright hue, sporting sunglasses, his frail form seemingly ready to be toppled by a mere breeze. Goodness, today's youth certainly harbor considerable temperaments. Especially you, who is always scheming in secrecy. The Turtle Master pointed at Lie Chunga, prompting the latter to wonder if this old man possessed the ability to peer into his thoughts. Upon witnessing this unexpected camaraderie, Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow, retracting his combative stance, muttering, what remarkable fortune. Clearly, regardless of their relationship, they could not eliminate Lie Chunga at that moment. However, your fortune shall only last for today. Tomorrow's arena will reveal to you the true meaning of cruelty. After delivering his ominous proclamation, Tianjin Fan prepared to depart, only to hear the Turtle Master slowly remark, young man, why be so cruel? Being with that old crane is a sheer waste. Tianjin Fan halted, feeling that everything he possessed was bestowed by the Crane Master, and no one, not even the Turtle Master, could belittle that. Are you insulting my school? The Turtle Master shook his head. He and the Crane Master belonged to the same lineage, a fact Tianjin Fan seemingly remained unaware of. With a touch of regret, he continued, I merely lament the fate of you two martial prodigies. One has strayed down a misguided path, while the other is enshrouded in confusion. Of course, the Turtle Master sought to find two worthy opponents for his disciple, Sun Wukong. Having experienced the isolation of invincibility, he understood its profound loneliness all too well. Confusion? Lie Chunga nodded. In his previous life, he was unburdened and succumbed to the world. Now, in this new realm, he bore attachments, accompanied by an avalanche of questions. Could he protect all that he held dear? He had asked himself countless times, even giving rise to numerous inner demons. He fervently wished to become like Sun Wukong, with a heart as pure as a child. He is unrestrained and revels in the thrill of battle, unperturbed by the uncertainties of the future. Ha ha ha, Tianjin Fan, observing the contemplative Lie Chunga, erupted into raucous laughter and continued, I initially believed you to be a formidable opponent, yet it appears you are merely a coward. Uncertainty? He once had countless companions who were lost in confusion. Now, only Dumpling remained. Lie Chunga smirked and replied, indeed, you are magnificent, truly remarkable. However, if I were to tell you that a formidable being, one capable of obliterating planets with a single strike, will soon arrive, do you still believe there is hope for the future? Huffed, madman, Tianjin Fan scoffed, turning to leave with Dumpling in tow. Meanwhile, Master Roshi widened his eyes. 2 years prior, Sun Wukong, in pursuit of the 4-star Dragon Ball that had turned to stone, followed Master Roshi's guidance to the fortune teller. There, he inadvertently received a prophecy. The future world would be engulfed in darkness, with only a golden ray of light capable of shattering the gloom. This was why, 2 years ago, He took Yamcha under his wing and began training him in Kyulin. Otherwise, given his laid-back nature, he would hardly have taken on disciples. Darkness. A green figure flashed in his mind. Observing Master Roshi's fear, Lie Chunga felt a sense of relief. Even someone as powerful as Master Roshi could experience dread. Master Roshi soon regained his composure and, sensing Lie Chunga's thoughts, declared, "Fear is not an excuse for confusion. It is cowardice that truly holds one back. You must believe that justice will ultimately triumph over evil. Even if the path ahead is shrouded in darkness, have faith that light will eventually dispel the shadows. For this reason, even if it leads to death, one should embrace it without regret." At that moment, Master Roshi appeared exceedingly solemn. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, embodying a sacred presence. Embrace it without regret. A sudden insight dawned upon Lie Chunga, and he felt a sense of liberation. Perhaps it was the lingering regrets from his past life that drove him to seek perfection in this one. Justice will ultimately prevail over evil. Light will eventually dispel darkness. Such words are likely only fit for him to utter on this planet. Regardless of the past or future, when faced with death and fear, Master Roshi, despite his trepidation, did not hesitate. He stood tall and fought with all his might. Others, like Tianjin Fan, Kyulin, and Yamcha, have all experienced confusion. Some emerged from it, while others faltered. "Fear not, I shall not become the next Yamcha. The path to the future will be forged by my own footsteps." Lie Chunga turned, his posture more resolute. Master Roshi found himself momentarily stunned. After all, what did this have to do with Yamcha? "Thank you." A distant voice of gratitude echoed, bringing a smile to Master Roshi's face. Another young talent had begun to walk the right path. At the highest peak of the island, in the most expansive spot, Lie Chunga cultivated his energy, seated in meditation, listening to the ebb and flow of the waves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the faint remnants of daylight shimmered upon the water, while scattered starlight adorned the night sky, illuminating the earth. Gazing at the stars, he became acutely aware of his own insignificance amidst the vastness of the universe. Humanity is so small, yet yearns to claim a place among the stars. Is it arrogance, ignorance, or merely a dream? Reflecting upon the words of the turtle sage during the day, that justice will ultimately triumph over evil, Lie Chunga found himself enlightened. Perhaps by the hand of fate. Exhaling a deep breath, his gaze transformed into one of unwavering resolve. Indeed, the burden of destiny is not easily borne. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Thus, the only course left was to engage in battle, striving for the pinnacle of achievement. In that moment, his aura instinctively began to converge, and his vital energy commenced its circulation, forming the microcosmic orbit. His bones, blood, flesh, and organs harmonized perfectly, achieving a state of completion. His body had reached the zenith of what humanity could endure, with each cell brimming with vitality, radiating a joyous spirit. The sound of this elation seemed to compose a symphony, a harmonious resonance of his essence. At this juncture, the Purple Mansion Dantian must awaken. If not now, then when? Lie Chunga entered an extraordinary state, as if his consciousness melded with his physical form, perceiving the body responding to the flow of vital energy, producing a sound akin to a subtle pop. This was the sound of the acupoints opening, and he could even visualize the birth of chi. This sensation was profoundly enigmatic, distinct from the external movements of energy. The chi that emerged now was like a wild stallion unleashed, surging through the acupoints in a vigorous torrent. The pain was excruciating. The wind swirled around Lie Chunga, gradually transforming him into the eye of a storm. He understood that his task was to harness his intent to contain the internal energy and, through the meridians connecting the opened acupoints, to weave a network within his body. The nexus of this network resided at the center of the human form, just below the navel, above the second chakra. With unified intent coursing through him, he unleashed an unprecedented force, all converging upon the Dantian. A thunderous roar resounded, revealing a world reborn. Chapter 42, Continuous Breakthrough. The Purple Mansion Dantian. It must be the Purple Mansion Dantian. The Dantian serves as the foundation of the internal energy network. The larger it is, the better. It is said that 1 inch represents the bright hall, 2 inches the bridal chamber, and 3 inches or more can be deemed the Purple Mansion. The interior of the Dantian was not purple, but rather a misty gray. Under the impact of the vital energy, it expanded like a balloon, swiftly surpassing the 3-inch mark to achieve the Purple Mansion Dantian. The Dantian is the cornerstone of cultivation, essential for laying the foundation. Only by attaining the Purple Mansion Dantian can one aspire to reach greater heights. Now it had been achieved. There was no time for joy, as waves of energy continued to surge in, overwhelming his will. Damn it, I can't stop. as energy poured in frantically. Some was refined through the acupoints and entered the dantian, expanding its capacity. However, a portion surged into the network of meridians. Lie Chunga's abdomen swelled increasingly, and the space within the dantian grew ever larger. He had forgotten that the energy of this world differed from that of his previous life on Earth. Even ordinary individuals could grasp qi through rigorous training without the need for alchemical pills. Although this enabled him to awaken the purple mansion dantian without reliance on elixirs, it also left him in a precarious situation, with his abdomen inflating like a balloon, the dantian space becoming unwieldy. This could not continue. The legacy speaks of those who feel a deficiency of energy, yet he finds himself overflowing with it, becoming rather portly. Alas, it must be this way. In a moment of life and death, Lie Chunga unleashed a formidable will, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous energy within, commencing the process of refinement to attain a higher realm. A brilliant purple light emanated from the center of his brow, signifying the completion of his purple palace and marking his official entry into the ranks of a sixth-tier master. Move. Come to life. The radiant purple light finally restrained the rampaging inner energy, which coursed through his meridians to converge in various acupoints. In an instant, Lie Chunga sensed the response of his body, as he unlocked 108 acupoints and expanded the 12-inch space of his dantian. It is known that acupoints can be classified as 36, 72, or 108, while a dantian of 3 inches is truly remarkable. I shall ascend to the pinnacle. The sensation of expansion surged once more, leaving him no time for contemplation. The only course of action was to continue breaking through, otherwise, he risked becoming the first martial artist recorded in the legacy to perish from an excess of energy. Revolve. Successfully entering the 6th tier imbued Lie Chunga with immense confidence. He drew energy into his body, preparing to refine it simultaneously across all 108 acupoints. Ordinary individuals refine energy one acupoint at a time. Yet the terrifying energy surged into the acupoints, traversing the meridian network into the next, filling each one completely. Lie Chunga bled from his 7 orifices. Had it not been for the significant reduction of harm in this world, he might have perished long ago. The external energy within the acupoints was refined. Forming spirals of energy, the external energy was swiftly tamed, transforming into gentle inner energy that circulated through the meridian network. The inner energy flowed like nourishing rain, not only mending the internal injuries caused by the breakthrough, but further fortifying his body. Moreover, it enveloped him, creating an external network through the acupoints. 5th tier achieved. The hallmark of the 5th tier manifested as an invisible protective layer on his body's surface, greatly enhancing his defense. Perhaps a breakthrough to the 4th tier was within reach. A torrent of inner energy flooded into the dantian. Not enough. The dantian, in strict terms, is also an acupoint, albeit larger and of greater significance. Strength. I require greater strength. However, the acupoints were already overwhelmed and strained. Not enough, still not enough. Hold on. I shall not falter. His will awakened the latent potential within his cells, relentlessly pushing forth. Not enough. Still not enough. Just as his willpower began to wane, an enigmatic voice echoed in his mind, blurring the lines of reality. I shall fulfill your desires. The voice was aged, malevolent, and terrifying. Lie Chunga shuddered, his will restored. Yet he found himself with little choice left. The dilemma was clear. Either continue the breakthrough or risk losing all progress. The former held a glimmer of hope, while the latter would lead to the devastation of his dantian, resulting in the loss of potential or, in a worst-case scenario, the disruption of his meridians and self-destruction. A heart demon? It seemed unlikely. It appeared more akin to an otherworldly fiend. But was not such an apparition supposed to emerge only upon breaking through to the Diamond Realm? Moreover, did such entities even exist in the Dragon Ball universe? Regardless, the breakthrough continues. An ominous force unexpectedly surged into the body, not causing harm, but rather enveloping it in a gentle warmth, swiftly refining and entering the dantian. With determination, the task at hand was to create a focal point at the center of the dantian, allowing the docile internal energy to spin. Achieving this step required immense energy and an unwavering will. Without the aid of that enigmatic master, the outcome would be uncertain, a matter of life and death. 4th rank. Grant me success. At his roar, he visibly transformed from a stout figure into a lean one. Slowly, he opened his eyes, where there had been a storm. Now only a resplendent starry sky remained. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Is this the power of the 4th rank? According to the calculations of combat strength, he had likely surpassed 100 by a significant margin, and his actual combat prowess could multiply several times over. What a magnificent power! Yet, having just acquired this strength, one must ponder who had aided him. It was certain that this person was no benevolent figure. Likely a villain from the Dragon Ball universe, an unmistakable aura of malevolence surrounding them. A villain, possessing superior power, shrouded in mystery. Who could it be? Nonetheless, whoever it is, I do not fear. The consecutive breakthroughs in his plans for the future filled him with immense confidence. However, his actual combat strength now far surpassed that of the protagonist group, diminishing his interest in participating in the tournament. At this moment, Tenshinhan's combat strength was probably just over 100, with his actual prowess around 200. As for myself, I was around 100, yet my true combat strength stood at 500. King Piccolo was likely in the 200s, with an actual strength exceeding 500. The foes on Earth no longer posed a threat. If I could break through to the third rank, I would truly possess the qualifications to traverse the universe. Although later battles might reach calculations in the billions, the average combat strength across the cosmos was likely around 1,000. According to the standards of the Scions, lower-tier warriors hovered around this benchmark, mid-tier warriors were approximately 5,000, and upper-tier warriors around 10,000. The Scion race is among the pinnacle of races throughout the universe. Even in the sixth universe, leaders qualify to engage in cosmic-level battles. However, the internal restraint of my energy prevents me from unleashing destructive external force. Even flying has become a challenge. The technique of flight, which he knew was detailed in the original work, allowed some warriors with over 100 combat strength to learn without instruction. In essence, the technique of flight is akin to that of a jet. With sufficient proficiency, one can soar through the skies. Yet, at this juncture, flying consumes considerable stamina and lifespan, particularly during rapid ascents. One can observe that early battles predominantly took place on the ground. Chapter 43. Sunshine always follows the storm as the sun rose gradually, its rays cascaded down, awakening countless beings on the island. The storm from the previous night appeared to have left no impact. Insects still arose early, only to be consumed by birds. Only the deep imprint where Lie Chunga sat in meditation bore witness to the events of the night before. The monks of the martial arts temple yawned and began yet another round of their duties. When they arrived at the kitchen, they were instantly taken aback. A thief! The startled exclamation banished all traces of sleep from the monks. The elder abbot hurried over to investigate, and upon witnessing the disarray in the kitchen, he gasped in shock. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? Their lamentations were futile. This act of theft would remain unresolved. With the perpetrator still lurking in the shadows of the martial arts temple, tucked away in a corner of the arena. How delightful! Lie Chunga's face glistened with grease as he savored the remnants of food. It must be said that even the most casual roasting of Earth's cuisine yields exquisite flavors. Content with his body's restoration to normalcy, Lie Chunga settled into a meditative posture, focusing on stabilizing his cultivation. Hearing the commotion outside, he felt a twinge of shame. Yet there was little he could do. Only because of the previous tournament's connection to Wukong did the martial arts temple possess such ample provisions. After all, whether eaten sooner or later, it was still food meant for him. With newfound clarity, Lie Chunga displayed a more carefree demeanor, shedding some of his youthful naivete. At the fourth tier of cultivation, his total energy had diminished significantly, yet his actual combat prowess had improved. The gap between himself and external energies remained uncertain. As he swung his fists, although lacking the imposing aura of before, each casual strike produced a sound, as if slicing through the air. Beyond the realm of combat, Lie Chunga now exuded a restrained presence. Even the energy he emitted while moving was contained by his internal chi, allowing for its repeated utilization. Presently, even if his cultivation stagnated, living to the age of 200 would be effortless, and his physique would always remain in optimal condition. To jest, by the time he reached 200, should he shave his beard, he would appear as a youthful lad of 18. It was time to embark on my journey. Yet Lie Chunga was merely 18, with a long road ahead until reaching 25. As the sun reached its zenith, its warmth enveloped the surroundings, providing a pleasant ambience. Indeed, Bulma and Lanchi, accompanied by the turtle-cat-pig duo, had already arrived at the competition venue. Although they had come early, the place was already teeming with people. Damn it, one wonders where that old man has wandered off to. Bulma complained, hands on her hips, feeling the absence of any familiar faces. While it was one thing for Sun Wukong and the others to participate in the tournament, Master Roshi's disappearance was perplexing. Had he been present, at least securing front row seats for the matches would not have been a concern. The martial arts tournament had garnered much fame, yet the venue remained unchanged. Its flat geography meant that even a slight distance would obstruct one's view. Wukong, sensing an opportunity to impress the ladies, stepped forward boldly. "Fear not. Observe my prowess." With that, Wukong transformed into a colossal, 3-meter-tall barbarian, his intimidating presence instilling fear. "Clear the way." Wukong, assuming a facade of bravado, indeed forced the crowd to part. However, before the spectators could revel in their fleeting joy, those within the inner circle turned and encircled Wukong. "What do you intend to do?" the leader snarled, baring his teeth as if eager to devour them. Terrified, Wukong retreated repeatedly, ultimately having to revert to his original form and escape through the throng. "Foolishness." Bulma rolled her eyes and slapped her forehead, pretending not to recognize Wukong. She failed to consider that nearly 200 individuals participated in the martial arts tournament, while only 8 advanced. Thus, how many formidable spectators remained? After witnessing the farce, the crowd maintained their grim expressions. The elderly and infirm among them could hardly squeeze in, leaving them unable to cheer. Meanwhile, Master Roshi experienced a moment of inspiration, skillfully plucking a blade of grass from the roadside and stealthily approaching Launch, aiming it at her nose. Achoo! Launch sneezed, instantly transforming from the gentle blue-haired elder sister into a fiery blonde. "Launch, they're blocking us." Master Roshi quickly took advantage of Launch's momentary confusion to report the situation. Upon hearing this, the irate Launch could not allow such an affront. Producing a capsule hidden within her bosom, she declared, "Listen up, everyone in front of me, clear the way," armed with 2 machine guns. Her intimidating presence immediately parted the crowd. Those of lesser caliber feared the guns, while the more seasoned warriors dreaded the ensuing trouble. Under the terrified gazes of the onlookers, Bulma and her companions awkwardly made their way through. These people are truly Na'vi. They brandished firearms yet remained rooted to the spot, Bulma mused, recalling her previous attendance at the martial arts tournament with a sigh. Lie Chunga had long awaited this moment, eager to witness Launch's transformation. Launch, female, age and origin unknown, was documented to have appeared at Master Roshi's abode following Sun Wukong and Current's mermaid trials. Her significance stemmed from the suspicion that she might be a Super Saiyan. This was no jest. A Super Saiyan was not merely defined by overwhelming battle power. Rather, it was a transformation that could amplify one's strength by dozens of times. Just like Launch, who, in her usual state, exuded the charm of a gentle blue-haired maiden. A mere sneeze could elevate her combat prowess exponentially. Crucially, her hair shifted from blue to yellow, if not for the unchanged color of her pupils and eyebrows. Even Akira Toriyama himself might struggle to explain this phenomenon. "That can't be," Lie Chunga murmured, reflecting on the plot of Dragon Ball. It seemed Launch had vanished after her search for Tien Shinhan in the 2nd series. A flash of insight struck him. Tien, with his 3 eyes, and Curren, devoid of a nose, along with the eclectic mix of Earthlings, perhaps were not merely products of Dragon Ball's wishes, but rather remnants of extraterrestrial origins. In the later arcs of Dragon Ball, after Sun Wukong's demise, his bloodline persisted, with his grandson transforming into a Super Saiyan, proving challenging even for an Earthling. Was there a possibility that Launch was a descendant of the Saiyans? Was Tien a progeny of the Three-Eyed Clan? Was Curren a descendant of the No-Nose Clan? Was Piccolo of Namekian descent? Perhaps, centuries ago, Earth was the nucleus of the universe, and their bloodlines remained for myriad reasons. If so, the advanced technology on Earth would have a source, and the martial philosophies that transcended the cosmos would find their origin, even elucidating why Majin Buu was sealed on Earth. It is essential to recognize that the present world is tangible, and the myriad elements from the comics require further exploration. If one were to uncover the secrets of the Earth, surely no adversary would seem formidable. Chapter 44. 1 against 7. The resounding clang of the gong heralded the commencement of the competition, compelling all participants to assemble backstage. Lie Chunga, feeling rather bored, made his way there. To his surprise, he was not the last to arrive. Where was Sun Wukong? Upon entering, he spotted Yamcha and Curren glaring menacingly at Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, while the host endeavored to maintain order. Had it not been for Chung Long's conciliatory remarks, the host might have faced a beating. With a teasing remark from Lie Chunga, all eyes turned toward him. Shilan, who had been observing the scene, hastily approached, only to be disdainfully avoided by Lie Chunga. "You brat, if you're coming, just come. Why don that mask? It resembles a particular type of undergarment." Unashamed, Shilan boasted. "Master, this is my meticulously designed creation. Do you think it looks handsome? Handsome? Did you not notice my look of disdain?" Lie Chunga retorted. Huh. You haven't even fully matured yet, and you dare to play the master? Tianjin Fan glared at the two. Lie Chunga regarded Tianjin Fan with mild surprise. His comment indicated he had done his homework. After all, Lie Chunga's appearance suggested he was quite seasoned. Beneath his proud exterior lay a cautious nature. Truly, he was the most reliable supporting character among the main cast. Hey, you brat, I can't stand you. If we were in the military. Before Shilon could finish, Lie Chunga shot him a fierce glare. Just then, a jubilant son Wukong returned, observing the awkward atmosphere and innocently inquiring. What are you all doing? The host, wiping the sweat from his brow, seized the opportunity to interject. Contestants, do not fret. If there are any grievances, we can resolve them in the arena. Indeed, let us resolve matters in the arena. It was then that the competitors recalled the purpose of the day. Cheng Long assumed the role of peacemaker. Yes, young ones, temper your tempers. Tianjin Fan, aware of Cheng Long's identity, refrained from speaking further, while the others, respecting the previous champion, collectively scoffed and turned away. The host, overjoyed, eagerly gestured. In that case, let us draw the lot numbers. Hold on. Lie Chunga stepped forward, scrutinizing the crowd, and spoke slowly. My time is limited. I entered this competition to fulfill a promise made with son Wukong. I demand 1 against 7. 1 against 7. The gazes directed at Lie Chunga shifted. Some were filled with disdain, others with amusement, and some with astonishment. The host, wiping sweat from his brow, recalled how this individual had fled in the previous round and now made such an audacious request. Contestant Lie Chunga, that does not conform to the rules. Tianjin Fan scoffed. 1 against 7? Quite the boast. He then cast a deep glance at Cheng Long, who, with his head bowed in contemplation, eventually spoke in a calm and measured tone. I am getting old and losing my edge. For this martial arts tournament, I shall not participate. Let the younger generation take the stage. He had assumed the role of Cheng Long in order to guide his disciples, allowing them to understand that there are always greater heights and individuals beyond their own. Now son Wukong finds himself with 2 formidable adversaries, Tianjin Fan and Lie Chunga, rendering his presence unnecessary. Of course, there is an additional task at hand, to guide both individuals onto the righteous path, compelling him to withdraw and investigate further. I shall not participate, Shilon said, a frown etched on his face as he raised his hand. The host was truly at a loss, on the verge of tears. If you forfeit the competition, what of the audience? Many have come specifically to see Cheng Long crowned champion. The host glanced nervously at Shilon, who nodded in affirmation, prompting the host to concede. Very well, it is as you wish. Who am I to oppose the decision of the esteemed boss? No need for such formalities. Allow me to duel with you first, Tianjin Fan declared, stepping forward, intent on letting Jiaozi utilize his powers to swiftly deal with Lie Chunga. I shall join as well. Even son Wukong, despite his slower wit, sensed the battle fervor emanating from the two. Yamucha scoffed. Hulin, these 2 country bumpkins seem oblivious to the gravity of their words. Who among them could possibly rival my audacity? Hulin rolled his eyes. Yamucha, do not drag me into your provocations. Any one of these opponents would suffice to pose a challenge. Very well, in that case, let us engage in combat. Lie Chunga suddenly proposed. The host grimaced. That does not conform to the rules. Stealing a glance at Shilon, he awaited a signal. Before he could act, Tianjin Fan exchanged a knowing glance with Jiaozi, who, with a stoic expression, extended a finger. The lottery box floated over from a distance, and with a flick of Jiaozi's finger, 8 numbered balls shot forth. 1 for each participant. Tianjin Fan drew number 1, while Lie Chunga acquired number 8. Come forth, and I shall demonstrate the essence of cruelty. Tianjin Fan proclaimed as he and Jiaozi simultaneously activated their flight technique, soaring towards the arena. They can fly. Superpowers. The crowd, momentarily stunned by Tianjin Fan's display, instinctively followed to witness the spectacle of flight. Wait for me. I haven't even entered the stage. The host shouted from behind. The audience outside was equally bewildered, as the competitors had already taken the stage before the host could arrive. Other staff members were momentarily frozen until the host, breathless, finally emerged, exclaiming, "The match order has been determined. The first round features Tianjin Fan, a disciple of the Crane School, facing last year's top 8 contender, Lie Chunga. Lie Chunga, you must remember, do not run again, or you shall find yourself blacklisted." As the host endeavored to enliven the atmosphere, Lie Chunga surveyed his surroundings, sensing an ambience distinct from the previous encounter, and smiled. Is this the thrill of battle? It has returned. Young one, let your laughter ring out, came a voice. Indeed, you should feel fortunate. Understand that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations are rendered futile. Lie Chunga listened, bewildered, sensing a misunderstanding from Tianjin Fan. Yet soon he grasped the truth. The prior assassination attempt had been thwarted due to the intervention of the turtle sage, preventing the confrontation from escalating. This time, Tianjin Fan perceived Lie Chunga's actions as a deliberate provocation and decided to take the initiative. Thus, if Tianjin Fan wished to engage in combat with the disciple of Master Rashi, he could not breach the rules, which meant he could not kill Lie Chunga. In his eyes, Lie Chunga was merely surviving through cunning schemes. Slightly angered by the disdain, Lie Chunga smirked and remarked, "How arrogant. Frankly, your master pales in comparison to Master Rashi. Do you understand the concept of teaching according to one's abilities? Are you aware that there are greater talents beyond your own? Do you recognize that a disciple is also a person with their own will? Such a promising genius. And yet, you have failed to discover your own martial path. Truly pitiful." Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow, clearly not heeding these words. To him, the essence of martial arts was foreign, let alone the spirit of martial arts. Lie Chunga sighed, feeling as though he were playing a lute to a cow. It seemed not all protagonists were adept at verbal dueling. While he lacked the skill of verbal combat, he was undeniably proficient in provocation. "Do you know Tao Bai Bai? He should be your master uncle. I regret to inform you that he has already passed away. Oh, perhaps he is merely lingering in some corner." Upon mentioning Tao Bai Bai, Tianjin Fan was taken aback. "No, impossible. How could my master uncle be defeated by a mere underling like you?" Tao Bai Bai, who claimed to be the world's #1 assassin, had long sown the seeds of envy in Tianjin Fan's heart. After all, in a certain sense, Tao Bai Bai's code of conduct was indeed admirable. Is that so? It was probably around 2 years ago, near Corin Tower, Lie Chunga coaxed, unable to tolerate Tianjin Fan's pretentiousness. "So, unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you won't even be able to withstand a single punch from me." 2 years ago, Tianjin Fan disregarded Lie Chunga's subsequent remarks and turned his gaze to Master Crane below the arena. Though the cheers from the crowd were deafening, Master Crane heard everything clearly and was left in shock. "Kill him! Tianjin Fan! Kill him!" Master Crane screamed in hysteria. Regardless of whether Lie Chunga had ever defeated Tao Bai Bai, he had to die. Tianjin Fan nodded, no longer hesitating. Finally, the host concluded the introduction. Wiping the sweat from his brow, "I appreciate both esteemed fighters for gracing us with their presence. Otherwise, I would have been unable to finish the advertisement, and my salary would surely be docked. All right, let the match officially begin." As the host called out, the monk struck the bronze gong. In an instant, the figures of both combatants vanished, only to collide with one another moments later. Tianjin Fan's expression changed dramatically as he stared incredulously at the figure before him. The latter, however, remained at ease, muttering to himself, "It seems my calculations were accurate." By rank, Tianjin Fan had reached the 5th tier, albeit only in terms of speed and strength. In reality, his actual level was between the 6th and 7th tiers. "Break!" Lie Chunga shouted fiercely, exerting force once more, his hands darting like green serpents, aimed directly at Tianjin Fan's throat. Immutable King. Tianjin Fan reacted swiftly, stepping back and forming hand seals, his body glowing red as he forcefully blocked the attack. He lifted his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at Lie Chunga. "Your strength exceeds my expectations. However, you are doomed." As Tianjin Fan's muscles surged, 2 additional hands unexpectedly sprouted from his shoulders. For demon fists, the newfound appendages unleashed a ferocious assault on Lie Chunga, who was sent sliding several paces before finally coming to a halt. "Damn it. This world bears no relation to the practitioners of my past life. I cannot believe it." Lie Chunga muttered, feeling that Tianjin Fan's techniques bore a striking resemblance to those in his own lineage. There was no time for further contemplation. As Tianjin Fan charged forth with astonishing speed, Lie Chunga, no longer inclined to test the waters, suddenly found his expression betraying a sense of alarm, leaving him momentarily stunned. Tianjin Fan, heedless of the circumstances, began to unleash his massive fists, each as large as a cauldron, clearly intent on lethal force. Volleyball fist. With a flurry of strikes, Lie Chunga found himself airborne, unable to descend. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring something profound. Just moments ago, he had distinctly felt a peculiar energy infiltrating his body, unleashing excruciating pain in his abdomen. His internal energy proved futile against this force, which seemed to emanate from a higher realm of spiritual power. Naturally, Lie Chunga had his own secret techniques for countering such an onslaught, but he recalled that to transcend to the 3rd tier, He must comprehend the essence of spiritual strength. Was this not the opportune moment for such enlightenment? Lie Chunga, what is happening to you? Son Wukong called out, alarmed by Lie Chunga's erratic behavior. Turning, he spotted Dumpling poised to confront Lie Chunga, moving in synchrony. Tianjin Fan, realizing the situation, glanced at Dumpling, experiencing a wave of humiliation unlike anything he had ever felt before. It is I who commanded Dumpling to act this way. Do not hesitate, eliminate him. The voice of Master Rashi echoed in his ears, prompting Tianjin Fan to leap into action, delivering a brutal knee strike that sent Lie Chunga crashing to the ground. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Tianjin Fan hovered in the air, his fingers gathering a tremendous amount of energy. That technique belongs to the slain Tao Bai. Sun Wukong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as Tianjin Fan prepared to attack. A beam shot downward, and Sun Wukong attempted to intervene but was thwarted by Chung Long, who shook his head gravely. In truth, Chung Long was not idle. He had been utilizing his psychic abilities to subtly disrupt Tianjin Fan's emotional state. This covert strategy was so well concealed that even Lie Chunga, who had been affected, remained oblivious. To Chung Long, this was neither a sneak attack nor a treacherous act. It was an awakening of the latent sense of justice within both fighters. After all, in the original narrative, how could Tianjin Fan have been swayed merely by Master Rashi's few words? Indeed, Tianjin Fan's energy wave landed near Lie Chunga, and he conveyed to Dumpling not to intervene, for this battle belonged to him alone. Dumpling hesitated, and at that moment, Chung Long made his move. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had stealthily approached Master Rashi. Go! Master Rashi, engaged in a telepathic tirade against Tianjin Fan, was suddenly propelled skyward by Chung Long's energy beam. With that, the chaos subsided. Chung Long addressed Tianjin Fan. Still suspended in the air, with a smile, rest assured, your master is unharmed. You may continue your battle. Tianjin Fan appeared somewhat dazed, but was soon captivated by the revived Lie Chunga, a peculiar thrill of combat washing over him. He swiftly dove down, crashing into the ground with a resounding boom. The smoke that enveloped the area dissipated, revealing a substantial crater. To his astonishment, you can withstand quite a bit. Tianjin Fan observed that, despite Lie Chunga's disheveled appearance, he bore no injuries, a remarkable feat considering he had been thoroughly pummeled for several minutes. You ought to summon your companions to unleash their superpowers. You are no match for me. Lie Chunga regarded Tianjin Fan with a quizzical expression before uttering these words, perplexed by the sudden shift in Tianjin Fan's demeanor. A killer meticulously trained by Master Rashi since childhood now sought to engage him in a fair contest, remaining unfazed even as his master was sent flying. Perhaps one must experience defeat to truly understand. Tianjin Fan emanated a formidable aura, seemingly having employed some secret technique to amplify his strength. With a swift motion, he leaped back and launched a rapid assault, only for Lie Chunga to intercept. The speed was commendable, yet the force behind the punches fell short. The power was adequate, but still insufficient to breach my defenses. If this is all you have, even battling for 3 days and nights would not inflict harm upon me. The essence of internal energy lies in its enduring nature. Engaging in combat for days poses no issue. Unlike external energy, which is fleeting and exhausts quickly. Just as Tianjin Fan contemplated a retort, Lie Chunga flashed a grin and declared, I'm about to attack, so be cautious. This is merely a gesture of gratitude for your recent restraint. Tianjin Fan hastily braced himself, crossing his arms to shield his chest. Chapter 46, Tianjin Fan, defeated. Pooh! How could this be? Tianjin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, incredulous that he had seemingly defended against the recent attack. The nature of internal energy, penetration, not just any ordinary penetration, but akin to striking a cow from behind a mountain. Lie Chunga pointed at the center of Tianjin Fan's chest, and upon looking down, he saw a dark bruise forming against his muscular torso. Although the destructive capability of internal energy is inferior to that of external energy, it achieves precision and intricacies to an exceptional degree. Furthermore, Tianjin Fan felt a hindrance in his energy flow, a constriction in his chest. What exactly is this technique of yours? Tianjin Fan exclaimed, startled by Lie Chunga's peculiar maneuver, and quickly soared into the air to evade. Ah, to fly. How enviable. As Tianjin Fan assessed his injuries high above, he spotted Lie Chunga below, instinctively placing a hand to his forehead. Solar fist. His bald head radiated a blinding light, rendering all spectators, save for the host wearing sunglasses, momentarily sightless. Lie Chunga was similarly affected, even more so than the others. Sometimes, possessing keen eyesight can be a curse. Ineffectual, though his eyes stung. He was acutely aware of Tianjin Fan's onslaught, effortlessly evading the strikes. My body, even in a state of unconsciousness, will instinctively dodge. Where did he go? Not only Lie Chunga, but everyone present failed to perceive Tianjin Fan's whereabouts. Vanished? No. Chen Long cast a glance at the dumpling beside him. After a brief moment of confusion, he raised his head, only to witness Tianjin Fan soaring high into the sky, his hands positioned like a well, aiming at the arena below. Was it truly necessary? Did he intend to perish alongside his opponent? Lie Chunga found himself at a loss for words. He recognized this technique, known as the Kiko cannon, its significance akin to that of the Kamehameha. Although its capabilities were not as extensive as the latter, its destructive power was formidable. Even Lie Chunga dared not confront it head-on. It was well known that in the later stages, Tianjin Fan could subdue foes whose combat prowess far exceeded his own using this very move. Of course, such a potent skill came with limitations. This technique demanded the totality of one's energy and, if mismanaged, could lead to exhaustion and even death. During the phase when energy could not be precisely controlled, survival was uncertain. Excessive strain on the body could drastically diminish lifespan and potential. No more games. The time for truth had arrived. He clasped his hands together. The 108 acupoints of his body surged, releasing internal energy. This was indeed one of the hallmarks of a fourth-tier practitioner, the external manifestation of internal energy. I am indeed formidable. At that moment, his vast Zifu Dantian worked at full capacity, internal energy erupting forth. Azure Dragon seeks the moon. With a roar accompanied by a dragon's cry, a blue dragon materialized, charging towards Tianjin Fan in the sky. The latter, caught off guard, was swiftly seized by the dragon's jaws, letting out a cry of despair as he plummeted from the heavens. Tianjin Fan. The dumpling panicked, yet was restrained by Chen Long, who calmly asserted that the battle was far from over. Indeed, as Tianjin Fan fell, he gritted his teeth and unleashed a DD wave that rivaled the Kamehameha, an immense energy stemming from the very Kiko cannon he had gathered. Come on. Lie Chunga steadied himself, a colossal turtle emerging behind him, or more accurately, a xuanwu, its head adorned with that of a dragon. Boom. The overwhelming energy propelled Lie Chunga backward. He had not anticipated that Tianjin Fan's DD wave would incorporate the characteristics of the Kamehameha. This was dire. Lie Chunga found himself at the precipice of the arena, realizing that everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Tianjin Fan, a true combat genius, had foreseen the possibility of failure from the very first probe, devising these contingency plans. The true purpose of the Solar Fist was to obscure Lie Chunga's vision, guiding him to the edge of the arena as he retreated. This was a tournament. Falling off meant defeat. Defeat? That was inconceivable. Lie Chunga relinquished his defense, the xuanwu dissipating as he was engulfed by the colossal DD wave. The tremendous energy surged forth, gradually dismantling his defenses. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly obliterated in that instant. However, his body, tempered through rigorous training, was impervious, and the outer layer was protected by a membrane of internal energy. Had it not been for his efforts to mitigate the impact, this energy would likely have been unable to penetrate his body, let alone inflict harm. Boom. The arena reverberated, erupting in clouds of smoke. The weakened Tianjin Fan could not help but smile at the sight. The thrill of battle enveloped him, and reflecting on his previous acts of bullying, he found himself steeped in disdain. Indeed, battles of equal strength are the most exhilarating. Tianjin Fan, having fallen onto the arena, turned over and lay on the ground, merely sighing, "How foolish of me." Alas, he could no longer continue fighting. Cough, cough. His injuries were rather severe, and recovery would likely take a considerable amount of time. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I was careless and failed to evade. A mocking voice emerged from the smoke, revealing the battered figure of Lie Chunga. Ha ha ha. I apologize for disappointing you. Just as he intended to approach Tianjin Fan, his body betrayed him, immobilized, while a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. What do you intend to do to Tianjin Fan? Dumpling flew forth, standing firm in front of him, a blend of fear and resolve in his demeanor. The latter shrugged helplessly, saying, "Referee, aren't you going to come over and count?" Oh, the referee, who had been stunned, finally reacted and addressed Dumpling. "I apologize, Dumpling, but please step aside. This is the arena time, and you must leave." His voice carried a hint of trepidation, mingled with determination. Dumpling glanced at Tianjin Fan, who had already lost consciousness. The referee sighed, circumvented Dumpling, and tentatively approached Tianjin Fan. Competitor Tianjin Fan is unconscious. Competitor Lie Chunga is the victor. Let us congratulate Lie Chunga. The crowd erupted in fervor, their combat pushing the boundaries of their understanding, leaving them in awe. A team of medical personnel skillfully ascended the stage to lift Tianjin Fan. Hold on. If you wish for Tianjin Fan to survive, do not obstruct me. Dumpling was taken aback, not only by Lie Chunga's words, but also by his blatant disregard for Dumpling's extraordinary abilities. Lie Chunga approached Tianjin Fan and with a casual wave, dispelled the internal energy residing within him. His constitution is indeed formidable. The corrosive internal energy and the backlash from the energy blast had left Tianjin Fan in agony, yet he persevered. Moreover, it was evident that despite the strain on his body, he still possessed remarkable potential. Rest assured, he will be fine. Seeing the furrowed brow of Tianjin Fan relax, Dumpling rushed over. What are you staring at? Don't you see the bond of brotherhood? Hurry and get him to the hospital. After a brief adjustment to his attire, he pointed towards the distant onlooker, Sun Wukong, and said, "It's your turn. I'm in a hurry." Chapter 47. The resilient Sun Wukong competitor Lie Chunga. Do you not require a moment's respite? The referee, wiping the sweat from his brow, seemed to find the sun particularly oppressive that day. Rest? Surely that is not in accordance with the rules. No worries. And you, Sun Wukong? Lie Chunga's gaze remained fixed on Sun Wukong, who did not hesitate, effortlessly leaping and executing a roll before landing gracefully. I have been eagerly anticipating this battle. Sun Wukong's eyes shone with determination and a fierce desire for combat. Yet his body involuntarily tensed. The previous fight had been thrilling, but observing Lie Chunga's composed demeanor and steady breath hinted at his formidable strength. You have ignited my excitement. The referee found himself in a state of despair and under the threatening gaze of Shalon, reluctantly addressed the audience due to special circumstances. The rules of the match have been altered. The arena contest has transformed into a defense match. Our esteemed contestant, Lie Chunga, shall take the stage. Thus the competition continues. The newly arrived participant is well known to everyone. I kindly ask Sun Wukong to refrain from causing further disturbances. In the previous martial arts tournament finals, Sun Wukong encountered a full moon, transforming into a gorilla and nearly wreaking havoc backstage. Sun Wukong, the recent battle has not significantly affected me. I implore you to exert your utmost strength, Lie Chunga stated coldly. He was aware that the individuals Sun Wukong had encountered during his training were often of mixed caliber, leading him to adopt a cautious approach during combat, thus earning him nicknames such as Dog Kong and 50-50. Naturally, Sun Wukong nodded, not only due to his recent skirmish, but also because he had previously suffered defeat from carelessness. The referee, observing the audience's unwavering enthusiasm, let out a sigh of relief and stepped aside. The match commenced. With the resounding clang of the gong, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. The observers witnessed Lie Chunga leisurely waving his hands, as if dancing upon the stage. In reality, the two had exchanged blows countless times. Sun Wukong, despite his shorter stature, exhibited unparalleled speed. His quickness surpassed even that of Tianjin Fan, though his strength was somewhat lacking. Were it not for the tournament, you might have evaded, Lie Chunga conceded. Sun Wukong's combat skills were indeed on par with his own. In the midst of their agile maneuvers, there was not a moment of hesitation, which posed considerable challenges for Lie Chunga. It is the tail. The presence of Sun Wukong's tail provided him with enhanced stability. It appears my prowess in combat against non-humans is still somewhat lacking. Recognizing his own weaknesses, Lie Chunga decided to unleash his full potential with mere speed and strength. He found himself nearly equal to Sun Wukong. However, the intricacies of internal energy required greater finesse. Vermilion Bird takes flight. As his acupoints surged with energy, even the surrounding air felt a rise in temperature. A phantom of the Vermilion Bird appeared. Here it comes. Sun Wukong, rather than feeling alarmed, was filled with delight, unleashing immense power as he charged toward Lie Chunga. Impressive. Lie Chunga could not help but admire Sun Wukong. The timing of skill execution was crucial. This moment presented the perfect opportunity for an offensive, yet he was met with this very technique. The dual wings of the Vermilion Bird Phantom shielded Lie Chunga, unfurling to collide with Sun Wukong's attack. The force of the impact and the storm created by the wings stirred a tempest, causing all present to feel a rush of warm air that obscured their vision. Rock, paper, a crisp sound echoed Sun Wukong's voice. Remarkably, he remained unaffected, performing 3 graceful rolls in the air before landing and gathering strength. Though it appeared to be fabric, his hands transformed into fists aimed directly at his opponent. A child's trick. Allow me to demonstrate a true killing move. White tiger descends. The white tiger phantom roared, sending shivers through everyone present as it lunged at Sun Wukong. The tiger's claws struck accurately at Sun Wukong's chest, but passed through as if he were a mere illusion. Not only that, but numerous phantoms of Sun Wukong began to emerge from all directions. The illusions vanished in mere seconds, only to be replaced by new ones. Futile, Lie Chunga sneered, fixating intently on his opponent. The arena was confined in size. No matter how swift one might be, evading his watchful gaze was an impossibility. Yet, as the illusions faded, the figure of Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found. Had he vanished? No. With careful listening, one could discern the faint sounds, thump, thump. Impossible. This maneuver eluded his sight. Indeed, even the turtle sage could not perceive Sun Wukong's presence, only affirming that he was on the field. Only Tian Xinhan, with his third eye, could truly see. It seemed he had underestimated Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong was capable of battling against old Piccolo, had it not been for a moment of carelessness. He could have possibly escaped. No, it was my own fault. The continuous breakthroughs had left my consciousness unaccustomed to such high-intensity combat. If I could calm my mind, focusing on the feedback from my body, creating a circle of less than a meter around me, I could feel the hairs on my skin rising and falling. That was Sun Wukong, persistently probing for an opening. A slight twitch of my ears and nose gradually brought Sun Wukong's silhouette into clearer focus in my mind. He was in constant motion, but his trajectory was peculiar, not merely circling around but shifting left and right, even up and down, with me as the center. Only Sun Wukong, with his tail, could execute such seamless movements. This was a formation, utilizing an individual's strength and rapid movements to create a formation that concealed his figure. Utterly astonishing. It reminded him of Karen Tower, where a formation also existed. Without the Cat Sage's invitation, one could never ascend. Had Sun Wukong merely climbed once to learn it? Shaking his head, what of it? The instability of external energy ensured this tactic would not endure for long. Indeed, Sun Wukong ceased his probing, stepping into Lie Chunga's sensory range. The onlookers beheld Sun Wukong reappearing, only to be seized by Lie Chunga and forcefully slammed to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes. In truth, they had exchanged blows dozens of times in that fleeting moment, ultimately resulting in Lie Chunga's victory. Sun Wukong's diminutive form was sent flying. Victory. The energy he unleashed not only rattled his opponent's insides, but also inflicted ongoing damage. Yet, to the astonishment of the crowd, Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha toward the sky, returning to the arena. It hurt. Clutching his injuries, Sun Wukong hopped about like a monkey. Lie Chunga swallowed hard, suddenly understanding why Piccolo and his subordinates had managed to kill Sun Wukong multiple times, yet he always escaped. Even when Piccolo too had punctured a hole in Sun Wukong's chest, he could turn the tide, because this fellow could endure so much. Chapter 48. Consuming the Kamehameha, you are formidable. Yet, I shall defeat you. Sun Wukong, who had just been bouncing about like a monkey, now assumed a serious demeanor, emanating an astounding aura. No more boasting. It was Tian Xinhan, now nursing his wound while observing the match. Beside him, Kaiatsu wore a worried expression. To overcome him, one must resort to ranged attacks. Tianjin Fan serves as a poignant reminder, as Sun Wukong nods, seemingly already enlightened. Lie Chunga chuckles, recognizing the formidable leadership charisma of Sun Wukong. It appears that Tianjin Fan, upon awakening, hastened back to witness the match and now takes the initiative to remind Sun Wukong. Perhaps it is Lie Chunga's smile, or perhaps the collective gaze of the crowd, that prompts Tianjin Fan to twitch his lips and clarify any misunderstandings, asserting that he simply does not wish for the Turtle School and Crane School to simultaneously fall at the hands of their adversary. He then fixes a determined gaze on Lie Chunga, stating that had it not been for his momentary carelessness, the outcome would have been uncertain. You are indeed powerful. Yet you possess a flaw. Your speed is insufficient. At this juncture, Kirurin, Yamcha, and others recall that Lie Chunga had, from the outset, remained stationary, passively absorbing their attacks, and would always strike as the two unleashed their techniques. Lie Chunga pays little mind to their observations. While they are partially accurate, they are also misleading. His speed may indeed be a shortcoming, yet it is not as dire as they suggest. Where is he? Found him. In the rear of the crowd. The turtle sage stands immobile upon his cane, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although seemingly unreliable, the turtle sage is remarkably astute. Having stealthily assumed Chung Long's identity and thoroughly transformed Tianjin Fan's mindset, This realization sends a shiver down Lie Chunga's spine, prompting him to consider keeping his distance from this individual. The turtle sage, noticing Lie Chunga's wariness, scratches his head in bewilderment, wondering if his smile lacks warmth. In truth, the turtle sage's extraordinary abilities are not as formidable as they appear. His influence on thought serves merely as guidance. If Tianjin Fan harbored no fervor for battle and were of a less amiable nature, he would not have transformed into a virtuous individual. Tianjin Fan, having witnessed the clash between Sun Wukong and Lie Chunga, feels his blood surge with excitement amidst the crowd's cheers, prompting him to voice his reminder. What a splendid opportunity. Observing Lie Chunga lost in thought, Sun Wukong seizes the moment to gather energy for the Kamehameha. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong's mastery of energy is rather rudimentary. Lie Chunga tilts his head to evade the attack, offering a benevolent smile as he glances aside. Bang! 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 Sun Wukong is struck repeatedly. His frail form launched into the air, and in the next instant, something wraps around Lie Chunga's arm. It is Sun Wukong's tail. How is this possible? At this juncture, if we were to employ gaming terminology, Sun Wukong has incurred hidden injuries, bleeding, dislocated tendons, broken armor, and disrupted energy flow. How could he possibly have the strength to continue? He is ill-equipped to deal with non-humans. Tianjin Fan exclaims in astonishment, realizing that Sun Wukong has uncovered Lie Chunga's second vulnerability. This time, Lie Chunga is caught off guard, as Sun Wukong embraces him fiercely, delivering a crushing blow. A tremendous surge of energy erupts from his orifices, manifesting in the air as a character for drink. Sun Wukong is blown away but seems prepared, stabilizing his body mid-air and facing forward. Kamehameha. The last two words accelerate as a white torrent surges towards Lie Chunga. Secret technique. For symbols, small thousand worlds. In that instant, the ethereal forms of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger all emerge. They materialized around Lie Chunga, evolving into a unique mirror-like surface. The energy from the Kamehameha wave surged in, as if entering another realm, with the waters remaining undisturbed. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, and even Master Roshi nearly lost his balance. After years of existence, he had witnessed rebounds, endured impacts, and experienced explosions, yet he had never seen energy being absorbed. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Sun Wukong seized his Kamehameha, his face a mask of bewilderment, his tilted head lending him a certain charm. What a marvelous technique! Lie Chunga, unfazed by his presence, immediately focused on channeling the tumultuous energy within him, exhaling visibly pure white smoke. What an exquisite display of power! Success! In a world where energy spheres and beams could obliterate the planet at a whim, he was well prepared. After all, he possessed no offensive techniques to counter such might. All he could do was defend or evade. Defense felt excessively passive, and evading such colossal energy output risked the very annihilation of Earth. The thought of the planet exploding was daunting, not to mention the inhospitable vacuum of space. There were no viable refuges within several light years. Once he had calmed his energy, Lie Chunga felt a surge of irritation. He had anticipated an easy victory, yet the battle had turned unexpectedly tumultuous. With a playful tilt of his head, he assumed a combat stance, grinning, "I've absorbed it all. The energy has surged forth." Azure Dragon Claw. Sun Wukong hastily dodged, only to find that Lie Chunga had not aimed for his vital spots. As the illusion of the Azure Dragon faded, Lie Chunga's hand clasped around Sun Wukong's tail. Stumbling, the latter fell to the ground, astonished. "How did you know?" Sun Wukong, seated on the ground, gazed at Lie Chunga in disbelief. Only a select few were privy to the fact that his tail was a weakness. Surveying their surroundings, he noted the anxious expressions of Yamcha, Huron, and a few others, while the rest stood in shock, utterly dumbfounded. What had appeared to be a perfect opportunity for an attack had merely resulted in the capture of Sun Wukong's tail. Observing the weakened Sun Wukong on the ground, Lie Chunga's lips twitched in amusement. To his surprise, Sun Wukong also enjoyed theatrics, but he had long since realized that the latter had overcome this vulnerability. "My apologies. Time is of the essence. I cannot afford to indulge in your charade." With a swift movement, he yanked off Sun Wukong's tail, causing the latter to succumb to darkness. Collapsing to the earth, Sun Wukong. The call rang out incessantly. The crowd grew frantic, with Yamcha and Kuririn rushing to the scene. Even Master Roshi joined the fray. "He is merely resting," Lie Chunga stated, discarding the tail as he turned to depart. Unexpectedly, Yamcha, filled with indignation, shouted, "Stop! Don't leave." Realizing he had no substantial reason, he added, You haven't fought me yet. Fight Yamcha? Lie Chunga felt little inclination. If it were Master Roshi, he might have considered it. You lack the qualification. After a moment's thought, he regarded the irate Yamcha and remarked, in light of your potential as the strongest human, I shall only use my technique once. Indeed, it was more a pity for him. The wolf is solitary and ruthless. Your martial arts overly emphasize form while neglecting the essence. Wild wolf, wild motion. Yamcha was momentarily taken aback, feeling the piercing gaze of a colossal creature upon him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than his former self. Chapter 49. Innate nature. Wolves of the desert are solitary, proud beings, capable of seizing sustenance even amidst throngs of hunters. Once a denizen of the desert, Yamcha prided himself as a wolf, crafting the wolf-fang fist in accordance with the wolf's nature. The twists of fate led him from the arid sands to the bustling metropolis, following the affluent Bulma. While Bulma had an eye for handsome men, she was not enamored, which allowed Yamcha to indulge in a vibrant, opulent lifestyle. He was astonished to discover the plethora of beauties in the world. Yet, he lost sight of himself, growing lax in his training. Initially, he had been evenly matched with son Wukong, but he gradually descended into the role of a subordinate. However, amidst his misfortunes, the disgrace of failing in the previous martial arts tournament ignited the flame of martial ambition within him, prompting him to abandon that extravagant life and train under Master Mutant Roshi. Alas, it was too late, and he had chosen the wrong path in martial arts. The teachings of Master Roshi combined foundational education with the philosophy of self-guided cultivation. This approach was exemplary for children like Krillin and son Wukong, whose minds were still forming. Yet, for an adult like Yamcha, it was ill-suited. In simpler terms, his journey had shifted from an emphasis on meaning to one focused on form. This marked a regression in his training, inevitably widening the gap between him and the protagonists, leading him to despair and ultimately to a life as a baseball player, a pitiable and laughable existence. Remember, you are different from them. You already possess your own martial path. What you must do is not to change your discipline, but to embrace a multitude of influences and forge your own way. Wildness is your path. Yamcha's confusion echoed the experiences of Lie Chunga, who, compounded by future tribulations, felt a mix of sympathy and regret for him. Yamcha's talent was not lacking. Let us not forget that he had, in his youth and with little guidance, transcended the limits of the human body. In the next martial arts tournament, he was the first to grasp the mastery of the energy ball, causing a minor setback for the gods. Yamcha stared blankly at the solitary wolf before him, the arrogance that once adorned his face replaced by a dazed expression. Indeed, the new wolf-fang fist prioritized speed but had forsaken the essence of the wolf, rendering the technique obsolete. Those outside the circle, including his girlfriend Bulma and companion Pure, grew anxious, urging him to refocus. Yamcha, what is the matter? They implored. He merely waved his hand and offered a self-deprecating smile. Nearby, Tenshinhan pondered the path of martial arts. The so-called way is rooted in one's convictions. A steadfast belief enables the body to achieve harmonious unity, reaching the sublime state of oneness with the universe, thereby unlocking the full potential of one's strength, indeed, surpassing it. Moreover, this principle ensures that whatever one learns yields extraordinary results with minimal effort. A childlike heart embodies the culmination of this profound state. Son Wukong, having sustained a head injury that dulled his wits, inadvertently acquired this skill, which remains one of the secrets behind his ability to transcend the Scion Prince. Tianjin Fan, possessing martial prowess not inferior to that of son Wukong, found his potential hindered by the Crane Hermit. It was only upon encountering the Turtle Hermit that he began to glean insights, ultimately choosing to follow his true instincts. In the depths of his being, he sensed that only by adhering to his heart and discovering his own path in martial arts could he achieve a significant breakthrough. Indeed, there exist myriad methods of cultivation, yet they all converge upon a singular essence. Seeing that Lie Chunga bore no intent to strike, Ku Lin could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, releasing a sigh of relief. A glance at Ku Lin prompted Lie Chunga to turn and depart. Ku Lin, though moderately talented, exhibited average comprehension. He had thrived on the fortunes bestowed by son Wukong, emerging as the strongest among their trio. Regrettably, lacking a true martial spirit and failing to advance further, he had become synonymous with either his wife or as a mere sacrificial pawn for son Wukong. However, the trajectory of their futures had been irrevocably altered by his actions, leaving the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. What went unnoticed by Lie Chunga was the judge, who dared not intervene. watching helplessly as Lie Chunga departed. Ultimately, he sought solace from the abbot of the martial arts temple, leading to the establishment of a new rule in the esteemed martial arts tournament: no withdrawals mid-competition. Lie Chunga hurried away, anxious due to a video sent by Shilon. He had waited 2 years for this moment, and finally, his preparations bore fruit. In the video, a grotesque figure adorned with green scales and sporting a pair of leathery wings clutched a dragon ball, surrounded by chaos and the fallen bodies of warriors. The creature crouched down, retrieving a stack of documents from its waist, tearing one to shreds while muttering to itself before discarding a note and vanishing into the shadows. As the paper drifted down, a large character for evil became visible. Indeed, this fiend was named Dambalin, the progeny of the demon King Piccolo. His objectives were twofold: to collect Dragon Balls and to eliminate powerful martial artists. His emergence signified that the Demon King had successfully broken free from his seal, as anticipated. If he had emerged, then the celestial deity must also be on the verge of reappearing. The celestial deity and Piccolo were two facets of the same being, with the former embodying righteousness and the latter embodying malevolence. While Piccolo schemed below, the celestial deity had originally intended to perish alongside him, but opted for sealing after persuasion from his servant, Bobo. Thus, he imparted teachings to the martial arts master, Wu Taidu, who was the turtle hermit's mentor, using the magic sealing wave to confine Piccolo within a rice cooker. To ensure safety, the turtle hermit cast the rice cooker into the deep sea. Unbeknownst to them, centuries later, it was discovered by a schemer known as the Mixed Rice King, who retrieved it from the abyss and unsealed it. With the seal lifted, the celestial deity would awaken from his slumber, seizing the opportunity to visit the divine temple and inquire about the relationship between Earth and himself, as well as the origins of martial arts. Contemplating his actions, Lie Chunga wondered if Ku Lin would survive. He piloted his aircraft swiftly towards Corin Tower, as he observed a large airship displayed on the radar. His brow furrowed in concern. He had long instructed Shilon that no technological devices were to be present near Kalinta. After contacting the nearby Huang department, he received no information. What could be the matter? As he watched the airship approach directly, Lie Chunga inexplicably felt a sense of unease, the hairs on his body standing on end. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. This sensation transported him back to his weaker days, when he huddled helplessly in caves, awaiting the rescue of his mother, Lon. In an instant, their eyes met, creating a moment that felt eternal. The towering green figure, despite its hunched form, could not conceal its formidable presence. It was evident that this was a force to be reckoned with. More importantly, the iconic tendrils on its forehead and the large character for magic emblazoned on its chest revealed its identity. It was the Demon King Piccolo. In their unexpected encounter, both could see astonishment, confusion, and even a hint of trepidation in each other's eyes. However, while Lie Chunga's heart swelled with thoughts of magic, Piccolo's mind was filled with notions of divinity. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming intent to kill surged from both their hearts. He must die. Chapter 50. The death of Lie Chunga. Their reactions were swift. Lie Chunga decisively piloted the aircraft, hurtling it towards the airship, causing the trio inside to panic. Piccolo's expression darkened as he shed his cloak and shattered the glass barrier, landing atop the aircraft. Through the glass, their eyes locked. Piccolo revealed a cruel smile, extending his hand to gather immense power. Boom. The aircraft was destroyed, but the pilot survived. The two figures intertwined, probing each other with countless attacks before gradually descending. Old Piccolo was somewhat astonished by his opponent's strength and sought to inquire further. However, Lie Chunga had already launched another attack. Human little one, Piccolo felt disrespected, his face grim as he raised a finger. A peculiar wave of energy surged forth, forcing Lie Chunga back. He steadied himself, his expression darkening. Magic. It was indeed the aura of true magic. Yes, on Earth, there is both the underworld and the demon realm. Thus, genuine demons must also exist. He had initially thought that the essence of the Demon King Piccolo was merely that of a malevolent extraterrestrial, but he was confronted with the reality of a true demon. Demons encompass everything. They are born with an innate desire for destruction. They may possess intelligence, yet their inclination to destroy is unfathomable. At the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. At the inception of demons, their essence is fundamentally evil. Human little one, why do you bear the sin of my demon kin? Piccolo inquired. Speak, and I shall spare your life. His gaze was deep, for this individual exuded an aura reminiscent of divine beings, yet in battle, he emanated the essence of a demon. The scent of magic had only previously manifested in his offspring. He had encountered the aura of divinity once, at the moment of his own birth. It was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. If he was not a descendant of his progeny, could this individual be the next generation of deities nurtured by the divine, merely caught in a similar predicament? Piccolo's eyes flickered with uncertainty, while Lie Chunga's expression grew peculiar. Feeling the intense waves of murderous intent radiating from Piccolo, nearly overwhelming him. Even with his hands concealed behind his back, he secretly amassed energy. There can be only one demon king. After much contemplation, Piccolo deduced that the deity intended to replicate another great demon king to oppose him. It was one thing for that celestial being to train a martial arts champion. Now he sought to create a doppelganger. After sealing him away for so long, it was not enough. He still wished to eradicate him. Perish. The energy beam, accompanied by swirling currents, rapidly approached Lie Chunga, who did not intend to confront it head-on and narrowly evaded with a bridge of iron. Behind him, the ground was blasted into a bottomless pit, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. What terrifying destructive power! This move was likely a precursor to Piccolo's renowned technique, the magical light cannon. Characterized by its speed and penetrating capabilities, inflicting damage on foes significantly stronger than oneself. Piccolo seemed to anticipate the opponent's evasion and did not relent, immediately gathering a multitude of energy balls to hurl forth. The energy balls fell like rain, creating an incessant thunderous sound and stirring up clouds of smoke. This tactic, colloquially known as the Prince's strategy, was a method of overwhelming assault with concentrated energy spheres, rendering escape impossible for the adversary. It sounded formidable and wreaked havoc upon the ground, yet, in truth, it inflicted minimal damage upon the enemy. Indeed, Piccolo was already gasping for breath, panting heavily, muttering, "Damn it, it's been so long since I moved. I'm starting to rust. Perish. No one could survive such a strike." Roar. Piccolo's green pupils constricted as a dragon's roar pierced through the smoke, revealing a cerulean beast charging toward him. Startled by the sudden appearance of the azure dragon, Piccolo stumbled back a step. The dragon collided with Piccolo, resulting in a violent explosion. Lie Chunga was momentarily bewildered. His attack could not have been so wasteful as to cause such an explosion. From within the smoke, Piccolo's frantic roar echoed, "Damn it! How could you?" At that moment, Piccolo appeared somewhat disheveled, yet uninjured, though the psychological blow was far more significant. Once, he was invincible, with few capable of causing him even the slightest distress. Now, having just broken free from his seal, he found himself in such disarray. All of this, Piccolo attributed to his most cherished aspect. Gazing at his aged hands, the desire to regain youth surged within him. "Old Piccolo, you are somewhat more formidable than I imagined." Lie Chunga stood solemnly. He had thought his understanding of the elder Piccolo was profound, yet unexpected developments arose. The younger Piccolo might indeed be stronger, but his prowess lay within his physical form. Though the elder Piccolo's body was frail, his aura far surpassed that of his youth. However, the elder Piccolo did not share this perspective. The term Old Piccolo awakened his demonic essence, which he could neither suppress nor control. "Old Piccolo, damn it. We are one and the same. Why do you treat me thus?" A faint ripple of energy spread, unparalleled power being affected. Lie Chunga's pupils constricted. What was happening? Was it truly as simple as a single phrase? Madman. Sensing the fluctuations of energy, Lie Chunga contemplated retreat. Were it not for the birth of the second generation of Piccolo and the presence of son Wukong, he would have engaged in a fierce confrontation. In a fleeting moment, a mysterious crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. The demonic aura, intertwined with Piccolo's explosive power, enveloped Lie Chunga, igniting the remnants of dark energy within him. Having recently experienced successive breakthroughs, and with an unstable foundation, compounded by 2 intense battles and the current influence of dark thoughts, his gaze towards the elder Piccolo shifted profoundly. If one were to falter in the face of such adversity, how could he confront the likes of Vegeta and Frieza? Rather than retreating, Lie Chunga advanced, positioning himself before Piccolo. At that very instant, the elder Piccolo's energy reached its peak, culminating in a thunderous roar. The resulting explosion reverberated like a nuclear detonation, unleashing an unending tempest. At the eye of the storm, Lie Chunga delivered a powerful punch to the elder Piccolo, only to be hurled away by the ensuing catastrophic blast. The airship above swayed perilously, fortunate that its occupants had anticipated the explosion and evacuated in time. Otherwise, destruction would have been inevitable. On the deck, the trio huddled together, trembling in fear. It was in this moment that they fully comprehended the terror they had unleashed. Meanwhile, a dinosaur-like creature, with tears of joy in its eyes, announced the return of the Demon King. Shortly thereafter, the battered Elder Piccolo, head bowed, leaped onto the airship's deck. Demon King. The creature prostrated, welcoming its sovereign. In contrast, the trio remained quaking in a corner, waiting until the Elder Piccolo had settled. The dog-headed figure, Xiao, leaned towards the mixed rice creature and whispered, "I just noticed that individual seems injured." Xiao Wu quickly covered its mouth, while the mixed rice creature belatedly realized, indeed. It appears his entire jaw is missing. Chapter 51, Survival Demon King. We have gathered information on the individual. The dinosaur creature tinkered with a computer, projecting an image. This individual is named Lie Chunga, a martial artist who once participated in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. The creature elaborated. A martial artist, once again, the Elder Piccolo mused, his voice more hoarse than before as he supported his chin. Resolutely, he removed his own jaw, tearing it off and discarding it aside. When he lifted his head again, a new jaw had grown in its place, while the discarded one transformed into a puddle of black sludge at the feet of the mixed rice trio. Rubbing his chin, the Elder Piccolo felt a slight discomfort but dismissed it, focusing instead on locating the Dragon Balls and eliminating the martial artist. His ambition was to reclaim dominion over the world and become its sovereign once more. With a firm grip on his chin, he addressed, "Damblin, how goes the task?" Meanwhile, far away at the martial arts tournament, Damblin gazed happily at the 4-star Dragon Ball in his possession. Upon hearing the Elder Piccolo's voice, he immediately stood at attention, responding respectfully, "Reporting to your highness, we have found another Dragon Ball." Before he could finish, the Elder Piccolo, with an unfriendly tone, inquired, "Excellent. How are those martial artists being dealt with?" Damblin, filled with pride, revealed that the list of martial artists in his hands was dwindling rapidly. The purpose of this visit is to present the roster of participants for the forthcoming martial arts tournament, and the inclusion of Dragon Ball is indeed a delightful surprise. Rest assured, Your Highness, the martial artists of today are significantly weaker than those of yore. The earlier massacres have severed many of the martial arts lineages. Damblin has made his way through, encountering not a single capable opponent. Lie Chunga, understood, Your Highness. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. Kirin gazed upon the deceased monk and Damblin, who stood nearby, with a gaping maw, covered in scales, and possessing a pair of fleshy wings. Even the well-versed Kirin felt an undeniable sense of dread emanating from this being. "Who are you?" Kirin inquired, interrupting old Piccolo as he severed his connection with Damblin. Enraged, Damblin unleashed a surge of demonic energy that rendered Kirin momentarily paralyzed. With a swift flap of his wings, he struck Kirin squarely on the forehead, causing him to collapse instantly. Damblin mused, observing Kirin with a sense of familiarity. Consulting the tournament manual, a smile crept upon his face. He extracted an image of Kirin, hesitated, then retrieved an image of Lie Chunga, followed by a sheet inscribed with demonic symbols. It seems the martial artist shall soon fulfill his task. Just as he contemplated departing, something grasped him. Indeed, it was Kirin. "No, please don't go," Kirin implored. Damblin, astonished, exclaimed, "Remarkably, you are still alive." Yet he paid little heed to Kirin's pleas. In a swift turn, he delivered a blow. Observing all from the periphery, the old god leaned on his staff, standing at the temple's edge. As more lives were extinguished, the old god closed his eyes, trembling. No one knew that his decision to seal old Piccolo stemmed not from fear of death. Otherwise, he would not have covertly descended to the next martial arts tournament, preparing to address all matters. Memories flooded his mind. He had once been a candidate for the God of Heaven, achieving unparalleled success. This immense pride led him into the forbidden zones of the temple, where he encountered an unknowable entity and succumbed to darkness. Under the influence of this malevolence, his pride swelled, and in a bid to please the former God of Heaven, he created the wish balls. It was only upon presenting them to the previous deity that he realized the magnitude of his folly. The advent of the wish balls left the mortal realm in chaos, and his guilt was ineffable. Yet, the former god did not abandon him. Instead, he aided in dispelling the inner demons, allowing him to ascend as the new God of Heaven. In that moment, he vowed to manage the earth diligently, seeking to atone for his past transgressions. Just then, a familiar yet foreign aura disturbed him, yanking him back to reality. "Master, what troubles you?" Bubu inquired, puzzled. The God of Heaven shook his head, brandishing his staff. In the next instant, the lifeless form of Lie Chunga materialized within the temple. The deity hurried to examine the body. Dead? How can this be? His disbelief was palpable. The soul is absent, Babu remarked, struggling to comprehend. Those slain by the Dark Overlord cannot enter the afterlife. They merely wander the mortal realm. This was wisdom imparted by the god of heaven himself. However, the deity paid no mind to the explanation, instead gazing into the depths of the temple. Have I perished? That cannot be. Where are my hands? My feet? A fleeting thought materialized, as if the body had sprouted limbs. Yet, though feet were present, they could not traverse. And though hands existed, they remained inert, leaving the whole being to drift aimlessly with the wind. In this moment, Lie Chunga found his mind in a state of bewilderment, oscillating between lucidity and madness. Time slipped away, and instinctively, he was drawn towards the place of his demise. He should have been gravely wounded. But by a twist of fate, he encountered the third grade and comprehended the essence of the soul, allowing his spirit to transcend. Lingering at the threshold between life and the underworld. Gradually, he grasped the duality of mental strength, both constructive and destructive, the yin and yang of existence. The inner demons are but the shadowy facets of the human heart. Only by confronting these inner demons and subduing them could one truly comprehend the power of the mind. As consciousness began to stir, what met his gaze was the most distressing sight. Son Wukong lay sprawled on the ground, utterly battered and bruised. His body a tapestry of wounds, and most alarmingly, he had ceased to breathe. No, the cry of his soul stirred the winds, yet it bore no fruit. Even his spirit began to show signs of disintegration. Son Wukong must not perish. This did not align with the narrative. There was supposed to be a rotund figure who would come to his rescue, transporting him to Corin Tower to drink the super divine water, which would pave the way for his victory over the demon king Piccolo. Moreover, the effects of the super divine water would awaken his bloodline, laying the foundation for his transformation into a super scion. Surveying his surroundings, he found no sign of any rotund savior, nor even the lush flora he had expected. Son Wukong must not die. Memories flooded his mind, not just of Wukong's radiant, sunny smile, but of the future, of Xiao Lan, Lan Ma, Shi Lan, and all the cherished friends and family he had known. Lie Chunga summoned all his strength and struck fiercely at Son Wukong's chest, calling out his name. Son Wukong, awaken. Whether by fate or sheer will, Wukong's heart suddenly jolted, and he was revived. Indeed, scions were a tenacious breed, unyielding to death. Slowly, Son Wukong opened his eyes, faintly perceiving the vanishing figure of Lie Chunga. Live well. In truth, Lie Chunga's selflessness was not born of altruism, but rather from a state of being that left no room for excessive contemplation. Survive. A powerful force erupted from within Son Wukong, and he rose to a sitting position. I will live. Chapter 52. The temple. The awakened Son Wukong struggled to his feet. Nimbus. The nimbus cloud streaked across the sky, responding to his call. Yet Son Wukong attempted to ascend several times, only to find himself unable to mount it. Cloud. Cloud. Suddenly, a plump figure came rushing towards him. It seemed unbelievable. Yet he, Aki Luobe, having tasted culinary delights from all corners of the land, today beheld a cloud descending from the heavens. The cloud appeared soft and fluffy, seemingly delectable. Meanwhile, the celestial beings arrived in the realm of the yellow springs through the temple. Here lay the resting place of all souls. Those who had not cultivated their spirits, upon arrival, would manifest as white flames. Even the likes of Frisia, upon reaching this realm, would face a fate of utter helplessness. Apologies. We are unable to locate this individual's soul. At the enormous desk sat an even larger giant, crowned with the imposing character for death and clutching the ledger of life and death, both of which attested to his formidable identity. Do you dare to question me, you insignificant deity of earth? The voice of the king of hell thundered, causing the celestial being to shake his head repeatedly in fear. I do not dare. I do not dare. Is there anything else? I, the king of hell, am quite busy. Observing the retreat of the heavenly deity, the king's gaze grew even more solemn. Beside him, his secretary, a little imp, was equally astonished, muttering, how could such a minor deity from earth arrive here? Turning to witness the king's serious expression, he was taken aback. The king coldly declared, do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Yes, yes, yes. The secretary nodded vigorously, having never seen the king so grave before. It was known that he had accompanied the king for countless ages, and the king had always presented himself as a busy yet amiable recluse. Returning to the divine temple, the heavenly being trembled incessantly, only to hear his servant, Bobo, rush in a panic, exclaiming, "This is terrible. Lord Deity, the person you rescued has entered the forbidden area of the temple." The forbidden area. The heavenly being nearly stumbled, saved only by Bobo's support. No, that cannot be. Was he not dead? How could he have entered the forbidden area? Although the temple appeared small, it was, in fact, comparable to a vast island, and their movements, including that of the deity himself, were confined to less than half of it. Bobo shook his head. "You instructed me to keep watch over him, but I lost focus for just a moment." And he stood up and dashed into the forbidden area. Lost focus. He ran in. The heavenly deity gazed at Bobo in astonishment, who nodded resolutely. Others might be unaware, but the heavenly being knew that Bobo, though his servant, was more akin to a master. Bobo's existence spanned an unfathomable time, and his power was terrifyingly formidable, even surpassing that of the mighty Bick. The martial arts master who had once defeated Bick had also learned the technique of sealing magic, known as the demon sealing wave. From him, "This cannot stand. We must find him." The heavenly being grasped Bobo and headed toward the temple's forbidden area, to which Bobo made no objections. He had always played the role of an invisible man, appearing only at critical junctures to resolve issues. The forbidden area lay behind the temple, the further they ventured. The clearer it became that the previously bright sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds, and darkness enveloped them. Moreover, a gentle breeze began to stir in the forbidden area, carrying with it grains of sand, making their path increasingly arduous. After an indeterminate time, the rugged trail transformed into a mountainous path, and the surroundings became dimly visible. "Lord Deity, let us return," Bobo urged, supporting the heavenly being. The latter tapped his staff, which suddenly conjured a kerosene lamp, illuminating the path ahead. "No. We must find him." The heavenly deity's resolve was unwavering, leaving Bobo with no other choice. In this shadowy realm, the deity's ebony skin contrasted starkly with his brilliantly shining eyes. "I have found him." Ahead, in a small pond, floated a figure. Indeed, it was Lie Chunga. The howling winds seemed to whisper secrets in his ear, causing the heavenly being to shudder. He harnessed his powers to lift Lie Chunga's body and soared outward. Upon reaching the temple's plaza, he exhaled in relief, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. For he realized that, unbeknownst to him, Lie Chunga had come back to life. His soul appeared to have returned, and within his body, the distinct essences of divinity and demonic energy were now palpable. Was he akin to himself? Is this the next celestial being bestowed upon us by the heavens? It seems that even the divine is displeased with the actions of Bick. The Almighty closed his eyes and placed his hand upon Lie Chunga's forehead. "Fear not. I shall not allow you to tread upon my path." Dark tendrils of energy emanated from Lie Chunga's head, converging in the palm of the Almighty. With a mere glance, Bobo, seemingly from nowhere, produced a glass vial to contain the dark essence. As it entered the bottle, it astonishingly morphed into a visage. "My magic is one of pride, yet yours manifests as fear." The Almighty's gaze flickered. Could it be that the heavens intended to pave the way for this individual? Clearly, the Almighty had misjudged the source of Lie Chunga's fear. Nodding in understanding, Bobo took the unconscious Lie Chunga to the resting area of the divine temple. As the two departed, the Almighty returned to the edge of the temple, leaning upon his staff while observing the world below. With the demise of the turtle sage, the Almighty had finally resolved to act. However, divine beings are not permitted to end their own lives. Such prohibition penetrates the very soul. The sole recourse is to discover one capable of vanquishing him. As he twirled his staff, his gaze fell upon martial artists concealed in the far corners of the earth, and he let out a deep sigh. Wait. It is said that one may search for 1,000 times only to find the person upon a sudden glance amidst flickering lights. Looking down, he beheld Yahoo laboriously carrying the injured son Wukong, step by painstaking step. Yet, it was evident that Yahoo was unworthy. The cat sage would not allow him to ascend, and he had been struggling for quite some time without success. Confirming once more, the heavenly beings above are indeed delectable, are they not? And you promised me that cloud of yours in due time. The weakened son Wukong nodded in affirmation. Yes. Consuming the heavenly beings will sustain one for 10 days without hunger. Yahoo, a top-tier martial artist skilled in swordsmanship, held a warrior's blade that was clearly extraordinary. Yet his character was wanting. In contrast, son Wukong, despite his injuries, possessed both the heart and potential to be the ideal candidate. Especially given the scion traits of son Wukong, his near-death state would lead to a significant surge in power upon recovery. Meanwhile, the cat sage, resting, was startled by the sudden communication from the Almighty, having not heard the divine voice for centuries. Moreover, due to his negligence, the golden staff leading directly to the divine temple had been taken. Fortunately, the Almighty seemed not to harbor any resentment towards him and appeared quite intrigued by son Wukong below. Chapter 53. The Great Secret in the Resting Area of the Temple. Bobo rested his chin on his hands, gazing blankly at Lie Chunga. The once placid mind, having returned from the Forbidden Realm, now stirred with ripples of thought. Sniffing the air, he detected a peculiar fragrance emanating from Lie Chunga, one that was pleasantly soothing. It is worth noting that he had never experienced such comfort before. Having served several generations of deities, the only emotions he felt were sorrow and shock upon the death of a divine being. Could this person truly be the next celestial being? Just as he pondered this, Lie Chunga's eyes fluttered, signaling signs of awakening. Are you awake? Bobo conducted a brief exploration and discovered that this individual's physique was no different from that of an ordinary person. He had indeed been resurrected. The latter appeared oblivious to the situation, offering no response, instead clutching his head and slowly sitting up. Lie Chunga's expression contorted in agony, his eyes opening with a grimace, yet a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth, a blend of pain and pleasure. Glancing at Bobo, who was enveloped in darkness, he expressed his gratitude with a nod. Thank you for your care. My head aches a bit. Could you pour me a glass of water? Bobo's demeanor remained unchanged. Tilting his head slightly, it was the first time someone had encountered him with such tranquility. He refrained from inquiring further and silently departed. As Bobo left, Lie Chunga grasped his head, sifting through the plethora of memories that had suddenly surfaced, his astonishment evident. Locusts? An apt description, indeed. Initially, Lie Chunga took great pride in his own cultivation system. Yet now, he could only sigh, tinged with a hint of disdain. Disdain? With a self-deprecating smile, he acknowledged the inescapable allure of the truth. He reclined slowly, gazing at the dome above, his eyes deep with contemplation. Indeed, I am not the protagonist. Ironically, the misfortunes of the true protagonist have not eluded me. Is the traveler the protagonist? Regrettably, Lie Chunga was not the first otherworldly being to arrive in this realm. He was neither the first nor even the 10,000th. In the ancient epochs preceding his arrival, countless formidable cultivators had traversed this world. They plundered resources for cultivation, akin to locusts sweeping through, leaving nothing in their wake, and hence were dubbed locusts by those who came after. Is it not so? Within his own cultivation system, one could perpetually enhance their life force. The energy required for such optimization emanated solely from the external world. Take him as an example. Since his initiation into cultivation, he had absorbed vast amounts of qi and undergone countless medicinal baths and concoctions, achieving strength nearing the 3rd tier. His lifespan was at least 200 years, even in a state where his cultivation could not advance. How could it not progress? Thus, it was foreseeable that his lifespan would extend indefinitely. Humans are peculiar beings, perpetually in a state of fervor, throughout the 4 seasons and 24 hours. In a century, an ordinary person could sustain 3 to 4 generations. If all these individuals were to cultivate, the amassed energy would be tremendously formidable. This is merely a century, a scant few individuals, if expanded to encompass the entire planet. With the continuous influx of new cultivators and the longevity of the old, the most elite among them could ascend to other realms. Time cannot be reversed. Inevitably, one day, the entire planet, or even the cosmos, will be depleted, outstripping its resources. The calamities coupled with resource scarcity elucidate why cultivation has become increasingly arduous, to the point where practitioners from previous lives have nearly vanished. Naturally, intelligent beings among the cultivators devised various solutions. One such approach involved redirecting internal conflicts into external ones, essentially invading other worlds. Regrettably, the Dragon Ball universe was one such realm. However, invading other worlds does not guarantee safety. The cultivators who ventured into this world experienced such a fate. They seem to have encountered formidable entities, meeting their demise almost instantaneously. Though they perished, their existence leaves traces, especially those of the powerful cultivators. Interestingly, a portion of those individuals seemed to possess a foreknowledge of their impending erasure, an inevitability they could not resist. Thus, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displayed their unique talents, employing various methods to evade their fate. The forbidden zone of the temple was among these stratagems. They concealed their wills within the bloodlines of their descendants, aspiring for resurrection. Clearly, they met with failure, leaving only chaotic remnants of their intentions lingering in the forbidden zone. In the present day, Time has passed, and their plans inadvertently benefited Lie Chunga, not only granting him revival, but also revealing ancient secrets. As a being from another realm, at the moment when his will surged forth, poised to dissipate, it converged within the corporeal form in the forbidden zone. I understood. It all became clear to me. It is due to the existence of that entity that this world possesses such abundant cultivation resources, yet the existence of heavenly treasures remains elusive. In their attempts to evade, some concealed themselves within bloodlines, others within the Tao of heaven, and some even ventured into alternate realms, such as the Yellow Springs, Hell, and the Demon Realm. Indeed, this world is truly vibrant and diverse. Perhaps due to the extraction of his inner demons, Lie Chunga found his heart more joyous than fearful at this moment, reveling in a sense of liberation. Previously bereft of esteemed mentors, he now experienced a restoration of memory, illuminating his future path of cultivation. Coupled with the maintenance of certain heavenly laws, the future of this world became distinctly visible. An unprecedented satisfaction surged within him, causing him to dance with joy. At this moment, Bobo, cup in hand, gazed at Lie Chunga with bewilderment, unaware that Lie Chunga had also glimpsed him, instantly uncovering his secret, a secret that even Bobo himself was oblivious to. He was the spirit of the temple, endowed with formidable combat prowess, capable of outlasting the lifespan of Namekians. His limitations in action and many artifacts within the temple were, in fact, orchestrated by him. Artifacts? Lie Chunga momentarily regained his composure. At this juncture, the temple had an owner, or more aptly, a manager. Such managers existed on every planet, collectively referred to as gods. However, tens of thousands of years ago, the administrators of this realm vanished in succession, plunging the universe into chaos. The weaker gods mostly faded into the annals of history. Earth, fortuitously positioned in a neglected corner of the cosmos, devoid of nearby life-bearing planets, and with minimal development, was overlooked even by developers like Frisia, let alone others. Thus, Earth benefited from this misfortune, allowing the temple to endure. With millennia of existence, along with the legacies of ancestors and the Dragon Balls, its foundation is unfathomably profound. Witness the multitude of wondrous weapons, sanctuaries, and gateways to various realms that have emerged. Sun Wukong, by a twist of fate, acquired part of this legacy, leaping to become the protagonist of the cosmos. Stealing a glance at the distant celestial, I could not help but feel a twinge of regret for him. Originally, the protagonist's role was meant for him, yet, due to insufficient resolve, he remained confined to Earth, even overshadowed by Bobo, who had unknowingly set down his cup and was reporting to the Celestial. In the latest developments, Piccolo too has caught up with Sun Wukong. Chapter 54, Immortals and Gods. What a splendid opportunity. If not now, when? Stepping into the temple's plaza. The expansive environment invigorated the spirit. That must be the room of spirit and time. The unremarkable little hut is one of the most common artifacts in the Dragon Ball universe. Upon entering, a single day within equates to an entire year outside. In the initial stages, there was a limitation of only 2 days, but eventually, those who could transcend space became immune to such constraints. To cultivate? No. Now, by a twist of fate, he has nearly attained the prowess of a third-tier warrior. Even against the youthful Piccolo, he can emerge victorious. At this moment, he harbors a singular wish, to rescue Son Goku and have him protect Earth while he ventures into the cosmos to seek the relics of the ancients and challenge the universe's most formidable warriors in pursuit of a higher path. Once Son Goku matures, if he is still alive, he will return for a final showdown. Reviving Dragon Balls. No, the narrative has already shifted. The Son Goku who did not consume the super divine water is merely a low-tier Saiyan warrior. Thus, his mission is to journey into the past and alter the future. In other realms, such an endeavor would be nearly impossible, but this is the Dragon Ball universe. In the original storyline, to help Son Goku comprehend the power of spirit, the Supreme Being employed a machine to send him back in time, where he met Master Roshi's teacher, Master Mateto. What Lie Chunga seeks is precisely that machine. Son Goku, I have usurped your fortune, leading to your tragic demise. Now, I return it to you. Fortune was once thought to be of paramount importance, prompting his pursuit of it. Now he realizes that while fortune is indeed significant, it primarily benefits those who align with the heavens. The practitioners of his lineage, however, thrive by consuming the world's fortune to enhance their own, defying the natural order and perpetually surrounded by calamities. Thus, the role of fortune is diminished for them. Guided by memory, Lie Chunga arrived at a door before a side hall. Upon pushing it open, a strange wave of energy spread forth. Is this the fluctuation of time and space? Curiously, in his recollection, time does not exist. Only through space can its capabilities be manifested, which is why the ancients referred to it as space-time rather than time. Clearly, memory may not be entirely reliable, especially as the universe has transformed. In his recollection, space-time does not reverse. Once lost, it is irrevocably gone. The notions of reversing the flow of time in novels are mere fabrications. Stepping through the grand entrance, he found what appeared to be an ordinary room, yet the walls were adorned with circular clocks, each pointing in different directions and flowing with time in a peculiar manner. At the very center of the room stood a machine. The essence of time wafted from it, not due to its complexity, but because of its simplicity and antiquated appearance. Is this antiquated locomotive apparatus truly a time machine? Wait, are there inscriptions? Not only are there inscriptions, but they are also written in the small seal script of his previous life. Those who toy with time will ultimately be manipulated by it. Was it constructed by the ancients? No wonder it appears so archaic. As for the warnings, they resemble those of no swimming signs near reservoirs. Disregarding the warnings, he pulled the lever above. As he exerted force, the clocks on the walls began to move. The longer the time passed, the more difficult it became to pull the lever. Is traversing 500 years the limit? Can one not venture into the future? Indeed, time travel is feasible. According to the original narrative, after Son Goku defeated Frieza, there emerged time travelers. His arrival not only rescued the majority of the warriors, but also saved the seemingly doomed son Wukong. The son Wukong, who had merely cultivated his energy, bore the scars of numerous severe injuries, resulting in insurmountable hidden wounds that ultimately led to his demise from a viral heart condition. However, the time traveler brought with him a miraculous remedy, preventing this tragic fate. What was the name of that traveler? Floss? Never mind, it is of little consequence. This individual appeared to be the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma, which reminded him of ties. Once this matter had settled, he would invite her to embark on a cosmic journey. The time patrol, which existed solely in the tales of others, piqued his interest. When traversing time, should he orchestrate an encounter between Bulma and son Wukong, leaving the time traveler bewildered? That could prove to be quite amusing. Lie Chunga murmured, halting the motion of the switch. Suddenly, the clock on the wall fell away. How does one control time? Before he could react, the clock on the ground vanished, revealing a gaping black hole, twisting as if it were an abyssal maw. Was this the essence of being toyed with by time? What a wicked sense of humor it possessed. Lie Chunga did not resist and was instantaneously consumed by the gaping mouth. Yet, he forgot that upon crossing over, son Wukong faced not only temporal restrictions, but also the control of Bobo, who would pull him back. He even neglected to recall how, despite his usual caution, he had suddenly engaged in such a perilous act. Meanwhile, the drifting wills within the temple's forbidden zone echoed a chilling, sinister laughter. The pinnacle of cultivation in Lie Chunga's lineage is known as Xian. In the vast majority of legends, what manner of existence is a Xian? Is it the type that can merely wave a hand, causing mountains to collapse and seas to fill? Perhaps not. Most Xians rarely take action, but when they do, it is with assaults that adhere to the laws of nature. Whether through magical artifacts like the golden cicada cut or the lotus lantern, or through spells that manifest the very essence of the cosmos, they command formidable power. However, the often underestimated and deeply feared element lies not within either of these, but rather in the ability to deduce. Even the weakest of Xians can engage in deduction. Deduction is the art of utilizing known information to project the future. Powerful beings can even forecast the future of a region or the entire universe. Once the future is known, it is inevitably altered. Calculating the future becomes paramount. The human body is in a constant state of metabolism, with the dead cells produced in this process carrying a wealth of information. This so-called deduction employs this information to predict outcomes, effectively orchestrating the future. Regardless of whether one resists or surrenders, a slight nudge can guide one's fate, compelling one to confront it. This is the nature of Xian. Even the formidable son Wukong, lacking spiritual cultivation, finds himself ensnared by the machinations of Xian and Buddha alike. Ancient time travelers were not devoid of such beings. Though they may have been obliterated by even more terrifying entities, they remained unable to evade the intricacies of their calculations. Lie Chunga remained blissfully unaware, reveling in his own perceived cleverness. Fortuitously, as he stepped into the folds of time, a powerful figure, long concealed within the temporal realm, intercepted him along a linear trajectory, chronicling all that transpired in the universe. How could this be? This is impossible. How could such a being exist? At the very origin of time and space lies a grand temple, shrouded in unfathomable mysteries. In that very place resided the most powerful deity of the entire universe, who was engaged in a whimsical game with the stars. One by one, celestial bodies were born and annihilated at his hands. Growing impatient with the bothersome insects, he waved his hand, and an eerie glow manifested within his grasp. At that moment, the powers of the celestial and the divine sparked in a remarkable display. Chapter 55. The familiar stranger. In the year 756 of the AG calendar, on the 7th of May, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. In this era, the title of the world's foremost martial arts competition was undeniably deserved. There were even rumors that the young hero who had defeated the formidable demon King Piccolo had once graced this tournament. Even before the matches had begun, participants were arriving in droves. Unfortunately, the weather was unkind. Early that morning, a gentle rain began to fall, and ominous clouds gathered on the horizon, foreshadowing the calm before the impending storm. The first to arrive were Master Roshi and Launch, the latter anxiously scanning the surroundings with an umbrella in hand. Master Roshi appeared composed, yet his frequent glances at his watch betrayed his anxiety. Since his resurrection, several of his disciples had gone their separate ways, including his most powerful pupil, Son Goku, who was rumored to be training in the Divine Temple. They had initially planned to participate together in this tournament, but now it was uncertain if they would even make it. Beep, beep. A luxurious maglev vehicle came to a halt, and from it emerged a striking figure. Master Roshi instantly transformed into a lovesick fool, eagerly approaching, only to be met with the unmistakable imprint of a hand on his face. "Humph, you haven't changed at all," came the voice of Bulma, who had blossomed from a young girl into a renowned beauty. Unabashed, Master Roshi attempted to draw closer once more, only to find a hand resting on his shoulder. None other than Yamcha, returned from his training, accompanied by his sidekick, Puar. Their intervention only served to further irritate Bulma, who turned her head away in discontent. Oblivious, Yamcha engaged in idle chatter with Launch. Participants arriving for the martial arts tournament hurriedly registered, as the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Monks from the martial arts temple strolled through, wielding megaphones that amplified the excitement of the crowd. Tap, tap, tap. A little girl clad in a raincoat captured everyone's attention, her joy apparent as she dashed about with a balloon, much to the distress of her parents trailing behind. Realizing she had momentarily lost sight of them, the little girl gasped, nearly losing her balance. Thankfully, a branch extending from the temple halted the balloon's ascent. The girl gazed forlornly at her balloon, wishing for it to return. "I shall assist you," Bulma declared, her heart stirred with compassion, only to awkwardly realize she could not reach it either. Jump! Dressed in a sundress and high heels, her movements were hindered, and nearby, Master Roshi lingered with a predatory gaze, ready to take advantage of any opportunity. Indeed, when one plan failed, Master Roshi concocted another, leering as he approached. "I will help you, but only under certain conditions." Hehehe. Bulma's frustration flared at the lecherous Master Roshi, and upon glancing at Yamcha in the distance, she stomped her foot in exasperation. "Sister." The little girl gazed at him with a pitiful expression. She then glanced at Oolong and Puar. The former had a lecherous look, akin to Master Roshi, while the latter pretended not to see anything. "Here you go." A voice came from behind, belonging to a capable man who had, unbeknownst to them, retrieved a balloon and handed it to the little girl. Upon receiving the balloon, the girl, feeling the weight of many curious eyes upon her, hurriedly ran towards her parents. "Thank you." Bulma expressed her gratitude, noticing the man's features across from her, feeling a twinge of regret. He was somewhat ordinary in appearance, but it was a pity considering his splendid physique. The man nodded and replied, "You're too kind, Bulma. After all these years, you have become even more beautiful." Bulma, perplexed, asked, "Do you know me?" He nodded, his expression tinged with melancholy, and responded, "Of course, I know you, the heiress of Capsule Corporation. I have admired you for a long time." Before Bulma could reply, his gaze shifted, and his face took on an odd expression. Following his line of sight, she exclaimed, "So handsome." This man, with a well-proportioned stature and a charming visage that radiated warmth, wore a scarf on his head, adding an air of mystery. As he leaned closer to Bulma, his handsome face puzzled her. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes trembled, and she found herself at a loss for words. "Bulma, your lips are so red. are you unwell? His warm breath brought her back to reality, and just as she attempted to step back, a powerful force collided with her from behind. Thud, thud. Bulma's heart raced as she heard the unfamiliar voice of the man whisper, "This is all I can do. Son Wukong, it's wonderful that you're alive." The man's voice rang out before he turned to leave, leaving Son Wukong bewildered. Bulma, still dazed, stared at Son Wukong, who too was momentarily delayed, losing sight of the man's figure. The crowd that had gathered paused, gazing at the man holding Bulma, who, in confusion, asked what's wrong. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces and realizing the rain had ceased, he lowered his umbrella, unwrapped the bundle atop his head, revealing a spiky hairstyle, and respectfully bowed to everyone, declaring, "I have returned." His warm demeanor left little room for doubt, and his identity was quickly affirmed. Wukong, Son Wukong. The chorus of voices surrounded him. Only Bulma stood there, entranced, while Oolong, unceremoniously, chimed in, "Hee, regretting it?" Bulma instinctively nodded. She had not expected Son Wukong to have grown so much. Looking over at Yamcha, she noted that the fool had hardly paid her any attention, even though he had surely heard many rumors about her. Lie Chunga, watching the cheerful main group from a distance, smiled as well. A parallel universe? A shift in time leading to altered memories? Though uncertain of the circumstances, the ability to fight without reservations now felt either like a blessing or a curse. In his memories, upon entering this timeline, he seemed to have glimpsed a figure identical to Son Wukong, and upon awakening from that dreamlike state, he found himself in this world. Here, there was no Xiaolan, no Lan Ma, nor Shilan. It seemed that every trace of his existence had been erased. Before him stood a group of familiar, yet unfamiliar companions. Over the course of a year, he had come to understand that acceptance is key. As for Xiaolan and her mother, they would eventually be reunited once he attained the might of a cosmic emperor, capable of altering time and space, enabling them to live a blissful life together. However, the current Son Wukong had already caught up with his cultivation progress, prompting him to hasten his own efforts. According to the hierarchy of his lineage, Son Wukong had grasped the essence of spiritual energy, reaching the 3rd tier. Moreover, as he aligned himself with the natural order, the energies of the universe aided him, and coupled with his extraordinary talent, his perception of Qi had now expanded to encompass the entirety of the island. He had long sensed the presence of the 2nd-generation Piccolo, yet the latter had refrained from unleashing a massacre and remained remarkably discreet, which likely explained why he had not yet acted. Lie Chunga glanced aside, where another individual was also observing them. Chapter 56. The Storm Approaches. The being possessed skin adorned with green, insect-like patterns, and even though he concealed the antennae on his forehead, his identity was unmistakable. Piccolo, or rather, the 2nd-generation Piccolo. A smile crept onto Lie Chunga's lips. Although the aura surrounding the 2nd-generation Piccolo was peculiar, it bore no trace of malevolence. No wonder he managed to redeem himself. Yet, it remained a mystery how he had achieved this transformation, or whether this Piccolo was truly distinct from the previous one. When the elder Piccolo was pierced by Son Wukong and faced death, he concentrated all his essence into a singular egg. It is essential to note that this essence encompassed not merely strength, but also memories and a profound hatred for Son Wukong. Logically, the current Piccolo should embody the essence of the elder Piccolo. It was akin to storing the memories of a deceased individual and then transmitting them to an infant. Could this be considered resurrection? At present, it seemed not. After all, the memories might be identical, yet the soul remained different. Is that not so? The essence of darkness affects the soul. However, upon birth, the 2nd-generation Piccolo, despite having committed numerous wrongdoings, had not taken a single life. Even the impending storm was dispelled by his extraordinary abilities. He even provided himself with an excuse for not killing: fear of divine detection. A child of darkness, not truly dark. How intriguing. In terms of power, was he stronger than the elder Piccolo? Without the enhancement of darkness, he surpassed the elder Piccolo in close combat, yet his utilization of Qi likely fell short. Devoid of dark influence, he was less prone to hysteria, maintaining a semblance of rationality, perhaps a 50-50 balance. As he pondered this, the 2nd-generation Piccolo furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying his surroundings. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he were being scrutinized, prompting him to swiftly vanish into the crowd. Had he been discovered? No matter. They would meet again at the Grand Assembly. At the Martial Arts Temple, Lie Chunga leisurely arrived at the venue for the preliminaries, listening to the host's monotonous speech, which prompted a yawn. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed that the temple was under construction, with most of the workers appearing to be skilled martial artists, likely operatives from various factions on Earth. Clearly, they were not fools. It was not only these individuals. The caliber of competitors in this tournament had increased exponentially. A cursory glance revealed that beyond the main characters, there were at least a dozen formidable fighters. Some were so impressive that even he found them difficult to comprehend. For instance, that portly figure donning a mask exudes an air of lewdness, leading Lie Chunga to wonder if he might be a time traveler. This individual evidently possesses familiarity with the main cast, trailing them unnoticed. Let us not forget that Sun Wukong has now mastered the perception of Qi. His prowess rivals that of Sun Wukong from the previous martial arts tournament, and the calluses on his hands indicate he wields a katana with great skill. As for him, the most outrageous presence is that seemingly innocuous man in white. With glasses perched on his nose and a timid demeanor, he appears less like a competitor and more akin to an office worker. Despite his unassuming exterior, Lie Chunga senses an underlying threat emanating from him. In addition to these two, there is a striking beauty with long, straight black hair, clad in a tailored qipao. Her strength newly acquired. When she engages in battle, her movements are nothing short of graceful. However, she constantly casts a watchful gaze upon Sun Wukong, even more intensely than the second-generation Piccolo. Has he arrived as well? The atmosphere is certainly lively. The pretentious demeanor of Tao Baibai lingers in his memory. At this moment, he has transformed into a half-machine, though it remains uncertain whether he is an android. Soon, the drawing of lots commenced. Fortunately, Sun Wukong noticed him, ensuring that he and the second-generation Piccolo were separated to avert an early confrontation in the preliminaries. Naturally, such an important task fell to Jiaozi. Alas, someone collided with Lie Chunga, and upon closer inspection, it was the seemingly harmless office worker. My apologies, he exclaimed, turning to leave. Lie Chunga stood momentarily stunned. He had clearly evaded the encounter, yet had still been struck. Observing the unreliable figure before him, one could hardly discern his true identity. Everyone except Lie Chunga, that is. Could it be that he is the second-generation Piccolo, deliberately testing the waters? This individual must be the unfortunate soul possessed by the celestial deity. And he is also the father of the little girl who recently lost her balloon outside the temple. Thus, the woman harboring animosity towards Sun Wukong must be his future spouse, Chi-Chi, a being destined to marry Sun Wukong due to a single remark made during his childhood. Regrettably, her affections lie with the hero destined to save the world, rather than with Sun Wukong himself. Their life together can only be described as a chaotic mess. As fate would have it, they were placed in the same group, much to Bulma's advantage. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Lie Chunga found himself repeatedly gazing at the number tag in his hand, realizing that it had been exchanged for one belonging to the celestial deity. Yet, the reason behind this action eludes him. It is now too late to swap it back. It seems he must reclaim his honor in the arena. Upon arriving at the preliminary arena, the competition had yet to commence, yet a commotion erupted in the distance, evidently involving the second-generation Piccolo and Sun Wukong. Competing under the moniker of Demon Child, his identity is easily deduced by any discerning mind. However, they might not comprehend why he refrains from unleashing his full power. Given Piccolo's cunning nature, all present are mere pawns, easily vanquished without a second thought. Contestant number 71, please prepare. The preliminaries had begun. Lie Chunga ascended to platform number 7, his opponent appearing rather ordinary, and the opponent regarded him as just another competitor. However, just as the opponent uttered a few menacing words, Lie Chunga swiftly dispatched him with a single slap, sending him tumbling from the platform. The match commenced with unexpected astonishment as Lie Chunga found himself facing his next opponent, Dumpling. The diminutive figure soared into the air, adorned in an absurdly comical outfit that evoked both laughter and tears. It appeared he recognized Lie Chunga, as he was one who received special attention. What brings you here? Suddenly, the clang of the bell signified the start of the competition. Regardless of the circumstances, the contest had begun, and a victor must emerge within 1 minute. Apologies, but you won't advance to the top 8. With a swift motion, he appeared beside Dumpling, who recoiled midair and pointed accusingly. You are the villain. Following this, he spun around rapidly, charging toward Lie Chunga. Lie Chunga extended his hand, seizing Dumpling's head. Sparks flew as he remained unfazed and leaned closer to Dumpling's ear. Your head is indeed quite hard, but with such reckless antics, do you not fear losing your last strand of hair? Upon hearing this, Dumpling halted abruptly. Hastily removing his hat, exclaiming, "It hasn't fallen out." It was uncertain where he derived his confidence, as he did not even glance back. Nevertheless, Lie Chunga's objective had been achieved. "Apologies." He lightly tapped Dumpling, who complied immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Lie Chunga embraced him, probing into Dumpling's information. "I assure you, I mean no harm." He handed Dumpling over to the arriving Tianjin fan, retreating under the latter's furious gaze. "Useless. To think I haven't even made a move, and yet you have collapsed." The robot, Tao Bai, stepped forward, diverting the animosity directed at Lie Chunga. Chapter 57. The Secrets of Cultivation. To his astonishment, the small planet Earth harbored such an abundance of heritage. It was unclear whether the deity had released this legacy or if it was intrinsic. Taking Dumpling as an example, his recent examination revealed the presence of corpse energy within him, which exhibited evident signs of refinement, an anomaly not typical of this world. One could deduce that Dumpling was a child of the coffin, born posthumously from a deceased mother. Such individuals, to survive, must either be prodigies or simpletons. Yet Dumpling seemed to occupy a space between the two. Most likely, he had been coerced by Master Crane into practicing the arts of zombie cultivation, resulting in a lack of intellect while his body remained as resilient as iron. Intriguing. The righteous lineage of Master Turtle abandoned traditional teachings, while the nefarious Master Crane flawlessly perpetuated them. In terms of heritage, Master Crane adhered to the rules far more strictly than Master Turtle. Alas, had it not been for Master Crane's flawed character. The resounding gong echoed once more, marking the commencement of the match, this being the final round of his preliminary competition. As anticipated, the expected adversary emerged, the robot, Tao Bai. Curiously, it was surprising that he had restrained himself from intervening earlier. Tao Bai was proud and unyielding, and his apparent objective was to eliminate two traitors and seek vengeance against son Wukong. It remained uncertain whether his earlier restraint stemmed from a lack of confidence or other considerations. Considerations? Indeed. In the previous martial arts tournament, Master Crane had suffered severe humiliation, having been emphatically instructed to eliminate them in full view of the public. While other matters concerning Tao Bai might be disregarded, his brother had expended immense effort and resources to save him. Tao Bai, adorned with external scanning glasses, bore an expressionless facade, yet his haughty demeanor remained unchanged. He dismissed Lie Chunga's inquiries with a cold snort, asserting, "My affairs are none of your concern. However, consider yourself fortunate that I shall spare your life for a few more days. This is my benevolence." The intent to kill lingered in the air, and Lie Chunga found the situation amusing. He shook his head in disbelief and queried, "Are you and your senior brother truly so out of touch? Have you not heard of the resurrection of the Demon King Piccolo?" Upon hearing this, Tao Bai was taken aback, instinctively wanting to flee. "Do you genuinely not know? Have you spent the last 2 years secluded in the deep mountains?" A little inquiry would reveal that not only has the Demon King Piccolo returned, but he has also attacked the royal capital. Tao Bai waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lie Chunga shrugged and continued, "There is nothing impossible about it. Furthermore, the Demon King Piccolo has been defeated." Defeated? Tao Bai's astonishment rendered him speechless. Seizing the moment, Lie Chunga swiftly moved behind him and whispered in his ear, "Would you like to know who vanquished him?" Tao Bai, startled, turned to retaliate, uttering another incredulous impossible. "My dear, times have changed." Lie Chunga evaded the attack and leaned closer, whispering, "As long as you reveal the whereabouts of the doctor who modified you, I shall assist you in exacting revenge. While I may not be able to kill them, I can certainly teach them a lesson." Tao Bai lashed out in all directions, yet Lie Chunga remained effortlessly before him. "Have you made your decision? Just tell me the answer." A minute will pass swiftly. The preliminary arena match allowed for merely a minute, yet within this fleeting moment, Tao Bai's mechanical mind seemed to falter under Lie Chunga's taunts. His eyes began to glow red, and his body emitted a series of beeping sounds, accompanied by a plume of smoke. "Is this too much for you? What if I told you the one who defeated the Demon King Piccolo is the same as the one who bested you? Wouldn't you explode right here?" With a resounding bang, there was no explosion, but a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped Tao Bai as he collapsed, rendered unconscious. Surely not. As rescue personnel entered the scene, they found themselves at a loss regarding the robotic symptoms. Meanwhile, Lie Chunga seemed to piece together the puzzle. He surveyed his surroundings, suspecting that Tao Bai's state was not merely a result of his inquiries, but rather a contingency left by the very individual who had modified him, preventing Tao Bai from disclosing his identity. Dr. Jero, the lead scientist of the Red Ribbon Army. He is the one who aligned with that little blue fellow, the lizard named Dr. Mew, who conducted experiments with Bulma. Following the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army by Sun Wukong, the two had covertly created androids, even producing androids 17 and 18 in the future. Fortuitously, Dr. Jero's android project had faced numerous failures until Mew's involvement led to significant advancements. Regrettably, after they took control of the Red Ribbon Army, both vanished without a trace, leaving no word behind. What a pity. Once again surveying his surroundings, the two scientific madmen had an affinity for using humans as subjects for their experiments. After parting ways with the Crimson Ribbon Legion, they took to employing miniature robots to extract the blood genes of the formidable. It was certain that, at this moment, Dr. Jero was undoubtedly monitoring the situation. Confirmed that contestant Tao Bai Bai had not perished, contestant Lie Chunga advanced to the top 8. With the announcement from the referee, Lie Chunga felt the weight of angry gazes upon him. Tianjin Fan, with his 3 piercing eyes, fixated on him and remarked, "Though he is not a virtuous man, he is nonetheless my master's uncle. I shall avenge him." Lie Chunga found this perplexing but realized a confrontation between them was inevitable. Tao Bai Bai had survived, and at that moment, he could glean the whereabouts of Dr. Jero. His keen interest in Dr. Jero stemmed not only from the matter of the androids, but primarily from the need to analyze his current predicament with the aid of Jero's intellect. After the timeline was altered, subtle changes occurred, aligning perfectly with the narrative etched in his memory. Upon discovering the grand secret of the temple and reflecting on his own reckless actions, Lie Chunga had a nagging suspicion that he had become ensnared in someone else's grand scheme. Of course, he also pondered whether he had developed a case of paranoid delusions. The Crimson Ribbon Legion had transformed into the Red Satin, and the Black Marshal had become the Red Marshal. Moreover, the Red faction was not vanquished by the Turtle Hermit. The Turtle Hermit first unleashed the full power of the Kamehameha wave against the Bull Demon King in the Fiery Mountain. As Lie Chunga contemplated these matters, Tianjin Fan, carrying the nearly incapacitated Tao Bai Bai, presented him to his master while others took note of him, engaged in discussions about his combat prowess. "Oh, have you noticed me?" he mused. "Alas, you do not yet regard me with the seriousness I deserve." With a martial prowess of the 3rd tier, he had opened a second dantian. This new dantian, situated between his breasts, served as a reservoir for his vital energy and was aptly named the Sea of Qi. The activation of the Sea of Qi dantian allowed his internal energy to expand further. Henceforth, should he grasp the essence of mental power, he would have the opportunity to open a 3rd dantian, achieving the pinnacle of the 1st tier. While the Sea of Qi dantian's benefits seemed somewhat redundant and echoed those of the Purple Palace dantian, its establishment signified that he could now freely wield his internal energy, enabling him to hover briefly in midair. Flight, indeed, was sufficient, at least to contend with the aerial combat of the near future. Furthermore, the management scope of the Sea of Qi dantian was vast, extending from the 12th floor beneath the self-contained reservoir, referring to the trachea, to the Purple Palace dantian, encompassing the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Not only could it provide effective protection, but it also resembled farming. The heart represented the sun, with the liver, gallbladder, and spleen each fulfilling their respective roles, collectively cultivating the field of the heart. To employ gaming terminology, it offered a rapid replenishment effect, and even if issues arose within the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, they could be subdued. Chapter 58, Battle with the Divine with the final clang of the gong. The preliminary rounds concluded, heralding the emergence of the top 8 contenders for the martial arts tournament. This particular preliminary round ended exceptionally swiftly, with the top 8 matches set to proceed in succession. The audience, who had been eagerly awaiting outside, erupted with ecstatic anticipation, encircling the arena, while operatives from various factions furtively observed. In stark contrast, the 8 formidable warriors in the martial arts temple's lounge remained remarkably quiet, each in their own way meditating and preparing for the forthcoming battles. Sun Wukong, Yamucha, Tianjin Fan, Withered Forest, the Demon Child, Sailor Moon, Shun, and Lie Chunga. The referee entered, perusing the documents in his hands, maintaining his typical appearance, slicked back hair and sunglasses, as if time had left him untouched. Clearing his throat, he noticed the crowd's indifference and coughed a few times, which indeed garnered their attention. The Withered Forest spotted the referee and conceived a mischievous plan, stealthily approaching from behind. He said, "We meet again, referee uncle." The referee, preparing to draw lots, turned around to reveal a bald head and a flat nose. yet he exuded a certain charm. Weren't you dead? The memories of that green, terrifying figure and the demise of the withered forest made him shudder again. However, whether due to a thick skin or a fade of composure, the referee swiftly regained his serious demeanor. The withered forest chuckled. After all, they were somewhat familiar with one another. Lie Chunga sat cross-legged, conserving energy, occasionally glancing sideways. Beside him, Uncle Shun was either absent-mindedly rubbing the back of his head or spinning in circles. Nevertheless, nearly everyone's gaze was fixed on son Wukong, who was blissfully unaware and smiling joyously. It's time for the draw. The referee, dismissing any frivolity, prioritized the matter at hand and approached with a box. Inside were 8 spheres, each inscribed with the number 18, denoting their order of appearance. By good fortune, Lie Chunga was the first to draw. As he neared the box, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy stirring within it. Just as the demon boy was feeling triumphant, another wave of spiritual energy joined in, transforming the box into a peculiar spectacle. He randomly selected a sphere, which turned out to be number 1. The others subsequently drew their numbers, establishing the order of appearance. The first match was Lie Chunga versus Uncle Shun. The second was the withered forest against the demon child. The third featured Yamcha versus Tianjin Fan. And lastly, Sailor Moon would face Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan displayed a satisfied smile, while the demon child, with a hint of confusion, scanned the crowd as if searching for something. Finding nothing, he returned to his meditative state. His objective had been achieved. Choosing the withered forest served to gauge their combat prowess, and also to instill fear in Sun Wukong by depriving him of his dear friend. You're quite fortunate. I cannot educate you personally. Tianjin Fan finally could not restrain himself, dismissing Yamcha's taunts, feeling exasperated by the melodrama. It's as if there's a deep-seated grudge. That Uncle Shin seems rather formidable. Be cautious, Sun Wukong kindly advised as he passed by, sensing Shin's depth. Lie Chunga nodded with a smile. Recalling how this individual had pretended to be oblivious and bumped into him, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Hey, we meet again. Uncle Shun greeted with a hearty smile, yet he offered no response. The two stepped onto the arena outside, and indeed, the audience couldn't help but sigh at the comical sight of Uncle Shun. The bewildered withered forest proclaimed that Lie Chunga had struck quite the bargain. Only Akalope, the victim below the stage, remained sober, awaiting the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. Uncle Shun glanced around, seemingly lost in thought, and finally responded, "Are you speaking to me?" He adjusted his glasses, clapped his hands, and exclaimed, "Oh, yes, you bumped into me earlier and asked me to apologize. How impolite of you, young man." The villain was quick to complain, and this divine being seemed rather troublesome. However, what puzzled him was that this individual had changed his number but had not taken to the stage that rightfully belonged to him, allowing the beautiful warrior to advance to the top 8. Did I truly collide with you, divine uncle? The emphasis on divine jolted Sun Wukong and the little demon into realization, confirming the other's identity. The latter's gaze sharpened, and the host, witnessing this exchange, wasted no time in announcing the commencement of the match. The audience erupted in cheers, with one young logic enthusiastically shouting, "Go, Dad." Upon hearing the word Dad, Uncle Shun transformed back into a goofy expression. "I'm coming." Uncle Shin approached with a gait that suggested he was oblivious to everything around him, appearing more ordinary than anyone else, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned. Lie Chunga found the scene amusing, remarking, "You're still acting. Your disguise has lost all significance." He shed his outer garments to reveal a black, form-fitting suit that accentuated his perfect physique, fully focused. As he drew near, his right fist launched a rapid strike. Yet Shin appeared to stumble, inadvertently dodging the blow. Such poor acting. Lie Chunga blocked what seemed like an unconscious kick from his opponent, just as he intended to counterattack. Shin used the momentum to roll away, retreating a considerable distance before feigning dizziness and standing up. Once he confirmed his bearings, he resumed his oblivious stride toward Lie Chunga. "Enough already," Lie Chunga said, a hint of irritation in his voice as he scrutinized Shin's performance, choosing not to evade. He struck Shin, who seemed fatigued and out of breath after the exchange. Then, with a powerful kick, Shin miscalculated and not only stumbled but also struck the chin of left Hao. Lie Chunga cast a challenging gaze at Uncle Shun, prompting laughter from the audience at the absurdity of the situation. "Give it your all. This is rather dull." Hearing Lie Chunga's words, Shin ceased feigning pain and fixed a cold glare on him, his demeanor swiftly shifting from that of a lecherous uncle to an enigmatic adversary. "You are quite formidable, but you ought not to be here." I have come with unwavering determination to win. He assumed an attacking stance, launching a rapid offensive. Lie Chunga's eyes brightened as he evaded, exchanging blows in a flurry of fists, a tactic he frequently employed. After 100 moves, Lie Chunga found himself striking at shadows as Shun increased his speed. Your defense is commendable, but regrettably, your speed is lacking, came the voice from behind. In an instant, Lie Chunga reacted swiftly, darting to Shun's rear with a faint smile, but Shun seemed to anticipate this, sidestepping effortlessly and landing a punch to his abdomen. You are overly confident. The battlefield is ever-changing, and one must always allow for some leeway. As Shun finished speaking, he immediately turned to attack once more. Perhaps you are right, but you do love to lecture, Lie Chunga countered, crossing his arms to defend against the assault. With a mighty shout, he steadied himself, raising his brows as he generated countless afterimages to confuse Shun's vision, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Useless. Your visual deceptions are futile. I do not rely solely on sight. The deity disregarded the residual shadows and unleashed his remarkable speed to relentlessly assault his opponent's core. Amidst the flurry of strikes, he remarked, "Were it not for our shared history, I would not deign to converse with you. Your flaws are glaring. You have solely fortified your physique while neglecting your speed." As Lie Chunga found himself repeatedly repelled, he unexpectedly reached the precipice of the arena, gazing at the approaching deity. The atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. The deity, retreating at an astonishing speed, inquired with astonishment, "What is this?" "This is the Force symbols. Apologies. But that was merely half of my strength. Now, let us commence in earnest." Behind Lie Chunga, a towering 2-meter apparition of the white tiger materialized, emanating an overwhelming pressure as he harnessed his energy. "Take heed, I am about to strike." The deity, momentarily taken aback, swiftly perceived the futility of the situation. "It seems you still do not comprehend. You are the one who lacks understanding." Accompanied by the white tiger, Lie Chunga transformed into a myriad of phantoms, reaching the pinnacle of speed. To the audience, the arena erupted in a series of deep craters, each strike a testament to their intensity. The deity maneuvered through these assaults with the ease of a leisurely stroll. "Do you not understand? This is not how one utilizes energy, nor is it suitable for you." He continued to lecture, shaking his head when he noted Lie Chunga's indifference. In the next instant, he vanished, reappearing in midair behind Lie Chunga, gathering a formidable surge of energy, and declared, "Down you go." Chapter 59, Sealing Technique, a step too far. Lie Chunga summoned his entire essence to withstand the deity's torrent of energy. They locked eyes, each recognizing the surprise reflected therein. Evidently, both had underestimated the other. The battle was exhilarating, prompting cheers from the audience, who rallied in support of the deity despite his seemingly frail appearance, as he appeared to dominate Lie Chunga. "Go, Lie Chunga." The voice soared, unmistakably belonging to Bulma, who had a fleeting acquaintance with him. With Bulma's encouragement, others like son Wukong joined in, stirring the crowd of bewildered onlookers. Perhaps the chorus of voices invigorated Lie Chunga. He unleashed a thunderous roar, and the white tiger apparition cleaved through the energy torrent. The deity, taken aback, relinquished his continuous offensive. "Very well, but it is regrettable that you have strayed from the right path." The deity hunched over, hands clasped behind his back, resembling not a mere office worker but rather a leader. "Strayed from the path? Perhaps in the last martial arts tournament. I might have entertained such a notion, but now? The locust may be unappealing, yet it is indeed delectable, especially when one is alone. Is it not akin to a hamster trapped in a grain store? Do not rush to lecture. You still have a chance to win. Just right. Allow me to showcase a newly learned technique." The deity sighed, embodying the sense of a decayed tree beyond salvage. Just as he was about to articulate something, Lie Chunga's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing in close proximity to the deity, exuding an air of unparalleled momentum, as though he were merely strolling. "How swift!" The crowd gasped in unison. Nearby, Tianjin Fan perspired profusely, turning to son Wukong and asking, "Did you catch that?" Son Wukong shook his head, while the second-generation Piccolo, also known as Demon King, was equally astonished. They had not anticipated such a wealth of expertise hidden within the realm of martial arts on Earth. The response of the venerable god uncle was remarkably swift. As he made his move, he sensed the presence of Lie Chunga dissipate, and in that very instant, the individual vanished. To his astonishment, Lie Chunga materialized behind him, his palm encroaching upon god uncle's form. The assault appeared mild, as if Lie Chunga merely nudged god uncle aside. However, this seemingly innocuous strike sent god uncle tumbling several rotations, leaving him struggling to rise. What are you staring at? Hurry up and start the countdown. Under Lie Chunga's guidance, the referee finally reacted. Yet, the severely injured god uncle resolutely raised his hand, declaring, "No need. I can stand." With great difficulty, he managed to rise, his gaze towards Lie Chunga imbued with newfound gravity. "I never anticipated you could achieve this level." This level? Lie Chunga suddenly comprehended that the earlier strike, though gentle, bore its true force in the mental realm. This power of the mind was the very essence that distinguished their lineage from others. It was highly probable that the celestial beings had discerned their method of cultivation, yet refrained from practicing it themselves, opting instead to guide certain martial artists. Consequently, these martial practitioners, including the esteemed Wu Taidu, remained stunted at the third tier, failing to open their dantians. Indeed, it was the third tier. The innate talents of these martial artists were remarkable, yet without the opening of their dantians. They reached this tier and ultimately failed to grasp the power of the mind, becoming stagnated at that level. However, to return to the point, within the Dragon Ball universe, there exists no method to transcend the limitations of one's physical constitution. One's innate physique dictates the bounds of combat prowess. Otherwise, beings like Frieza would not have wrought destruction upon their most capable subordinates due to mere legends. I am indeed curious how you managed to stand. God Uncle was the fusion of a celestial being and a laborer. Observing the state of his counterpart revealed that the celestial will only constituted about 70% of the fusion, thus imparting a somewhat rigid demeanor. The impact of the strike should have led to a discordance in their fusion. As for the outcome, whether it resulted in unconsciousness or revealed his true form remained uncertain. God Uncle moved his body, inadvertently causing blood to trickle from his nose. He wiped it away, lamenting, "Ah, it has indeed affected this body. I should not have let it." Originally, he had aimed to maintain a balance of personalities to avoid impacting this body, yet now he exerted complete control, which incensed him. With a serious tone, he declared, "You have done well. Now I shall be earnest." Lie Chunga nodded in agreement. "Come on. It's the perfect opportunity for me to enhance my proficiency in Dragon Stride." In the next moment, the two engaged in a breathtaking display of pure speed and strength upon the arena, leaving the onlooking spectators in awe. Minutes later, a resounding thud echoed as Lie Chunga seemingly materialized from thin air, crashing onto the arena floor and creating a vast crater. "Alas, my bones have aged. I cannot compete with the vigor of youth." God Uncle gradually reappeared, massaging his back. Just as he intended to utter more, he noticed Lie Chunga in the crater, brushing off the tattered remnants of his attire while sighing. "Indeed, relying solely on pure strength and speed proves insufficient against you, even with their adept footwork. You all quickly adapt. But now, I shall no longer pretend. It is time for me to unveil my true power." With both hands forming intricate seals and muttering incantations, Lie Chunga arrived at the arena, a cold smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Secret technique. 8 parts of the heavenly dragon." First, a multitude of ethereal human figures materialized in the air, increasing in number. Second, behind these figures, emerged a vast array of dragon forms. Third, there were the Yakshas. Fourth, the Gandharvas. Eighth, the Makaras. Though the articulation of these names seemed slow, the execution of the skills was remarkably swift, and the center of the technique, the Divine Uncle, was overwhelmed by an immense and terrifying pressure. Immediately, countless phantoms coalesced into a golden pathway directed at the Divine Uncle. Seal. A colossal swastika emerged above him, and a green figure was extracted from the Divine Uncle's being, transforming into a tempest that converged in Lie Chunga's hands. As the phantoms dissipated, Lie Chunga knelt on the arena floor, a look of unrestrained joy upon his face, cradling a golden Buddha statue in his palms, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to the demon King Piccolo. What transpired? To the onlookers, a brilliant golden light enveloped the Divine Uncle, rendering him unconscious. The referee, poised to initiate a countdown, was taken aback as the Divine Uncle rose once more, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He was visibly startled by the throngs of spectators, scratching his head and repeatedly apologizing as he hurriedly exited the arena, stumbling and eliciting laughter from the crowd. Some were left in a state of confusion. Yet Tien Shinhan's expression darkened as he muttered, "The demon seal wave? How could he?" The eavesdropping Majin Buu exclaimed, "Impossible." He had long mastered this technique to counter it. Others, noticing Tien Shinhan's astonished demeanor, gathered around to inquire about the situation. However, this was a competition, and the referee, also serving as the host, hastened the proceedings due to the abrupt conclusion of this match, declaring Lie Chunga the victor and announcing the participants for the next bout. The next contender, from the Withered Forest, was a true powerhouse and a regular at the martial arts tournament, boasting a considerable fanbase that would likely draw back many spectators. Let us hope that the next match proceeds without any unforeseen complications. Though the previous tournaments had been quite successful, they were marred by numerous incidents. In the 21st tournament, Sun Wukong wreaked havoc, and the moon was destroyed. A certain werewolf suffered greatly. In the 22nd tournament, the arena was demolished, the roster was stolen, and a life was lost. Chapter 60. Combat is the essence. As soon as they entered the backstage area, everyone gathered around. Tian Xinhan, his countenance grave and serious, inquired, "How did you manage the Demon Seal Wave?" "Demon Seal Wave? I don't know what you're talking about," replied Lie Chunga, aware of his own capabilities. The Demon Seal Wave disregards levels, while the prerequisite for his secret technique was that the opponent's mental strength must not exceed his. Whether due to the dissimilarity of the skills or sheer simplicity, the crowd's gaze shifted away from him, except for Sun Wukong, who still wished to say something. However, Lie Chunga preemptively stated, "I'm feeling a bit fatigued. May I take a moment to rest?" The others felt a tinge of awkwardness, but even Tian Xinhan, who held a grudge against him, nodded and cleared a path. Lie Chunga gazed at Tianjin Fan, once a figure of pride and malevolence, now transformed into a paragon of integrity and selflessness. "Oh, I almost forgot something. Hey, you're called Kulin, right? I recall that your next match is against that fellow. You ought to be cautious, or perhaps consider foregoing the competition altogether. That individual is quite the enigma. Should the narrative take an unexpected turn and Kulin meet his demise at the hands of Piccolo II, it could lead the story down an uncertain path." Kulin seemed aware of his opponent's formidable strength, lowering his head momentarily before resolutely stating, "I appreciate your concern. However, no matter how powerful he may be, I am determined to compete. After all, I am not weak." At this juncture, he cast a furtive glance at Sun Wukong. Combat was imperative. This time, he resolved to gauge his opponent's prowess. He had refrained from participating in the last battle, feeling like a burden, a sentiment that still weighed heavily on his mind. Sun Wukong, seemingly perceptive of his thoughts, placed a hand on Kulin's shoulder and gravely advised, "If you cannot win, concede." Kulin nodded and, urged by the referee, stepped onto the arena with a demeanor that was both steadfast and somewhat forlorn. Is this the essence of their martial spirit? Though facing near certain death, they remain undeterred, boldly confronting legions. Meanwhile, the second match commenced. As the audience's attention shifted to the arena, Lie Chunga retrieved a golden statuette from his pocket. "Come forth, divine being. I am aware that I have not fully sealed you." The sealing skills demanded immense energy, and considering this was his first attempt, he had deliberately held back. The divine entity, capable of emerging, inexplicably remained within the confines of the seal. The deity offered no response, merely feeling a sense of embarrassment over the humiliation of this competition. With both his disciple and adversary present, revealing himself would equate to acknowledging his own shortcomings, thus solidifying his status as a despicable villain. In truth, Wukong had long harbored suspicions. At this moment, not only was his combat acumen impressive, but his intellectual prowess was formidable as well. After all, he had initially targeted Piccolo II with keen insight. Yet, he remained oblivious to the divine being's intentions and pondered why Piccolo II lacked any hint of bloodlust. "Hello?" Observing the divine being's self-deception, Lie Chunga felt powerless. He carried the statuette behind the walls, watching the match unfold. On the field, the demon child, Piccolo II, was also probing Kulin's strength. It must be said that Kulin had some remarkable capabilities. His growth and strength was truly astonishing. 3 years prior, Kulin could not withstand even a single strike from Wukong's subordinates. Amidst the exchanges, a smile involuntarily crept across Lie Chunga's lips. As Piccolo II became more earnest, he began to discern the nuances of his situation. Quite prideful indeed. Pride is not inherently negative. However, the way he looked at Sun Wukong bore a striking resemblance to the old Piccolo. Intriguingly, Piccolo II seemed to have deduced the identity of the divine being without harboring any animosity. Rather, he appeared prone to irrationality when it came to Sun Wukong. Perhaps the pure intentions that accompanied his emergence influenced him. It seemed the conjecture was correct. Devoid of bloodlust, Piccolo I and II were not the same entity. Observing Sun Wukong and contemplating Piccolo II's future role as a caretaker for the Sun family, Lie Chunga couldn't help but sigh. Ah, a pair of delightful adversaries. The second match concluded swiftly, with the outcome of the contest between the demon child and the withered forest being all too evident. After deftly countering several of the demon child's lethal strikes, the withered forest recognized its own inadequacies and chose to concede. This unexpected turn of events elicited exuberant cheers from the audience below the arena, allowing the host to finally exhale with relief. Meanwhile, Lie Chunga was engrossed in analyzing the unique cultivation methods intrinsic to the Dragon Ball Earth lineage. In the vast expanse of the universe, only Earth harbored a cultivation technique that enabled beings to continuously enhance their strength, in contrast to other races across the cosmos, which aspired solely to innate prowess and the favor of fortunate births. This lineage's transformative practice revolved around the relentless absorption of energy to augment one's potential. Upon reaching a critical threshold, one could unleash a tremendous force, thereby transcending the essence of life itself. However, they lacked the ability to cultivate a dantian. Instead, they utilized every cell within their bodies as a dantian, sacrificing their lifespans to unleash formidable speed and power. Though their strength was chaotic and lacked cohesion, its sheer volume was overwhelming, possessing the destructive capacity to overturn a chessboard. Each contemplation of this left Lie Chunga with a throbbing headache. He felt confident in his ability to contend with foes, yet he remained powerless against those capable of obliterating planets. As his own strength grew, he found the shackles of life increasingly difficult to overcome, resulting in exceedingly sluggish advancements. Even his ascension to the third tier was the result of perilous fortuity. Gradual cultivation seemed destined to reduce him to the level of Yamcha, which he recognized as his genuine shortcoming. In 4 or 5 years, whether it was the arrival of Bu or even Goku's brother, he felt he would be unable to prevail. A surge of resentment compelled him to fixate on Goku. "Why do you always stare at me?" Goku inquired, perplexed, unaware that Lie Chunga harbored envy towards him. Goku's powerful bloodline, combined with the Earth's cultivation methods, offered him a tremendous advantage. Another beneficiary of this was the second generation of Piccolo, whose gaze was similarly fixed on Goku. The third match commenced, featuring Tien and Yamcha. 3 years prior, the two had clashed, with Yamcha suffering a particularly tragic defeat. Now, after training together, they possessed a mutual understanding of each other's strengths. Yet, this familiarity had instilled a sense of inferiority in Yamcha, leading him to succumb to despair. This martial arts tournament represented his final opportunity to prove himself, yet tragically, he succumbed as expected. There was little he could do. The two were well acquainted, and their disparity in strength was vast. Lastly, the fourth match between Goku and the Sailor Senshi proved excruciatingly dull. What should have been a competition devolved into a familial reunion. Upon recognizing Chi-Chi and consenting to their marriage, Chi-Chi immediately forfeited the match, declaring her intention to return home to prepare for the wedding. Nearby, Bulma, consumed with envy and resentment, cast a glance at Yamcha, who remained oblivious, perhaps believing he should not forsake the entire forest for Bulma alone. Oh, such is the state of affairs. One could only wonder what the Supreme Kai was thinking, having taken his token yet allowing Chi-Chi to confront Goku directly. Between the two individuals, there exists no genuine affection. Rather, what lingers is the admiration stemming from son Wukong's repeated acts of heroism, rescuing damsels in distress and ultimately vanquishing the formidable demon King Piccolo. To put it plainly, she has merely wedded her envisioned hero, her very faith. However, upon the union, she soon realizes that reality diverges sharply from her ideals, transforming into a formidable matriarch. As for son Wukong, he remains blissfully ignorant and fearless. Upon defeating the second iteration of Piccolo, he reaches the pinnacle of his existence. The influence of a woman merely serves to hasten the speed of his punches. Sensing an oddity in her demeanor, son Wukong, out of goodwill, approaches Lie Chunga, saying, "Your match has commenced. Your opponent is formidable, so exercise caution." "I understand, thank you," he replied with a smile, stepping onto the stage to the roaring applause of the crowd. Unfortunately, two dark horses encountered each other early on. Who among them will prevail in the end? Let us await the outcome. Under the guidance of the host, the two combatants faced one another. The second Piccolo, with a haughty demeanor, declared, "I witnessed your previous match. You performed admirably. I shall grant you a chance at survival." "A chance at survival? What do you mean?" Lie Chunga retorted with a wicked smile, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. Piccolo swiftly evaded, but gritting his teeth, he accelerated, declaring, "I have discerned your techniques. Join my ranks." and I may spare your life." The speed of the second Piccolo was astonishing, and Lie Chunga found it difficult to counter. It was evident that he was serious. Murmurs of confusion arose among the onlookers as they observed Lie Chunga's unique footwork seemingly ineffective against Piccolo. However, Sun Wukong interjected. What appears to be disappearance is, in fact, his ability to conceal his own aura and then unleash tremendous power, achieving what one might call teleportation. This technique is particularly effective for those attuned to sensing energy. Clearly, the second Piccolo has seen through it. One cannot deny the second Piccolo's remarkable intelligence, surpassing that of his predecessor by an immeasurable degree. Chapter 61. This Piccolo is not that Piccolo in their clash. Lie Chunga was evidently at a disadvantage. Particularly, the speed of the demon child, coupled with aerial combat, left him somewhat overwhelmed. "You still have a sliver of a chance. Become my subordinate, and together we shall rule the world." Rule the world? What purpose does that serve? To be crushed by the future Vegeta with a mere finger? Lie Chunga managed to leap away, remarking with a hint of amusement, "I never imagined the Demon King Piccolo would aspire to co-rule the world with another. Are you truly afraid, or are your thoughts not genuinely your own?" The demon child furrowed his brow, realizing that this individual not only knew of the celestial beings, but also had insight into his own affairs. Yet, the notion that his thoughts were not his own perplexed him. He unleashed a formidable aura and slowly stated, "Afraid? I know not what fear is. You merely assisted me in eliminating a foe." It was a moment of fleeting compassion. As his words lingered in the air, Lie Chunga erupted in laughter. Pointing at the demon child, "Have you not yet awakened? What a pity. Do you not realize that if you were truly in his position, you would not be so low-key? If you were him, would you still heed my counsel? Ha ha, how astonishingly self-deceptive you are." The demon child, possessing remarkable intelligence, began to grasp the implications of Lie Chunga's words, and without hesitation, surged forward with formidable speed, demanding, "What do you truly mean? Do you possess any knowledge? Or shall you perish?" Lie Chunga deftly parried the oncoming assault and leaned closer to the demon child's ear, whispering, "You are you. You are not a mere embodiment of another. To be precise, you are the offspring of King Piccolo." With a forceful kick, he sent the distracted demon child sprawling, then stretched his limbs and chuckled, "You wish to annihilate me? You have exerted your utmost effort, yet I have only deployed half of my strength." Firmly establishing his stance, Lie Chunga proclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate the true nature of disparity. Regrettably, the vengeance for King Piccolo's earlier demise shall now be exacted upon you." The still distracted demon child sensed something amiss. The air around him had grown thick, making even the act of breathing a challenge. What is happening? Just as he attempted to retreat, his body inexplicably lagged. Upon glancing up and meeting Lie Chunga's grin, a wave of dread washed over him. Memories of the celestial beings being sealed flooded his mind, and he realized that this predicament could not persist. Extending his arms, they elongated bizarrely, resembling a rubbery figure. Lie Chunga, taken aback by the demon child's response, relinquished his control over the situation. Xuanwu stabilizes the sea. Twin dragons converge. With a mighty roar, both hands struck the demon child's elongated arms, the force penetrating deeply, causing a torrent of green blood to erupt from his limbs. The demon child quickly withdrew his arms, feeling his bones shatter, a mix of terror and fury consuming him. The memories belonging to King Piccolo surged within him, and he had never felt so utterly defeated. Casting a glance at Sun Wukong, rage obliterated his sense of reason. In an instant, the onlookers sensed a profound transformation in the demon child's aura, from an enigmatic presence to one of fierce malevolence, as if a demon had been unleashed. Had the mechanisms left by King Piccolo been triggered? Lie Chunga abstained from further assault, instead taunting, "Let your fury swell. Once it saturates your mind, you shall cease to be yourself. It matters not, for you can hardly absorb anything now." King Piccolo was no benevolent figure. He was a cunningly self-serving entity, a true embodiment of malevolence. Even the egg he expelled at the brink of death was merely a means for his resurrection. Feeling the demon child's aura, Lie Chunga murmured, "The essence of evil is truly repugnant." Rage coursed through the demon child's mind, warping his principles to mirror those of Piccolo. With eyes aflame, he seethed, "You wretched creature. How dare you inflict pain upon me?" In a dramatic flourish, he cast aside his hat and cloak, revealing his true visage, which sent shockwaves through the assembly. "King Piccolo! King Piccolo!" The cries reverberated through the space. "Flee!" echoed the voices of the hidden operatives within the temple, who had faced King Piccolo before and understood his terror. "Sun Wukong, act swiftly," came the urgent voice of the celestial being, as the time for him to break free from his seal remained a distant prospect. Sun Wukong shook his head, turning to the composed Lie Chunga and stating that the match was far from over. Ignoring the celestial being's incessant chatter, he addressed his teammates, saying that until he called upon them, this battle belonged to him. We should first disperse the crowd. The others gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment, to which he nodded and urged them to trust him. I can sense his formidable strength. Faced with Sun Wukong, the group had little reason to doubt him. Even Tianjin Fan, after a brief hesitation, joined in dispersing the masses. On the arena, the demon child was immensely satisfied with his transformation. Having become the malevolent King Piccolo, he was utterly unrestrained, his power significantly enhanced. Feel the fear, he declared, as he ripped off his hands, which then regrew. Furthermore, his form expanded, becoming several dozen meters tall. Observing the gigantic demon child with a calm demeanor, Sun Wukong remarked, "Your appearance does not instill fear in me. Rather, I find it pitiable. Tell me, are you truly the King Piccolo or his son, Dend?" "Oh, Dend is merely a name I have given you. What of this Piccolo too? Without the essence of evil, Dend is nothing more than a wicked martial artist, akin to Tao Bai Bai. Even if you conquer the world, what does it matter? From the perspective of a traveler, this fractured dominion is far from ideal." At this moment, Dend had lost his ability to think, his arrogant demeanor mirroring that of King Piccolo. "Ha. Have you become so frightened that you are speaking nonsense? I remain the King Piccolo you all fear." Lie Chunga furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Have we truly failed?" Indeed, only protagonists can wield such tongue-in-cheek banter. In response, a colossal hand of King Piccolo struck, as Lie Chunga deftly maneuvered to evade the assault. The scene resembled a cannon firing at a mosquito, displaying tremendous destructive power, yet achieving nothing. Is it truly the old Piccolo? Only he relishes this kind of devastation. Casting a glance at Sun Wukong, who was busy dispersing the crowd, Lie Chunga approached King Piccolo and said slowly, "Perhaps as Dend, you might still have a chance to defeat me. Your previous victory was merely a stroke of luck. You are no match for me. It seems everything now hinges on Sun Wukong." Seizing King Piccolo's enormous foot, he executed a shoulder throw and, taking advantage of the opponent's momentary disorientation, formed a hand gesture. "Wait, may I have a moment to speak?" Chapter 62. Compromise upon the arrival of a new figure. The tension between the opposing parties dissipated, granting the speaker ample opportunity. The aged figure, stooped yet exuding an unparalleled aura, caused even the furious King Piccolo to shrink back to his normal size, his body trembling. The two locked eyes, identical in form, yet one was old and the other young, as if gazing into a mirror that reflected the future. Another Piccolo. The warriors who had never witnessed the true form of the celestial being trembled in awe. One King Piccolo was formidable enough. Now, there were two. Sun Wukong, however, smiled and murmured, "Indeed," before quickly clarifying, "He is merely a celestial being, not the old Piccolo." The evidence lay in the celestial's attire, which bore the insignia of divinity, contrasting with that of evil. Lie Chunga was enveloped in confusion, pondering whether the confrontation would continue. Meanwhile, he observed the deity murmuring incessantly, while Piccolo too appeared increasingly astonished. After a moment of surprise, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon the deity and began to murmur as well. It turned out that the two had long been engaged in a secretive exchange. Humph, what secrets could they possibly possess that I am unaware of, requiring a coded language? Unbeknownst to Chunga, the deity's words prompted deep contemplation in Piccolo too, who seemed to be reflecting on the implications of the deity's statements. Noticing Piccolo too lost in thought, the deity's expression turned grave as he directed his attention towards Chunga. "How did you come to know of our secret?" He harbored a nagging suspicion that Chunga was well acquainted with their true nature and even bore the legacy of the locusts. Could it be that he was their successor? The more he pondered, the more it seemed plausible. Chunga shrugged nonchalantly. "Secrets? Perhaps anyone who has laid eyes upon your true form would glean certain insights." The deity's mind raced with thoughts, leading him further into reminiscence. As a candidate for divinity, he was not the only one with such potential. Others had similarly been granted access to their legacy. However, at that time, he had been burdened by overwhelming thoughts, allowing the heart's demons to take hold. Fixating intensely on Chunga, he was astonished to discover that they had indeed made some progress in their research. He nodded slowly, acknowledging, "At least they have successors." Reflecting on the candidates, the deity felt a pang of guilt. He, a latecomer, had been chosen by the previous deity due to his extraordinary talents. What he did not realize was that the former deity had indeed recognized his remarkable gifts, fearing potential repercussions if he were to be unleashed upon the world. The previous deity extracted his malevolent thoughts, transforming him into a steadfast guardian of the temple. Ironically, because of his exceptional abilities, the extracted negativity manifested as a new entity, Piccolo, who was inherently malevolent and wreaked havoc until his demise at the hands of son Wukong 3 years prior. In his dying moments, Piccolo expelled his essence, giving rise to Piccolo II. Yet, Piccolo never anticipated that his successor would inherit only his memories, devoid of his malevolence. Observing the pensive deity, Chunga began to harbor serious doubts about his intentions. Meanwhile, Piccolo II, lost in a trance, drew the attention of both. The deity sighed deeply and produced a small vial from within his robes, placing it upon the ground. Are you planning to seal him away? I advise against it. The seal on the vial indicated that the deity intended to employ a magic sealing wave. Although he was curious to witness it, it was not yet time to seal Piccolo. Do you not understand? Once he awakens, all will perish. Perish? Chunga interjected hastily. How can you be so certain? Have you witnessed him take a life? The deity hesitated, recalling that while he had observed Piccolo II commit numerous misdeeds, he had not witnessed any murders. For instance, upon his birth, Piccolo II had incinerated the home of those who had come to his aid. Perhaps the deity's concerns were justified, but he could not allow the tragedies of the past to repeat themselves. Meanwhile, Chunga continued to coax. Furthermore, you have trained son Wukong. Why not let him take a shot at it? Observing the deity's indecision, Chunga approached Piccolo II from behind and urged, awaken. Piccolo. Piccolo II visibly jolted, the red glow in his eyes dissipating as he regained his senses. Indeed, had it not been for the divine intervention, it would appear to lend credence to Lie Chunga's assertions. He would not have acted in such a manner. Throughout history, those ensnared by the philosophical triad of questions have seldom met with favorable outcomes. Although the second generation of Bic has awakened, the malevolence within him remains unabated. Once his fury reaches its zenith, and he fulfills Bic's desires, it is likely that Bic will be resurrected. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the darkness within him will also be reborn. Death. Bic's ambush was anticipated by Lie Chunga, who merely stepped back to evade the attack, albeit landing outside the arena, from whence he retrieved an individual. I concede. You may announce it, he declared. The hidden figure was none other than the referee, who, upon lifting his gaze, was met with a horrifying spectacle. He attempted to conceal himself, yet could only flail helplessly in midair, and after a prolonged moment without peril, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, the semifinal is won by the great demon Bic. Bic's second generation and the deity were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Lie Chunga's actions. The latter shrugged and remarked, I merely wish for the competition to continue. I implore you to show some consideration. The deity, bewildered, had caught sight of Bic's second generation, and with determination, he exclaimed, Demon Sealing Wave. The power of the soul targeted Bic's second generation, who, in turn, revealed a cunning smile of triumph. An ambush? I am your master. With a swift motion, he reversed the demon sealing wave, and in an instant, the astonished deity found himself ensnared within the sealing bottle. Bic's second generation hastily approached to affix the sealing talisman, laughing heartily while clutching the bottle. Now you shall experience the days devoid of light. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a force yanked the bottle from his grasp, placing it into Lie Chunga's hands. The latter examined the bottle, disregarding the deity's clamoring within, murmuring to himself, so the demon sealing wave is employed to imprison the opponent using soul powers. No wonder an exceptionally gifted individual can master it with but a single glance. The supernatural ability is secondary, the talisman is the essence. Cease your noise. Had you shown me some respect, I would have released you after the match concludes. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that he had become the focal point of the gathering. Lie Chunga, unfazed, remarked, Do not regard me so. I merely wish for the match to proceed. Who is next to compete? The diligent referee trembled as he announced, It is the contestant son Wukong against Tianjin Fan. Lie Chunga nodded thoughtfully, a battle of fate. Subsequently, he turned to Bic's second generation and suggested, Shall we wait a moment? Bic's second generation, who had been sprinting, halted at the sight of Lie Chunga preparing to unveil the talisman. Before Bic could speak, Tianjin Fan stepped forward and stated, No need, I concede. Having witnessed the clash between Lie Chunga and Bic, he had long recognized he was no match. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the potential wrath of the madman Lie Chunga, should he decide to assist Bic, which would surely spell doom for the Earth. Additionally, he had faith in son Wukong and owed him a favor, having been threatened by the elder Bic. Son Wukong. The gaze of Bic's second generation reddened, subtly betraying his struggle for control. Amidst the onlookers, son Wukong stepped forward. Faced with the trusting gazes of the crowd, son Wukong began to shed his garments and declared, "Although I am uncertain about the circumstances." With a thud, his clothes fell to the ground, producing a dull sound. "But defeating you is all that matters, isn't it?" Chapter 63. Son Wukong versus Piccolo Jr. Let the battle commence. Standing boldly at the forefront, son Wukong emanated a compelling aura. Beside him, Lie Chunga nodded in approval, feeling justified in having entrusted Piccolo Jr. to him. The final match of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament had begun. The referee stepped forward to announce the commencement of the duel. Piccolo Jr., with reddened eyes and a disoriented mind, remarked, "It seems you are eagerly awaiting your demise. My power is leagues beyond what it was 3 years ago." Son Wukong remained silent, as the sun broke through the clouds, casting rays upon his face. His teammates encouraged him, especially Chi-Chi, who shouted, "Go for it, son Wukong. I don't want to be a widow." Lie Chunga smacked his forehead, glaring at the sealed deity. "Is this truly the spouse you chose for son Wukong?" On the arena, the two combatants clashed, their figures intertwining as they began to probe each other's strengths. It was evident that son Wukong had the edge in speed, while Piccolo Jr. boasted greater power. Both fighters instantly recognized their respective advantages. Son Wukong utilized his agility to send Piccolo Jr. soaring into the air, while the latter harnessed his supernatural abilities to emit high-energy beams from his eyes, subsequently taking flight to unleash a barrage of attacks. Lie Chunga scoffed, muttering, "Such a lack of innovation, plenty of smoke, but no damage." Indeed, son Wukong burst forth from the smoke of the explosion, appearing beside Piccolo Jr., who retaliated only to realize it was a mere illusion. The true son Wukong had already positioned himself behind him. With a resounding crash, Piccolo Jr. pivoted downwards, channeling a formidable energy to stabilize his form. Standing there, his veins bulged, clearly infuriated. Son Wukong, appearing tattered and worn, couldn't help but reminisce about the old Piccolo. Both shared a volatile temper. He was clearly on the brink of fury. "Get back!" Son Wukong shouted behind him, simultaneously launching himself into the sky as Piccolo Jr. gathered visible energy in his hands and directed it towards son Wukong. The latter swiftly employed a small Kamehameha to alter his trajectory, evading the oncoming attack. Boom! The distant explosion caused everyone to flinch, and a gust of wind swept through, leaving son Wukong, who had momentarily been enveloped in dust, to seize the opportunity to utilize the Kamehameha once more, returning to the arena. Lie Chunga stood agape, astounded that such evasion was possible. Despite son Wukong's mastery of flight, he had refrained from using it. Had the wily warrior lost the innocence of youth? Back on the arena, son Wukong engaged Piccolo Jr. once more. But the latter began to discern that son Wukong was seemingly holding back. Glancing towards the audience beyond the arena, he suddenly understood. "Ah, so you fear harming them. Very well, then, you shall take this." Lie Chunga was speechless, realizing son Wukong's concerns stemmed from the deity. If he were to slay Piccolo Jr., the deity would perish as well, and son Wukong would inevitably become the next god. At this moment, the Scion Son Goku had just transitioned from his juvenile phase to maturity. What could possibly compel him to remain in the temple? Regardless of the reason, Piccolo had begun to amass a colossal amount of energy, identical to the old Piccolo. When he felt disheartened, he became furious, and that fury unleashed indiscriminate destruction. The surrounding spiritual energy began to fluctuate, subtly conveying an aura of dread. "Tianjinhan, what are you contemplating? Create a pit to hide in." Only then did Tianjinhan react, unleashing a Kamehameha at the ground. A large crater formed, and everyone jumped inside. Yet, Lie Chunga remained outside. "Hey, you oddball, what are you doing up there? Get down." The timid Kuririn cautiously peered out, but the latter shook his head and waved his hand, sending Kuririn tumbling down. Boom! The explosion was reminiscent of an atomic bomb, delivering a devastating blow to the entire island. Fortunately, Son Goku and Lie Chunga stood guard at the crater's edge, ensuring the survival of the Earth warriors who had not yet fled. Piccolo Jr. panted heavily, then gazed at his handiwork, bursting into laughter. "What a lunatic! Is this truly worthy of laughter?" He could have executed a precise strike, but opted for a widespread attack, just like the old Piccolo. I once fell to this tactic? That was merely a fluke. Son Goku adjusted his attire and nodded. Indeed, you've exhausted all your stamina and energy, haven to you? Without further ado, Son Goku charged forward. Given his superior speed, it was remarkably simple for him to dominate the scene. At that moment, Kuririn and the others emerged. Witnessing Son Goku mercilessly assaulting Piccolo Jr., which elicited a cheer from them. Even Yamcha nearby was shouting, "Finish him." However, Kuririn discerned something unusual and muttered with confusion. It appears Son Goku is holding back. Lie Chunga chuckled in response, of course. Son Goku fears he might accidentally kill him. If he dies, the deity will perish too. And he would have to assume the role of the deity. Oh, a friendly reminder. The deity must reside in the temple. The temple? The gazes of the crowd shifted. Though not with the same schadenfreude as Lie Chunga, they were filled with envy. At that moment, Kuririn approached, slowly commenting, "Your pants are about to tear." Lie Chunga looked down and curiously asked Kuririn, "Where did you all buy your pants?" Just as Kuririn was about to respond, a new development unfolded on the arena. Piccolo Jr., having regained some strength, launched a surprise attack on Son Goku. The latter leaped and unleashed his ultimate move, the Kamehameha. Suddenly, the arena, which had previously disappeared, revealed another large pit. At the center of this pit, Piccolo Jr. lay gasping for breath. Wait! Lie Chunga immediately intervened, only to see Piccolo Jr. unleash a massive energy beam that struck the unsuspecting Son Goku. Seriously, what is wrong with you? Lie Chunga hadn't anticipated that he would still be there. Was Piccolo Jr. unafraid of death? He had clearly observed the previous battle. Piccolo Jr. had never left the arena. Had he misjudged? Haha. Piccolo Jr. stood defiantly, while Son Goku, struggling, pushed Lie Chunga aside. The match is not over. You need to step back. Lie Chunga gazed at Son Goku, whose shoulder bore a gaping wound. The latter nodded resolutely. Fine. After all, you won T-Die. Stepping out of the arena, he released the deity from his grasp while casting a glance at the unexpected character, Yachirobe. It appeared that in this new realm, the capacity for Destiny's revision was significantly heightened. Thus, he felt reassured to depart. However, despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on the arena, apprehensive of any unforeseen occurrences. He could not fathom that with the deity at his side, he had nothing to fear. The deity stood silently beside him, seemingly able to perceive the outside world even from within the confines of the vessel. Indeed, the second incarnation of Piccolo had finally regained some semblance of intelligence, but upon catching sight of Son Wukong, malevolent thoughts surged once more. In an instant, he darted towards Son Wukong, seizing him and declaring to Lie Chunga, "Now, Son Wukong's life rests in my hands." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the remaining hand of Son Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, violently colliding with the head of the second Piccolo. The latter's mouth gaped open as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 64. The flute Piccolo too stumbled and fell, leaving everyone astounded. None could have anticipated that Son Wukong would launch a surprise attack. The disparity in height proved to be the primary factor in Piccolo 2's downfall. Son Wukong, too, was not unscathed. Blood flowed profusely, and he felt dizzy. Clutching his head as he glanced at the incredulous Piccolo 2, stating, "That referee can come over and start the countdown now." The referee, belatedly realizing the situation, rushed over with great enthusiasm. He had confirmed that this Son Wukong was indeed the small figure from 3 years ago, the one who had triumphed over the formidable Demon King. 10, 9, 3, 1. The champion has finally emerged. Victory belongs to our contestant, Son Wukong. Listening to the referee's jubilant proclamation, the crowd was left uncertain whether to rejoice or mourn, yet they instinctively gathered around. Lie Chunga placed a hand on Son Wukong's back, saying, "Sit down. If you don't treat those wounds, you could be in grave danger." Son Wukong expressed his gratitude, but then turned his attention to Yachirobe. "Yachirobe, could you spare me a magical bean?" "Magical bean?" Yachirobe instinctively clutched his pocket, incredulously asking, "How did you know I had them?" Faced with Son Wukong's irresistible smile, Yachirobe reluctantly retrieved a pouch of magical beans, saying, "Use them sparingly. I don't have many left." Observing the seemingly ordinary beans, Lie Chunga grew excited. Casting an indignant glance at Yachirobe, "These treasures are not merely for filling one's stomach. Consuming one not only replenishes all your strength, but also..." The crowd followed his gaze, witnessing Son Wukong, who had consumed a magical bean, instantaneously transformed from grievously wounded to vibrant and full of life. Even the gaping wound on his chest had miraculously healed. All eyes converged on the small pouch, prompting Yachirobe to snatch it away, exclaiming, "This is mine." Hyulan, grinning, approached the scene, but Sun Wukong navigated through the throng towards the deity, who was preparing to strike. "Mighty deity, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, the deity did not cease his actions. Rather, he proceeded without hesitation, launching an assault. "Stop!" Sun Wukong quickly intervened, halting the deity. Lie Chunga, engrossed in examining the magical beings, paid little heed to the unfolding drama. He murmured to himself, "Has this deity truly been stripped of malevolent intent? It feels as though he harbors an unsettling amount of cunning." The celestial beings are indeed embodiments of justice and kindness. Yet they are not above engaging in acts of treachery. Previously, it was the formidable Wu Tai Do, and now it is Sun Wukong. Naturally, such occurrences may transpire among ordinary mortals without a hint of complaint. Faced with the grave choices of life and death, one might be forgiven for prioritizing their own survival over that of a companion. However, he is a celestial being, a being devoid of malevolent intent. Let us glance at the side where Chi-Chi stands. Perhaps she is a contingency left by him. Indeed, under Sun Wukong's persuasion, the decision to spare the life of Piccolo Jr. was made. Furthermore, Sun Wukong acquired another Senza bean from Yachirobe and placed it in Piccolo's mouth. "Do not." The onlookers attempted to intervene, but Sun Wukong merely offered them a reassuring smile. "It will be fine." He then turned to the celestial being and stated, "I have no intention of assuming the role of a deity just yet." Having consumed the Senza bean, Piccolo Jr. initially stood in astonishment, but gradually rose, dusting off his attire and exclaiming, "How foolish." Casting a wary glance at Sun Wukong, Lie Chunga, and the celestial being, he haughtily declared, "Perhaps I cannot kill you, but eliminating them would be a trivial matter." A shiver ran through the crowd, causing them to step back. Yet, Lie Chunga shook his head and replied, "You will not." At this moment, the crimson hue in Piccolo Jr.'s eyes had dissipated significantly, signifying that his new persona had subdued the old Piccolo's identity. Yet, he was perplexed as to why this was the case. With a disdainful huff, Piccolo Jr. tacitly acknowledged Lie Chunga's words. Turning to Sun Wukong, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration. His proud demeanor momentarily silenced him before he inquired, "Why did you save me?" Sun Wukong beamed a warm smile and replied, "The road ahead is long, and I do not wish to walk it alone." After a brief silence, he solemnly added, "I need a worthy opponent." Piccolo Jr. nodded, his pride momentarily appeased. His gaze towards Sun Wukong now carried an air of seriousness, yet inexplicably, a wave of resentment towards Sun Wukong surged within him. This peculiar emotion baffled him, compelling him to retreat from it. The onlookers exhaled in relief as they beheld Piccolo Jr. soaring through the sky. Lie Chunga, observing their cheerful interactions, took a step back. Indeed, Chi-Chi leapt into Sun Wukong's embrace, who, being quite astute, summoned the flying nimbus and whisked her away, claiming to introduce his wife to his grandfather. Alas, it seemed like a mouthful of dog food. Regrettably, Bulma and Sun Wukong were left to fend for themselves. As Lie Chunga strolled alone along the desolate streets, a profound sense of solitude enveloped him. It was time to embark on a cosmic journey. Come forth, it is all too apparent. He glanced towards a nearby corner where Piccolo Jr. was already fully adorned, standing in the shadows. Upon hearing Lie Chunga's words, however, he haughtily turned away. "Clearly, you seek something from me." Reluctantly, Lie Chunga pursued him. Before long, the two found themselves atop a mountain peak. How do we end up here? This was the very place where he had previously made consecutive breakthroughs. Yet now, it lay in ruins, devoid of the picturesque scenery that once graced it. "What brings you to seek me?" Piccolo Jr. turned back, his eyes clouded with confusion as a gentle breeze swept by, drawing his gaze towards the horizon. "Forget it. Still pretending to be profound at this hour. I know you are still in a state of uncertainty. Come here." The second generation of Bic paid no heed. Yet Lie Chunga's hand had already made contact with him. Inner energy surged as he began to probe Bic's body. "Do not move." At that moment, he grasped the essence of mental power, enabling him to perform inner vision. So that's it. The spirit of the cells has merged with the chi. Thus, when your chi and physical strength are entirely depleted, the mental suggestion from the old Bic nearly dissipates. Such a unique constitution. No wonder one individual can reproduce. It is no surprise that any inhabitant of planet Namek can fuse. Moreover, this aligns with their lineage of cultivation and their future direction. Hence, The fusion techniques of the future are now elucidated. It seems that all the enhancements are tailor-made for them. As an outsider, he feels utterly unqualified to utilize them. Fear not, in approximately 4 years, a formidable adversary will arrive, granting you the opportunity to vanquish Sun Wukong. By that time, you will have fully assumed your persona. In the meantime, do well to suppress the personality of the old Bic. A strong being? To slay Sun Wukong? Bic's second generation gazed at Lie Chunga, finding him exceedingly enigmatic. With a touch of arrogance, he refrained from inquiring further and merely replied, I understand. Once more, Bic gazed into the distance. Casting a glance at Lie Chunga, the name Dulcimer appeals to me greatly. Dulcimer offered no chance for Lie Chunga to respond, soaring into the skies. However, Lie Chunga discerned his perplexity. Comprehending why, throughout the entire 4 years of the original narrative, he had not sought out Sun Wukong. Chapter 65. The Fiery Mountain in West City, seeking Bulma. In South City, searching for Wukong, but he learned they were both attending Sun Wukong's wedding. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. As a supporter of Sun and Bulma, to offer his blessings felt somewhat disconcerting. It was certainly not to encounter someone at Sun and Bulma's wedding. The wedding was held at the home of Sun Wukong's infamous father-in-law, the notorious Fiery Mountain. Upon Lie Chunga's arrival at Fiery Mountain, chaos reigned. What was once the majestic Fiery Mountain lay in ruins. The formidable bull demon king wept like a child, watching helplessly as the castle amidst the debris slowly vanished. Has the Fiery Mountain transformed into a volcano? Sparks erupted from Fiery Mountain, and even the castle that rested atop the mountain began to splinter and tremble. If memory serves correctly, 9 years ago, Sun Wukong and his companions had visited Fiery Mountain due to the Dragon Balls. Coincidentally, during a volcanic eruption, they summoned Master Roshi. At the cost of Bulma, Master Roshi unleashed the Super Kamehameha to quell Fiery Mountain. At that time, the Bull Demon King lost a significant portion of his wealth. 9 years later, in preparation for his daughter's marriage, he erected a castle upon the ruins as her dowry. No, do not approach. Lie Chunga observed that the Bull Demon King seemed to have seen something, calling out his daughter's name as he dashed into the castle. That figure was beyond anyone's capacity to withstand. What are you dawdling for? Save her. Lie Chunga cast a glance at Kulin and the others, and without waiting for their response, rushed inside. In an instant, he understood why no one had entered to render aid. The flames not only burned fiercely but also disregarded the protective energy armor, relentlessly assaulting the flesh. Even he felt the searing heat. Should others venture in, they would surely meet their demise. Found it. Before him, the Ox Demon King clutched a wedding gown, weeping uncontrollably. This gown was the final creation of his beloved wife for their daughter. Though small in size, it embodied the profound love he held for both his wife and daughter. A treasure worth safeguarding with his very life. Such is the nature of a devoted heart. Stop dawdling, let us go. With that, he lifted the Ox Demon King and fled outside. However, the Ox Demon King exhibited an overwhelming fear of flames, desperately scrambling towards safety. Simultaneously, the castle could no longer withstand the searing heat, beginning to tremble once more. Damn it, not being able to fly is a real hassle. After clearing the debris, he spotted the Ox Demon King across the ruins, still weeping over the wedding gown. As Lie Chunga prepared to leap across, he sensed something amiss. The flames were not merely consuming, they were melting his very soul. No wonder a group of fearless warriors were gripped by terror at the sight of the fire. It dawned on him that the flames of Flame Mountain were no ordinary fire, but rather emanated from the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord. Yet, in this realm, the Supreme Lord took the form of a woman, and the furnace was not for alchemy. A breach in the furnace allowed the flames of Flame Mountain to escape. It was known that when Sun Wukong and his companions first approached, they felt the temperature from miles away. Subsequently, the flames were suppressed by the mountain's ruins until now, when they erupted in unison. Even at this moment, Sun Wukong could not quell the flames. The only solution lay in sealing the breach. He should now be journeying northward in search of materials to mend the opening. Lie Chunga leaped over, unperturbed by the Ox Demon King's reaction, and swiftly rendered him unconscious. He then carried him and soared into the air. Thank you. You are truly remarkable. Voices of admiration echoed around him. Lie Chunga shook his head, glancing at the bashful Kurin and others, saying, You need not concern yourselves. This fire is rather unique. Without elaborating further, he found Bulma and pulled her aside. Have you been in contact with your sister, Ties? Ties. Bulma shook her head, surprised. Are you a friend of my sister? Lie Chunga merely nodded, gazing at her with anticipation. However, Bulma replied, I haven't spoken to her in a long time. The last I heard from her was 3 years ago. She mentioned embarking on adventures in the universe. Bulma's curiosity piqued. She leaned closer, saying, Few people know I have a sister. Before Lie Chunga could respond, he felt a twinge of guilt as he said, It's nothing. I only heard about it by chance. Ahem, I also have intentions of venturing into the universe. Thus, the purpose of his visit was to borrow the dragon radar, to summon the dragon and create a spacecraft of his own. Oh, and I might trouble you to incorporate space capsule technology into it. Bulma, slightly disappointed, pouted. I really don't understand you adventurers. What is so enjoyable about it? She recalled her own adventure at the age of 16, inspired by her sister to seek the Dragon Balls, only to encounter the peculiar son Wukong at her very first stop. Had she not been a woman, she might have met a far graver fate. The subsequent experiences, including being seized by a dinosaur and experiencing the humiliation of losing control, were harrowing. Although sacrificing her dignity was exhilarating, she vowed never to take such risks again. In light of your commendable physique, I shall bestow this upon you. What was handed to her was not only the Dragon Ball radar, but also a small box containing numerous space capsules, both large and small. Lie Chunga accepted them with a hint of embarrassment. In these times, sustenance was readily available, and he had yet to hear of anyone starving on Earth. However, the pursuit of wealth was indeed a formidable challenge. A mere empty space capsule could fetch an exorbitant price, let alone the small box. I shall not be modest. To express my gratitude, O son Wukong, you are a tad late. However, in approximately 4 years, a proud prince will descend upon Earth, destined to be your ideal companion. Lie Chunga, unable to reciprocate, could only express his gratitude through a spoiler. An ideal companion? A prince? A descent? Bulma's face, flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and excitement, turned crimson as she turned away, fidgeting. Is he very handsome? A glance back revealed that Lie Chunga had already vanished into the horizon, tapping the Dragon Ball radar. He observed 2 Dragon Balls moving swiftly, while the others awaited his exploration in serene stillness. Dragon Balls are not easily obtainable, even with the radar. Only those of great determination and wisdom can gather them all. Otherwise, even if amassed, one might lose the chance to make a wish due to unforeseen circumstances. The most typical example being the trio of the mixed rice, with the exception of Demon King Piccolo. The first Dragon Ball, adorned with 7 stars, was located in the depths of the ocean, while the second lay hidden within an iceberg in the far north, and another was concealed upon an ordinary tree, incubated by an unknown duck. As he traversed, Lie Chunga experienced the diverse customs and cultures of various locales, broadening his horizons. Chapter 66, Stars, Seas. In domestic affairs, the final destination in the quest for the Dragon Balls was son Wukong's new abode, Baozi Mountain. This little hill, reminiscent of a steamed bun, was situated in a rather unique position, nestled between Fire Mountain, Kame House, and his grandfather's home. Quite remote, indeed. Looking around, one could say it was a serene escape from the clamor of the city, or, more bluntly, a desolate wilderness. Had it not been for Bulma's guidance, he would have struggled to find it. Ding dong. The door was opened by Chi-Chi, who appeared momentarily startled upon seeing Lie Chunga. She then politely inquired, This is son Wukong's home. Whom do you seek? The phrasing felt somewhat peculiar to Lie Chunga. I am looking for son Wukong. I have an urgent matter regarding the martial arts tournament. We met once. Chi-Chi then recalled, her eyes sparkling with recognition. Ah, brotherly. How could I forget? Please, come in. Wukong is out hunting and won't return until noon. She then graciously went to the kitchen to fetch a glass of water. Please have some water. It's quite simple here. Water is all we have. Faced with Chi-Chi's courteous gesture, Lie Chunga felt somewhat at a loss. Now, the once vibrant Kiki, devoid of the splendor of the martial arts tournament, has her long black hair elegantly styled into an updo, adorned in the attire of a devoted housewife, radiating an aura of maternal grace. Maternal grace? Upon reflection, I cannot help but admire son Wukong. A rather honest individual, he has been married for less than a year, and his wife is already several months pregnant. By the way, I have yet to express my gratitude for saving my father last time. Please forgive my oversight. Kiki stood up, offering a respectful bow. No need for that. It was merely my duty, Lie Chunga replied with a smile. Little did he know that Kiki had seemingly opened the floodgates of conversation, inquiring, by the way, where do you live? If the opportunity arises, I shall have Wukong come and thank you. I am curious about how you and Wukong met. He has never mentioned you. Her words, though sweet, pierced his heart. leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. I came to find Wukong regarding a pressing matter. Kiki's smile faltered for a moment before she self-deprecatingly remarked, "Look at me. Pregnancy has made me forgetful. Please wait a moment." As she turned to leave, he found himself at a loss for words. To speak of her misfortune, having married the strongest on earth, or to claim her happiness while living in such a desolate place. "Son Wukong!" A terrifying shout echoed, rivaling the legendary roar of the River Dong lion. Lie Chunga suddenly shivered, realizing that solitude had its merits. Upon reaching the doorway, with a gentle breeze caressing him, he finally understood why Kiki chose to reside here. Nestled by mountains and rivers, abundant in sustenance, with waterfalls in the distance, a setting sun, and fields of rice and forests, the beauty was unparalleled. Perhaps this is the very place where fairy tales depict a beauty retreating with her hero after marriage. Before long, son Wukong returned, soaring back on his nimbus, carrying an unknown beast. "What's the matter, Kiki?" he asked, perplexed. "We have guests at home. Go entertain them while I prepare the food," Kiki replied, taking the beast and skillfully dragging it to the nearby slaughterhouse. "Oh, it's you," son Wukong exclaimed, his mood instantly brightening as he swiftly grabbed Lie Chunga and dashed away. When they arrived at a desolate location, he declared, "Come on, let us fight. I've not battled in days and feel rusty." Without waiting for Lie Chunga's response, son Wukong launched an attack. Lie Chunga opened his mouth to speak, but found himself swept up in Wukong's fervor. "Indeed, I too have not fought in a long time. Let us begin." The two figures intertwined, exchanging blows with fervor. "Don't worry about me. Unleash your utmost speed." "All right, then you should employ your peculiar fighting style as well." They both nodded, albeit with a slight reserve of strategy. After a considerable time, they lay amidst the ruins, son Wukong panting heavily, while Lie Chunga appeared unfazed. This left Wukong puzzled. "Just how strong are you?" Lie Chunga shook his head. "Not particularly strong. Rest assured, you are still young and have much ahead of you." Son Wukong agreed. "Perhaps, indeed. There are always those stronger than oneself. Nonetheless, I shall continue to grow stronger." Lie Chunga embraced son Wukong. "I shall do the same. Let us strive to become stronger together. Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot the important matter. May I borrow your 4-star Dragon Ball? I intend to venture into the cosmos, requiring a spacecraft, my aspirations reaching for the stars and the vast oceans of the universe." He pointed towards the heavens, but alas, the daylight concealed the twinkling stars. Son Wukong felt a surge of excitement. Before he could voice his thoughts, he heard Chi-Chi's distant call. Observing son Wukong bow his head, Lie Chunga patted his shoulder and remarked playfully, "There will be opportunities, though not at this moment. For years hence, I shall return. If I do not come back, it will be up to you to look after that rascal, Piccolo. For now, your duty is to care for your wife and son. Now, let us depart. I am quite famished." With a lackluster demeanor, son Wukong gazed into the distance, yet gradually began to regain his spirits. Cloud of transformation. A cloud descended from the sky. Lie Chunga, who had just begun to run, turned back, curiosity evident in his eyes as he asked, "May I give it a try?" Son Wukong nodded, even displaying a hint of anticipation. It is known that only those with pure hearts can ascend upon the cloud of transformation. Without hesitation, Lie Chunga leaped onto it. "What is happening?" Lie Chunga, stuck atop the cloud, looked to son Wukong, who scratched his head in confusion. Instinctively, Lie Chunga utilized his inner energy to sense something and discovered a message within. It turned out that the cloud's mechanism was quite simple. If one believes they can ride it, they indeed can. This appears easy. Yet only those with pure intentions can ascend without distraction or frivolous thoughts. The more intelligent one is, the more they ponder, and thus they cannot ride it, unfortunately. Lie Chunga fell into the category of half-heartedness, resulting in his current predicament. Soon, the two returned to Baozi Mountain, where Chi-Chi had prepared an abundance of food. "Son Wukong, shall we have a contest? Let us see who can eat more." "All right. I have never lost in an eating contest." Thus, son Wukong and Lie Chunga began their indulgent feast, while Chi-Chi cheerfully replenished their plates, her joy contrasting with any frustration, which led Lie Chunga to reassess his perception of her. After satisfying their appetites, Lie Chunga obtained the final Dragon Ball and stepped outside. "Come forth, Shenlong. Grant my wish." With son Wukong's summons, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and an azure dragon emerged from the Dragon Balls. Chi-Chi was left awestruck, sheltered behind son Wukong. The dragon extended its head and uttered the classic line, "State your wish." Lie Chunga stepped forward and declared, "I require an automated, intelligent spacecraft with all planetary coordinates." capable of long-duration flight. The dragon's eyes glowed red momentarily, and a magnificent spacecraft descended. Excellent. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. A flash of white light illuminated the sky, which cleared as the dragon balls scattered in all directions. At that moment, a figure dashed by at incredible speed, Sun Wukong. Upon landing, he held a white spherical object. The 4-star Dragon Ball. Chapter 67. Journey into the Cosmos. Farewell. We welcome your return. A flirtatious kiss from a strikingly beautiful woman sent Lie Chunga scurrying away in a fluster. The enchanting woman was none other than Bulma's mother, overflowing with warmth. Ever since acquiring the spacecraft, he had requested Sun Wukong to carry it to Bulma's residence. Regrettably, Bulma is away on entrepreneurial ventures, and the other girl he yearns for is also absent. He is welcomed by the Brives couple, who exhibit extraordinary warmth, particularly Bulma's mother, who is both stunning and endearingly naive, possessing an exquisite figure, albeit a tad overly enthusiastic. Bulma's father, Dr. Brives, was visibly enthralled upon seeing the spacecraft, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Under the pretext of a tour, he effortlessly secured assistance for enhancing the spacecraft with spatial capsule technology. Moreover, Lie Chunga seized the opportunity to shadow the doctor, gaining insights into the various facilities within the spacecraft and learning the intelligent command protocols. Now, everything is in readiness for departure. He cast a lingering glance at the Earth, hesitating momentarily, before deciding to take a handful of yellow soil with him. Perhaps a token of farewell. With a resounding thud, the capsule in his hand transformed into a spacecraft, towering 7 to 8 meters and sprawling over 10 meters wide. Pristine white in hue, resembling a mobile home rather than a vessel of the cosmos. As soon as the spacecraft landed, it initiated an automatic scan, confirming his identity before the hatch opened with a mechanical whir. To his astonishment, the uncle's technological prowess was indeed remarkable. Although Dr. Brives may not be the brightest mind on Earth, his reputation undoubtedly reigns supreme, and his true capabilities could rival those found throughout the cosmos. Welcome back, my master. The ship projected an image of a small dog, kneeling on one leg in a gesture of respect. Lie Chunga nodded, instructing, "Shall Bai, proceed with final preparations." "Understood, master," came the response. The ship commenced scanning. Energy levels sufficient, food supplies ample, equipment verified. Scanning complete. All systems are go for launch, Lie Chunga affirmed, expressing his gratitude to the Dragon's fully intelligent spacecraft, which he deemed deserving of such praise. Prepare for takeoff. Destination: the nearest trading planet. Coordinates 31,548 degrees longitude, 6,388 degrees latitude. The target is quite distant, necessitating a traversal through a space-time wormhole. Should it become necessary, please enter the sleep chamber, the ship cautioned. Lie Chunga, enlightened by the doctor's explanations, recognized that interstellar travel resembled navigation across oceans. One must be aware of safe routes and execute light-speed maneuvers at specific junctures to access the wormhole, enabling instantaneous arrival near its exit. At that moment, he comprehended just how isolated Earth truly was. Though not versed in technology, Lie Chunga stepped into the sleep chamber, not yet intending to slumber, yet ever prepared. After a sensation of weightlessness, he felt the spacecraft gradually detach from Earth, ascending into the vastness of space. "Shall Bai, can we access external visuals?" he inquired. "Indeed, master," came the prompt reply. "I am activating visual guidance for you." Within the sleep chamber, several neural conduits emerged, and in an instant, his perspective shifted. Have we already reached outer space? How swift! At that moment, Lie Chunga felt as though he had transformed into the spacecraft itself, witnessing the Earth shrink before his eyes. Indeed, beyond Earth, the moon was nowhere to be seen. The cosmos lay vast and empty, with Earth being not only isolated but also enveloped by a protective belt of debris. The spacecraft initiated its energy shield, swiftly navigating through the void, leaving him momentarily dazzled. "Master, we are approaching the wormhole. The spacecraft is automatically entering sleep mode." Lie Chunga did not refuse. Instead, he willingly cooperated. And soon everything began to blur and drift into a dreamlike state. After an indeterminate period, he awoke to the sound of Shao Bai's alert. Space jump completed. Transitioning to standard flight mode. Cryopod activated. Hatch opening. He felt a wave of numbness wash over his body. One cannot help but marvel at the prowess of technology, which could overwhelm even his resilient form. "How much longer until we reach our destination?" he inquired. 15 light years remain. Friendly signal received. Estimated arrival in approximately 2 months. 2 months? My time frame is only 4 years, if not shorter. There was no choice but to follow the protagonist, as that was the only way to encounter those auxiliary characters with escalating combat prowess. Sitting cross-legged, he endeavored to restore his numb body to a normal state. Alas, it was a pity that he could not cultivate as usual. The gravity training proved ineffective, disrupting his bodily coordination instead. The rapid flight caused significant fluctuations in his energy, leaving him with no option but to practice his martial skills. Feeling fatigued, he instructed Xiao Bai, activate vacation mode. The skylight opened, and Xiao Bai presented him with prepared sustenance, allowing him to engage in a basic exchange of scientific knowledge to pass the time. Upon reaching the trading planet, he planned to acquire treasures akin to the mystical beings for a breakthrough. He could only hope that other planets were not like Earth. On Earth, the presence of Dragon Balls diminished the availability of rare treasures, while introducing regulated spiritual artifacts such as the mystical beans and divine water. Through his research, he discovered that these regulated treasures were of such high caliber that they could not be refined, existing solely to enhance their inherent powers. The mystical beings could replenish the stamina of practitioners from Sun Wukong's lineage, where stamina equated to energy and energy to the body, an impeccable synergy. However, for him, the mystical beings served merely as sustenance. Regardless, he resolved to gather intelligence on the trading planet, at the very least to comprehend the cosmic power dynamics and ascertain the whereabouts of Frisia's influence and the time-space patrols. Time passed gradually until the third day, when an ear-piercing alarm jolted him awake. Alert! Unknown signal intrusion. Unknown signal intrusion. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. He called out, but there was no response. He was utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation. Fortunately, he knew how to activate the external browsing mode. Upon opening it, he was left speechless, collapsing to the floor. Above his spacecraft loomed a far larger vessel, the disparity akin to that between Earth and its moon. A beam of light descended upon his ship, and Xiao Bai, seemingly entranced, offered no resistance as he was drawn towards it. This is disastrous. The universe is perilously treacherous. Initially, when acquiring the spacecraft, he had outlined various requirements. Yet he had neglected to include a weapon system. With the gravity system compromised, Lie Chunga floated helplessly, tumbling within the dimly lit spacecraft. Time elapsed without measure until the ship finally came to a halt, and gravity gradually resumed its normal state, even illuminating his vessel once more. Master, be cautious. Signal jamming in effect, came Xiao Bai's intermittent voice from the nearby robot. Following Xiao Bai's guidance, he activated the detection system. The screen displayed that the external environment was indeed suitable for life. However, it was surrounded by an array of spacecraft, and the signal interference was so severe that it was difficult to discern the entirety of the scene. Lie Chunga speculated that he had likely encountered space pirates. Chapter 68. Aliens. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only the occasional spark illuminating the path for ordinary individuals. Yet for Lie Chunga, night vision was an innate skill. Fortunately, the spacecraft had sustained minimal damage. It was likely that his vessel was too small and had been drawn in without the necessity for an assault. Once he confirmed that no one was nearby, he approached the entrance, where a button awaited. Bang! The spacecraft transformed into a capsule. Instinctively, Lie Chunga tucked the capsule into his embrace, only to find himself face-to-face with another extraterrestrial being. Shock engulfed him. He was unaware of the being's prowess, but the very force that had eluded his detection was sufficient to astonish him. Moreover, the creature bore a striking resemblance to a legendary being known as Ultraman. Rubbing his eyes, he was taken aback as the entity vanished in an instant. A hallucination? At his level, such an occurrence was implausible. Upon closer reflection, the being's egg-shaped eyes and red-silver skin did not align with Ultraman, but rather resembled a supporting character, Galactic Police Jack. Don't go, he blurted out, immediately regretting his words. After all, in the vastness of space, one needed a combat prowess exceeding 1,000 to be considered a warrior. And he currently assessed himself to be at that very threshold. The space around him was expansive, littered with ruins, and thankfully, a cacophony of sounds surrounded him. His previous call seemed to have gone unnoticed. Do not mistake his caution for cowardice. His keen instincts incessantly warned him of the myriad dangers lurking nearby. Reflecting on his current advantage of stealth, he instinctively suppressed his presence, moving like a specter through the square. Indeed, he was not the sole survivor in this place. Many possessed formidable auras, some tending to their allies, while others, like him, lay concealed, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Light. A sound emanated from the distance. Though unnoticed by many, the brilliant radiance captured the attention of all. Only those who dwelled in the depths of darkness could truly appreciate the rarity of such illumination. Unanimously, they gravitated towards the entrance, which indeed promised an exit, albeit surrounded by a multitude of heavily armed extraterrestrials. Some attempted to break free, but as they rushed from the ruins, they were indiscriminately gunned down, silenced before they could utter a word. The gate rose with a thud, and 3 towering aliens stepped through. They shed their defensive attire, revealing their blue skin. The leader produced a trumpet handed to him by a soldier and tested its sound. Ahem. Perhaps some of you are aware of our identity, while others may not. However, it matters not. You need only understand that you have been captured. Among you, some will perish, and some will survive, dependent upon your choices. At this moment, you have an opportunity for survival. Simply step forward slowly, allowing us to assess your combat capabilities. His voice echoed across the square, provoking a myriad of thoughts among the crowd. Those gripped by fear immediately raised their hands, proclaiming, "I surrender. It's a misunderstanding. We are all one family. We are the merchants of the cosmos." I, alongside Lord Bangu of your cosmic arena, found ourselves abruptly silenced. When another peculiar figure emerged, casually blowing the non-existent smoke from his weapon. "I do not appreciate your incessant chatter. I prefer that you let your actions speak for you. There exists but one path to survival, and that is to defeat me. Our rules are quite simple. Only the strong possess the right to speak, while the weak are destined to obey." The final oddity stepped forward, adopting a gentle tone. "Perhaps you feel unfortunate, or perhaps you believe you can evade us indefinitely. But I wonder, how long do you think you can wait?" Having spoken, the trio gazed at the ruins, lying in wait for prey. What misfortune! Merely arriving in the universe and encountering such chaos. I had long heard of the disorder in the nearby star systems, yet I never anticipated it would be this tumultuous. Fortunately, there is a silver lining. The entire world seems to echo the same sentiments. At that moment, an octopus-like alien soared into view, effortlessly evading the soldier's gunfire and landing before the imposing figure. "Allow me to take the first turn." The leading oddity nodded and activated the combat power tester resting upon his left eye. Upon observing the results, he nodded approvingly. "You possess great courage. I shall grant you an opportunity." He removed his upper garment and laid down his weapon. It was then that Lie Chunga discerned the visage of his opponent, who bore a striking resemblance to earthlings, standing nearly 2 meters tall, yet with blue skin adorned by silver lines, adding an air of mystery to his otherwise bizarre form. In stark contrast, the 1.6-meter-tall octopus person appeared frail, akin to dried fish. A Neptunian, with a fish head, I presume? Humph, you should remember my name, Avon. Faced with Avon's arrogance, the fish-headed being was incensed and launched an attack, leveraging his 6 additional appendages for a clear combat advantage. The fishhead moved with remarkable speed, his punches landing faster than Avon could respond, leaving him in a state of passive defense. Watching the 1.6-meter figure assault the nearly 2-meter-tall opponent, Lie Chunga sensed something amiss. Furrowing his brow, he refused to believe that anyone would willingly seek their demise. Scanning the surroundings, his gaze settled on a shadow not far away. "Fishhead, is it? How utterly disappointing. Another whose combat prowess fails to match their bravado." Just as Avon prepared to retaliate, the fishhead donned an eerie smile, and to Avon's astonishment, 3 identical figures appeared beside him. In unison, they clung to Avon. "Ha ha, you have lost. Once ensnared by us, escape is impossible." The fishhead laughed heartily, his once normal arms now adorned with numerous suction cups, firmly affixed to Avon's body. Despite Avon's evident struggles, he found himself immobilized, feeling the toxins seeping from the suction cups. Yet, rather than panic, he appeared intrigued as he gazed at the duplicates. Is this a technique of duplication? However, it was not. These beings were his kin, possessing a unique gift of mimicry, eagerly awaiting this very moment. "If you wish to survive, you must hasten and lead us away." The fish head threatened with an ominous opening, yet Avon chuckled, remarking that the rare species of camouflage was indeed commendable, implying that they need not perish. "Die? Of course I shall not," retorted Avon, though the fish head paid him no heed, instead commanding his kin to proceed outside. Observing the fish head's disregard for him, Avon felt a surge of anger as he was dragged towards the exit. "I am infuriated. How dare you underestimate me?" Avon bellowed, unleashing a powerful aura that shattered the surrounding ruins. The unfortunate octopus beings were torn asunder by the force of his wrath. Excited by the display, Avon's companion sighed. "Avon, you are reckless. This is a rare species. If you fail this mission, you shall join them," they warned. Avon, grinning foolishly, replied, "It's merely a moment of exhilaration. Look, there's still one unscathed. What are you waiting for? Save him." As the soldiers cleared the battlefield, Avon once again proclaimed, "Who else stands against me?" Faced with such formidable strength, many opted to retreat in search of alternate routes, hoping that others would deplete the enemy's strength in the process. Chapter 69. Explosive form. The defeat of the octopus beings did not instill fear in the others. Rather, it ignited a glimmer of hope, prompting them to emerge one after another. Of course, some overly clever individuals chose to retreat, seeking alternate paths while wishing for others to exhaust their opponent's energy. Stronger entities, too, did not dare to impede the exit of the three peculiar beings, allowing them to depart unchallenged. Yet, once they left this place, where could they possibly go? Let us not forget that this is the adversary's spacecraft. Lie Chunga remained, patiently awaiting the arrival of the cosmic enforcer, Jack, yet he was met with disappointment. What a stroke of bad luck. Outside, Avon continued to lament the headquarters' actions while idly toying with the corpses of the vanquished, seemingly not yet satiated. At that moment, Lie Chunga slowly stepped forth, unperturbed by the multitude of weapons aimed at him. Avon promptly activated the scanner, but his smile froze. Power level 500? So weak. How dare you venture out? Are you not afraid of death? Could I possibly remain hidden? Lie Chunga replied with resignation. You appear so impatient. What if someone were to fall into a trap? That would be quite embarrassing. Avon paused, scratching the back of his head as he glanced at his companions. After a moment's hesitation, he responded, "There's a shortage of personnel down there. You'd likely be conscripted as a miner. It's a case of repurposing the useless." His companion shook his head, countering, "Not necessarily. Those who remain are mostly inept. Sending them to the mines would merely serve to bolster the resources of those in power. It would be a waste, better to discard them as space debris." As the two conversed, it became evident that they were resolute in denying any chance of survival to those left behind. Lie Chunga felt a sense of relief regarding his decision. From their discourse, he discerned a palpable respect for the strong and a disdain for the weak. In such a climate, how could any mercy be extended to the cowardly? Lie Chunga found himself with no avenue for retreat, unleashing his fierce aura as he declared, "You are formidable. I must exert my utmost effort, yet you may sustain injuries. Is that acceptable?" On couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by the audacity of someone who appeared so feeble, speaking with such bravado. Clearly, he was not the astute individual On had anticipated. "Surely you do not intend to defecate in your pants?" On paused, momentarily questioning whether he too was a traveler from another realm. However, his companion interjected, "On, pay attention. This one is rare, seemingly capable of concealing his combat prowess." On dismissed the notion with disdain, swiftly approaching Lie Chunga, gazing down at him with haughty superiority. Lie Chunga, undeterred, lifted his chin defiantly, standing face to face with On. A fire of determination flickered in his eyes. How intriguing. Instinctively, On threw a punch, only for Lie Chunga to evade it with a slight tilt of his head. The mockery in his gaze unmistakable. On, unwilling to concede, threw another punch, followed by a kick, both of which met with failure. The two remained locked in a stare, yet the intensity of their gazes shifted. On, incredulous, regarded him with newfound respect, retracting his earlier bravado as he took a step back and bowed slightly, saying, "It appears I have underestimated you. I apologize for my earlier words." Raising his head, On's eyes were ablaze with the fervor of battle, a desire that Lie Chunga had encountered before. "As a mark of respect, allow me to defeat you," On declared, unleashing a torrent of speed and strikes, his fists slicing through the air like colossal waves. Yet, Lie Chunga remained unyielding, akin to a lone boat amidst a tempest, impervious to the onslaught. "Impossible. How can this be?" On finally halted, bewildered, questioning why. "Why can I sense that your speed is inferior to mine, yet I cannot land a blow?" A moment of reflection led Lie Chunga to liken On to a naive child, prompting him to impart wisdom. "Your fundamentals are lacking. There are intricacies even in the art of striking." With that, Lie Chunga advanced, prompting On to retreat, only to discover that each of his strikes fell short. Met by the force of Lie Chunga's counterblows, On struggled to comprehend, sensing an unsettling dissonance. After all, the notion of precognition seemed utterly absurd. Lie Chunga, exasperated by On's ignorance, replied, "It is not precognition, but perception. When you prepare to strike, your muscles inform me of your intent. Your shoulders reveal whether your punch will come from the left or the right, and the arc of your swing indicates whether it will be a jab or a hook. Your body communicates all of this to me. Do you not sense something amiss? Lie Chunga pointed to his own nose. On instinctively wiped his face, discovering blood, his own blood. I am injured. This cannot be. His punches were so weak. In response to On's bewilderment, Lie Chunga offered an unfiltered explanation. Your strikes are divided into internal and external forces, with the internal being capable of delivering devastating impact. For those like you, relying solely on basic defensive techniques, my internal strength proves overwhelmingly effective. Yet previously, I refrained from employing it, fearing I might inadvertently inflict internal injuries, akin to the peculiar ailments faced by son Wukong. Now, while my external force may be challenging to breach, my internal strength can indeed harm your vital organs. My actual combat prowess has likely surpassed 1500. Evan pondered, realizing he still did not comprehend what his opponent was saying. He shook his head, casting aside distractions. He absolutely could not allow them to mock him. How splendid. I never anticipated encountering an adversary of your caliber. It is indeed an honor. In gratitude, I shall unleash my full potential. A slight hint. My combat power stands at a formidable 1,200. Observing his haughty demeanor, Lie Chunga began to grasp the pride inherent in science. After all, even lower-ranked warriors could possess combat power ranging from 1,005 to 600. Seeing that Lie Chunga remained unfazed, Evan felt a surge of anger. His aura erupted, and the silver lines adorning his body began to pulsate, emanating a faint silvery glow as his energy surged dramatically. The explosive energy coursed through his cells, compelling them to roar uncontrollably, diverting their focus. Indeed, was it true that the louder the roar, the stronger the warrior? Yet, this roar paled in comparison to son Wukong's. The two other blue Originians were taken aback, for ordinarily, a rare being like Lie Chunga would have already qualified to exit the fray without the need for further combat. Before one of them could voice this thought, he was restrained by his companion. Their mission was solely to prevent anyone from causing a hysterical disruption to the spacecraft. Once Evan's fury subsided, he reveled in the immense power coursing through him, proudly declaring, "This is the battle stance of us blue Originians. We refer to it as the burst mode. To compel me into such a form should fill you with honor." Faced with Evan's arrogant demeanor, the last remnants of goodwill in Lie Chunga's heart evaporated, and he could not help but smirk. "I advise you to pay heed to your injuries. Should you perish, I would find myself in quite the predicament. Is that so?" As he observed his opponent's rapid approach, Lie Chunga sensed that Evan's form was upon him before he could react, delivering a fierce blow. What followed was the prince's combat technique. In the midst of burst mode, Evan's demeanor appeared distinctly unhinged. Even his companions recognized this state, and promptly instructed the tech team to shrink the energy shield. Lie Chunga inwardly cursed the madness of his foe. Evan, undeterred, charged into the haze, engaging in a fierce battle with Lie Chunga. Tiger step, phoenix wings, turtle defense, azure dragon encircle. It felt as though he had returned to the moment he first encountered Tao Bai Bai. As Evan's overwhelming speed and strength crushed all techniques under the weight of sheer velocity, the only option left was to continually bolster his defenses, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. The dilemma now was that Evan's so-called burst mode resembled a berserk state, rendering him oblivious to his own injuries. Continuing this way would surely lead to his own grievous harm, while Evan remained impervious. Death was not the issue. The concern lay in whether he could escape after slaying him. Was it necessary to resort to that technique he had developed? No, it was not yet perfected. As focus shifted, he was sent careening like a ball. Yet, Evan seemed entirely unaware of his own wounds, relentlessly attacking with unbridled fervor, exclaiming with delight, "What a thrill!" Thrill indeed. Lie Chunga gritted his teeth, deliberately suppressing his aura, feigning unconsciousness. Evan, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Do not let him die. Send him to the repair chamber. He was elated, while his two companions were left despondent. In this battered battlefield, would they truly need to provide a repair chamber? Evan, have you lost your mind? Using the recovery chamber for him? Are you not afraid of the general demoting you again? Evan, however, remained indifferent, retorting, "What do you understand? This young man possesses unique abilities and can conceal his combat power. If he were to perish in such a manner, the general would surely hold me accountable." His two companions, rendered speechless by Evan's spirited defense, ultimately relented, stating, "You shall bear all consequences." "Humph, I shall bear them, indeed," Evan declared, casting a deep gaze at Lie Chunga before deactivating the explosive mode. The next moment, he felt the world spinning, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Bewildered, He could only extend his hand and demand, "Prepare a recovery chamber for me as well." The so-called recovery chamber is a sophisticated healing apparatus, resembling an immense upright container filled with a special energy liquid capable of mending all manner of injuries. Once Lie Chunga was fitted with a respirator, he was unceremoniously placed within such a device. As he began to feel the restoration of his body, he let out a sigh of relief. His suspicions had been confirmed. Only by displaying sufficient value could one qualify to survive without facing brainwashing, labor exploitation, or experimental treatments. After all, rarity confers value. Survival achieved. His next consideration was to grow stronger and escape this passive predicament. "Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it," he mused. Especially since even defeating a mere minion proved to be such a strenuous endeavor. Immersed in the nutrient solution, Lie Chunga gradually settled into a meditative posture, palms facing the heavens. This nutrient liquid is indeed a remarkable substance. Although its healing effects do not rival that of the mythical magic beans, the energy contained within is readily absorbable, reminiscent of the body-refining liquid mentioned in ancient teachings. Regardless of whether one practices external techniques or internal energy, the extent of one's cultivation is determined by one's constitution. Excessive practice can lead to a loss of balance and counterproductive results. However, the body-refining liquid can alleviate fatigue and afford practitioners significantly more time for training. This is a breakthrough. Initially believing that 4 years would be insufficient to transcend to the diamond realm, he now glimpsed a flicker of hope. Coming to the universe was indeed a fortuitous decision. Gradually utilizing the nutrient solution, he began to mend the fatigue within his body and the latent injuries from his forced breakthroughs. His cultivation system prioritized nurturing, enhancing the potential within. Although he brimmed with potential, the chaotic events he faced compelled him to unleash his abilities for breakthroughs. Such impulsive advancements invariably created contradictions for future growth. Now, this nutrient solution could circumvent those issues. Lie Chunga, consumed by greed, observed as the liquid within the recovery chamber rapidly diminished in the eyes of the scientists. They recognized that under such circumstances, even the mightiest warrior would be restored in mere moments. Yet, this individual not only showed no signs of improvement, but seemed to be absorbing even more nutrient solution. The nutrient liquid was exceedingly precious, and providing it to an extraterrestrial being was already a breach of protocol. As they pondered this anomaly, the mechanism of the recovery chamber was triggered, refilling the liquid once more. The overseers, alarmed, hastily reported the situation to their superiors. "This is dire news, General." The two subordinates, flustered and at a loss, ultimately decided to inform their highest authority, the general, even at the risk of incurring Avon's wrath. Unbeknownst to him, the recovery chamber seemed to possess a hypnotic effect, as Lie Chunga unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber during his cultivation. This marks the first time in a long while that he has experienced such profound slumber. In the realm of dreams, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, as if he had been cleaved in two, possessing a unique perspective. Before he could delve deeper into this extraordinary feeling, a wave of impending danger jolted him awake. Yet, Lie Chunga did not open his eyes. He sensed that he was bound and being transported to an unknown destination. How miserly! Was it merely a small amount of nutrient solution? How could they treat him this way? It seemed there were more than one person around him. Just as he contemplated speaking, a surge of high-voltage electricity coursed through his restrained hands. Observing the gleeful expressions of others, Lie Chunga comprehended his dire predicament. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the compartment of an unusual armored vehicle, his hands shackled with peculiar metallic restraints. The others within the vehicle appeared similar to him, and he harbored grave suspicions that they were survivors from the wreckage of that spaceship. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a halt, and a being from Blue Source Star instructed him to disembark. More vehicles arrived, and numerous individuals descended. With a sense of bewilderment, Lie Chunga stepped out, his gaze immediately drawn to a colossal sword-shaped structure piercing the clouds, surrounding a vast bowl-like arena. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than a coliseum. What was happening? Wasn't he in a recovery chamber? Now, he found himself in a cultivation state. How miserly! Was it simply for absorbing a bit of body-refining liquid? Had he truly been sold? It turned out this incident had attracted the attention of an official even higher than AI-1, who not only severed the supply but also administered a copious amount of hypnotic liquid, rendering him truly unconscious. As he surveyed his surroundings, murmurs of confusion filled the air. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome to the cosmic arena. Lie Chunga looked up to the sky, where a jester seemed to traverse the firmament. Could it be? Were they truly regarded as slaves, as gladiators? Glancing around the viewing stands, he noted an abundance of screens, surrounded by a diverse assembly of races. Strangely, he could only hear the host's voice, while the others remained utterly silent. Chapter 71. The slaughter in the arena. As he surveyed the scene, he was surrounded by a myriad of extraterrestrial beings, many of whom bore grotesque visages, far more terrifying than the beasts on Earth. Some appeared calm, as if they understood the unfolding events, while others trembled in fear, seeking refuge in the shadows. A few licked their lips, gazing hungrily at everyone. Did aliens not conform to human standards either? Most present, despite their varied forms, shared commonalities: noses, eyes, ears, resembling humanoids, albeit with differing features, often enhanced with additional limbs, tails, and ears. While Lie Chunga scrutinized the crowd, he noticed that some spectators were observing him. Among them was none other than AI-1, the very adversary he had battled. He appeared remarkably unremarkable. Are you certain he can survive? To comprehend the gravity of the situation, one must realize that his demise equates to your own downfall. The imposing figure of the blue source onlooker remained indifferent, while Avon gazed at his wounds, which even the most potent nutritional serums could not mend. He nodded solemnly, murmuring, "You must pull through, or else the nutrients you have absorbed will be in vain." Within the arena, the celestial host continued to expound upon the illustrious history of Blue Source Star. Lie Chunga grasped the general context, understanding that he had disembarked from the spacecraft and arrived at the most renowned locale of Blue Source Star, the cosmic arena. Here, it served not only as a battleground but also as a casino and a venue for selecting fighters for an enigmatic overlord. Enough of the preamble, the host declared. Esteemed guests, please choose your preferred contenders. Here, I, Little Seven, wish you all the best in achieving the grand prize. And now, let the contest commence. With a resounding click, the shackles binding everyone were released, leading to a variety of reactions, most opting for resignation. A handful charged toward the spectator stands. But upon making contact with the walls, they were reduced to mere ash with a cacophony of crackling sounds. With barriers in place, those possessing cleverness attempted to launch energy blasts, only to be met with laughter from the audience. Some spectators, from beyond the barrier, taunted the participants as if they were teasing monkeys in a zoo. Cunning individuals pursued the airborne host, but alas, the host's capabilities remained shrouded in mystery, and the speed of his aerial craft was astonishing. With a thunderous rumble, the gates slowly ascended, revealing an ominous passage, which filled Lie Chunga with foreboding. As expected, a cadre of figures emerged, their malevolent aura palpable even before they were fully visible. Impressive, the host remarked, gesturing toward the door behind the row of individuals. Chasing them is futile. The passage behind them is your only chance at survival. Faced with the host's nonchalant demeanor, the crowd gritted their teeth, ultimately compelled to turn their gaze toward the indicated direction, rather than attempting to seize the host as leverage. Escaping through the door amidst the chaos appeared to be the most prudent means of survival. There were 7 individuals in total, their eyes glinting with mockery as they surveyed the arena's occupants. Indeed, this was a gladiatorial arena, transformed from a battle between beasts to a chaotic conflict among extraterrestrials. Such is the perversion of humanity. Wherever there are people, the grotesque spectacle shall persist. The 7 figures aligned themselves, savoring the quiet adoration of the crowd. Above, several VIP seats appeared, filled with intrigued onlookers. Wait, surely, this cannot be so unfortunate, he thought, recognizing the prominent figures accompanied by guards donned with a distinctive single-lens device. This was none other than the iconic battle power scanner from Dragon Ball. While 1 or 2 might be manageable, a cluster suggested a dire probability. He fervently hoped that he was not entangled with them. Otherwise, having departed Earth to confront Frisia, only to be captured by his minions, would be an utter disgrace. At that moment of astonishment, 7 projection screens gradually materialized in the sky, each displaying fluctuating numbers in the upper right corner. As the noble spectators waved their hands, the numbers ceased their erratic dance. Then came his indifferent voice, "Begin." As soon as the words fell, the 7 individuals, who had been eagerly rubbing their hands together, sprang into action with remarkable speed. Heads rolled, bodies were sent flying, and energy projectiles struck their targets. At that moment, a diminutive figure with white hair and red skin charged forth, introduced by the host as the Red Demon. Clearly, he was dismissed as a minor character. A single energy blast was bestowed upon him before the assailant swiftly retreated, showing no sign of hesitation. Lie Chunga sidestepped the energy projectile, which unfortunate soul behind him bore the brunt, resulting in an explosion of energy and dust. In mere moments, the surroundings were awash with various hues of blood. A heavy expression crossed his face as he lamented, "How brutal! Is this the essence of the universe? The survival of the fittest?" Yet, he thought, this also meant he could act without mercy. Observing the 7 individuals clearing the field, or rather, competing for points, they determined victory by the number of kills. Perhaps these slaughtered lambs were meticulously chosen, for the presence of combat power testing devices rendered this arena a veritable massacre. Even hidden strengths could not remain concealed in such a setting. Shaking his head, he mused that surviving in such an environment was simple for him. But what lay ahead? One step at a time, he thought. Perhaps one day he would encounter son Wukong, still in opposition. As he moved through the throng of 7, the aristocrats in the sky received some news, and a faint smile graced their faces as they instructed their subordinates. Soon, the screens in the sky displayed the same face. And even the host, upon receiving the information, gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Our esteemed Lord Frollo has raised the stakes. Now, anyone who kills this individual will not only earn 100 points, but also gain the opportunity to join Lord Frollo's personal guard. This bounty is valid for everyone." As the announcement echoed, silence enveloped the arena for a fleeting second before a powerful uproar erupted. Only Lie Chunga remained, staring at the projection, cursing internally, for the face displayed was his own. Had that foolish giant perished? Or was it due to my excessive absorption of the nutrient liquid? The previously chaotic slaughter ceased abruptly, and the crowd began to seek out Lie Chunga, not for the sake of joining the guard, but merely to survive. The 7-member team's eyes gleamed with excitement as they resumed their killing spree while simultaneously searching for his whereabouts. The arena was vast yet constricted. Although Lie Chunga possessed the ability to suppress his presence, he could not hinder the gazes of others. "Found you," shouted Sean, one of the 7, a professional assassin, whose swift and elongated figure donned silver armor that exuded an intimidating aura. At that moment, he bared sharp teeth, crouched upon a victim, fixating his gaze on Lie Chunga. The unfortunate individual beneath him was not spared from the dire consequences, suffering a painful fate from the assassin's tale. Chapter 72. A bunch of madmen witnessing such a thrilling spectacle, the host soared above the 2 combatants, fervently shouting, "Found it! Our blood-spiked contestant has made the discovery. Will he seize the opportunity?" As the 2 engaged in battle, the host was about to provide commentary when urgent news relayed from the front lines reached his ears. "Great news! Great news! Dear audience, according to the latest intelligence just received, the contestant being hunted is a rare individual capable of manipulating combat prowess. A force not to be underestimated. Look, he is engaged in an intense battle with Bloodthorn, neither side yielding." Lie Chunga, unable to hear the host's shouts, would surely have delivered a sharp retort, declaring it a blatant truth. At this moment, he weaves through the crowd, desperately evading the relentless pursuit of Sean, the infamous assassin. This adversary, renowned for his lethal skills, is indeed formidable, armed to the teeth and exceptionally challenging to confront. Moreover, the figure before him possesses speed rivaling that of son Wukong, his agility surpassing all expectations, while his tail resembles a spear, rendering him nearly impossible to defend against. Caught off guard, Lie Chunga has already sustained several cuts. However, Sean is not without his troubles, having endured several blows in return. Noticing a distance forming between himself and the other predators, Lie Chunga decides to stand his ground and suddenly turns to face his opponent. "You are a worthy adversary. But do you know this? The hunter is always hunted. Being formidable does not solely signify exceptional ability. Rather, your inhuman combat style hones your skills, bridging the gap between you and the extraordinary." In response to Lie Chunga's counterattack, Sean remains undeterred, leveraging his advantages to launch a relentless assault. His tail, akin to a venomous serpent, lies poised to strike at any moment. "Apologies. I see through your moves." With a shift in his aura, Lie Chunga adopts a harmonious blend of softness and strength, invoking the power of the Xuanwu to stabilize the chaos around him. Sean is taken aback, acutely aware that everything seems to have accelerated. No, it is he who has slowed down. What is happening? With no time for further contemplation, Lie Chunga advances, his palm, as large as a cauldron, slowly closing in. Yet, as Sean anticipates evasion, he watches helplessly as Lie Chunga's hand connects with him. Instantly, his body is propelled away, uncontrollably. My heavens, Bloodthorn has failed. Nevertheless, it matters not, for others have already taken notice of this encounter. Bloodthorn, you must step up. Do not let others steal your glory. No sooner had the words been spoken than energy spheres began to rain down upon their previous location, generating a cloud of smoke. The one who arrived first was not the short figure responsible for the energy spheres, but rather a towering 3-meter-tall alien brute. To everyone's astonishment, he took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful gust, dispersing the smoke as if a tempest had swept through. This one is mine. Upon seeing Lie Chunga, the brute's joy was palpable as he barreled forward like a bulldozer. Alas, why does it feel as if everyone considers him mere prey? Even a Buddha has his limits. Let alone Lie Chunga. Faced with the oncoming brute, he coldly commanded, deflect, transform, use a featherweight to counter a ton, return whence you came. The charging brute was ensnared by Lie Chunga, who deftly maneuvered around him, sending him back with a powerful shove. Danger! A chill ran down Lie Chunga's spine as a cold glimmer appeared. Sean had returned. Damn it! He dares to come back. Lie Chunga, despite sidestepping, could not evade the stinger of his adversary. With fierce determination, he unleashed the internal energy that lingered upon Sean, striking him with a series of unrelenting punches. Sean's fighting spirit proved remarkably resilient. Even as he soared through the air, racked with pain, he managed to seize an opportunity to retaliate. His mouth agape. He unleashed an energy beam that forced Lie Chunga to retreat. Just as he contemplated pursuing the bothersome assassin, he noticed the blood seeping from his chest, an unsettling black hue. Poison. Swiftly, he employed his internal energy to seal his acupoints, preventing the venom from spreading. Yet, before he could further address the situation, an energy bomb surged towards him. Truly vexing. Gritting his teeth, he recognized that remaining passive was not an option. He must take the initiative to secure victory. Otherwise, lingering in inactivity might lead to a calamitous downfall, a laughable misfortune indeed. Focusing ahead, his immediate concern was the energy bomb enthusiast. This individual, though diminutive in stature, radiated a powerful aura that overshadowed everyone present. Do not flee. The barbarian, having regained his composure, followed suit alongside Lie Chunga. As the short figure perceived Lie Chunga's advance, he emitted a piercing shriek, carelessly hurling energy orbs in every direction. The carnage surrounding him seemed to invigorate him as he danced about, seemingly engaged in some macabre ritual. A lunatic. Such a blatant disregard for life infuriated Lie Chunga, igniting within him an unprecedented desire to eliminate this foe. You are mine. Blocking his path stood the leader of the 7 marauders, the fish-headed man. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he was sent flying by the barbarian's kick. Get lost. He is mine. The barbarian's elation was short-lived as the energy bomb detonated upon the marauder, propelling him away. Observing the chaos among the marauders, Lie Chunga found himself torn between laughter and tears. Alas, with differing cultivation systems, the marauders appeared indistinguishable from the slain foes at first glance. It seemed that apart from Sean, none regarded him as a significant threat, viewing him merely as an opponent to be conquered. A horde of madmen. Undeterred, Lie Chunga approached the bomb enthusiast, who once again emitted an unpleasant sound. Boom. A visible energy shield enveloped him, thwarting the attack. The bomb enthusiast roared, infinite cannon. Countless energy spheres materialized around him, soon cascading like meteors in a relentless barrage. The indiscriminate bombardment plunged the arena into chaos, shrouding everything in dust and obscuring the scene within. The nobles in the sky and the spectators surrounding them did not hesitate to cheer and shout, for they were witnessing the rise of an unexpected dark horse, one with the potential to turn the tide. The host, quick-witted, remarked, "Who would have guessed today's match would unfold so spectacularly? Our organizers have decided to enhance the betting options. You may now wager on the Marauders' victory. Time is limited. Hurry and lend your support." Before the words had fully left his lips, Lie Chunga emerged from the smoke, gripping the lifeless body of the bomb enthusiast. Casting a glance around at the frenzied extraterrestrials, he could not help but raise his middle finger in defiance. Yet, instead of inciting anger, the extraterrestrials perceived his gesture as a display of character, eagerly placing their bets on him. Even the nobility of the sky has begun to discuss him. He possesses character, albeit his strength is somewhat lacking. If he can survive, perhaps he should be cast into the arena for training. Ah, indeed. This young fellow must have been sent by that rascal, Avon. Let us casually throw him in as well. The nobles of the Azure Star in the heavens will not make any irrational choices in response to his provocations. In their eyes, there exists only that which is valuable and that which is not. Chapter 73. The Colorful One. The battle rages on. and the previously solitary marauders have begun to turn on one another, incited by the presence of Lie Chunga. The thrilling combat ignites the crowd into a frenzy. Is this brutal violence truly the law of survival in the universe? As Lie Chunga surveys the scene around him, he cannot help but acknowledge that the events of the past few days have profoundly altered his worldview. He has lived in a realm of peace, even within the Dragon Ball universe. Once, he longed fervently for battle, yearning for a stage like this. Now, having had his wish granted, he finds no joy in it. Some things, seemingly ordinary, reveal their invaluable worth only upon loss. Lie Chunga, perplexed, gazes at the corpse in his hands before hastily discarding it. The shock on his face is unmistakable. The breath has indeed fled, the heart has ceased its rhythm, and even the mental vibrations have dissipated. The corpse of the diminutive figure twisted unnaturally, rising to its feet. The onlookers, absorbed in the chaos, paid it no heed. In a venue soaked with blood, such an occurrence is chilling. Though the scene remains unaffected, part of the audience outside the protective barrier is struck with fear. Humans instinctively dread the incomprehensible. The host, understanding the gravity of the situation, activates the deceased's information and proclaims loudly, "Our competitor, Salong, has encountered a peculiar situation." However, there is no need for alarm. He was the last priest of Sal Star, endowed with ancient magic. The blood upon the arena floor seems to come alive, coalescing into a colorful entity. Indeed, even in the cosmos, my unfortunate constitution remains unchanged. Gradually retreating behind the crowd, I cautiously approach the edge of the arena, testing the barrier. The peculiar currents above are insurmountable, even for me. Shaking my hands, I find myself utterly powerless against such high-tech devices. I despise high technology. As the colorful entity stirs with increasing intensity, the remaining marauders must now contend with a striking figure, purple-haired and red-skinned. Seizing the moment while the crowd's attention is captivated by the colorful one, he swiftly appears beside Lie Chunga and exclaims, "Hee hee, I've got the surprise egg." Surprise egg? Is this how they refer to him? Lie Chunga swiftly retaliates with a slap, followed by a kick that sends the assailant flying towards the colorful entity. The latter, caught off guard by the ambush, is momentarily stunned. Once the colorful one seizes him, he unleashes a formidable aura in response. His abilities laid bare before the myriad eyes. Some regard him with trepidation, others with covetous desire, while a brutish figure strides forward, looking down with disdain and declaring, "You," boom. A fist landed heavily upon the barbarian, accompanied by an invisible wave of force that rippled behind him. The barbarian, robust and composed, declared it did not hurt. The relentless barrage of punches fell like rain, and eventually, the barbarian could no longer endure, bending at the waist, attempting to grasp at his assailant, but finding only air. "Damn it, can't I finish my sentence yet?" Lie Chunga turned a deaf ear, stating coldly, "I beg your pardon, but I do not appreciate being spoken to from a position of superiority." Approaching the colorful figure slowly. Before he could act, an energy orb struck the colorful entity, causing vibrant liquid to splatter everywhere. Lie Chunga inevitably became splashed, while the colorful figure grew increasingly agitated, eventually twisting into a silhouette that abruptly vanished. A mournful cry pierced the air. It was a bystander, clearly set up to incite infighting among them, thus launching a sneak attack. However, it was unexpected that this colorful entity would target the weak. The vanished figure reappeared, eerily merging with the man's body, as if attempting to emerge, and indeed, it had already begun to take shape, its raspy voice roaring, "Not enough. Still not enough." The sight sent chills down the spines of onlookers. At that moment, the task in the sky shifted once more, revealing a projection of the colorful figure, offering double points for its destruction. Points? It seemed to be of significant importance. "Apologies. This is Dragon Ball, not some bizarre cultivation realm." As he spoke, he was already before the colorful entity, delivering a powerful punch that caused it to writhe in agony. "Can you truly strike me?" In response to the taunt, Lie Chunga wiped the residue from his hands and replied with a cold smirk, "Naturally." The greatest obstacle in their lineage's cultivation was the demonic influence. Yet once one became demonized, their power would surge, with some transforming into demon humans endowed with incredible abilities. Some among them bore a striking resemblance to this liquid existence, essentially a transformation of life itself into a liquid form. Thus, conventional attacks proved ineffective. Only those imbued with mental assault could inflict real damage. Regrettably for the others present, he was capable of mental attacks and had even acquired a faint sense. On the verge of advancing to the second tier, thinking of escape, Lie Chunga's speed was remarkable, and the remaining survivors were no pushovers either. As the two engaged in a chase, onlookers hastily cleared a path. Just as Lie Chunga was about to deliver a fatal blow, a flurry of energy orbs came hurtling towards him, attempting to snatch the kill. Fools! He simultaneously dispelled the incoming energy spheres while eyeing the strongest among the assailants. One of the 7 marauders, yet the colorful figure appeared significantly weakened, struggling within its host. Upon seeing Lie Chunga, the man swiftly retreated, panic evident in his demeanor. Run if you wish to die? The opponent moved swiftly, visible to Lie Chunga yet unattainable, leaving him to watch coldly. Gradually, Lie Chunga noted a change in the gazes of the crowd, their eyes filled with trepidation and a hint of possessiveness. Indeed, the colorful figure had become insignificant. His life was worth far more than that of the colorful entity. Not only did he possess points, but he could also become a noble guardian, gaining access to resources and a chance at survival. Whether marauders or victims, he was undoubtedly a coveted prize. Certainly, the most significant aspect lies in his speed. Among the 7 marauders, the alien, covered in grotesque nodules, gathered energy orbs in his hands and hurled them with ferocity. Present were both the astute and the deranged. In any case, centered around him, countless energy orbs erupted. As the dust settled, few remained on the battlefield. While Lie Chunga stood unscathed, albeit tattered and worn, trampling upon the nodule-clad alien. You think such poorly crafted energy orbs can vanquish me? Lie Chunga couldn't help but scoff. Nearly everyone here instinctively launched their energy orbs, creating a spectacle of explosions, yet the damage dealt was pitiably meager. It was no wonder that in the original storyline, the aliens utilizing energy orbs at the outset were merely posturing. True lethality still resided in the power of their fists. What a waste of such promising talent. Chapter 74. The terror of over 10,000 combat power, each individual present was a paragon of their respective planets. Their talents undoubtedly remarkable. Regrettably, their ignorance of cultivation left them reliant solely on innate gifts. The energy orbs they flung were incomparable to those wielded by son Wukong and his companions. Who else seeks to end my life? The imposing Lie Chunga instilled fear in all. Following a brief calm, the fragile alliance began to fracture. The marauders, no fools, recognized that their extraordinary abilities rendered cooperation unnecessary. At last, someone made a move, and thus the slaughter resumed. Lie Chunga strolled through the chaos with ease, occasionally evading energy orbs or frenzied assassins. There, he spotted a figure trembling on the ground. Yet, in Lie Chunga's eyes, he was the enigmatic life form he sought. This time, Lie Chunga approached with caution, placing his palm upon the individual and methodically erasing him with his inner energy. I refuse to believe you can resurrect from this. Perhaps the offerings to the other party were insufficient, or perhaps they had concealed themselves. In any case, Lie Chunga could not detect their presence. What drew his attention was the violet-haired figure standing resolutely at the entrance. Appearing no different from a human, their methods were ruthlessly brutal. Anyone who dared to approach was met with merciless execution. Gradually, other hidden masters like himself were noticed by the host, receiving special labels and projected into the sky. It seemed I was not the only unfortunate one. Out of curiosity, he wondered how those who survived without entering would be dealt with. Much like himself, possessing considerable strength yet able to navigate among the marauders unharmed, he awaited to see how they would manage the situation. Time passed, and the number of survivors dwindled. With a prolonged absence of slaughter. Suddenly, with the resounding clang of a gong, a unique sound reverberated throughout the arena, compelling everyone to instinctively cover their ears without exception. Even the protective shield trembled under the resonance, as if on the verge of shattering. What was this sound? It pierced the very soul, a manifestation of spiritual power. How could they possess such strength? The force that penetrated the soul would surely give even Frisia pause. At this moment, Lie Chunga set aside his disdain. Realizing that although these individuals may lack the cultivation methods of earthlings, their ability to survive in the cosmos and secure their place must be grounded in reason. Existence itself is justification. Alas, the conclusion of the competition is truly disheartening. Nonetheless, for you all, rejoice and exult, for you have earned the right to continue living. As for the predators, behold the leaderboard. The host enlivened the atmosphere, yet this is a casino where some cheer while others lament. With the protective shield lifted, the voices of the spectators reached the crowd. Among the shouts, the name Lie Chunga was most frequently heard, albeit not by his name. The victors hailed him as the war god, while the vanquished referred to him as the pitiful dog. The sentiments of the onlookers did not concern Lie Chunga, who remained fixated on the rankings. Besides the predators, Others also appeared on the board. Had they not killed, thus earning fewer points? His rank was quite low, with scant points to his name. However, this was of little consequence. Observing the survivors, all of whom possessed extraordinary abilities, he murmured to himself. It seems this massacre serves as a form of selection. The only escape here lay beyond that ominous door, through which most of the strong had already ventured, leaving the rest in hesitant anticipation. Among them, none could affect one another. Continuing the competition held no meaning. Did they not fear our vengeance? Such contests surely would not be singular. Inevitably, some would spiral into hysteria and retaliate once the competition concluded. Regrettably, this time, none dared to act. A band of cowards. Among the aristocrats of the Blue Source clan in the sky, one of the guards descended slowly, initially intending to set an example. He found not a single soul willing to strike. Facing the remaining crowd, he could not help but express disdain. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted, accompanied by a resonance of energy, forming a flame-like wave around him. This energy wave, a phenomenon only achievable with 1,000 combat power, emanated effortlessly from the individual before them, whose strength likely exceeded that threshold. I offer you a choice: enter or perish. The crowd instinctively recoiled, a blend of fear and reluctance coursing through them. Lie Chunga was no exception. However, in the next moment, he felt an icy chill as the powerful guard appeared behind him without his notice. Fear not, for this is the haven of the strong and the hell of the weak. You may even find joy here. The voice, though subdued, resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. 10,000 combat power may seem trivial to those familiar with Dragon Ball, yet in reality, it holds considerable weight even across the universe. Let us not forget that even 4 years hence, Vegeta, with a mere 18,000 combat power, managed planet trade. How formidable! Is this what it means to possess over 10,000 combat power? Lie Chunga clenched his fists tightly, not out of fear, but exhilaration. This time, he truly felt the terrifying swiftness of power. Henceforth, his adversaries would only grow stronger. I must grow stronger. Casting a deep glance at his opponent, he stepped through the grand door as the leader, with the others, despite their reluctance, following in his wake. As one enters, the corridor begins narrow, gradually expanding into a vast expanse where hundreds of elevators stand at the ready. Once aboard an elevator and ascending to the pinnacle, even before stepping out, one can behold the grandeur outside, vast and towering, teeming with inhabitants reminiscent of a beehive. Yet, curiously, many individuals lie prostrate on the ground. Surrounding them are numerous extraterrestrials, their gazes laced with a hint of mockery. Before any questions could arise, an unexpected force of suction emerged from outside the elevator, pulling them forth without warning. Suddenly, an overwhelming weight bore down upon Lie Chunga, nearly causing him to kneel. Gravity. It felt as if the force was thrice that of Earth's. That he could remain upright was a feat in itself. Most of his companions had already succumbed to their knees, while some of the fortunate few who had survived the arena's battles were reduced to bloodied corpses. How could merely 3 times the gravity invoke such terror? With battle powers exceeding 1,000, bearing weights in excess of 1,000 pounds should pose no issue. Yet, the mere tripling of gravity rendered him utterly fatigued. With a stroke of luck, he managed to find some semblance of comfort, but it was not his body that struggled, it was his internal organs. One must understand that even the slightest movement of the organs could result in severe injury. Moreover, under such relentless pressure, maintaining blood circulation became a daunting challenge. My body must acclimatize. Yet, despite this acknowledgement, his insides throbbed painfully, compelling him to utilize inner energy for support. The plight of others was far worse. Although they too could harness energy, mastering the external energy was a formidable task. No wonder this place could birth beings with combat prowess surpassing 10,000. Just as he began to adapt, an extraterrestrial stepped forward, addressing the newcomers. If you can still move, proceed to the front desk to collect your new equipment. That is your hope for survival. On the wrist, an unremarkable device was affixed, housing a silver mechanism, presumably the wrist he had mentioned. My task is complete. I wish you all good fortune. With that, he turned without hesitation, evading the jests of those nearby. A newcomer instructor? Jian? Surveying the surroundings, he observed a multitude of cosmic beings. Thankfully, akin to Earth, most resembled humans, with only a few humanoid forms and an exceedingly rare non-human presence. Why are there so many blue-skinned individuals? The blue-skinned beings, known as the Blue Source people, were accompanied by typical surveillance devices and imposing, peculiar firearms. What on earth is happening? Initially resigned to a life of servitude, the situation now appeared distinctly different. A paradise for the strong, a hell for the weak? Shaking his head at the sight of the many extraterrestrials still sprawled upon the ground, he gradually approached the front desk where a blue source individual awaited with military precision. Without allowing him to utter a word, the alien promptly handed over a substantial bag of items. The most conspicuous features were the wrist and the specially tailored attire. "Aren't you going to inquire about my size?" Lie Chunga mumbled under his breath, yet refrained from voicing his concerns. What if the other party possessed advanced technology? That would be utterly embarrassing. Extracting his identification card, he discovered that it indeed bore his basic information, though some names were merely represented by numbers. Curious? The text was unfamiliar. How could he comprehend it? Before he could delve deeper into his observations, he sensed a unique presence. There he was. Bloodthorn, Sean. Lie Chunga approached, only for the other to speak first, proposing a trade. This individual was equally terse. He gestured towards Lie Chunga's chest, and then to his own. Lie Chunga was not taken aback and responded with a sly smile. "All right, shall we head to my room?" With a flourish of his identification card, he indicated that everyone could select a room here. Naturally, rooms required points. Sean hesitated briefly, then nodded, leading Lie Chunga to choose a room below. Throughout the process, Sean uttered not a single unnecessary word. His silver visage and the swaying of his tail exuded an icy demeanor. Upon entering the room, Sean turned, unfastening his specialized attire to reveal a deep black handprint embedded in his chest. "You're still alive," Lie Chunga exclaimed, surprised, as he had assumed this fellow had evaded harm or employed some medical means, not realizing the wound was directly in his chest. "Aren't you as well?" Sean replied coldly, prompting Lie Chunga to recall that he too had been poisoned, albeit his toxin was sealed within his acupoints, ready to be expelled at any moment. "The trade can proceed. However, I require different terms. I need to understand what is truly happening here," Lie Chunga stated slowly while experimenting with the machine and attire in his hands. Sean's expression shifted slightly before he responded, "Very well." Lie Chunga smirked, finding the man rather dull, and continued, "I need information about this place, as detailed as possible." Sean nodded, "Extend your hand." Instinctively, Lie Chunga extended his arm, and Sean took hold of his wrist, inserting his identification card and then pressing against his wrist, which seamlessly melded with his arm. Only then did Sean extend his slender fingers, and a familiar yet foreign mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Lie Chunga's ear. "You have received new information. Please check." Sean coldly added, "You have accepted the information. Now assist me in detoxification." Lie Chunga glanced at his wrist and then quizzically at Sean, who remained expressionless. Without further ado, he placed his hand over Sean's wound. Internal energy surged, coaxing the energy within Sean's body, and the handprint on his chest visibly faded. Sean moved slightly, then turned away without a backward glance. Lie Chunga muttered to himself, "What a peculiar individual. Nonetheless, it seems I have inadvertently stumbled upon a place that suits me well. Advanced technology, a battleground. And even the attire is specialized, lightweight, and remarkably resilient." Subsequently, a study was conducted on the wrist device, which appeared to be activated by mere thought, invisible in ordinary circumstances, and capable of altering its shape in response to one's mental commands. Once transformed into a familiar watch form, two option boxes projected onto its surface: intelligent mode, traditional mode, intelligent mode. Upon selection, a stunningly beautiful image emerged beside me, gracefully bowing and introducing itself as the Blue Source mobile device, at your service. Please bestow a name upon me for enhanced service to my master. As Lie Chunga gently touched its skin, he was surprised to find a faint tactile sensation, as though a real person had materialized. "Then I shall call you Little Blue." He then inquired, "What functions do you possess?" The mention of Little Blue cast a shadow over Lie Chunga's countenance. In the ensuing time, Lie Chunga began to extract a wealth of information from Little Blue. Damn it, I've been duped. He realized, to his dismay, that this cold-hearted entity was capable of deception. It revealed that the intelligent wrist device primarily offered consulting services, allowing access to crucial information. Furthermore, each individual's room maintained a degree of privacy, enabling its owner to summon the intelligent assistant at any moment to eliminate threats. Just then, the blaring of alarms outside indicated that many newcomers had likely fallen victim to this trap. The arena, known as the Sword Tower, served as the competitive ground on Blue Source Star. The inhabitants of Blue Source Star eschewed labor, instead providing a marketplace for intergalactic transactions. This was why Lie Chunga's spacecraft had brought him here. However, The establishment operated on a membership basis, and non-members from outside were apprehended and sent to this location. They evolved from mere guests into something akin to slaves, although it would be inaccurate to label them as such. Here, a point system was in place, allowing the strong to accrue significant points through various tasks. These points could be exchanged for luxurious items or even for the chance to leave this place, or to gain membership. Combat was the central theme here, and the recent gladiatorial arena served as an initial filter to prevent individuals like him from slipping through the cracks. Well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. The strong were plentiful, and the more powerful one became, the better the privileges enjoyed. The only discomfort for him was the fact that everyone here had been injected with nanobots, while claimed to provide protection and location tracking for convenience. It was likely more about surveillance. Fortunately, his belongings remained intact, though he would be unable to return to Earth for the time being. His possessions could be retrieved through Little Blue by paying a certain number of points, with the most crucial being a box of spatial capsules. Here, spatial technology was non-existent, and it was clear that they were oblivious to its significance. One must understand that there was a spacecraft there. Once he left the Sword Tower, he could depart at any moment. Ding! Master, a guest has arrived. Little Blue projected an image of 3 fearsome extraterrestrials at the door. Lie Chunga couldn't help but jest. These are hardly guests. Ding! Yes, identity detection indicates they are notorious as newcomer killers. Chapter 76. Provocation Newcomer Killers? Their appearance made their intentions clear. It was the perfect opportunity to stretch his limbs. Approaching the door, he regarded the 3 extraterrestrials with a playful expression, asking, "Are you the bullies come to teach the newcomers a lesson?" The assailants were taken aback by Lie Chunga's forthrightness, momentarily dumbfounded. Lie Chunga surveyed his surroundings and noticed that many onlookers had gathered. Clearly, Sean's swift departure was intended to stir up more trouble for himself. The 3 exchanged glances, and the round-headed alien at the forefront solemnly declared, "Indeed, you may not be aware, but both newcomers and veterans are required to participate in the arena battles." Lie Chunga interrupted, having gleaned this information from Sean's dossier. Residing here necessitated not only the accrual of points, but also mandatory participation in the arena battles once a month, alongside various unexpected tasks. Such regulations likely aimed to prevent formidable individuals from neglecting combat in favor of mercantile pursuits, for behind every inexplicable rule lies a peculiar tale. "Are you not afraid?" The alien sneered. "No wonder you were called out. Humph, let us see if you can still smile a month from now." He shot a menacing glance at his companions and coldly warned, "Just a heads up, my combat power is a staggering 2,300. He smirked disdainfully at Lie Chunga and addressed his 2 minions. "It's futile. Some people won't shed tears until they see the coffin." The trio erupted into laughter, one even gesturing at Lie Chunga with a finger, implying he would survive only a month. The arena battles could not be predetermined. Rather, they pitted combatants of similar rankings against each other. The extraterrestrials here possessed distinct traits, many of which included the ability to regulate their combat power. With adept control, one could maintain a position at the lowest tier indefinitely. Over time, this gave rise to a cadre of individuals who relished extorting newcomers. The upper echelons of Blue Source Star were aware of their existence, yet chose to turn a blind eye, possibly for reasons unknown. As for why Lie Chunga was targeted first, it stemmed from his notoriety among newcomers. Eliminating him would compel the others to meekly surrender their points. A classic case of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Indeed, a combat power exceeding 2,000 posed a significant threat. Is combat power the sole measure of one's strength? It is both yes and no. The origin of combat power lies in the combat power testing device, which can assess an individual's talent and display the highest potential value they can currently attain. However, it fails to reveal one's latent potential or the nuances of their cultivated techniques. Perhaps the methods for concealing one's aura are simple, yet no one teaches them, leaving these aliens in the dark. Beyond cultivation techniques, potential plays a crucial role. The most prominent embodiment of potential is growth and transformation. Take Frisia, for instance. Even without transformation, he resembles an infant despite possessing combat power exceeding 500,000. Typically, a 30% disparity in combat power allows for resistance, while a 50% gap leads to easy defeat, albeit with a possibility of escape. Only a 100% difference guarantees a swift kill. This phenomenon arises from the resilience of life forms across the universe, influenced by the Dragon-S impact. Perhaps this explains why humanoid beings dominate the cosmos. As an intelligent system, Xiao Lan may be somewhat rigid, yet it still comprehends a wealth of fundamental information, including the technological aspects that Lie Chunga is most concerned about. Armor, exemplified by the suit he dons, can withstand impacts equivalent to 500 combat power, while also providing warmth, ventilation, and a tailored fit. Thus far, the most formidable armor can endure impacts of 1,000 combat power. However, such armor is non-existent on Blue Source Star. Indeed, only formal members of the Frisia Force are privileged to possess it, such as Raditz, the brother of Son Goku. Had it not been for Son Gohan unleashing a tremendous surge of combat power that shattered Raditz's armor, the outcome would have been uncertain. Aside from armor, what piques my curiosity the most are firearms, or rather, offensive weaponry. Regrettably, even in the presence of spaceships, formidable weaponry, such as planet-destroying cannons from the realm of science fiction, remains absent. The weapon systems here are disproportionate to the technological advancements observed. It resembles Earth, where cutting-edge technology exists, yet the weapon systems predominantly rely on conventional firearms. Presently, there are numerous weapons available for mass production, but the highest combat power achieved is merely around 1,000. This threshold of 1,000 combat power seems to be the technological barrier. Of course, there are weapons exceeding 1,000 combat power, yet they are composed of rare materials that cannot be mass-produced, a category of weaponry he has yet to qualify for investigation. Otherwise, how could the technologically advanced Zuver people on Vegeta planet fail to prevail against a horde of gorillas? To arrive in this place not only grants an abundance of knowledge, but also unveils the hope for breakthroughs, a joy that is difficult to articulate. Hey, newcomer, I advise you not to underestimate him. His ability to wield power here is not solely due to his strength. A head peeked out from the adjacent house. The individual, Lie Chunga, recognized him as Gino, the champion of the slaughtering events. Thanks, but I am not afraid of him. Lie Chunga responded with a smile. For the other party had good intentions. Oh, quite confident, are we? He is not someone we can simply confront. You should acquire more weapons and armor, on one hand. It increases your chances, and on the other, if you lose, don't let that guy benefit too easily. Gino continued to offer his caution, yet Lie Chunga retorted playfully. You seem to harbor quite the resentment towards him. Have you been taught a lesson? Gino's expression darkened. You, who do good deeds without reward, deserve to be struck down. With a loud bang, Gino forcefully shut the door. Lie Chunga, however, was not ungrateful. He merely wished to avoid further contact with such individuals. Through the crack of the door, he discerned several feminine silhouettes, engaging in playful antics. Once the door was closed, his demeanor turned serious. He resolved to remain here for 3 years, to ascertain whether he could reach the Diamond Realm and to determine the extent of resistance that the Diamond Realm could offer against combat power. Should his combat power prove insufficient, returning would only bring trouble to Son Goku and the others. Before long, his belongings were returned to him. Gazing at the spatial capsule in his hands, it represented his hope for return, and he vowed to safeguard it carefully. It was time to embark on his journey of breakthrough. At this moment, he was nearing the second rank, having grasped the power of the spirit, enabling him to introspectively examine the energy channels within his body. It was during this time that Lie Chunga understood why human anatomy lacks mention of meridians. This is because both internal energy and its circulation reside within the soul. Every cell in the human body possesses a soul, and the channels between these cells are akin to meridians. The nexus between the spirit and the corporeal form resides in the acupoints. While the internal energy is not merely breath, but rather an intangible force. Presently, Lie Chunga aims to construct a network of meridians within the body, referring specifically to the intricate, minute pathways that lie therein. Due to the infrequent usage of these pathways, they tend to become obstructed and require unblocking. Chapter 77, Enhancement of Strength. The human body harbors a vast treasure. When the extraordinary meridians harmonize, the gateway to this treasure may be unlocked, resulting in a significant elevation of power. Thus, this realm is also referred to as the innate state. Once the Ren and Du meridians are unblocked, the bridge between heaven and earth may be established, allowing the power of the spirit to shift from within to the external realm, revealing an astonishing force, known as external cognition or microcognition. At that juncture, internal energy may be released outward, forming a protective aura, further amplifying one's strength. Hence, this first tier is also termed the consummation of the innate. Ascending beyond the third tier presents considerable challenges, particularly since Lie Chunga's previous impromptu breakthrough rendered his foundation unstable. Even the celestial beings could not fully heal him, causing him to remain stuck at the third tier for many years. It is worth noting that he is already 21 years old, Only 4 years remained before surpassing the prime period for strength enhancement. Fortunately, upon arriving in the universe, he encountered extraterrestrial technology that remedied his hidden injuries, rekindling hope for a breakthrough. Ding! You have new messages, please check. The notification from Xiaolan caused Lie Chunga to frown. Was it not said that one should not be disturbed during seclusion unless it was of utmost importance? Reluctantly abandoning his cultivation, he opened the email. A tournament? It had not even been a month. With lingering confusion, after half a month, Lie Chunga finally stepped outside. At the entrance, someone had been waiting, his neighbor, Gino. I am quite curious how you managed to stay indoors for half a month. What a hermit, Gino remarked. Half a month without stepping outside. Even the disciple guarding the door had grown restless. Lie Chunga chose to ignore him, walking past. Unable to contain his curiosity, Gino inquired again, Aren't you afraid? Lie Chunga halted, turning slightly to ask without looking back, What exactly do you want? The two had crossed paths seldom, even in the arena. Gino sighed and threw an object toward him, saying, A task entrusted to me by another. I hope you survive. Lie Chunga reached out and caught it. When he turned around, Gino had already retreated into his room. Upon examining the object in his hands, he realized it was the coveted laser pistol, an extraordinary weapon capable of inflicting thousands in damage, which could seriously wound even the most formidable opponents. Such a precious item commanded a high price in the points marketplace, one that he could scarcely afford. Moreover, Gino's mention of being entrusted with it was puzzling, as he knew no one on Blue Source Star. Not wishing to dwell on it, he resolved that strength was paramount. Lie Chunga stowed the laser pistol away, recognizing its significant value in points. Ascending the elevator to the 27th floor, even before he arrived, the vast data within the elevator had already submitted his information. Upon opening the door, he found someone waiting, a Blue Source Star inhabitant. Designation 12138, please proceed this way. With a slightly unfriendly tone, Lie Chunga remained unconcerned as he followed behind the others. After traversing a long corridor, they finally arrived at the arena. Wasn't there supposed to be a stage for the competition? Yet, it was merely a battleground. The trio known as the Explanators had long awaited their arrival. Why were there no spectators? Fool! Who would care to watch a newcomer's match? One of the blue-skinned individuals disdainfully remarked, muttering to himself. I wonder who has been offended? Making me work on my day off. Lie Chunga, perceptive and keen, wore a puzzled expression. What bewildered him further was the sudden illumination of the lights in the VIP room above, and not just one, but two lights. Competitor 12138, take your position swiftly. The only others present were the trio and a blue-skinned referee, who was the one speaking. Lie Chunga felt increasingly perplexed. A glance at the Explanators revealed their grim expressions. As he approached, one of them couldn't help but exclaim, We merely intended to teach you a lesson. Before he could finish, Lie Chunga waved his hand dismissively. If we are to fight, let us proceed swiftly. Referee, declare the match to commence. I am pressed for time. The referee, taken aback by Lie Chunga's straightforwardness, noted that typically there would be a barrage of taunts to incite the spectators. However, observing the empty stands, he refrained from further dialogue and halted the two from speaking. Due to the presence of a newcomer, I hereby announce the rules of the match. First, there are no restrictions during the contest, but once it begins, it concludes only when one party has fallen. Second, if a competitor falls off the stage, they may not be pursued. Should they remain off for 10 seconds, they will be deemed the loser. A competitor who innocently falls off will have their points reset to 0. Third, and most crucial, the referee's commands must be obeyed, or you will bear the consequences. Is that understood? Lie Chunga and the Explanators nodded in agreement, prompting the referee to step aside. Good. If there are no further inquiries, those not competing should exit. The match officially begins. The Explanator's expression shifted dramatically, and with gritted teeth, he declared, I shall show you what true strength is. Yahoo! Activate the battle power tester. With that, the Explanator began to channel all his energy, emitting a deep roar. Battle power reading, 3,124. The two subordinates nearby cheered enthusiastically, which filled the Explanator with pride as he turned to Lie Chunga and challenged, Come, let me see how many rounds you can endure. Feeling the wind's gentle caress, Lie Chunga adjusted his attire and murmured, The breeze today is rather boisterous. Before he could finish his thought, he had already closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of punches. The Explanator, not to be outdone, quickly retreated. I've inquired about your abilities. Yahoo, what is his battle power? When there was no immediate response, he turned to see Yahoo frantically pressing the battle power tester. What the hell are you doing? The two subordinates looked troubled. Boss, we can't detect his battle power. What? The explanator was taken aback, turning to regard Lie Chunga with newfound seriousness, and slowly remarked, I had gathered information about you, knowing you belong to a race that conceals their true strength. However, I did not anticipate that your concealed combat prowess would be so formidable. Nevertheless, I shall compel you to exert your utmost strength. As the interpretation surged explosively, the speed escalated to its zenith, causing Lie Chunga to feel a slight strain. Despite his lack of understanding regarding the interpretation, Lie Chunga felt a sense of joy, for his training had begun to bear fruit. He had constructed a network of meridians within his body, achieving a state of unblemished existence. Has his strength tripled? Still insufficient. I must learn more esoteric techniques. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, a figure clad in noble armor, the blue-skinned individual, intently observed the battle unfolding, murmuring to himself, the speed is somewhat lacking. But the power is commendable. The prowess in close combat is indeed refreshing. Yet, I wonder how his energy attacks fare? Concurrently, it appeared that the interpretation had received some directive, unleashing a tremendous aura that forcefully repelled Lie Chunga. Chapter 78, Secret Arts, Secret Elixirs. Experience my might. Celestial Strike. The interpretation gathered visible energy in both hands, a wicked smile gracing his lips. He had conducted a meticulous investigation, having only participated in one battle thus far, revealing a non-weakness that could be exploited. Lie Chunga smirked. Unfortunately, the me of today is no longer the me of the past. The 8 extraordinary meridians converged, unleashing internal energy, as 4 phantoms encircled him, effortlessly forming a black hole before him. The interpretation's energy also coalesced. A torrent of terrifying energy surged forth. However, as it approached, it was drawn into the black hole, transforming into pure energy that scattered in all directions. Impossible. The interpretation gasped, and not only he, but the referee and even those in the VIP room widened their eyes in astonishment. Uffed, your ultimate move is utterly lacking, Lie Chunga chuckled, extending his middle finger, gathering internal energy that resonated with external energy. A surge of energy in the form of a ray swiftly shot towards the interpretation, who, having just released his energy wave, found himself in a weakened state. In a hasty response, the energy ray pierced through his arm and armor, creating a gaping hole and sending him crashing against the wall. Contestant has fallen out of the arena. The countdown begins. 19, 18, 17, 16. The referee looked on in disbelief at Lie Chunga, counting down. Lie Chunga, meanwhile, blew on his finger where no smoke lingered, murmuring, still a bit lacking. It seems I must reach the first rank to truly master the external energy. The energy of the external force is vast, yet its quality is poor. Thus, reaching the 9th rank would allow for control. However, as the external energy increases, so does the difficulty of control, making the need for a cultivation method abundantly clear. The interpretation, clutching his chest, struggled to fly back into the arena. In desperation, his 2 aides jumped up and down, urging him to desist. The interpretation, casting a wry smile over his shoulder, lowered his head and murmured, there's no time left. Once again, he turned to face Lie Chunga, his resolve solidifying, and from his robe, he retrieved something and consumed it. In an instant, the interpretation's aura surged once more. Deity possesses formidable combat objectives, with its combat prowess surging continuously. Suddenly, the referee's combat power testing device shattered into pieces. Covering his face, the referee gazed at the debris strewn across the ground and murmured, the quality at lower levels is indeed lacking. After this, I shall certainly apply for the latest version. Lie Chunga observed this scene, his previously uplifted smile fading, and addressed the referee. Aren't you going to intervene? This individual is consuming drugs right before your eyes. However, the referee merely shot him a cold glance, offering no reply. Could this behavior possibly align with the rules? Boss. The 2 subordinates wept, their faces resembling wilting flowers. Although their leader often bullied newcomers, he treated these 2 with considerable kindness. Through their display of distress, Lie Chunga inferred that, regardless of what drug had been consumed, the after-effects would surely be significant. Hey, is it really necessary? At this moment, the interpreter seemed devoid of reason, veins bulging, and as he grinned, green smoke began to emanate from his mouth. With a swift motion, the interpreter vanished from sight. Lie Chunga immediately formed a hand seal and intently intoned, for symbols, 8 trigrams. All 8 gates, open, open, rest, life, injury, do, scenic, alarm, death. Open, open, open. This secret technique had long piqued his interest, though its physical toll was substantial. He felt his blood boiling and surging rapidly, his body resonating with the rhythmic sounds of a heart pounding and the rush of flowing rivers. Boom! The interpreter's assault landed with a resounding thud against his cheek. Lie Chunga tilted his head, responding coolly, "Your strength still falls short." With a powerful punch, he struck the interpreter, who trembled slightly, his expression inscrutable. Their eyes locked momentarily before both unleashed tremendous speed and strength, trading blows in a fierce exchange. Quick, too swift. The two subordinates could only watch as flashes of light erupted in the sky from their collision, while the surrounding walls crumbled, leaving the arena in disarray, resembling a shattered coliseum. The referee glanced at the VIP room before activating a protective shield. "Delightful. Exhilarating," Lie Chunga exclaimed. "It has been years since I faced someone of equal speed, and those faster than me have often bested me. Thus, I diligently studied this secret technique, and it has proven quite effective. Of course, such techniques bear considerable repercussions, not only weakening the body, but also diminishing one's lifespan." The interpreter's secret elixir retaliated fiercely. Standing opposite Lie Chunga, he continuously bled greenish blood, which splattered onto the ground with a hissing sound. "Are we still fighting? If you continue, your life shall be forfeit." Lie Chunga could not fathom why this individual was so relentless. Outside the protective barrier, his two subordinates were in a frenzy. The interpreter glanced at his subordinates behind him, rasping, "Fight." With that, he attempted to consume more substances. Not again. Just as Lie Chunga sought to intervene, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, forcefully bearing down upon the arena. The interpreter was pinned to the ground, the blue elixir rolling off him, as if an immense weight had been added, nearly causing Lie Chunga to kneel. He cast a resentful glance at the VIP room. "Enough. This match." Before his words could fully escape, another voice from a different VIP room unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. "Humph. The arena is sacred and inviolable." The collision of airwaves not only caused immense discomfort to Lie Chunga, but also inadvertently ensnared the referee in misfortune. As both sides exerted their strength, the surrounding dust began to rise, and even the very earth trembled, shaking the entire structure. Such terrifying combat prowess likely surpassed 10,000. It is inconceivable that even the first form possessed over 500,000 in battle power. What kind of horror is this? Damn it. They are all monsters. Am I not one of them? Lie Chunga unleashed a tremendous force, with every cell and meridian in his body erupting in unison. At this moment, his potential surged once more. Even if he could not advance, he refused to fall here. His cultivation system had always been a source of pride. Yet his sole grievance lay in his inability to break through in the face of formidable foes, a lingering demon in his heart. In another realm, an indescribable entity sensed the explosive power radiating from Lie Chunga and exclaimed in terror, "What has that bastard done now?" Sun Wukong, feeling a resonance, suddenly gazed at the boundless starry sky, where Lie Chunga's figure materialized. However, after only a few moments, he heard Kiki's furious roar. In the haze of consciousness, Lie Chunga felt an illusion wash over him, as if cradled in Blue Mother's warm embrace, a sensation that flooded his soul with tranquility, something he had not experienced in a long time. No, something is amiss. I should not be so lost in this reverie. At this moment, his awareness was drawn far away, imparting an ethereal feeling of unreality. His body trembled, and upon feeling the cold, he realized the dreamlike state he had just experienced. Am I not resisting potent energy? This power feels oddly familiar, yet more concentrated. Am I in a rejuvenation chamber? With a slight perception, he discovered he was indeed within a restoration chamber, seemingly with someone outside. It appeared that the plan had not been in vain, though he remained uncertain of the extent to which this complementary restoration would reach. What Lie Chunga lacked most at this moment was time. Tragically, this time was not about his lifespan, but rather his cultivation time. If he had traversed to a more distant past, or possessed a unique bloodline, or had access to some terrifying legacy, none of these were his reality. All he could do was strive desperately. Indeed, after parting with Sun Wukong, the influence of fortune began to manifest. Danger and opportunity coexisted. He had likely acquired the luck of a supporting character. Take, for instance, the rejuvenation chamber he occupied. The nutrient solution within not only facilitated repairs, but was of a superior grade, allowing him to distinctly sense a pure energy. This energy bore a striking resemblance to the legendary spirit stones, though it was not of the ordinary sort. Absorb. Absorb with all my might. Who knows when he might next enter? Outside the chamber, a group of scientists stood astounded, watching as the rejuvenation liquid visibly diminished, occasionally relaying updates to the officer in the video projection. However, Lie Chunga's points were woefully inadequate. In no time, they would be depleted. Yet he still showed no signs of awakening. He was a crucial part of the plan. He must awaken. Use my points. Moreover, accelerate the research into his ability to conceal his battle power. Several scientists nodded in agreement, taking their positions, ready to deploy various instruments to detect changes in Lie Chunga's cells, blood, and energy levels. Sir, we have made a discovery, a significant breakthrough. According to our database analysis of this warrior, it appears that he possesses the remarkable ability to directly absorb energy crystals, and with each absorption, his strength experiences a relative enhancement. This augmentation extends beyond mere energy. His cells exhibit not only abundant vitality and robustness, but also a significant level of corrosiveness. Crucially, this corrosive ability seems applicable to any form of energy, indicating that the energy he wields is not only formidable, but also capable of disregarding effective combat damage. The lead scientist cast a glance at the commanding officer. Aside from one indifferent officer, the others were invigorated and began to engage in discussion. Indeed, this individual's energy exhibits exceptional penetrative power and bears a toxic-like corrosive effect. His strength escalates rapidly, though it remains uncertain whether this is a concealed combat power. It is speculated that he may be a leader from a minor planet, possessing some extraordinary magical abilities. Yet, regardless of his prowess, his current strength remains insufficient. A slight increase would be necessary for any real hope. Is it truly worth such excitement over a minor character? Excitement? Perhaps you are the one stirred. Indeed, he is merely a minor character, and thus only a part of the grand scheme. We have yet to decide whether to betray that esteemed individual. You, Shilimu, have grown accustomed to being a servant. I have not. The conversation in the video grew increasingly heated, causing several scientists to sweat profusely. Is this truly all they could hear? Amidst their quarrel, Lie Chunga found himself rather pleased. Energy crystals are a unique mineral from their planet, Blue Source, which can be extracted into crystals the size of an infant's fist, containing immense energy typically utilized for weaponry and spacecraft, thus facilitating the rapid rise of Blue Source. Simultaneously, in order to prevent other cosmic powers from discovering the existence of energy crystals, they isolated their planet and established the Sword Tower. Their research on energy crystals has never ceased, and they have contemplated its application on humans, yet the only result has been the cultivation chamber. Following a brief dispute, a new video projection emerged, presenting a pitch-black screen accompanied by a resonant voice. Enough. I have a plan for the future. At that moment, the cultivation chamber emitted a series of beeping sounds. It turned out that the energy crystals had been depleted. One must understand that a single energy crystal is sufficient for a spacecraft to execute a space jump. General, my energy reserves are running low. One nearby officer glanced at his wristwatch, his expression grave. The general in the video appeared contemplative and, after a considerable pause, stated, "Replace the energy chamber's energy reservoir with energy crystals." Everyone was taken aback, yet they instinctively refrained from intervening. It is important to note that the nutrient solution within the cultivation chamber had undergone special treatment. If replaced with energy crystals, how could such volatile energy be absorbed? Those officers, having reached their current level, were not naive. They immediately grasped the general's implication. If this individual could absorb it, it would signify boundless potential. If not, then the demise of a minor character would be inconsequential. Lie Chunga, however, felt elated. Despite his lack of understanding regarding the situation, the prospect of acquiring energy was irresistible. The elevation in energy concentration was undoubtedly beneficial to him. Deciding to take a bold leap, he resolved to challenge the pinnacle of power, harnessing this pure energy to unlock the Ren and Du meridians, bridging the gap between heaven and earth. Should he succeed, he believed that few on the planet Blue Source would pose a threat to him. With a spatial capsule in hand, fleeing would be a trivial matter. Fortune favored him, as he was poised to breach the Ren and Du meridians, which demanded immense strength. Both meridians resided within the cranium, and the head itself was the seat of the sixth yang, demanding utmost caution. Lie Chunga perceived this moment as a providential opportunity. With the presence of nutrient fluid, he need not worry about potential aftereffects. Even if complications arose, they would not hinder his next attempt at breakthrough. As he prepared diligently, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He sensed a lurking danger outside the rejuvenation chamber. Make sure to absorb it well, the general had warned. With so many energy crystals absorbed, If your power doesn't significantly increase, you might meet your demise. Oh, forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Dardar, with a combat power of 13,000. My hobby? I enjoy hunting down prodigies like you. He was aware that Lie Chunga could hear him. Keep it up. Lie Chunga was rendered speechless. Yet he comprehended that a dangerously sickly figure awaited him outside the chamber. Dardar, with an innocent gaze, addressed the irate scientist. Don't blame me. It was the general's orders. The scientist, gritting his teeth, muttered, yes, yes. This individual before him had likely taken countless lives, and it was clear he had chosen to linger in the sword tower for this very purpose. The palpable aura of malice and bloodlust enveloped them all, including Lie Chunga. With that, he resolved to break through. Chapter 80. General, Fino the Ren and Du meridians were effortlessly breached, leaving Lie Chunga in disbelief. Fortune truly favored him. The next step was to connect the bridge between heaven and earth, channeling his inner consciousness through the meridians to perceive the ethereal energy of the universe, transmuting his inner awareness into micro-awareness. In an instant, colossal energy surged forth. Oh no, oh no. In his exhilaration, he had overlooked a critical detail. The records of the inheritance pertained to breakthroughs within a normal world. Yet, was the Dragon Ball world a normal world? Clearly, it was not. Under the dense spiritual energy, even an ordinary person could possess the strength of a mighty warrior. Breakthroughs in rank could allow one to manipulate spiritual energy, creating terrifying energy blasts. Even if Lie Chunga restrained all his power, his strength far exceeded that of his former life as counterparts by several hundred times. Now, as he opened the bridge to heaven and earth, an abundance of spiritual energy surged forth, eager to merge with him. Are you familiar with balloons? Lie Chunga was akin to one now. Outside the chamber, scientists were bustling about. Without the oversight of their superiors, their tense work atmosphere lightened slightly. Only Dardar sat idly at the chamber's entrance, awaiting developments. Beep, beep. The rejuvenation chamber sounded an alarm. Not good. Energy levels are plummeting. Quickly, replenish the energy. Not good. The subject is undergoing mutation and is absorbing vast amounts of energy. Not good. Energy concentration is too high. Summon the general at once. The frantic activity of the scientist perplexed Dardar until he distinctly felt the laboratory tremble. Out of curiosity, he activated the combat power tester. Detecting a rapid fluctuation in Lie Chunga's power, 3,000, 5,000, 4,000, 6,000, the combat power fluctuated erratically, and witnessing the increasingly frantic scientists, Dardar bellowed, "What are you panicking for? Am I not here?" Before he could utter more, he noticed that Lie Chunga's combat power had surged to an astounding 10,000. Rendering the nutrient solution in the rejuvenation chamber as transparent as water. Unfazed, Dardar shattered the rejuvenation chamber, lifting Lie Chunga before the astonished gazes of onlookers. As Lie Chunga abruptly opened his eyes, he murmured, "Thank you." In that instant, he transformed into a corpulent figure, resembling a balloon that continued to inflate. Apologies to the white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and azure dragon emerged successively, ultimately coalescing into enigmatic runes. They intertwined and decomposed, ultimately evolving into peculiar shapes reminiscent of the bagua from a previous life. The bagua, centered around the Tai Chi and the four phases. With the 5 elements at its heart and the bagua encircling, began to rotate, evolving into 64 hexagrams. Lie Chunga remained oblivious to this transformative process, only aware that with the manifestation of the secret arts, he felt increasingly at ease. Countless energies converged rapidly with the rotation of the bagua, and gradually, the bagua became indistinct, forming a dark, gaping void. Dardar stood transfixed, and as he was ensnared by the black hole, he realized he needed to strike back with an energy blast. However, as his energy approached, it merely became part of the swirling vortex. "What are you still doing?" Dardar called for assistance, yet the scientists, untrained in combat, had long fled the scene. Damn it! With energy accumulating dangerously, the combat power testing device shattered, signifying that Lie Chunga's combat power had surpassed 20,000. You stop this at once, or else, prepare to meet your demise. Dardar, in a state of hysteria, amassed a colossal amount of energy, which continued to swirl within the energy vortex. The vortex absorbed this tremendous energy, subsequently breaking it down into pure spiritual essence, with a portion being absorbed by Lie Chunga while another vanished into nature. His fragile internal consciousness was nourished, slowly reaching out to the external world, and in an instant, everything transformed. The surrounding dust and bacteria became vividly visible, along with invisible particles, such as a fragment of Dardar's skin. This fragment contained a portion of his bodily information, including details of his activities from that day, what he had eaten, how he felt. Such a marvelous sensation. A torrent of uncontrollable information surged into Lie Chunga's mind, causing a subtle pain, making him realize that he could not continue in this manner. A person's mental capacity has its limits. Excessive information accumulation could lead to cerebral collapse. Thus, he overcame all three formidable barriers to reach the first tier, achieving the state of innate perfection. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Dardar, as if he had been sun-dried. My apologies, I inadvertently absorbed too much. Lie Chunga released the energy field, and Dardar, terror-stricken, pointed at him before collapsing slowly to the ground. Surveying the surroundings, the vast laboratory lay in ruins, with injured individuals scattered about. Lie Chunga, however, felt a tinge of surprise. His recently unleashed energy had exceeded 10,000, yet the destruction was fragmented rather than obliterated. Who goes there? Lie Chunga abruptly turned around and beheld a figure clad in blue standing before him. More crucially, the individual exuded an intangible aura of oppression, a force that could only emanate from one who had long resided in a position of power, brimming with confidence and arrogance. How unfortunate! Should he seek an explanation or make an escape? As Lie Chunga wrestled with his dilemma, the figure flickered and appeared near him, casting a gaze laden with complexity. After a prolonged silence, the individual finally spoke. You need not fear. To kill you would not suffice for my amusement. Fear. At that moment, Lie Chunga was filled with confidence. His combat prowess was at least 10,000, making him a formidable opponent. Anyone below 30,000 would find it impossible to capture him. A strength of 30,000 was a rarity across the cosmos, and even on the entire Blue Origin star, such power was scarcely found. What do you intend to do? Lie Chunga inquired cautiously. Despite being brought to this place against his will, he had suffered no injuries and had achieved consecutive breakthroughs within a month. The man exhibited no anger. Instead, he extended a hand with a calm demeanor, to which Lie Chunga responded with a smile. With a sudden force, an invisible wave surged forth, causing Lie Chunga to stagger backward. The figure scoffed, impressive strength. You may yet survive. Lie Chunga, however, wore an expression of astonishment at the sheer terror of the man's power, prompting him to ask, who are you? The individual lifted his chin proudly, presenting a striking silhouette to Lie Chunga, and declared, Pheno Alex, though I prefer to be addressed as General. He then regarded Lie Chunga coldly, and added, you are quite capable. But while you may escape the death penalty, your living sentence is inescapable. With a single finger raised, he gathered a peculiar energy that pulsated in his grasp. Lie Chunga swiftly dodged, yet what emerged was not a beam of energy, but gravity itself. With a sudden increase in gravitational force, Lie Chunga was caught off guard and violently collided with the ground, losing consciousness after his recent breakthrough. Chapter 81. Assassination of Frisia Pain. It was not merely physical agony, but a mental torment that slowed Lie Chunga's thoughts. He did not open his eyes. Instead, he reflected on a dream he had just experienced. In that dream, he beheld a sword that pierced the heavens and the earth. The sword seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, emitting a wailing sound that appeared to plead for help, yet also resonated with a sense of lament. As his thoughts began to coalesce, Lie Chunga suddenly grasped the significance of the sword. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the sword tower. He had not anticipated encountering the legacy of his predecessors so swiftly. The sword tower, in its original form, must have been a relic of a formidable figure from ancient times, now rendered dormant and stripped of its will. Resting upon this planet, its colossal size and residual power had transformed the once vibrant Blue Origin star into a desolate wasteland. This immense crisis catalyzed a rapid advancement in human technology on the planet, propelling them into interstellar realms even before annihilation loomed, enabling them to procure resources from the cosmos. Furthermore, under the overwhelming might of the great sword itself, the inhabitants of Blue Origin star gradually adapted to its presence, even breaking the shackles of their bloodlines and emerging as a formidable force within the universe. In the wake of their astonishment, they began to develop the sword tower. The sole attack that Lie Chunga had previously endured was, in fact, an assault instigated by the residual sword intent within their magical artifact. Such a direct assault on one's willpower is an onslaught that even Lie Chunga could not withstand. Yet, the presence of such terrifying sword masters, whose consciousness has been inexplicably erased, begs the question, just how formidable must that individual be? With a hand to his forehead, he gradually sat up, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle, realizing that he was not even certain he could surpass the challenge posed by Frisia, yet here he was. contemplating the most powerful beings in this realm. At that moment, an amusing figure surfaced in his mind, an entity whose existence defied reason, one that should not belong to the tangible world. Perhaps upon returning to Earth, he could inquire with son Wukong to discover whether that village truly existed. Reassured by the knowledge that he was in his own room, alone, Lie Chunga finally rose from his bed. However, his awakening seemed to trigger a certain mechanism. The watch on his wrist synced with the room's system, projecting an image. It was none other than the very figure who had manipulated the sword tower to incapacitate him, General Fino. "Awake, are we? You've risen earlier than I anticipated." The projection remarked, devoid of any need for pleasantries, as it was merely a holographic representation. Despite being an image, the aura and tone conveyed an undeniable gravity. The projection paused for 2 seconds, and the visage of the blue-faced figure visibly shifted, evoking a sense of surprise. "It appears you possess a degree of self-awareness. Perhaps you should take a glance at your points." Lie Chunga calmly opened his watch, only to find that his points had plummeted into the negatives. Gazing at the multitude of zeros displayed, he understood that mere points would not facilitate his escape. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency, as he had not truly contemplated a conventional departure from this place. "Speak, what do you require of me?" Lie Chunga inquired, sensing that this was not merely an image, but rather a real-time projection, perhaps toying with his ignorance of advanced technology. As anticipated, General Fino shifted the conversation. "I understand that a talent such as yourself would be reluctant to remain here for long. Assist us in completing a task, and your previous points will be entirely expunged. Moreover," he continued, "I trust you have noticed that we have granted you full access to your watch's capabilities." Full access. Lie Chunga felt a surge of elation. He had ventured into the cosmos to transcend his limits. Now that he had reached the first rank, he recognized that further breakthroughs would necessitate a substantial reservoir of energy. "Enough with the pleasantries. What is the task?" he pressed, eager to understand. General Fino seemed to pause for another 2 seconds before nodding. "Excellent. I initially thought I would need to promise additional incentives, yet you are quite agreeable." After another brief silence, General Fino sighed. "In truth, we too are victims, compelled to act as we do. In this universe, there exists a powerful demon known as Frisia." General Fino succinctly recounted the history between Blue Source Star and the Frisia Legion, all the while observing Lie Chunga's expressions. Once, since Frisia personally annihilated planet Vegeta, the number of mid-tier fighters among his subordinates has drastically dwindled. In pursuit of his real estate ventures, he began scouring the cosmos for substitutes for the Psiots. Unfortunately, Blue Source Planet became one such target. However, with the bitter lessons learned from the Psiots, who would dare to serve Frisia now? General Fino was reluctant, but felt compelled to comply, leading to the conception of a plan. Although he was unaware of Frisia's exact combat prowess, he had no doubts regarding the extraordinary abilities of Genta. Thus, under the pretense of recruiting talent for Frisia's army, they sought suitable candidates for assassination. Fino secretly rejoiced, as the data proved accurate. This individual was a newcomer, having just ventured into the universe, and remained unfazed upon hearing Frisia's name. "Yes, assassination. Surely, you have begun to grasp our formidable nature. Now, we require an entity adept at concealing their power level to approach Frisia and facilitate a precise location. Afterward, we shall employ our arcane techniques to execute the final judgment." Judgment? They likely remain oblivious to the magnitude of Frisia's strength. You might assume it to be merely in the hundreds of thousands, yet in his juvenile form, he possesses a combat power exceeding 500,000. "I seem to have no choice." Lie Chunga accepted this calmly. With over a year remaining, when Frisia would visit this planet, he would have an opportunity to escape. As for assassinating Frisia, such a critical task should be left to Son Goku. Perhaps they believe the odds of success in the assassination are substantial. After all, if he cooperates and utilizes Genta's power to restrain Frisia, even granting Lie Chunga a singular chance to strike, the possibility of killing Frisia is not entirely out of reach. Yet, they overestimate their own capabilities. In Frisia's eyes, Blue Source Planet is but an inconsequential entity. Very well, remember your words. Moreover, you are not the only one tasked with this mission. Before he arrives, I urge you to diligently enhance your strength. Do not perish." The projection of General Fino abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, the general himself received a recording of the conversation. Fino sighed. The reason for his clandestine arrangements was born out of necessity. After all, on Blue Source Planet, he did not wield absolute authority. A faction of stubborn old-timers, having relished a stable existence, had lost the foresight of their predecessors and genuinely contemplated aligning with Frisia's army. I hope my plan does not falter. Setting the recording aside, 3 individuals had already gathered there. Chapter 82. Urgent mission. The assassination mission left Lie Chunga in a state of constant unease, for he was uncertain when Frisia would arrive, or whether, in a fit of rage, he might obliterate Blue Source Planet with a planet-destroying bomb, much like he did with Planet Vegeta over a mere rumor, annihilating his most formidable group of henchmen. In essence, the more he familiarized himself with the Dragon Ball universe, the more terrifying it became. Thus, although he was anxious, life had to proceed as usual. However, Lie Chunga did not anticipate that the assassination task provided by the general would seemingly fade into obscurity thereafter. Not only did his standing within Jinta remain unchanged, but it also failed to improve. Even the general had never sought a conversation with him. Gradually, time passed by, and he occasionally participated in arena matches and challenges, leading a rather comfortable life. The after-effects of his forced breakthroughs were also slowly fading away. Until one day, a year later, after completing a day of training, Lie Chunga intended to find an opponent to practice with when a piercing alarm echoed throughout the room. Could it be? I should find an opportunity to escape. As he stepped out of the room, he was met with chaos outside, with countless people peering curiously, seemingly bewildered by the situation. Beep. Urgent mission. Urgent mission. Please proceed to the square within 15 minutes. Beep. An urgent mission? It seems that such occurrences have been nearly absent for a century. Indeed. Frisia must have arrived. With questions lingering, he joined the throng and moved outside. The crowd parted for him. Over the past year, Lie Chunga had garnered a fearsome reputation. This was not only due to his battle with Chansher, but also because of his relentless approach. Some injuries were beyond even the capabilities of the recovery pods. There had even been an instance where someone attempted to bribe Lie Chunga. Although that individual survived, he was beaten to a pulp and extorted for a significant amount of points to avoid death. Lie Chunga shrugged, claiming he had already tempered his strength. Yet these individuals simply could not withstand it. Regarding the control of energy, they were far too weak. Of course, this was not their fault. Even on the powerful Blue Source Star, there were only training methods available, not cultivation techniques. Soon, they arrived at the square, which was the first occasion for Lie Chunga to witness the sun in a year. Indeed, gravity serves as the finest means of exercise. Gravity is omnipresent. In every aspect of life, one is engaged in training. His physique had, over the past year, ascended to a new level. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that all the gladiators from the Sword Tower had gathered, regardless of their strength, all present in this square. However, he did not see any other spacecraft. Instead, numerous ships from Blue Source Star lingered nearby. What is going on? The speaker was Zillamu, who, with a combat power exceeding 10,000, believed himself to be on par with Lie Chunga, instinctively inquiring. Lie Chunga rolled his eyes. This fellow remained as arrogant as ever, seemingly unaware of the historical records of the Sword Tower. It was uncertain whether the strong were drawn to each other or if they were compelled to gather in a vacuum created by their surroundings to minimize space. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that only 4 individuals could be considered true adversaries. The entire Sword Tower boasted a population of over 10,000. Yet only 4 possessed battle powers above 10,000. Besides Zillamu and Lie Chunga, there was also the former star pirate, Ziyun. This individual stood 2 meters tall, with red skin, a single horn protruding from his forehead, and a tail resembling that of a bull. He emanated a peculiar aura that felt oddly familiar, as if Lie Chunga had encountered him somewhere before. Throughout the year, he had contemplated making contact. Yet due to the deliberate arrangements at the upper echelons of Blue Source Star, their interactions had been scarce. Apart from him, the final formidable figure resembled more of a scientist than a combatant. This individual was named Ramen, sporting a mane of explosive white hair, clad in a lab coat, and adorned with small glasses. Faintly, one could discern an assortment of instruments hanging from within his lab coat. The 3 individuals also took note of Lie Chunga, for this newcomer had stirred quite a tempest. Suddenly, the virtual image of a general appeared, his expression grave. He scrutinized the warriors below, gestured with his hand, and a multitude of blue soldiers, wielding weapons of formidable combat power, encircled them. Moreover, several highly skilled guards had joined their ranks. Observing the now subdued crowd, the general spoke in a somber tone. Congratulations, you have encountered a once-in-a-century emergency mission. As for the nature of this mission, you shall receive further details shortly. For now, it suffices to know that this is an external assignment. I urge everyone to cooperate, and proceed to the spacecraft. What? A mission to hunt the Black Cloud Beast? Lie Chunga pondered, somewhat bewildered. Emergency missions typically arose during significant conflicts among powerful factions, yet now it seemed to pertain to the assassination of a wild beast. Over the course of a year, Lie Chunga had not only devoted himself to cultivation, but had also diligently acquired knowledge about the cosmos. The universe was vast, divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North, and Central. The Central region was where Lie Chunga aspired to join the cosmic garrison, while Blue Source Star, including Earth and planet Vegeta, lay within the Eastern domain. Due to the presence of Frisia, the Eastern region was notoriously chaotic. However, this was merely the record of Blue Source Star and may not be entirely accurate. At the very least, Lie Chunga was aware that each region was overseen by a king, with the existence of great kings and supreme kings. What perplexed him was how such formidable beings could permit Frisia to wreak havoc without restraint. Returning to the matter at hand, regardless of the universe's vastness, there existed a universally acknowledged truth among all factions. On every planet, true power resided in the minds of intelligent beings, not in beasts. Thus, while the cosmos was teeming with extraterrestrial entities possessing various abilities, there were few accounts of powerful beasts. Lie Chunga perked up his ears, employing his keen hearing to eavesdrop on the conversations around him. Indeed, others wore expressions of bewilderment, with an array of speculations floating about. Yet none seemed to possess knowledge of the Black Cloud Beast. Nonetheless, despite their ignorance, they instinctively began to congregate and collaborate. For it was evident that the task of battling such a creature would not be an easy feat. Lie Chunga refrained from seeking a team, not merely out of confidence in his own strength, but also due to his disbelief in the individuals present. Those who survived within the Sword Tower were, without exception, formidable in their own right. Strength often breeds solitude. Even under the pressure of life and death, genuine cooperation remained elusive. Rather than squander time embroiled in deception and intrigue, he found solace in solitude. Following the guidance, Lie Chunga caressed the box in his possession and boarded the spacecraft. Gradually, the personnel embarked upon the vessel without causing any disruption, allowing the blue soldiers to exhale in relief and engage in hushed conversations. This provided Lie Chunga with an opportunity to glean some information. Was the upper echelon of Blue Source Star in such disarray? They had resolved to carry out an assassination while still contemplating how to appease the other party. Chapter 83. The Black Cloud Beast. Humans can be quite peculiar at times, and this holds true for extraterrestrials as well. In the face of formidable adversaries, some choose to resist while others opt for compromise. The current urgent mission is indeed a product of such compromise. Given the operations of the Frisia force, the purpose of this journey is not difficult to deduce. It appears that the wishes granted by the Dragon Shenron are also subject to limitations regarding technology. The spacecraft from Blue Source Star far surpasses the one he wished for in terms of advancement. Although it lacks the multitude of weapons seen in science fiction films, its stability is unparalleled. Clearly, the plan to obtain high-tech design schematics through Shenron's wishes is unfeasible. Lie Chunga murmured to himself as he observed the spacecraft, simultaneously eavesdropping on the secrets of Blue Source Star. Perhaps the plot to assassinate Frisia has already been abandoned. He found a suitable position to sit cross-legged, awaiting the tedium of interstellar travel. From his wristwatch, he gleaned that the destination was not far. Without wormhole coordinates, achieving light speed was utterly impossible. Time passed, though he could not gauge how long, until his watch signaled a notification, awakening him to the observation platform, where he beheld a vibrant planet. A splendid planet indeed. He pondered which alien race might lay claim to it. Gazing at the enormous azure sphere before him, Lie Chunga felt a surge of emotion. After all, it was rare to find a planet uninhabited by a mother world. More often than not, such celestial bodies were the domain of unsavory extraterrestrials. Soon, an alert broadcast commanded everyone's attention as they began their descent into the planet's atmosphere. Such a jarring landing method was likely unique to the Dragon Ball universe. After all, those present were the elite of their respective worlds. Surely, they could withstand minor turbulence without harm. Before long, the spacecraft came to a halt. Under the guidance of blue soldiers, everyone gradually disembarked, inhaling the fresh air and acclimating to their surroundings. The gravity was akin to that of Earth. The environment was clear, although the flora below appeared rather peculiar. Not only he, but others too adjusted their combat suits to better suit the conditions. Some seemed eager to exit the craft, while others cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Was this necessary? With thousands of warriors boasting combat powers of 1,000, Simply arriving on a planet could spell disaster. Was such a grand display truly warranted? Perhaps this was also a training exercise, as such days would likely become commonplace in the future. There was even the possibility that the tournament would be replaced by such methods. It was time to descend. Upon exiting the craft, he retrieved his combat power tester. A glance revealed a nearby unknown beast, startled. Its combat power was a mere 5, far from impressive. No sooner had he spoken than a storm swept through, prompting him to utilize the detector to assess the energies clashing in the distance. Combat power readings reached 5,000. Was the black cloud beast truly this formidable? No. It resembled more the internal skirmishes among their ranks. Indeed, a group of unruly individuals would inevitably engage in conflict. It seemed this was genuinely a training session, a sifting process wherein grievances were settled. One could only hope it would not devolve into a battle royale. Shortly after disembarking, the turbulence of battle surged around them, and the tester emitted incessant alarms. Ultimately, amidst the sudden aggression of one among the three others, his device shattered with a resounding crash. As anticipated, wearing such a device resulted in catastrophic failure. Having evaded the battlefield and soared through the vast expanse of the sky, Lie Chunga found his spirits increasingly lifted. Yet, as he continued to fly, an unsettling silence enveloped him. It was peculiar, strangely so, that the indigenous inhabitants had vanished, and even the initially burgeoning fauna began to dwindle at an alarming rate, while the once verdant flora had started to wither. Moreover, the temperature was gradually rising. Raising his gaze to the sun, he found nothing amiss. Perhaps he had been too presumptuous. A moment's contemplation revealed that those engaged in battle were likely attempting to lure the natives, hoping to extract the whereabouts of the dark cloud beast from their lips. After all, given their combat prowess, within a mere day, they could obliterate every corner of the planet, no matter its size. No, it surely could not be that simple. Gazing towards the spacecraft, he noted that no one would willingly engage in a losing endeavor, transporting such a multitude without purpose. The general, stationed far aboard the ship, observed the unfolding video feed and smiled as the crowd dispersed. A grand performance was about to commence. This time, he was determined to flush out those hidden rodents. No sooner had he spoken than it seemed to signal the planet itself. A palpable sense of dread began to permeate the atmosphere. Some attempted to probe with their surviving combat power detectors, but found nothing amiss. Lie Chunga was no exception. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured into a valley, retrieving an item from his pocket, his spacecraft capsule. Regardless of their schemes, he resolved not to partake in their game any longer. Though reluctant to forsake the battleground, he understood that missing this opportunity might mean never escaping again. In the next instant, an inexplicable fear gripped him, and the very earth trembled beneath his feet. Looking up, he noticed that the sky seemed to echo the ominous atmosphere, as a veil of black mist, or rather, black smoke, began to envelop the surroundings, drawing closer by the second. Observing his environment, he was astonished to see the once green plants turning crimson, as if bathed in blood. In an instant, this beautiful planet transformed from paradise to hell. The temperature soared even higher. The worst part was that with such calamity unfolding, everyone would inevitably take to the skies. Beep, master. Beep, master. The current environment is not suitable for hyperspace travel, warned the ship's intelligence system. As if misfortune comes in waves, it indicated that flight was impossible. Cautiously stowing away the capsule, he prepared to depart when he sensed a familiar presence nearby. It was Ramen. What was he doing? The thought that this fellow might be a scientist piqued his interest, as such a natural phenomenon would undoubtedly yield greater insights from him. Perhaps they could even collaborate to escape the clutches of Blue Source Star. Stealthily, he approached and found Ramen, drenched in sweat, setting up an unusual instrument. The device appeared to penetrate the satellite systems of the universe, projecting distant scenes. Driven by curiosity, Lie Chunga stepped forward. Upon noticing his arrival, Ramen spoke, as if addressing both Lie Chunga and himself. No wonder I felt a peculiar force as we neared this planet. However, Lie Chunga was not focused on him. His attention was captivated by the imagery, a volcano erupting, but instead of lava, a blackish-red creature was being expelled, rising slowly. It was a living entity. The dark cloud beast. The appearance of the black cloud beasts is indistinguishable from the bracelet they were provided, yet they seem devoid of life, exhibiting a striking lethargy. Their fur resembles flowing magma, though it is something else entirely. Gradually, they appear to have gained sentience, all turning their gaze towards this direction. What is happening? Ramen is incredibly swift. Upon looking back, He sees countless black cloud beasts surging towards them like a deluge, their movements accompanied by a waft of black smoke. Are these creatures formidable? They certainly appear fearsome. Yet as Lie Chunga ascends into the sky, he glances at the distant smoke. Not only he, but others too approach the black cloud beasts, revealing cruel smiles. He raises his hand and ruthlessly hurls an energy orb towards the black mist. Boom! A violent explosion erupts, scattering the black mist and unveiling the black cloud beasts within. Even the mist is blown away. The individual checks his watch, a look of delight spreading across his face. Without further hesitation, he unleashes a barrage of energy orbs, prompting others to follow suit, eager not to be outdone. This seems too easy. Look at how many points I have accumulated. After a relentless bombardment, someone inspects their watch only to find that aside from the initial points, the subsequent tally is dismally low, prompting expressions of confusion. Could this machine be malfunctioning? Just as the thought crosses his mind, the black mist has already enveloped him. A black cloud beast lunges at him, and instinctively, he swats it away, only to retract his hand as the searing pain hits him. He has been burned, and he senses something amiss about the black cloud beasts. Before he can ponder further, he realizes the difference. The beasts have now swarmed over him, their weight overwhelming. The intense burn prevents him from concentrating, and he is soon submerged within the black mist. His demise does not instill fear in the others. A mid-tier warrior gathers formidable energy to retaliate. Boom! The powerful energy blast shatters the black cloud beasts. Yet he finds no joy in this. Firstly, the explosion lacked the anticipated might. Secondly, most of the blasted black cloud beasts remain alive, seizing the opportunity to approach them. Those who survive in the sword tower are undoubtedly astute individuals. A few exchange glances before commencing a frenzied assault, gathering energy for a relentless barrage. A massive path is forcibly carved through the dense black mist, a scene mirrored in myriad locations. Chapter 84. The Black Torrent. The black cloud beast's defeat seems to have provoked some formidable entity, as the earth trembles once more, instilling a palpable sense of dread, as if a colossal beast is fixated upon them. This is dire. The mist thickens, intensifying Lie Chunga's discomfort. He quickly ascends and checks the positioning on his watch. Damn it! Why is the positioning malfunctioning? Technology is a nuisance. Only one's own strength can be relied upon. The earthquake strikes again, and while Lie Chunga, who can fly, remains unfazed, the equipment left behind by Ramen cannot withstand the pressure and collapses, reduced to ruins in a flash. The final images reveal an unending tide of black torrents. Just as he attempts to escape, a heart-wrenching cry pierces through the black mist, likely from some unfortunate teammate. Lie Chunga swiftly ascended to a higher altitude, where he could faintly discern the figures of those who had recently reveled in the acquisition of points. Now shrouded in an ominous black mist, how could they succumb to despair? The explosion was their most fundamental skill, capable of effectively repelling surrounding foes. Surely, they should not be so easily devoured by the dark cloud beasts. After a moment's contemplation, he gathered a sphere of energy and hurled it towards the distant black fog. The mist erupted, revealing a multitude of black cloud beasts. This time, he concentrated intently and finally discerned a peculiar distinction among the dark creatures. Those that had been injured or slain not only bled no blood, but also rapidly merged with the subsequent black cloud beasts. Indeed, they merged. The essence of the assimilated beasts significantly heightened. Moreover, the black cloud beasts that had been struck turned in unison towards his direction, seeking death. Perhaps this tactic would prove effective against others, but for him, who dared to approach, he could reduce the black cloud beasts to mere dust. He refused to believe that even in ash, they could still be absorbed. Once more, he concentrated energy into a sphere, but this time, it was not the ordinary white. It was a unique blue, his own. Boom. Before he could release it, a violent explosion reverberated nearby, powerful enough to flatten several mountains. Who had unleashed such force? Was it for point acquisition or something else? It mattered little. He cast the energy sphere forth. Boom. The explosion erupted, yet instead of a shockwave, the energy imploded. Upon inspecting the blast site, not only the black cloud beasts but the very soil had turned to ash. Indeed, as others sought points, he could not remain idle. He continued to gather energy before him, forming a shape unlike that of others, elongated and concentrated. With a whoosh, it fell like a meteor, covering an extensive area. However, the cohesion of the energy was lacking, and the charging time too prolonged. Improvements were necessary. Nonetheless, as my inaugural ranged skill, it deserved a name. Let it be called Rain of Arrows. Observing the steadily rising points in his hand, Lie Chunga felt a sense of satisfaction with this ability. Wait. The black mist obscured everything within. How could the machines discern points unless they could see? It was no wonder Raman's machines could perceive from such distances. With this realization, he resolved to demonstrate his prowess. In an instant, Lie Chunga transformed into a mobile artillery platform, unleashing a torrent of fire that significantly impeded the advance of the black cloud beasts. While he relished the exhilaration, others fared less favorably. Although the survivors of the Sword Tower were astute, aware of the potential dangers posed by the black mist and the necessity for ranged attacks, a few overzealous individuals charged into the throng of beasts, only to gradually discover that the black cloud beasts had become increasingly formidable. Furthermore, some began to experience fatigue, dizziness, and difficulty breathing. A few even succumbed, buried beneath the weight of the black cloud beasts. Oxygen deprivation. Lie Chunga quickly recognized the anomaly, but the others were faring even worse. Their physiques, only slightly superior to those of ordinary individuals, rendered them highly susceptible to complications after excessive energy release. As they discovered the predicament and began to search for a safe haven, despair washed over them as they struggled to discern their direction. Even if they soared to great heights, the vast sky offered no points of reference. They could not even see the sun when they tilted their heads. Unaccustomed to navigating, they had already lost their way in erratic flight. Now, their dwindling air supply added to their urgency. At last, they stumbled upon an open area and excitedly flew towards it. There, a lone figure was leisurely retreating while battling the dark cloud beasts. It was him. It was indeed him. They seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope and rushed over, gasping for breath. Damn it, this device is utterly useless, one of them lamented, as he realized that the combat power tester he had purchased with a significant number of credits not only failed to detect the dark cloud beasts, but also could not ascertain their direction. He contemplated smashing it, but hesitated. Of course, the combat power tester was not entirely ineffectual. It at least indicated that numerous individuals had gathered in this vicinity. Soon, a throng of people converged, eager to ascertain the safety of the area. You are here too, Xian. What brings you here? One asked incredulously. Isn't it these cursed creatures that drove you here as well? You don't understand the terror of this black mist. It's as if one cannot see a hand in front of their face, and it has the ability to consume energy. Moreover, those beasts are utterly fearless. Ziyun replied passionately to Xylem. Suddenly, they noticed Lie Chunga nearby, surprisingly calm. This individual they had somewhat looked down upon had the ability to repel the dark mist. With a raised hand, he unleashed an energy orb that shot through the air, illuminating the scene ahead. Before them, the dark cloud beasts were pierced by numerous energy entities, which dissipated in no time. Ziyun cast a surprised glance at Lie Chunga, then immediately fired two energy orbs. One continued to disperse the dark mist, while the other hovered in midair. Strangely, the dark cloud beasts seemed to be drawn towards the energy sphere, only to explode upon contact. Ziyun approached, praising. Your control is quite commendable. You possess some skill. However, Lie Chunga's gaze remained fixed on the peculiar dark cloud beasts as he replied without turning, no need for flattery. Let us focus on how to proceed. Your stamina is running low as well. The congregation of individuals had attracted countless dark cloud beasts, charging towards them en masse. For a moment, even Lie Chunga found himself strained. As for the others, their energy reserves were severely depleted, and they remained suspicious of their teammates. Unable to rely on one another, the dark clouds inexorably gathered, casting a shadow over them, heralding a sense of impending doom. Their time was running short. What shall we do? Those damned blue source beings have vanished at the critical moment. Stop spreading panic. They want to abandon us. The clamor of voices caused Lie Chunga a headache. Fortunately, Ziyun stepped forward. Does anyone know what exactly these dark cloud beasts are? As a seasoned powerhouse, his reputation commanded respect, and the crowd quieted, exchanging glances, anticipating an answer. After a lengthy discussion, no one could provide a satisfactory response. As the black mist loomed ever closer, someone finally stepped forward and said, Perhaps I know the answer. I have indeed heard something about it. In the historical records of Blue Source Star, there once existed a fearsome beast reminiscent of the current situation. However, it was known not as the Black Cloud Beast, but as the Devouring Beast. Upon the utterance of its name, a palpable shift occurred in the gazes of all present, and the expression of the speaker darkened further. I suggested it might be a case of my own faulty memory. Sensing the unfriendly stares from the crowd, the individual continued, his face a mask of despair. Cough. It bears a striking resemblance to this so-called Black Cloud Beast. I suspect it is not a living entity, or perhaps merely a puppet akin to ants, where only the queen is the true being, while the rest are mere extensions. When sustenance is abundant, it awakens and commands its proxies to hunt. Despite our journey, during which we vanquished countless black cloud beasts, we have not diminished its essence in the slightest. Rather, we have inadvertently empowered them by allowing them to absorb our energy, rendering them increasingly formidable. At this juncture, the core of the black cloud beast may have already enveloped the planet, and aside from us, there may well be no other life forms remaining on this world. The speaker stumbled through his words, yet Lie Chunga felt an unsettling discord. He understood the law of conservation of energy. Such harvesting was tantamount to draining a pond dry. It would not take long before this once vibrant planet descended into desolation. Moreover, upon his arrival, he had utilized a detector which confirmed the presence of life on the planet. The speaker's assertions, couched in uncertainty, seemed rather persuasive. Indeed, it holds some merit, murmured Ziyun, while several others wore similarly perplexed expressions, remaining silent. For a moment, the only sounds that filled the air were the explosions of energy projectiles. As the black mist threatened to envelop them, the area they could disperse diminished, prompting even Lie Chunga to cease his attacks. At this point, his abilities were but a drop in the ocean. Conserving energy for what lay ahead seemed a wiser course of action. Though his stamina could endure for months, the end remained an unknown. Lie Chunga shrugged. Noticing a red plant nearby, he reached out, plucking a leaf, crushing it, and inhaling its sharp scent. Upon probing with his mental faculties, he detected faint psychic waves. The individual had spoken true. The entirety of the planet had likely become the domain of their adversary. Observing the somber expressions of the crowd, Lie Chunga inquired of the speaker, "Do you mean to say we understand, but how shall we locate that core? The detector is utterly useless. Do you possess any means?" The individual shook his head. "They are immensely powerful, yet in the grand scheme of the planet, they are insignificant. No one can guarantee that we will find a refuge before our strength wanes." Ziyun seemed to regain her composure, waving her hand and stepping forward. "There is no need for concern. As long as we have Ramen, he will surely have a solution." The crowd nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Ziyun imbued with newfound trust. Lie Chunga watched as a throng of cosmic beings surged towards Ziyun. At that moment, he realized the peculiar demeanor of these extraterrestrials. With a larger group came greater noise. Yet, these individuals appeared profoundly convinced by the exchange between him and Ziyun. They seemed to possess an inexplicable reverence for those who wield strength. In simple terms, their allegiance aligned with the mightiest. If these beings were privy to his true thoughts, they might deem Lie Chunga as an anomaly. After all, is it not natural to heed the call of the strong? Ramen, whom I had encountered before, has likely fled far by now. Lie Chunga shrugged, while Ziyun, with a bittersweet smile, remarked, "Indeed, he has always possessed profound knowledge in this area. At this moment, he has probably located the core of the black cloud beast." No sooner had he spoken than the wristwatch inexplicably resumed its communication and positioning function. Ziyun's expression turned peculiar as he addressed the group. "We must return to the camp." With that, he soared into the sky, leaving the others momentarily bewildered. Lie Chunga hurriedly followed, and the group soon regained their composure, taking flight. "What is happening?" Lie Chunga quickened his pace to catch up, but Ziyun cast a glance his way, seemingly disinclined to speak. However, shortly thereafter, Ziyun's voice resonated in his mind. "You are new here and unaware. Many individuals in this place did not arrive passively. It is important to recognize that energy crystals, the finest fuel for spacecraft, are highly sought after. The might of Blue Source Star is intrinsically linked to energy crystals, which has led numerous factions to send infiltrators here. Indeed, our purpose for coming is quite straightforward, to investigate the method of energy crystal production. Currently, the detectable evidence suggests a connection between this production and the black cloud beasts. I suspect that these so-called black cloud beast cores are symbiotic creatures of the energy crystals. Previously, I had not considered this angle because the data indicated that they typically slumber underground until the population of certain organisms reaches a critical mass for harvesting. Concealment is their innate talent, making their presence difficult to discern. This information was disclosed by Ramen, who must have identified an issue, prompting his hasty departure. Lie Chunga abruptly halted, realizing in that moment why the earlier individual had been so evasive. He too was an infiltrator, and perhaps he was the only one who was not. Furthermore, the true objective of this urgent mission must pertain to the core of the black cloud beast. Given the current position of the spacecraft, It is highly likely that we are nearing the core, which explains why both Ramen and Ziyun left so promptly. Yet, what perplexes him is Ziyun's unusual kindness towards him, sharing these secrets so candidly. Moreover, General Fano's core of the Black Cloud Beast is perhaps the greatest secret of Blue Source Star. Why is it being so openly revealed? The absurdity of this urgent mission further complicates matters. Keep up with me. Ziyun's voice echoed again in his mind. Without hesitation, Lie Chunga equipped himself with the combat power tester and accelerated to follow. Their pace quickened, gradually distancing themselves from the main group. Lie Chunga glanced back and inquired, "Are we not taking them along?" Ziyun, however, offered no reply, his demeanor starkly cold. As they flew, a sudden realization struck Lie Chunga, casting a grim shadow over his countenance. Ziyun had mentioned that the Black Cloud Beast cores typically remain dormant. Their sudden awakening must indicate that something has gone awry. No, it is not merely a change in habit. It is because the energy levels have reached a threshold, prompting their awakening. In that moment, Lie Chunga connected the dots and muttered to himself, "So, we are all merely food." Chapter 86. We are all backup food in that fleeting moment. It appeared that many questions had found their answers. The so-called urgent mission was to provide energy to the Black Cloud Beast. Delving deeper, one might ponder where the corpses, encouraged by the Sword Tower's incessant promotion of slaughter, were directed. It was evident that this place held the answer. To his knowledge, throughout the universe, due to the influence of an unknown powerful entity, the rare treasures of heaven and earth had lost their efficacy against him, a mere locust. However, on Blue Source Star, there existed energy crystals capable of endowing him with strength. This was patently abnormal. He had previously suspected the Sword Tower's sword, but it now appeared that the birth of the Black Cloud Beast led to a fusion that produced these energy crystals. At this moment, he found himself genuinely admiring the general. By leveraging the allure of energy crystals, he attracted countless formidable beings, subsequently utilizing their remains to nourish the Black Cloud Beast, and in return, acquiring energy crystals. The ascendance of Blue Source Star was not without its reasons. Yet, what had precipitated the revelation of the Black Cloud Beast's existence this time? Had they truly become devoid of value? Had they completely forsaken their resistance against Frisia? Were these assassins now rendered unnecessary? No wonder the purple cloud was hastily rushing towards the spaceship. Wait for me, little brother. Time rewound to a day prior. Once all the fighters were released, the spaceship commenced deploying small satellites, in conjunction with wristwatches for global surveillance. When the opportune moment arrived, they summoned the Black Cloud Beast while simultaneously jamming the signals on the wristwatches. From their spacecraft descended a diminutive flying apparatus, directing itself towards a colossal pit on the planet's surface. Here, the black mist swirled, yet curiously parted to reveal a flight path. At the end of the passage, a familiar humming sound resonated. General Fano emerged from the craft, gazing at the enormous beast before him, which affectionately brushed against him, producing a crackling noise at the point of contact. The beast, aware it had inadvertently caused harm, emitted a plaintive sound, though it appeared endearingly clumsy. It shared a form akin to the Black Cloud Beast, albeit with a rotund physique marked by hues of red and black, towering dozens of meters high. If the external Black Cloud Beast resembled a black earth dog, this creature resembled a gigantic pig. With a smile, General Fano reassured, "I am unscathed." Upon hearing his gentle voice, the mother body of the Black Cloud Beast seemed elated, subsequently exposing its side-lying form, where glimmering energy crystal chunks were nestled at its rear. No one could have anticipated that these energy crystals were, in fact, its excrement. By transporting these energy crystals back to the Sword Tower, they would swiftly transform into Blue Source Star's specialty, energy crystals. "Good boy," General Fano called out, gesturing to his soldiers to commence their actions. He approached the face of the devouring beast, donning a benevolent expression while murmuring softly. Once, the vicinity of the Sword Tower was a desolate place. But upon discovering the devouring beast, and with its assistance, he unraveled some functions of the sword, thus facilitating the expansive development of Blue Source Star. Time ticked on, each second passing as the transport neared completion. General Fano descended gracefully and inquired of his aide, "What is the status of our points?" The communications officer activated the device, projecting a virtual image that displayed the rankings of the warriors. Lie Chunga's name appeared prominently, significantly ahead of the second-ranked Shilamo. "Quite impressive," the general remarked, his tone surprisingly complimentary rather than irate. The colossal beast, observing the projection, especially fixated on Lie Chunga, exhibited signs of agitation. General Fano quickly reassured, Do not let your temper flare. You've had your fill this time, and enduring some hardship is only fitting. The black cloud beast seemed to comprehend, calming its restlessness. Indeed, the energy of the deceased pales in comparison to that of the living, yet a sense of discontent lingered as its small eyes remained fixated on Lie Chunga. Watching the subdued black cloud beast, General Fino sighed thoughtfully and said, I have brought some indigenous people along with many wild beasts. I hope you will refrain from slaughtering them all. You must learn to be self-sufficient, for we may not return here in the future. Instantly, the black cloud beast once again became agitated, but General Fino soared into the air, gently patting its head. I must take my leave, but rest assured, I shall return to see you. Only then did the beast settle down, yet it did not cease its longing, as if wishing for the general's safe return. Meanwhile, the aide, having discerned the general's resolute demeanor, hesitated before suggesting, General, cannot you negotiate further with those noble lords? With a scoff, Fino retorted, negotiate? Humph. Our ancestors, in their benevolence, bequeathed privileges to the descendants of the valiant, while we, their successors, suffer. You must understand, they have become parasites upon our planet. Had I not championed the establishment of the Sword Tower, our blue source star might have ceased to exist by now. And now, as the Sword Tower gains a modicum of renown, they are eager to sell it off. How utterly despicable. The furious General Fino could not restrain a trace of his terrifying aura before retracting it and continuing his lament. Do they truly believe that the title of Cosmic Emperor is something they have earned through flattery? The most merciless of all are the emperors. We must hasten. I have some vermin and the grievances of those slaves to address. Upon reaching the exterior of the ship, a multitude of warriors had gathered, their tension palpable. With Ziyun at the forefront. What is the matter? Are we not to undertake our mission? The general stepped forward, instantly dissipating the charged atmosphere with his presence. Satisfied with the display of authority, he surveyed the crowd and added, with so many present, speak up. You. Tell me what the situation is. Do not claim I am barbaric afterward. The one pointed out was the most vociferous among them, and though fear flickered in his eyes, he drew courage from his comrades. Raising his chin defiantly, this mission is nothing short of a death sentence. Those monsters are merely avatars. Their true forms lie beneath the ship, preventing us from engaging. I know everything. General Fino, taken aback, scanned the crowd before fixing his gaze on Ziyun. You speak the truth, he acknowledged, tossing aside several severed heads, revealing the unmistakable visage of Raman among them. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent, and with a cold smirk, the general remarked, You are correct in your assertions. But what of it? Do not forget, your identities are mere slaves, mere instruments for our profit. Even if we were to eliminate you, what could you possibly say? This declaration exuded an overwhelming authority. Nearby soldiers raised their weapons in response. At that moment, a judge emerged, radiating a formidable aura that instantly subdued the crowd. The leader, with a defiant posture, turned his head and remarked, It's nothing, we merely came to observe. Beside him, Ziyun's lips twitched, and reluctantly, he stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lie Chunga. My lord, you are indeed correct. However, you once promised that we would not be coerced into death. We deserve a respite. Ziyun spoke languidly, as if genuinely seeking benevolence. The general, with a sneer, retorted, You are quite the slippery one, gathering such a multitude. I thought you were inciting rebellion. How audacious. Very well, we must take our leave. Ziyun then soared into the sky, leaving a bewildered Lie Chunga behind. What became of the promised slave uprising? How could it fizzle out so pathetically? Why did he gather so many only to depart in such a disheartened manner? What are you still doing here? Oh, I merely came to witness the spectacle. Have you seen enough of the show? Not quite. May I inquire if this event is connected to Frisia? Indeed. Any further questions? None. Well, remember that to enhance your strength, you shall require energy crystals. However, you get what you pay for, so muster some combat prowess. With that, the general ascended towards the spaceship. Shortly thereafter, everyone's wristbands vibrated. The emergency mission persisted, yet the task points had doubled. Instantly, the collective resentment dissipated, and they fervently began to hunt the black cloud beasts. With a defined resting place now established, amassing points became rather effortless. Chapter 87. The Emergence of Sabo. For Lie Chunga, hunting had grown tedious. Points were valuable, but they needed to be utilized. Beep, beep, beep. The task time had concluded. Under the barrels of the blue soldiers' guns, everyone obediently returned to the spaceship. After all, even if they could escape, they would only be left alone on this planet to serve as prey for the devourer beasts. Cultivation, cultivation. Since embarking on this journey of refinement, time seemed to accelerate, or perhaps it was merely that time was insufficient. Upon returning to the Sword Tower, he exchanged all his points for energy crystals to further his training, steadily progressing toward the pinnacle of perfection. The next step involved opening the upper Dantian, forming the Niwen Palace, thus granting a sanctuary for his spiritual power. The upper Dantian, located between the brows, is situated within the cranial region. The head, being the crown of the 6 yangs, demands meticulous attention. Only through diligent effort can it be unlocked. Once the Niwen Palace is established, by traversing the bridge of heaven and earth, the 3 powers of the body can be unified, resulting in a significant enhancement of strength. At that juncture, the level of life would ascend once more, akin to the distinction between entering the realm and remaining outside of it. Are the 3 powers the essence, chi, and spirit? How do they unify? Even with an inheritance, without a master to guide him, every step must be taken with utmost caution. Upon returning to Blue Source Star, before disembarking, he spotted a gathering of blue aristocrats awaiting him. The general, however, approached them with a jovial demeanor, though his occasionally revealing gaze was steeped in determination. Time has swiftly passed since the last urgent mission, and it is uncertain how many Earth days have elapsed. Lie Chunga, uninterested in the fierce conflicts outside the Sword Tower, has merely observed a dwindling number of visitors. Even the elders have begun to vanish one after another. The tranquil days have finally been disrupted, as a multitude of elegantly attired blue beings on Blue Source Star await anxiously. The noble leading them is none other than the figure atop, whom Lie Chunga participated in that massacre. As they arrived, the crowd eagerly anticipated their descent, and soon a circular spacecraft descended from the heavens, hovering in the air as if surveying all that lay beneath. The nobles observed this spectacle closely, whispering amongst themselves. Some expressed disdain, remarking on the diminutive size of the vessel. Is this truly the chariot of Lord Frisia? Indeed, could there be a mistake? They pondered the wisdom of aligning with such an organization. Alas, who could resist the cosmic emperor, Frisia? As the discussion grew increasingly absurd, the Grand Elder could not help but interject with a firm rebuke, silence. Simultaneously, he wiped away non-existent beads of sweat. His knowledge of the Frisia force was limited, as the organizations he had once learned about had all been obliterated. I hope my decision is correct. No, I am not mistaken. Everything is for the sake of preserving hope for Blue Source Star. The Grand Elder glanced backward, seemingly sensing the presence of General Fino, who was observing intently, though his expression was grim. Damn it, this cowardly lot has invited them prematurely to ensure their survival. Ashin, initiate all contingency plans. We need time. The Grand Elder remained indifferent to the happenings around him, for once Lord Frisia descended, all issues would pale in comparison. In an attempt to reassure himself and the others, he declared, "Let us remain calm. Perhaps this is a fortuitous development. The poorer their technology, the more they will require our assistance." The crowd exchanged glances and smiled, as if they had glimpsed a flicker of hope. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction, his brow furrowed to the point where the silver lines were nearly obscured. From this moment forward, we shall not merely be the nobility of Blue Source Star, but perhaps the aristocrats of the entire universe. This grand ambition ignited the imaginations of all present, who yearned for the spacecraft to land swiftly. After much anticipation, the vessel finally descended. The hatch opened slowly, and a line of soldiers emerged, culminating in the descent of 5 individuals. A palpable aura of formidable combat power enveloped the scene. The Grand Elder gazed forward, observing the leader, an imposing green-skinned figure resembling a human, tall and clad in a cloak, with a mane of lush green hair gathered simply at the back, exuding an air of approachability. In contrast, the other 4 were far more fearsome. The first on the left was a rotund being covered in spikes, resembling a large toad. Next to him was a bald figure clad in turtle-like armor. To the right stood a tall individual with pale purple skin and a round head, lacking ears, and lastly, the tallest among them, a muscular giant whose gaze appeared somewhat vacant. Before the Grand Elder could utter a word, the leading green figure disdainfully produced a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. The environment on Blue Source Star is quite poor. Casting a disdainful glance at the nobles below, he activated the combat power tester. In the next moment, his contemptuous expression transformed into a cold smirk. The combat power was indeed formidable. In terms of combat ability, it could rival that of the scions from earlier. Naturally, the scions would surpass this after transformation. Surveying his surroundings, he finally fixed his gaze upon the Grand Elder and inquired, are you the one who sent word of your desire to ally with us? Such backup organizations on Blue Source Star were not uncommon within Frisia's legion, yet it was rare for one to actively seek allegiance. Unbeknownst to him, due to previous rumors, the organizations below believed that Frisia was in search of a planet's inhabitants to replace the Psiots. The Grand Elder appeared somewhat perplexed, yet finding himself in a precarious situation. He nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Frisia. Our Blue Source Star harbors not only countless warriors of our kin, but also thousands of fearless fighters. Allow me to represent Blue Source Star and present our offerings." The green-skinned figure regarded the Grand Elder with suspicion, furrowing his brow and letting out a disdainful huff, unleashing a formidable surge of combat power that sent the Grand Elder tumbling several times. Bang! The detector on the left cheek of the general exploded instantaneously, revealing a look of confusion on his face. Is the combat power only 30,000? Does this merit the title of Cosmic Emperor? He pondered. Or is there hidden strength? Observing the nobles in distress before him, who boasted boldly in his presence yet behaved like dogs in the face of adversity, he was left to contemplate whether their plight was pitiable or lamentable. The Grand Elder was gripped by fear. For him, anything exceeding 30,000 in combat power constituted a significant figure. Who would dare employ a detector in front of the Cosmic Emperor? The Grand Elder, feeling utterly embarrassed, suppressed his fury and approached the green figure with a subservient demeanor, exclaiming, "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I have come to present gifts." Little did he know that the green figure wore a facade of benevolence, leaning his handsome visage closer to the Grand Elder and coldly remarking, "My lord, it is not within your means to simply meet him." Nearby, a towering figure, noticing the Grand Elder's continued ignorance, chuckled amiably and said, "My boss is the right-hand man of Lord Frisia, not the Lord himself. You should refrain from addressing my boss in such a manner. If the Lord were to find out." Before he could finish, he was nudged by a teammate and finally realized, "My boss's name is Sabo, remember it well." Sabo's expression twitched, yet he waved his hand dismissively, generously stating, "Ignorance is no crime. Let me see your so-called gifts." Chapter 88. The calm before the storm. Our Lord Frisia is exceedingly busy and has little interest in your wretched planet. However, you are fortunate to have sent word in advance. Otherwise, this meeting would not have occurred in such a manner. As Sabo perused the documents in hand, he issued veiled threats, calculating how to extract maximum benefit, yet he found that these individuals were genuinely earnest. How intriguing. A prosperous planet, thousands of warriors, high-tech talent from Blue Source Star, and the coveted blue crystals, all precious resources of Blue Source Star. How could they possibly part with such treasures? Might there be some misunderstanding? Certainly, whether or not it was welcome, he accepted the gift. To refuse a grand offering presented at one's doorstep would be a grave injustice. "The general, how did they arrive here?" someone exclaimed, and the crowd followed his gaze, a shared sense of trepidation washing over them. Yet upon seeing Sabo, a flicker of resolve ignited within their hearts. The general, his countenance dark, slowly traversed the throng, muttering, "Not coming? If you delay further, our homeland will be stripped bare." Sabo regarded General Fino, his expression tinged with gravity. From his earlier reconnaissance, he was already aware that this place harbored a combatant capable of matching his prowess. "It appears you are not the leader here, after all." Hearing Sabo's jest, the elder fell into silence, ultimately clenching his fists and positioning himself between the general and Sabo, coldly stating, "What brings you here?" He then lowered his voice, a menacing warning escaping his lips. Though he is not King Frisia himself, he is still a representative. "Do not act recklessly, or we shall all perish. You have already lost." General Fino scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the elder before breaking into a smile directed at Sabo. "Welcome, welcome. The arrival of a distinguished individual like you truly illuminates our Blue Source Star." Turning to the elder, he added, "You should have informed me. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am the head of the Sword Tower on Blue Source Star." "The Sword Tower?" Sabo inquired, glancing at the distant structure. A sense of awe stirring within him, igniting a desire to explore further. "I have heard that you produce formidable warriors. I wish to witness this for myself. This is the situation at hand. I hope you will engage in combat with Sabo's subordinates, scheduled for 7 days hence. I do not anticipate your victory. I merely hope you do not suffer a humiliating defeat." General Fino, seated before the four, spoke with a sincerity that contrasted sharply with his usual authoritative demeanor. Upon hearing this, the four individuals exhibited a range of emotions, some elated while others troubled. Their expressions varied. Xylem and the newly ascended warrior Avon were both natives of Blue Source Star, and while they grasped the general's intentions, they were acutely aware that their allegiance extended beyond themselves. As for Ziyun and Lie Chunga, their expressions were peculiar. Uncertain of how to assess the upper echelons of Blue Source Star, for the burdens of these nobles were theirs to bear. Alas, they had little choice, as their prior agreement to General Fino's plan had allowed them to survive until now. Fortunately, it was not Frisia himself who had come, but rather his right-hand man, Sabo. The distinction between the two was not solely in combat prowess. More importantly, Sabo, despite his closeness to Frisia, remained a subordinate, necessitating a careful evaluation of advantages and disadvantages. The allegiance of Blue Source Star was crucial, primarily for their advancements in technology, particularly in the realm of energy crystals, which they coveted. Additionally, the revenue from the Sword Tower was significant. Frisia himself may have deemed it beneath him, but that did not apply to Sabo. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, Sabo expressed a desire to assess the elite combat capabilities of the Sword Tower, intending to determine the optimal placement of these warriors within the Legion. All of this was orchestrated under the guidance of General Fino, whose terrifying acumen was undeniable. Now, he half communicated and half commanded their participation in a competition against Sabo's subordinates, undoubtedly concealing a grander scheme within this seemingly straightforward challenge. Certainly, whether it is a conspiracy or not, Lie Chunga remains indifferent. He recalls that Sabo possesses combat capabilities comparable to those of the general. However, both individuals harbor a hidden transformation, both seasoned and capable in battle. Once the general departs, Lie Chunga gazes at the remaining three, attempting to forge an alliance with them. The general is indeed correct. We must strive to the best of our abilities. Aon and Zilimo exchanged heavy glances with him before turning away. It was Ziyun who quipped, "You truly dare to oppose the Frisia force. In this contest, victory seems unattainable. Yet the general insists they give their all. Should they win, they would be met with resentment. What then would become of them?" At this moment, Lie Chunga appears to underestimate Frisia's formidable reputation, forgetting that even he harbors a profound wariness of the entity. Nonetheless, Sabo's presence has introduced an unexpected opportunity into what was otherwise a certain demise, causing him to become somewhat reckless. Frisia's very name translates to an all-encompassing refrigerator, symbolizing not only his terrifying nature, but also the profound legacy of his lineage. Each generation has produced formidable warriors, with Frisia's generation exhibiting explosive growth. Fear and trepidation are deeply etched into the hearts of the cosmic denizens. Furthermore, Frisia's might is one thing, but the terrifying nature of his subordinates is another. They engage in the most lucrative ventures, such as real estate. Take the Scions, for instance. Their task involves annihilating the indigenous populations of resource-rich planets and selling them off. Their infamy spans the cosmos, with every race traversing the universe harboring fear. Indeed, even Frisia's subordinates are cautious to avoid confrontation. The Navet of youth leads them to underestimate the tiger, which encapsulates their perception of Lie Chunga. After all, in the vast universe, few dare to openly express their stance against the Frisia force. Observing the departing figures, Lie Chunga lets out a sigh, his mind conjuring an image of the moment when Son Goku encounters Frisia on planet Namek, with himself standing behind Frisia, witnessing Goku's astonished expression. Nevertheless, it must be noted that while Frisia is undeniably malevolent, he treats his subordinates with great respect and courtesy. Thus, even though they are aware of his brutality, his minions remain fiercely loyal. For instance, his strongest subordinate, Jinyu, performs his absurd antics before Frisia, who suppresses laughter, his youthful face flushed, yet he shows approval towards them. Shaking his head, Lie Chunga dispels these unrealistic thoughts. Perhaps his mind has been wandering lately. Could it be due to his rapid increase in power? No, that cannot be the case. He has yet to confront his inner demons. Has the general also succumbed? It is true that he initially intended to assassinate Frisia, believing that once he was dead, everything would conclude. However, with Sabo's arrival, he finds himself at an impasse. Either surrender all resources of the planet or engage in battle with the Frisia force. He seemingly has no choice. Chapter 89. Battle within 7 days. The Elder led Sabo and his entourage on a tour of the technological marvels within the Sword Tower, the arena, and even the long-awaited competitive events. The more they observed, the more satisfied they became with everything in the Sword Tower. Moreover, through subtle inquiries, they grasped the reasons behind their allegiance to the Frisia force. Old Elder Xiang's gaze was laced with a hint of disdain. and he regarded the general and his entourage with a newfound wariness. At last, the long-anticipated date of the duel had arrived. However, this battle, despite drawing considerable interest, attracted few spectators. Such was the formidable deterrent of the evil emperor. Those present were likely no more than novice cosmic beings akin to Lie Chunga, along with a handful of obligatory attendees. The first to enter the arena was none other than Lie Chunga, whose late arrival and lackluster reputation rendered him inconspicuous. Sabeo, observing the unremarkable Lie Chunga, cautiously activated the combat power tester, only to burst into laughter upon seeing the result. With a mere 5,000 combat power, he scoffed. "Is this the best you have?" The Grand Elder offered an awkward chuckle, yet with a knowing glint in his eyes, remarked, "Ah, I have seen him before. He may yet surprise us." They were destined to lose, yet they must do so with flair. Otherwise, how could they maintain their standing within the Legion? Lie Chunga was indeed a trump card. "Is that so? Man Yo, you're up." Sabeo hesitated momentarily before dispatching his weakest, yet most defensively robust subordinate, Man Yo, into the fray. "Yes, my lord," came the deep, resonant reply, and though he appeared somewhat unassuming, his entrance was anything but. The moment he agreed, he leaped into the arena, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. As they faced off, Man Yo towered over Lie Chunga, casting a clearly provocative gaze. Lie Chunga smiled and strolled towards him, looking up and saying, "Well, here I come." Notably, this arena battle lacked a referee. Only a blood-soaked melee awaited. Man Yo feigned indifference, yet his muscles were taut with tension. Before he could make a move, Lie Chunga unleashed a flurry of strikes that seemed to manifest as countless shadows, landing upon him with precise impact. After executing a complete sequence of blows, Lie Chunga gracefully retreated to the edge of the arena, flashing a smile. "All right, that's a wrap. Next." He clapped his hands and pointed at Man Yo, grinning. "I've never seen someone so foolish. Let me finish you off." Man Yo, now with bloodshot eyes, bellowed, "You scoundrel! What are you babbling about? Your attacks barely tickle." Lie Chunga, reveling in his opponent's dismay, responded with a smirk, "You are already defeated. You just don't realize it yet." Man Yo erupted in laughter. But as he laughed, a thunderous explosion reverberated from his body, and blood began to spurt forth. Ultimately, amidst his laughter, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. "Oh, remarkably. You're still alive," Lie Chunga noted with a serious expression. His punches had struck with such force that even the best defenses could not withstand them. The fact that Man Yo had endured so many blows without perishing could only be attributed to his remarkable vitality. The dramatic scene caused Sabeo to rise abruptly, while the Grand Elder leisurely sipped from his teacup and remarked, "By sheer luck, I mentioned that this young man always brings unexpected surprises." Sabeo, suppressing his fury, shot a menacing glance at Lie Chunga and muttered, "Ah, be careful, Lu. It seems you've underestimated him." Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a single energy blast obliterated the still-living barbarian bull into mere ashes. All present widened their eyes in unison, while Sabo coldly remarked, "My subordinates do not require such worthless beings." It was unclear to whom this statement was directed, yet the calm demeanor of the Grand Elder betrayed him. As his trembling hand revealed his agitation while sipping tea, he subtly gestured towards the arena, and a peculiar sound wave resonated in Lie Chunga's mind. The latter understood that his mission was complete, and it was time to descend from the stage. Indeed, aside from the general, the Grand Elder had also sought him out. "What are you leaving for? Isn't the competition ongoing?" Sabo's icy voice signaled impending trouble for Lie Chunga. In that world, the utterance of a powerful figure could dictate the life or death of a lesser being. Glancing up, he noticed a hint of mockery beneath Sabo's stern visage. Lie Chunga compelled himself to remain calm and turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder, who merely averted his eyes. It was evident that these individuals were unreliable, and everything rested upon his own capabilities. According to whispered rumors, Sabo possessed a combat power nearing 30,000. Unfortunately, the combat strength that could be mustered from Blue Source Star was only around that figure as well. The combat prowess of several subordinates was estimated to be below that of Sabo and under 20,000, as per the general's data. A disparity in combat strength exceeding 1/3 would render the possibility of overwhelming defeat impossible. Thus, even if Sabo engaged, it would merely be a game for Lie Chunga, as strength was the essence of confidence. The absence of Fortis was both a surprise and a disappointment. With this in mind, he resolved to face the challenge. His gaze grew resolute, and an unfamiliar figure emerged. This individual, resembling a tortoise, was named Hualu, a lackey of Sabo. clad in the battle armor of the Fortis Legion. His stature was slightly taller than that of Zhuhao. Unlike the disdainful barbarian bull, he bore an air of contempt intertwined with caution. Your attacks are undeniably formidable. Even our strongest defender, the barbarian bull, could not withstand them. However, your greatest weakness lies in your speed. As Huelu concluded his statement, he unleashed his specialty, high-speed movement. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Lie Chunga, attempting a lethal strike akin to the one he had previously executed. Just as his fist was about to connect with Lie Chunga, a pang of instinct prompted him to retract his hand, moving to the side after several tentative approaches. That sense of foreboding lingered incessantly. Observing Sabo's increasingly frigid gaze, Huelu declared, "Boy, prepare to meet your demise," confirming that the individual before him lacked sufficient speed. He ceased holding back and launched a direct kick. Lie Chunga had anticipated the move, yet he still struggled to evade in time, retreating several paces. Just as he regained his footing, another onslaught ensued, 1,000 pounds crashing down, as immovable as a mountain, as Lie Chunga planted his legs firmly on the arena. A diamond-shaped barrier materialized before him, thwarting Huelu's impending attack. Your speed is indeed impressive, but your attacks are somewhat feeble. Huelu, unwilling to concede, hurled several energy blasts, creating a chaotic distortion around Lie Chunga, coldly taunting, "So what? I wonder how long you can maintain your defenses? Prepare to spend your life cowering in your shell." The corners of Lie Chunga's mouth twitched. This armored, bald-headed figure, with an unmistakable tortoise-like appearance, had the audacity to insult him as a turtle. Enraged, Lie Chunga seized the moment of his opponent's attack, unleashing an extraordinary burst of speed. His fist, imbued with a unique energy, narrowly grazed the body of Huelu. Huelu, observing the shattered armor, felt a shiver of dread. Had he not been prepared, that recent strike could have proven disastrous. To Lie Chunga's surprise, his adversary's speed had surged dramatically in such a brief span. The two locked eyes, finally shedding all pretenses of arrogance. Chapter 90. The fastest in the universe. It dawned on him that among the members of the Jinyu force, there existed one who belonged to the same race as this foe. This individual had once boasted before Sun Wukong, claiming to possess the fastest speed in the universe. Of course, that had merely been a jest, as he had faced a severe beating from Sun Wukong. Now, confronted with a formidable warrior of the same lineage, the jest could very well transform into a matter of life and death. Do not despair, there remains an opportunity. This opponent, possessing unparalleled speed, exhibits a singular vulnerability. Their velocity diminishes during an offensive maneuver. He likely recognizes this too and will not grant me any openings. For now, I must endeavor to discern his attacking patterns. Enduring the blows from Lie Chunga, he remained composed, suppressing his instinct to resist, and fixed his gaze upon his adversary. Every individual harbors habits, many of which are formed unconsciously. For instance, Huelu displayed a penchant for kicking and ambushing, indicating a lack of confidence in his own strength, often opting to approach from the side. At that moment, with a shattered punch, Lie Chunga's eyes ignited with fierce brilliance. His fist, accompanied by a tremendous energy, erupted with a deafening roar as he launched a side attack. Startled, Huelu, who had intended to shift to the side, covered his ears and crouched down, retreating his head into his abdomen, before rapidly fleeing, leveraging his exceptional speed. Peeking out, Huelu, still shaken, mocked, "Fool. Were it not for that terrifying sound, I would have surely sustained severe injuries." "The fool is you," Lie Chunga retorted with a scornful smile. He extended his hand, which he did not retract, and an ethereal chain emerged, linking the two combatants. Boom. Seizing the moment while Huelu was still disoriented, the chain erupted violently, its explosion serving as a signal. Not just the chain, but the very air around them seemed to detonate. Huelu hastily ascended into the sky to evade the blast, but the chain constrained his flight, leaving him vulnerable and disoriented amidst the chaos. Once the explosion subsided, Huelu breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the blast force was not particularly strong. He scorned his opponent for wasting so much energy, thinking it was now his turn. However, upon focusing his gaze, he realized Lie Chunga had vanished. "This is bad," he said, moving at high speed. Unfortunately, it was too late. A demonic growl echoed ominously in his ears. "I've got you." Cold sweat trickled down Huelu's brow as he turned to confront the ghastly visage of Lie Chunga, with his right hand looming perilously close. In that instant, it appeared as though Huelu, for reasons unknown, had recklessly collided with Lie Chunga's fist. At the last moment, he shrank back, tucking his head into his abdomen once more, narrowly evading the attack. Once more, employing the same tactic, does he still wish to escape? Lie Chunga smiled broadly. But the next moment, his grin froze. The opponent twisted his body in a bizarre manner, bursting forth with greater speed, darting past him and flying away beneath his legs. Lie Chunga stared blankly at his adversary, eventually letting out a sigh. Old habits die hard. Lacking proper guidance and with limited experience in aerial combat, he consistently overlooked the area below him. For him, the earth is the source of strength. A martial artist should stand firm on the ground and observe all directions. It is all too easy to neglect both above and below. While the emergence of mental energy compensates for the oversight above, it often unconsciously leads to ignoring what lies beneath. This is indeed a disadvantage. He retracted his left hand, which had yet to strike, calculating his gains and losses. As for returning to Ru, it seemed unlikely that this fellow would attack in the near future. Controlling one's energy is truly challenging, lacking the subtle manipulation one can achieve with internal energy. At present, using energy felt akin to wielding a prosthetic limb to grasp a sword. There was a sensation of being a sword master yet unable to unleash the necessary techniques. Otherwise, Ru would not have had any reaction time at all. His fists were not something an ordinary person could endure. Even the inherently robust bullman could not withstand his series of erratic punches. Just a hair's breadth away. It was truly a pity. Next, you shall not be graced with such fortune again. Lie Chunga flexed his wrists, causing Ru to retreat in fright, yet he stubbornly declared, "Do you think I rely on luck? It is my intuition that guides me, an innate talent." Lie Chunga nodded, feeling a twinge of excitement. During his year at the Sword Tower, those warriors would concede the moment they laid eyes on him, leaving him devoid of any sense of accomplishment. "Well, splendid. I hope you can entertain me a bit longer." Lie Chunga propelled himself forward with a push of his feet, akin to a cannonball, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Ru. Thus, the two dashed about the arena, causing veins to bulge on Sabo's forehead. "Ru, cease this frivolity," Sabo exclaimed, startled, almost forgetting of Sabo's presence. Recalling the bullman's fate with a cold sweat. "Hey, if you're giving orders, I shan't waste words. Let us test my newly developed ultimate move," Lie Chunga declared, halting and addressing the nearby staff. "Pray, adjust the energy shield to maximum power." The staff member nodded, twisting a dial, transforming the energy shield from ethereal to solid. Upon seeing the barrier, Sabo instinctively reached out to touch it, only to be halted by the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder shot his subordinate a look. A nearby soldier stepped forward, saluted, and placed his hand against the barrier. A series of crackling sounds erupted, and the blue individual convulsed and collapsed, occasionally twitching. Sabo withdrew his hand with a scoff, truly weak. He dismissed the incident, indicating that he would be unharmed if he touched it, only reluctant to ruin his impeccable appearance. The Grand Elder chose not to expose him, gesturing towards the arena. "Behold, the thrilling part approaches." On the stage, Lie Chunga took a deep breath and slowly extended his fist. A storm of energy began to manifest. Ru, unable to comprehend the situation, hesitated to strike. As the tempest grew, it produced a powerful suction force, and just as he contemplated fleeing, he realized the immense space encompassed by the energy shield. Die? Faced with the inevitability of capture, Ru did not hesitate to gather his energy, unleashing a torrent of power in retaliation. In this scene, the surrounding warriors gaped in astonishment, as even those with a modicum of understanding would refrain from unleashing such an attack on the arena. The energy explosion, reaching a critical magnitude, would, due to the presence of an energy shield, cause shockwaves to ricochet within the confines of the stage. The inevitable outcome, it seemed, would be mutual destruction. To their surprise, the energy orb released by Hui Lu veered uncontrollably towards the eye of the storm created by Lie Chunga's fists. Once inside, the energy sphere began to diminish, while the storm intensified with ferocity. Lie Chunga chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "This move, yet unnamed, shall henceforth be called the Wind Fist." However, his joy was short-lived, as Hui Lu's energy projectile hurtled towards him with reckless abandon, detonating with a thunderous roar. The rampant energy surged forth, causing Lie Chunga's expression to shift as he hastily unleashed his Wind Fist. With a resounding explosion, the Wind Fist detonated just a yard from his body, sending Lie Chunga himself reeling. Hui Lu, unable to savor his triumph, found the arena enveloped in shockwaves and residual energy from the Wind Fist. The visual impact of the explosion was staggering, devoid of energy smoke, with rippling waves of energy continuously expanding. Lie Chunga, predictably, was cast aside, while Hui Lu hastily assumed a defensive stance, for this maneuver was executed with such swiftness that evasion was impossible. Upon contact, Hui Lu's eyes widened in horror. Foam bubbled from his mouth, hinting at a deeper affliction. Before any commentary could arise, his armor shattered, disintegrating into fragments of varying sizes, as he collapsed, convulsing. A strange oscillation struck the energy shield, akin to water merging into the ocean, eliciting no response whatsoever. The referee swallowed hard. He did not perceive this attack as feeble. Observing both combatants incapacitated, he refrained from declaring the match's conclusion, instead awaiting the peculiar ripples to subside before deactivating the energy shield to investigate. Lie Chunga wiped the blood from his lips and, with great effort, sat up, casting a glance at Hui Lu, a faint smile gracing his lips. A commendable adversary. He mused, then glanced down at his own body, muttering, wounding the enemy by 1,000 while inflicting 800 upon oneself. No wonder few dare to innovate new techniques. Even with meticulous control over one's body, a slight disturbance in energy could inflict tremendous harm. Should one's foundation be compromised, the cost would far outweigh the benefits. Can you stand? The referee inquired cautiously, the subtext suggesting he preferred otherwise. Regrettably, Lie Chunga comprehended the implication but rose to his feet nonetheless. The referee shot him a cold glance and, without further ado, announced his victory, casting Lie Chunga a look that conveyed a warning of potential consequences. Indeed, in the audience, Sabo seethed with barely contained rage, directing his ire towards Hui Lu. Fixating on Hui Lu, indifferent to the rescuers surrounding him or the desperate glimmer in Hui Lu's eyes, he coldly declared, I have stated that my subordinates need not be encumbered by incompetence. Raising his hand, he unleashed a devastating energy orb, obliterating all in its vicinity. Sabo surveyed the area with a frosty demeanor, even casting a fleeting glance at Lie Chunga. Just then, the Grand Elder stepped forward, interjecting, Wait, please temper your wrath, Lord Sabo. He has battled continuously for 2 matches. Does he not require a moment of respite? Do not misunderstand. I am merely concerned that, should you emerge victorious, it may be deemed a hollow triumph. Saber scoffed, waving his hand dismissively, exclaiming, Who dares to question my integrity? Yet, before his words could fully dissipate, he observed the Grand Elder frantically signaling him with his eyes, while the other nobles displayed expressions of eager appeasement. Confounded by their antics, Saber ultimately decided to grant this individual some semblance of favor, letting out a cold snort in tacit agreement to the Grand Elder's sentiments. As he watched them depart, Lie Chunga exhaled a sigh of relief. Gazing into the distance, where the general's residence lay, he murmured, What is it that you truly intend? Upon returning to the lounge, Lie Chunga had scarcely rested when he was ushered into a small room where the Grand Elder had long awaited him. Young man, do you wish to survive? Bang. The general, witnessing the unfolding events, slammed his hand upon the table, surveying the room, which had already been reduced to a chaotic state. Outside, no one was aware that the general had harbored anger for several days. The inhabitants of Blue Source Star, having risen from a state of poverty to becoming a formidable force in the cosmos, did not achieve their status through subservience, but rather through relentless combat. After merely a few centuries of tranquility, those aged individuals had forgotten their past, resorting to servility, even selling themselves into servitude for the sake of a stable existence. They failed to consider the nature of Frisia. Loyal subordinates of the Scions had been slain merely for a rumor, all in hopes of a peaceful life under his command. Subservience garners no respect. Only formidable power commands reverence. Alas, why was it not Frisia who arrived? The general, ever the embodiment of authority, inhaled deeply and pressed a button. Shortly thereafter, a cadre of officers stood at the doorway. As the general opened the door, his countenance somber, he declared, The plan shall proceed. That young lad has secured us considerable time. Are you suggesting that I engage in a fixed match? Lie Chunga's gaze burned fiercely, startling the bodyguards beside him, who nearly took action but were halted by the Grand Elder. Once again, if you wish to perish, I shall not intervene. Oh, I forgot. You hail from the fringes of the universe, perhaps unaware that this esteemed individual is a trusted aide to Lord Frisia. The Grand Elder spoke at length, oblivious to the dazed expression in Lie Chunga's eyes. Perhaps he was not addressing Lie Chunga, but rather engaging in a monologue with himself. Having effectively sold himself to Frisia's legion, the Grand Elder was internally apprehensive, compounded by the general's lack of cooperation. He required assurance. One source of that assurance was Lie Chunga, the enigmatic and powerful youth. Not only was he unentangled with the major factions, but the majority of those possessing formidable combat prowess were under the general's command. Regardless of your strength, you cannot rival Frisia's forces. Although Frisia's reputation might seem exaggerated in the realm of animation, let us not forget that he bears the title of emperor, and his lineage has long been that of dominators. Lie Chunga, however, trembled, seemingly struck by fear. In truth, had the Grand Elder not suggested he engage in a fixed match, he might have sought to converse with the Grand Elder throughout the night. Frisia's formidable power was a well-known fear he had long faced, compelling him to betray his own desires on several occasions. However, the thought of throwing a match? He could never forget the disgrace of his past life, particularly that battle that led to his downfall. To his astonishment, he found himself confronting it once more in this life. Indeed, wherever there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue. In truth, losing this match would not be detrimental. The other side had promised not only ample financial compensation, but also additional resources. Nonetheless, it was imperative to amend his temperament. Once he stepped onto the stage, he was to feign defeat and concede immediately, understood? I shall preserve your life. Otherwise, even in victory, death would be your fate. The elder regained his composure, recalling his primary objective, and began to counsel him. Noticing Lie Chunga's dazed expression, he couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. It is good that you understand fear. Without allowing Lie Chunga a chance to refuse, he turned and departed. Lie Chunga snapped back to reality, observing the elder's retreating figure. He recalled that he had previously been threatened by others, murmuring, "Why do these people so relish their lofty positions?" In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, some remain blind, much like his former self. It was time to surprise them. In his view, the strategic contest between the general and the elder had tilted in the elder's favor due to Frisia's absence. Perhaps the next encounter with the general would position them as adversaries. As for the match, Lie Chunga felt no trepidation. Sabo was a commendable character in the Frisia saga. With a combat power estimated around 30,000, possessing a secondary transformation that should not be underestimated, though it was merely not to be underestimated. Chapter 92. Striking at the root. Soon, the match commenced anew. Lie Chunga was hailed into the arena. Observing the elder's sycophantic demeanor in the audience, he noted the stark contrast to their previous interactions. He longed to laugh, but found himself unable. Had he not also harbored a fear of Frisia? It was merely a case of the pot calling the kettle black. At that moment, a low voice reached his ears. "Are you afraid, kid?" Fear. As soon as Lie Chunga uttered his response, every hair on his body stood on end. Though his eyes could not see, his hands instinctively moved to defend. Bang! Lie Chunga collided with the protective barrier, jolted by an electric shock. Struggling to rise, he could see no figure. No, it was not a matter of visibility. Lie Chunga squinted, heightening his senses to their utmost, unwilling to miss even the slightest shift in the air. Gradually, he discerned a shadow moving above him, racing with uncanny speed, reminiscent of a high-level skill once wielded by son Wukong to vanquish the desolate forest. Despicable, Lie Chunga murmured slowly. The match commenced without a referee or introduction. Glancing at the audience, he noted their smug expressions. Just as he was about to voice another thought, he turned to scrutinize the crowd, realizing that many had seemingly vanished, particularly those aligned with the general. The elder seemed to notice this as well. Both were struck by a shared thought. Damn it, could the general be planning something? In his current state, he could not contend with Frisia, and the most pressing concern was, what if the plot were to change? Despicable, that is my honor, rest assured. I shall be quite despicable. A voice echoed in his ears, pulling his thoughts back, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. His scheme had borne fruit. The rapid movement allowed for motion, yet in the moment of speech or attack, speed would come to a halt. A toad monster? Lie Chunga couldn't help but glance towards the spectator's stand, where Sabo was still engaged in conversation with the Grand Elder, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the match. He exhaled softly. This toad monster was not Sabo, perhaps a member of his kin. Die? I detest being called ugly. Before he could utter a word, his opponent launched another swift attack. Lie Chunga braced himself, sliding several meters across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Such formidable strength. Yet, the underhanded nature of the ambush was anything but honorable. No wonder it resembled a wretched toad. Lie Chunga viciously speculated that the recent sneak attack had struck him without his energy defense, aggravating his previous injuries. To be candid, he sensed that this toad was not inferior to the previous two opponents. Rather, they likely had their strengths and weaknesses, whereas this one appeared devoid of flaws. In a moment of negligence, Lie Chunga was once again sent flying, his opponent even feigning several missed kicks to showcase his prowess. It seems your mouth is mightier than your body. In the sky, Lie Chunga was tossed about like a mere ball, while the Grand Elder and Sabo exchanged amused glances, discussing matters of collaboration. Damn it. It was not that Lie Chunga lacked awareness. Rather, he found himself at a loss for a solution. His speed was already inferior, and the improvised techniques were limited, compounded by his injuries, leaving him unable to alter the situation. He felt as though he were cursed by misfortune. As the stalemate persisted, a soldier came rolling in, only to be intercepted by the guards. Upon listening intently, the guards hurried to whisper urgently in the Grand Elder's ear. The Grand Elder's wrinkled visage resembled a peaking opera mask, shifting expressions until he awkwardly requested of Sabo, "My lord, if you would permit. I have a matter to attend to." Noting the urgency, Sabo remained unconcerned. After all, the discussions of collaboration had reached a sufficient point, and he did not mind a slight interruption. This exuded a confidence and strength, a belief in Lord Frisia's formidable reputation. Yet, such confidence would ultimately plunge him into the abyss. The primary reason, of course, was sheer misfortune. As the Grand Elder exited Sabo's line of sight, he hurriedly departed. Outside the arena chamber, various devices were set up, effectively severing Sabo's connection to the outside world. At that moment, in the distance, a soldier observed the Grand Elder's every move and, upon witnessing his departure, promptly reported, "General, the Grand Elder has left the Sword Tower." At the highest forbidden area of the Sword Tower, the general nodded and waved his hand, prompting countless soldiers to spring into action, pouring bucket after bucket of an unknown liquid into a particular groove. The shape of the groove resembled a dagger, with blood seeping through and cascading into a larger recess below. Little did anyone know that this place had long been gathering a multitude of blood. And this blood was not red, but rather a kaleidoscope of colors. The blood appeared to be infected by some mysterious force, beginning to flow downward through a certain point towards the Sword Tower, forming an enormous symbol of magic. In the distance, the Grand Elder was roaring at the ruins of Sabo's spaceship. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? As the entire Sword Tower emitted a resonant hum, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in horror, collapsing onto the ground. It's him. How dare he? How could he? If summoning Frisia was a cunning ploy to undermine the general's authority, then the general, at this moment, was returning the favor in kind. The tremors were felt by everyone, particularly by the warriors within the Sword Tower, among whom a few, led by Zillimu, exchanged knowing glances, their eyes blazing with a fierce light. Sabo, Lie Chunga, and others instinctively looked around, but before they could react, a formidable pressure bore down upon them. Sabo's eyes widened in shock, seemingly bulging from their sockets. The intensity of this pressure was reminiscent of his encounters with King Frisia, yet this force carried a sharp, targeted menace. A cacophony of cracks echoed as everyone was compelled to drop to the ground, immobilized, the earth beneath them yielding to form depressions shaped like their bodies. In that instant, both their physical and mental states were seized by terror, as if a fearsome presence loomed above them, casting a disdainful gaze. They felt that any movement would result in their immediate demise, pierced by a hail of arrows. Countless structures collapsed, and outside the Sword Tower, explosions erupted incessantly. What on earth was happening? Lie Chunga lay on the ground, utterly bewildered. At that moment, a peculiar wail reached his ears, prompting tears to involuntarily spill from his eyes. What was going on? Listening to the mournful sound, Lie Chunga felt it was a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, the protective shield ensured that, despite the surrounding chaos, he remained unharmed. Time passed unmeasured until Lie Chunga sensed a presence nearby and instinctively lifted his head, only to find someone crouching before him. Chapter 93. Farewell to the Planet. Wait, crouching? How could anyone endure such oppressive pressure and still manage to crouch? Not feeling great, are you? The teasing voice was unmistakably Zillimu, who wore a mischievous grin, seemingly having waited there for quite some time. Oh, I forgot you might not be able to speak right now. Zillimu adjusted Lie Chunga's head and playfully pinched his nose. Then, with a grin, he withdrew a dagger, causing Lie Chunga's pupils to constrict in fear. No need to be afraid. I'm here to rescue you. Don't look at me like that. I have your belongings right here. As the blade approached, Zillimu merely grazed Lie Chunga's shoulder, and to his astonishment, no blood flowed, not even a drop on the blade. Suddenly, Lie Chunga felt a lightness in his body and gradually stood up, his gaze fixated on the dagger, which emitted a soft chime, as if in response to something only Zillimu could hear, leaving him perplexed. Stop standing there like a fool. Let us go. Zillimu sheathed the dagger and patted Lie Chunga on the shoulder. They are waiting for you. They? Lie Chunga mumbled, noticing Zillimu's departure, and quickly followed suit. eager to leave this wretched place behind. As he journeyed along, he came to comprehend the general's decisive actions against Sabo. After all, this maneuver had once been employed against him by the general. Although his body was now able to move, the internal and external energies were utterly inaccessible, leaving him with only his physical strength. Casting his gaze around, he observed that the once majestic sword tower had been reduced to mere rubble. Only remnants of its former glory remained. What was that? Something seemed to be flying. No, someone was throwing things. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several figures in the debris swiftly sorting through the wreckage. Don't just stand there. This is a golden opportunity, Hilamu urged, promptly joining the fray. They rummaged for high-tech gadgets in the bodies of enemies who had not managed to escape. He approached a frogman and began to search him. Upon noticing the equipment on the man, Lie Chunga couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It was highly likely that this was Sabo's gear, which he had failed to retrieve in time. Suddenly, a massive package came hurtling towards him. Hurry, we don't have much time. It was Ramen, who, along with the robot behind him, was burdened with large bags and a purple cloud. Although they had collaborated before, rescuing him was not part of their agreement. Instantly grasping the opportunistic intentions of these individuals, he integrated into their scheme. Ramen had likely calculated everything, ready to reap the benefits while causing chaos. Perhaps with his influence behind it all. Casting a glance at Hilamu, the blue origin star being, Lie Chunga shook his head, dismissing those thoughts. He grasped the machine in his hand, and while taking down a few of their backpacks, he deposited them into a dilapidated spacecraft in the distance. Much to the astonishment of the others, it was crucial to note that within the sword tower's vicinity, while they could move freely, they could not utilize their energy. Ramen nodded in agreement and began to disassemble components. Just as they were energetically transporting their findings, a sudden crash halted all activity. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds, thunderous roars, and crackling lightning, as if heralding the apocalypse. An oppressive weight settled over everyone. Their hearts constricted as if foreseeing an impending calamity. As raindrops began to fall, tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of their eyes. In that moment, Lie Chunga seemed to grasp a profound truth, murmuring, "The heavens and earth share in sorrow." Turning back, he realized the sword tower had undergone a complete transformation, or perhaps it had always been a sword, a blood-red sword. Was it not missing a substantial portion? Ziyun paused in her work, squinting her eyes. It was then that Lie Chunga noticed and suddenly came to a startling realization. The sword had not diminished. Rather, it had plunged into the earth. Proportionally, the sword tower was embedded at least 10,000 meters deep into the ground. Since they were not far from the sword's body, the depth was not immediately apparent. Only when the elements began to shift did they understand the truth of the legends. Ziyun brushed away the tears from her eyes, extending her hand to feel the caress of the wind and the chill of the rain. The planet possessed its own consciousness, yet the general's abandonment had rendered it forsaken. Lie Chunga nodded, murmuring, "All things are born to nurture humanity, yet humanity returns nothing to the heavens. Now, we are the architects of this planet's destruction." Hilamu, however, vehemently retorted, "No, it is not the general who brings about the destruction of planets, but rather Frisia." With that, he forcefully kicked the struggling creature that had barely crawled a short distance, sending it crashing to the ground beneath his sword. However, this was not the time for lamentation. "We must assist. Time is running out." Ramen interjected, his face finally revealing a hint of anxiety. He opened one of the packages to reveal a plethora of mechanical chips and energy crystals. "I need more." Lie Chunga nodded and tossed another package over. "Be gentle, you brute," Ramen said while diligently repairing the spaceship. "I shall assist you." Ziyun joined in to help, leaving only Shilamu and Lie Chunga exchanging glances, relegated to mere laborers. "By the way, how are you able to move? Is it due to that dagger?" Lie Chunga inquired, observing the survivors in the distance laboriously crawling along. "Interested, are we? Here, take this." Ramen retrieved it from the center of the sword tower. "As for its properties, I am as clueless as you," Shilamu replied, handing over the dagger. "This thing can slice through iron like butter. It can easily cause harm if kept too close." Lie Chunga rolled his eyes and turned his gaze towards Ramen, deliberately stating, "Your claim of ignorance is quite audacious." He sought a response from Ramen, but even Shilamu chose to ignore him, standing awkwardly with the dagger in hand. Just as he intended to pry further, he heard Ramen express that it was nothing more than hacking into their systems to glean part of their plans. "Enough chatter. Come lend a hand." Silence engulfed the group as they each took to their tasks, and soon, the dilapidated spaceship underwent a remarkable transformation. Lie Chunga felt a surge of excitement. he could actually assemble a spaceship. This was an endeavor he could pursue for a lifetime. At that moment, the sword tower, or rather the blood sword, lay silent above a sea of blood, followed by a mournful wail as the dagger in his grasp began to hum ominously. The trembling dagger pierced into flesh, blood gushing forth, as Shilamut chuckled quietly beside him. It's time to leave. This planet is beyond salvation. This is the last spaceship. The others have been destroyed. We must depart. Raman gazed solemnly at the sky, murmuring incomprehensible words, seemingly in prayer. Shilamo and Ziyun were also affected, bidding farewell to the planet. Chapter 94. The choice isn't it astonishing? Ziyun approached, his violet eyes reflecting a subtle sadness. Lie Chunga was uncertain whether he was referring to the celestial phenomena or the general's intent to annihilate the planet. Turning back, he saw that Raman had already completed his prayers and was setting the program. The claws surrounding the spaceship began to lift, revealing a small cabin beneath. Shilamo, aiding in the effort, spoke wistfully, "There's still some time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." They were the most formidable fighters among them, and their temperaments were relatively amiable, allowing for collaboration. Raman was a scientific workaholic, taciturn by nature. Shilamu was somewhat proud yet possessed a playful side. While Ziyun remained an enigma, at times wise, at others romantic, he resembled a poet, often given to reflection. As Ziyun observed Lie Chunga's silence, he took the initiative to speak. "In truth, it is not much of a matter. Raman inadvertently became aware of a portion of our plans and initially intended to escape. However, circumstances have evolved beyond our control. That old fellow summoned members of the Frisia Legion ahead of schedule, leaving us somewhat unprepared. Fortunately, your presence incited the ire of Sabo during the duel, granting General them some precious time and igniting discord between the factions. This afforded us an opportunity to flee and secure a substantial gain." As Ziyun spoke, his gaze lingered on the industrious Xylem. "So, will you lend me a hand in our escape?" Lie Chunga inquired, tilting his head in confusion. These were not the reasons these individuals had come to his aid. Ziyun, however, offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Escape? It's not that simple. Time is too short. If it were merely Frisia we faced, it would be manageable. But with Sabo involved, I fear the general will not let us off so easily." In that instant, the general's scheme flashed through Lie Chunga's mind, to eradicate both Sabo and Blue Source Star, leaving no trace behind. Even if they managed to evade the Sword Tower's influence, it would be futile, as all spacecraft had been obliterated. Surviving would mean perishing alongside the planet's explosion. Even though they were somewhat prepared, the ruthlessness of total annihilation awaited them. To truly find safety, they must first evade the general's grasp. Ziyun, with a bittersweet smile, remarked, "If you lack the cruelty necessary, it will be you who meets your demise. The tyrant of evil is not so easily dismissed. At this moment, he likely stands outside the planet, awaiting those who venture forth, greeted by the main cannon of his ship. Thus, only one course of action remained." Ziyun turned to fix his gaze upon Lie Chunga, who felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, rescuing him was not a promising endeavor. Ziyun gradually unveiled the plan. The strategy is quite straightforward. The core lies within the Sword Tower. The planet's destruction could be achieved with a single shot from the main cannon. Yet the general has chosen to let the planet meet its own demise. Blue Source Star, originally a vibrant blue, now teeters on the brink of destruction due to the Sword Tower and excessive exploitation. The elders and other nobles seek an escape route, thus aligning themselves with the Frisia Legion. However, the existence of the Sword Tower has indefinitely delayed this turning point, hence their peculiar attachment to it. Initially, sacrificing the Sword Tower was intended to contend with Frisia, yet now it is wielded against Sabo, a gross misallocation of resources. "Could you simplify that?" Lie Chunga interjected, unable to suppress a grimace as he listened to the history of Blue Source Star's development, a tale he had heard countless times before. Humanity's insatiable greed would ultimately lead to self-destruction. Blue Source Star had merely ventured beyond its own sphere, now poised to wreak havoc elsewhere. Ziyun's smile took on a sinister edge as he declared, "We require you to bind a rope at the Sword Tower. We intend to take the Sword Tower with us." Indeed, these individuals sought to use the Sword Tower as a shield. "Madman!" Lie Chunga exclaimed, gazing at the towering structure that loomed even as it was partially submerged in the earth, instantly wanting to scoff. "You can't possibly expect me to hold it. To serve as a shield. Why should that burden fall upon me?" Ziyun pointed towards Lie Chunga's arms. "Aside from the capsules and dagger you carry, with this you can mitigate the Sword Tower's damage. Thus, it must be you. Additionally, others are growing impatient. You must act swiftly. Lie Chunga's eyes widened as he realized he had been ensnared in their elaborate scheme. Ziyun nudged Lie Chunga, who was rendered speechless. Looking up, could they truly carry this colossal entity away? There was no alternative. They had to place their faith in them. He grasped the rope and soared towards the sword tower. Simultaneously, their spacecraft commenced its ascent. One individual and one spacecraft ascended to the tower's pinnacle, while the other leapt towards the hilt, securing the rope in place before gently tugging on it. Astonishingly, the sword tower began to tilt slowly, despite its imposing appearance. The inclined tower exhibited the dynamic qualities befitting such a grand structure. The ritual had concluded safely. It was time to act. Ziyun called to Lie Chunga above, "This way." The spacecraft braced against the sword tower, yet it could not withstand the pressure and began to contort. Raman's maneuvers flowed seamlessly as he descended alongside the tower. And Lie Chunga, understanding his intent, positioned the sword tower in place. "Do not relinquish contact," Ziyun shouted. Lie Chunga was momentarily taken aback, witnessing the spacecraft genuinely lift the sword tower into the air. Is this even possible? He pondered as they embarked on their journey. With Raman's dismissive voice, the spacecraft, akin to an ant bearing an elephant, commenced a peculiar flight. Meanwhile, the general surveyed the data in his hands, feeling a pang of sorrow. This was the hard-earned legacy of their ancestors. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Grand Elder broke through numerous obstacles, barging in. The soldiers tasked with intercepting him seemed to retreat deliberately, closing the door behind them. At the moment the door slammed shut, the Grand Elder was yet to express his fury, but the general slammed his fist down in frustration. "Grand Elder, please, do not act recklessly. Has the prolonged comfort truly dulled your memory of the survival laws of the cosmos? Our true strength lies in our own fortitude. Relying on others, especially someone like Frisia, could plunge our entire race into irretrievable ruin." The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. As the Grand Elder, he was well aware of these truths. Perhaps even more so than the general. Just moments ago, he had been blinded by anger. Now, struck by the general's words, he realized that it was too late for any protests. The Grand Elder sank to the ground, tears welling in his eyes. "This is our home planet. We have lived here for generations." His distress was palpable, regardless of which side was right or wrong. The mere act of annihilating the very planet that nurtured them was a conviction he could not bear. The general understood this sentiment as well, otherwise, he would not have hesitated for so long before resolving to act. "Alas, Grand Elder, you still do not comprehend. Blue Origin Star is named so because we, the Blue people, inhabit it. Once we join Frisia's army, not only will our potential for growth be stripped away, but we will also lose our freedom." The Grand Elder shook his head, caught in a dilemma of whether he could refute this or simply resisted acknowledging it. Ultimately, he rose slowly, wiping away his tears, and turned away from the general, saying, "There is no point in discussing this further. Everything you have done comes with a cost, and I shall bear the first burden. From this moment on, you shall be the king of Blue Origin Star, and I hope you can lead us towards greatness." The Grand Elder approached the door but hesitated. "If one day you find yourself at a dead end, make your way to room 76. The information there may prove beneficial to you. This is all I can do." The general opened his mouth but found no words to express. He understood that today, they must arrive at a resolution. Sighing as he observed the elder's retreating figure, the general recognized that the elder was also acting for the benefit of their blue-skinned clan, albeit with a different direction in mind. "Elder, do not worry. I shall lead our people to find a new homeland." Before long, the general received word of the elder's self-sacrifice. Grief struck him for but a fleeting moment when suddenly another burst through the door. "General, it is grave news," his adjutant exclaimed, breathless. "The sword tower has vanished." The general lifted his head and replied calmly, "Was it not your duty to keep watch over the sword tower?" Chapter 95, Self-Sacrifice for Justice. Lie Chunga, cradling the sword tower, idly regarded the three individuals before him, their expressions reflecting helplessness. It turned out that the sword tower was indeed supported, yet its massive size, coupled with the terrifying wind resistance and cataclysmic weather, prevented the spacecraft from achieving the escape velocity necessary to break free from gravity. In terms of technology, Lie Chunga could offer no assistance, and he gradually shifted his focus back to the sword tower. Was it you lamenting, or was it this very planet? The peculiar nature of the sword tower evoked memories of mythical artifacts within Lie Chunga's mind. In a fleeting moment, he channeled his internal energy into the sword tower, which trembled at his touch. Suddenly, he felt an uncontrollable surge of energy from his body rushing into the sword tower, as if he could not hinder its flow. The overwhelming internal energy poured into the sword tower in an instant, leaving Lie Chunga's complexion pale. Fortunately, it did not absorb external energy, otherwise, he would have been drained to a husk. Bang! The sword tower seemed to sense its inability to draw internal energy and repelled Lie Chunga's hands. In that moment of confusion, the dagger in his grasp began to tremble, slicing through his skin before it surged forth from his chest. To his astonishment, the dagger melded into the sword tower, causing the once plummeting structure to shrink rapidly, twisting in the air before transforming into a longsword that lunged directly at Lie Chunga. Under normal circumstances, he could have evaded it. However, with the absence of internal energy and the sword tower's abrupt disappearance, he faced the spacecraft's exterior head-on, leaving him no avenue for escape as he watched the longsword pierce his chest. It does not hurt. It was not a stab, but rather an immersion. What was happening? The trio sensed the spacecraft losing pressure and hastily activated the energy shield, stabilizing the vessel. Turning back, they wondered, where had the sword tower gone? Such a substantial entity could not simply vanish in an instant. Lie Chunga, equally perplexed, probed his body, and a realization dawned upon him. Yet before he could savor the moment, a tattered, grotesque figure burst through, swiftly entering the spacecraft. Upon its entrance, the creature collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Lie Chunga squinted to discern the unmistakable frog-like visage. Was it not Sabo? Sabo, relishing his narrow escape, soon felt a pang of frustration. Were these blue-skinned beings mad? What grudge? What hatred compelled them to deceive him and bury him with a planet? Did they not consider the consequences? If he were to perish, King Frisia would undoubtedly not tolerate the existence of their clan, and they would be relentlessly pursued. The universe is vast, yet when considered from another perspective, it is also minuscule. Nevertheless, he has survived, while they have perished. The sight of his wrinkled form was unfamiliar to Ramen and the others, but they recognized him as Sabo transformed into a handsome figure. It is he, a member of the Frisia force? How is that possible? How could he have endured? Such questions escaped the lips of the four, particularly from Shirlem, who recalled that it was he who had stripped this man bare. How could he have survived? The very thought brings tears. As Sabo turned, he beheld the four, especially Shirlem and Lie Chunga, and an undeniable aura of hostility surged within him. Were it not for their insatiable greed to seize the sword tower, were it not for him being kicked beneath it, were it not for the tower's sudden disappearance, and were it not for the activation of the energy shield, he might have perished alongside this planet. You shall all perish. Sabo gritted his teeth, unconsciously gathering a tremendous amount of energy in his hands. Sabo. The moment Lie Chunga uttered his name, Sabo instinctively turned. He saw Ziyun react, rushing towards him while shouting, "Engage autopilot mode." Ramen, demonstrating great resolve, entered the program and immediately encircled Sabo. Sabo scoffed. A group of pitiful wretches thought they could kill him. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter faded, for the combat prowess of the three was not to be underestimated, and the injuries within him were far graver than he had anticipated. Before he could offer resistance, Ziyun propelled him towards Lie Chunga. "Get out of the way." Ziyun shoved Lie Chunga aside, crashing against the ship's exterior. Just then, the vessel breached the atmosphere, and amidst the intense friction, Sabo and Ziyun emitted anguished cries. Ziyun, sustaining the least damage, grit his teeth and withdrew, unleashing a powerful energy beam that severed that section entirely. Simultaneously, the ship accelerated, swiftly escaping Sabo's grasp and entering outer space. The events transpired with alarming rapidity, the entire sequence lasting mere seconds. Ziyun, gritting his teeth, urged, "What are you staring at? Hurry and replenish the energy shield. It won't hold for long." Once they entered outer space, they would come into the sight of the generals. Only by seeking the nearest spatial wormhole for a jump could they hope for survival. Without the sword tower as a shield, their fate seemed dire. Perhaps it was not yet their time to perish. Upon discovering the sword tower's disappearance, the general promptly initiated the contingency plan. With his command given, the soldiers sprang into action, the main cannon activating and aiming at their planet. A terrifying energy beam ignited the core of Blue Source Star through the crater left by the sword tower. Boom! A blinding light flashed as the core was breached, leading to an explosion that erupted violently, followed by an immediate collapse, forming a pitch-black hole from which light could not escape. A black hole. Those with knowledge gasped in unison, halting their tasks, and then collectively sought means to flee the area. Lie Chunga and the others, disregarding Sabo, immediately activated the spaceship to escape. Cursed be this fate. Continuing down this path proves untenable. The lack of motivation is palpable. They pushed onwards. Yet Ramen offered them no opportunity for discussion, activating the energy shield and opening the hatch. As they emerged, they were met with the terrifying visage of Saber. Both parties were momentarily stunned. Ziyun reacted swiftly, exclaiming that if they wished to survive, assistance was essential. Saber cast a glance behind him, then scoffed before unleashing a formidable aura that propelled the spacecraft forward. The dreadful black hole exerted an unparalleled gravitational pull, drawing in surrounding meteoroids and satellites, even planets from a distance, transforming the entire Blue Origin galaxy. The four dared not glance back, propelled by Ramen's guidance, barely escaping the gravitational grasp. This obliteration is excessively ruthless, Hilamu remarked, attempting to turn back with the most congenial smile he could muster. Look, we are all victims. Why not coexist peacefully? As they distanced themselves from the black hole, each harbored divergent thoughts. Saber turned to confirm their safety before responding, very well. I shall introduce you to King Falisha, and we shall serve him together. Hilamu chuckled but turned away, unable to bear the sight. Saber's second form was grotesque, marred by injuries that repulsed the eye. His subtle movements did not escape Saber's notice. Danger! Ziyun shouted, pulling Hilamu aside as a ray of energy shot forth, originating from Saber. Why engage here? The ship will undoubtedly be lost, and we will perish together. Oh, is that so? Saber retorted, hurling an energy orb at the spacecraft. Lie Chunga instinctively shielded them with his body. Are you mad? Ah, I forgot to mention, Saber chuckled, I can survive briefly in the cosmos. Soon, the king will send a spacecraft to retrieve me. Only you shall meet your demise. With an air of triumph, Saber's expression darkened as he declared, I cannot allow you to live. My hideous form must not be seen by others. Perish. With that, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves. Hilamu and Ziyun rushed to intercept, but some still broke through and exploded against the energy shield. This approach is utterly futile. Despite their urgency, Saber was reveling in his chaotic onslaught against the energy barrier. You cannot escape. At that moment, a figure appeared. Ramen, who had been controlling the spacecraft, kicked Saber away and unleashed a multitude of energy orbs. Hilamu and Ziyun quickly gathered their strength. Do you truly believe you can defeat me, you insignificant creatures? Such delusions. The voice came from behind them. Saber had somehow positioned himself behind, knocking them aside and evading Ramen's attack, delivering a flurry of punches instead. Ziyun and Hilamu, despite their injuries, rushed to support, yet they were still systematically dismantled. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Saber possessed a battle strength of at least 40,000. Ziyun clutched his wound, refusing to relent. At this rate, our energy crystals will be insufficient. This is dreadful. I refuse to perish alongside such an ugly creature. Lamented, glancing at the frustrated Ramen. Well, at least there are others to share the fate with. If what he says is true, surviving would be the worst outcome. Where's Lie Chunga? That rascal hasn't fled, has he? He continued his complaints. Observing the disheveled appearance of the trio, Sabo expressed his satisfaction. I didn't expect you to join us. Now, may you all perish, thus sparing me the torment of existence in this universe. With that, he raised his hand, conjuring a massive energy orb. At this moment, Ziyun interjected with a smirk. Have you forgotten someone? That peculiar individual with a mere 5,000 battle power. This highlighted the significant flaw in the alien's unwavering belief in the battle power testing device. Although Lie Chunga was indeed eccentric, Sabo paid him little mind. He hurled the energy orb, while Ziyun and the others simultaneously unleashed their own energy beams. Their combined efforts managed to momentarily counteract the energy orb. Futile, Sabo began. But before he could finish, a pair of large hands struck from behind, relentlessly tapping at him, ultimately binding him with both hands and feet. Sabo suddenly felt an unprecedented obstruction in channeling his energy, a bizarre situation he had never encountered before. Upon seeing the energy orb lose its momentum, the trio immediately intensified their efforts to push it back. Release me, or you will perish as well, Sabo urged, panic rising in his voice. The trio exchanged knowing glances, silently resolving to act decisively. They forcefully propelled the energy orb away and directly retreated into their spacecraft. Ramen skillfully maneuvered the ship, making their escape. As the energy orb drew nearer, Sabo unleashed a surge of power he never anticipated, breaking free from Lie Chunga's grip. At that very moment, they escaped the confines of the spacecraft's energy shield. Instantly, the frigid atmosphere and pressure assaulted them, followed by the thunderous explosion of the energy orb. What I owe you, I have repaid. Now you owe me, Lie Chunga communicated telepathically. It was surprising to see such determination from him, lamented Ziyun. though they were not particularly close. This resolute action etched Lie Chunga into their hearts. Why hasn't Ramen initiated hyperlight travel yet? Xian pondered aloud, but amidst their reflections, a new chapter awaited them. Did it not? With their battle prowess, the world was their oyster. What is the matter, Ramen? Xian queried, noticing Ramen had slumped to the ground. A pained expression on his face as he pointed towards a virtual image that appeared out of nowhere. It depicted their battle alongside Sabo. General, they never left and have shifted the blame for Sabo's demise onto us. Ah, is Lie Chunga truly that noble? No, he was simply left with no choice. He was already injured and had his vital energy significantly drained by the sword tower. At that time, he was merely a pitiful being with 5,000 battle power. Moreover, his recovery wasn't something that could be achieved with just a meal or a few days of rest. Even if they emerged victorious, being with them, especially with Ramen, might lead to his dissection. Of course, this is merely speculation. The most reluctant secret he harbored was the presence of a capsule in his possession, along with a spacecraft containing the coordinates of Earth. The mysteries of Earth were vast, and the combat prowess of these three individuals was currently formidable. In the void of space, where the ancient well lay undisturbed, it seemed as though the recent black hole had never occurred. Amongst countless meteors, Lie Chunga sat with his knees drawn to his chest, his aura flickering intermittently. He had anticipated that survival in space would be effortless, yet he found himself in a profound struggle. The vacuum relentlessly assaulted his internal organs, as if the blood within him would not relent until it broke free. The terrifying solar rays struck his body unprotected, while the areas shielded from the sun were engulfed in an extreme chill. In addition to these natural calamities, there was also the distant figure of Sabo. The environment of space posed no threat to him, but his toad-like visage bore numerous burn scars, adding an element of horror to his already unsettling appearance. At this moment, he navigated through the meteors, evading a pursuit by a group of blue beings. I cannot be seen, I cannot be seen, Lie Chunga silently chanted, uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate, as Sabo was soon discovered by the blue beings. Sabo lacked the ability to conceal his presence as Lie Chunga had done. His existence was unmistakably revealed on the combat power detection device. Much like Lie Chunga had been captured in his ship without awareness. He recognized the incoming blue beings, particularly the judge from earlier, whose combat strength was alarmingly formidable, seemingly rivaling Sabo's might. Indeed, the foundations of Blue Source Star were extraordinary. However, following this encounter, the blue beings would be unable to endure in the cosmos. It remained uncertain whether Xylem and the others had managed to escape. Perhaps they were also part of the general scheme. Boom. Poor Sabo, beset by calamities, ultimately vanished without a trace in a shockwave unleashed by the blue judge. The chilling scream that echoed made even Lie Chunga tremble. What instilled greater fear within him was that after slaying Sabo, the blue judge turned its gaze towards him. In that instant, Lie Chunga desperately restrained his aura while invoking his immortal secret technique. It was a mournful fate to entrust one's destiny to another. Whether it was the judge's empathy towards a fallen hero, a reminiscence of past bonds, or simply a belief that he was already dead, the blue judge refrained from attacking. Instead, it buried him within a meteor and cast him into the depths of space. Once genuine safety was attained, Lie Chunga exhaled in relief, intending to retrieve the spatial capsule, when a sudden thought struck him. The harshness of space was precisely the training environment he sought. Coupled with the depletion of internal energy that had caused him to hit a bottleneck, his body found renewed strength. Perhaps the opportunity for a breakthrough did not require years of waiting. The moment had arrived. The enhancement of his physical form spurred the elevation of his energy, and his mental will was honed, achieving a harmonious unity of essence. A flash of enlightenment struck Lie Chunga. The myriad paths of cultivation, at their core, remained fundamentally unchanged. According to his understanding of scientific principles, cultivation was ultimately a leap in life. His first leap in life occurred when the balance of his body reached a certain threshold, awakening latent powers and igniting the dormant consciousness within his cells. At present, he finds himself in a state where his physical, mental, and internal energies have once again reached their zenith. If he were to harmoniously unify these three aspects, might his existence experience yet another transcendence? Lie Chunga opened his eyes and stepped onto a relatively stable meteorite, retrieving a spatial capsule. Xiaobai. Destination, Earth. Activate high-speed mode. Calculating the time. It had been over 3 years since he departed from Earth. The round trip had consumed nearly half a year, followed by more than a year spent in the Sword Prison Tower, and an additional year dedicated to recuperation. After enduring the trials of life and death, He yearned to return home. Meanwhile, on Earth, son Wukong guided his 3-year-old child as they soared through the skies on the Nimbus cloud, exploring both heavens and seas with unrestrained joy. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to the young son Wukong, a testament to his lineage. He was the offspring of son Wukong and Chi-Chi, aptly named son Gohan in honor of his grandfather. It is worth mentioning the remarkable lineage of the Sun family, which would later produce son Wutian, as well as his great-grandson, all strikingly similar to son Wukong and his father. Son Gohan not only inherited his father's innocence and martial prowess, but also embraced the kindness and tranquility of his earthly mother. The family resided in the mountains, living off the land through hunting and farming, relying on son Wukong's skills. 3 years is neither too short nor too long. Chi-Chi had undergone a significant transformation during this time. Being a proud princess, she had turned down the resources of her family and the opportunity to marry the world's foremost savior, choosing instead to retreat into the mountains and embody the image of a celestial couple in the eyes of others. Yet life is not merely a series of battles. It entails the mundane realities of existence. While the heavens bestowed upon son Wukong a chaotic talent for combat, they deprived him of other skills, rendering him a mere tool in daily life. Had there been no children, it might have been manageable, but with the arrival of son Gohan, Chi-Chi shifted her focus entirely to him. Son Wukong, she bellowed in a fit of rage, her voice resonating through the air. At a distance, son Wukong felt a jolt and released son Gohan. Unfortunately, the poor child fell into the water, and son Wukong rushed to save him, only to witness a peculiar scene. Despite his frantic cries, he found himself unable to sink, merely carried away by the current. Alarmingly, as he momentarily lost focus, son Gohan was swept beneath a waterfall, and son Wukong, soaring above, had his view obscured by trees. Upon reaching the base of the waterfall, he discovered son Gohan sitting on the ground, crying loudly and fearfully rushing into his embrace. Son Wukong, however, was fixated on the waterfall, having sensed a fleeting presence, almost like an illusion. Yet, thinking of Chi-Chi, he shuddered involuntarily. Everything is fine. Let us hurry home, he urged, swiftly making his way to the place where food was stored, hoisting his favorite mysterious dinosaur delicacy and soaring into the sky. Upon returning to Baozi Mountain, he found guests had arrived, none other than the returning Lie Chunga. Come eat. No need for formality, he invited. Lie Chunga gazed at the towering pile of ingredients before him, somewhat taken aback. Initially lacking appetite, he found little interest in the unidentifiable beast meats, while son Wukong and his son feasted with great enthusiasm. It was indeed a challenging transition. Once a princess, Chi-Chi had now fully embraced the role of a homemaker. Once a savior, now a burden to his family. Son Wukong can sustain himself, but struggles to provide for his entire household. Why not mention that during son Gohan's childhood, who was there to care for him? Son Wukong, unable to even look after himself, was hardly in a position to care for anyone else. It is lamentable that little son Gohan, at the tender age of 3, had to learn the ways of hunting from his mother, and later, the art of farming, a task now solely managed by Chi-Chi. Observing son Wukong being reprimanded evokes deep reflections. The stage may change, yet the outcomes differ. One cannot help but see a reflection of oneself in son Wukong. It is no wonder Chi-Chi is fervently eager for son Gohan to become a scholar. The family already has a martial artist. In chaotic times, having son Wukong is a blessing, while in peaceful times, son Gohan suffices. This, perhaps, embodies her philosophy. Chapter 97. Earth Chi-Chi is exceptionally hospitable, particularly after learning of Lie Chunga's extraordinary and enigmatic prowess. After all, among son Wukong's motley crew, Lie Chunga stands out as a commendable companion. Unfortunately, Lie Chunga also indulged in a feast, causing son Wukong to beam with joy, reminiscent of the scenes from the martial arts tournament. Although son Wukong seemed to have something significant to discuss with Lie Chunga, Chi-Chi's piercing gaze thwarted his intentions, insisting that Lie Chunga enjoy some solitude post-meal. One cannot deny that Baozi Mountain is a splendid retreat. Ahead lies an expansive plain, where gentle breezes stir the grass, releasing a fragrant aroma. Gazing upward, the starry sky twinkles with a mysterious luminescence. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of life in this world, one's mind inexplicably enters an extraordinary state. He sits cross-legged, silently embracing this sensation. He is merely a step away from the pinnacle of mastery, yet the exact gap remains elusive. He has discerned the path of cultivation, uniting physical, internal, and spiritual energies would allow him to transcend the bridge of existence and attain complete enlightenment. Now, with only a year remaining before the Scions arrive on Earth, he cannot afford to gamble. Hence, he must journey to the temple. However, that old deity seems to have obscured his awareness of the temple. Currently, only the golden staff can grant him entry. If he sneaks in, he can return home. Indeed, his true home does not reside in this timeline. He yearns for Shaolin, for his mother. Forgive his selfishness. Perhaps this world would fare better without him. Uncle, why are you crying? A soft, tender voice emerges. It's son Gohan, who secretly observes the mysterious Lie Chunga, drawn in by an unseen force. I'm not crying. I'm merely in meditation. Meditation? Must one close their eyes? It's not like how Dad does it. Son Gohan tilts his head, his large eyes radiating an indescribable cuteness. Lie Chunga chuckles silently, placing a hand upon the boy's head, admiring the 4-star dragon ball nestled atop it. Subsequently, he discreetly assesses Gohan's potential. Such formidable promise. The bloodlines of Scions and Earthlings blend perfectly, not only amplifying their inherent strength, but also facilitating easier awakening of their abilities. Reflecting on son Gohan's future title, Gohan awakens a sense of appreciation for his talent. Do you wish to learn martial arts? No, my mother won't allow it. Gohan shakes his head, his resolve wavering. Followed by an added remark. All right, consider this a gift from your uncle. Just practice a bit when you can. With a gentle touch of his 2 fingers on Gohan's forehead, he imparted some knowledge to him, presenting it as a gesture of goodwill from an uncle. At that moment, Chi-Chi, who had noticed Gohan's absence, hurried over, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, saying, "Out so late to play." She then turned to Lie Chunga and apologized. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's getting late. You should get some rest." Goku has already fallen asleep. Lie Chunga nodded, observing the mother and son as they entered their room. Meanwhile, he waited for someone. As the moonlight deepened, he sat cross-legged in anticipation. Come out, he thought. Suddenly, Goku emerged, scratching the back of his head. You caught me. You've become so much stronger. It seems the universe is indeed perilous. Lie Chunga nodded but scrutinized Goku. Your combat prowess hasn't changed much. Under these circumstances, you might not stand a chance against Piccolo. Goku, displeased, retorted, who said that? I've been training all along. How about a match between us? It seems we've never fought each other directly. Ah, you've discovered my true intention. Goku chuckled. But can we sneak away a bit further? I fear Chi-Chi might scold us. With a sincere smile, Goku revealed his flying nimbus, and Lie Chunga took to the skies. The mention of the nimbus stirred a memory. It was indeed a flying artifact, simple in function yet capable of discerning the purity of one's heart. As Goku would say, only those with a pure spirit could ride it. In essence, whether one could board it depended on their belief in their ability to do so. They flew far until they reached a desolate expanse. The outcome of their battle was never in doubt. Goku's normal combat power barely reached 500, peaking at around 1,000. In contrast, Lie Chunga had surpassed 10,000. Unexpectedly, as they sparred, Piccolo arrived and joined the fray, followed by Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and others, turning their skirmish into a chaotic melee. Despite the vast disparity in strength, Lie Chunga found himself enlightened. After all, during his years on Blue Origin, he had encountered thousands of combat races, most of whom relied on basic techniques, merely speed, strength, or energy to overpower their foes. Yet, these Earthlings, with combat power merely in the hundreds, displayed damage akin to thousands, even exhibiting piercing and slashing attacks. Such assaults made him wary. This was not to say that other cosmic races were inferior. They possessed their own formidable and unique abilities. Shaking his head, he planted the borrowed golden staff at the pinnacle of Korin Tower. Even if the divine realm was obscured, the staff would always connect him to it. The temple remained unchanged, devoid of the gods or bubbles. With bold strides, he entered the time-space chamber, gazing at the time machine. Still too weak, he mused, as his hand trembled slightly while reaching toward the time gate, a mix of nostalgia and trepidation coursing through him. I never imagined I would become so conflicted. In the next moment, his expression darkened as he sensed the coordinates but was unable to teleport. How could this be? His authority was godlike, impervious to obstruction. Could it be that this apparatus was malfunctioning? As if to validate his suspicion, a surge of temporal energy enveloped him like a seal. The energy was swift, imbued with a familiar power that belonged to Lie Chunga. It was the Dragon God. Someone was preventing his return and had made a wish through the Dragon God. As for the imprint, Lie Chunga felt no apprehension. After all, The wish-granting abilities of the Earth's dragon god could not surpass those of a celestial deity. Indeed, he could utilize the dragon god to return. He had almost forgotten about such a level of power, focusing solely on strength. Although the dragon god could not influence entities more powerful than himself, he was unparalleled as an auxiliary. For instance, while he could not wish for an artificial human, he could wish for the blueprint of one. If that was unattainable, the design concept would suffice. Speak up. You are a god, not a ghost, Lie Chunga said, glancing towards the doorway, where a stooped figure appeared. The celestial deity, witnessing Lie Chunga's agitation, did not take offense. Rather, he chuckled. This is the first time I have seen you in such a fluster. The deity stepped from the shadows, still harboring some trepidation towards the figure before him. For he sensed not only the aura of the temple emanating from Lie Chunga, but also an essence belonging to a higher deity. This predicament is not of my making. You must take responsibility for it. The deity's expression was one of confusion, but he quickly comprehended the situation. It seemed that a visitor from a parallel dimension was encountering some issues. Let me investigate. After a prolonged silence, the deity, somewhat exasperated, moved aside. Yet he had confirmed certain facts. With a peculiar gaze directed at Lie Chunga, he bowed his head in contemplation, then shook it gently. I cannot assist you directly, but I know of a place that can. What place? Lie Chunga inquired. We refer to it as the unknowable realm. According to the relics left by the temple, it was also the initial starting point of the temple. The unknowable realm. There truly exists a place I am unaware of. However, that name, You may also call it the trial grounds of the gods. Historically, every deity was required to journey there before attaining divinity. Did son Wukong visit? Indeed, he did. He encountered his grandfather there. Even Master Roshi and his disciples visited. They obtained the elixir of immortality. If you wish to go, I can transport you there. Upon hearing this, Lie Chunga furrowed his brow, realizing the sudden shift in the deity's attitude was exceedingly unusual. The celestial being chuckled, do not be concerned. I am aware of your connections to the temple, and given the assistance you offered last time, I will not harm you. I will be forthright. It is a perilous and enigmatic place, hence its designation as the unknowable realm. It seemed to be a cunning scheme, repaying a favor while simultaneously removing this interdimensional visitor, achieving multiple objectives in one stroke. The deity raised his staff, conjuring a gateway. I shall open the entrance. Whether you enter is entirely your choice. As the spatial door swung open, Lie Chunga felt his sixth sense react, sensing its impatience. Before you enter, consider what you truly desire, the celestial's voice echoed in his ears, but just as he was about to inquire further, the spatial door abruptly closed. The realm of the unknown is, in fact, known to a considerable number of individuals. During the time when the formidable Wutai sealed away Bic, the gods were also confined, leading many to unwittingly wander into this enigmatic land. This place is extraordinarily magical. Those who survive here attain their heart's desires. The longevity water of the turtle sage is merely one example. For instance, during Sun Wukong's global pilgrimage, he encountered the golden and silver-horned beings, the wondrous gourd, and the technologically advanced penguin village, replete with a plethora of peculiar creatures and diverse bloodline cultivation methods. What lies ahead? Upon stepping through the portal, two boundless paths loomed before him, wide yet narrow, resembling the trails between fields, with seas of clouds enveloping both sides. Turning to glance behind revealed two identical paths. The distant end of the trails remained obscured, and the crimson sky overhead signified the extraordinary nature of this place. To the left, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of breakthrough potential, perhaps even to ascend to the diamond realm. Lie Chunga held deep trust in this intuition. Ever since he attained his mental prowess upon breaking through to the second tier, this instinct had guided him, saving him on multiple occasions. Reluctantly, he embarked on this path, which stretched long and uniform, imparting an uncanny sense of unreality. Could I possibly be deceived by that old man? Yet my intuition has never betrayed me. With that thought, Lie Chunga quickened his pace. Now it was not merely walking, but rather a swift flight. However, the surrounding clouds rushed past him, while the scenery ahead remained unchanged. Something felt amiss. Perhaps it was not I who had strayed from the path. Casting a glance at the adjacent trail, he felt an unsettling tremor as a powerful gust of wind surged from behind him, revealing a spiked club. Lie Chunga dared not confront it head-on and swiftly evaded. The wielder of the club was a grotesque figure, sporting demonic horns, deep blue skin, a single eye with tusks, and towering 3 meters high, a Mediterranean giant. His immense stature exuded an oppressive aura. "You have ventured to a place unfit for mortals," he declared. "Why is that?" Lie Chunga found himself intrigued by this monstrous being. As he was in need of a guide, the creature appeared rather dim-witted, prompting him to jest. With a wave of his hand, the demon dispersed some of the fog, revealing beneath the white clouds a multitude of needle-like spikes, surrounded by a gruesome accumulation of bones. "You wouldn't want to join their ranks, would you?" No. I certainly do not." "Then you ought to retreat swiftly." "That's not what I meant. I'm weary of games. Just lead me, for this journey is rather dull. Those ignorant of the dangers are destined for demise." With that, he swung the spiked club towards Lie Chunga. Not only did Lie Chunga evade the onslaught, but he also soared forward, declaring, "It seems I must teach you a lesson." He struck out, only to find he had hit nothing but air. The demon transformed into clouds, instantaneously reappearing several meters behind him. The dignity of the divine is inviolable. With a swift clap of his hands, the demon's belly split open, releasing a dozen skeletal soldiers. Alas, they barely ventured far before a barrage of energy blasts obliterated them one by one. The demon's eyes widened in realization that he had provoked someone far beyond his reckoning, prompting an immediate retreat. "Where do you think you're going?" Lie Chunga smirked coldly. Despite the opponent's peculiar nature, their combat prowess was merely at the 9th rank. Yet, his swift kick remarkably missed its target. No, it would be more accurate to say that the malevolent spirit had transformed into a bat, evading the onslaught. The bat appeared to possess a consciousness, glaring fiercely at him and choosing not to flee. With a silent scream, it summoned dozens of its kind. These bats emitted a unique frequency, their sound waves visibly rushing toward him, and before Lie Chunga could react, he fell victim to the assault. Instantly, he felt a splitting headache, sensing an ominous turn of events. Enduring the agony, he unleashed numerous energy blasts that exploded violently, disrupting the bat's rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Lie Chunga propelled himself forward. However, as the bats scattered, he was confronted by a colossal beast with a gaping maw and sharp teeth. Die! A powerful punch shattered the beast, causing the bats to scatter in a frantic flight. Indeed, it was an illusion. Should a swarm of grotesque bats reappear, I shall not hold back. Chapter 98. Trial. A chilling voice resonated, accompanied by the oppressive force of 10,000 combatants, emanating from around Lie Chunga. Perhaps his warning had taken effect. The path ahead was no longer static, as if a veil of twilight had lifted, revealing a distant ancient edifice. The road ahead cracked inch by inch, exposing numerous pillars, beneath which lay a multitude of metallic spikes, glistening ominously in the light. "Is this meant for me to leap over?" Lie Chunga pondered briefly, gaining some insight. For an ordinary person, traversing this treacherous path would require only a few jumps to reach the building. Before him stood an exquisitely adorned temple, its entrance graced by a cauldron, still fragrant from the offerings of incense. The great Thundersound Temple? Surely, it cannot be a mere illusion. He touched the structure, finding it strikingly real. Stroking his chin, he recalled that this world featured monks, though he was uncertain about the existence of the great Thundersound Temple. Nonetheless, the Dragon Ball universe indeed contained many elements of Chinese culture. Creak. Just as he hesitated, the temple doors swung open of their own accord. Lie Chunga, emboldened by his skills, stepped inside. "You have arrived." The speaker was an elderly monk who performed a Buddhist salute, as if he had been awaiting him for some time. Behind him stood a gigantic statue of Buddha, radiating holiness and authority, with numerous offerings laid before it in a display of abundance. "You knew I would come?" The old monk nodded, his demeanor exceedingly benevolent. "Yes, I sensed your arrival in this world the moment you stepped foot here. I also comprehend the purpose of your journey. First, you have successfully passed the trial of fear and are entitled to your reward." "A reward for passing the trial?" Lie Chunga nodded, recalling his earlier epiphany. If his strength truly lay at the 9th rank, then the previous trial had indeed posed a significant challenge. The trial named Fear was aptly titled. Of course, Lie Chunga did not entirely trust the monk. Utilizing his mental prowess, he scrutinized the elder and could indeed sense a genuine kindness emanating from him, even catching a faint glimpse of the halo behind his head. No, that was merely a reflection. Lie Chunga gazed around at the resplendent memories, his thoughts brimming with disdain for the concept of enlightenment. Was the previous endeavor truly so effortless? What rewards could possibly await such a practitioner? To conquer the initial challenge, one must first discern the hidden differences in proximity. Otherwise, one risks becoming lost in an endless journey. Furthermore, one must overcome the terrors that lie ahead. Why then, have they chosen to reveal themselves to me this time? Might I inquire how you have arrived here? Is it possible that I am merely flying too swiftly? Indeed. These manifestations of fear often take the form of birds, employing sound waves to ensnare individuals in a web of unknown dread. If this is the case, it suggests that my level surpasses that of this realm, a most fortuitous revelation. However, does this imply a reduction in the rewards for overcoming the challenge? The offerings have been prepared, as the old monk gestured toward the suddenly appeared lotus throne. Yet, he was taken aback to find Lie Chunga already seated upon it in a meditative posture. Observing the closed-eyed Lie Chunga, the old monk chuckled, remarking on the young man's impatience, for he had yet to mention the time constraints involved. But it was likely that Lie Chunga would struggle to succeed. The old monk smiled with a sense of pride, though his expression turned less benevolent as he pulled the lotus throne, along with Lie Chunga, backward. Behind the magnificent golden Buddha, an array of lotus platforms emerged, each adorned with golden statues. The moment Lie Chunga beheld the lotus throne, a spark of hope ignited within him. Eagerly, he settled onto the seat. Indeed, as he did so, he found himself enveloped in an epiphanic state, one that transcended mere understanding. In this state, concepts that had previously eluded him suddenly became clear, and the path to enlightenment began to take shape. This enlightenment was essential for entering the first tier of the diamond realm, a step that was neither trivial nor insurmountably difficult. Throughout history, countless individuals have found themselves ensnared at this juncture. The diamond realm signifies a second life transition, an enhancement of power that is formidable. It is no wonder that figures like Sun Wukong experienced exponential increases in combat prowess upon reaching this stage. This leap is akin to the divide between the celestial and the mortal, beyond mere calculations of strength. Nonetheless, the immediate objective for Lie Chunga is to ascend to the first tier, thereby unlocking the potential for enlightenment. His task is to elevate the power inherent within his being, drawing from the trifecta of soul, body, and natural energy. To ascend to the first tier, one must amalgamate these three forces into a singular entity, not through mere synthesis, but by allowing one power to encompass the others. This has been the crux of his previous struggles. Now, three paths lay before him. Merging with the body could lead to a sanctified physical form, granting divine abilities, a state referred to as human immortality. Fearless in the face of heaven and earth, exemplified by the legendary figures of the great sage equal to Heaven and Erlang Shun. Merging with energy could result in elemental divinity, bestowing a divine body capable of commanding the elements, known as earthly immortality, effortlessly manipulating earth, water, wind, and fire. A master of this path could create their own spatial realm, much like the primordial figure of Jin Yuanzi in the Western Paradise. Merging with the soul could lead to the acquisition of celestial wisdom, bestowing profound insights and omniscience, a state termed heavenly immortality, skilled in alchemy and artifact crafting, an adept in the mysteries of the cosmos. As if embodying the legendary Taishang Laojun, the subsequent cultivation of earth immortals necessitates the merit derived from incense and faith. Celestial immortals must tread cautiously under the watchful gaze of the heavenly Tao, mindful of karmic repercussions. Human immortals, though unbound by restrictions, often find themselves ensnared in the machinations of others. Each of the three paths possesses its own merits and demerits. However, in terms of hierarchy, celestial immortals reign supreme, followed by earth immortals, with human immortals trailing behind. Without a shred of hesitation, Lie Chunga chose the path of human immortality. Regardless of whether he possessed the intellect of a celestial immortal, he could not dismiss the notion that his transmigration was not devoid of conspiracy. Such schemes bore the hallmark of celestial beings. He lacked the confidence to contend with that enigmatic existence. Only within the realm of human immortals could he harbor a glimmer of hope for freedom. As for earth immortals, their heavy reliance on externalities rendered them incapable of rapid advancement in the forthcoming battles. In this state of turmoil, Lie Chunga remained oblivious to the passage of a day. His feet firmly affixed to the lotus platform, a golden hue gradually enveloping his legs, visibly ascending. The looming threat of death gradually compelled Lie Chunga to extricate himself from that state. Time was of the essence, yet he was still a fraction short of success. It appeared that he had not noticed the strange condition of his body. Perhaps he could linger a while longer without the old monk's disapproval. With the presence of the lotus platform, his breakthrough was virtually assured, even promising the prospect of transcending to the realm of the diamond body. The diamond body, often referred to as the land of celestial immortals, typically requires a mortal nearly a century of cultivation to attain, yet he might achieve it in a mere few years. Just then, a wave of pain surged through him, prompting Lie Chunga to abandon his desires. This was the power of the sword tower. Why did it suddenly stir? Should that entity expand unexpectedly, the consequences would be dire. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes, yearning to escape, only to discover that he was immobile, apart from his head. The rest of his body had transformed into a golden hue, as if it were not his own. The sword tower at his chest slowly materialized, now tainted with gold, its subtle agitation indicating its ongoing resistance. Gazing around, he beheld a multitude of golden statues, all seated in contemplation, mirroring his own posture. They collectively faced the rear of the Buddha statue at the front of the hall. Inscribed upon the back of the Buddha were the two characters, urging the renunciation of greed, which caused Lie Chunga to blush. Yet, in the face of life and death, he could not afford to hesitate, mustering his strength to resist the encroaching corruption. Fortunately, upon awakening, the erosion began to wane gradually. Damn that old fool for his deception. Lie Chunga's furious exclamation finally drew the old monk's attention. Observing that he still had mobility, the monk approached with curiosity etched upon his face. What are you staring at? You, my dear old man, are quite amusing and shall keep me company for a while. Old fool, tell me, did you deliberately set me up? The old monk performed a gesture of reverence, replying, You are mistaken. May I ask how I have wronged you? It is your own greed that has led you astray. Look at these individuals. I have already warned you. Time is limited. Even with the time reminders, your avarice has proven too great. Such greedy souls deserve to reflect beneath my Buddha. Do you not agree? Lie Chunga seethed with indignation, yet his body remained immobile, forcing him to suppress his fury. Then what of me? Am I to be considered as having passed the trial? Release me at once, or do not blame me for my wrath. The old monk merely chuckled coldly. In a fit of rage, one might say, you should be grateful for your life, given the circumstances. Alas, I shall treat you as a mere pet. As for you, do not blame me for any consequences that arise. Lie Chunga felt a surge of anger. This old man was certainly no virtuous being, and any lingering guilt within him dissipated completely. Chapter 99. Dreamlike illusions not polite? Truly, the naive are unafraid of the fierce. Try moving, the old monk taunted, slowly stepping behind the great Buddha, arms outstretched beneath the words abandoned greed. Since you remain oblivious to the situation, allow me to enlighten you. Lie Chunga, however, disregarded his words. Struggling, he discovered that his body had transformed into metal rather than merely acquiring a metallic exterior. The metamorphosis of matter, coupled with his newfound ability to coexist with metal, was a feat that could only be achieved by celestial beings in reality. As the old monk donned a golden guise, his stature grew, but his countenance twisted into one of loathing. His legs elongated, rendering him less than human. The great Buddha's head slowly turned, its benevolent features now contorted into a wrathful visage. Suddenly, chains of metal appeared, their ends connecting to all the lotus platforms. In an instant, the statues upon the platforms seemed to awaken, their once serene faces now distorted in agony, as if enduring profound suffering. Lie Chunga felt the essence of life being extracted from him, and in a fit of rage, he gritted his teeth and declared, You are truly despicable. Furious and struggling, he found his efforts futile. The only recourse was to channel his inner energy into the sword tower, his sole glimmer of hope. With a roar, the sword tower, having absorbed his vital energy for so long, finally responded. It shed its previous state of disarray, vanishing and reappearing atop the temple, crashing down with tremendous force. The entire temple felt as if it had been plunged into icy despair, followed by an overwhelming pressure. Everything transformed. The sword tower appeared to exhaust itself, rapidly shrinking until it became invisible. In the blink of an eye, the temple lay in ruins. The events unfolded so swiftly that even Lie Chunga could scarcely comprehend them. Buried beneath the debris, he bellowed, Though I may not be your master, your energy was bestowed by me. Could you not show me a modicum of kindness? Alas, the sword tower remained silent and unyielding. Stretching his limbs and surveying the devastation, he found no trace of the old monk. Only a furrowed brow and murmurs escaped him. How could one who worships a malevolent deity possess the light of the Buddha? A chill enveloped him, and from the shattered statues, white smoke emerged, coalescing into figures, both male and female, all in their prime. They bowed in unison to Lie Chunga before transforming into white flames, drifting away into the distance. The old rogue had caused significant harm, even to the souls of the departed. These spirits, devoid of self-awareness, acted solely on instinct to express gratitude before floating away. Yet, the direction of their departure felt peculiar. Was this the path that lay ahead, or merely a trial? Lie Chunga pondered that remaining amidst the ruins was less desirable than seeking a way forward. His uncertainty beckoned him to resolve it himself. He traversed the familiar narrow path, only to discover that those souls had entered a realm reminiscent of a volcano. Had this place existed before? Just moments ago, I distinctly noticed the absence of a temple, and instinctively turned my gaze towards the mountain behind, only to find no remnants of any temple ruins. How peculiar, utterly bizarre. Lie Chunga began to doubt whether everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Shaking his head, he resolved to descend further. Approaching the volcano, he immediately spotted a cave at the foot of the mountain, and as he drew closer, waves of intense heat assailed him. Something was amiss. The essence of souls was most fearful of such scorching, sun-drenched locales. Yet why did it feel like a moth drawn to a flame? Indeed, it was akin to a moth to the flame. At the cave's end lay a vast chamber, dominated by a boiler that resembled an enormous hot pot. If only there were beer, vegetables, and meat nearby, it would be perfect. Lie Chunga hovered above to inspect the pot, only to be met with scalding waves of heat that compelled him to retreat. Something was indeed strange, despite his usual resilience against flames. He felt as vulnerable as an ordinary person. Nevertheless, he could not allow the souls he had rescued to dissipate into nothingness. Stop! Are you seeking death? Suddenly, an old man obstructed his path, cautiously peering towards the other side of the boiler. Follow me. However, after being deceived by the old monk earlier, Lie Chunga was reluctant to comply. The old man appeared oddly familiar, and in the flickering firelight, his shadow loomed large, adorned with two long antennae resembling those of a cockroach. A voice emerged from the other side. Why is the 8 trigrams furnace so large, Sun Wukong? Oh, nothing. The old man stammered in response. A feminine voice. Sun Wukong. Observing the lecherous old man in tang attire, Lie Chunga had an inkling of understanding. Following the old man to a corner, he finally paused. Before the old man could respond, Lie Chunga inquired, "Are you Sun Wukong's grandfather?" "Indeed. I also know you are Wukong's friend. We met once." Recalling that Sun Wukong had sought the fortune-telling old woman to save someone, Lie Chunga remembered his own encounter with Master Rashi, which had been quite comical. Sun Wukong was also among those who challenged later. It seemed he had been peaking early on. His affection for Sun Wukong was evident. "Yes, not long ago I was a guest at his home. I must tell you, Wukong is now married and has a delightful child named Sun Wufan, in your honor." "What? How could he name his child after me?" The old man's faux reproach was overshadowed by his evident joy. As long as he and Chi-Chi were happy, that was all that mattered. Lie Chunga was momentarily taken aback. He realized that Chi-Chi was likely the name the fortune-telling old woman had mentioned. Sun Wufan, now adopting a serious demeanor, said, "How did you end up here? You shouldn't be in this place. You must leave immediately." "Why? I don't even know where this is, nor what that pot is for. It appears you are quite persistent. What is your purpose here? To break through or to return home?" "Return home?" Sun Wufan sighed and continued, "This is the road to the Yellow Springs, where Mengpo's soup is being brewed. Lost souls pass through here on their way to the Yellow Springs. However, one can attain what one desires here, provided one is willing to continue onward. Along the way, one encounters numerous peculiarities." Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Lie Chunga nodded and remarked, "The strangest of all is an old monk." Lie Chunga recounted his experiences, yet Sun Wukong sighed. He is a pitiable soul. He, too, sought enlightenment, and in achieving his goal, he acquired his own temple. Alas, he could not leave. He perished within its confines. Perhaps it was a heart unwilling to accept fate, or perhaps something else entirely. Regardless, from his remains, new life emerged. He relishes intercepting passers-by to disseminate Buddhist teachings and to test the hearts of men. He is merely a nascent being, oblivious to the concepts of enlightenment and the human heart. Over time, he has become what he is. With a sidelong glance at Lie Chunga, he cautioned, "If you wish to avoid a similar fate, it would be prudent to depart swiftly, at least not linger here. If you truly desire to leave, a path will present itself." Lie Chunga, undeterred, inquired curiously, "May I ask, can all wishes truly be fulfilled? Is it really that miraculous?" Lie Chunga felt invigorated by the notion, at least understanding that this was not a mere deception, but rather a place akin to the dragon granting wishes. Fulfill wishes? Perhaps. Just as one may wish for eternal companionship with beauty, only to find that beauty transformed into an old sage, a monk longing for a temple, yet becoming mere bones. Or Sun Wukong desiring marriage, only to encounter his grandfather. "I cannot say for certain," he continued. But what I can tell you is that this is the road to the Yellow Springs, rife with wonders yet fraught with peril. If one can persist onward, wishes may indeed be realized. However, one might also find oneself trapped here for eternity. Alas, I know I cannot dissuade you. Yet, I hope you reconsider. If you manage to return alive, please convey my regards to Wukong. Lie Chunga nodded, preparing to depart, yet turned back to ask son Wukong, "Thank you. But why do you not leave and return to the realm of the living, to be with your loved ones?" Son Wukong shook his head, a lewd expression crossing his face. "I am fortunate to have been chosen by Lord Laozi." Before he could finish, a woman's voice echoed from afar. "What are you doing? Hurry over here." Son Wukong replied eagerly, then turned to Lie Chunga, saying, "Head in that direction, and remember, do not be greedy." Observing this familiar demeanor, one could only lament that he was indeed the disciple of the turtle hermit, hardly a serious individual. Chapter 100, Another Journey? The Road of the Yellow Springs. It is astonishing that such a magical place exists within the Dragon Ball universe. Upon leaving Fire Mountain, the path transformed once more into a tranquil trail. The white clouds drifted lazily, allowing one to forget the very existence of time. If solitude is a form of trial, then this truly is a torment. He had traversed this road for far too long. He feared he was not alone. Countless souls had journeyed here before him. Some were martial arts masters, like the turtle hermit and the crane hermit, while others, like Sun Wukong, were potential deities. Some achieved their aims, yet many more lay buried beneath the billowing white clouds. Lie Chunga hastened along the narrow, winding path. Though the solitude was almost unbearable, he was acutely aware that retreat was not an option. His sixth sense whispered to him that the hope of breakthrough lay ahead. To abandon this journey would condemn him to a life of mediocrity. He reflected upon the earth warriors abandoned by Sun Wukong, feeling their helplessness in the face of increasingly formidable foes. His intuition was unwavering. The Great Lane Temple. The path of the Supreme Lord Laozi. Everything led Lie Chunga to believe that this place was indeed meant for him. Upon reaching a certain level of strength, the creation of worlds and orchestrating his own journey through time and space became conceivable. Perhaps it was the overwhelming loneliness that caused his thoughts to spiral into chaos. Suddenly, the road before him transformed. Amidst his wandering thoughts, a grand archway materialized. Inscribed upon it were the characters for heavenly script, flanked by couplets on either side. However, in that moment, he paid no heed to such details and soared through the entrance. In an instant, he felt the ground vanish beneath him, and the world opened up before his eyes. Without time to ponder, he summoned his internal energy to fly. Yet, the moment he did so, he sensed the energy within him uncontrollably dissipating. What was happening? 3 days later, Lie Chunga began to grasp the situation. If his deductions were correct, he had arrived in another realm, a world devoid of spiritual essence. If the concentration of spiritual energy in the Dragon Ball universe was rated at 1,000, this world barely registered at 1. As a being brimming with spiritual energy, his entrance into this realm induced a peculiar phenomenon. He became a comet of spiritual essence descending from the heavens. Fortunately, he did not perish. "Hey, brother, you're taking up my space." A beggar named Zhang kicked the disheveled figure before him, inwardly lamenting the lack of professionalism displayed. The man's tattered attire seemed intentional, yet his fair skin hardly suggested a life of begging, especially without even a bowl to collect alms. "Oh well, we are all brothers of the beggar clan. It's been a rough time lately, so companionship is welcome." Noticing that Lie Chunga remained motionless, Beggar Zhang quickly repositioned him into a kneeling posture and rubbed dirt onto his own body, smearing it onto Lie Chunga. "There, much better," he remarked. "Don't be upset. I know you're famished. Soon enough, there will be money, and then food." Zhang then adopted a woeful expression and pleaded with passers-by, "Kind souls, please show compassion. My brother here is so hungry he's lost his senses." In truth, Lie Chunga was acutely aware, but found himself unable to move. Struggling to adapt to this extreme environment while grappling with the uncontrollable forces within him, he was diligently working to stabilize his remaining power. Fortunately, having cultivated internal energy, he could avoid what would have been a catastrophic explosion had he been like Sun Wukong or others. As the day waned, the night enveloped the world in silence. Beggar Zhang gazed at the contents of his bowl with pride. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed the still figure of Lie Chunga. Surely, this brother hasn't starved to death? After cautiously assessing his breath and discovering a lingering spark of life, he hesitated momentarily before shouldering the burden of the man and returning to his humble abode. I remarked, "To encounter someone like me, old Zhang, is indeed a stroke of fortune for you." In truth, The beggar Zhang harbored his own ulterior motives, for the man did not seem like a mere beggar. Rather, he resembled a once privileged youth fallen from grace. What if saving his life meant that he would no longer belong to the ranks of the destitute? Zhang's dwelling was a dilapidated temple, crumbling yet serving as a refuge. By the time they arrived, several beggars had already gathered, engaged in casual conversation, showing little reaction to Zhang's entrance. This place functioned as a resting point for the Beggars Guild, albeit with an unusually high number of visitors this time. The guild was a loosely organized entity, primarily reliant on begging, though they also profited from selling information. Despite his youth, Beggar Zhang possessed a remarkable level of maturity. Earlier, due to Lie Chunga's spirited performance, a bit of money had been earned, prompting him to buy some provisions to share among the group. Consequently, his bringing along a companion went unnoticed. After all, in their line of work, an extra brother meant an additional path to survival. At the very least, if he returned late, he would find his corner unclaimed by others. The night was hazy, with the moon resembling a shy maiden, hiding behind the clouds. Within the temple, the beggars began to exchange the intelligence they had gathered. A celestial treasure has descended. The instant those 4 words were uttered, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, sparking a cacophony of excited chatter regarding the news. It emerged that, just before dawn, a remarkably potent artifact had fallen from the heavens, its nature unknown. Yet its abundant spiritual essence drew the envy of countless souls. It had been years since such a rich source of spirituality had manifested. Soon, even more individuals would flock to this place. For the local beggars, this was excellent news. Though they may not have hoped to acquire the treasure themselves, the arriving heroes would undoubtedly be like lambs to the slaughter. Lie Chunga eavesdropped on their discussions, absorbing a wealth of information. He realized that this world was vast and overwhelming, leaving him feeling despondent, nearly believing he had been whisked away to another realm. Setting aside those thoughts, he felt as if he were being regarded as the treasure himself. In his current state, utterly devoid of strength, if his true identity were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. Who could say whether this world harbored individuals with prophetic abilities? The following morning, as Beggar Zhang awoke, he found Lie Chunga seated cross-legged, attributing this phenomenon to the efficacy of the elixir he had administered the previous night. He left half a steamed bun behind and ventured out to beg. With Lie Chunga's body gradually acclimatizing, a smile began to emerge on his face. He realized that, paradoxically, he had turned misfortune into fortune. Although he had continuously tapped into his potential, even with the healing properties of energy crystals and celestial beings, he had left behind a lingering risk. Furthermore, in a realm abundant with spiritual energy, he had been compelled to cultivate external energy, which hindered him from achieving the harmonious integration of his 3 energies. Now, only a manageable amount of energy remained within him, while the uncontrollable energies had been relinquished back to the world. Once he regained his strength, he would undoubtedly break through to the first tier. Of course, there was also disheartening news. Particularly, the cells responsible for cultivating external energy had all perished, resulting in a significant loss of weight. The restoration of internal energy here is exceedingly sluggish. It took an entire day for him to regain even the simplest capacity for movement. Moreover, misfortune does not come alone. This world seems to harbor practitioners as well. An elderly beggar, upon noticing him, remarked with intrigue, "How fascinating. Pray tell, from whom did you learn your ways to end up in such a predicament?" It was then that the observant Lie Chunga discerned that this man was, in fact, the leader of the newly arrived beggars. As the old beggar saw Lie Chunga remaining still, he placed his hand on his pulse, and his previously jovial countenance abruptly turned peculiar. "How strange. This is neither demonic martial arts nor the yin-yang approach, yet you are so feeble. How could this be? Surely, one cannot be so weak from birth." At that moment, the old beggar ceased his probing of Lie Chunga and earnestly began to examine his bones. "Not yet 30, he exclaimed. "This world, as it turns out, follows a path akin to that of Lie Chunga's own cultivation, albeit with different terminologies." It was astonishing to encounter a young man of such innate potential. It is no wonder that he had garnered attention. Having reached the age of 60 through the use of celestial materials and earthly treasures, he had finally attained the position of elder in the beggar clan. Upon hearing rumors of a celestial treasure, he had hurried here, only to stumble upon such a remarkable individual. Even if he could not locate the treasure, the journey had proven worthwhile. Having spent 7 days in this world, Lie Chunga had managed to recover only a fraction of his former strength, yet he gradually began to familiarize himself with his surroundings. This place, known as Morwa Town, lies on the periphery of the Central Plains. Life here resembles the apocalyptic era he once knew, where the pinnacle of cultivation barely surpasses the innate stage. And no one has heard of anything beyond that. Whether this is a parallel universe or a self-contained realm, Lie Chunga could not discern. But he understood the wisdom of accepting his circumstances. Furthermore, through conversations with the old beggar, he gleaned some knowledge of cultivation. The beggar who had rescued him, Zhang, had fortuitously become the old beggar's disciple and was tasked with caring for Lie Chunga, who in turn trusted them enough to secretly impart some of his techniques as a gesture of gratitude. Chapter 101. Celestial treasure. Having resided in this world for half a month, Lie Chunga discovered that the spiritual energy here was alarmingly sparse. It was likely that any further diminishment would render cultivation an unattainable dream. Of course, the methods of practice here remained rooted in technology, leading to a peculiar amalgamation of the martial world and the imperial court. This extraordinary realm was reminiscent of the world he once aspired to, yet it was imbued with both fervor and darkness. Fortunately, the members of the beggar clan hailed from impoverished backgrounds, allowing them to unite regardless of their individual circumstances. In stark contrast, the other seekers of celestial treasures often exhibited arrogance and would occasionally resort to robbery, justifying their actions under the guise of aiding the poor and quelling the wicked. This realization struck Lie Chunga. Such a world was far from idyllic. The peaceful existence he had experienced in his previous life was a rare and precious treasure. Even in the Dragon Ball universe, where the majority of individuals were inherently good-hearted, even those who committed misdeeds were often innocent at their core, one could easily rise to prominence with ambition and talent. After all, within the worldview of Dragon Ball, even ordinary individuals, as long as they possessed passion and perseverance, could achieve greatness. Take, for instance, that person known as Wolf. In merely 3 years, he had broken through to the 9th rank. Once one attained a rank, even a casual punch could unleash terrifying power, rendering ordinary people, aside from the military, fearless. Though one might not be able to win a fight, escape remained a viable option. Perhaps had he originally traversed into this world, his life would not be as carefree. The fantastical life in the realm of rivers and lakes has thus shattered, and the shackles in my heart seem to have cracked open a small fissure. At this moment, Lie Chunga is certain that he has not escaped the world of Dragon Ball, but remains on the road to the underworld. Unsure whether this place is an illusion or a genuine little world. Come out, you've been following me for a day. Are you not tired? As Lie Chunga's words fell, a flash of sword light emerged from the invisible shadows, only to be effortlessly caught by him. With a swift grasp, the opponent felt there was no escape, clearly astonished by the prowess that Lie Chunga exhibited. The woman, realizing the inappropriateness of his grip, instinctively withdrew her hand from his hold on her chest. She took a step back, her irritation palpable, and once again swung her sword towards Lie Chunga, attempting to flee. Alas, her tracking skills appeared somewhat lacking, as an old beggar unexpectedly appeared, blocking her escape route. Miss, why do you wish to assassinate a distinguished guest of our beggar clan when we have no quarrel with you? He said with a feigned smile. Red Maiden, unwilling to engage in dialogue, attempted to break through multiple times, but was thwarted by the old beggar wielding his bamboo staff. It has been a few days since we last met, and your strength has increased significantly, old fellow. This treasure is indeed remarkable, she remarked. What do you mean by that? He retorted. Must I spell it out for you? With that, Red Maiden launched an attack, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that left the old beggar in a somewhat precarious position. Lie Chunga furrowed his brow and swiftly approached the woman, delivering a powerful strike. Unfortunately, his injuries had not yet healed. Thus, his speed was merely a fraction of what it could be in the Dragon Ball world, rendering his body incapable of withstanding the exertion. Consequently, Red Maiden stumbled, sustaining only minor injuries. Witnessing the beauty cough up blood, Lie Chunga feigned fury. Cough, cough. Young lady, you steal from me and provide no explanation. Do you truly believe I am an easy mark? The woman and the old beggar gazed at him in astonishment, particularly the latter. What is there to discuss? The treasure belongs to the capable. I do not begrudge you, but do not expect to obtain it. Red Maiden scoffed, unimpressed by his words. Gritting her teeth, she produced the pilfered item, a small bronze longsword. Indeed, it was the sword tower, lacking internal energy. Even the sword tower could only manifest its physical form. Red Maiden cut her palm with the sword tower and began reciting a series of incantations, seemingly conducting some ritual. What is happening? Lie Chunga was taken aback to witness the sword tower truly responding, causing him to retreat in haste, hoping to escape once it expanded. However, this time, the sword tower trembled and merely transformed into an ordinary face-sized object. This is sword intent. Only when one reaches the pinnacle of swordsmanship can they resonate their mental power with the sword to obtain such strength. Even from several meters away, Lie Chunga could feel a piercing sensation of slicing. This is not good. Both the old beggar and Lie Chunga felt a sense of foreboding, the latter nearly in tears. Just as they contemplated fleeing, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sword intent spiraled out of control, shooting into the sky and cleaving through the clouds above. Red Maiden, the catalyst for this sword intent, was not spared from its backlash. She appeared to be suffering as if torn by 1,000 blades, her body marred with wounds and blood. Even so, she did not depart, merely casting a cold smile towards the old beggar. Old man, this treasure has already been ignited by my sword intent, and now everyone is aware that it resides with you. Let us see how you will handle this. Lie Chunga was left utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend her actions. However, in Honggu's eyes, it was evident that Lie Chunga was a powerful individual, yet still a novice in the martial world. According to the information she had gathered, this person was also injured and had been led astray by the old beggar. Now that the old beggar was aware of the treasure's whereabouts, it was likely that both of them would meet their demise. Observing the hysterical woman, Lie Chunga felt a chill run down his spine. Ignoring her, he whispered to the sword tower, "Be good and do not quarrel with this madwoman." The sword tower seemed to understand, emitting a low hum, though it appeared reluctant, even directing its sword tip towards Honggu. "Ha ha!" Honggu exclaimed with delight, feeling as though she had miraculously escaped a dire situation. She roared towards the heavens. So the legend is true. The divine object possesses spirit and chooses its master. I have awakened it with my sword intent. The trial has begun. As soon as her words fell, Honggu transformed into a streak of light and entered the sword tower. Lie Chunga was once again left in astonishment, then gritted his teeth in frustration. Knowing that this object had been with him for a year, yet the sword's spirit had shown him no affection. He had only regarded it as a one-time trump card, only to discover that the sword's spirit had ignored him simply because he lacked understanding of the sword intent. Indeed, it is here with you. A large, rotund man had unknowingly settled atop the tree in the courtyard, a chicken leg dangling from his mouth. He continued, "What a pity I do not practice swordsmanship. It would have been a waste." The old beggar was at a loss, for he too did not wield a sword. Indeed, the old beggar had secretly investigated Lie Chunga, for not just anyone could become an elder of the beggar clan. With the sudden appearance of an extraordinary treasure, Lie Chunga soon found himself in the streets, and the mysterious old beggar suspected him to be connected with it. Little did he expect it to be right in his possession. The approaching beggar, Zhang, was equally bewildered. He had previously handled the object and had it appraised, finding it worthless. "Ha. However, I must admit, I take great pleasure in seeing your beggar clan struggle." The rotund man, merrily munching on his meat, noticed the old beggar's discomfort and continued, "Why pretend? It is well known that you, old fellow, are quite diligent when it comes to extraordinary treasures. Yet, as the one with the best intelligence here, you rarely step outside, which is clearly suspicious. It seems you were too late to act." Lie Chunga began to grasp the reality. Those in search of the treasure were not fools, especially the lone wanderers who stealthily trailed the information brokers. Unfortunately for the old beggar, he had caught the attention of Honggu, who in turn had set her sights on Lie Chunga. The old beggar's teeth ground in frustration, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. These individuals had no idea that Lie Chunga was the true treasure. Not only was he a good person, but he also casually spoke of various secret techniques, all while his origins remained shrouded in mystery. Lie Chunga, however, was unaware that in recent days he had secretly studied under a master, resulting in the old beggar inadvertently guiding others. As for sharing the secret techniques, to him, it was a matter of life and death. What were a few secret techniques in comparison? This was a difference in mindset. As time passed, numerous individuals arrived, yet they were deterred by the treasure. Only those skilled in the sword path and Lie Chunga dared to approach, only to be repelled by the sword intent. The sight of a treasure that remains unattainable is truly the most dreadful of experiences, causing one's gaze to fixate upon Lie Chunga. Lie Chunga felt a sense of frustration. He was unable to participate in the trial and was instead tasked with safeguarding the sword tower. "Are you not satisfied? You have caused me considerable distress," he quipped, sensing the sword tower's dissatisfaction. Observing the gradual reddening of the onlooker's eyes, Lie Chunga remained unfazed, channeling his own formidable aura. Suddenly, an innate and unparalleled presence surged forth. The divine artifact chooses its master, should anyone dispute this, they may come forth to challenge me, though the consequences of failure are well known. Alas, treasures are indeed treasures. To journey such a great distance only to return empty-handed is a feeling with which anyone can empathize. Yet, the intensity of his innate aura instilled a degree of trepidation among them. Not that they dared to approach, but rather they awaited others to make the first move. In that moment, even the old beggar hesitated, contemplating whether to act as a mediator. At this juncture, Lie Chunga shifted the topic, stating, "Ahem, dear friends. Our meeting is indeed fated. We are all practitioners of the art. Why not engage in a discussion of philosophy instead?" He continued, "Why not allow me to test your abilities, esteemed guest? Can you preside over the divine sword?" The individual in question was the first to arrive. A rotund man who leapt down and, having finished a chicken leg, declared, "I am Wong Million. Please enlighten me." Chapter 102. Engaging in discussion. The Hidden Tower not only engages in intelligence work, but also partakes in various black market dealings. He is the submaster of this branch, possessing skills in Golden Toad and Choya Blade. The old beggar provided a brief introduction in Lie Chunga's ear, yet he did not hear it all. Boldly stepping forward to declare, "I am the wandering cultivator, Lie Chunga. Why can we not engage in a philosophical discussion? The violence is rather unseemly." Lie Chunga's response caused Wong Million's eyes to narrow slightly, and he chuckled, "Haha, young friend, you possess a clever mind. However, even if I agree, the others here may not." The unspoken implication was clear. To prevent others from coveting your treasure, one must display the requisite strength. Wong Million's intentions were evidently well-meaning. His background in intelligence led him to quickly align thoughts with the old beggar. After all, both of their minds were filled with countless identities, yet none matched. To encounter a master unknown to the Hidden Tower and the beggar gang was indeed a rarity. Nevertheless, speculation was futile. He needed to demonstrate his prowess. With this thought, he drew the blade from his waist, a slaughtering knife. Upon seeing the slaughtering knife, Lie Chunga's smile vanished, not merely due to the contempt for his opponent's weapon, but because the attack had already commenced. The opponent's blade surged forth like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, relentless and unyielding. Before he made his move, no one would have believed a stout man could possess such agility. Truly, he was a nimble, rotund figure. His short stature rendered conventional blades unsuitable. Only a short knife, specifically the slaughtering knife, was fitting for him. Lie Chunga's speed was swift and his movements remarkably agile, evading with precarious precision. This was not to suggest that Lie Chunga was at a disadvantage. Indeed, a fraction of a moment could spell disaster. The rapidity of the assault failed to reveal his true strength. As leaves returned to their roots, the manner in which he evaded was so skillful that Wong Million recognized he would have to unleash his most formidable technique. Regrettably, Lie Chunga did not take the bait. Instead, he retreated a step and leapt into the air, gently touching Wong Million's head before landing behind him. Such agility caused all present to swallow hard. Alas, Wong Million, have no choice but to concede this matter. "You may engage as you wish," he declared, completely resigned and sheathing his blade. "Oh, don't leave. We can engage in a discourse. I possess numerous treasures here." As it appeared these individuals were about to depart, Lie Chunga suddenly became insistent. For one, he was keen on their martial arts experiences, and for another, he hoped that a sense of righteousness would compel them to remain and even protect the sword tower. "Esteemed guests, might I inquire if you are perplexed as to why I do not seek out the rare treasures?" he posed. "It is because I, the old beggar, have discovered an even more significant treasure." Indeed, he gestured toward the young friend beside him. "His martial prowess is astoundingly profound, evoking my utmost admiration. Furthermore, this young friend is exceedingly generous." The old beggar stepped forward to elucidate and recounted Lie Chunga's actions over the past fortnight. The crowd could not help but admire Lie Chunga. Had they possessed such secret techniques, they likely would have hidden them away rather than disclosed them. Their thoughts were mercurial. No matter how formidable the treasure, it could not surpass one's own strength. Moreover, with such an intense sword intent, it was unlikely that many could seize it even if they banded together. Of course, there were those who harbored thoughts of keeping it from others or seizing it for their sect's legacy. However, the collective courage to act diminished. And with the old beggar's assurances, the crowd's minds began to stir with renewed vitality. The old beggar and Wong Million exchanged knowing glances, and together they uttered two words, "Holy Mountain." The Holy Mountain seemed to be misunderstood, yet Lie Chunga would not clarify. Their voices, though soft, struck like thunder. Even the disciples of the larger sects who arrived later dared not make a move. Esteemed guests, if there are any swordsmanship masters who can enter the trial, please feel free. As for those wishing to disrupt the trial, I regret to inform you that you must pass through me first. Naturally, I would prefer to engage in scholarly discussion. Noticing the silence, Lie Chunga gestured toward Wang Million, saying, "Why not start with you?" Fortunately, Wang Million and the old beggar collaborated seamlessly, and each individual shared their understanding of martial arts, with Lie Chunga providing guidance. For those he could not instruct, he imparted knowledge beyond the innate level. In return, he received not just teachings passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, but also invaluable insights that transcended mere words. The greatest beneficiary was Wang Million, who, unlike the old beggar, was a true local magnate. While he lacked profound martial skills, he possessed a wealth of foundational knowledge regarding the mysterious arts, exchanging much with Lie Chunga. By the end, some even traded tales of the martial world's secrets, which further enriched Lie Chunga's understanding of hidden histories. This interaction kindled within Lie Chunga a glimmer of hope for returning to the Dragon Ball world. For the Holy Mountain, where he resided, was said to be the dwelling place of the goddess Tian Shunyang, and the Holy Mountain was revered as a sacred ground of martial arts in the eyes of the world. However, such a sacred place was not easily accessible. In addition to overcoming innate barriers, entry is possible only through the guidance of those already within. However, it has been a considerable time since anyone has ventured inside, nor has anyone offered such guidance. Gradually, it has morphed into a mere legend. The trials of the Sword Tower endured for a full 4 months, a period during which eminent scholars mingled, while the unlearned remained absent. Countless treasure seekers flocked here, eager to avoid a fruitless journey. Thus, this place became a pilgrimage site for those of the martial world. However, not all who arrived were content to engage in discourse. Some brazenly sought to capitalize on Lie Chunga's illustrious reputation, with predictable outcomes. Similarly, numerous swordsmanship masters attempted to enter the trials of the Sword Tower, only to be repelled by Lie Chunga. For those who could not be dissuaded, the old beggar required them to sign a life-and-death agreement before granting them entry to the trials. A throng of individuals seeking their demise would likely have thwarted his subsequent plans had he not intervened. As for the possibility of anyone succeeding in the trials, he harbored no fears. The Sword Tower was likely a relic of divine caliber, and the inhabitants of these lesser worlds could hardly evoke its true potential. Yet, to gain the recognition of this entity was another matter entirely. Thus, one night, the Sword Tower, no longer bored, seized the opportunity, unnoticed by all, to depart, leaving behind a letter. Its destination, the Sacred Mountain. He understood that the celestial tome he had encountered was undoubtedly linked to the goddess of the tome. In this realm, the goddess represented a deity, albeit without a vast following or doctrine, possessing only a few ancient scriptures whose origins remained enigmatic. To his surprise, this divine being exhibited remarkably progressive thoughts. Could it be that she, too, was a traveler from another realm? Indeed, traversing to the world of Dragon Ball would be a daunting endeavor for an ordinary person, even for someone like him, endowed with extraordinary abilities. As the online community might articulate, the disparity in combat prowess is staggering, or perhaps it could be said that the protagonist's power escalates too rapidly in the latter stages. In moments of fury, one's latent bloodline might amplify their strength 50-fold. Talents, such as those of the desolate Tianjin, are rendered ineffective, and even the most gifted find themselves relegated to mere bystanders. Without innate talent, one's capabilities would be akin to those of an ordinary individual in the later stages. Upon reflection, even the protagonist might face death once or twice. Death, while not inherently terrifying, becomes daunting when one is aware of its impending arrival, akin to a countdown, with uncertainty surrounding the possibility of resurrection. Any traveler arriving in this realm would undoubtedly yearn for strength, seeking out transformative elements like the super-divine water, yet ultimately, they would circle back to the divine beings. He even speculated on how a planet rich in spiritual energy could lack precious resources. It must have been appropriated by someone, with the divine being the most likely culprit. The road to the underworld served as a repository for the divine's treasures across generations. This was a necessary pilgrimage for any traveler. Otherwise, their chances of survival would plummet to nearly zero, and resurrection might be unattainable. Of course, directly transmigrating as a scion was also a potential avenue, though not everyone could possess the fortune akin to Son Goku. Chapter 103, Seeking the Goddess of the Tome. If one could choose a world to traverse, the Dragon Ball universe would likely be the least favored option. Regrettably, there are no choices available. One can only adapt to their circumstances. At times, he earnestly wished there existed another unfortunate soul who could share in his long-held anxieties. Ever since departing from the dilapidated temple in his hometown, Lie Chunga had learned the art of self-regulation, eschewing self-pity. Occasionally, he even found solace in the fact that despite his plight, the demons of his mind had not sought him out. As he traversed the muddy path, Lie Chunga paid no heed to the forest ahead, boldly stepping into its depths. Though it is often advised to steer clear of the woods, he reasoned that encountering bandits would be preferable. If not, he could at least seek out some wild creatures to satiate his cravings. The sole drawback was that the food of this world paled in comparison to the delights of the Dragon Ball universe. Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Lie Chunga observed two brutish men pursuing a frail scholar. The scholar ran awkwardly, clutching something tightly to his chest, his speed remarkably slow. The two burly men, with faces twisted in mockery, leisurely tailed him, their laughter echoing as they threatened him whenever he stumbled or hesitated. "Big brother, save me." The scholar, spotting Lie Chunga, seemed to see a beacon of hope, rushing over in a panic to hide behind him, trembling in fear. Lie Chunga furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "What can I use to save you? Do you realize that if I am unable to assist you, your actions could lead to my demise?" A barrage of questions left the scholar bewildered, his gaze towards Lie Chunga filled with innocence. Finally, mustering his courage, he asserted, "You may kill me if you wish. But could you spare this esteemed brother?" Lie Chunga slapped his forehead, at a loss for words. The two large men, however, erupted in laughter, brandishing their swords. "Well then, you've certainly elevated your status. Hurry and leave." Lie Chunga glanced down at himself, noting nothing amiss with his attire. Why did it seem that these individuals regarded him as a formidable figure? "Ah, thank you, good sirs," he replied, turning to leave, only to pause as a thought struck him. "I am curious as to why you treat this young man in such a manner. If the issue does not lie with him, then it must rest with you two brigands." Seeing Lie Chunga linger, the bandits threatened, "Mind your own business. If you prattle on, we'll dispose of you too. Get lost." With that, one of them swung his sword at a nearby tree, carving a notch into its trunk. "Ah, if you wish not to speak, then let it be. Has the tree offended you?" Lie Chunga retorted, as he seized the bandits' swords in their astonishment. With a swift motion, he yanked and struck, shattering their blades into fragments that he effortlessly caught and cast aside, one shard grazing the cheek of a bandit, followed by the sound of a body collapsing behind him. The bandit touched his face, feeling the sticky warmth of blood, as his companion pulled him away, pointing at a tree, thick as a bowl, that lay fallen behind them. "Why are you still here?" Lie Chunga's voice resonated like a whisper from a demon, causing the two men to tremble and flee without a backward glance. Lie Chunga did not slay them, nor did he spare a thought for the still-dazed scholar, simply walking away. "Sacred Mountain, I hope you do not disappoint me." Though he had achieved his purpose on the road to the underworld, the absence of a path back left him feeling somewhat despondent. Lie Chunga unconsciously quickened his pace and, at last, arrived at the foot of the Sacred Mountain on the morning of the third day. Oddly enough, the once bustling Sacred Mountain was now desolate and devoid of life. There wasn't even a sizable town in sight, only numerous abandoned temples. Throughout the day spent searching the base of the mountain, he encountered no people, yet stumbled upon many signs of human habitation, which struck him as peculiar. That night, still without a lead, he took refuge in a dilapidated temple, staring vacantly at the statue of the heavenly book goddess. "Come out. You've been following me for half a day. Do you intend to spend the night outside?" he called. However, the scholar outside continued to tremble, too afraid to enter. With a sigh, he continued, "There are countless snakes and vermin out here at night. At least a temple is cleaner." Upon hearing this, the scholar clutched his belongings and leaped inside, albeit somewhat flustered, retreating to a corner of the temple. Lie Chunga rubbed his chin, pondering, "Am I truly that terrifying? I haven't harmed anyone." The scholar, whom he had rescued a few days prior, still appeared as frail as ever. It was unclear how he had arrived. "Am I really that frightening?" "I didn't intend for what happened during the day," he responded weakly. "It's fine, that incident is behind us. However, I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so please refrain from following me," Lie Chunga said, regarding the scholar with a critical eye. The latter had rosy lips and white teeth, with a hint of elegance about him. Could it be that he was disguised as a man? "Are you searching for the Sacred Mountain?" The scholar stammered. I'm not. I'm here to monitor you. I have some knowledge of the clues." "Well then, what are your demands?" Lie Chunga inquired. The scholar hesitated, bewildered, before muttering, "I have a minor request." As Lie Chunga playfully engaged with the scholar, the atmosphere between them softened, leading to the unveiling of her story, which intriguingly connected to his own. Originally, the sudden appearance of a celestial treasure had been cleverly resolved by Lie Chunga, but it had sparked a treasure-hunting frenzy fueled by restless individuals. Unfortunately, the scholar's family had fallen into misfortune, scattering in flight towards the sacred mountain, where they had relatives. The scholar was indeed male, albeit somewhat delicate. During his journey, he had been accosted by two ruffians who, upon discovering he was a man, had subjected him to harassment until Lie Chunga intervened. According to him, the sacred mountain was not merely a mountain but a realm of immortals. To gain entry, one must locate the guide, who typically appears in the temple of the heavenly book goddess, though she had not been seen for many years, leading to the temple's abandonment and solitude. "What brings you all this way?" Lie Chunga inquired. The scholar studied him intently, as if trying to peer into his very soul, before finally uttering two words, "Ancestral decree." He then clutched his bundle more tightly. Lie Chunga, indifferent to whether the scholar was deceiving him, nodded without replying and began to meditate. Thus, the two commenced their search for temples amidst the undulating mountains, with the scholar lighting 3 incense sticks at each location they visited. Lie Chunga spoke little, yet the scholar, after spending more time with him, became increasingly loquacious. Regrettably, despite wandering through the temple for quite some time, they failed to encounter the so-called guide. Nonetheless, some villagers from nearby mountain hamlets corroborated the scholar's assertions. The sacred mountain had been closed for nearly 2 decades. Was this a test for me? Lie Chunga felt a growing impatience, even an impulsive urge to employ his own methods to seek out the elusive sacred mountain. The designation of sacred implied a sanctity that was inviolable. It was customary for those who came to pay respects or seek favors from the venerable Tianshu Nyang. Perhaps something had befallen her. Lie Chunga was merely making excuses for himself. After meandering, they found themselves back at the entrance to the mountain range, utterly unable to locate their destination, though he felt that he had demonstrated sufficient sincerity. As darkness fell once more, they returned to the dilapidated temple. Suddenly, Lie Chunga pricked up his ears. From not far outside the temple, he detected a bustling commotion. "It seems there are people over there, as if a gathering is taking place. But how could there be a gathering here?" the scholar murmured to himself. Yet, Lie Chunga's eyes brightened. "Stay here. Do not venture out. I shall investigate." He was certain that there had not been so many people just moments ago, yet now there appeared to be a congregation. There must be a reason for this peculiarity. Confident in his strength, he felt no fear of any malevolent spirits. As he approached, he noticed a wooden sign with the words Ghost Market intricately scrawled upon it. Intriguing. Upon entering, he observed masked figures weaving through the village, engaged in trade that occurred not in the open but within the confines of various houses. Upon closer inspection, he noted that each doorway bore a flag adorned with unfamiliar symbols. Chapter 104. The Scheme Ha. What a performance. Lie Chunga surveyed his surroundings. Though this sudden appearance of the ghost market was somewhat novel, he soon found it tedious. The figures moving about, whether masked, clad in peculiar garb, or of odd proportions, were not specters, but mere mortals. The transactions consisted largely of illicit goods, and the arcane symbols represented a vernacular of the underworld, collectively forming a black market. The clandestine nature of these dealings necessitated their concealment in desolate locales, compounded by the mutual distrust among visitors, which rendered masquerading as spirits the optimal choice. Ordinary individuals who inadvertently wandered in were often terrified, and over time, the black market had transformed into a ghostly spectacle. Those who were merely frightened fared better, while those who intruded with intent often met grim fates. The wealthy were duped until impoverished, while the strong had their very essence drained. The denizens of this place would extract every ounce of value from them, leaving behind only a life to propagate their fear and deter others from entering. Just as Lie Chunga was surveying the scene, a figure stealthily approached him, warning, "It is perilous here. You must depart at once." This person was shrouded in a heavy cloak, and though they spoke of righteousness, a peculiar fragrance wafted towards Lie Chunga as they drew near. It was not perfume, but rather a potent sedative. Had this been an ordinary individual, they would have succumbed to disorientation, only to return seeking refuge, with a foreboding fate awaiting them. Certainly, this was of no consequence to Lie Chunga. Just as he was about to depart, a visitor arrived at his doorstep. With a smile, Lie Chunga seized the wrist of the intruder, deftly pinching their pulse point. The other party gasped, realizing they had encountered a formidable adversary, and could only utter fiercely, "Release me. This is the ghost market. Do you dare to cause a commotion?" The voice was crisp, revealing the speaker to be a woman. "Perhaps you could escort me to a secure location?" she suggested politely, while subtly manipulating the pulse point. Instantly, the individual was engulfed in fear, refraining from further protest and obediently leading him into a room. Others, witnessing the scene, mistakenly believed the woman had gained the upper hand. Very well. I shall pose but a single question, and then I will take my leave. To demonstrate goodwill, Lie Chunga willingly released his grip. The woman, shedding her disguise, revealed a stunning visage and busied herself with pouring tea, saying, I am but a humble servant, and I speak freely. I apologize for any offense caused. As he accepted the tea, he remarked meaningfully, I too have been remiss. Let this cup be my gesture of respect. The woman poured herself a cup as well, her large eyes fixed on Lie Chunga as they both sipped. Do you possess any information regarding the sacred mountain? He inquired. Indeed, isn't that the purpose of our gathering? You must be aware of it, she replied. I am not, so enlighten me. Yet, the woman remained silent, her wide eyes fixed on him. Do not delay. Your sedative is ineffective. I truly wish for you to refrain from playing tricks. If your information fails to pique my interest, you can guess the consequences. At that moment, he found himself reminiscing about the simpler world of Dragon Balls. The deceit of this realm was wearisome and threatened his tranquility. Ah, you jest. It is said that the sacred mountain, long silent for over 2 decades, has seen the descent of someone, accompanied by a divine sword. To summarize, he had not anticipated that a trivial matter he had disregarded would indeed stir such turbulence. Annoyed and feeling humiliated, he interrupted her lengthy exposition. Oh, it is the Black Master who has discovered a method to access the sacred mountain and intends to establish a ghost market here to conduct an auction, summoning all to ascend the mountain together. Ascend together? Lie Chunga fell into contemplation, sensing an ominous undertone as if he had overlooked something critical. This is troubling. He stood abruptly, then sat down again, his expression darkening. Take me to meet the master of this place. His somber voice was accompanied by an oppressive aura that sent the woman trembling. She finally comprehended the terror of the man before her. Spare me. I am but a minor figure. How could I possibly know? The auction is imminent. Yes, the Black Master will surely appear then. However, the auction has yet to commence. Deeper within lies a tree adorned with a golden bell. The herald of the auction awaits there. As she finished speaking, she was drenched in cold sweat, as if she had expended considerable effort. When he lifted his gaze again, he found that the terrifying man had already vanished. Lie Chunga continued deeper into the venue, swiftly arriving at the location she had described. Yet, there was no one there, only a bell swaying in the breeze, producing a melodious sound. Come forth. As soon as the words left his lips, a masked figure descended from the tree, respectfully addressing him. Esteemed friend, the auction has yet to commence. I kindly ask you to wait a moment. I cannot wait. I need him to come out for an urgent matter. What do you think you are? Before the other could erupt in anger, Lie Chunga swiftly struck, a visible imprint left upon the tree as he unleashed a powerful palm strike, severing the man in half with a mournful cry. Though momentarily frightened, the man did not flee but instead blew a whistle, the sharp sound echoing throughout the mountains. Instantly, numerous masked figures arrived, with even some guests gathering to witness the commotion. Who is the leader here? Step forward. Finally, a burly old man emerged, questioning. Why do you disrupt? You know full well what you seek. Release Ning Shushing and his family, and we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to violence. The old man paused, scrutinizing Lie Chunga, then chuckled. I thought it was someone else. It is merely the wandering daughter of the heavenly book. What a pleasure to meet you. However, his countenance swiftly shifted to a cold demeanor as he continued. But regardless of who you are, to disturb my domain is to confront me, the Black Baron. Let us see how formidable this generation's Saint Mountain Wanderer truly is. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying wave of force sent the crowd scattering. Simultaneously, he lunged forward, delivering a devastating strike, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain. Yet, Lie Chunga merely regarded the attack with cold detachment, effortlessly evading, untouched by the ferocity of the Black Baron's assault. Still not coming out? If you do not emerge, I shall take my leave. We can both go our separate ways. In an instant, a dart was launched towards him, which Lie Chunga effortlessly caught between his fingers. Truly prepared, he mused, as 4 or 5 figures encircled him, their attire signifying their status as renowned martial artists from various sections. Forgive us for resorting to such measures, an elderly man said somewhat sheepishly as he stepped forward. We are merely a group of old-timers, stagnated at the peak of the innate realm, seeking passage to the Saint Mountain. Our actions bear no relation to our sects. I hope for your understanding. Nearby, the Black Baron and several nefarious figures exchanged disdainful glances, mocking their plea for decency. You possess some skill to have entangled me so thoroughly. Enough of this pleasantry. Release Ning Shusheng and his family, and we can discuss matters further. It became clear that Ning Shusheng's arrival and this ghostly market had been orchestrated by these individuals, aiming to facilitate the journey of two individuals connected to the Saint Mountain. Lie Chunga, who had anticipated a thrilling escape, realized that everything had been meticulously arranged, leaving him frustrated. Alas, it appears I have no choice. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Observing the gathering of over 20 innate-level experts around him, it became evident that both the underworld and the righteous had united for their mutual advancement. Lie Chunga felt a surge of anger mixed with helplessness. He too sought the Saint Mountain, not as a successor of any kind. The leading elder, seeing Lie Chunga's stubbornness, nodded to the Black Baron, who, with a furrowed brow, clapped his hands, and Ning Shusheng was forcefully brought forth. At this moment, Ning Shusheng was already in tears. Upon seeing Lie Chunga, he exclaimed with a mix of sorrow and fury, "Brothers Wahao and the others have slain my family. Do not concern yourself with me. Avenge my parents." Upon hearing this, the dark tavern owner struck one of his subordinates, who immediately tore off his clothing and stuffed it into Shusheng's mouth. The tavern owner, his face darkening, declared, "This is not our fault. Those two old fools were simply too frail, and their rescue came too late." Lie Chunga sighed, acknowledging that he bore some responsibility for Ning Shusheng's plight. "Let him go," he urged. The subordinates, sensing the tension, released Ning Shusheng, who rushed over immediately. Lie Chunga said, "I will escort you to safety. I shall deal with them shortly." Hearing this, Ning Shusheng felt a sense of despair. Lie Chunga reassured him, "If you do not leave and a conflict arises, they will use you to threaten me. You are a scholar, yet you lack foresight." Chapter 106. The Conspiracy of the Strong. What a pitiable yet abhorrent conspiracy. If conspiracies are the weapons of the weak, then in this world, every strong individual is a schemer. After much effort to entangle him in their schemes, they forget that true strength lies in disdain for such subterfuge. It seems my compassion was misplaced. Observing the surroundings, one could see formidable figures, some on the verge of reaching the Diamond Realm. However, in terms of combat prowess, Lie Chunga could easily eliminate any one of them to instill fear. Yet, while dispatching one might be simple, or even a group, the energy within him was insufficient to eradicate them all. Although his previous injuries had healed, his cells still craved substantial energy to nurture them. If he overexerted himself, he could not foresee the consequences. As the standoff persisted, Ning Shusheng appeared to lose his composure, disregarding whether Lie Chunga could contend with them. He roared, "I do not care. You must provide my parents with the proper burial they deserve." His hysterical cry incited dissatisfaction among the crowd. Yet none understood the arduous journey he had undertaken. He had traversed mountains and rivers to seek favor for these people at the sacred mountain, only to discover it was all an elaborate trap. Not only had he failed to see through it, but he had also brought ruin upon his parents. Once, his family had thrived and maintained significant ties to the sacred mountain, but as it was sealed, their lineage gradually waned. Until a century ago, the last ancestor to enter the sacred mountain returned, bringing with him an unwritten tome and leaving behind ancestral teachings before departing. For months prior, the tome had glowed, prompting them to heed the ancestral instructions and journey to the sacred mountain. However, his family hesitated, for they could not bear the weight of such blessings. Only he, tempted by certain individuals, embarked on the journey to the sacred mountain. "Very well, I shall assist you one final time." A true gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Regardless of Ning Shusheng's misfortune, he bore some responsibility. The sheer fury in Ning Shusheng's eyes compelled him to intervene. One cannot urge others to be virtuous without experiencing hardship themselves, Lie Chunga reflected, having endured such trials himself, wishing not to witness it again. Turning back, Lie Chunga's gaze hardened, declaring, having arrived in a world governed by conflict, yet remaining timid all along. He then addressed the crowd. "First, I must apologize, for I do not belong to this so-called realm of the heavenly book. Furthermore, my presence here is also motivated by the quest for the entrance to the sacred mountain. Regrettably, as you can observe, my journey has proven futile." The black merchant shook his head, asserting that it was impossible. "I have conducted thorough inquiries, even leveraging extensive connections. The information from both the underworld and the legitimate world corroborates that prior to your arrival in Marrow town, there was not a trace of you. Moreover, your martial prowess is remarkable, earning admiration even from the hidden pavilion. I apologize, but apart from the sacred mountain, I cannot deduce your origins." The others nodded in agreement. They are all influential figures with their own channels of information, and if they deemed it unreliable, they would not have come. Alas, it seems no matter how I articulate my words, you remain skeptical, and thus a confrontation seems inevitable. Will it be a contest of wit or strength? Having spent several months here, I am aware of the customs. A contest of wit entails one-on-one exchanges, without the threat of death, while a contest of strength is devoid of rules, a fight to the death. Let us choose the former, as we still require you to survive and divulge the entrance to the sacred land. Very well, you may begin. I find you displeasing. The black merchant's expression darkened further. Yet with so many witnesses, he could not afford to lose face. He instructed his subordinates to clear the area and approached voluntarily. Come, let me witness your abilities. Lie Chunga grinned widely, vanishing in an instant with remarkable swiftness. The black merchant promptly leapt backward, crossing his arms. The black tiger's strangulation technique unleashed a barrage of blade-like strikes, yet they curiously passed through Lie Chunga. It was an illusion, with flying blades reappearing as he cautiously shielded his surroundings, landing with the grace of a poised tiger ready to pounce. Such speed. It appeared that he was enveloped by numerous phantoms, voices emanating from all directions. It seems you have indeed conducted a thorough investigation into my background. Unfortunately, is this truly the extent of my power? Lie Chunga possessed the unparalleled skills bestowed by a golden finger, having mastered the highest martial arts. Facing adversaries capable of annihilating planets, destined to ascend to immortality and endure through time. A thunderous metallic sound erupted as Lie Chunga soared into the air, his arms sweeping downwards accompanied by two massive azure dragon manifestations descending from above. The black merchant felt an overwhelming pressure that forcefully pinned him to the ground, both physically and psychologically assailed by the enormity of the situation as the dread of death pervaded his spirit. Yahoo, save me. A figure, akin to pliable clay, was rapidly elongated. The crowd heard a resounding bang, followed by a powerful shockwave that caused the surrounding trees to rustle violently. As the smoke dispersed, it revealed the unexpected presence of a young man, exquisitely dressed, exuding an aura akin to a gentle breeze. Brother Chodao. The influential figures exchanged glances, while the distant Ning Shushing gasped in astonishment. Those present, though sharp of hearing and sight, were somewhat perplexed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Lie Chunga twitched his lips, for he recognized that a melodramatic turn of events was upon them. Thus, he interjected, "Why do you linger? Depart swiftly and await this adversary." Ning Shushing instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet was reluctant to accept it. Just as he intended to inquire further, a refreshing breeze enveloped him, sweeping him away into the distance. The gentle wind caressed the willows. You have transcended the innate and become a master. Lie Chunga was somewhat surprised. Yet he confirmed that this individual was indeed the orchestrator of this conspiracy, having long concealed himself beside Ning Shushing. Indeed, a master exists at the pinnacle of one's realm. Everything has been propelled by your hand. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Since you have already attained mastery, why do you still involve yourself in this? Everyone is aware that breaking through the innate stage grants a lifespan of 200 years, and ascending to mastery bestows 500 years. But it is merely that. Do you desire eternal life? Naturally, who does not yearn for longevity? This man appeared exceedingly self-satisfied, as though victory were already assured. Suddenly, an elder from a nearby sect recalled something and remarked, "You are the renowned and formidable Yahoo, Chiu Feng, from 2 centuries past." Indeed, this junior possesses a modicum of discernment. Yahoo nodded, having regained his youthful appearance after breaking through in his old age. Most of those who once recognized him in the martial world had perished. Of course, it was precisely this reality that fueled his profound resentment toward the impending death, especially in light of the inevitability of aging. Long ago, he had begun to scheme, until the emergence of Lie Chunga. Do not feign superiority as if victory were guaranteed. Lie Chunga coldly mocked, until you reach the diamond realm, you remain merely a human, albeit a stronger one. The old man had witnessed countless talents throughout the years. You are indeed formidable, yet you are no match for me. Speak the truth. Yahoo was unconcerned, for the desire to break through lay just before him. After years of plotting, could he refrain from reveling in this moment? Lie Chunga twitched his lips and remarked, "Indeed, senior, at such an advanced age, you still resort to deceiving a mere scholar. And have you not noticed? He is already dead." The crowd turned to find that Ning Shusheng was alive. It was the black shopkeeper, who lay motionless, that had perished. Yahoo was somewhat taken aback as he waved his hand, causing the black shopkeeper to turn over. his face now a mask of fear, unmistakably dead. What a waste. Observant individuals noted that the man had succumbed to death out of sheer terror. The crowd was filled with dread. Death itself was not terrifying, but the manner of such a demise was utterly disgraceful. You have indeed grasped the essence. It appears you are not far from mastery. Congratulations, young friend. Xianyao's gaze fixed on Lie Chunga, growing increasingly profound. We are not acquainted. Let us have a decisive battle. Alas, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Xianyao transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing in an instant. While Lie Chunga too became a myriad of illusions, as if evading something. How swift! The crowd beheld the wind stirring the grass, forming a dragon-like vortex as it navigated through countless phantoms. The speed of these two had reached a level beyond their comprehension. Were it not for the occasional trees crashing down, creating numerous pits in the ground, they would remain oblivious to the nature of this clash. Is the title of Xianyao bestowed by the emperor or self-proclaimed? It feels rather shameless. At last, a gust of wind rapidly converged and then erupted, transforming into two silhouettes as the outcome was determined. Chapter 107, The Heavenly Book. Excitement. An overwhelming thrill. At long last, I have encountered a battle where life and death are at stake. Prior to this moment, nearly all battles were either gladiatorial contests or overwhelming displays of power, leaving much to be desired in terms of engagement. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he exclaimed, once more. The carefree lord's expression turned grave as he greedily licked his lips, declaring, fresh as a newborn calf. Suddenly, the carefree lord vanished from sight, unlike rapid movement. His form seemed to transform into the wind, indiscernible and intangible. The subtlety of the wind technique, a unique skill inherent to the human immortal path, is not merely a culmination of one's cultivation, but also a manifestation of combat prowess. It was evident that the carefree lord had, like him, grazed the threshold of the diamond realm, which explained his resorting to such underhanded tactics. There is nothing more tormenting than the juxtaposition of visibility and touchability. Guess what? The carefree lord's voice echoed erratically. Though laced with mockery, it also signified his earnest acknowledgement of the formidable youth before him. Indeed, he was exceptionally powerful. Lie Chunga's advantages lay in his speed and strength. Even he found it hard to believe that there existed a genius more formidable than himself. What a pretense! In the realm of Dragon Ball, even if you were a level higher, I would crush you. No self. Accompanied by the triumphant voice of the carefree lord, 6 figures manifested around Lie Chunga. Illusions? No. They were both real and unreal. The opponent's technique was evidently wind-related, thanks to the old monk's lotus platform. Lie Chunga had gleaned some understanding, or else he would have been overwhelmed outright. The essence was a characteristic exclusive to the Diamond Realm, one that only a genius could comprehend. It represented an attack infused with intent, aimed at dismantling the enemy's spirit, leaving them with shadows of fear or, in severe cases, driving them to madness. Even if the opponent later grew stronger, the fear instilled would have their might. Like the great sage who achieved sanctity, declaring, "Eat my staff," which would terrify any demon that beheld him. Their eyes flashed with intent as they launched their assaults. Lie Chunga appeared to combat 6 foes simultaneously without faltering. The carefree lord ceased his probing and unleashed his most potent technique. Wrath of the Wind God. The secret arts amalgamated, chaos began to manifest. Onlookers could only behold the looming figure of the colossal wind god descending upon them, followed by the emergence of 4 divine beasts that encircled the wind god. Both sides remained locked in a stalemate, provoking a transformation in the heavens, with flashes of lightning and roars of thunder painting a picture of apocalyptic grandeur. Enough! A thunderous command echoed, though not loud, it was deafening. Do not relent. Lie Chunga and the carefree lord suddenly felt an expulsion from the heavens. Unable to harness even a modicum of the world's essence, collapsing to the ground, their manifestations rendered impotent. Of course, the greater misfortune befell Lie Chunga, already wounded. As their vital energies waned, his suffering intensified. However, while the former was engulfed in torment, the latter bore his pain with a smile, gazing at the figure that emerged from above. Upon witnessing this, the crowd promptly fell to their knees, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome the Lady of the Heavenly Book." The woman in the sky sat upon a cloud, appearing as if still in slumber, lacking the ethereal grace typically associated with divine beings. Enough. You may all leave. Announce to the world that the sacred mountain is about to commence, as usual. As for the 2 of you, come with me. The Lady of the Heavenly Book arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. A mere wave of her hand rendered the 3 figures vanished. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the crowd erupted in smiles, seemingly unconcerned about the two who had vanished. They swiftly departed, eager to relay the edict of the celestial being known as the Book Mother. Do not presume that these elders of the sect are foolish enough to willingly serve as pawns for the carefree Marquis. In truth, they emerged as the ultimate victors. As he opened his eyes, a boundless azure sky stretched above him, and the ground beneath him mirrored that same serene blue, rippling like water yet feeling as solid as earth. To his astonishment, the individual he had recommended was unexpectedly naive and endearing. Scanning the surroundings, he found no one in sight. "I am here," he proclaimed. In an instant, the world spun, the heavens seemed to turn upside down, and he found himself aloft, confronted by a figure formed of clouds. She spoke, her tone laced with playful mockery. "Speak. What is it that you desire?" Maintaining his composure, Lie Chunga settled into a cross-legged position and, with a formal demeanor, inquired, "Might I address you as the Book Mother?" "Indeed, it is I," she confirmed. "Very well. Your wish has been granted. Farewell." In an instant, the mist dissipated, leaving Lie Chunga dazed and seated in place. Before he could gather his thoughts, the scene shifted like a fleeting panorama, and he found himself within a temple. One he recognized as the very sanctuary where he had resided upon first arriving at the sacred mountain. "Is this it?" he mused, gazing at the statue of the Book Mother within the temple, a wave of frustration washing over him. Suppressing his temper, Lie Chunga sat cross-legged, striving to compose his emotions. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he tentatively called out, "Come forth, scholar." After a prolonged silence, the statue of the Book Mother finally responded, "How did you know?" "Please revert to your original form. This appearance is rather awkward," he suggested. As expected, the statue transformed into the scholar. "You cannot truly be male, can you?" The Book Mother retorted, her expression darkening. "Is that how that old man taught you to deal with women?" "My apologies," he stammered. Haha, you don't happen to be single, do you?" This time, it was Lie Chunga who felt the heat rise to his cheeks. The Book Mother leapt down, circling him with curiosity. "When others traverse realms, who possesses your level of prowess? Aren't they all embraced by companions, or even surrounded by harem? You cannot possibly be." "Ahem, esteemed elder, please maintain your decorum." "Oh, are you truly offended? Was what I said erroneous? Very well, I shall cease the jest. You truly lack a sense of humor. A dullard indeed. I have no interest in you. Should you have inquiries, feel free to pose them directly. Respectfully, may I inquire if you two traversed realms? If so, when was this?" "Ah, that was an eternity ago. I scarcely recall. Allow me to recount from the beginning. I am not human, but rather a spirit, summoned by an ancient entity and subsequently cast into this world. My task was to await your arrival as your guide. And so, I waited. Oh, for how long, I cannot say. Boredom led me to alter this little realm, setting trials for you. Little did I know you were so impetuous, darting into the cosmos before fully exploring Earth. Your survival is indeed a stroke of luck. You are indeed an oddity, shunned by the world." Upon realizing that my junior had fallen victim to schemes, I decided to shift a portion of my will towards you, merely to observe. This is the essence of the matter. Do you have any inquiries?" Lie Chunga pondered for a moment, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Junior spirits? Mentors? Do not dwell on it. I have little regard for you, and I have no intention of playing the role of a grandfather. I shall remain here, patiently awaiting the success of his plan, content to be a passive observer." The weight of this information was significant. Lie Chunga's eyes widened in surprise. "Just moments ago, I found you distasteful, and now you outright reject me. Do I not deserve some dignity? Who is that old man? Will he not hold me accountable? What is his plan? Furthermore, are you familiar with the Dragon Ball manga? It would be best if you refrained from prying into his affairs. As for the outside world, it is merely part of his design, serving as a convenience for you. Rest assured, I shall not neglect you. I have resolved your physical deficiencies and enhanced your capabilities. Moreover, you possess a space-time mark, which I have modified to potentially save your life in critical moments. Do you not see how well I treat you?" Listening to this, Lie Chunga felt a sense of unease. If she holds me in such low regard, why then does she seek to ingratiate herself? Who is this old man? Faced with Lie Chunga's bewildered gaze, he averted his eyes, responding impatiently, "Regardless, you have already achieved your purpose for coming here, have you not?" Lie Chunga's confusion only deepened. What is this space-time mark? What plan? Before he could contemplate further, the book goddess had arrived behind him, delivering a swift kick. Leaf. Chapter 107. The arrival of Raditz in the year 761 of the age of the universe. For years had passed since the emergence of the second-generation Demon King, Piccolo. People had adapted to a life of peace, subconsciously believing in the existence of extraordinary martial artists safeguarding the world. However, on the 12th of October, a meteor streaked across the sky, crashing violently into the ground, marking the dawn of a new chapter in the Dragon Ball universe. This was not an ordinary meteor. It was a spacecraft. Those with discerning eyes would recognize it as a single-unit ejection-type spaceship, bearing distinctive markings that indicated its association with the infamous cosmic Emperor Frisia's army. Through the glass, one could see a figure, his demeanor exuding fury, with unruly spiked hair resembling a hedgehog and a tail akin to that of a monkey. The occupant slowly opened his eyes, signaling the arrival of the most notorious race, the Scions, upon Earth. Perhaps the planet itself sensed impending doom, as the atmosphere shifted dramatically, heralding an approaching storm. Not only the locals, but also Earth's favored son, Son Goku, felt the disturbance. He lifted his gaze, only to be interrupted by a fierce roar from his wife, Chi-Chi. Not only Goku, but even Gohan wore expressions of dread. It was known that today marked a significant occasion for Gohan. Observing the unsettling state of her husband and son, Chi-Chi's anger erupted. She took out a small mirror, gazing at her once beautiful visage, now marred by the passage of time. Enraged by this realization, Goku sensed the gravity of the situation and seized Gohan. I took him to the esteemed Master Roshi. Not only Son Wukong, but also the warriors of Earth, including Tien Shinhan, Bulma, and Krillin, coincidentally journeyed to Turtle Island. Of course, this did not include Piccolo and Yamcha. The former harbored a deep-seated aversion, his internal confusion yet to be dispelled. As Lie Chunga articulated, he is a new life and not merely a reincarnation of Piccolo. Yet he understands that until he has vanquished Son Wukong, he remains inherently malevolent. As for Yamcha, once a rogue, he has reformed, yet has succumbed to a different kind of downfall, now a celebrated baseball player surrounded by admirers, with little time to contemplate such matters. Even Bulma, having recently parted ways with him, is preoccupied. At this moment, an oblivious farmer gazed vacantly at the sky, then armed himself to investigate the substantial hole that had been created on his farm. He must hasten, for there were still clothes left to collect. As the farmer peered over the edge, he was astonished to discover a peculiar spherical object, from which emerged an individual. This person had long hair defying the laws of nature, cascading behind him, and wore a strange device on his face, hovering effortlessly beside him. "Who are you?" the farmer demanded, brandishing his weapon. Raditz, unfazed by the threat, begrudgingly activated his scouter, discovering an abundance of life forms on Earth, which ignited a flicker of ire within him. His displeasure stemmed not only from the recent demise of his brother's accomplice, Cyberman, whose killer had evaded capture, but also from the wrath of Lord Frisia, who commanded all his subordinates to pursue the Blue Star aliens. However, those aliens were exceedingly cunning, rumored to have fled to another universe. The Scion Squad had no direct involvement in these affairs, yet due to a shortage of personnel, their supplies were compromised, leading to unforeseen complications on the next planet they were tasked to cleanse. Who would dare incur the wrath of Frisia? Thus, he volunteered to locate his inept younger brother and ascertain his fate. As Raditz contemplated, the farmer continued his warnings, even firing a shot, which Raditz effortlessly caught. Glancing at the farmer, with a power level of merely 5, he deemed him utterly pathetic. A casual energy blast obliterated the farmer into dust, as he lamented, "What has Kakarot become? Truly a waste." Surveying his surroundings, he detected the highest power levels on this planet, both hovering around 500, with one nearby. This brought him a modicum of solace, perhaps elucidating why his brother had failed in his mission. Rising, he soared towards the closest individual, who was none other than the contemplative Piccolo, sensing imminent danger. Instinctively, he recoiled, turning back in shock at Raditz's presence. Surely, this is not Kakarot, he thought. Raditz, feeling a pang of disappointment, disregarded Piccolo. Utilizing rapid movement, he delivered a swift punch, causing Piccolo to collapse in agony. How pathetic, he scoffed, surprised that Piccolo had not perished. With a combat power exceeding 1300, Raditz found it trivial to dispatch those with 500 power levels. Suddenly, his scouter began to fluctuate, indicating that another entity, possibly his brother, was retreating. Fortune smiles upon you. Indeed, the fate of Raditz is fortuitous. Firstly, he seeks to locate his brother, and secondly, he intends to leave this individual for his brother to deal with, thereby establishing a bond of allegiance. Dend gazes sorrowfully into the distance, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, knowing he may not be a match for his adversary, yet possesses the capacity to fight back. Unfortunately, The opponent strikes unexpectedly, without uttering a word. Such a terrifying foe. How had he not heard of such a formidable martial artist before? Suddenly, a peculiar phrase from a strange individual flashes through his mind. The dangers of the future arise from the cosmos. Devote yourself to rigorous training. It is this very statement that has driven him to train diligently over the years, even emulating son Wukong by imposing considerable burdens upon himself. This has left him utterly defenseless. I must investigate. Son Wukong has just arrived at Master Roshi's abode, only to be surprised by the presence of Bulma, Krillin, and others. Upon seeing son Gohan, everyone is captivated, for he bears an uncanny resemblance to a youthful son Wukong, yet possesses an added charm of innocence. After exchanging pleasantries, they suddenly turn their attention to the rear of son Wukong, who senses the imminent arrival of a foe before he has a chance to warn them. Kakarot, you look just like your father. It's simply envious, Raditz exclaims, albeit lamenting that he is merely a low-ranking warrior. Where is your tail? Raditz disregards the others, muttering to himself. Perhaps unaware of the malice in the air, son Wukong, though puzzled, responds, I severed it long ago. Also, my name is son Wukong, not Kakarot. Upon hearing son Wukong's reply, Raditz's eyes widen, and he soon notices son Gohan and his tail. What do you mean you severed it? You are actually living among these natives and have sired a child. Raditz is driven to madness, clutching his head in disbelief. As a scion, not only has he failed his mission, but he has also mingled with the indigenous people. This tarnishes the status and dignity of their race. And the fact that this person is his brother shatters his beliefs and leaves him incredulous. Pride, faith, dignity, shattered into a million pieces. What manner of being are you? Are you here to cause chaos? Krillin, though not one to engage in conflict, is interrupted by the cautious Master Roshi, who inquires, May I ask who you are, sir? Raditz, indifferent to the trivialities of others, roars, We are the warrior race of Scions. This disgrace must be rectified by my brother. Otherwise, if that Bardock finds out, how will we be ridiculed? Kakarot, my brother, I offer you this chance. Eliminate everyone here, and I shall allow you to return with me to the universe. Brother? Universe? In an instant, everyone is astounded. What? Son Wukong is an extraterrestrial? Krillin is taken aback, and Master Roshi recalls and recounts the information he knows. His pupil, Son Gohan, had mentioned that Son Wukong was indeed an alien, initially volatile, but after suffering a head injury, he became benevolent. Upon hearing this, Raditz visibly relaxes. Thus, Kakarot, what are you waiting for? Are you truly willing to forsake the glory of the Science? Who among us is most incensed? It is Krillin, the best friend of Son Wukong. Regardless of his origins, he is undeniably Son Wukong. And what of this self-proclaimed brother? You ruffian! Son Wukong is our friend. Cease your nonsensical utterances, or I shall strike you. Krillin's words steadied the momentarily bewildered Son Wukong, while Raditz, unable to endure the provocations from these insignificant beings, decisively struck, sending Krillin crashing to the ground. Son Wukong, unable to intervene in time due to recent events, rushed to his best friend's aid, only to be met with Raditz's swifter fist. In a mere flick, Raditz unleashed an energy blast that repelled everyone, then seized Gohan, declaring, This child possesses our Scion bloodline. Accompanying you will only lead to your ruin. Now, I grant you one final opportunity. Eliminate them and return to me. My brother Kakarot. I hope you do not disappoint me. Raditz, deeply pained, resolved to allow Son Wukong to redeem himself before his demise. Planning to take Gohan under his wing as his uncle, Raditz felt vexed. His brother's low combat power was one thing, but the utter lack of Scion dignity was intolerable. Approaching the spaceship, his agitation grew. Suddenly, his scouter began to tremble violently, detecting an overwhelming power, yet it felt unlike any life form. After some contemplation, he approached, daring to investigate further. As Raditz drew near, he beheld an immense, powerful tornado. Strangely, the energy within him began to dissipate upon proximity. No, not dissipate, but rather, it was being absorbed. This terrifying cyclone persisted for 3 days and nights before finally subsiding, leaving behind a colossal sphere formed of leaves and soil. Chapter 108. A twist in the tale. Raditz did not depart. He remained fixated on the orb, continuously adjusting his scouter for precise readings. Yet, the readings fluctuated wildly, never stabilizing. The peak values soared into the tens of thousands, casting doubt on the integrity of his device. Raditz's pride prevented him from retreating, and just as he felt the readings beginning to stabilize, he sensed them rising once more. What manner of treasure or creature was this? Uncertain, Raditz grappled with the realization that, in his understanding, a living being's combat power should have a fixed value, fluctuating no more than 10%. In truth, emerging from within the orb was Lie Chunga, unceremoniously expelled from the realm of the heavenly scriptures by the goddess, even crossing the path of the underworld. Upon his emergence, an overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, akin to a parched sponge plunging into the ocean. However, unlike a sponge, Lie Chunga needed to cautiously regulate the influx of this energy. The colossal input of energy generated a tempest, dramatically enhancing his power until the arrival of Raditz. The distinctive battle attire, scouter, and super scion-like hair of Raditz made him highly recognizable. Fortunately, Raditz merely occupies the lowest rung within the scion ranks. His malevolent aura not overly potent, thus refraining from immediate annihilation. At that moment, Lie Chunga, having amassed tremendous power within the realm of the heavenly tome, felt compelled to break through. Raditz, whose patience was finite, unleashed an energy blast that shattered the sphere, revealing the center where Lie Chunga resided. It was a human. Raditz's murderous intent surged forth, forcing Lie Chunga to halt his breakthrough, cursing his misfortune under his breath, and raising a hand to say, "Wait." However, who was Raditz? A nefarious scion, notorious for his brutality among the trio of scions. Ambushes were a commonplace occurrence. Upon seeing a human, he immediately launched an attack. Cursed fate. Lie Chunga swiftly evaded the energy blast, suppressing the discomfort coursing through his body, and rapidly approached Raditz, placing a hand upon his chest. Raditz was gripped by terror. The opponent's speed was astonishing, and by the time he regained control, his body was already beyond his command. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me for your fate. As one of the few scions, and with a less severe malevolence, coupled with being the brother of Son Goku, he potentially possessed immense power. Lie Chunga had contemplated redeeming him, hoping for an additional ally in the future. Nevertheless, he wiped the blood that continually flowed from his mouth and coldly declared, "I am not your adversary. Your true opponent is on the way." He then cradled Raditz's body and headed towards Raditz's spacecraft to retrieve Son Gohan within. After a considerable time, Raditz finally sensed the energy within his body, trembling uncontrollably, acknowledging the fear he had just experienced. Yet, that fear shattered his pride, and his rationality began to crumble. "Damn Earthling, I shall surely kill you." He unleashed a formidable aura, reactivating his scouter, but it revealed no trace of the peculiar individual. Instead, it detected someone approaching rapidly. Indeed, the commotion had drawn both Piccolo and Son Goku to the scene. "It is you. It seems you have made your decision. My brother Kakarot, how disappointing," the approaching figures, Son Goku and Piccolo, remarked. Son Goku, observing the surroundings and not finding Son Gohan, stated, "I know not what scion is called Kakarot. I am Son Goku. Return my son to me." "Unfortunately, my dear nephew has been taken by a strange individual," Raditz retorted. "Stop wasting words and defeat him. Everything else will follow," Piccolo urged, while Raditz dismissed them with contempt. "You think you can challenge me with mere words?" Yet, in the next moment, he was astonished to see Son Goku stripping off his undershirt, with his wrist and ankle weights falling to the ground with a thud. Piccolo, too, removed his hat and cape. A combat power of 653, 642, pathetic. Raditz scoffed, unaware that on Earth, they had mastered the art of enhancing their powers. Although they had reached the peak of their abilities, they possessed methods to conceal and augment their strength, unlike in the universe, where one's power level seemed preordained. Who would have thought that we would have a day to join forces? Piccolo mused, while Son Goku grinned innocently. Meanwhile, Son Gohan opened his eyes, somewhat bewildered. Suddenly recalling that he had been robbed by a fierce and malevolent figure, he began to weep. "Mother." After a while, exhausted from his tears, he stumbled outside, only to be startled once more by the height of his surroundings, causing him to fall to the ground. Time seemed to stretch as hunger gnawed at him. He ventured into a place he had never been before and discovered someone sitting there. A sense of fear washed over him, but gradually, he recognized the person's face. Uncle. It was Yahoo, who had visited his home a year prior. Finally reunited with a relative, he leapt into his embrace, weeping anew. Lie Chunga, having coughed up blood, opened his eyes in despair. He had forgotten that at this moment, son Wukong was merely a child, not yet a warrior. In his memories, son Wukong had been nurtured by Piccolo. "Don't worry, I will help you find your father." "Uncle, are you hurt?" "It's nothing, just a bit of blood. Come on." Lie Chunga felt utterly unable to manage this child. His initial intention to personally guide him now seemed futile. "Hasn't uncle taught you many things?" How could you have been captured so easily? My mother said I shouldn't practice martial arts. Lie Chunga was at a loss. Indeed. With Goku as a counterexample, Chi-Chi strongly opposed her son learning combat. What good does practicing martial arts do? Being a good person doesn't mean breaking the law or achieving immortality. What is the point of being the strongest in the world or a savior? You still end up laboring for food and drink, and it's me who has to take care of you. The stage may differ, but the outcome remains the same. Uncle, don't worry. Father will protect us. Mother said that he is the strongest hero in the world. Yes, your father is indeed formidable. Speaking of Goku, son Wukong's face lit up with pride. However, Lie Chunga was momentarily taken aback. It was perplexing that such a simple truth eluded him, despite being comprehensible to a child. Why did he hold this Dragon Ball world in such high regard? Because he saw himself reflected in Goku, whose fate was a joyous one, while his own was tragic. What was the purpose of martial arts? For self-betterment? What had Goku truly gained? Immortality? No, he had fame, nor strength. He succumbed to heart disease. So, what then had he attained? The answer was joy, the joy of battle, of following one's heart and pursuing happiness. Had he initially sought martial arts not for money or to engage in underground fights, but rather to follow his true self, perhaps the subsequent events would have unfolded differently. He had always felt that Goku was undervalued, yet that was precisely what he desired. It was also the reason he spared Piccolo. Now he was the happiest. Surrounded by family, children, friends, and rivals, everything he had yearned for. It was this very sentiment that had transformed former adversaries, such as Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, and even Vegeta, into friends and rivals. Even when faced with foes, he could effectively protect his loved ones. Chapter 109, Preparations for Battle. Damn it. Observing the brothers lying on the ground, Lie Chunga slapped his forehead, realizing he had arrived too late. History often repeats itself astonishingly, or perhaps there exists an invisible hand guiding these events. Father. Equally dumbfounded was son Gohan, observing the agonizing expression on his father's face, his body trembling uncontrollably, the fur on his tail standing on end. Suddenly, a formidable surge of energy erupted, surpassing even son Goku's fighting power. Noticing the aberrant state of son Gohan, Lie Chunga instinctively rendered him unconscious. An overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped the atmosphere, not emanating from mere energy, but rather from the dominance of a higher power. Was it a bloodline awakening? It was no surprise that he had recognized this prodigy early on, having discovered within son Gohan a unique bloodline poised for easy activation. The fusion of Saiyan and Earth bloodlines appeared to facilitate this awakening, devoid of the usual aggressive side effects. As for the catalyst of this transformation, it must be pure rage. No, that cannot be right. The Saiyans of this universe are notorious for their volatility and temper. If it were merely anger, then among so many Saiyans, none would transform or awaken their bloodlines. It must be an extreme emotional eruption, in a moment of realization. Lie Chunga comprehended the simplicity of the Saiyan secret. It often manifests when something they cherish is threatened, inciting a profound emotional response that triggers their bloodline. Fascinating. How powerful. Piccolo stared blankly at son Gohan, as the hatred he harbored dissipated, morphing into admiration for son Goku. Following Goku's demise and son Gohan's explosive awakening, this peculiar emotional shift transferred to son Gohan. Lie Chunga, however, cast a penetrating gaze at son Gohan before turning to the two brothers lying together, who appeared to have perished from Piccolo's special beam cannon. What a pity. He had intended to rescue Raditz. After all, for every Saiyan lost is a significant loss, considering the pivotal role they play later on. Yet, upon reflection, a Saiyan without something to protect is rendered useless. He thought of son Goku's father, Bardock, a mere mid-level warrior whose desire to safeguard his homeland awakened his bloodline, enabling his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Son Goku's own transformation was similarly catalyzed by the devastation of Earth, an inducement that led him to become a Super Saiyan. Bardock would defend his planet and his people, but Raditz would not. The prolonged life of slaughter had corrupted him, or rather, most Saiyans had succumbed to such a fate, selfish and self-serving. In truth, Lie Chunga was only touching upon a fraction of the reasons. The more significant aspects eluded his awareness. As he pondered, Piccolo remained fixated on son Gohan. Soon, Bulma, Kuririn, and a group of others arrived in their aircraft, shattering the stillness. Upon witnessing the scene, Piccolo instinctively wished to intervene, but Lie Chunga stood in front of the group. Wait, there is a reason. Do not act, he cautioned. Piccolo, smirking while clutching his wound, retorted, Indeed, it was I who killed that fool, Son Goku. He then turned away with a haughty demeanor and addressed Lie Chunga. You've known Son Goku's identity for some time, haven't you? You are also an extraterrestrial, are you not? The relationship between Piccolo and Son Wukong is one of both affection and animosity. As a rival acknowledged by Wukong, Piccolo has shown remarkable mercy, repeatedly refraining from delivering fatal blows to his adversaries, which is indeed foolish. It was then that the crowd recalled a warning issued years prior, which has now come to fruition. Just as despair enveloped them and confusion reigned, Son Wukong suddenly coughed up blood, a sign not of an overpowering enemy, but of his own impending demise. He seemed to have an inkling of his fate, offering no lengthy explanations as he turned to Lie Chunga and said, I regret that a stronger foe will arrive in a year. I will need your assistance then. With that, he drew his last breath. The expressions of those present turned somber, and Kulin rushed forward, exclaiming, Do not worry. We still have the Dragon Balls. You can be revived. Alas, Son Wukong could no longer hear him. At that moment, Gohan, cradled in Master Roshi's arms, suddenly soared into the air. Piccolo swiftly seized him, declaring, This child is mine. If Son Wukong is revived, I will return in a year. He tightened his grip on Gohan's neck, casting a glance at Lie Chunga. Lie Chunga immediately raised his hands in surrender, smiling, I won't interfere. Do as you will. I understand you value his potential. Piccolo regarded him thoughtfully but remained silent, choosing to fly away. The onlookers exchanged glances between Lie Chunga and Piccolo, utterly bewildered. Kulin, in a moment of despair, lamented, This is dire. Even if Gohan survives, he will become a delinquent. However, there was no need for alarm. This was ultimately for Gohan's benefit. Observing their disbelief, Lie Chunga continued. Piccolo's father was slain by Son Wukong, leaving him orphaned. Do you not see the parallels between Gohan's situation and that time? Faced with skepticism, Lie Chunga understood their ignorance. They lacked his awareness of the entire saga. Now, we must concern ourselves with the fact that in a year, formidable allies of this foe will arrive, possessing battle prowess far superior to this one. Do you comprehend the disparity? It is akin to the difference between Son Wukong and Yamcha. With such a formidable threat approaching, you must hasten your training. Do not let it be that Gohan survives while you do not. Furthermore, he pointed towards the distant form of Son Wukong's body, now lost. The deity has been observing this place for some time. If you do not trust me, surely you will trust him? In that instant, the crowd's skepticism waned. Yet Lie Chunga declared, I have matters to attend to. I shall enter seclusion, which may take an extended period. It is uncertain whether I will return in time for Earth. I must flee. He had sensed Chi-Chi's approach and wished to avoid her wrath. Additionally, the timing of his appearance was ill-fated. They were unaware of his ability to foresee events and the potential for misunderstanding. Above all, he genuinely needed to retreat into solitude. The others stood in a state of confusion, save for Master Roshi, who picked up Gohan's fallen hat, lost in thought. Fortunately, the deity's voice resonated through, informing them of the impending arrival of enemies in a year and advising against reviving Wukong for the time being, as he needed to train. This also served as a call for everyone to commence their preparations for battle. The urgency in her voice suggested a desperate desire to flee. At this moment, Chi-Chi, who had hurried over, was on the brink of madness. The death of her husband was already a heavy burden, but the abduction of her son by the enemy was an even more horrifying revelation. Who could fathom the bitterness she had endured over the years, and who, indeed, would care? Were it not for Son Wukong's unavoidable revelations, she might have completely lost her sanity. What could Chi-Chi do but hope her son would not stray from the righteous path and that, a year hence, Son Wukong would emerge victorious in battle? After addressing the affairs at hand, Son Wukong casually regarded the king of hell before him, oblivious to the trembling deity nearby, and inquired, Is the king of the worlds more formidable than Lord Yama? Meanwhile, Son Gohan found himself once again in the lofty heights that were ill-suited for one of his age. But this time, he was bereft of Lie Chunga and wept in despair. The sight left Piccolo, who was hiding nearby, at a loss for words. Yet a flicker of affection stirred within him, albeit a mere glimmer. What awaited Son Gohan next was a grueling regimen of training. Lie Chunga, on the other hand, diligently sought refuge in a mountain range to engage in profound cultivation, for the knowledge he needed to acquire was vast. The secret arts and the path to enlightenment eluded him in abundance. On an unknown planet, Vegeta listened intently to the information relayed by Raditz before his demise while he ruthlessly slaughtered the planet's natives. How intriguing! He had come across two fascinating pieces of information. First, the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth, which supposedly granted wishes for immortality, a splendid choice. With his innate talent, finding a hiding place would eventually enable him to defeat Frieza. Secondly, the revelation that Kakarot had sired a child, who, according to the latest reports, possessed remarkable potential. The fact that a lowly warrior could produce such offspring suggested that the scion bloodline not only mingled with that of Earthlings, but could also yield formidable descendants. Prepare yourselves. We are bound for Earth. Chapter 110, The Underworld. Something was amiss. Profoundly amiss. After finally breaking through to the first rank, he had anticipated a smooth continuation, yet was inexplicably gripped by a sense of foreboding. Ever since emerging from the world of ancient texts, there was an incessant feeling that some hidden malice was afoot. Logically, reaching his current state should not be accompanied by such illusions. It felt like an ominous premonition. Thus, Lie Chunga hesitated to push further in his breakthrough, fearful of potential repercussions. After much contemplation, he surmised that perhaps a loved one was in peril or that he had overlooked some aspect of his training. The former seemed highly probable, while the latter was unlikely due to the nurturing care provided by the mistress of the ancient texts. Reluctantly, he concluded his seclusion prematurely. Observing the Earth warriors training from the shadows, he noted with relief that they were progressing well and had been diligently practicing in the temple, leaving no room for concern. Therefore, it could not be them. Who then was it? Was it Son Gohan or Son Wukong? When Lie Chunga finally located Son Gohan, he had already acclimatized to life in the wilderness, with his strength having significantly escalated. With the secret techniques bestowed by Lie Chunga and Piccolo's hidden guardianship, his safety surpassed that of anyone else. But who could it be? Could it be Lan Ma or Xiaolon? He shook his head. Although he possessed great confidence in his cultivation techniques, the notion of traversing time and space seemed exceedingly fantastical. Moreover, even if complications arose, as long as the temple remained intact, he could journey through time to a moment when Lan Ma had not yet been harmed. At present, he was aware of the concept of time travel but remained oblivious to the existence of parallel timelines. Suddenly, Lie Chunga had a realization and came to understand that within the span of less than a year, all the warriors on Earth had achieved combat powers nearing 1,000. It was noteworthy that 6 months prior, Son Wukong had only possessed a power of 500. This terrifying increase in strength led him to ponder. Was it truly due to cultivation? Even if it were attributed to the guidance of the deities. One must not forget that Piccolo Daimao's combat power had also only reached a few hundred. If cultivation were genuinely effective, the gods would have long since created a multitude of warriors. Take Wu Tai Do, for instance. Was his aptitude not on par with Qilin and Yamcha? The notion of gradual accumulation seemed far-fetched. Lie Chunga shook his head, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate the peculiarities he felt. Subsequently, the surge in combat power among the populace was nothing short of explosive. Perhaps the current increase was justifiable? Lie Chunga found himself perplexed as he approached the temple. The deity sensed his presence, but chose to feign ignorance. Thus, amidst Bobo's astonished gaze, he effortlessly navigated into the temple and located the portal to the underworld. Stepping through it, this marked Lie Chunga's second visit. His first had been devoid of a soul and occurred in another timeline. Upon entering, he felt a peculiar energy disrupting his being. Fortunately, having grasped the power of intent, he had already found his path and easily shielded himself from this force. Should he fail to shield himself, he would lose his corporeal form, with his soul, like countless others, wandering along the narrow paths, unable to take human shape, resembling flickering will-o'-the-wisps as they queued towards the Hall of Yama. In addition to the souls, there were occasionally specters maintaining order. These specters were not particularly powerful, yet they seemed to exert considerable restraint over the souls. However, for Lie Chunga, their strength was still woefully inadequate. The snake path should be in proximity to the Hall of Yama. He came here not only to investigate Son Wukong's whereabouts, but also to meet the king of the realm, who, after all, was the most approachable and knowledgeable among all the deities. Stealthily arriving at the Hall of Yama, he immediately spotted the formidable king of Yama. Employing a secret technique to shrink the distance, Lie Chunga aimed to perform his art while the king was engrossed in official duties, hoping not to disturb him, but alas, his efforts backfired. Who is it? The king of Yama exclaimed, rising from his seat, startling the nearby clerks and the souls below, who were momentarily taken aback. After all, the king of Yama had always been known for his good temper. A look of confusion crossed the king's face as he waved his hand, causing the book of life and death on the table to levitate and flip its pages autonomously. However, with each turn, His expression grew increasingly grim. "What is the matter, Your Highness?" inquired the judge beside him, witnessing the king of Yama display such a countenance for the first time in years. "I haven't done anything wrong, have I, Your Excellency?" The souls below immediately grew anxious, for this pertained to their fates of ascending to heaven or descending into hell. "Quiet. Step back," the judge urged, guiding the souls away, seemingly well-versed in handling the king's duties. The king of Yama slammed the book of life and death onto the table in frustration before taking a seat, visibly enraged. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he began to frantically rummage through the chair and eventually discovered a small mirror nestled in a corner of the floor, a look of delight crossing his face. At that moment, the judge, having dealt with the spirits, entered and, upon observing the chaotic desk, smacked his forehead and promptly dragged the next ghost away. The king of hell, holding the mirror, wiped its surface, then picked up a brush from the desk to inscribe the character for search. The mirror emitted a radiant glow, revealing a figure sprinting swiftly along a serpentine path. Abruptly, the figure halted, glancing around, ultimately fixating on the mirror. "Heh, it seems I still can't subdue you," the king of hell mused, confirming it was Lu Fei before writing the character for capture. He then reached into the mirror, and for Lie Chunga, it felt as though the sky unleashed a blinding light, as he was seized, transforming into a silhouette that fell from the mirror, growing larger as it descended. Observing the scene, Lie Chunga was left dumbfounded, glancing around until his gaze met the smirking expression of the king of hell. "Oh, I must have taken a wrong turn. My apologies," Lie Chunga stammered, inwardly contemplating a swift exit from this unsettling place. Utilizing the secret technique of spatial contraction, he found himself outside the Hall of Hell in an instant, and the very next moment, he was 100 meters away, fleeing with great speed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the scene shifted again, and so it repeated. "Why have you stopped running? Aren't you quite the sprinter?" This marked his fourth capture, and he had resigned himself to his fate. He should have understood by now that the king of hell was not as ordinary as he seemed. After all, he managed all the souls of the departed in the universe, and it was no trivial feat to encounter a figure of such formidable strength as the likes of Buddha or others. Even the formidable Majin Buu, after meeting his demise, had to obediently reincarnate. "What do you intend to do? Just tell me directly," Lie Chunga replied candidly, albeit with a sense of resignation. He speculated that the king of hell, much like the celestial bookkeeper in the world of the heavenly book, was a steward of this realm. In his world, fighting or fleeing was futile, so he bluntly stated, "How audacious. You, a living person, dare to trespass into the hall of hell and disrespect my existence. What punishment do you deserve?" The king of hell's demeanor shifted from amusement to seriousness as he slammed his hand on the table, causing the ledger of life and death along with the judge's pen to leap high. The king of hell, often depicted as harmless in both mythology and the Dragon Ball universe, appeared almost comical even in his anger, evoking a smile from Lie Chunga. Picture this, a stout gentleman clad in a suit and adorned with the king of hell's hat, sternly gazing at him, lacking any true menace, instead exuding an air of humor. "Humph, so arrogant." This time, he refrained from writing but spoke golden words that bound Lie Chunga, who found himself compressed by the surrounding space, reduced to the form of a worm, unable to walk and only able to hop. Such was the terrifying power of a world steward, wielding their authority with ease. However, he was no ordinary individual, though he could not fight. It did not imply he was weak. Employing the secret technique of the golden cicada's shell exiting, an ethereal projection detached from his original body, standing a short distance away while the original form gradually faded. Free from restraint, Lie Chunga chose not to flee but instead bowed respectfully. He discerned that the king of hell harbored no intentions of ending his life. "Humph, you possess some skill. Now, tell me your name and your purpose in the Yellow Springs," the king of hell inquired, somewhat astonished, as he discreetly consulted the ledger of life and death, only to find no record of this individual. Lie Chunga, having exhausted his secret techniques, felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He humbly addressed the king of hell. "My lord, I am but a humble individual named Lie Chunga from Earth, a friend of Sun Wukong. I came here merely to catch a glimpse of him. Seeing that you were busy with your affairs, I thought it best not to intrude, yet I inadvertently caused a disturbance. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience." His regret was genuine, acknowledging his own misstep. "Oh, so it's that celestial being," the king of hell mused, recalling a previous visit from the young man. That lad never mentioned his arrival. How impolite. "Very well, you may leave, but remember not to create any chaos." "Certainly, I assure you," Lie Chunga replied. departing from the hall of hell with the swiftness of the wind. Had he known the king of hell was so accommodating, he would not have fled. The king of hell watched Lie Chunga's retreating figure, releasing his grip on the book of life and death. His expression serious as he scrutinized the young man for an extended moment. The book contained the names of the living. Yet it was suffused with a sense of death, perhaps a tactic employed by those insidious creatures. To his astonishment, the locusts had returned, exhibiting the aura of higher deities. It was evident that this was part of their scheme. It would be wise for him to refrain from interference. A spectacle awaits. I am quite curious to see the expression on the King of the Worlds when he encounters him, he chuckled to himself. Chapter 111. The culinary delights of the King of Worlds. For those unfamiliar with the King of Worlds, one might assume he possesses great prowess. In truth, he is a jovial soul who delights in humor, radiating a charmingly naive innocence. Residing on a diminutive planet alongside a peculiar insect and beast, he often employs his two antennae to eavesdrop on the latest cosmic gossip. He is privy to numerous secrets of the universe. Yet he embodies the paradox that knowledge breeds fear, thus choosing to remain hidden within the realm of the underworld. Before crossing paths with Sun Wukong, he lived a life of tranquility, avoiding conflict and strife. If one were to ponder who in the seventh universe would be best suited as a mentor, aside from the angels, the King of Worlds would undoubtedly claim the top position. While his combat skills may be lacking, his theoretical knowledge is extensive, having even devised the formidable techniques of the King's Fist and Spirit Bomb, which are truly astonishing. Regrettably, he harbors no love for battle. Throughout the Dragon Ball saga, he has consistently played the role of mediator. Otherwise, with his ability to monitor the cosmos as a virtually limitless six-eared macaque, he would be a fearsome presence indeed. Alas, his idyllic existence vanished without a trace upon Sun Wukong's arrival. Particularly vexed by Sun Wukong's incessant antics, he decided to experiment by imparting the King's Fist and Spirit Bomb to him. To his astonishment, the notoriously temperamental scion actually mastered both techniques. It is noteworthy that these abilities had remained unlearned for countless years, leading to ridicule from others. Bang! The King of Worlds, ensconced in slumber, was jolted from his dreams and tumbled from his bed. Instinctively, he sought refuge, only to discover that his diminutive planet, which had not seen visitors for millennia, was graced by the presence of two individuals engaged in combat. It had been ages since he had witnessed such formidable power, the combatants being none other than Lie Chunga and Sun Wukong. He had exerted considerable effort to traverse the serpentine path to King's planet, and upon arrival, he immediately spotted Sun Wukong, for in such a small expanse, there was no place to conceal oneself. Thus, the immensely powerful Sun Wukong, upon witnessing Lie Chunga's burgeoning desire for combat, insisted on a contest. The pitiful insect and beast, unable to articulate their thoughts, could only watch as the two engaged in battle. As they clashed, Lie Chunga's eyes widened in astonishment. In less than a year, Sun Wukong's combat prowess had soared to at least 7,000 or 8,000. Remarkably, his strength had increased significantly more than in the original narrative. Well done, Sun Wukong. You've grown considerably stronger, Lie Chunga mused. Not one to be foolish, he recalled that Sun Wukong had recently faced a stern reprimand from the deity like King Yama, and thus he could not afford to underestimate the king of the universe. After signaling to cease the combat, he respectfully approached the king and performed a deep bow. Greetings, Your Majesty. It is a pleasure to meet you, though I come bearing no gifts. I hope for your understanding. The king coughed lightly, adopting the demeanor of a reclusive sage, and responded with an air of disdain, I do not know you. What brings you here? Leave me be. Having Sun Wukong around is already troublesome enough. Ah, Your Majesty, you cannot say that. Sun Wukong protested, clearly displeased. We were just having fun a moment ago. Lie Chunga, however, maintained a smirk, holding Sun Wukong back, and said, Your Majesty, I have yet to finish. Since I have no gifts, I thought to share a few jokes, hoping to amuse Your Highness. The king froze momentarily, then turned away disinterestedly. Oh really? Then go ahead. Once, there was a eunuch and then? That's all humph. The king, dissatisfied, began to depart, but suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, quickly retreating inside, where uninterrupted laughter ensued. Sun Wukong looked on, perplexed. Yet the king's departure was perceived as a stroke of good fortune. Lie Chunga, I have recently learned new techniques. Let us engage in a serious battle. Absolutely. Lie Chunga agreed readily, understanding that refusing would only lead to incessant pestering from Sun Wukong. He also recognized that while the development of their bloodlines could rapidly enhance combat capabilities, Their personalities would gradually align more closely with that of their ancestral origins. Most critically, their combat potential would not surpass that of their progenitors. Unleash your full power, he challenged. He had come not only to ensure son Wukong's safety, but also to witness the king's fist and spirit bomb, two of son Wukong's signature techniques. Akin to the golden keys of his prowess in Dragon Ball. I'm coming. Son Wukong, instinctively holding back, launched a tentative strike, only to be sent flying by Lie Chunga's punch. Ah, your punches still pack quite the sting, son Wukong grumbled, but soon unleashed a potent wave of energy. Yet he still fell short of overcoming Lie Chunga. Why not use the king's fist? Lie Chunga suggested, causing son Wukong to pause in surprise. You're impressive. You knew the name of my technique before I even mentioned it. Very well, I shall demonstrate the fruits of my training. In this realm, where output was largely dependent on vocal prowess, son Wukong's roar resonated powerfully, and he exuded a formidable aura. As he unleashed a fierce energy, a distinctive red glow accompanied the king's fist. Here it comes, be ready. Lie Chunga smirked, his punch seemingly imbued with the very essence of the heavens, bearing down upon son Wukong. For those like them, who had not cultivated their realms, Lie Chunga's strike instilled no desire to evade. This was the essence, the crucial condition for transcending into a celestial being and attaining the primordial spirit. However, Wukong is no ordinary individual. With a resolute determination, he begins to expand his physique. The double Kaioken envelopes him in a radiant red glow, narrowly evading danger. Yet, having only recently mastered this technique, the crimson light dissipates, leaving him breathless and exhilarated. Oh, Lie Chunga, you are truly formidable, but I shall not concede easily. Wukong swiftly gathers his energy to unleash the Kamehameha. Futile. Lie Chunga counters with a single punch, effortlessly dispersing Wukong's attack. Observing Wukong relentlessly striking with his fists, Lie Chunga shatters each blow. The quadruple Kaioken fortifies Wukong, who refuses to surrender. The red glow surrounding him intensifies, though his muscles begin to swell unnaturally, cold sweat trickling down his brow, a testament to his pain. Suddenly, Wukong's energy wave bursts forth, a white tidal wave crashing towards his opponent. Secret technique, dispersion. As Wukong's energy wave nears, it astonishingly scatters, then converges behind him, exploding. The Four Symbols protective technique unleashes a powerful blast, yet Lie Chunga remains unscathed, propelled towards Wukong by the explosion. Gritting his teeth, Wukong channels the energy of the quadruple and quintuple Kaioken. Cease this madness, you two. The Kaioshin yells from his corner, bewildered yet amused by the unfolding chaos. Lie Chunga, upon hearing the Kaioshin's words, halts, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. A punch infused with ferocious intent surges toward Wukong, but at the moment of impact, it transforms into a tempest that disperses Wukong's red aura, overwhelming him. Wukong understands the rarity of encountering the enigmatic Lie Chunga and recognizes that he must seize this opportunity to gauge his opponent's true strength. For he knows that the Kaioshin's presence will not permit their duel to drag on indefinitely. Lie Chunga, equally astonished by Wukong's talent, notices the torn fabric of his attire. Contemplating the vast disparity between their levels of power, the Kaioshin gazes at Wukong, then fixes his attention on Lie Chunga, pondering aloud the term locust. What nonsense is this? Everything seemed fine until now. As Wukong attempts to rescue the flying insects and gorillas, a realization dawns upon him. Wait for me. Zuhao produces a sense of being, casually acquired during his passage through Korin Tower, which he intended for the warrior Yajirobe, deeming it a waste. The Kaioken is not without its limitations. The constraints lie within the body. Lie Chunga, intrigued, reflects on his own legacy of explosive techniques, many of which demand either a high starting point or a significant price. Meanwhile, Wukong's overexertion in utilizing the Kaioken only results in misaligned bones and strained muscles, a stark imbalance between gain and loss. Oh, I did not anticipate such a vast chasm between us, Wukong admits, a hint of disappointment in his tone. It is merely your weakness, he scoffs, aware that he still possesses the spirit bomb. The Kaioshin's earlier exclamation rings loudly, yet his subsequent murmurs are barely audible. The celestial being has indeed chosen two peculiar individuals and a locust. Right now, Lu Hao's perception is astonishing. He can hear the murmurs of the Realm King. Is locust the title bestowed upon me by the Realm King? Son Wukong, why are you still being lazy? The gap between you and him is vast. Should you not be training? Otherwise, you might miss dinner. Ah, yes, I shall go at once. Observing son Wukong's obedient demeanor, I instantly forgave him and turned to Lie Chunga, saying, "Humph, that joke you made earlier was not amusing at all. Share another, or you too shall miss dinner." In truth, Lie Chunga was contemplating that he could now fast. With his level of strength, ordinary meals were superfluous for him. After dinner, Lie Chunga expressed his delight, lamenting that the realm king should have considered a career as a chef. It was no wonder that the gluttonous son Wukong was so devoted to him. The realm king's cuisine was simply exquisite. Chapter 112. A year time is indeed a sly trickster. No matter how reluctant one may be to let go, it slips away when least expected. A year is neither too much nor too little. From the cosmos, 2 spaceships traversed the skies and descended upon Earth. The doors of the spacecraft opened, revealing 2 figures, one stout and one slender, one tall and one short. The larger figure, a burly bald scion named Naba, emerged. Their arrival near a city attracted a throng of spectators, including television reporters who almost thrust their microphones into his mouth. Disregarding the actions of these insignificant beings, the 2 ascended into the sky. Naba, with a cold smile, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts that swiftly reduced the area within kilometers to ruins. Their profession revolved around exterminating planetary natives and trading planets. It was inevitable that they wielded devastating techniques. "Consider this a greeting to these naive creatures," Naba remarked, having already claimed the lives of nearly 10,000 without a hint of remorse. He activated his battle power detector, seeking out the strongest warriors among them. "Greetings, weaklings. I have arrived." Beside him, the slender figure observed coldly, revealing no emotion. Despite his modest height of around 1.6 meters, he possessed a robust physique that stood in stark contrast to Naba, even with his fiery black hair. It was evident that he held a commanding presence between the 2, as Naba would glance at him for approval with every action. This individual was none other than Prince Vegeta of the Science. As Naba searched for Earth's warriors, those on Earth had already become aware of their presence, given the commotion they had caused, which was broadcasted on television. A few warriors trembled, realizing that an entire city had been annihilated in an instant. The foes were not only terrifying, but also merciless in their actions. Exchanging resolute glances, they collectively abandoned their training and donned their battle gear, flying towards the Science. Among them, Kirin and others encountered Piccolo and his apprentice along the way, prompting them to halt. "Conserve your energy. They are approaching us," Kirin advised. Piccolo's sensory perception was far superior to that of the others. Though the reason remains a mystery, it appears that the Scions are capable of locating their targets, which bodes well for them. At once, Kirin noticed Gohan's warrior attire and tense expression, prompting him to engage in conversation with Gohan to alleviate the palpable anxiety. Dend, with a heavy heart, focused intently on the 2 ominous figures looming in the sky. "Are they waiting for us?" Vegeta amused as he touched down, intrigued by the notion that they seemed aware of his arrival. Dend nodded, and their brief exchange led to an awkward silence enveloping them. With a sigh, Dend stepped forward and inquired, for the sake of caution, "May I ask why you have come to Earth?" Vegeta scoffed, recognizing the underlying hope in Dend's demeanor. Instead of answering, he countered with a question. "Is that the voice of Raditz you killed?" "Oh, did Raditz not mention this?" Vegeta gestured to the scouter at his ear, continuing, "You do realize this device also functions as a communicator." Despite his arrogance, Vegeta did not underestimate his opponents. Observing the crowd below, he noted their rising tension, understanding that the situation had escalated beyond repair. At that moment, Nappa, standing nearby, suddenly recalled having seen Dend's likeness before. "Doesn't this guy resemble that Namekian?" he asked Vegeta, who nodded in agreement. "It's possible. Otherwise, how could Raditz have been defeated by them?" Dend appeared perplexed, caught between familiarity and strangeness regarding the term Namekian. As the 2 reached a consensus, Kirin remarked to Dend, "So you're an alien. No wonder this group is so formidable. Goku and even Lie Chunga are as well." Gohan muttered in defiance, "Not all aliens are that powerful, as my uncle has said," though his words failed to capture the attention of the contemplative crowd. "Ah, I see," Dend replied. "Namekians possess not only extraordinary combat prowess, but also some remarkable abilities, such as magic." Vegeta, increasingly intrigued, smirked and asked, "You must have created the Dragon Balls, haven't you? How do you know about the Dragon Balls?" Kirin exclaimed, astonished, as they represented their greatest asset. "We're here for the Dragon Balls, so hand them over if you know what's good for you," Nappa declared bluntly, his demeanor brutish and dismissive, deeming the group beneath his notice. "Humph, even if you are a Namekian, you are but one and not our match," Nappa boasted. In response to Nappa's arrogance, a proud Dend felt a surge of defiance. Thanks for enlightening me about my ancestors, but I must apologize. I am solely interested in battle, and the creation of the Dragon Balls is of no concern to me. Din's words reflected his belief that the Scions were not particularly formidable, as he had faced greater threats before. The fire of his fighting spirit reignited. Come on, one must fight to know their opponent. The Guardian of Earth, who had been observing attentively, pondered the Scion's words. Deep within, he was nearly convinced of the truth in their statements. Fragments of childhood memories lingered in his mind, recalling moments spent in solitude aboard a spacecraft. It appears that you are unwilling to surrender peacefully, and it seems we must resort to force. Nappa has grown impatient. Habitually, he pressed the combat power detector. The fool with a power level of 101202981 dares to oppose us? I expected these individuals to be formidable, given their arrival. Yet a mere weakling with a power level of 10 has the audacity to challenge us. Nappa was interrupted by Vegeta, who removed the combat power detector and stored it away. They could freely manipulate their combat strength during battle. Those numbers had become unreliable. The statement regarding Raditz was merely a reflection of his over-reliance on data, which ultimately cost him his life. Nappa, though incredulous, had no choice but to comply with Vegeta's intimidating presence and also stowed away the device. This simple exchange between the two plunged the spirits of those few who had just rekindled their confidence into despair. Not a weakling like Raditz, Nappa murmured. Then turned to Piccolo. Wasn't it you and Goku who defeated that Scion? Cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's brow, leaving him at a loss for words. Gohan, on the other hand, wore a look of determination despite the doubt. Uncle Piccolo wouldn't deceive me, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Nappa. I am eager to witness their power. I refuse to believe they won't speak up in the end. Vegeta, harboring his own schemes, interjected, Nappa, I recall that we should still have 6 seeds for cultivating fighters. Let us plant them. Nappa, catching the mocking glint in Vegeta's eyes, understood immediately and smirked. Haha, Vegeta. You do have a point. Indeed, Earth is quite remote. They spent a full year here, and it would be rather dull to simply wipe them out in an instant. Ignoring the others, Nappa rummaged through his waist and produced a small vial containing seeds and a transparent liquid. What are those seeds for? The others questioned. Their curiosity piqued, yet hesitant to attack, as they awaited the arrival of a certain individual. Ah, found them. 1236. Indeed 6 seeds, Nappa announced. Crouching down to create 6 holes in the soil, placing the seeds within, and then dripping the transparent liquid onto them. The soil here is quite suitable for cultivating fighters, he declared, observing the Earth warriors curiously as he completed the task. Suddenly, sprouts began to emerge from the soil, quickly taking on humanoid forms, ultimately transforming into 6 identical grotesque creatures. They possessed green bodies with bald, wrinkled heads, short and unsightly. They exchanged glances and emitted excited huffing sounds. That's quite disgusting. Krillin couldn't help but remark. Let us teach those cultivators a lesson. At Nappa's words, the creatures ceased their chatter and focused on the 3 preparing for battle. How repulsive. Gohan began, but Piccolo urged him to step back. No, do not underestimate them. They appear formidable. Be cautious. Krillin nodded in agreement, noting the aura they emanated that suggested they were no weaker than themselves. As the atmosphere thickened and the battle loomed, Yamcha arrived, striking a pose, oblivious to the fact that he was the weakest among them. Apologies for my tardiness. In a moment, the short-haired Piccolo stood alongside the barren forest, while Gohan, the son of Goku, prepared to face the strongest warriors on Earth. Chapter 113, Cultivating Warriors. The number of Earth's fighters gathered here was counted by Nappa, who then turned to Vegeta with a flattering smile, noting that there were exactly 6, perfectly matching the number of cultivators, allowing for one-on-one battles, an exciting spectacle indeed. Vegeta, counting the fighters, felt a surge of joy. The higher their fighting spirit, the more delighted he became. He yearned to witness their gradual descent into despair, much like his own experience. Watching the spectacle was indeed tiresome. Piccolo twitched at the corners of his mouth. As the Demon King, he had been underestimated. There's no need for such chatter. I alone am sufficient. Beside him, Tianjin swiftly reassured Piccolo, urging him to remain calm. Even Gohan chimed in, comforting. Father and the others have yet to arrive. This is a perfect opportunity to hone our skills, and buy some time. Piccolo, astonished by Gohan's fervor, couldn't he help but acknowledge his worth, being the son of Goku and a product of his teachings. Very well, I shall take the lead. Tianjin, the most composed among them, seized the moment, He had long heard of the Scion's prowess and was eager to witness it firsthand, especially against these unknown adversaries. Seeing the eagerness of the fighters, Vegeta smiled, though it was unclear whether his amusement was directed at his opponents or Naba. He casually pointed at one of the cultivators. "You lead the charge. Remember to give it your all." Tianjin and the chosen cultivator stepped forward, while Gohan excitedly shouted words of encouragement. With his 3 eyes fixated intently, Tianjin calculated that this cultivator exhibited a level of self-awareness that was not to be underestimated. The cultivator, however, lacked patience and charged forward. Observing the speed of the incoming attack, Tianjin smirked confidently and shouted, "DD wave." The cultivator reacted swiftly, leaping aside, only to realize that Tianjin's energy beam was too rapid to evade. In desperation, he unleashed his ultimate technique, splitting his head open to release a liquid energy wave that forced Tianjin to retreat. Anticipating this, Tianjin dodged the energy wave, creating a deep fissure in the earth. The cultivator, having expended his energy, weakened significantly, and Tianjin seized the opportunity, teleporting to his right side and delivering a decisive elbow strike that rendered the cultivator unconscious. Turning back, Tianjin confidently accepted the crowd's joyous reception. "Indeed, it was worth the practice," he remarked, stretching his limbs with an air of arrogance. In contrast to Naba's astonishment, Vegeta remained unfazed by the outcome, as he had anticipated this result. He was not a merciful individual. The reason for his delay was to await Goku. However, his true interest lay not in Goku, but in observing how these fighters could alter their combat prowess. How could a cultivator's power level be merely 1200? In terms of raw strength, it is comparable to Raditz, Vegeta mused, casting an incredulous glance at the foolish Naba. It is quite simple. It indicates that their true combat power exceeds this level. Is that even possible? Naba questioned, hesitantly caressing his bald head. At that moment, the previously incapacitated cultivator wobbled to his feet, causing a slight stir among the Earth warriors. Yet, Vegeta suddenly pointed, unleashing a linear energy wave that obliterated the cultivator. All gazes were astonished at Vegeta, including Nappa and a multitude of the trainees. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" "Humph, they are far too complacent. I have stated that I will exert my full strength. Those who disobey commands do not deserve to live." The crowd was taken aback by Vegeta's ruthlessness, while only Piccolo was astonished by Vegeta's formidable power, silently harboring thoughts of this diminutive warrior. In truth, Vegeta aimed to ignite the fighting spirit of the trainees. Otherwise, witnessing a one-sided display of torment would be rather unsatisfactory. "Let me take the next one." Surprisingly, Gohan stepped forward, and this time Piccolo did not intervene. However, Krillin could not bear to watch the 5-year-old Gohan engage in combat, and held him back. "Let me handle this." Meanwhile, Yamcha observed Tien's impressive victory and understood that he would likely only be able to contend with minor opponents, thus restraining Krillin and suppressing his own unease. "I should go. After all, Krillin, you have been revived once already. If anything goes awry again, you may not have another chance." Yamcha persuaded Krillin and reassured himself that, given his recent speed, he could still manage. Let them witness the true strength of the trainees. Nappa was dissatisfied with the squabbling amongst them. Yamcha and another trainee stepped forward, without further ado, launching simultaneous attacks, their figures intertwining. Their speed and strength were comparable. However, the trainees lacked the wisdom and martial skills that seasoned warriors like Yamcha possessed. As expected, mere minutes later, Yamcha exposed a flaw, prompting the trainee to pursue, only to be misled by Yamcha's afterimage punch, which landed an energy wave squarely on the trainee. "It's over." Nappa was displeased, and Vegeta, somewhat intrigued by their martial arts, observed secretly. Yamcha turned back with pride. The concerns of everyone were unfounded. "Who do you think I am, Yamcha? I see this creature is not so formidable after all. The rest is up to me." "Heh, this time it was your oversight." As Vegeta's words fell, the fallen trainee suddenly sprang up, embracing Yamcha and detonating himself. Amidst a cloud of smoke, the onlookers stared in shock at the crater left by the explosion, where Yamcha had vanished, leaving only fragments of his empty clothing. They were astounded. He had self-destructed without regard for his life. The crowd stood there, dumbfounded. In truth, it was not entirely their fault. Although their combat abilities had improved through training, they still lacked the ruthless edge required for true combat. How pitiful. The poor fellow was obliterated to nothing. Truly tragic. Vegeta, somewhat perplexed by the power of the self-detonation, could not resist mocking. At this moment, Krillin felt a wave of regret, realizing that Yamcha had sensed the danger, all for him. Now, Yamcha was gone without a trace, leaving him to ponder how he would explain this to Bulma and Puar. Unbeknownst to Krillin, Bulma and Yamcha had already parted ways. How embarrassing. A trainee resorting to such a tactic against these weaklings. Nappa taunted mercilessly. It is indeed quite shameful. Let's resolve this quickly. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Sensing the time had come, with a wave of his hand, the remaining trainees surged forward. Everyone, step aside. Kuririn seized the moment, channeling all his energy into a colossal energy blast. The onlookers believed Kuririn had indeed cleared the area, yet they gazed in bewilderment at the formidable energy beam, questioning why he urged them to move. Boss sneered, extending his large hand, confident that he could easily catch such a wave of energy with a single grasp. However, as the energy wave approached, it soared into the sky, dispersing into 6 fragments that swiftly descended, accurately striking every adversary present. Surprisingly, one cultivator managed to evade the onslaught, while the rest were hit squarely. The crowd gasped in astonishment, soon transforming their surprise into joy for Kuririn. Suddenly, the evaded cultivator seized the opportunity amidst the celebration, launching a direct assault on the seemingly weakest Son Gohan. Gohan, rather than being alarmed, felt exhilarated, ready to showcase his skills. Yet, someone intervened, swiftly capturing the cultivator with a firm grip. A single punch rendered him unconscious, and he was hurled into the air, obliterated by a powerful energy wave. The rescuer was none other than Piccolo. Kuririn was taken aback, never expecting the ruthless Piccolo would come to someone's aid. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan expressed politely. "Don't get ahead of yourself. I didn't do it to save you," Piccolo retorted, his demeanor proud yet his gaze remained vigilant, wary of the looming shadows in the smoke. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, King Kai was conversing with Goku when he suddenly felt a tremor in his antennae. It dawned on him, oh no, Goku, I forgot to calculate the return time for the Science. Faced with King Kai's amiable expression, Goku bore no resentment. He was merely completing his final warm-ups, calmly stating, "Oh, it's fine. Piccolo and Lie Chunga are still around. But I must depart now. Let them witness the fruits of my training." At this, King Kai felt even more awkward and whispered. Lie Chunga mentioned he would enter seclusion, so he probably won't make it to the battle. This confrontation is particularly crucial, and he wouldn't want to miss it. Besides, given his current combat prowess, facing off against Vegeta would pose no challenge. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? The echoes lingered, but King Kai could only watch Goku's retreating figure. Goku soared into the air using the instant transmission technique, heading towards Snake Way, leaving behind a lingering remark, "Damn Lie Chunga." Chapter 114. Tragic Valor with Smoke and No Injuries. It seems to be a principle of the Dragon Ball universe. As 2 figures slowly emerged from the haze, Piccolo addressed the others behind him. These are merely minor interludes in a spectacular duel. The true battle is about to commence. Through the haze, Vegeta waved his hand to disperse the dust, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "I hope for an exhilarating duel. Allow me to fulfill your wish. The game ends here. It is now our turn to strike." With an imposing declaration, the two approached the terrified warriors, an indescribable aura pressing down upon the Earth's fighters. A chill ran through the crowd. Kuririn's full-force attack had landed, yet his adversaries were unscathed. Was this the true might of the Science? Although they had not witnessed the battles between Raditz and Goku or Piccolo, they were generally aware of Raditz's combat strength. Clearly, the gap between Raditz and these 2 Scions was far from ordinary. Nappa, with arms flailing, was consumed by an insatiable desire for battle. Were it not for Vegeta, he would have already unleashed his fury. "Foolish Earthlings, allow me to demonstrate the essence of fear," he declared. Nappa began to gather his energy with reckless abandon, deliberately slowing his pace to instill terror in his opponents. The ground trembled under the weight of his ominous aura, causing everyone to recoil in astonishment at his formidable power. Only Kairatsu attempted to utilize his psychic abilities, only to find them rendered ineffective. Nearby, Gohan was equally gripped by fear, though a flicker of anger simmered within him. He recalled the knowledge imparted by Uncle Orange, which spoke of the malevolent energy that arises from taking lives. While the act of killing 1 or 2 may not be consequential, a multitude of deaths would corrupt one's character, fostering brutality and an inability to reason. Yet there existed a certain advantage. It formed a mental shield, rendering typical psychic abilities powerless against him. How many lives must be taken for such power to manifest? What Gohan remained unaware of was that the trio of Scions was indeed engaged in the business of murder. Raditz was tasked with collecting the corpses and managing logistics, while Nappa dealt with ordinary people and lesser warriors. leaving Vegeta to eliminate only the strongest foes to augment his own combat prowess. Even standing idly, Nappa exuded an aura of terror. Vegeta observed Nappa's theatrics with disdain, choosing instead to sit quietly upon a rock. Nappa escalated his energy to its zenith, casting a mocking grin at his adversaries. Who shall be first? He mused, surveying the crowd, prompting them all to brace for the impending confrontation. His gaze quickly fixated on Tien, who had dared to flaunt his prowess, being second only to Piccolo in terms of intimidation. "He's coming, scatter!" Piccolo shouted, and the group dispersed, oblivious to Nappa's true target. Nappa, specializing in brute strength, bore a striking resemblance to the initial prowess displayed by Uncle Orange. Tien narrowly evaded Nappa's attack, but a fleeting encounter revealed the overwhelming strength of his opponent. A momentary lapse in focus allowed Nappa to strike once more, causing Tien to grit his teeth and defend with his arm. In a shocking instant, his arm shattered under the force of the blow, inflicting excruciating pain that hindered his concentration. "Heh, the first to perish shall be you," Nappa cackled, preparing to deliver the final blow. Yet Tien was no pushover. He endured the agony, sidestepping and leaping into the air. Nappa, momentarily taken aback, pursued him, delivering a kick that sent Tien crashing to the ground, though the force was diminished due to the hasty execution. In mere seconds, Tien was left incapacitated, eliciting deep concern from Gohan, Kairatsu, and the others, who disregarded Piccolo's warnings and rushed to rescue him. Piccolo, witnessing their reckless charge, scolded them verbally, yet internally, he began to experience a shift in his resolve. Seeking death, Nappa snarled. Noticing the two who aimed to save Tien, he unleashed a torrent of energy waves, carving a deep chasm into the earth. It was not that the others failed to evade. Rather, Nappa had deliberately held back, intent on eliminating each one by one. At that moment, the desolate forest realized that Dofu was missing. Had he perished in a single blow? Nappa, attentive to his surroundings, found himself oblivious to Dofu's diminutive form as it maneuvered behind him. Unfortunately, Vegeta's warning came too late. Just as Dofu crouched behind Nappa, the latter finally comprehended Vegeta's intent. His small stature rendered him elusive. No matter how strong his muscles were, they became a disadvantage. The overwhelming aura of malice clouded his judgment. "Dofu, what are you planning? Come back quickly." Tianjin Fan sensed the impending danger. Indeed, a voice echoed in his heart. It was Dofu's. "Farewell, Tianjin Fan. You must not die." Tianjin Fan steadied himself, reminiscing about the years spent with Dofu, which culminated in Dofu's self-detonation. With a thunderous explosion, a figure plummeted, creating a crater, a testament to Nappa's uncertain fate. Vegeta, frowning, adjusted his glasses and surveyed the surroundings. Gohan, too, uncertain, searched the area. It appeared that Dofu had embraced a resolve to perish. Unlike the others who were engulfed in sorrow, Piccolo felt a flicker of satisfaction. This group of inept allies proved somewhat useful, and a tinge of envy crept into his heart. Dofu's demise plunged Tianjin Fan into despair. The astute forest remained fixated on Vegeta, for there was still one remaining. "Heh, don't look at me like that. He is not dead yet. However, it is rather pathetic to be injured to such an extent." Vegeta's tone dripped with disdain, prompting Nappa, who still yearned for battle, to emerge from the pit. His expression darkened. He had genuinely believed he was on the brink of death, grimacing as he touched his back. "What a madcap bunch you are, yet you remain oblivious to our true terror. Let me tell you, I am enraged, and I shall indiscriminately annihilate you all." Nappa's survival astonished everyone. "What? This is impossible." He is unscathed despite Dofu sacrificing his life. The crowd trembled with fear, knowing that the Dragon Balls had resurrected Dofu once before. This time, his death was irrevocable. Gohan could no longer bear it, but was restrained by Piccolo. "Do not act impulsively, we still have a chance." From the moment Nappa attacked, Piccolo, true to his cunning nature, swiftly devised a strategy. "Well done, keep it up," Vegeta remarked, casting a glance at Piccolo, who was formulating tactics right under his nose without Nappa noticing. "Stop looking around. Do not miss this opportunity." Vegeta wore an expression of amusement, while Piccolo, filled with ire, retorted with a wry smile. "You're quite pleased, aren't you? But wait until Son Goku arrives. Will you still be able to laugh then? Is that your trump card? It was him all along. Cowardly as a mouse, Vegeta's latter remarks were somewhat to himself, yet Piccolo caught the implication. At that moment, Nappa's assault interrupted his thoughts. Nappa, seemingly ignoring him, charged forward. "The opportunity has arrived," Piccolo urged as Nappa lunged toward Tianjin Fan, swiftly moving to his right side and striking Nappa into the air. The forest was already poised, hands clasped, delivering a heavy blow to Nappa, perfectly aimed at Son Gohan. Gohan had mastered the formidable technique of the special beam cannon from Piccolo long ago. The spiraling energy beam hurtled towards Nappa, who, sensing an impending doom, barely managed to evade it. However, he was still struck on the shoulder, resulting in the loss of some flesh. Both Kuririn and Piccolo, lamenting the situation, unleashed their own energy blasts, only for Nappa to dodge them. In an instant, he was enveloped by a blinding light as Tien, enraged by Kaiatsu's demise, forcibly executed a one-handed kikaho, already gravely injured. The exertion of such a powerful technique caused him to gradually lose consciousness. Piccolo, exploiting Nappa's sluggishness, swiftly devised a strategy. They achieved their objective. Yet fear lingered in the air. As the radiance dimmed, Nappa, though battered and with tattered clothing, remained undeterred in his combat prowess. He too felt a twinge of fear, realizing that had it not been for his battle armor, he might have sustained severe injuries. His combat strength far exceeded that of his adversaries. Despair enveloped the group. Amidst their focus on Nappa, only Vegeta noticed that Tien and his severed arm had vanished in an instant. Chapter 115, Awaiting Nappa's unprecedented fury surged forth. In the past, he had effortlessly dealt with minions using a power-level scouter, yet now a group of inept beings had left him in such a state of disarray. They all deserved to perish. Nappa's rage intensified, while the others, mourning Tien's tragic end, placed their hopes on Goku, for they had faced dire situations before, always resolved by Goku's intervention. Piccolo, silent and contemplative, glanced at the spots where Gohan and Tien had fallen. Goku, hurry. We are counting on you. Kuririn's desperate cry echoed. Haunted by the thought of his own death, knowing that a second demise would spell true annihilation, and the fate of Earth weighed heavily on his mind. Could Goku be the one lurking in the shadows? He does possess some ability, Vegeta mused, stroking his chin while scanning the surroundings. As for the Namekian, I shall keep you around a bit longer. There are matters regarding the Dragon Balls I must inquire about. But who comes next? Nappa, drawn by Kuririn's voice, regained a semblance of rationality, laughing maniacally as he scrutinized the group before him. They huddled together, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Piccolo, you're fortunate. They thought only you knew about the Dragon Balls, Kuririn quipped, trying to lighten the mood. Yet, Piccolo coldly retorted, in the end, we all face death. Kuririn's expression darkened further. I never anticipated that I would be fighting alongside you. Do you think we will emerge victorious? Not a chance. Piccolo's definitive response deepened Kuririn's despair, extinguishing any flicker of levity. With a somber demeanor, Piccolo pondered, while the Supreme Kai, observing from the temple, felt a chill of dread. He glanced back toward the temple, awaiting news from Goku's side. He could sense his own life dwindling, conversing with Bubbles as if imparting his last words. Meanwhile, Gohan hesitated, feeling a mix of frustration as he gazed up at the three figures in the sky, lamenting that neither his uncle nor Piccolo had taught him how to fly. Let us descend. It seems more suited for him to battle on the ground, Piccolo concluded, strategizing their next move. Amidst the desolation, a chilling declaration echoed through the barren woods, marking it as the next target of their assault. Neither the desolate forest nor the diminutive Piccolo anticipated the direct onslaught. The prior exhaustion and trepidation rendered them incapable of evading the impending strike. Suddenly, a spiraling beam of energy surged forth, the attack of Gohan. He ascended slowly into the air, seemingly inexperienced with this newly acquired skill. Nappa, recalling the pain inflicted by this technique, swiftly evaded. Unexpectedly, an overlooked presence launched a second assault, prompting a reckless charge toward Gohan. Stop, Nappa! To everyone's astonishment, it was Vegeta who called out. Nappa halted, casting an irritable glance at Gohan before retreating. Goku, cease your evasion. I have detected your presence. What? Goku has arrived? Krillin pondered, perplexed by the absence of Goku's energy. Did you sense it, Piccolo? Upon hearing of Goku's arrival, Krillin immediately shed his fear and regained his composure. Yet, Piccolo remained uncharacteristically silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Isn't Dad just an uncle? Gohan mused, scratching his head in confusion. Lie Chunga, step forward. Let us join forces. There is still a glimmer of hope. Evading is futile. Their aim is to annihilate every inhabitant of Earth, Piccolo articulated slowly, a hint of reluctance in his tone. As the Demon King, he found himself compelled to collaborate with others, an unsettling realization reminiscent of a prior suspicion that someone had guided Gohan. I merely intended to observe, Lie Chunga remarked. emerging from behind a rocky outcrop. He approached Gohan, admiring his endearing visage, and affectionately ruffled his hair. "You are Son Goku, Kakarot. No, you are not a Saiyan. Yet you were the one who saved lives, were you not?" "How intriguing," Vegeta mused, stroking his chin, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. "Save lives?" Krillin questioned, bewildered. "They are still alive, thanks to him?" Piccolo scrutinized Lie Chunga, attempting to gauge his strength. Lie Chunga chose silence, instead directing his attention toward Vegeta, meticulously assessing the perennial second-in-command. "Vegeta, could you perhaps wait? Your opponent has yet to arrive," he stated awkwardly, having initially been reluctant to engage but unable to resist. "You know my name. How amusing. I can grant you an hour, but I will not wait beyond that," Vegeta replied, extending a finger as he moved aside. "What? Vegeta? Do not act foolishly. This fellow merely knows how to conceal himself. We have encountered far worse. An hour? We have already rested for a year. Just watch as I eliminate this pretentious fool," Nappa declared, launching an attack on Lie Chunga, convinced of his insignificance and feigned mystery. "Nappa, do you dare defy my orders?" Cold sweat cascaded down Nappa's brow as he halted, the fury momentarily overshadowing his fear of Vegeta's wrath. "I apologize. I should not have been so rash," he conceded, retreating to Vegeta's side like a chastised child. "Humph. You should be grateful that I have afforded you a little more time to live," Vegeta sneered. "Do you truly believe he can save you? How amusing. I shall relish observing what other delights you have in store." Indeed, a series of unprecedented events piqued his curiosity. It would be more amusing to resolve everything in one fell swoop, and then contemplate their expressions at that moment. Krillin and Din approached the enigmatic and formidable figure of Lie Chunga. "Haven't you gone into seclusion?" Krillin inquired, casting a glance at Lie Chunga. "Isn't it a matter of concern for Gohan's safety?" he said, initially intending to ruffle Gohan's hair, but hesitating instead. Krillin was at a loss for words. "Lie Chunga, didn't you once embark on an adventure across the universe? Surely you possess some information regarding those Saiyans?" Din, with a rational demeanor, posed the crucial question. "Are you hinting at their weaknesses? You needn't dwell on that. Their tails have been honed through rigorous training, and I trust you understand this well," Lie Chunga replied, prompting Krillin to reminisce about his battles with Son Goku. "Indeed," Krillin acknowledged, interrupting the flow of thoughts, "and what else? Even the slightest detail would be invaluable." "Oh, I recall that the Saiyans were originally natives of a certain planet, endowed with substantial combat prowess, yet possessing volatile temperaments. They seem to have aligned with a technologically advanced race. However, after seizing their technology, they engaged in the trade of planets alongside Frisia. Beyond that, I am not privy to further details. Oh, by the way, it appears they have suffered considerable losses. Who was responsible for that?" Din pressed, his expression darkening. "As for their weaknesses, there is indeed a unique technique. Upon witnessing a full moon, they transform into a colossal ape," Lie Chunga remarked, causing Din to recall Gohan's previous transformation experience. "Rest assured, the moon has been obliterated by my hand. Do we stand a chance then?" Krillin pondered aloud. "With Son Goku on our side, we certainly do. He possesses an unparalleled ability to conjure miracles." Krillin's words reignited Din's hope, while he glanced at Lie Chunga, wondering what thoughts occupied his mind. "Yes, my father will undoubtedly prevail. By the way, Uncle, aren't you capable as well?" Gohan interjected, shifting the topic. Lie Chunga immediately felt a wave of awkwardness, uncertain of how to respond. He contemplated briefly before disregarding them and approaching Vegeta. "Vegeta, 1 hour is far too brief. Could we extend the time? I estimate that Goku will take at least half a day to arrive." "What? We have to wait." Nappa fumed, eager to confront the situation, but was halted by Vegeta's piercing gaze. "Let us make a wager. Do you see that shortest one over there? If he defeats this hefty fellow, I shall have the final say. If he loses, then you will," Lie Chunga proposed, gesturing towards Gohan. Vegeta, intrigued, regarded Lie Chunga with interest. "Interesting. Nappa, do you understand the stakes here?" "Indeed, Lord Vegeta," Nappa replied with a sinister grin, his body crackling with energy. Gohan, rather than being intimidated, stepped forward with determination but was swiftly restrained. Krillin and Din exchanged glances, their expressions fluctuating, silently urging Lie Chunga for an explanation. Chapter 116, Gohan vs. Nappa. What? All eyes turned toward Lie Chunga. The terror that Nappa instilled was evident to all. Now, he was suggesting that Gohan, merely a 5-year-old child, face him in single combat? Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Lie Chunga held his ground, his gaze resolute. There was no alternative. Gohan had to mature. For even greater foes awaited in the shadows. Without the trials of life and death, how can one truly grow? Uncle, can I do it? Gohan hesitated, well aware of the formidable prowess of Nappa. Fear not, little one. Come here, and Uncle will give you some candy. Nappa taunted upon seeing a group of clowns. You must trust me, Gohan. If I say you can do it, then you can, he insisted. Stop joking around. Piccolo roared, having endured an arduous hour of waiting. This fellow first hid, then spoke ambiguously, and now was sending Gohan to his demise. Even if Lie Chunga was as enigmatic as he seemed, Piccolo could no longer tolerate the situation. Even the usually rational Piccolo resorted to expletives, let alone Kuririn. However, internal discord was not an option at this moment. He cautiously inquired, Lee, do you have a plan? Lie Chunga simply waved his hand dismissively. Stay calm, he said, turning to Gohan. You must believe in your potential. Remember, you can only win, otherwise, all of us, including myself, will perish. A year ago, he had secretly trained Gohan, who had shown remarkable aptitude, possibly due to his scion lineage. Had there been more time, Lie Chunga would have considered taking him as an apprentice. Thanks to the guidance of Lie Chunga and Piccolo, Gohan exhibited a maturity far beyond that of the original narrative. His challenge against Nappa was not without merit. Scions are indeed peculiar, as previously mentioned. They transition only from childhood to adulthood, with their juvenile phase retaining a childlike appearance, much like Goku at 15 or 16 years of age, still barely reaching 5 feet. I believe in you, he declared, confident that Gohan would not meet the same fate as the original character. Gohan tilted his adorable head and nodded earnestly. He then turned to Piccolo and Kuririn, asserting, Uncle would never harm me, and besides, the words Dragon Ball are merely a shape without sound. Piccolo and Kuririn shot a fierce glare at Lie Chunga, then reluctantly nodded. They presumed that Lie Chunga was sending Gohan to his doom to buy time. After all, Piccolo could not afford to die, and Kuririn had already experienced death once. Sending Gohan was indeed the best option. Nevertheless, Kuririn felt reluctant, and Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. Don't worry. Gohan smiled back at the two, embodying the spirit of his father in that moment. He steeled himself and approached Nappa, bowing respectfully before adopting a fighting stance. Earth Warrior, Gohan, please teach me. Nappa, puzzled, then broke into an evil grin. What a good boy, he remarked, extending his hand towards Gohan. In a flash, Gohan seized Nappa's hand and, like an ant shaking a tree, toppled him to the ground, following up with a flurry of strikes to his midsection. Nappa, momentarily stunned and enduring the pain, retaliated with a punch that forced Gohan back. Rising, Nappa dusted himself off, laughing triumphantly. Useless. Yet before he could finish his sentence, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? He muttered. The breaker punch is designed to breach defenses. Gohan replied coolly, turning to Lie Chunga and the others with a cheerful smile and a victorious gesture. Be cautious, Gohan. After all, he is just a child and cannot help but display bravado. In that moment, Nappa launched an attack, but his punch merely passed through, revealing a mere afterimage. Watch out behind you. Initially indifferent, Vegeta suddenly took an interest, his face lighting up with surprise. Upon hearing Vegeta's warning, Nappa attacked without hesitation, propelling Gohan into the hillside. Gohan, in a state of anxiety, called out, Don't worry, he won't be so easily defeated. Just as Lie Chunga finished speaking, Gohan leaped out. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, sustaining a minor injury. Fortunately, he had utilized the Golden Bell shield, otherwise, he would have faced severe harm. Stealing a glance at Lie Chunga, Gohan knew his uncle would not remain idle. I was careless. Gohan shifted his gaze to Vegeta. His eyes filled with fierce determination as he stared at Nappa. Hey, little brat, you're unharmed? I'm fine. It's you who's in trouble, he taunted. You truly seek your own demise. With that, Nappa struck again, but abruptly halted. To his astonishment, Gohan had split into 6 clones, encircling Nappa. Strangely, while he moved slowly, numerous shadows trailed behind him. When Nappa attacked one, he missed entirely, feeling the pressure of attacks from all directions, yet unable to land a hit. Not so simple. Initially, he had intended to counterattack during Gohan's strikes, but now he realized that each clone was genuine, yet he could not hit any of them. The opponent's punches lacked weight. But as time progressed, he felt the internal pain intensifying. Enraged, he began to wildly attack the phantoms. How is it that his clones seem so real? Akin to Tien Shinhan's Four-Witches' Fist? Yet, they lack the proper energy, making them feel unreal. Lie Chunga smiled awkwardly, realizing that this child was stealthily learning from their battle. Having frequently experienced illusions, Gohan had seamlessly integrated the knowledge of the phantom steps he had imparted. The swift movements created illusions that had a mesmerizing effect, perfectly countering Nappa's angry demeanor, which was easily provoked. Each clone was an energy reflection, a feat Lie Chunga himself could not achieve, leaving even Kuririn and the others bewildered. Truly, a genius, that Son Gohan. Calm down, Nappa. Vegeta's voice broke through at a critical moment, bringing Nappa back to his senses. Little brat, you have quite the tricks up your sleeve. Prepare to face my wrath. Nappa regained composure and began to amplify his own energy, disregarding Gohan's strikes. Nappa unleashes all his power. With a single blow to the ground, an energy shockwave erupted, dispersing Gohan's energy clones. Amidst the shifting terrain, Gohan found himself off balance. Prepare to meet your end. Gohan's face was a mask of shock as he beheld Nappa's enormous fist drawing nearer, only to be met with a mocking grin. Just kidding. Nappa's punch landed squarely on Gohan. Boom. Gohan erupted into a cloud of smoke. Unbeknownst to him, he had been charging the tenfold demolishing fist. Nappa grinned wickedly, anticipating Gohan's punch. As Gohan's fist struck him, Nappa retaliated with a kick. Both were left severely injured. Nappa had absorbed Gohan's demolishing fist, his already tattered clothes shredded further, revealing a body marred by scars and countless bruises. The most severe wound oozed blood, and on his back was a distinct palm print, unmistakably Gohan's. As Gohan was sent flying and crashed to the ground, Kuririn attempted to assist him but was halted by Lie Chunga's resolute gesture. No matter what Kuririn pleaded, Lie Chunga simply shook his head. Meanwhile, Nappa, slowly drifting towards Gohan, cast a peculiar gaze upon him, inciting Gohan's simmering rage. You lost, Dai? Gohan, regaining a flicker of consciousness, spat blood while glaring at the battered Nappa. I am the victor. In response to Gohan's declaration, Nappa, who had momentarily been frozen in shock, felt the explosive force of the fist marks across his body, culminating in a violent blast that hurled him aside. Already suffering severe internal injuries, Nappa was further compromised by the external shock, and the blow to his back proved to be the final strike. He collapsed, blood gushing from his wounds. Save me, Vegeta, he cried desperately. Yet, the response he received was cold and dismissive. Fool. Had Nappa not been so careless. Had he opted for a more aggressive approach or utilized ranged attacks, he could have emerged victorious. His prolonged history of dominating weaker opponents had rendered his combat style and mentality fragile. Chapter 117. The Path to Death. Observing Nappa crawling towards him, Vegeta unleashed a colossal wave of energy, aimed squarely at Nappa. Damn it! Lie Chunga's pupils dilated in alarm, cursing under his breath. Nappa's demise was inconsequential. But Gohan was nearby as well. What madness! He thought, recognizing that Nappa's judgment was clouded by fury. With no time to spare, Lie Chunga's body elongated like dough, and in an instant, he positioned himself before Gohan, intercepting the energy wave. Nappa was fortunate. Due to Lie Chunga's instinctive defense and their proximity, he survived, albeit in disbelief as he shouted Vegeta's name. Worthless. Indeed, Nappa was inept, akin to a mighty warrior struggling against a frail martial artist, narrowly escaping failure on multiple occasions without ever learning from his mistakes. Even in the original narrative, had Vegeta not intervened, he would have been slain by the protagonist long ago. Vegeta, uninterested in Nappa, turned his attention to Lie Chunga. You are quite intriguing. Blocking my attack merits my engagement. Lie Chunga, suppressing his ire, retorted, didn't we agree that he would wait for half a day upon winning? A scion prince should not be deceitful. Lie Chunga raised an eyebrow, eyeing the insufferable expression on Vegeta's face, tempted to strike him. Had it not been for his intention to depart later and avoid any lingering shadows on his spirit, he would have acted already. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit, but are you certain I ever said that? Vegeta remarked with a sly smile, arms crossed. Pathetic, Kuririn interjected disdainfully from the sidelines. What is going on? Wasn't he supposed to team up with Son Goku later? Where's the pride of a scion prince? Amidst the noise, as Lie Chunga hesitated, Vegeta unexpectedly launched an attack on Kuririn. Caught off guard, Kuririn was momentarily stunned, but Piccolo quickly reacted, pushing Kuririn aside and leaping out of harm's way. This is bad, Lie Chunga shouted, hastily pursuing the energy wave. Employing his technique to traverse great distances in an instant, Lie Chunga transformed into a series of afterimages, catching up to the energy wave and dispersing it. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he glanced at the group of individuals hidden beneath the nearby rocks. Hidden away was the infamous group led by Dumpling and Yamu, accompanied by the insidious voice of Vegeta. "Hey, you fool," echoed in the air. "Lee, be careful," was the warning from Dend, but it came too late as Vegeta kicked Lie Chunga with great force. Yet, Lie Chunga stood unwavering. While a gust of wind swept away the swirling sand on the ground, Vegeta, taken aback, performed a graceful flip upon landing, his arms crossed over his chest. Exuding an air of satisfaction, Lie Chunga brushed off the imprint of the kick, his brow furrowing deeper. "What is it with this ruthless and malevolent Vegeta? I do not wish to fight you. I have informed you that your opponent is on their way." His voice was somewhat rigid. "Oh, so there is someone even more formidable than you?" Vegeta's words only served to further frustrate Lie Chunga. "Stop, stop." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the contemplation of the group. It was Naba, staggering as he held Gohan by the throat, fixing his gaze on them. The series of events had caused everyone to overlook his presence as he stumbled toward Vegeta. Gohan, regaining some spirit, grasped Naba's massive hand, desperately attempting to free himself. In that moment, a shadow of Dend appeared behind Naba, channeling his energy into a knife hand strike targeting Naba's arm. Caught off guard by the sudden pain, Naba instinctively released Gohan, allowing Dend to seize him. "Damn it!" Naba exclaimed, unleashing a powerful energy beam that erupted in a fierce explosion around Dend. After expending his ultimate move, Naba appeared momentarily weakened, yet a smile crept upon his face. "Spirit Sword!" roared the furious voice of the now-revived Kuririn from behind Naba. In an instant, Naba was cleaved in two, blood spilling onto the ground. Meanwhile, Lie Chunga attempted to intervene but was blocked by Vegeta, the rescue arriving too late as he watched helplessly. "Damn it!" Lie Chunga, weakened from his continuous use of abilities, narrowly evaded Vegeta's interception, intent on aiding Gohan and Dend. However, this time, Vegeta refrained from pursuing, instead channeling his energy to strike the rocks directly with a technique known as one punch to shatter all methods. With gritted teeth, Lie Chunga retaliated, unleashing a storm-infused punch that dispersed the energy wave. Seeing Kuririn rush to rescue Gohan, he turned back, fury igniting his gaze upon Vegeta. "You have incited my wrath. Is this how it should be? Come, I will show you what true fear is." Vegeta laughed heartily, his intention to provoke Lie Chunga's fighting spirit evident. Lie Chunga cast a glance at the fallen Naba, lamenting the loss of Saiyan blood. "Let me reiterate. Your opponent is not me, and I shall not engage." "Oh, really? Then I shall kill you and see if Kakarot dares to come to your rescue," Vegeta retorted. Clenching his fists, Lie Chunga found Vegeta particularly despicable during this time. However, this battle was crucial for Son Goku. It would not only grant Goku insight into his own power, but also mark his first significant defeat in life. Ultimately, he would go to any lengths to protect Earth, exhausting every means to achieve victory. Victory was indeed achieved, yet for the martial artist's son Wukong, it was a significant blow. Furthermore, the Saiyan trait dictates that suffering a severe injury results in a substantial increase in power. Consequently, Son Wukong engaged in months of self-destructive training, supplemented by the mystical beans, which ultimately allowed him to acquire the strength necessary to confront Frieza. This grueling regimen consumed a considerable amount of the mystical beans. It is worth noting that when Wukong departed, he took an entire bag, leaving only a handful behind. Moreover, many fail to recognize the temporal constraints of interstellar travel, as the narrative indicates that time is often measured in months within the cosmic saga. Ultimately, this marked the inaugural battle between Son Wukong and his comrade Vegeta, which had a profound impact on both characters. In the distance, amidst a desolate forest, Piccolo and Gohan were observed, stirring a bittersweet sensation within Wukong, who had begun to regard Piccolo as a true ally. Piccolo, cradling the injured Gohan, shielded him from energy blasts, his clothing tattered and drenched in blood. Yet a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. With the demise of both Piccolo and the deity, it signified the loss of the Dragon Balls. The anguished cries echoed through the barren woods, igniting a fierce resolve within Lie Chunga. At last, Son Wukong had arrived, and the desolate forest erupted into relief at the sight of their savior. In a moment of desperate clarity, the deity sensed Wukong's presence just before his demise, and Wukong, witnessing the god's disappearance, felt a surge of fury propel him forward. Unlike in the original narrative, he forsook the Nimbus cloud to hasten his approach, understanding that without the Dragon Balls, all would face true death. "Wait a moment, your opponent has arrived. Kakarot, his arrival changes nothing. You all shall perish," Lie Chunga declared, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. "Are you afraid?" he taunted, observing Vegeta's demeanor. "Fear? Huh, a clever provocation," Vegeta retorted, tilting his head as he retrieved a discarded power-level scouter to assess his strength. 5,000. Not bad. I can still play, he remarked, then settled down on a stone to meditate. In the original tale, his power level was approximately 20,000, while Wukong hovered around 10,000, though the precise figures elude me now. Lie Chunga stifled his anger, casting his gaze toward the temple. Wukong, you must persevere. If you falter, I shall not intervene. Chapter 118. Rivals in the distance. A figure approached slowly, met with anticipation rather than reproach. Son Wukong descended gradually, surveying the surroundings as he focused on Lie Chunga and Piccolo. His expression remained inscrutable as he glanced toward the nearby hills, ultimately casting a fleeting look at Vegeta. Without uttering a word, he gently landed beside Gohan, offering him the sole mystical bean he possessed. This bean was procured during his passage through Korin Tower, thrown to him by the feline guardian. Upon consuming the bean, Gohan instantly revitalized, leaping to his feet, tears brimming in his eyes as he beheld his resurrected father. Dad, I missed you so much, Gohan exclaimed, tearfully recounting the events to Wukong. Nodding in understanding, Wukong approached, intending to share a few words, but was halted by a gesture from Wukong. He first bowed before Piccolo's lifeless form, then turned to face Vegeta, who regarded him with a puzzled expression. Kakarot, their so-called savior, Son Goku had long since learned about the Scion's past through the King Kai. He nodded, saying, I am generally aware of the circumstances. Your companions have perished. Now only you remain. If you leave Earth now, I will spare you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was utterly speechless. Spare me? What a grand jest. He chuckled maliciously. The battle imminent. Wait, Goku, could you perhaps choose another location for our duel? Piccolo's body still lies here. As he spoke, silence enveloped the scene. Goku understood that this journey might be one of no return. Gohan, you and Krillin take Piccolo and the others to Master Roshi's place. Await my return, he instructed firmly. Yet Gohan embraced him tightly. No, Dad. I am strong. Krillin approached, lifting Piccolo's lifeless form. Gohan, that guy is incredibly strong. Our presence would only hinder him. Gohan glanced at Krillin and Piccolo, reluctantly releasing his grasp. Oh, I see. And Uncle. Just as Gohan sought out Krillin, he realized he had vanished in the blink of an eye. There was nothing to be done. He truly found it difficult to face Goku. Gohan, be obedient. Forget that rascal for now, he reassured. Rest assured, we will triumph. Goku motivated himself, preparing to converse further with Gohan, yet Vegeta interrupted. Have you finished your last words? Sooner or later, all shall perish, including that cowardly fellow. Apologies for the wait. Shall we relocate? Vegeta asked. It matters not. Anywhere will suffice. After Goku exchanged words with Krillin and Gohan, he soared away with Vegeta towards a desolate expanse. Along the way, Vegeta accelerated repeatedly, probing Goku's capabilities. He was no fool. Unlike that other fool. To his surprise, Goku effortlessly kept pace. This is indeed a troublesome opponent, he mused, only to find Goku had come to a halt. The two found themselves in a barren wasteland. Why choose such a desolate spot for your burial? Vegeta taunted. The two warriors ascended to elevated positions, scrutinizing one another. A gentle breeze swept across, stirring up endless sands. It is truly an honor for a lowly warrior like you to contend with a super warrior such as myself. As a scion, one is subjected to a warrior's aptitude test upon birth. Those with low scores, like yours, are dispatched to planets devoid of formidable opponents. In other words, your anticipated champions have been eliminated, Vegeta sneered, mercilessly belittling Goku. Of course, Goku was not one to yield easily. I am indeed grateful to have arrived on Earth. And I believe that with relentless effort, even those deemed failures can surpass genius. Vegeta erupted in laughter. How utterly ridiculous. After his laughter subsided, Vegeta coldly regarded Goku. I shall show you what true genius is. In an instant, both warriors braced themselves, as if destined adversaries. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, momentarily obscuring their vision. Goku surged forward, while Vegeta had already anticipated the move, retreating strategically. Son Wukong and Vegeta faced each other, exchanging blows while meticulously gauging each other's speed and strength. Vegeta, with a cold smile, retreated and evaded Wukong's strikes, then propelled himself forward with all his might. In an instant, Wukong unleashed a burst of formidable speed, evading the assault. Vegeta, taken aback, halted, surprised by Wukong's prowess. I didn't expect you to possess some skill. You're quite impressive. I've exerted my full strength. Yet you seem unfazed. Unlike his younger self, who fought without a care, Wukong now bore the weight of family and friends, understanding that the outcome of this battle could determine their fates. His earlier attempts to persuade Vegeta to retreat stemmed from hearing tales of the latter's terrifying power, which spurred him to double his efforts. Though a hint of fear lingered within him, a greater sense of exhilaration surged forth. Perhaps the warrior blood of the Scions coursed through his veins. Let me now showcase the true might of a Scion, Vegeta declared, as he began to amplify his energy, creating a swirling tempest around him that darkened the skies. Within moments, he unleashed his energy, a powerful gust that rendered Wukong unable to open his eyes. Wukong had anticipated Vegeta's strength, but this was beyond his expectations. Vegeta's battle power was approximately 20,000, slightly higher than in the original tale, yet not drastically so. In the distance, Lie Chunga watched with envy, munching on sunflower seeds. Bemused by Vegeta's wasted potential at this stage, fixated solely on energy quantity rather than control. Kakarot, your end is nigh, Vegeta proclaimed. Instinctively, Wukong activated the Kaioken, sensing Vegeta's movements. However, his body struggled to keep pace, leaving him at the mercy of his opponent's attacks. Vegeta sent Wukong soaring with a kick, gathering a massive amount of energy in his hands for a devastating strike. With the Kaioken doubled, Wukong glowed red and managed to dodge, but it was merely a ruse. As Vegeta unleashed another energy blast, with the Kaioken tripled, Wukong narrowly evaded once more. Oh, quite nimble, aren't you? Vegeta taunted. Wukong remained silent, acutely aware that his speed and strength could not match Vegeta's. Relying on the Kaioken, he found that double his power was just enough to keep pace with Vegeta. He realized he would need to push to triple his strength. His body had to endure. Stripping off his shirt, Wukong's muscles swelled from the exertion of the Kaioken. I didn't expect your power to be so formidable. I too shall reveal my ultimate technique. An ultimate technique? It's best to end this battle swiftly, otherwise it would be dreadfully tedious. Grateful to Lie Chunga, Wukong acknowledged that their previous battles had illuminated his shortcomings, prompting him to train harder. Now, employing the double Kaioken had become relatively proficient, while the triple version was his limit and not sustainable for long. In the distance, Lie Chunga had captured a small, plump figure, Yachirobe, who, it turned out, possessed some heritage that allowed him to conceal his energy. Concerned for Wukong's safety, he had stealthily followed, only to be inadvertently seized by Lie Chunga. Yachirobe gazed at Lie Chunga, whose sinister demeanor filled him with dread. After all, this was the individual who entered the temple as if it were mere water, leaving even the gods powerless against him. Most crucially, this man frequently contested him for the sins of beans. As the battle between Vegeta and Goku intensified, Vegeta landed a punch on his opponent, prompting Goku to retaliate with a powerful strike that sent a crimson glow emanating from his body. Both fighters exchanged blows, each sustaining injuries in the process. In truth, Goku was relying solely on his willpower to continue the fight. Should Vegeta manage to stall, Goku would ultimately face defeat. But who was he? The Prince of Scions. Now faced with the prospect of a fierce confrontation, he could not retreat. Gradually, he found himself ensnared in a haze of malevolence. Meanwhile, Bulma, Master Roshi, and the others dared not approach the battlefield, opting instead to monitor the situation through a scouter. They discovered that Goku's battle power had surged to over 20,000, with Vegeta not far behind. The multiplier of the Kaioken technique did not merely augment battle strength. Rather, the higher the multiplier, the lesser the enhancement, particularly in terms of muscular strain, as evidenced by Goku's increasingly swollen physique. At that moment, Vegeta resembled the formidable warrior he had been not long ago. The malevolent energy surrounding them fueled their rage, clouding their judgment as thoughts of swiftly eliminating Goku consumed them. In his fervor to exchange injuries with Goku, Vegeta remained oblivious to the fact that Goku was nearing the end of his stamina and had exhausted his strategies. Suddenly, Vegeta noticed blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping it away, he realized he had been wounded by this inferior scion, sending him into a frenzied roar. Dodging Goku's next attack without a glance back, he soared into the sky, bellowing, "Even if it means forsaking this planet, I will annihilate you." With both hands, he gathered an immense amount of energy, forming a powerful energy blast aimed directly at Goku below. He proclaimed, "Let's see if you can evade this. Even if you escape, the Earth shall be obliterated." Goku, genuinely alarmed, gazed at Vegeta, who was charging his attack in the sky, with a singular thought: he must fight back. "You will not withstand my Gallic gun. The Earth will disintegrate alongside you." Vegeta roared as he unleashed his most potent assault. Lie Chunga, observing the spectacle, expressed his disdain, deeming Vegeta a fool. Just as in a previous life, there were always those who believed that unleashing all nuclear weapons would obliterate the Earth. In truth, it was only humanity that would face annihilation. Grabbing the fleeing Yachirobe, he mockingly remarked, "That feeble attack will barely create a crater. You think it can reach the core?" Perhaps he's merely afraid Goku might escape. Indeed, any fool would flee after such a lengthy charge. After all, destroying planetary life is his domain, and he knows their weaknesses all too well. If he truly destroyed the planet, could he survive? Without creating a black hole, would he be able to endure in the cosmos at his speed? Boom. The energies of both combatants collided. Lie Chunga remained untroubled, for there was a law in the Dragon Ball universe. Never engage in a beam struggle with Goku and his son, for they had never been defeated. As anticipated, the threefold Kaioken combined with the Kamehameha clashed with Vegeta's energy cannon, resulting in a stalemate. Originally, Wukong found himself at the end of his tether, acutely aware that his endurance was waning. Thus, he resolved to amplify his strength fourfold, then fivefold, disregarding the repercussions. His muscles swelled rapidly as he forcibly enhanced his Kaioken to 5 times its usual power, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy that sent Vegeta soaring into the heavens. Exhausted, Wukong collapsed onto the ground, his entire muscular structure ravaged, his body on the verge of collapse. At that moment, he relied solely on sheer willpower to lift his gaze to the sky. A glimmer of despair etched upon his face, for he comprehended that he could not control such formidable energy. The energy wave would not detonate, implying that Vegeta would not perish unless hurled beyond the confines of Earth. Yachirobe, witnessing Vegeta disappear in the explosive surge, became elated, breaking free from restraint to rush before Wukong in celebration. However, upon discovering Wukong's immobility and grievous injuries, he realized that even the slightest touch would induce excruciating pain. Despite the severity of his wounds, Wukong bore the agony silently. Yachirobe's joy was short-lived. Upon learning that Vegeta might still be alive, he awkwardly retreated. Yet, midway, he was apprehended by Lie Chunga, who assigned him a task: prepare the spirit bomb. It appeared that this technique was Wukong's only hope. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having narrowly escaped the energy wave, felt a flicker of relief. Had it exploded, survival would have been impossible. Yet, in an instant, fury consumed him. He was unwilling to accept defeat, especially at the hands of Kakarot, this inferior warrior. But the truth remained, he had indeed lost. Yet, he clung to the notion that he possessed one last trick. Kakarot, you will come to regret this, he vowed, fervently searching for the moon. Since Kakarot had been sent to Earth as a child, surely a moon existed here. Alas, it was daytime, and the moon had long been obliterated by Piccolo. Frustration mounted as his search yielded nothing. He suspected that the despicable Earthlings had a hand in this, but soon a smile crept upon his face. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. An artificial moon, while inferior to a genuine one, would suffice to vanquish Kakarot. Consumed by rage, his thoughts became chaotic, fixated solely on the desire to annihilate Son Goku. On the other side, prompted by Yachirobe, Wukong began to draw energy from the Earth. This energy, a form of life force, albeit of a lesser caliber than pure life essence, could still wield offensive power. With Yachirobe's assistance, Wukong, bolstered by indomitable will, raised his hands. Speaking earnestly, spirits of the earth, oceans, and all living beings on this planet, I implore you to share with me a fragment of your energy. Please, I beg of you. With each moment that passed, as Wukong's pleas resonated, the life forms of the earth responded. The earth, the seas, even the tiniest blades of grass, unconscious beings, sensed Wukong's outcry and, moved by his pure heart, were willing to bestow a modicum of energy. Gradually, Wukong felt the energy approaching, within reach of his capacity to endure, and a smile blossomed upon his face. Thank you. At that moment, Vegeta descended, casting a curious glance at the radiant Goku. For reasons unknown, a flicker of trepidation stirred within him. Upon witnessing Goku gathering white energy in his hands, Vegeta felt an urgency to act. He too raised his right hand, conjuring a small sphere of energy that he hurled into the sky. Goku was taken aback, pondering Vegeta's intentions. Kakarot, will you lament the loss of your tail, mingling with the oxygen? In the next instant, the energy sphere halted, emitting a brilliant light. Haha, Kakarot. I am aware you obliterated the moon, but we Scions possess the ability to create an artificial full moon. Tremble. Vegeta gasped for breath. He was significantly weakened yet electrified with excitement as he envisioned Goku at his mercy. On King Kai's planet, the king observed the unfolding drama with ease. Reassured by the presence of Lie Chunga, although uncertain of his intentions, he was confident that Goku would not meet his demise. However, upon witnessing Vegeta conjure the moon, his composure faltered. He understood the terror of a transformed Vegeta and hastily communicated telepathically, "Goku, quickly unleash your spirit bomb." Hearing King Kai's urgent call, Goku disregarded Vegeta's peculiar demeanor and prepared to launch the spirit bomb. In the next moment, Goku was once again taken aback. Vegeta's eyes turned pale, as if he were enduring immense agony. His body began to swell, covered in fur, and in an instant, he transformed from a handsome youth into an ugly, towering gorilla nearly 10 meters tall. This was not the reason for Goku's shock. He recalled a scene from earlier, along with his grandfather and the Supreme Kai's words. He remembered that it was he who had slain his grandfather and disrupted the martial arts tournament. In a heartbeat, Goku's heart was filled with remorse, causing the spirit bomb in his hands to waver. King Kai, sensing Goku's inner turmoil, quickly reminded him. Goku regained his focus and hurled the unstable spirit bomb toward the transformed Vegeta, murmuring, "Forgive me, Grandpa. I shall atone for my actions in the afterlife." Newly transformed, Vegeta roared, his battle power multiplying several times. Unlike Goku, due to the purity of his bloodline, Vegeta retained his sanity post-transformation. "Kakarot, your end has come," he bellowed, only to realize that Goku had launched the fearsome little sphere. He hastily gathered his utmost energy and expelled it. Chapter 120. The strike you have indeed made your move. Goku observed the figure that shielded him from the oncoming energy wave, offering a faint smile, though the expression quickly morphed into a grimace of pain as it aggravated his wounds. Ouch! Can someone explain the reason behind this? Goku pondered, feeling perplexed by Lie Chunga's apparent concern yet reluctance to intervene. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he yearned for answers. "Apologies, but after this battle, I shall reveal everything to you," Lie Chunga replied. Despite his inability to recall the precise details of the narrative, his enhanced perception and memory allowed him to grasp the general progression of events. As soon as Lie Chunga finished speaking, Goku collapsed, utterly exhausted and sustained only by sheer willpower. Had he been struck by the energy wave moments ago, the outcome would have been dire. Witnessing Lie Chunga's intervention, Goku felt a slight relief, and in that instant, he succumbed to his fatigue. Lie Chunga sighed as he delivered Wukong to the realm of Yakkalope, for Wukong's mission had come to an end. Meanwhile, the spirit bomb exerted its restraining influence over those of malevolent intent, and Vegeta, despite having temporarily amplified his combat power tenfold, lay incapacitated on the ground, teetering between life and death. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood and regained consciousness, only to find himself cursing Son Wukong. Rising to his feet, his pride would not allow him to accept defeat. He must witness the demise of Son Wukong before he himself could fall. No, he could never succumb. Gently, he ascended into the air, surveying his surroundings, yearning to see Wukong's condition, ideally witnessing the despair etched upon his face, so that he could torment him piece by piece. "How dare you leave me in such a wretched state, you cursed earthling? Kakarot, stop hiding and come forth." Even in his severely weakened state, the transformed Vegeta exuded a ferocity that led him to shatter a large boulder with a casual strike, venting his frustrations. "Vegeta?" A tremor ran through Vegeta's body as he slowly turned his head, noticing Lie Chunga perched upon his shoulder, having appeared there unbeknownst to him. Before Lie Chunga could utter another word, Vegeta opened his mouth and unleashed a blast of energy. The ensuing explosion of energy and dust momentarily brought him amusement. Yet the next moment, laughter was replaced by dread. Ah, is there truly a law against being wounded without smoke? Nonetheless, that was quite a significant impact. I underestimated your restorative abilities in this form. Hey, don't move. Allow me to treat you to some candy, lest you accuse me of bullying you. Vegeta, now gripped by terror, instinctively recoiled. Just as he intended to retort, an unknown object lodged itself in his throat. He leapt aside, clutching his neck to prevent its passage. But alas, it was too late. The object was too small, and he was too large. Damn earthling, what did you make me swallow? My energy. Vegeta gaped in astonishment as he felt his explosive energy surge back to its zenith, and even increase beyond that. How astonishing. That was a senza bean. As long as one is not dead, consuming one allows for immediate recovery. Lie Chunga regarded Vegeta with a peculiar expression, having just discerned that the malevolent aura surrounding him was gradually dissipating, albeit slowly. This aura, born from the unjust taking of innocent lives, clung to the perpetrator. And while insignificant when minimal, would coalesce into a formidable force when accumulated in the millions. Such malevolence was notoriously difficult to dispel, typically requiring elite techniques for resolution. Those burdened by this aura often exhibited violent tempers, eventually transforming into merciless killing machines. However, this was a senzu bean, not a spirit bomb. Glancing once more at the distant sun Wukong, Vegeta could not comprehend how he could manipulate the life energy of living beings. Shaking his head, he dismissed the errant thoughts and turned his gaze back to Vegeta, recognizing the latter's fortuitous destiny as one of the protagonists of the future. Nevertheless, now he must pay the price for the innocent lives he has taken. Simultaneously, it serves to smooth his edges, marking my contribution after departure. Though the motives behind your actions remain unclear, you shall inevitably regret your folly. At present, I feel utterly invigorated. Vegeta suddenly unleashes a formidable aura that soars toward the heavens. I owe you my gratitude for your foolishness. Surrender Kakarot to me, and I shall ensure you remain intact. Simpleton, though you may be deemed a protagonist, you too must face the consequences of your carnage. Lie Chunga raised an eyebrow. He was not one to take matters lightly. Oh, so you choose not to flee? Vegeta flicked his tail, intrigued by the unfolding events. Such excessive chatter. Lie Chunga burst forth with unparalleled speed, landing a kick squarely on Vegeta's face. Though the blow connected, Lie Chunga's brow furrowed deeper. Due to their size disparity, Vegeta only staggered back a couple of steps, clutching his face in disbelief. You dare strike my face and invite death? As Vegeta charged forward, Lie Chunga effortlessly evaded, choosing only to dodge while scrutinizing him. Previously, during interstellar travels, he had faced foes with combat power of 30,000 and even fought against Zabo. Yet those encounters were on a stage, while this was a brawl against a severely injured opponent. Now, Vegeta's combat power was estimated to be over 20,000, resembling a gorilla, perhaps even less than 200,000. However, combat power is merely a numerical measurement, not an absolute reflection of reality. No wonder. After reaching 1,000,000 in combat power, mere numbers become insufficient. If 200,000 is this troublesome, I must grow stronger. Frieza, oh Frieza. Though I have yet to meet you, I have endured countless hardships for your sake. The mere thought of Frieza conjures memories of his initial form, boasting 530,000, with 3 additional transformations to follow. Do you only know how to flee, damn Earthling? Vegeta perceived Lie Chunga as an incessant fly, evading his strikes, further fueling his frustration. Allow me to showcase my latest ultimate technique, Heaven and Earth Convergence. In an instant, Lie Chunga's form surged to nearly 10 meters. Gazing at Vegeta as if he had transformed into Frieza, the intent to kill surging within him. With murderous intent, he gathered his strength, launching a fist imbued with a tempest towards Vegeta, leaving only Lie Chunga's fist in Vegeta's vision, instinctively responding with his hands raised to shield his face. Bang! Vegeta was swept away like a fly by the storm, countless grains of sand soaring into the sky. A vast chasm appeared before Lie Chunga, which he gradually diminished. Shaking his head as he regarded his hands, he needed to retreat. It was not enough. There was no time to choose, truly no time left. In the distance, the gravely injured son Wukong gazed at the storm above, gasping in astonishment. Silently, he resolved to surpass Lie Chunga and teach that scoundrel a lesson. Regardless of the time or space, their encounters had always been marked by disparity, either too great or too infrequent, never achieving a true balance. As Vegeta was engulfed by the storm, his tail severed and transformed into human form, he remained unaware of how long it had been since he had touched the ground. Blood flowing relentlessly, he lay there, conscious, his eyes wide open, forever haunted by that singular punch. In truth, Lie Chunga merely utilized the wind generated by his fist without launching a direct assault. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been merely flight, but rather utter annihilation. Suddenly, Vegeta delivered a self-inflicted blow, disregarding his injuries, and resolutely declared, I, Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, am the mightiest warrior in the universe and shall not be defeated. Kakarot. And that scoundrel, I shall return. As he spoke, he inexplicably produced a remote control, pressed a few buttons, and tossed it aside, panting heavily. There's still a chance for me on Namek, Kakarot. You fiend, Frieza, I will make you regret this. At that moment, a circular spacecraft descended from the heavens. He climbed inside, glaring fiercely at Earth, murmuring, I will undoubtedly return. Chapter 121, Destiny. Watching Vegeta vanish beyond the horizon, Lie Chunga finally exhaled in relief. Previously, He had refrained from striking out to spare Vegeta's fear, which ultimately led to the demise of Piccolo. His death signified the extinction of both the Guardian and the Dragon Balls. It seemed that a journey to Namek was inevitable. At this moment, Lie Chunga sensed a distinct change. He faintly perceived a mysterious force, ethereal and reminiscent of the celestial powers from his memories. Destiny is inexorable. Lie Chunga chuckled bitterly. He had initially feared altering the narrative, only to unwittingly fall into the machinations of others. Though he would ultimately have to confront the challenges ahead, passively accepting the circumstances was deeply unsatisfactory. It was time to wager everything. Only by transcending to the Diamond Realm could he hope to break free from this predicament. Upon arriving at Kame House, he discovered that the injured comrades had been relocated to the hospital by Bulma. Without the sins of beings, the hospital was indeed the rightful sanctuary. Fortunately, with Bulma's wealth, otherwise, the gravely wounded might have faced a grim fate. This was a lapse in his judgment, as not everyone possessed his remarkable recuperative abilities. Turning to the west, he took flight, but suddenly halted, recalling a critical matter, one that he felt was intrinsically tied to his limitations in breaking through. Despite having attained a considerable level of mastery, his mental state seemed stagnant, devoid of growth, and furthermore, he had yet to cultivate any inner demons. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. There were more pressing matters at hand. At the hospital, he discerned the joyful sounds of laughter and conversation from a distance. Given that only the unfriendly ally, Piccolo, had perished. However, Son Gohan sat gloomily in a corner, hugging his knees, his eyes red-rimmed. The others encircled Son Goku, who was swathed in bandages, chattering animatedly. Upon noticing Lie Chunga's approach, they regarded him curiously. "Lee, do you still have any senzu beans? Why don't you share one with me?" exclaimed Son Goku, surprisingly able to speak despite his severe injuries. "Yes, I still have some. It seems you are aware of Vegeta's departure." "Departure? Didn't you defeat him?" inquired Krillin, revealing they had only sensed Vegeta's energy dissipate, leading them to believe he had perished. "Indeed, I didn't expect you to be so formidable," Bulma remarked. "Thank you for saving Chaozu," Tien Shinhan added, indicating that his arm had been successfully reattached. "Thank you, Dumpling, for your respectful bow." "Humph, it's nothing remarkable. It's merely a matter of having benefited from Wukong's grace, yet I appreciate it nonetheless." Yamcha, with a rather displeased expression, displayed a hint of pride. The compliments from the crowd made Lie Chunga feel somewhat awkward. Previously, he had felt sorry for them. "Uncle." Suddenly, his hand was shaken by Gohan. "Piccolo, Uncle has passed away." The crowd fell silent. Though they were not well acquainted with Piccolo and even held some animosity towards him, they recognized that he had sacrificed himself for the sake of Earth and to save Gohan. "Do not worry, he can still be saved. We have the Dragon Balls." Lee responded, "No, the Dragon Balls are gone along with Piccolo." "I know. I am referring to the Dragon Balls from Namek," he clarified. "Namek? The Dragon Balls?" Confusion spread among the group, except for Gohan, whose eyes lit up. "Really? That is wonderful." He wiped his tears and stood up, but the others remained silent. A moment's reflection made it clear to them that Lie Chunga was speaking of an alien planet. However, they were filled with trepidation regarding extraterrestrial beings. Disregarding the reactions of the others, he focused solely on Son Wukong. The rest were mere supporting characters, which was one of the reasons for Lie Chunga's continuous training. "Namek, that is where Piccolo hails from." He succinctly explained the origins of the Kai and Piccolo and confirmed that indeed, Namek possessed 7 Dragon Balls. However, after he finished speaking, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. "Do we really have to go to Namek?" The Scions were also known, and there was a palpable concern about encountering them. Krillin spoke solemnly, expressing his skepticism. "We must go," declared Son Wukong, having consumed a senzu bean and partially unwrapped his bandages, his tone resolute. "Lee, can you now disclose the reasons?" Wukong's words plunged the group into silence once more. It was evident that Lie Chunga had indeed saved them, and although they were puzzled, they were immensely grateful. Yet, they questioned why he had not intervened sooner. Lie Chunga, exasperated, shook his head and gazed at Son Wukong. "What do you think of Vegeta, the Scion? How formidable do you consider him?" "Very strong. If we were to battle again, I wouldn't be confident," Wukong admitted. The others were taken aback. They had not witnessed the fight but knew Vegeta was powerful and assumed he and Wukong were roughly equal. "What if I told you he ranks low within their organization?" "What? Impossible." Shock and disbelief permeated the minds of the group. Lie Chunga managed a wry smile, tinged with a hint of yearning. "In the universe, power is generally measured by combat strength. For instance, if Killin's combat power is merely 1, Then Vegeta's is 100, while their leader possesses a combat power in the hundreds of thousands. His name is Frisia. He is exceedingly strong, arguably the tyrant of the universe. The crowd fell into stunned silence, their astonishment palpable. Observing their reactions, Lie Chunga's lips curled into a subtle smile as he continued, "Of course. We also have two advantages. One is that they are rather unique, possessing methods to control combat strength. Furthermore, once combat strength escalates beyond a certain point, it becomes less accurate. Our other advantage is we have son Wukong." "Can I really?" At that moment, a flicker of self-doubt crossed Wukong's face, and the others shared a similar sentiment. "All right, I believe in you, and I believe in myself as well." In the next instant, Wukong was filled with renewed confidence. In that moment, everyone bowed their heads, choosing not to place their faith in son Wukong. Only the withered forest murmured, "I possess over 100 combat power." At that instant, someone raised their hand. "May I speak?" Bulma timidly interjected, then continued, "Must we really fight him? It seems we have no connection with him. And traveling to Namek isn't as simple as it seems." The group revealed a glimmer of hope, yet they were met with Lie Chunga's playful expression, which made them feel somewhat ashamed. Indeed, there was a semblance of reason in her words, but before Lie Chunga could finish, he was interrupted by son Wukong. "No. We must go. They are exceedingly wicked. If anyone were to find the Dragon Balls, the consequences would be dire, and Earth would likely not be spared." Lie Chunga was astonished. He had not anticipated that the naive Wukong could contemplate such far-reaching implications. Perhaps Wukong's high intelligence, combined with his innocent heart, was why he could forge a path even when treading on the wrong one, a natural protagonist, albeit lacking in emotional intelligence. "Allow me to add," Lie Chunga continued, "Frisia and his ilk are utterly malevolent. Since they have discovered Earth, we have no choice. It would be wiser to take the initiative, otherwise Frisia could obtain the Dragon Balls." A chill ran through the group. At that moment, the composed Tianjin fan spoke. "I now understand your feelings from that time. That was 4 years ago. However, since you have voiced it now, there must be a way to achieve victory." Lie Chunga nodded, stating, "Firstly, I know a location where we can train and enhance our strength, which is the most reliable approach. Secondly, we are not fighting alone. On Namek, there are also the Namekians, and their elder possesses incredible abilities. We still have hope to thwart them and perhaps even resurrect Piccolo." The group immediately thought of the Dragon Balls, wondering if they could wish for Frisia's disappearance. As for how to get there, they could consult King Kai. Lie Chunga smacked his forehead, realizing they were unaware of everything. Fortunately, son Wukong stepped forward once more. After clarifying matters with everyone, their spirits soared, shifting their focus from saving Earth to saving the universe. Wukong then called upon King Kai, who quickly responded, as it was originally his task, making him very cooperative. "What are you all doing? Wukong, why are you standing?" At that moment, Chi-Chi entered with a pot of hot water, only to find the lively group. Lie Chunga had instructed Bulma to develop a spaceship, providing her with data from his own cosmic travels, along with salvaged Scion ships and the ship from the Supreme Kai that Bobo had offered. Bulma resolved to design her own spacecraft. Due to Lie Chunga's familiarity with the temple, he led everyone to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. There, a single day equated to a year. Regrettably, only Lie Chunga could remain indefinitely, while the others could stay for a maximum of 1 day or 1 year. Perhaps Lie Chunga had altered the original plot, as the journey to Namek was initially intended to revive their comrades. However, the aspiration to revive the flute is now intertwined with the desire to vanquish Frisia. Goku, along with the warriors of Earth, who are fervent in their passion for martial arts, relentlessly pursue strength through continuous learning. The battles between life and death have become more accessible, and they are resolute in not wishing to witness their comrades and loved ones perish before their eyes, stripped of power as they once were. The pursuit of strength has become their paramount wish. Observing the burgeoning might of his companions, Lie Chunga murmurs to himself, "This is my first foray. I hope you don't mind." Meanwhile, Frisia's subordinates intercepted news of the Dragon Balls and promptly reported it to him. Frisia was elated. After years of languishing in real estate ventures and pushing a stroller, was this truly what he desired? No. As the most promising member of his lineage, his battle power as a child was already 530,000, with subsequent transformations that rendered his strength formidable. The crux of it all lies in 2 words: lifespan. His father serves as a cautionary tale. Trading planets was merely an endeavor to explore the vastness of the universe, teeming with bizarre and diverse species, in hopes of discovering a method to prolong life one day. His refusal to transform stems from the immense energy he expends in exchange for longevity. In the wake of his encounters with Hell, the Dragon Balls, and deities, he has maintained his ultimate form, even devising a golden transformation inspired by the Science. In terms of talent and intellect, he truly embodies the title of Cosmic Emperor. Chapter 122. The Path of Cultivation and its Directions within the Room of Spirit and Time. Everyone is seizing every moment to cultivate, even resorting to perilous training methods. As martial artists, they can no longer bear the anguish of separation and loss. First, we find Son Goku in a corner of the time chamber, occupying nearly half the space. He employs the suicidal training method suggested by Lie Chunga, utilizing the Kamehameha wave to attack and defend in one fluid motion. However, there are times when his control falters, causing him to be struck by his own overwhelming energy blasts, which he cannot fully negate. It is only when he can no longer withstand the onslaught that he resorts to the Kaioken to counterbalance the waves. This technique is notoriously challenging to master. As previously mentioned, instinct can be both beneficial and detrimental. Thus, battered and bruised, Goku lies on the ground, gasping as he reflects on his adversaries, Vegeta and Frieza. From his pocket, he retrieves a Senzu bean, consuming it and instantly revitalizing himself to continue the relentless cycle of Kamehameha. Originally, the supply of Senzu beans from Korin was dwindling, and now they rely on Lie Chunga's reserves. The cultivation and yield of Senzu beans have always been scarce, and over the long years, Korin has managed to stockpile a modest quantity, measured by the canister. As time progressed, the arrival of Yachirobe, combined with prior consumption, has led to an even greater depletion of Senzu beans. However, one cannot entirely blame Yachirobe. Lie Chunga has discerned that his training methods derive from the temple, a lineage he shares. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such remarkable prowess in numerous battles, such as severing the tail of the transformed Vegeta. The refined cultivation method endowed him with peculiar abilities, yet it also granted him an insatiable appetite. Otherwise, he would not have devoured Goku's son. Fortunately, upon encountering the mystical beans, which could stave off hunger for 10 days with a single bean, who could resist such delight? Meanwhile, Tianshins were meditating, with an open book before them revealing intricate formations. Not far away, in a desolate forest, numerous delicate waves danced around, while he, drenched in cold sweat, meticulously focused on a thin line, his expression tense. Gohan, on the other hand, was earnestly practicing his martial arts, though his body trembled as if enduring immense pain. After a while, Jiaozi arrived, bringing food, prompting everyone to temporarily set aside their training and gather together. Regrettably, Yamcha could no longer endure the monotony of such training and excused himself to practice elsewhere. Lie Chunga observed their efforts with a smile, feeling their dedication. Though he too found the tedious training unappealing, he recognized his lack of strength. He had indeed laid a solid foundation during his seclusion, yet he had reached a bottleneck where cultivation no longer sufficed, though he had mastered several secret techniques. Gradually, the time in the hyperbolic time chamber came to an end, and everyone emerged to continue their training. Lie Chunga, after 3 days, also stepped out. Unlike Goku and the others, what he needed now were resources and insights, of which he was sorely lacking. Even the mystical beans held little utility for him. As for alchemy, he lacked both the materials and the qualifications to practice. He thus wandered about, hoping to encounter different insights. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Bulma with her unruly hair, wielding a wrench and searching for something. Upon noticing a component on the ground, her face brightened, and she hurried into a nearby shed, clattering away, engrossed in her work. Following her, Lie Chunga discovered that the spaceship he had gifted Goku was now mostly assembled before him. She was diligently studying the component, and finally, after completing the last step, she wiped the sweat from her brow, radiating joy. If a serious man possesses charm, then a serious woman exudes a different kind of allure. Lie Chunga stood momentarily entranced by her, this moment evoking memories of another girl, Ties. Who? It's you. You startled me. Ah, what were you saying? Nothing, he stammered, inexplicably reminded of Ties. Although they had met only twice, their subsequent correspondence had fostered mutual interest, as one was captivated by cosmic travel while the other had deep knowledge of the universe. What are you doing? Bulma approached Lie Chunga, inadvertently startling him. Oh, nothing. Just noticed you differ from my imagination. Differ? That expression on your face would never appear on Goku or Tien, she replied. Lie Chunga's face flushed as he gazed at Bulma, who wore a cheerful smile despite her sweat and dust, resembling a little kitten. You should wash up, little kitten. Upon realizing the unintended tone of his words, he felt his face heat up and hurriedly departed the shrine. Watching Lie Chunga leave with such nonchalance, Bulma finally reacted. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. She had intended to voice something, but alas, he had already vanished. After some contemplation, Bulma retrieved a mirror and, upon gazing into it, let out a startled cry. Lie Chunga had now reached the pinnacle of the first rank, having meticulously honed his 3 forms of power. What remained was the unification of these 3 energies. Perhaps what he required at this moment was merely an intense battle or a profound epiphany to facilitate his ascension. He had been in this world for nearly 2 decades, and upon realizing that it was the realm of Dragon Ball, fear and confusion engulfed him, all stemming from the looming presence of Frieza. His existence cast an immense shadow over him, instilling a fear of disrupting the narrative flow. The forthcoming battles were crucial, as they would enable him to ascertain his innermost desires and act without reservation. He pondered the path ahead. Past skirmishes were driven by the need for attention, but now, enriched by familial bonds and friendships, his motivations had shifted. Shaking his head, he found himself contemplating the unfinished battle with Frieza and the nature of the rules that lay ahead. What was the way? He sensed that his current strength might still be insufficient, and only through understanding these truths could he grasp the possibility of victory. He had relinquished his energy perception and many other abilities, relying solely on this newfound intuition, which he valued greatly. In this moment of uncertainty, he noticed Goku still training and inquired, "Goku, what do you fight for?" Goku scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Fighting? Is there really a need for a reason? If you have to ask, it's simply the thrill of battle that I enjoy." The others gathered around, drawn by Lie Chunga's gaze. Tien Shinhan, scratching his head, remarked, "Why do you ask such a peculiar question?" "To be honest, I initially trained to avoid being bullied, but gradually, I grew to love the essence of martial arts. It was only upon meeting Master Roshi that I truly recognized it as my passion. I adore the way of martial arts." Lie Chunga's gaze drifted towards the desolate woods. He touched his bald head, unable to articulate his thoughts. After leaving, a memory resurfaced from his childhood, a tale recounted by his Shaolin master. This was the confusion of a martial artist, a prelude to becoming ensnared by the path. Throughout his journey, he had asked many, and upon arriving at Master Roshi's island, he anticipated a satisfactory answer. However, Roshi urged him to look within himself. Some answers could not be provided by others. The only one capable of delivering the truth was himself. At that moment, Lie Chunga realized that while confusion was not inherently problematic, he was perplexed by his newfound sensitivity as his power grew. Was it nostalgia for home? No, it was something else. Time flew swiftly, and the spaceship was prepared. All the warriors were ready to depart for Namek. Unlike the original tale, everyone, save for the deceased Piccolo, was eager to go, including Bulma. Yamcha, too, had joined the expedition, albeit reluctantly, as a result of Bulma's presence. Lie Chunga observed Yamcha, who had begun to abandon his training in pursuit of a career in baseball. Although he was starting at the bottom of the industry, his prospects were skyrocketing. If war did not loom on the horizon, perhaps he would emerge as the true fortunate one, a former bandit transformed into a superstar, accompanied by a beautiful, intelligent, and wealthy girlfriend. However, the indulgent lifestyle led him, a seasoned man, astray. The incessant social engagements and interactions with women left Buruma increasingly disillusioned. Perhaps this was the reason for their eventual separation. Looking at the temple, he realized he could have refrained from going. Once the event concluded, he could have returned home. Yet, observing Goku, Gohan, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin, he resolved to confront the formidable adversary alongside his friends. As for his own timeline, devoid of his interference, it would likely unfold with remarkable ease. Shaking his head, he gazed into the distance. Namek, here we come. Chapter 123. Namek, while the warriors of Earth diligently honed their skills. On the distant Namek, the Grand Elder seemed to sense an impending change. His colossal form trembled involuntarily, his lifespan plummeting. Legend has it that the inhabitants of Namek, much like the Scions, have an obscure origin, merely taking on the name of the planet they inhabit. Unlike the ancestors of the Scions, who descended upon a vibrant world, the forebears of Namek arrived on a desolate planet. They transformed this barren land into the beautiful and bountiful blue planet it is today. However, despite their remarkable powers, the Namekians are also susceptible to the shadows. Once, due to internal strife, a tremendous storm ravaged Namek, decimating its populace, leading them down a path akin to that of the Scions. Unlike the others, The surviving Grand Elder chose not to abandon the desolate world but instead persevered, nurturing many descendants and once again reshaping the planet into a habitable realm. Alas, though the Namekians possessed the ability to reproduce, the majority of their offspring are ordinary, with only a minuscule fraction emerging as warriors, those rare and coveted exceptional Namekians. Uncertain if he could endure until their arrival, the Grand Elder, as the sole exceptional Namekian on the planet, possessed the ability to glimpse both past and future. Yet, after years of division and proliferation, he gradually lost a significant portion of his memories, even forgetting his origins and destination, as well as his very name. Even the title of Grand Elder was bestowed by his descendants in reverence for this sage, for they all stemmed from a single being, sharing an innate spiritual connection that fostered an absence of conflict and deceit, leaving only the mission to beautify their planet. Of course, a few Namekians grew weary of such a life and ventured into the cosmos to forge their own legacies. Among them was Piccolo, rather. It should be said that Piccolo's parents were quite exceptional, as they were victims of that very storm. It was during this tumult that Piccolo was sent into the universe, ultimately landing on Earth. Little did anyone know that Piccolo was a rare exceptional being. However, due to a lack of proper guidance, he succumbed to darkness until the previous Earth god intervened. Returning to the main subject, due to the immense power and desolation of Namek, nearly no extraterrestrial beings are aware of the planet's coordinates. Certainly, with the exception of Frisia, who possesses a vast organization and places significant emphasis on the study of life-bearing planets. Other domains are neglected or deemed unworthy of examination. For instance, the histories of various planets, particularly Earth, are regarded merely as that of a remote celestial body. Fortunately, the inhabitants of Namek are exceptionally unique, a fact that the king of the other world is undoubtedly aware of. Even if he were to forget, the ascension of a Namekian to the status of a deity would surely prompt an investigation. It is worth noting that Earth is also a focal point of his scrutiny. Otherwise, how could the likes of King Enma and the king of the other world possibly grant the deity any respect? They would hardly be able to make an appearance. Months later, a colossal disc-shaped spacecraft descended from the heavens. As it landed, a contingent of subordinates emerged, carrying various machines to conduct measurements. After several hours, they lined up, visibly tense. From within the craft emerged a group of warriors, led by a diminutive figure seated in the vehicle, this being possessed an oversized head, adorned with a crown-like structure and two elongated, sharp horns. A palpable aura of malevolence enveloped him, and even those unaware of his identity could instantly discern that he had committed mass slaughters. Weeks later, 3 spacecraft descended from the sky, capturing the attention of Frisia's crew. Fortunately, Frisia and his associates were not present at their headquarters, and they held little concern for the newcomers, merely dispatching a few subordinates for reconnaissance. The weaker ones were swiftly eliminated, while the stronger ones posed a question. Would they dare to offend the minions of the mighty Frisia? Not long after, 2 more spacecraft landed in quick succession, one of which was unmistakably Vegeta. The once quiet Namekian planet began to bustle with activity. Goku, what are you doing? Hurry back. As the spacecraft came to a halt, Bulma intended to assess the environment's suitability for human habitation, but Goku dashed out, causing the adjacent spacecraft to collapse with a thunderous crash. From the wreckage emerged a feeble figure. It was Goku, indicating that his training had encountered some difficulties. Thankfully, he had heeded Lie Chunga's advice to produce 3 spacecraft, and Bulma could still make repairs. Otherwise, returning would have posed a significant challenge. My apologies. I accidentally exerted too much force. Lee, do you still have any senzu beans? I've run out. Didn't I give you a bag when we came here? Goku chuckled awkwardly upon hearing Lie Chunga's words. Please pay attention, the supply of is running low, and a significant battle may soon ensue. I understand. Goku has consumed the and, brushing off the dust, appears remarkably invigorated. As Goku calls out, the others notice 7 or 8 life forms approaching. Although they seem weak, the tension among the crowd escalates, reminiscent of the pressure from the mountains. Relax, they are merely small soldiers, Yamcha boasts, but as he speaks, a group of extraterrestrial beings emerges. Some resemble Earthlings, while others possess green or yellow skin, all adorned in battle armor akin to Vegetas, equipped with glasses that measure combat power. Are you Namekians? Yamcha inquires bluntly, but before a response can be given, Bulma rushes behind Goku, while Gohan pulls Yamcha aside, cautioning him about their adornments. The leading extraterrestrial does not reply but adjusts his glasses, muttering, 408, 500. Oh, There's even an extra 0. Sir, these individuals appear to be here for exploration, a nearby soldier speculates, gripping his weapon, which boasts a combat power of around 1,000, sufficient for him to engage. You are Frisia's subordinates, aren't you? I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly, Lie Chunga muses aloud. What? The Earth warriors grow tense. Although these are clearly minor soldiers, they sense an underlying danger. So, you know our Lord's name. Hand over your valuable possessions, and we may spare your lives. The leader suggests, casting a lecherous gaze at Bulma, implying his desires. At this, Bulma stands her ground, exclaiming, You wish for me to perish? Yamcha, break his teeth. The two, called out by name, exchange sinister glances and elevate their energy to 400, 108, 710, 721, 800. Damn it. They belong to a race that can control their combat power. Just as he finishes, he turns to see his subordinates all lying on the ground. The disparity in strength is too great. Spare me. I am a subordinate of King Frisia. You cannot kill me. Even on the verge of death, you remain so arrogant? How dare you bully my girlfriend? Yamcha forcefully presses him to the ground, kicking him relentlessly, while Bulma watches nearby, laughing heartily in satisfaction. Enough of this. We have more pressing matters, Bulma asserts. Do you have the dragon radar? Lie Chunga gazes in exasperation at the immaturity displayed in their stress relief methods. Oh, very well. Bulma nods, promptly instructing the others to assist in transporting the machinery. Meanwhile, their sudden surge in combat power catches the attention of Frisia's team, but they quickly dismiss it, finding the opponents too weak to warrant interest, focusing instead on the quest for the Dragon Balls. Chapter 124. The watermelon-sized Dragon Ball as Frisia and his comrades embark. The group becomes acutely aware of their impending presence. The atmosphere grows heavy, the previous joy of defeating those minor soldiers replaced with a somber tension. Bulma, busy repairing the spaceship, feels bewildered by the shift. Can you feel it? Such an evil aura, immense and astonishing, Kulin observes, trembling hands betraying his fear, his voice quivering. It is essential to understand that their arrival is aimed at combating Frisia rather than merely resurrecting Piccolo. No need to worry, Kuririn. We have faced adversaries of this caliber before, and we have emerged victorious. Yamcha, with his characteristic bravado, nodded in agreement, directing his gaze toward Goku. Me? Goku felt a tinge of embarrassment, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lie Chunga. There is certainly hope. I did not come here to meet my demise. Since we are here, let us make the most of it. I propose we split up and gather the Dragon Balls. Once we secure them, any enemy will merely be a fleeting concern. Lie Chunga's words illuminated the spirits of the group as they regained their confidence. Indeed, they were optimistic, having previously searched for the Dragon Balls and understanding the challenges of locating them without a radar. If they could secure the Dragon Balls first, all subsequent issues would become trivial. Thus, they unanimously agreed. Very well, let us divide our efforts. Gohan and Kuririn, you shall head south. Yamcha and Tenshinhan, you will venture north. Dend, please keep an eye on Bulma. The group nodded in acknowledgement, feeling reassured by Lie Chunga's leadership. What about me? Goku inquired, pointing at himself. Do not fret, you have me. We will create a diversion. Just as the others prepared to depart, Lie Chunga hurriedly called out, Wait, I have not finished. Be mindful. They possess devices capable of measuring battle power. I am aware, it is that device with the glasses. Do not interrupt me, Kuririn. What I am about to say is crucial. Remember to conceal your energy as much as possible, for they will be unable to detect you. They are quite gullible. So if you manage to hide well, they will essentially be blind. Moreover, avoid unnecessary confrontations. Whether we find the Dragon Balls or not, let us strive to converge in that direction. Lie Chunga gestured towards the northwest. We cannot reveal our location here, so you must rely on yourselves. The group nodded in understanding. Though Lie Chunga was somewhat enigmatic, his command was more convincing than Goku's. Gohan, stay strong and remember to heed Kuririn's advice. As they departed, Lie Chunga communicated telepathically, mindful of Gohan being his half-apprentice. Gohan turned back, nodding gravely, then glanced at his father, his resolve strengthening. I will not let you down. Now, where shall we head next? Oh, are you not worried about them? I am indeed concerned. Your demeanor does not convey it, Goku observed. His usual joviality replaced by a serious demeanor as he looked intently at Lie Chunga. I believe in them. Very well, let us proceed. Where to? Goku reverted to his playful self for a fleeting moment, his charm re-emerging, albeit briefly. Frisia was engulfed in sorrow. acutely aware of the mystical Dragon Balls that lay hidden in this realm, prompting his immediate arrival. Despite his stature as the Emperor of the universe, he could not evade the ravages of time. Reflecting upon his father, he felt a tinge of resentment. Having arrived on Namek for several days, they had ceased their aimless search. The vastness of the planet made the quest for the Dragon Balls exceedingly challenging. Thus, they began to probe the nearby villages, ruthlessly advancing, yet finding no trace of the coveted orbs. The Namekians possessed commendable battle prowess, with the younger ones boasting battle powers in the thousands. And even the elders were formidable foes. However, Frisia's forces were far more terrifying. Even a mere foot soldier in his ranks possessed a battle power nearing 1,000, augmented by advanced technology and an indomitable spirit, leading to the annihilation of each village they encountered. The search party in pursuit of the Dragon Balls faced significant setbacks. Unlike the random distribution of Dragon Balls on Earth, here, they were all nestled within the villages of the Namekian people. The simplicity of the Namekians rendered them oblivious to the intentions of the Earthlings. Tien Shinhan and Yamcha glared at the Namekians in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. Attempts at reasoning fell on deaf ears, and engaging in combat was futile, as the youthful Namekians clearly outmatched them. Gohan and Krillin encountered similar difficulties. To the Namekians, the Dragon Balls were a source of pride, their treasured guardians, and the Earthlings' mere words could not convince them to relinquish them. Unbeknownst to them, the Namekians seemed to be subtly guiding them toward the Grand Elder. The first group to locate a Dragon Ball was, surprisingly, a team under Frisia's command, marking the initial stroke of good fortune since his arrival. Soon, the Dragon Ball was brought forth, and Frisia gazed upon the watermelon-sized orb in disbelief. After lingering for a few days, Yamcha contemplated theft, only to be thwarted by Tien Shinhan. Tien, observing the hardships faced by these villagers, noted their profound happiness, perhaps reminding him of the struggles he and Kaiatsu endured. He extended his assistance through his capsule supplies. When they prepared to depart, the village elder unexpectedly entrusted them with a Dragon Ball and indicated a direction, precisely the one Lie Chunga had initially pointed out. The elder requested that they notify a certain individual upon arrival. Krillin and Gohan fared even better, after innocently playing with the village children for a few days. The villagers grew to trust them. Not only did they hand over the Dragon Ball, but they also expressed a desire for the Earth Warriors to escort 2 children to the northwest. Though perplexed, the warriors sensed the importance of the task. As they searched for the Dragon Balls, they proceeded toward the northwest. Along the way, the child accompanying Krillin revealed the reason behind the villagers' trust. Despite their simplicity, every Namekian possessed a spiritual affinity, allowing even ordinary individuals to sense the goodwill of others. Consequently, their society was free from conflict and ambition. Those with ulterior motives could not conceal their intentions and ultimately departed. For the Namekians, the Dragon Balls were not mere objects of desire. Any wishes made would solely aim to transform their environment for the better. Through their days of interaction, a genuine sense of goodwill blossomed, leading them to trust the Earthlings. The destination they were guided to was the abode of their faith, the Grand Elder, where they were to notify and protect him. The remaining individuals, reluctant to abandon the hard-won sanctuary they had built, could not fathom the meaning of the term endurance. They awaited the return of others who had ventured out to work. Lie Chunga had never placed much hope in using the Dragon Balls to vanquish Frisia. He simply wished for the gathering of the Dragon Balls to be delayed. His intuition directed him to the northwest as the location of their salvation, a notion that, while seemingly impractical, compelled him to take son Wukong along for a closer inspection. Regrettably, he had only glimpsed fragments of promotional material regarding the ensuing events. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a passive state. Chapter 125. The Grand Elder. As Lie Chunga and Wukong journeyed westward, they raced forward, with son Wukong incessantly chattering behind them. Lie Chunga chose to ignore him, focusing instead on increasing his pace. Why not fly? Wouldn't that be swifter? This was, of course, due to the enemy's sensors, which were acutely sensitive to energy signatures, not the small glasses worn, but the large detection devices aboard Frisia's spaceship. At that moment, a spaceship belonging to Vegeta streaked across the sky, sensing his energy. Lie Chunga smirked coldly. The anticipated encounter had finally arrived. Halt! Who are you? A Namekian, strikingly similar to Piccolo, obstructed their path. They had not faced many obstacles on their journey, but this individual was the only one capable of matching their speed. Wait, aren't you dead? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, glancing between the stranger and Lie Chunga. Niru, perplexed, felt a sense of familiarity with the man before him. Though the name seemed incorrect, surely this was a conspiracy. What are you aliens doing here? Apologies, but I am rather uncertain, Wukong replied, shaking his head and looking toward Lie Chunga, who was equally at a loss for words. Though he was unclear, his perception indicated that ahead lay the focal point of all Namekian villages. Furthermore, this Namekian appeared to be subtly dissuading them from approaching that location. Following Wukong's gaze, Lie Chunga spotted a distinctive structure not far off. A massive stone pillar rose abruptly from the ground, topped by a dilapidated edifice. Was this the place he was meant to protect? Despite its ruinous state, the building exhibited the unique characteristics of this planet, its scale remaining impressive. Both Lie Chunga and son Wukong had vaguely encountered similar structures before, reminiscent of the era when the original Demon King Piccolo commandeered the airship of the mixed rice. Niru's expression darkened as he followed their gaze, instinctively adopting a combat stance. This area is off-limits to outsiders. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. However, Lie Chunga disregarded him, filled with elation. Wukong, help me stop him. With a secret technique, he instantly vanished into the crumbling building. Niru, taken aback, soon sensed the intruder had entered the Grand Elder's chamber. Damn these aliens. He intended to retreat, but was intercepted by son Wukong, who protested, Really, you left me behind. Yet Niru had different thoughts, cursing vehemently as he launched an attack at son Wukong. Inside the dilapidated building, upon entering, Lie Chunga beheld a large, frail Namekian. He reclined in a chair carved from bones, reminiscent of the first moment he laid eyes on the formidable King Piccolo. However, the latter's physique appeared significantly bulkier and more aged, seemingly incapable of movement in that very moment. Have you come? Did you know I would arrive? After a brief exchange, silence enveloped them. The elder Niru barged into the room, discovering the two locked in a gaze, followed shortly by Goku's entrance. Perhaps their confrontation could have been evenly matched. But Niru merely sought to provide assistance, and Goku showed no particular inclination to obstruct him. Hence, Niru understood that he could not swiftly eliminate Goku and hurriedly approached. Niru, I am fine. You may step outside. Ah, elder. Leave. Niru glanced at Goku and Lie Chunga, astonished by the elder's unexpected seriousness. Greetings, I am son Wukong. Goku, observing the elder, approached respectfully and offered a greeting. The elder's stern expression softened instantly, becoming warm and amiable as he nodded in acknowledgement. Is that a Dragon Ball atop your head? It's quite large. By the way, may I borrow it? Sure, I trust you. But can you tell me what you intend to do with it? Oh, I wish to resurrect Piccolo. With the Dragon Balls of Earth, we can restore him, allowing us to fight without reservations. Son Wukong spoke candidly, and the elder responded with a gentle demeanor. Lie Chunga, however, gazed at son Wukong in astonishment. Unable to fathom that he had not considered this, truly, Wukong exhibited a wisdom that belied his simplicity. Oh, are there Dragon Balls on Earth as well? Are they from our Namekian kin? Indeed. Oh right. It seems that Kata's son went to Earth seeking refuge. He truly possesses the ability to create Dragon Balls. But did he live out his days peacefully, or did he meet an untimely demise? A scion named Naba killed him. Scions. How could they possibly defeat our clan's prodigy? Surely, it cannot be the Super Scion. The elder trembled, causing Niru, who was watching anxiously from outside, to grow increasingly worried. You are also a scion, are you not? Well, somewhat, but now I consider myself an earthling. Oh, then can you, earthling, allow me to glimpse your past? Oh, Wukong glanced at Lie Chunga and, quite naturally, moved to the elder's side. The elder placed his hand upon Wukong's head, instantaneously accessing his memories. The unfortunate Piccolo had fallen victim to the treachery of the previous god. Becoming possessed by evil, a once superb genius had been reduced to an incomplete and useless soul. It is worth noting that Niru, standing guard outside, was the 107th descendant and the only combat-oriented heir of this generation, possessing a combat power exceeding 40,000. Moreover, the strength of their dragon lineage would progressively enhance with age. What a pity, he sighed, then turned his gaze back to son Wukong. This young man is indeed a talent worth nurturing. Not only does he possess immense physical potential as a scion, but his spirit is remarkably pure. However, his body has undergone excessive development, leaving behind hidden dangers. The elder contemplated retrieving the Dragon Ball atop his head to toss it to Wukong. I have come to understand everything. My kin are suffering from calamity. I hope you can assist them. Of course, my time is drawing to a close. Should Frieza attack, even Niru may struggle to resist him, yet you still stand a chance. Yet, There remains an immense reservoir of untapped potential waiting to be awakened. Allow me to assist you in harnessing your capabilities. Is it truly possible for me to improve? I am profoundly grateful for that. Our adversaries are indeed formidable, and I have yet to fully grasp the situation. Rest assured, although your recent physical exertions have been quite taxing, I shall do my utmost. The elder smiled faintly, placing his hand upon Goku, whereupon a powerful yet gentle energy radiated from him. Elder, Niru could no longer stand outside the door, sensing the elder's waning strength after enhancing Goku. Fear not, my lifespan is limited, and you must depart swiftly. Should I perish, the Dragon Balls will become ineffective. Witnessing such a harmonious scene, Lie Chunga was taken aback. Beyond the extraordinary rapport between these two, he suddenly contemplated the Dragon Ball's ability to unlock potential, to access memories, and to create Dragon Balls. Regardless of the nature of these extraordinary abilities, they are undoubtedly formidable. Yet, how powerful must the ancient Namekians have been for the Elder to possess such strength? Secretly employing arcane techniques to probe deeper, he discovered the Elder's soul was immensely powerful yet remarkably fragile, akin to a vast bubble that could burst with the slightest touch. This situation seemed incongruous. How could such a potent soul be in such a state of weakness? Goku, initially intending to leave, noticed Lie Chunga deep in thought and turned his gaze toward the Elder. Elder, can you awaken his potential? The Elder smiled knowingly at Lie Chunga. It is possible, provided he is willing. Lie Chunga shook his head in resignation. It seemed the Elder was aware of his lineage, and he was too pressed for time to accumulate more power, let alone awaken it. Furthermore, any forcibly awakened strength would surely enhance his cultivation. Elder, might you enlighten me on why you seem to possess knowledge of Earth and my heritage? What of the Dragon Clan? Upon hearing this, the Elder appeared to recall something significant, lost in a lengthy reverie, only to be interrupted by voices from outside. It turned out that other Earth warriors had arrived. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Lie Chunga and Goku, particularly noting the unnatural surge of energy emanating from Goku, who appeared stronger than ever before. Chapter 126. Potential. The Elder was equally astonished, clearly recognizing that events had surpassed his expectations. He was aware of Earth's warriors and their extraordinary potential. Despite Earth being a remote planet, the potential displayed by these warriors was astonishing. It seemed that Earth held secrets unknown to him regarding the individuals before him. Goku's memories of the deities and their unparalleled abilities were remarkable. If he possessed the technique to split souls, then Namek would not resemble its current state. The Senza beans, treasures of the rule system, were not merely restorative items, but also enhanced potential. Such vitality was a force beyond their current levels of comprehension. Therefore, if the Elder could awaken their potential, Lie Chunga's eyes sparkled with hope. Elder, can you awaken the potential of others as well? Initially, he had intended to activate only Goku, but it had now become imperative for all to partake in such a boon. The Elder hesitated, yet before he could respond, Niru interrupted. Do you wish for the Grand Elder to perish, you scoundrel? With so many present, one person should suffice. What is Frisia to me? Enough. Niru, silenced by the Grand Elder's authoritative words, watched as he calmly addressed the assembly. I apologize for his outburst. His concern has led to confusion. Nevertheless, with so many here, I shall do my utmost. Observing the Grand Elder's selfless demeanor, Lie Chunga felt a pang of embarrassment. My apologies for my abruptness. I should have clarified my intentions beforehand. What I mean is, I can first address your concerns, and then I shall examine your health. Looking at the Earth warriors, he sighed, realizing they were merely marginally stronger than Frisia's soldiers. Even against an elite, their lives would be at grave risk. If they could unlock their potential and transcend their limits, they might achieve combat power exceeding 10,000, granting them a chance at self-preservation. Reluctantly, he acknowledged, after all, they are under my charge, and I must take responsibility. Lie Chunga glanced at the Grand Elder. In truth, his lifespan exceeded what was apparent. Yet he had birthed a lineage that continued to thrive. This, in turn, rendered his soul immensely powerful yet exceedingly fragile, contributing to his prematurely waning life. It had been previously stated that only those of exceptional talent among the Namekians could produce the next generation. Otherwise, a single village would consist of merely a few dozen souls. Such selflessness in a being like the Grand Elder commanded Lie Chunga's deep respect. If only he could replenish the Elder's soul and provide nourishment with the Senza beans, perhaps there might be hope. Is there a solution? The anxious small Namekian brought by Gohan inquired. The others looked on with equal concern, amplifying the pressure on him. Fear not, Despite the mystery surrounding your lineage, Grand Elder, rest assured, I have discovered a means. He reassured the elder, who had previously harbored reservations about him, yet those suspicions were comparatively mild. Very well. I shall make the necessary sacrifices. The Grand Elder, still somewhat doubtful, seemed to have gleaned insights from Goku's memories, recognizing his inherent goodness, which softened his demeanor and fostered a degree of trust. Please, do not resist. As Lie Chunga spoke, he gradually ascended, extending his hand, which elongated peculiarly to rest upon the Grand Elder's head. Niru, observing with trepidation, was halted by the small Namekian's grip, while the Grand Elder smiled, unfazed. A subtle gray mist began to emanate from Lie Chunga, an occurrence that unsettled those nearby, prompting them to instinctively step back. Gradually, a thin wisp of the same gray mist emerged from the Grand Elder, absorbed by Luffy, while time progressed, and the Elder's complexion turned increasingly pale. Open your mouth. In an instant, he produced a senza bean and propelled it into the Grand Elder's mouth, which began to regain a hint of color, now a blend of green and red. Secret technique, the cycle of life and death. Lie Chunga's aura transformed into a pale green, gradually infusing the Grand Elder's essence. Though the Elder's countenance grew noticeably ashen, with the task completed, he withdrew his elongated hand, immediately settling into a meditative posture. Niru rushed towards the rejuvenated Grand Elder, while Goku and the others approached Lie Chunga, bewildered and uncertain. The extraordinary truly is remarkable. I now feel invigorated. The Elder opened his eyes and surprisingly attempted to rise, startling Niru, who hurriedly went to assist him. No need, please remain seated. As you are now, you may only have a couple of years left. What? 2 years? Niru expressed his dissatisfaction but was restrained by the Elder. Soon, he realized his shame. The Elder's assistance was indeed commendable, and he should not be ungrateful. 2 years was already a considerable gift. The frailty of the soul and the lack of physical conditioning are the primary reasons for the reduction of your lifespan. My ability to save you merely involves adjusting your body to bolster your soul. If your time truly comes, there is nothing I can do. That's all right. This is sufficient. The Elder was aware of his own condition and felt content. Big brother, could you explain to Dandy what you mean? A small Namekian approached. Lie Chunga rolled his eyes and replied, in simple terms, it means there are many children. The crowd was taken aback. Elder, is it all right now? Yes. You may come forward. The revitalized Elder, adhering to their agreement, awakened the potential of the Earth Warriors. Everyone felt exuberant, simultaneously astonished by their newfound strength. Generally speaking, in this universe, a power level of 100 is considered average, 1,000 signifies a skilled fighter, 10,000 represents a top-tier expert, while 100,000 or 1 million might not exceed 20 across the cosmos. Lie Chunga, my young friend, please come here. After enhancing everyone else and allowing them to adapt, the Elder called out to him. What is it? I do not require my potential to be awakened. No. I wish to observe you first. The Elder scrutinized him intently, making Lie Chunga feel somewhat awkward, prompting him to chuckle nervously. My apologies. I may have misjudged due to my age. After a long pause, the Elder finally uttered this statement, leaving Lie Chunga speechless. However, upon reflection, he queried, do you perceive something amiss with me? Indeed, as his power increased, he felt an incessant prompt, yet he could never discern its meaning. It is nothing, merely your soul. Oh, regarding that, it is inconsequential. I shall continue to ponder how to counter Frisia. Please rest assured, this is a part of my cultivation. He had already integrated a considerable amount of spiritual energy into his physical form, which the Elder found quite normal. Watching Lie Chunga leave the small room, the Elder hesitated, pondering whether he had indeed overthought the matter. Suddenly, an eruption of immense energy caught the attention of Frisia's squad and Vegeta, eliciting varied reactions. Frisia remained composed, while his subordinates were perplexed, suspecting a malfunction in their scouters. Meanwhile, after eliminating the jester that followed him, Vegeta trembled and glanced towards the northwest. As the ominous energy gradually dissipated, his rationality returned, and his innate talent surged, teaching him how to control his energy. He could sense these energies, he recognized them. Chapter 127. The legend The Fleeting Joy vanished in an instant. He could easily conquer and conceal himself, relying on that battle on Earth. A sense of humiliation surged within him. I, Vegeta, shall undoubtedly become the strongest warrior in the universe. Cursing those inferior Earthlings. He felt immense discomfort while utilizing the skills he had learned from the Earth Warriors. Have they all arrived? Damn it. The battle on Earth had left him severely wounded. Even if he were to arrive after the repairs, it would still be too late. At this moment, a portion of the Dragon Balls is likely in Frisia's possession. The current concern is not whether he has made a wish, but rather the necessity of securing at least one Dragon Ball to prevent Frisia from fulfilling his desires. Due to the enhanced combat prowess of Vegeta and the Earth Warriors, their small combat power detectors have been completely destroyed, leaving only one remaining device belonging to Frisia's subordinate, Dodoria, who possesses the latest model of the detection instrument. Frisia seems to sense that this expedition to Namek may not proceed smoothly. Although they may appear as mere ants, they must not be allowed to disrupt his plans for immortality. Thus, Frisia decides to summon his most formidable team, the Ginyu Force. Utilizing his ability to sense energy, Vegeta locates a group of lower-tier soldiers and coldly observes them as they massacre the Namekians. Regrettably, they yield no results. Cursed be it. In a fit of rage, Vegeta annihilates them all. Subsequently, he ventures to the next village, where he finally discovers a larger settlement. The naive Namekians mistakenly perceive Vegeta as an ally of Goku. Under his subtle probing, they reveal that the village possesses a Dragon Ball. The foolish Namekians are utterly unaware of the formidable reputation they are dealing with in the universe. Vegeta, brimming with pride, gazes at the immense Dragon Ball in his possession and cannot help but smile. Where to hide it? Oh, the most perilous location is often the most secure. Vegeta forcefully tosses the Dragon Ball into a nearby river, ensuring that only he knows of its location. The wish will be granted by none other than me. Ha ha ha. Now, all that remains is to wait for those Earthlings and Frisia to clash, seizing the opportunity as it arises. Even if Frisia captures him, with the Dragon Ball in hand, he would not be killed. This would place him in an invulnerable position. The Earth Warriors, equipped with Dragon Ball radar and intercoms provided by Bulma, have just begun to acclimate to their newly enhanced combat powers when they receive a message from Bulma. She has detected 2 Dragon Balls converging in one location. What should they do? The group turns to Lie Chunga, while the elder expresses his concern, aware that the enemy possesses not 2, but 3 Dragon Balls whose whereabouts are unknown. Listening to the elder's account, the group realizes that the 3rd Dragon Ball is in Vegeta's possession, who has foolishly exposed his energy and concealed the Dragon Ball nearby. Lie Chunga falls into deep contemplation, weighing his options. No backing down, just act. However, he lacks confidence as he watches them systematically slaughter the Namekians. In a moment of hesitation, everyone gazes skyward as a formidable energy descends upon Namek. 1-2. For powerful and malevolent energy signatures indicate the presence of enemies imbued with dark energy. Vegeta, feeling quite helpless, recognizes this new group. What in the world have those accursed Earthlings been doing all this time? Yet, he finds solace in the fact that he can sense Frisia himself has departed from the village housing the Dragon Balls, heading towards his own base, leaving his subordinates to continue the search. Perhaps this presents an opportunity. Otherwise, once the Ginyu Force arrives, he would have no chance at all. Although the game of hide-and-seek is relatively safe, the sheer multitude of cats sends Vegeta's mind into a frenzy, a scenario he had never dared to contemplate before. Now, he possesses a clear and rational mind. His knowledge of the Ginyu Force is limited, yet this does not diminish their prowess. Rather, it adds to their enigmatic reputation as Frisia's most clandestine squad, reputed to have never failed a mission. Time is of the essence. Unable to wait for the Earthlings to make their move, Vegeta unleashes a tremendous aura as he swiftly approaches the village. However, Dodoria has been waiting for him. Having calculated the likelihood of an opportunistic attack, most likely by Vegeta himself, thanks to his unique battle power scanner. Ah, is that not our Scion Prince in a hurry? Seeking death, are we? Dodoria taunts. Enough with the chatter. Hand over the Dragon Ball. Before Vegeta can respond, a subordinate emerges, clutching a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball. That is mine. In a flash, Vegeta eliminates the soldier and seizes the Dragon Ball, but his moment of triumph is short-lived as he narrowly dodges a surprise attack. To think you could evade that blow. What a pity. Nonetheless, you must relinquish the Dragon Ball and accept your fate, Dodoria remarks, somewhat taken aback. Oh, you underestimate me gravely. My battle on Earth nearly cost me my life, and for our noble scions, every brush with death significantly enhances our strength. Huh. With your meager battle power of less than 20,000, you amuse me. Open your eyes and behold my true power. With that, Vegeta smirks and begins to gather energy. Counting 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 13,000, 14,000. Suddenly, the so-called advanced battle power scanner explodes, revealing that the Scion's strength surpasses Dodoria's expectations. Cold sweat beads on Dodoria's brow. No, this cannot be. Lord Frisia, you have returned. Dodoria stammers, pointing in fear at Vegeta's back. Vegeta swiftly turns around, only to see Dodoria grinning maliciously, gathering energy for an attack. Why do you hesitate? Is this not a prime opportunity for a surprise assault? Vegeta questions, perplexed by Dodoria's sudden change in demeanor. The latter, now brimming with confidence, exclaims, Heh, Vegeta, you are indeed clever. You used some device to obscure your battle power, tricking me into attacking to destroy the Dragon Ball. Unfortunately for you, your plan has backfired. With a cold smile, Vegeta vanishes, rapidly closing the distance to Dodoria, delivering a single punch that leaves him grievously wounded and groaning on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta sends forth an energy wave that disperses, striking down the remaining soldiers. Have you grasped the disparity between us? Now, succumb to your fate, he declares. Dodoria's face is a mask of disbelief. Yet the specter of death looms ever closer, inciting panic. No, do not kill me. If you do, Lord Frisia will avenge me. Please, do not take my life. I possess a great secret regarding Planet Vegeta. Upon hearing the last words, Vegeta halts and disperses the energy wave, intrigued by Dodoria's revelation. Oh, do enlighten me. I am not dead. Speak quickly, Dodoria exclaims. It is said that upon returning from his father, Frisia learned of the legend of the Super Saiyan, though he dismissed it lightly. However, Vegeta's father was aware that the malevolent Frisia would undoubtedly annihilate the Scions and believed that Frisia would ultimately perish at their hands. Consequently, he organized a high-level meeting and directly confronted Frisia, only to be vanquished in an instant. This encounter led Frisia to perceive the Scions as a nuisance, prompting him to obliterate Planet Vegeta. Notably, Goku's father had previously encountered a curse, fortuitously glimpsing the future and realizing Frisia's impending destruction of the Scions. In a frantic rush, he returned to Planet Vegeta, only to find the higher-ups missing, while the lower-ranking individuals refused to believe his warning. Thus, he ventured out alone to confront Frisia. Unbeknownst to him, the Scion elite had already been eradicated. Astonishingly, for reasons unknown, Goku's father did not perish. Instead, he traversed back in time and transformed into a Super Saiyan, ultimately slaying Frisia's ancestor. This act birthed the legendary tale of the Scions. Chapter 128, Collaboration? Upon learning the truth, Vegeta closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. A trace of sorrow flickering at the corners of his eyes, a subtle gesture that did not escape Dodoria's notice, prompting a wicked smile from him. Just as he was about to speak, Dodoria unleashed his most powerful energy wave directed at Vegeta. Boom! A massive surge of energy erupted where Vegeta stood, generating a cloud of dust and obliterating the distant mountains. As the tempest swept through, dispersing the energy smoke, Vegeta's figure was nowhere to be found. Had he succeeded? Dodoria's expression twisted with surprise, fear, and bewilderment. Ha ha ha, he is dead. Ha ha ha, foolish Scion. Just like his father, he naively dared to oppose the great Frisia. How foolish. A chilling realization gripped Dodoria, causing him to freeze. The Dragon Ball. Vegeta possessed the Dragon Ball. Surely it hadn't vanished alongside him. No, Frisia would kill him for this. Panic-stricken, he frantically searched the ruins for the Dragon Ball, hoping to catch a glimpse of it. Are you looking for this? Just as Dodoria searched in desperation, the enormous Dragon Ball suddenly appeared before him. Overjoyed, Dodoria reached out to grasp it, only to have his smile freeze in an instant. That voice. Turning around, he found Vegeta had mysteriously reappeared, standing ominously close. Even more terrifying was the immense energy gathering in Vegeta's hands. Cold sweat poured down Dodoria's face as he collapsed to the ground. How are you still alive? Please, I am of use. I can help you against Frisia. I can be your spy. I still have value. Unfortunately, he was cut short as Vegeta unleashed an energy wave, vaporizing him into cosmic dust. Having slain Dodoria, Vegeta did not lower his guard. Instead, he gazed toward the distant mountains, lifting his proud head. Have you had your fill of the show? Come out. Oh, I've been discovered. As he spoke, Goku emerged, scratching his head sheepishly. So it's you, Kakarot. Just as Vegeta was about to say something, his eyes narrowed fiercely at the figure behind Goku, Lie Chunga. Of course, Tien and Krillin were automatically overlooked. What else is there to say? Yamcha remarked. The Dragon Balls are in his possession, we can simply seize them. He had never witnessed the true prowess of Vegeta, now emboldened by the Elder's awakening of his latent potential. Oh, Isn't this the same useless wretch who couldn't even defeat a mere cultivator? Remarkably, he remains alive, Vegeta scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yamcha, whose embarrassment was palpable. Just as he prepared to launch an attack, he was intercepted by Lie Chunga. Vegeta, let us collaborate. What? Are you jesting? Not only the Earth Warriors, but even Vegeta appeared taken aback. What do you mean? As he spoke, he shifted the Dragon Balls further back. You are well aware of Frieza's formidable strength, and he is also the nemesis of both you and Goku. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How about we join forces? Do you truly believe you can confront Frieza head-on? Such naivety. Just look at these inferior Earthlings. Vegeta held them in contempt. I do not concur, Lee interjected. He has not only slain Piccolo, but do you really think he won't betray us? Kirin emerged, acknowledging the earlier truth that had saddened him regarding Goku. Yet he remained resolute in his distrust of Vegeta, suspecting ulterior motives. If we eliminate him and seize the Dragon Balls, what if he escapes? Tien Jinfan barely had time to utter a word before Vegeta exploded in anger and took flight. No one anticipated the proud Vegeta would flee. Lie Chunga understood that the impact of that earlier punch had likely left a lasting mark on him, prompting such a hasty retreat. It was fortunate. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly exploit the other Earth Warriors to achieve his goals. Kirin, Tien Jinfan, do not pursue him. I actually believe Lee's suggestion of collaboration is a sound approach. Let us not forget, as long as he possesses the Dragon Balls, he cannot escape. We have a radar. Lee, why are you always so cryptic? Can't you share your plans with us? Goku inquired, and the others shared his curiosity, though they refrained from pressing further. Yet, as time passed, some resentment began to brew. I have no grand scheme. I merely observed Vegeta's considerable strength, and to be honest, I was a bit put off by the carnage he wrought while serving Frieza. Therefore, I may have overstepped my bounds. Now that he is aware of the truth and desires the Dragon Balls, I fear Frieza will not let him off easily. Besides, Goku and he may be the last two Saiyans in the universe. Are you truly certain you wish to kill him? Lie Chunga had erred slightly. Vegeta had likely deduced the so-called truth long ago, but he remained paralyzed by fear, a seed planted by Frieza long ago. Simultaneously, he wished to harness Frieza's resources for training, but eventually became ensnared by rage, losing clarity and only seeking self-preservation. Upon hearing Lie Chunga's words, the group held differing views but collectively turned their gazes towards Goku. He nodded gravely. Just as he was about to speak, Kirin pointed into the distance. Look, Vegeta is actually returning. The group stared, astonished, as the rapidly approaching Vegeta drew near. Not merely fleeing, Vegeta was immersed in contemplation. The proud warrior had fled, unable to forgive himself, but after much deliberation, he returned. Vegeta, why have you come back? Humph, spare me the pleasantries. Are we collaborating or fighting? Speak. Vegeta had conquered the fear within him, realizing that the opposing side's ability to locate him so precisely indicated they possessed a method for tracking the Dragon Balls. He could neither forsake them nor stand against Frieza. Lie Chunga's enigmatic nature had led him down a path of no return after eliminating Duodolia. The only glimmer of hope lay in collaboration. However, his thoughts leaned more towards mutual destruction. At that moment, Wukong stepped forward, proposing cooperation. I sense you are not inherently malevolent, and our previous battle remains unresolved. This time, let us both survive and continue where we left off. Hehe. I am indeed far stronger now. After speaking, Wukong cast a glance at Vegeta before turning his attention to Lie Chunga. The onlookers, witnessing Wukong's declaration, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Humph, foolish earthlings, soon you shall witness the true essence of fear, Vegeta remarked, inciting the others to near fury. He feigned ignorance, tossing the Dragon Ball in his hand while crossing his arms and turning his head aside. In truth, Vegeta had no intention of confronting Furusha directly. His collaboration was merely a ruse aimed at acquiring the Dragon Balls and their radar, intending to seize them when they engaged Furusha in battle. After fulfilling his wishes, he would let them crumble into dust. With a sinister grin, he glanced at the Earth Warriors, yet this fleeting expression did not escape Lie Chunga's notice. He merely chose to ignore it and proceeded with his plans. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards the distance, astounded by the rapid approach of 5 formidable energies. This is bad. It's the Ginyu Force. They must have detected our energy, Vegeta exclaimed, cursing himself for his negligence. Yet, no one paid him any heed, waiting silently for their arrival. Indeed, before Lie Chunga could finish his sentence, a boisterous voice resonated from afar. Greetings, Vegeta. Are you holding a meeting? As the dust settled, a jesting tone emerged from within. The adversary waved his hands, dispersing the debris as if parting the clouds. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, and his body trembled slightly. Had everyone not remained, he might have fled. Damn it, they arrived so swiftly. Vegeta gritted his teeth, revealing that the figures before him were members of the Ginyu Force, with their captain, Ginyu, standing prominently at the forefront. Vegeta's revelation shattered the awe of Kulin and the others, who marveled at how quickly they had arrived. Ginyu, the imposing captain, was tall and robust, yet devoid of hair, with veins protruding like worms. Strangely, two sharp horns jutted from his head, appearing as if they had been forged into his skull. Flanking him were two shorter figures. The one on the left emanated a weak energy, resembling a four-eyed frog standing upright, while the one on the right, of normal stature, sported white hair and red skin, exuding an air of arrogance. At the rear stood two towering extraterrestrial beings. The one on the left appeared rather ordinary, akin to a large man from Earth with a long face and red hair. The one on the right was the tallest, nearly 3 meters, with a bizarre turtle-like head. "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. Ginyu," the captain said in surprise, for he understood Vegeta's prideful demeanor. He cast a knowing smile at Kulin, who held the Dragon Balls, and exchanged a glance with his teammates. Suddenly, the seemingly ordinary giant moved, startling Vegeta and Kulin. However, the ensuing actions left them utterly bewildered. The figure struck a welcoming pose to the left and shouted Raikum, while the turtle-headed one gestured to the right with Bada. The individual with white hair and red skin knelt partially, adopting a stance reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings, proclaiming GIs. The toad-like figure also assumed a similar crane-like posture, introducing himself as Goldo. Captain Ginyu knelt, pointing downwards with both hands in opposite directions, announcing the grand entrance of the Ginyu Force. Upon hearing the collective battle cry, the Earth Warriors and Vegeta stood frozen in a moment of awkwardness. The Ginyu Force, unperturbed, seemed quite pleased with their display. Ginyu stroked his chin, muttering, "That must be the Dragon Ball. I never expected to find both the traitor and the Dragon Ball upon my arrival. Lord Frieza will surely be delighted." "We will not hand over the Dragon Ball to you," Kuririn stammered, concealing the Dragon Ball behind him. The tremor in his voice betrayed his fear, as he sensed the overwhelming malevolence emanating from his adversaries. Suddenly, Ginyu Captain flashed a sinister smile, causing Lie Chunga to feel a familiar yet alien power manifest nearby. When he regained his composure, he discovered that their Dragon Ball had inexplicably found its way into the hands of the four-eyed toad. Vegeta's pupils dilated in surprise, causing him to take a step back. So, the legends were indeed true, he realized. The others were equally perplexed as to how the Dragon Ball had come to be in the possession of that diminutive figure, their confusion deepening as they observed Vegeta's reaction. Time. He could control time itself. The realization that time had been paused left everyone in stunned silence. Was he not invincible? Fear began to spread among them. "Oh, it has been ages since I last moved. Stuck on that spaceship, I could die of boredom. Now that we have the Dragon Ball, let us enjoy ourselves," Ginyu declared, stretching his limbs before continuing. "These insects are remarkably weak. Only Vegeta is somewhat formidable, so I'll take him. You may distribute the rest among yourselves." "Ah, Captain, I object. You're always the one to take the spotlight." The teammates protested, reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. "Enough. The mission is paramount," Ginyu admonished, his dissatisfaction evident as he observed his teammates chattering incessantly. Collecting a single Dragon Ball was proving difficult when someone interrupted. "Excuse me. I happen to know the whereabouts of the other 4 Dragon Balls." Lie Chunga stepped forward with a faint smile. "Oh, speak, and I might spare your life," Ginyu responded, intrigued by Lie Chunga, whose combat power was below 1. It was puzzling how he had managed to kill so many despite his seemingly low strength. As Lee heard Goku's name mentioned, he was about to speak, but the smile from Lie Chunga left him with a myriad of questions. "Thank you, but I do not seek that request. I merely hope that we can engage in one-on-one combat. By arranging it this way, there would be no need for quarrels, and you could ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Why not? Haha, how amusing. What do you think, Vegeta?" Ginyu turned to Vegeta with a grin, for in his eyes, Vegeta was their leader. Vegeta gazed meaningfully at the smiling Lie Chunga and then nodded. "Haha, Vegeta, you have truly fallen, associating with these foolish ants." Goldo, the four-eyed toad, jeered loudly, inciting Vegeta's ire, nearly provoking him into action. However, reason prevailed, and he refrained. "Do not be angry. Let us discuss who shall go first." Lie Chunga pulled Vegeta aside to convene with the others. What is there to discuss? We can simply appoint who shall go first, chuckled Jis, with his white hair and red skin. Indeed, let us choose, the other teammates concurred. Oh, but you won't deny us the opportunity to strategize, will you? Surely, you are not afraid? Lie Chunga's words prompted Jis to retort, but Jinyu intervened. Let them deliberate, they cannot escape, and further discussion would only waste time. Are we truly going to engage in one-on-one combat? I fear we might not be their match. Tianjin Fan said with a grave expression. Yes, their energy is far too formidable, Kirin agreed. I think it could be exciting. I truly wish to test myself against such a powerful adversary, exclaimed Goku with enthusiasm. Such ignorance. After all the time we've bought, we would be better off fleeing. Perhaps there is still a chance, Vegeta scoffed, doubting their ability to prevail. I concur, but with their speed, can we even escape? Yamcha expressed his uncertainty, while Vegeta wore a cold smile. Gohan, what do you think? Lie Chunga's sudden inquiry startled Gohan, who subsequently shook his head. I believe escaping is not a viable option. We likely cannot flee. However, if Uncle suggests it, there must be a plan, Gohan replied. Lie Chunga raised an eyebrow, observing everyone as they turned their gaze towards him. He smiled but said nothing, leaving the crowd speechless. Yet, we need not concede defeat. Trust me, Goku exclaimed. Indeed, Vegeta, do you not yearn for battle? However, before Vegeta could respond, he was interrupted by the opposing side. Have you finalized your discussion? How long do you intend to delay? All right, Lie Chunga replied, turning to the others. Listen to my commands, you can trust me. He then stepped forward, disregarding the group, and proclaimed. Who shall be the first to step up? Chapter 130. One-on-one. The members of the Jinyu force nodded, adhering to tradition as they began a game of rock, paper, scissors. To them, it was merely a game. Haha, I won. Damn, I should have chosen scissors. Alas, so did I, the group lamented, with only Jis stepping forward, grinning at Vegeta. As the victor, he possessed the right to choose his opponent. Perhaps the mightiest Vegeta would provide him with some amusement. Yet, just as he was about to voice his intention, he sensed a chilling aura behind him, as if a terrifying monster had fixed its gaze upon him. Jinyu, the captain. For Vegeta was indeed the captain. Damn it. His gaze shifted away as he surveyed the others, momentarily bypassing the bald little man, Lie Chunga, and the child. Ultimately, he lingered for quite some time on Tianjin Fan and Goku, finally settling on Tianjin Fan. This fellow, with his robust physique, was undoubtedly among the strongest of their group. What truly irked him was Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes, reminiscent of a certain race that displeased him. You, he sneered, targeting Tianjin Fan. The crimson-skinned one. I shall make you regret your choice. Tianjin Fan discarded his clothing, revealing his muscular torso. It appeared that he had a penchant for shedding garments whenever a fight ensued. Oh, is that so? Let me first ascertain your combat power, he retorted. Upon activating the combat power scanner, the final reading displayed before him was utterly incredulous, not high, but shockingly low. An ant is still an ant, no matter how arrogant, he mused disdainfully. Realizing he was underestimated, Tianjin Fan smirked and remarked, oh really? Then open your eyes and take a good look. Suddenly, he unleashed a formidable aura, catching Jisoo off guard. He had not anticipated that this individual belonged to a race capable of concealing their true combat strength. 385063241234. Impressive. The ant has finally grown strong. Jisoo regained his composure. This level of power fell within the realm of his acceptance. Even a slightly greater magnitude would not pose a concern. Tianjin Fan, astonished, observed as he unleashed his full potential for the first time, realizing just how formidable he had become. However, he knew not to be careless. Oh, now that I am powered up, prepare to meet your demise. Jisoo, unwilling to underestimate him again, launched a swift attack. In a flash, Tianjin Fan's third eye flickered. To the left, a crimson figure materialized, yet Tianjin Fan's attack met only air. Huh, missed, Jisoo taunted, then launched a bloodthirsty strike aimed at Tianjin Fan's head. Is that so? For demon fists. Tianjin Fan exclaimed as 2 additional arms sprang forth from his shoulders, blocking Jisoo's assault. In the moment, Jisoo was momentarily stunned. Tianjin Fan counterattacked, forcing Jisoo to retreat. How could he have 4 arms? Jisoo exclaimed in disbelief. Huh, Jisoo, can you keep up? If not, let me take over. Gerudo laughed, while other team members joined in the mockery. This time, I shall not be careless. Prepare to witness my true strength, Jisoo declared, unleashing a terrifying aura that caused concern among the onlookers for Tianjin Fan. Do you think I have held back? After the Scion invasion of Earth, I realized how limited my perspective was. Since then, I have doubled my efforts. Thankfully, Lie Chunga has guided me, and with the Elder-S assistance in unlocking my potential, I now possess the ability to fight. Perhaps in terms of bloodline talent, he could not compare to the Scions, but when it came to combat prowess, he feared no one. One must understand the hardships he endured under Master Roshi's training, using herbs to enhance his potential. Now, his combat power had increased several-fold compared to his past self, and he felt as though he had broken through to a level that astonished even him. Demise was equally astonished. His opponent had retained his strength. With a cold sneer, he felt it was time to end the game. The figure vanished once more, and Tian's three eyes moved simultaneously, barely able to perceive the formidable adversary before him. A sense of joy welled up within him. He managed to defend against the attacks with his back, yet the opponent's speed was overwhelming, leaving Tian unable to counter effectively. Gradually, his defenses began to crumble. What happened to your arrogance? Demise mocked as he landed a kick on Tian, who was increasingly battered. With a chilling smile, Demise observed Tian being sent flying and gathered energy with malevolent intent. Die, he declared, unleashing countless spherical energy blasts towards Tian. The Earth Warriors felt a pang of sympathy, wanting to intervene, but were halted by Lie Chunga. Do not interfere. This is Tian's battle, and he has not yet been defeated, Goku said calmly, knowing the situation better than anyone. Stop deceiving yourself. Gee's words were interrupted when, from the explosion's aftermath, a figure emerged, Tian, miraculously alive. Though his face bore numerous injuries, he stood resolute. Yet, to Gee's astonishment, before he could finish his thoughts, another figure leapt forth, followed by two more identical figures, totaling 4. How impressive, exclaimed Keelan. However, Tian's energy seems to have diminished significantly. Gohan initially felt awe but quickly discerned the weakness. Lie Chunga glanced back at Gohan, nodding in satisfaction. Demon arts. Deimise's confidence faltered, but the next moment, he launched a direct assault. One is dead, for shall also meet their doom. Tian remained silent, weakened. He struggled to track Gee's movements. Despite splitting himself into 4, each clone possessed merely a quarter of his original strength. The 4 figures exchanged nods, dividing into 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. The 4 simultaneously unleashed a surge of energy, startling Demise, who found himself at a loss. In his eyes, Tian had vanished, and only with Tian's roar did he perceive what was invisible to others. The energy emanating from the eastern Tian materialized into a tangible azure dragon above him, emitting a terrifying aura that roared in his face. The other directions mirrored this. The west bore a tiger, the south a flaming bird, and the north a hefty tortoise. Demise felt an involuntary surge of fear, but the malice within them had already warped their minds. They regarded fear as shameful. Demise descended into madness, his eyes turning blood red. Illusions. They are mere illusions, he screamed, gathering his most potent energy to attack the tiger that loomed ominously. He bombarded the other directions relentlessly. To the onlookers, Demise appeared to be in a fit of insanity, wildly swinging with no energy waves manifesting, a most peculiar sight. Certainly, Tianjin Fan was in a dire situation, as if under siege, with blood continuously trickling from the corners of his mouth. The 4 manifestations of Tianjin Fan simultaneously shouted and moved their bodies towards Jis, their energy beginning to coalesce above him. When they were merely 100 meters away from Jis, they came to a halt. The gathering energy in the sky instilled a sense of dread even within the formidable Jinyu. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the Tianjin fans from the southeast, north, and south suddenly erupted. Chapter 131, The Formation. It appears that the separation of self into multiple forms is indeed a formidable tactic. The 4 demon fists can unite as one while simultaneously existing as 4, sharing a singular consciousness. However, they are not corporeal beings, and thus cannot bear an excessive amount of the world's energy. Fortunately, Tianjin Fan's mastery of Qi had allowed it to replace many physical limitations, enabling him to execute the formation just barely. The formation is one of the benefits acquired from the celestial tome of the world. Yet, even Lie Chunga was taken aback by the immense power of what seemed to be a simple formation. Initially, it confused Jis and ensnared him. However, his relentless struggles caused Tianjin Fan to exert himself to the point of exhaustion, ultimately leading to the dissolution of his manifestations. Nonetheless, being a genius, Tianjin Fan was acutely aware of the impending outcome. As the primary architect of the formation, he concentrated all his energy at the moment it teetered on the brink of collapse. Was he truly willing to perish alongside it? At that moment, Tianjin Fan knelt upon the ground, observing the energy in the sky coalesce further. However, as his manifestations could no longer endure and shattered, he was struck by a tremendous backlash, causing him to cough up blood and sustain grievous injuries. He slowly sank to the ground, appearing deeply unwilling to accept his fate, so close, yet so far. On the other side, JIS felt a wave of disorientation. The monstrous adversaries had all vanished. Yet, before he could revel in his fortune, he sensed an oppressive force bearing down upon him from above. Upon looking up, he was momentarily paralyzed in fear as he beheld an energy vortex forming in the sky, with himself positioned directly beneath it. What am I doing? He thought, jolted back to reality by the voice of his captain. I must escape. Ignoring the derision of his teammates, he realized that those who had not faced the specter of fear and death could not comprehend its insignificance in the face of pride. Suddenly, he caught sight of the bald man, having vacated the eye of the vortex, who was desperately spitting blood. Lie Chunga and I watched in silence, as the others clenched their fists, unable to voice their thoughts. We must go rescue him, Yamucha exclaimed. We cannot intervene. Even if he perishes, this is his battle. Future conflicts will be far more intense, and we cannot falter. Only annihilation awaits if we do, Lie Chunga asserted sternly, though he too felt an ache in his heart. However, he had persevered through hardships since over a decade ago, knowing that immense horrors loomed ahead, compelling himself to press on. Humph, he remarked, though JIS is formidable, he remains merely a pawn. Vegeta's voice held a subdued gravitas. His words rendered the Earth warriors speechless. However, Lie Chunga found it peculiar that Wukong had remained silent, merely observing his son without uttering a word. This was unusual. Just as his confusion deepened, the scene shifted once more. JIS approached Tianjin Fan, revealing a cruel smile. Remarkable. You've managed to put me in quite a predicament. Now, let me contemplate how to eliminate you, he taunted, as he brutally stomped on Tianjin Fan's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. Yet he endured it with clenched fists, his three eyes fixed intently on JIS. Oh, what restraint you have. By the way, take a glance at your teammates. You should blame them for their ignorance and cowardice. They dare not even come to your aid. JIS provocatively glanced at the Earth warriors, inciting their fury as they clenched their fists, yearning to take the field themselves. How utterly dull. What a bunch of cowards, JIS sneered. Then turned to observe the dissipating energy vortex, smirking wickedly. Though I cannot fathom how you managed this, it appears you shall bear the brunt of your own attack. Farewell. With that, JIS halted his assault, wiping his face and examining the bloodied phlegm on his hand, which sent him into a rage. Huh. Thank you for all the chatter. The one who shall perish is you. Tianjin Fan, amidst a cold smirk, coughed up blood. At that moment, JIS noticed that Tianjin Fan had somehow managed to raise his battered hands into a perfect cross shape aimed at him. With a roar, Tianjin Fan unleashed a powerful energy wave, striking JIS, who was momentarily stunned by the unexpected attack. Boom. Weavy won. Kuririn embraced Gohan, elated. Fool. Their energy still lingers. Vegeta interjected. Indeed, as Vegeta spoke, a figure emerged from the smoke and dust. It was JIS. In that critical moment, he had barely managed to defend himself, but he was left in a pitiful state, covered in wounds, half of his white hair gone. Damn it. I survived Tianjin Fan's energy wave, and yet I'm still alive. He spat. Though severely injured, Tianjin Fan unleashed another energy wave. It seemed Kuririn's hopes were dimming, and at that moment, even Lie Chunga felt certain of defeat. No. I believe in Tianjin Fan. He still has a trick up his sleeve, Wukong suddenly uttered, breaking his silence. Lie Chunga turned to observe Wukong, who, with a serious demeanor, looked undeniably impressive. Before Vegeta could retort, the battle shifted again. Damn it, madman. JIS knelt, gritting his teeth in disbelief that the injured Tianjin Fan could muster such a powerful strike. Suddenly, from the dissipating smoke, a figure emerged. Tianjin Fan had launched himself at JIS. He soared through the air with astonishing speed, but one of his hands flailed like a rag in the wind, blood continuously oozing from his mouth, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Tien was struck once more, heavily impacted by Goku. Yet Tien did not slow down. Instead, he propelled himself upwards with even greater velocity. Tien bellowed, exerting all his strength to mitigate Goku's relentless assault, when suddenly he recalled the energy vortex behind him. Damn, this fiend intends to perish alongside me. Tien also sensed that his adversary had grasped the dire situation, with one hand clutching Goku. Tien shouted desperately once again. But the gradually recovering Goku broke free, delivering a kick that sent Tien flying. However, from the corner of his eye, Tien caught sight of Goku smiling. Why? He raised his head, realizing that the energy vortex had nearly vanished, and he was positioned just beneath it, about to fall. Tien extended his only functioning hand, aligning his index and middle fingers upwards. As he moved, the energy in the sky flickered and plummeted violently, forming a colossal energy column that erupted in an explosion in less than a second. Goku was instantly vaporized, yet the immense shockwave propelled Tien far from the scene. The Earth Warriors rushed over, only to witness an unforgettable sight. Tien, with his 3 eyes already clouded, struggled to stand. Get the Senza beans. Lie Chunga swiftly dashed over, producing a Senza bean and placing it in Tien's mouth, while one hand assisted him in swallowing it, the other emanating a faint green glow. The Earth Warriors and Vegeta exchanged complex glances at Tien, realizing he had triumphed. Yet, their next adversary would prove to be even more formidable. Chapter 132, Vegeta takes the field. In stark contrast to the Earth Warriors' sorrow and anger, the Ginyu Force observed the grim expressions of their opponents with a contemplative demeanor. That fool Goku. Captain, it seems our strategy must be revised, lamented Guldo, his face betraying unease while maintaining a stoic facade. Indeed. But he was unfortunate to encounter a race that conceals their battle power and can unleash such formidable techniques, added Berta, his expression darkening. Oh, are you frightened? Quipped Guldo, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Who is afraid? They merely got lucky. Next time, let me have a go, and I shall eradicate them all. Guldo's dissatisfaction was palpable as he muttered under his breath, we are the strongest team aside from Lord Frieza. Goku's foolishness in choosing such a reckless opponent offered them some solace, for such overwhelming techniques were unpredictable and could not be consistently replicated. The trio glanced at their captain, only to find Ginyu staring oddly at the Earth Warriors. They turned to witness a shocking scene. The gravely injured Tien appeared unscathed, casually greeting his comrades as he ambled over. Hey, don't just stand there in shock. Who's next? Lie Chunga smiled, clearly pleased with the outcome. Suddenly, Ginyu burst into laughter, his eyes narrowing into slits as he fixed his gaze upon Lie Chunga, seemingly intent on unraveling his very essence. Raikum, it's your turn, he commanded. Raikum, upon hearing this, bounced over like an exuberant young girl, striking a pose on one leg while extending the other parallel to the ground, and shouted, Raikum. However, upon reflection, he realized something was amiss and turned to address Captain Ginyu. Since GYS is dead, shouldn't our stance change? Indeed, that's a conundrum. The previous posture took me half a month to perfect, Captain Ginyu mused, engaging in discussion with the 2 individuals beside him. This band of wretches, with a comrade just perished, was preoccupied with such trivialities. Hyolin gritted his teeth in disbelief. How ironic that they deemed themselves the universe's foremost fighting squad despite being failures. He remembered how he had once treated his own comrades in a similar manner, a flicker of regret surfacing within Vegeta, only to be swiftly cast aside. Lie Chunga observed Vegeta's remarkable transformation with intrigue. It was not merely the shift in his malevolence, likely influenced by the psychological torment of Frieza, but also the inherent stubbornness to acknowledge formidable adversaries, as evidenced by the present company. Strangely, while Ginyu exuded an unnameable wickedness, he possessed the least malevolent aura among them. After a brief discussion, Ginyu recollected that it was time for Raikum to face their opponent, and he energetically returned, this time striking a bodybuilder's pose. Vegeta, it's you, he declared. Vegeta's expression darkened. The inevitable challenge had come. He strode forward with pride, convinced that if he could triumph over Earth's minions, he could certainly prevail here. Humph, do not underestimate me, he warned, contemplating his strategy. The only path to victory lay in mounting an unexpected assault, akin to how GYS had been defeated moments ago. Wait a moment, interjected Lie Chunga, as the tension between the 2 parties dissipated, his gaze fixed peculiarly on the speaker. I notice we have more fighters than you. In a one-on-one, it seems like this battle could drag on indefinitely. Why not add another combatant to our side? However, as soon as Lie Chunga finished speaking, Vegeta seemed deeply offended, instantly retorting, no need. I can handle this alone. I do not require assistance. Raikum felt indifferent, but it was certainly preferable to add a touch of playfulness. All right, Gohan, step forth, he called. Master, Vegeta, have you triumphed? I will not be defeated, Vegeta retorted, visibly irked by the underestimation. As the Prince of the Scions, he required assistance from this half-breed scion. With a sudden surge, Vegeta unleashed an overwhelming aura, his power nearing 30,000, and then vanished, launching a rapid assault on Wukong. The latter was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even the familiar Vegeta could conceal his combat prowess, and the rate of increase was astonishing. Before he could contemplate further, a punch sent him soaring into the sky. Vegeta swiftly followed, clenching his fists and delivering a heavy blow to Wukong's head, witnessing the latter's teeth scatter in the process. However, he couldn't afford to be complacent and pressed on, exerting his utmost strength. Wukong retaliated, kicking away the energy blasts aimed at him, and gathering all his energy for a decisive strike. Die! He bellowed, unleashing a colossal energy wave that obliterated a vast expanse of land. Gazing at his achievement, Vegeta felt an urge to laugh. He had won. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze as a figure emerged from the dust, resembling a woman flaunting her physique. Wukong slowly lifted his head, noticing Vegeta's incredulous expression, and smiled with satisfaction, revealing his chipped teeth and tattered clothing, testament to having endured Vegeta's attack. Seasoned by countless battles, Vegeta brushed off any lingering apprehension and launched another punch at Wukong, only to fail to notice the latter's grin. Wukong seized Vegeta, laughing heartily before slamming him to the ground. Vegeta gritted his teeth and retaliated, crashing his head into Wukong, who grimaced but grasped Vegeta tightly once more. Wukong was immensely solid, towering at 3 meters, while Vegeta appeared almost half his height. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Vegeta attempted to break free. But Wukong slammed him back down, following up with a kick that sent him hurtling through the air. Then, with a wide-open mouth, Wukong summoned a powerful energy attack. Fortunately, this wave was not as massive, and Vegeta managed to evade it by flipping aside just in time. The ensuing explosion flattened a nearby mountain, the shockwave blowing his hair askew. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta had initially perceived his opponent as formidable, but the reality of Wukong's strength rendered his attacks futile. He was left pondering how that Earthling had managed to triumph. Meanwhile, Lie Chunga observed from the sidelines. Shaking his head, having infiltrated for so long at Fort Lisha, he found it astonishing that they remained unaware that turtle-headed fighter was renowned for his speed. Dubbed the fastest in the universe, while Wukong excelled in sheer muscle, strength, and defense, reminiscent of the former Nappa. Their greatest fear lay in a direct confrontation, akin to a tank. Their chances of victory rested on evasion, for although Wukong's long-range attacks were formidable, his attack speed and agility were lacking. The deceased Jisoo was among them the most cowardly and the most average. One cannot help but notice that each time he appears, he carries luggage and instruments. A burden he bears, excluding the exception of Guldo. In Chapter 133, titled Temporal and Spatial Abilities, the battle unfolding is exceedingly intense. Vegeta, deserving of the title Vegeta Black, makes a striking entrance. However, within mere seconds, he is utterly overwhelmed by Wukong. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta is sent flying by a single punch. Struggling to catch his breath after being kicked into the water, he stealthily crawls ashore only to find Wukong awaiting him. Wukong, the mocking tone ignites Vegeta's fury. How could he possibly be defeated by such a fool? Die? With a tremor of his hand, he gathers energy and strikes the ground, unleashing an energy sphere that erupts from beneath Wukong's feet, landing a blow on his chin, causing him to stagger and revealing a flying tooth. Perish, you wretched creature. Seizing the moment of surprise, Vegeta unleashes all his power in a fist strike. Wukong, with a sneer, remains unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping and countering with an elbow strike that crashes down upon Vegeta. Alarmed, Vegeta narrowly evades the attack. The earth trembles under Wukong's assault, and after several rolls, Vegeta finally regains his footing, panting heavily as he gazes at Wukong, feeling utterly helpless. This vile opponent possesses immense strength and a despicable demeanor, leaving him bitterly frustrated. Alas, his attacks yield no effect, and his stamina wanes, leaving hope for victory dim. Wukong dusts himself off and rises slowly, wearing a smug expression, turning his back on Vegeta while mockingly encouraging him to reveal his remaining techniques. Wukong is invincible. With that, he strikes a pose as if preparing for flight. Vegeta clenches his fists, wiping the blood from his lips, his face etched with rage. You want attack? Then I shall. Wukong grins and unleashes a powerful energy attack. It comes at lightning speed. Vegeta barely dodges a heavy punch, but Wukong opens his mouth wide, gathering an immense amount of energy. Vegeta, fatigued, finds it impossible to escape. Just as disaster looms, a figure swoops in, cradling Vegeta and evading the energy blast. The ground quakes once more. It's Gohan. Unfortunately, Vegeta is ungrateful, shoving Gohan away. Raikum, undeterred, pursues and lands another punch, sending Vegeta crashing through mountains until he is embedded in stone, blood pouring from his 7 orifices, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Uncle Vegeta. Gohan immediately rushes to his side, but Raikum merely chuckles foolishly, exchanging knowing glances with Captain Ginyu, who signals Guldo. Guldo comprehends the cue. Gohan, with his innate kindness, retrieves a Senza bean from his pocket, ready to administer it to the nearly lifeless Vegeta. However, just as the bean approaches Vegeta's lips, Gohan discovers it has vanished. In his innocence, Gohan believes it has fallen and frantically searches the ground. Lie Chunga sighs, noting Gohan's excessive kindness. Due to his interference, the group's disdain for Vegeta is not as pronounced. Captain Ginyu, observe carefully as Guldo gingerly presents the mystical beans to him. Ginyu inspects the beans under the sunlight, yet fails to discern their essence. After a moment of contemplation, he consumes one, only to be met with disappointment. It bore no flavor, merely a sensation of bodily refreshment, devoid of any profound impact. He glances at his limbs, then shifts his gaze toward Vegeta, where Lie Chunga appears beside him, offering a bean. Could it be a deception? Or perhaps it is only effective when one is gravely injured. Once more, Ginyu looks at Guldo, who nods in affirmation, prompting him to soar through the air. As Guldo approaches Lie Chunga, he takes a deep breath, preparing to hold it. In that instant, everything around him seems to freeze, as if time itself has come to a standstill. Even the stones suspended in the air hang motionless. The world before him dims, shrouded in an imperceptible veil. He is accustomed to this rapid movement, yet as he draws near, he is astonished to witness Vegeta already restored to vitality, a sight that defies belief. Given that the bean had not yet been administered, this fleeting confusion disrupts his breath, inducing a sensation of suffocation. His time for holding his breath is running short. Suddenly, he notices a bag at Lie Chunga's waist, its opening brimming with beans. Overwhelmed with joy, he instinctively exhales, and the world regains its vibrant hues. People begin to move once more. Abruptly, the atmosphere turns awkward as the Earthlings stare in disbelief at the suddenly materialized Guldo before launching their attacks. Guldo, terrified, holds his breath again, and the world pauses anew. He gazes at the minuscule fists directed toward him, drenched in cold sweat. Just as he contemplates fleeing, he perceives Gohan, emboldened by fear, raising his hand. In that moment, it feels as though a hand emerges from the void, clutching his throat. With a swift pull, the suspended world shatters like fragile glass, returning to normalcy. Lie Chunga, with a mocking smile, holds Guldo aloft. This individual had repeatedly attempted to wield his temporal abilities in close proximity. Did he truly believe that Lie Chunga was oblivious to the manipulation of time? In previous encounters, he had been inattentive and wished to observe further, but now, as Guldo dared to act against Gohan, he found it imperative to intervene. Strictly speaking, this individual was not genuinely pausing time. He was not utilizing temporal powers. Rather, he had entered an alternate realm where time flowed at a languid pace, creating the illusion of stasis. Thus, when he attempted to manipulate this temporal space, it was precisely when openings emerged. Moreover, employing this skill was immensely draining, which explained the individual's current frailty. To put it in gaming terms, he had allocated all his abilities to this singular skill. This also elucidated why he occupied a subordinate position within the Ginyu Force. Otherwise, if he could wield such power, he could effortlessly eliminate foes within the paused time. To put it bluntly, Ginyu, not even fearing the likes of Berta, could easily dispatch him. Why then, would he choose to serve as someone else's subordinate? Damn it! Let go of me, you bastard! Gerudo exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, yet the pain in his neck filled him with dread. The others, having missed their attacks, were astonished to find Lie Chunga had somehow seized control of the adversary. Had time just paused? How did you accomplish that? And my stamina has returned. Vegeta was awestruck, filled with both admiration and apprehension towards Lie Chunga. This feeling was swiftly suppressed as he muttered with pride, as the Prince of the Saiyans, I shall undoubtedly become the strongest man in the universe. Unfortunately, his declaration went unnoticed, as everyone else gazed at Gerudo as if he were a mere exhibit. You all infuriate me. You deserve to perish. Behold my ultimate technique, the binding technique. Gerudo, aware of the ridicule from those around him, unleashed his signature move, waving his hands to create an unusual wave of energy that enveloped everyone. Suddenly, the Earth warriors found themselves immobilized, unable even to blink. Gerudo, laboriously descending from Lie Chunga's grasp, clutched his neck and gasped for breath, then fixed his gaze on Lie Chunga, saying, "Though I do not comprehend how you shattered my time and space, you have undeniably captured my attention. Heh, I will make you wish for survival, but deny you death." Such a verbose fool, a mere insignificant character, were the last words Gerudo heard as he beheld his headless body crumple to the ground, the world spinning around him, pain surging through him. How could this be? Unfortunately, before he could finish, consciousness fled him. The others immediately regained their mobility, casting bewildered glances at Lie Chunga, who had vanished in less than a second after executing a gripping motion. The secret technique, the golden cicada's shedding of its shell, perhaps due to his experience within the time tunnel, afforded him a natural aptitude for such esoteric arts. He quickly discerned the flaws in Gerudo's technique. As for the binding technique, it was indeed formidable. It operated inversely, ensnaring the body within spatial constraints at the slightest lapse in vigilance. Those unversed in spatial arts could only await their demise. Naturally, this technique had its limitations. With awareness, evading the spatial waves proved to be manageable. And Gerudo could only employ this skill once every day, or even several days. "Bravo!" Jinyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. "How impressive! It appears you are the strongest among your group. I must admit, I underestimated you." Jinyu showed no concern for his comrades' deaths. Rather, he gazed at Lie Chunga with keen interest. "Join my side, and as long as you reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, I can intercede with Lord Frisia and plead for your life." "Spare me? Perhaps that is a tempting proposition," Lie Chunga replied with a hint of amusement. "However, I have no inclination to serve as a lapdog. Instead, you would be wise to abandon this planet, and we shall let bygones be bygones." Lie Chunga's unwavering gaze met Jinyu's, a stark confrontation igniting between them. Chapter 134. Mysterious Movements. Mystery was the epithet bestowed upon Lie Chunga by Goku. From the moment he became aware of this individual, it was as though Lie Chunga possessed foresight beyond comprehension. Not only that, but he also wielded numerous peculiar abilities that commanded immense respect even from Master Roshi and the Supreme Kai. Faced with unprecedented challenges, the typically optimistic and naive Goku found himself deep in thought. After all, this time not only his friends, but even his son had come here to partake in a perilous battle, compelling him to reflect deeply. Goku, who had not witnessed the demise of all his friends, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and thus agreed to journey to Namek. However, he had encountered the formidable Elder and the terrifying Jinyu force, as well as the malevolent Frisia. Contemplating what Lie Chunga intended to do, he suddenly realized that hesitation was not an option. Defeating the adversary was paramount, especially since he believed that Lie Chunga would not endanger them. No one was aware of the transformation Goku underwent. It was a culmination of his continuous strength enhancement combined with the Elder's potential awakening, resulting in an unprecedented surge in his bloodline. The pride and selfishness inherent in Saiyan nature began to clash with his rationality. Most critically, unlike in the original tale, Goku had not only witnessed the near-total demise of his friends, but also saw his son gravely injured and on the brink of death upon his arrival, burdened by the desire to resurrect his allies. Now, free from concerns, he focused solely on the battle and swiftly sought to understand the essence of Lie Chunga. As for strategy, he set aside any elaborate plans. He was driven by instinct. Thus, in this standoff, Goku, who had long remained silent and restrained, became the first to strike, launching a direct attack on Captain Jinyu. "Leave this opponent to me," he declared. Goku's rapid punch astonished everyone, as it sent Jinyu flying, obliterating countless mountains in the process. Lie Chunga was also taken aback. Unlike others, he had witnessed what seemed to be a roaring gorilla behind Goku, which vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the other teammates were caught off guard by Goku's unexpected ferocity. Goku was renowned for his ability to match anyone in combat, as he had once been a natural martial artist with a gentle disposition, preferring to engage in battles on equal footing to transcend his limits. Vegeta, however, was astonished by Goku's rapid growth. In that fleeting moment, he recalled the legend of the Super Saiyan. Frisia's side, including Frisia himself, was equally astonished, as their combat devices indicated Goku's power level had reached an astounding 10,000,000. "Am I hallucinating?" remarked Riku, his voice slightly strained yet not diminishing his astonishment. Barda remained silent until Riku nudged him, prompting both to leap back, distancing themselves from Goku. Goku, meanwhile, regarded himself with incredulity, yet within mere seconds, he let out a mighty roar. stabilizing his aura and casting a confident glance at the two. Sensing something amiss, Goku turned and sheepishly remarked, "Apologies, I unintentionally struck a bit harder than intended." The group collectively sighed in relief. Goku was still the same Goku. "Riku, what does your device read for power levels?" "Mine only shows 5,000, he inquired. "Mine too. Just now. It must be an illusion, or perhaps he unleashed some hidden technique like the previous three-eyed ones," Riku speculated, unaware that Captain Ginyu had also inadvertently fallen victim to the attack. "Captain?" Suddenly, the two individuals recalled that Captain Ginyu was still at a distance. Abruptly, they sensed a formidable energy erupting nearby, which belonged to none other than Captain Ginyu himself, who flew back, clutching the wound on his chest. "Huh, I truly underestimated you. You all belong to a race capable of concealing their combat power. How delightful." Ginyu laughed heartily, even as blood trickled from his mouth. His gaze flitted towards Lie Chunga's waist before his laughter ceased, replaced by a mischievous grin as he addressed Goku. "Could you reveal to me the extent of your strength? I believe it surpasses the numbers I perceive." As he spoke, Ginyu pointed at the battle power scouter. "Oh, you wish to know how strong I am? Hee. I too am curious," Goku replied, effortlessly swatting aside the energy sphere Ginyu had hurled at him. Goku then flew forward to engage, but his speed had noticeably diminished compared to before. Ginyu, too, laughed heartily as they began to test each other's prowess. Watching the figures darting through the sky, someone could no longer remain idle. "Hey, even as they fight, we cannot afford to be idle, can we?" Lie Chunga was first astonished that Goku adapted so swiftly to his surging power. Recognizing that Ginyu would likely be unable to contend with Goku, he thought it best to resolve the battle swiftly. "Very well. Rikumu will dispose of you all in one breath," the arrogant Tianjin fan declared as he stepped forward. His previously unleashed power had astonished everyone, including himself, for he had not anticipated the formidable strength of the formation, so potent that it was beyond his control. Winning had been sheer luck. "Wait, he is my Vegeta. None of you are permitted to interfere." Vegeta emerged, unwilling to allow Goku to steal all the glory. Moreover, every time the Saiyans endured severe injuries and recovered, their strength surged immensely. He even suspected that Goku's might stemmed from this very method. His thoughts drifted to the sins of beans he had consumed, which restored not just stamina, but healed all injuries. Glancing at Lie Chunga, he pondered the mystery surrounding this enigmatic figure. "Hey, Vegeta, is the beating you just received not enough?" Berta chuckled. Suddenly, an energy sphere shot towards him, causing him to retract his head in fear. Curiously, it truly vanished into his torso, thus saving his life. At that moment, the onlookers beheld a peculiar scene in the sky. Ginyu was laughing while executing ineffective attacks with energy spheres. Yet, Goku's admonitions fell on deaf ears as Ginyu persisted with his assaults. Goku, growing impatient, watched as Ginyu abruptly halted and proclaimed, "Can you unleash your full power? I wish to witness your might." "All right, but do not be frightened," Goku replied. Under Jinyu's admiring gaze, a sense of pride swelled within him, and he obediently unleashed his full energy. The spectators beheld Goku's power escalate to over 200,000 and still rising, causing even their specialized battle power scouter to explode. However, rather than instilling fear in Ginyu, Goku's overwhelming strength only incited uproarious laughter, raising suspicions about Jinyu's sanity. The remaining two companions also detached from the battle, approaching Ginyu with expressions of amusement and mockery. Suddenly, Ginyu struck, prompting the others to swiftly brace for defense. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left them dumbfounded. Ginyu had attacked himself, and without any defensive energy at that. The terrifying assault pierced through his body, causing his energy to plummet drastically. What was happening? The opponent's bizarre movements made Goku cease augmenting his aura, and just as he was about to speak, Ginyu suddenly glared menacingly at him, declaring, "Your body belongs to me now." Goku was taken aback, and in the fleeting moment of their shared gaze, he saw Ginyu open his mouth. To Goku, Ginyu, and Lie Chunga's astonishment, a brilliant light emanated from Jinyu's mouth, and Goku found himself immobilized, helplessly watching as the radiance struck him. Within that light, shadows of both Ginyu and Goku could be discerned. At that moment, as the shadows intertwined, a figure abruptly appeared, shielding Goku. It was Lie Chunga. Chapter 135. The soul. Meanwhile, the elder hurriedly called for Niru. "Elder, you summoned me for something?" Niru respectfully approached the elder, only to find him frowning deeply, as if troubled by something. "Are you concerned about those earthlings?" "Indeed, I called you here hoping you might assist them. But elder, my duty is to protect you." Furthermore, that individual named Goku possesses formidable strength, and when you awakened his potential, that energy along with that mysterious being Miru pondered the situation, inadvertently tightening his grip. I am aware, but that earthling namely harbors the essence of our Dragon Clan's secret techniques. He may pose a significant threat. Silence enveloped the gathered crowd, leaving them bewildered. The events of the past had unfolded inexplicably, with only Goku sensing a hint of the situation. Yet, with his limited understanding, he could not grasp what had just transpired. He could only perceive that Jinyu, his adversary, had seemingly collapsed lifelessly to the ground, while Lie Chunga, who had stood in his way, appeared to have lost consciousness and fallen as well. Goku swiftly caught Lie Chunga and laid him on the ground, checking his condition. Lie, what has happened to you? Bardock and Riku's expressions shifted from surprise to astonishment, their faces reflecting a strange concern as they pondered silently. Ignoring the fallen Jinyu, they whispered among themselves. Was that the captain's move just now? It seems so, but why does it feel like something is amiss? Indeed, I share that sentiment. At that moment, Lie Chunga, lying on the ground, began to tremble, and his aura transformed into something unsettling. Everyone instinctively recoiled in fear. Vegeta, however, remained the calmest, seizing the opportunity while everyone else was distracted to stealthily approach Jinyu. With a swift and decisive motion, he ended Jinyu's life. Goku glanced at Bardock and Riku, startling them into a jump, and then broke out in a cold sweat. Who are you, to possess such incredible fighting prowess? The two stammered yet stubbornly insisted. We are Earthlings, but that person claimed I am a scion, as Goku pointed at Vegeta. They exchanged a glance, confirming that Jinyu was no longer within Goku's body. Sensing the overwhelming aura of Son Wukong, Bada trembled as he spoke. The scions cannot be. Both Bada and Rickham recalled the legendary strongest warrior in the universe, the Super Saiyan Frieza, whose most feared adversary was now before them. As they exchanged glances, they suddenly unleashed a formidable energy and fled rapidly in opposite directions. Wukong snorted, igniting an extraordinary speed that brought them back within mere seconds. I have just answered your questions. Now, respond to mine and swear to never commit evil deeds again, and I shall let you go. Leave. You won't kill us? Bada questioned anxiously. I understand the Scion's violent and malevolent nature. You are not a Super Scion. Realization dawned upon Bada, filling him with joy. Suddenly, a chilling voice resounded from behind. He is certainly not a Super Scion. That title belongs solely to me, Vegeta. However, this fellow is indeed one of the only two Scions, albeit a low-class warrior. Upon finishing his statement, Vegeta raised his hand, poised to eliminate Bada, but Wukong intervened. Wait, I have more questions. With a huff, Vegeta relinquished his intent. Bada and Rickham immediately bowed in gratitude to Wukong. My previous words still hold weight. Tell me what transpired. I'm not entirely sure, Bada stammered. That move was Captain Jinyu's signature technique, body change. Body change. Vegeta lowered his attack hand, eager to inquire further. At that moment, the detestable aura emanating from Lie Chunga erupted into a fierce roar, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent everyone staggering back. Lie Chunga slowly rose, examining his limbs as if in disbelief, muttering incessantly. Wukong and the others prepared to approach, but Bada and Rickham seized the opportunity to rush to Lie Chunga's side at breakneck speed. Haha, body change means that the one you just killed was your teammate. And now the one who lives is Captain Jinyu, you fools. Hey, Captain, be cautious of that guy. He might be the Super Saiyan that Frieza fears. Rickham warned. You just failed the body change. Before Rickham could finish, Lie Chunga's fist struck him, sending his head flying, blood spraying without a single drop landing on Lie Chunga, as if shielded by an unseen force. Captain, what is happening? Bada stared in disbelief at Lie Chunga, receiving a chilling glance in return that made him step back. What on earth is that? He exclaimed, noticing Lie Chunga's eyes were entirely gray, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. He immediately attempted to flee using his renowned speed, but Lie Chunga seized him mid-air, and in an instant, Bada crumpled to the ground, lifeless and grotesquely distorted. The scene was brutal and bloody, leaving everyone in shock, especially Gohan, who struggled to accept the reality. Lee, what has happened? Don't approach. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Wukong's mind. It is Lord King Kai. Do you understand what has happened to Lee? Wukong grasped Gohan and shouted, I am uncertain. But it seems there is an issue with his soul. Soul? King Kai continued. Fortunately, a guest has arrived to observe your situation. I had anticipated his presence here. But before he could finish, he was interrupted. Wukong, please do not rush. I have always felt that there is a unique aura surrounding Lie Chunga that captivates me. The speaker was Piccolo, who, upon first meeting Lie Chunga, sensed something extraordinary about him. Later, I discovered that he, like me and Shun, possessed an incomplete soul. Be cautious, Piccolo warned, yet before he could finish his thought, Lie Chunga began to approach Wukong. However, the king of the universe seemed to sense something and abruptly exclaimed, Wukong, quickly deal with him. Frisia's malevolent energy is approaching. Without needing to be told, the oppressive aura emanating from Frisia felt akin to the harshness of a winter sun, suffocating them all. Everyone halted and turned toward the north, including Lie Chunga. Son Wukong, stop dawdling. Quickly send others to search for the Dragon Balls. You must draw Lie away. Once I am resurrected, the Dragon clan on Earth can be revived. The gods should have a way, and the dragon can also assist. Calmly, Piccolo roused Wukong from his stupor, and he instantly embraced Piccolo's strategy, shouting, Kuririn, Yamchu, Tien, Gohan. Circumvent that energy and seek the Dragon Balls. The group understood the underlying intent, realizing that the quest for the Dragon Balls was to confront Frisia. They exchanged cautious nods and discreetly concealed their auras as they flew in different directions. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta immediately perked up and followed suit. He knew his combat power was far inferior to Wukong's, let alone Frisia's. His only hope lay in the Dragon Balls. Wukong gazed at the rapidly approaching malevolent energy. Feeling an inadvertent surge of battle intent within him, it could be said that the influence of his scion bloodline was growing ever stronger. Yet, when he glanced at Lie Chunga, he noticed that he too was staring in the direction of Frisia, his body trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, the strange aura around him intensified, and with a fierce glare directed at Frisia, he shot off at high speed. Chapter 136. Frisia King Frisia was exceedingly enraged since his arrival on this planet. Nothing had gone as planned. Disturbed by unease and the death of his capable subordinate, Zarbon, he had summoned the Jinyu force back early, eager to achieve his aims swiftly. Zarbon's demise instilled a twinge of fear in him, compelling him to keep a close watch on the movements in this area. Not long ago, the combat power readings belonging to Goku had vanished, only to be replaced by readings indicating tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of combat power. This left him feeling increasingly impatient. Of course, Frisia did not mourn the loss of the Jinyu force. His urgency was solely about the Dragon Balls. He had intended to set off immediately, but upon witnessing the Dragon Balls before him, he restrained himself. However, as time passed, his anxiety only grew stronger, as if something was weighing heavily upon him. With a sudden crash, the combat power testing device aboard his ship malfunctioned, unable to contain himself any longer. Frisia secretly buried the Dragon Balls and proceeded to the battlefield. He vowed that anyone daring to obstruct his immortality plans would not meet a good end. Seated on his throne and propelling himself at full speed, his expression was grim. Suddenly, he spotted a figure racing toward him from a distance, moving at an astonishing pace. Surprised, he had to halt and observe. Immediately afterward, another figure soared through the sky, moving just as swiftly, emanating the very aura he detested most, a scion. Survivor. However, the scions are indeed quite foolish, coming forth to meet their demise. No, wait. He perceives a presence emanating from another individual that instills a sense of dread within him. How could the mighty Frisia, the emperor of the universe, feel fear? Where is Jinyu? Or rather, who among you is Jinyu? Frisia paused, sensing Jinyu's aura yet uncertain of its source. Do not question how Frisia can recognize Jinyu. Otherwise, the soul within Frisia would have been exchanged long ago. Unfortunately, both Lie Chunga and Sun Wukong disregarded him, leaving Frisia in an embarrassing predicament. Has he perished? Frisia began to realize something was amiss. He vacated his flying seat and stepped forth. You are Frisia, Wukong declared, ignoring the Supreme Kai's counsel and taking a step forward. The flames of combat ignited fiercely within him. His formidable strength demanded a worthy opponent to validate his prowess. Frisia appeared intriguing. Oh, I have not heard of you before. He mused, scrutinizing Sun Wukong, eventually recalling, you are the scion, Sun Wukong, correct? I have heard your voice. You were raised on Earth. Frisia's eyes narrowed, a wicked smile gracing his lips. And what of it? Oh, you possess quite the courage. Before Frisia could finish his sentence, the previously silent Lie Chunga suddenly launched an attack. Frisia, with calm grace, spun around, using his tail to strike Lie Chunga into the earth. His speed was so remarkable that a mere finger could extinguish the life of his adversary. as he extended his index finger, gathering a powerful energy sphere. Wukong instantly unleashed his own immense energy to intervene, but it was futile. Frisia discarded the energy sphere effortlessly, evading Wukong's assault. Haha, impressive speed. I did not expect your strength to have grown so significantly. Is this the influence of the Dragon Balls? Frisia continued, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Could this individual have wished to become a Super Saiyan? It was known that previously, he could not even contend with Raditz. Yet in a mere few months, his battle power had surpassed 300,000. Kaioken. Wukong, recognizing his evident inferiority, unleashed the Kaioken technique, radiating a crimson light as he accelerated towards Frisia. Caught off guard, Frisia was struck squarely in the face by a powerful blow, flipping over twice before halting, clutching his face in disbelief. How long had it been since he had been hit? He, the ruler of the cosmos, boasted a battle power of over 540,000 in his base form. A strength formidable enough to instill fear even within himself. He maintained his juvenile appearance in order to preserve his ability to transform, enhancing his battle power further, 3 transformations in total. The power of his final form was beyond his control. A mere moment of anger could lead to the annihilation of the entire universe. Yet now, someone had managed to strike him. Anger and astonishment swirled within him, but slowly. A smile crept upon Frisia's face. He was elated. It had been a century or two since he encountered such a plaything. No, not at all. He had actually been wounded. Frisia's thought was interrupted as he noticed Wukong had vanished. It turned out that during Frisia's self-dialogue, Wukong had flown into the crater created by his recent attack on Lie Chunga. In a place where dust had yet to settle, it obscured his vision. Frisia squinted, casually tossing aside an energy sphere. Such an entertaining trinket could not be allowed to escape. He intended to provoke the most formidable scion he had ever encountered into unleashing his ultimate power, then eliminate him, thereby shattering the legend that had long haunted his mind. Boom. From the swirling dust emerged a figure, not one, but 2. Goku soared through the air, cradling Lie Chunga, who was inexplicably in a state of unconsciousness. "Lie, awaken," he called, slapping him repeatedly. At the sound of his voice, Lie Chunga stirred, leisurely opening his eyes, the previously vexing aura around him dissipating. A moment of confusion flickered in Lie Chunga's gaze before it transformed into a malevolent grin. He delivered a powerful punch to the unsuspecting Goku. Although Goku was not sent flying, a surge of energy erupted from his back, tearing through his clothing and obliterating a nearby mountain peak. Goku began. But blood erupted from his mouth as he struggled to gather his energy, merging his body and spirit into a single force. Their energy stemmed from their physical prowess, thus preventing severe injuries during combat. The absence of energy equated to certain death. Goku possessed an extraordinary combat instinct, yet outside of battle, he was utterly defenseless. Frisia, too, was left in a state of shock at the bizarre turn of events. Lie Chunga struck Goku again, sending him flying. However, Goku, now on guard, was not as severely injured as before. Just as Lie Chunga contemplated pursuing him, he glanced up, startled, and quickly adjusted himself, soaring to Frisia's side. Upon encountering Frisia's menacing gaze, he hastily explained, "My lord, it is I, Jinyu." Jinyu then began an exaggerated entrance dance, though this time he was alone. Frisia, witnessing such antics, was left speechless. "Why did you attack me before?" he inquired. "I know not. This individual is shrouded in mystery, and the combat testing device reveals nothing of his strength. Yet, I had not anticipated his physical might to be so formidable." As he spoke, he attempted to take flight, the currents of energy barely lifting him off the ground, his speed woefully inadequate. Jinyu continued to test his physical abilities, launching a punch that uprooted trees in its wake. He sensed an untapped power within, yet it remained dormant. Suddenly, his hand moved uncontrollably, striking Frisia with a force 100-fold stronger than his earlier tests. Frisia, caught off guard, suffered a direct hit and was swept away by a whirlwind. However, Frisia was no naive opponent. He unleashed a tremendous energy wave that dispersed the tornado. Lie Chunga immediately flew toward him, but Frisia, wiping the blood from his lips, retaliated with a furious punch. "Jinyu, have you betrayed me?" Lie Chunga was sent flying but quickly returned, not even pausing to wipe the blood from his mouth. "Great King, I truly do not know what just happened. By the way, I have a remarkable item for you," Jinyu declared, pulling a small pouch from his bosom. Within this pouch, no matter how grievously one is injured, consuming a single bean will restore them immediately. "Do you doubt me?" He then consumed one himself, yet his wounds remained unchanged. Chapter 137. both severely injured. Are you mocking me? Damn it. Falasha felt deceived, realizing that even Jinyu would have to pay a price for this. He extended his right hand, unleashing an energy blast that engulfed Lie Chunga entirely. However, as the energy dissipated, Lie Chunga emerged unscathed, though the pouch brimming with magical beans had been reduced to ashes. Is this true? I am unharmed. Lie Chunga exclaimed, filled with joy as he inspected his intact body. Falasha squinted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this individual could withstand his attack without sustaining any damage. Moreover, the opponent leisurely approached him, wearing a fawning expression. Yet, the more pressing matter was that his own injuries had miraculously healed without his awareness. I assure you, I speak the truth. I am equally perplexed, Jinyu said helplessly, suddenly noticing Goku flying over, clutching his wound. He is still alive? Wait, great king, if you do not believe me, you may inquire with him. As Jinyu prepared to unleash his energy to severely injure Goku, he was abruptly aware of his inability to harness any energy in this frustrating body. Lee, what on earth is wrong with you? Why are you attacking me? Jinyu began, only to be cut off by Falasha. Are you expressing concern for him? What exactly have you done to him? Jinyu was taken aback, while Falasha stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, the Scions, notorious for their malevolence in the universe, are actually capable of caring for others? What do you mean? I am not a Scion. I am a native of Earth, well aware of its whereabouts. After contemplating, Frieza dismissed the thought with a sly grin, instructing Jinyu to eliminate him, and then we shall seek the Dragon Balls. Once I attain immortality, I will obliterate Earth in celebration. As Frieza leisurely flew into his spacecraft, he envisioned the splendid fireworks that would accompany the planet's explosion. His interest in the severely injured Goku waned, and he began to doubt whether the latter was indeed a Scion, let alone a Super Scion. Ah, Lord Frieza, could you spare him? His battle power is quite formidable, and I wish to put him to your service. Frieza, unfazed, waved his hand, allowing Jinyu to make his own decision. Jinyu approached Goku, observing the exhausted Scion, lamenting the recently destroyed Senzu beans. While astonished that his previous casual strike had inflicted such significant damage. Call me Jinyu, he stated. Goku regarded him for a moment before affirmatively nodding. Enough games. It's clear that he intends to harm Earth. That fellow is strong. Perhaps together we still have a chance. Jinyu was at a loss for words. How could this person be so oblivious? Yet, the next moment, fear washed over him as his mouth betrayed him. I never expected you to notice. Perhaps earlier. Or just now. I sensed your confusion and chaos, but just now, I saw clarity in your eyes. What is going on? Who are you? And how are you in my body? Jinyu could no longer remain composed, roaring in madness, his voice sounding distinctly altered. Your body. Haha, not good. Suddenly, he shouted, his gaze catching Goku's agape mouth. Soul Switch 555. Before he could finish, a hand clamped over his mouth. Haha, having entered my body. You cannot escape. You shall become my power. With that, he sat cross-legged midair, startling Goku, who instantly grasped the situation. At that moment, Goku sensed impending danger as an energy wave approached, immediately stepping in to shield Jinyu. You fool, Frieza descended from his spacecraft, coldly observing the two. You managed to block it, but let us see how long that lasts. With that, he gathered a vast amount of energy into a sphere, which expanded and compressed, shifting from white to a terrifying orange hue. Damn it, Jinyu, are you ready? Faced with a formidable foe, this individual was neglecting his defense while severely injured. In truth, Jinyu believed that Goku could withstand for a few minutes without issue after injuring him. Boring, let us end this. Frieza directed the energy sphere forward, an overwhelming sensation enveloping them. However, Goku stood firm, refusing to retreat and positioning himself in front of Jinyu. Just as Goku prepared to unleash his full power, he felt an odd barrier behind him, and before he could ponder, he was flung aside. To the onlookers rushing over, it appeared as if Goku and Jinyu were struck by the energy sphere, plummeting to the ground and triggering a cataclysmic explosion. No, father, uncle, magic flash energy round slash. As Frieza tilted his head to evade the attack, he observed in the distance another one, or perhaps two, marching towards their demise. The desolate forest awkwardly gazed at Gohan, then shifted its gaze back to the site of Frieza's recent assault, where a long, deep chasm now lay, leaving the area unrecognizable and instilling a sense of dread. What had happened to Gohan, Goku, and Zhuhao? It turned out that Gohan was worried about Lie Chunga and Goku, as they were his closest companions. Hence, he had stealthily approached, followed by the desolate forest, only to witness a scene that filled him with despair. Cough, cough. Gohan, Hyullin, you've arrived. As the smoke cleared, Lie Chunga and Goku emerged, but upon closer inspection, one would notice the blood trickling from the corner of Lie Chunga's mouth, while Goku was battered and torn, gravely injured. Ah, you're still alive. This is intriguing, yet ultimately futile. It appears your entire family is gathered here. Shall I send you all to hell together? How delightful. Haha. Son Wukong merely cast a glance at Gohan before sitting cross-legged beside Lie Chunga, who began to emanate a faint green energy, enveloping Wukong within its protective sphere. As Gohan and Hyullin stood in bewilderment, a voice echoed in their minds. Gohan, Hyullin, I am King Kai. Lie Chunga and Goku are severely injured and in need of healing. You must buy them some time against Frieza. Feeling increasingly uncertain, Hyullin stammered. I've heard Goku mention you, but King Kai, can we truly hold him off? This is the one the young man spoke of. Hyullin, let us do our utmost. My uncle always said that one must not sit idle in the face of adversity. Very well, then, let us strive forward. In that instant, Hyullin steeled his resolve. Gazing intently at the malevolent Frieza, trembling with anticipation. Gohan, aware of their disadvantage, resolved to stall for time. Agreed. However, he soon realized that Frieza had vanished. What are you discussing so mysteriously? Even the powers of Jinyu cannot thwart you, Frieza sneered, as Gohan and Hyullin found themselves drenched in cold sweat. Not realizing that Frieza had crept up beside them. Just as they attempted to evade, Frieza let out a chilling laugh, unleashing a tail strike that sent both of them flying. I know you seem to be plotting to buy time until they recover. How naive, Earthlings. Let me tell you, my current combat power is not even at its peak. I can transform, and at that stage, my power will multiply several times over. I can transform thrice, huh? Even I cannot control such overwhelming strength. Chapter 138. Buying time. Frieza, brimming with arrogance, was met with an unexpected assault from Hyullin. Spirit Energy Blade. A disc-shaped energy sliced through the air at high speed. Humph, a mere parlor trick. You seek your own demise. Frieza scoffed, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. Just as he prepared to counter, he sensed something amiss. The bald opponent pointed a finger with a smug expression. This is bad. Frieza turned to see the energy blade he had dodged shatter behind him, transforming into dozens of smaller blades that spun around and launched towards him once more. Not enough. Hyullin grinned wickedly, conjuring another large energy blade to hurl at Frieza. With the front and rear assaults converging, Frieza's instinct compelled him to ascend. Boom. Just as Frieza attempted to mock them, he realized Hyullin's offensive was far from over. Upon the violent collision, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending forth a multitude of small energy spheres that enveloped Frieza, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Curse it! Frieza seethed, for his combat prowess was formidable. Even in such dire straits, he managed to conjure a significant sphere of energy and hurled it forth, attempting to detonate the energy spheres surrounding him. From a distance, the withered forest clenched his hand and shouted, Gohan. Frieza was startled to realize that the small figure beside the bald man had vanished without a trace. As Frieza's gaze followed, he discovered that the little one had been waiting above him for an opportune moment. With his index and middle fingers pressed together against his forehead, a series of luminous waves became discernible. Trapped, you wretched earthling. At that moment of distraction, a small energy sphere broke through Frieza's defensive onslaught, catching him off guard. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient to narrowly evade the attack. However, he was not entirely unscathed, as the forest assault had left a gash upon his waist. There was no time for rage, for the forest barrage was far from over. Boom. The forest unleashed a multitude of energy spheres that had previously inflicted harm upon Frieza, all detonating simultaneously. The shockwaves disrupted Frieza's balance. Concurrently, Gohan, having completed his energy accumulation, seized the moment to bellow, special beam cannon. He directed a flattened energy cone downward, its tip resembling a sword. As Gohan unleashed his technique, he exhibited signs of fatigue, revealing the toll of this formidable move. Although it lacked its original penetrating power, it compensated with enhanced speed and cutting capability. The sword-like energy was far too swift for the off-balance Frieza to evade. Boom. The two witnesses beheld a silhouette propelled from the explosion, subsequently triggering a secondary detonation. The smoke and dust obscured their vision, rendering the outcome unclear. Yet, within the realm of energy perception, Frieza's aura fluctuated continuously. Gohan's tactical training under Lie Chunga proved invaluable, and the mastery of energy control was indeed impressive, though regretfully, there remained much that he could not yet grasp. Observing Gohan's humility, the forest managed a wry smile. With such modesty, what could I possibly say? Just as he was about to speak, a sudden realization struck him, prompting a cautious gaze toward the area where Frieza had descended. Gohan, it seems he is still alive. I can sense his energy, albeit fleeting. Gohan, what is it? The forest had yet to complete his query when he noticed Gohan's expression of sheer disbelief as he stared at Lie Chunga and Goku, who were in the midst of recovery. Following his gaze, the forest was drenched in cold sweat as he too beheld the spectacle. Frieza, unscathed, now stood within Lie Chunga's verdant barrier, his form having undergone a complete transformation. Once of a stature comparable to theirs, he had now nearly doubled in height. If the previous Frieza resembled a child, now he appeared as a cunning and mature young man. He sensed the gaze of Kuririn and Gohan upon him, and turning around, he offered a cold smile, remarking, "That last attack was commendable. Had I been unable to transform, I would have likely faced serious injury, if not death. All of this is attributed to that individual, isn't it?" As Frieza shifted the topic, pointing at Lie Chunga, Gohan's fear quickly morphed into rage, causing him to unleash a formidable energy. "Do not harm my uncle." Kuririn could not restrain the furious Gohan. Despite Gohan's sudden surge in battle prowess, his punch met only empty air. Frieza vanished once more, prompting Gohan to vigilantly scan his surroundings, protecting the barrier behind him. "Little one, do not be alarmed. I shall not destroy it. You have successfully provoked my ire, and I will ensure you meet your end in despair," Frieza declared, perched upon a distant hill, arms folded, his tail swaying leisurely behind him. To be candid, he felt no anger at this moment. Instead, a flicker of intrigue sparked within him. Perhaps these individuals could inject a modicum of amusement into his otherwise monotonous existence. Suddenly, a keyblade sliced through the air, interrupting his contemplation. It was Kuririn. However, the disparity in their combat abilities was insurmountable. Even a sneak attack was futile against Frieza, who offered no opportunity for a repeat attempt. In an instant, he appeared behind Kuririn, whispering in his ear, "Such a penchant for ambushes, young one. What a poor habit." With a swift kick, Frieza sent Kuririn flying, who landed beside Gohan, unaware of his dire state. "Uncle Kuririn," Gohan exclaimed, witnessing Kuririn bleeding profusely, and then turning his gaze towards the slowly advancing Frieza, filled with hatred. Frieza, however, noticed the disturbance in the barrier behind Gohan and mockingly remarked, "Ah, unable to contain yourself, I see. There is even more excitement to come." But before he could finish, Gohan erupted with an astonishing energy, launching a fierce assault accompanied by numerous afterimages. Frieza was struck directly, staggering back, but quickly regaining his composure to fend off Gohan's relentless strikes. The two figures intertwined in a flurry of movement, and amidst Frieza's astonished gaze, they clashed hundreds of times. Yet, it was not long before Gohan's speed and strength began to wane. Interesting, but alas, I have had my fill of this. Just as Frieza prepared to counterattack, he was taken aback by Gohan dispersing into 9 figures, each flickering between reality and illusion, encircling him. Unsure of which was genuine, he found himself puzzled. "Not bad, a fine technique. Taught by your uncle, I presume? Oh, and the other must be your father, right? I wonder how you would fare if your dearest were to perish before your very eyes." Frieza extended his hand toward the barrier. "Silence." Gohan, suppressing his fury, recalled Lie Chunga's words, "When one is enraged, boundless power awakens within." Yet, this was a double-edged sword. He must retain his composure amidst the anger and grasp the essence of this power. Frieza observed the conflicting emotions within Gohan. Noting the anger he struggled to contain, a precarious situation indeed. Frieza let out a cold, mocking laugh as he launched a sudden attack on the phantom behind him. With Gohan's desperate shout, he seized Gohan by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "What a mere child," he sneered. It was evident that Gohan was unable to rein in his fury, a fact that Frieza astutely discerned. Undoubtedly, Frieza was a master at manipulating the hearts of others. Gohan struggled frantically, but a punch from Frieza struck his abdomen, causing his limbs to go limp and drop helplessly. Frieza's fists were far more formidable than Gohan's fragile frame. "Still defiant, are we? Do you not realize that it has been years since anyone dared to strike at me? Have people truly forgotten my terror?" Frieza observed Gohan's unyielding glare and chuckled sinisterly. He then glanced at the 2 figures within the barrier, noticing its intensified tremors. With Gohan in his grasp, he slowly approached the barrier. Suddenly, a ki attack surged toward him. Caught off guard and still gripping Gohan, he attempted to evade, but his hand was slightly injured in the process, forcing him to release Gohan. Frisia stared in astonishment at the assailant, Kuririn, who, despite being on the brink of death, now stood firmly at a distance. If not for the blood at the corner of his mouth, Frisia might have thought it an illusion. How could this be? Frisia was taken aback. The surprise he faced today surpassed all he had encountered in centuries. However, he quickly regained his composure, darkly declaring, "Even if you can recover, what difference does it make? You will still meet your demise, little bald head. I'll reduce you to ash and see how you recover." Yet, Kuririn did not wait for him to finish, immediately taking flight. Struggling in vain, perish. Frisia unleashed a tremendous aura and pursued him, closing the distance in less than a second. But Kuririn abruptly turned, placing his hand against his forehead. Solar Flare. Chapter 139. Goku's arrival. Kuririn soared toward the heavens, his head radiating a blinding light that erupted instantaneously. Frisia, caught off guard, shielded his eyes from the intense glare, writhing in pain. "Damn it! My eyes!" Not seizing the opportunity to attack, Kuririn circled around Frisia and reached Gohan's side. Observing Gohan's severe injuries, Kuririn remained unfazed, methodically searching Gohan's person until he finally produced an unassuming object, a senzu bean. Initially, for the sake of precaution, Lie Chunga had distributed a senzu bean to each person. Naturally, Goku and Lie Chunga, the two main fighters, each received a pack. Goku had consumed his during training, while Lie Chunga's had been destroyed. Gohan's recovery hinged upon this last remaining bean. Without hesitation, Kuririn placed the senzu bean into Gohan's mouth. Frisia's adaptability was considerable. He managed to force his eyes open, but found his vision still somewhat blurred. Suddenly, he spotted two indistinct figures not far away, cursing under his breath. He rubbed his eyes and finally discerned clearly, "You little bastards." Upon closer observation, it became evident that both individuals were gathering their strength, preparing to unleash their ultimate attacks. Among them was the grievously wounded Gohan, a sight that was startling. "You filthy earthlings, employing such despicable tactics, I shall no longer grant you any opportunities." With these words, Frisia began to bellow, as if beset by excruciating agony. Meanwhile, Gohan's ultimate technique, the Kuro Hayashi, had finally reached its zenith. This formidable attack, a colossal representation of a slicing energy wave, was larger than Gohan's own frame, spinning silently yet relentlessly. Gohan was drenched in sweat, having poured all of his energy into this final gambit, his ultimate trump card. On the other hand, the Demon Light Piercing Cannon, a technique birthed from the fusion of Piccolo's signature move, the Demon Light Piercing Blast, and Lie Chunga's insights, was also ready. The two warriors exchanged nods, signifying their intent to unleash their most potent attacks upon Frisia. Unfazed, Frisia continued to amplify his energy. As it reached a critical threshold, his body underwent a transformation, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him, a tempest erupting from his form. The attacks from Gohan and Kuro Hayashi soared through the air, embodying unparalleled slicing and penetrating power. In an instant, they breached Frisia's defenses, though their speed had diminished. Frisia's energy continued to swell, his form morphing grotesquely, his head elongated, and his body hunched forward. With each transformation, waves of energy cascaded forth, creating deep fissures in the ground, disrupting the trajectory of Gohan and Kuro Hayashi's techniques, leaving them unsteady. As Gohan's slicing energy wave approached Frisia, it faltered 3 meters from its target, shattered by the force of Frisia's energy and dissipating into mere energy particles that vanished into the ether. Conversely, the piercing cannon reached Frisia's forehead. At that moment, Frisia had completed his metamorphosis. He was no longer humanoid, but rather resembled a ferocious beast. If Lie Chunga were awake, he would recognize the likeness to a menacing predator from a bygone cinematic era. As Frisia opened his eyes, he beheld the piercing cannon poised at his forehead. Unfortunately, it could advance no further. With a gentle exhale, Frisia dismissed it, rendering it impotent. The entire sequence transpired within mere seconds, leaving Gohan and Kuro Hayashi feeling worlds apart in their emotions. While they might have previously harbored a flicker of hope, they now felt like lambs awaiting slaughter. In a flash, Frisia appeared before Kuro Hayashi, causing both to forget their instinct to flee. He extended a hand, cruelly resting it upon Kuro Hayashi's head, and with a malevolent grin declared, "You are quite impressive." With that, he struck, visibly caving in Kuro Hayashi's abdomen. In a state of sheer terror, Gohan's eyes brimmed with fury, momentarily overshadowing his fear, as he lost all sense of composure and fixated solely on vanquishing Frisia. He unleashed a surge of power, charging forward with his forehead. Frisia, taken aback, released Kuro Hayashi and intercepted Gohan's assault with one hand, while the other sent Gohan crashing to the ground. Despite Gohan's explosive display of strength, enough to dispatch even the Ginyu Force in an instant, he remained no match for Frieza, who effortlessly subdued him, leaving his fate uncertain. Frieza crouched down, seizing Gohan by his hair and lifting him up, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Not bad, little brat. You possess quite the explosive power. By the way, you seem to be the son of that scion, don't you? Just like your father, you are remarkably weak. The scions truly have declined with each generation. Speaking of your father, I recall a certain overconfident fool who resembled him when I annihilated planet Vegeta. Inadvertently, I wiped out 3 generations of your lineage. Ha ha ha. How dare you insult my father? Gohan spat blood, abruptly halting Frieza's laughter. Disgusted, Frieza wiped his mouth and glared fiercely at Gohan, who lay discarded on the ground. You are courting death, he snarled, and with a swift motion, brought his foot crashing down. Don't. The injured Kuririn shouted. Goku, come save Gohan. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted, but Frieza's expression soured. Just then, a figure darted in, seizing Gohan away before Frieza could react. It was Goku, having returned to his normal state. Casting a calm glance at Frieza before hurrying to Kuririn's side. Sorry for being late. Kuririn, forcing himself to rise, managed a bitter smile. You're here, that's good. But this guy is truly formidable, Goku. Be careful. I heard everything, Goku replied. Yet Kuririn wanted to say more, but Frieza interrupted. Hey, I thought you would remain a coward, yet here you are, daring to show yourself. What a pity. Ignoring him, Goku lifted Gohan and helped Kuririn toward the barrier. How dare you disregard me, Frieza? Die? Frieza shouted, hurling an energy ball, but Goku effortlessly swatted it aside and stepped up to the barrier. You too. Go inside and recuperate, but don't disturb Gohan. He seems to be in a peculiar state. Gohan and Kuririn nodded, watching Goku as he turned back. Their myriad concerns distilled into a single word, be careful. Goku approached Frieza, his expression unwavering. Frieza, if you leave Namek right now, we can pretend nothing has happened. Initially, Frieza, flicking his tail and relishing the moment like a spectator at a circus, was taken aback by Goku's words, followed by a cold smirk. I truly cannot comprehend how you scions think. It is utterly foolish. You never grasp reality, just like your father. My father? Goku retorted. Indeed, you look just like him. Too bad I killed him when I destroyed planet Vegeta. I do not care about any scion. All I know is you do not wish to leave. Enough talk. You are just as arrogant and cruel as I was told. Now let me show you my ruthlessness. The two locked eyes, their auras intensifying, creating a swirling vortex of energy. Chapter 140, Goku vs. Frieza, the initial clash. The sky began to change color, and the creatures of Namek felt an inexplicable wave of fear wash over them. Some intellectually challenged creatures began to flee the scene in a state of panic. At this moment, Frieza had completed his 3rd transformation, shedding his previous insect-like armor and sharp horns, now exuding an imposing presence akin to a high-tech exoskeleton reminiscent of cinematic marvels. The grandeur of his initial form had vanished, as had the wild ferocity of his 2nd stage. He had seemingly descended into the realm of the ordinary, save for the overwhelming aura of power and his malevolent expression. Frieza's approach instilled a heavy pressure upon Goku and his companions. Clenching his fists, Goku signaled for his ally, Wukong, to retreat. Observing the actions of these earthlings, Frieza could not help but express disdain. He looked down upon them with an air of arrogance, ascending into the sky as though surveying insects from a throne. Despite the peculiar abilities of these earthlings, such as their instantaneous recovery and the wisps of gray energy emanating from their hands, in the face of his might, they were but trivialities. This was not even his ultimate form, and he had forgotten the sheer magnitude of the uncontrollable power that awaited him. What must the scions be feeling now? You are indeed formidable, but I shall defeat you, Goku declared, adopting a battle stance without an ounce of fear, only a fervent spirit for combat. This audacity only served to further humiliate Frieza. Damn you. I have decided not to kill you, he sneered. No need for that. Haha, you have no choice. I will incapacitate you and make your loved ones perish one by one before your very eyes. They still have Earth, haha. If you wish to fight, then do so swiftly and stop your incessant chatter. What do you mean? Goku retorted. Lee mentioned that twisted souls like you tend to engage in lengthy monologues at the slightest opportunity, and typically, such cautionary tales do not end well. Frieza's face twitched at Goku's words, and he erupted in anger. Die? In a flash, he struck Goku with a single punch, sending him flying. Yet Goku quickly regained his footing. Kaioken times 10. Goku resolved to unleash the full extent of his power, disregarding the King Kai's repeated warnings. No need to say more. King Kai. However, Frieza did not grant him a moment to recover and launched another assault. Goku, left with no choice, blocked out the King Kai's voice, focusing entirely on the battle. Through several exchanges, Frieza discerned the limits of Goku's capabilities. Your words are grand, yet your strength falls short, he remarked, swatting Goku away with his tail, folding his arms as he settled back into his stance. Goku landed lightly, breathing heavily. Yet his fighting spirit remained unwavering as he gazed intently at Frieza. Haha, your punches are not as formidable as you claim, he challenged. Let's see if your body is as tough as your words. With a disdainful scoff, Frieza charged forward once more, and Goku met him head-on without hesitation. Their battle raged from the skies to the ground and into the water. Goku, a genius in his own right, gradually mastered the unrefined Kaioken times 10. Though he could not overpower Frieza, he managed to hold his ground. Unfortunately, as time passed, the burden on Goku's body became overwhelming. Within half an hour, he began to falter, unable to sustain the strain and struggling to execute many of his techniques. Yet, Goku understood that he could not delay any longer. He had gravely miscalculated. The opponent's stamina was astonishingly relentless, showing no signs of waning. Perhaps, as the formidable Frieza suggested, the adversary was merely toying with him. At that moment, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind, the voice of a Piccolo. Son Goku, I shall not permit you to fall. Only I, the Piccolo Demon King, am destined to vanquish you. Hearing this, Goku instinctively thought of another, Vegeta. Memories flooded back of all the formidable foes he had defeated one by one, elevating his mental state significantly. To fight me and remain dazed, how fearless, Frieza remarked, approaching Goku and delivering a punch to his abdomen, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling. In the distance, the barren woods and Gohan were engulfed in anxiety, struggling to keep pace with the swift exchanges. Though Goku was hurled into a mountain peak, he sustained minimal injuries and seized the opportunity to recuperate while formulating a strategy. Frieza, atop the mountain, wore a wicked grin, reveling in the game of cat and mouse. I know you're unscathed. Come out. Suddenly, an energy sphere burst forth from the opposite side of the peak, reminiscent of Goku's earlier antics. A tiresome trick, Frieza scoffed, dodging while keeping his gaze fixed on the mountain. Still reluctant to emerge? Gathering a colossal energy sphere in his hand, Frieza watched as more energy spheres emerged from within the mountain, which he effortlessly obliterated, then perished within. With that, he hurled the energy sphere downward, feeling he had played enough. Just then, behind him, Goku's voice resonated, came Frieza, momentarily incredulous. Turned around to find Goku had somehow appeared behind him, amassing energy for a formidable attack. Damn it! Frieza, relying on his immense power, hastily formed an energy sphere to disrupt Goku's concentration, but it merely passed through Goku's afterimage. From below, Goku's voice delivered the final word, and a powerful energy wave surged upward, engulfing Frieza. No, his anguished cries faded into the heavens. The earlier energy blasts had merely been a ruse to create a smokescreen, allowing him to conceal his presence and slip into a nearby lake. He had also reserved several energy blasts to mislead Frieza into believing he was still inside, employing a technique he had stealthily learned from his son. Now, with all his might channeled into one final strike, he found himself utterly depleted, collapsing in exhaustion. Gohan and the barren woods rushed over to support him. The three gazed skyward as Goku's blow dispersed the clouds, as though he had cleaved a great hole in the sky. At last, we have triumphed, Gohan exclaimed. Father, you are truly remarkable. Goku managed a faint smile and shook his head. What's wrong, Goku? It's nothing. Do we have any senzu beans left? The aftermath of using the Kaioken had left his muscles aching, rendering him unable to stand, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. I've exhausted all of them. I wonder if Uncle Lee has any. By the way, what has happened to Uncle? The three individuals gazed at the gray barrier, a wave of discomfort washing over them. Uncertain of their still recovering injuries, they were suddenly propelled backward by a surge of power. At that moment, they were all paralyzed, sensing an overwhelming aura, one they desperately wished to avoid, approaching from above. He is still alive. What should we do?